You became an unrivaled emperor-level powerhouse in just 10 days. Yet he kept pretending to be a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator, lying low and enjoying life within the sect. Everyone thought that this little uncle of yours was hopelessly incompetent. Yet little did he know that even so, your cultivation level is still rising boundlessly. Even to prevent anyone from disturbing their peaceful life, you're still secretly helping several ancestral elders of the sect break through their cultivation realms to prepare for battle. Just when you think you can safely lie flat and enjoy life, unexpectedly, the system suddenly popped up at this moment. Task requirements. At the sect assembly, recruit a personal disciple. Qualifications required not lower than saint level, mission rewards unknown. The smile at the corner of your mouth instantly froze, reward unknown? System, are you messing with me? The host need not question it. The rewards are guaranteed to be generous upon completion of the task. You can even obtain the extra vision-breaking divine eye. This divine pupil can see through all illusions and falsehoods, perceive the essence of all things. Your heart skips a beat. This ability sounds quite practical. Since there's nothing to lose anyway, might as well go take a look. But your heart has its own scales to weigh right from wrong. If you can't catch your eye, even if the other party is a once-in-a-million-year cultivation prodigy, you wouldn't even glance at it twice. As for system tasks, after all these years, you've already reached the pinnacle of this realm by relying on check-ins. Just a measly task reward. You really don't take it seriously. You lift your eyes to gaze upon the assembled disciples in the square. His eyes grew slightly warm. A strange force surged into the eyes. This is the effect of the truth-dispelling divine pupil manifesting prematurely. Suddenly, the information of the disciples in the square unfolds before your eyes like a panel. Most are of the spiritual and mortal grades. None meet the system's requirement of the sacred grade aptitude. You are about to withdraw your gaze, yet your sight suddenly halts at the edge of the square. Name, Xuanhuang. Talent, Emperor grade aptitude. Constitution, God of War body, damaged, unawakened. Unparalleled comprehension, enduring resilience. Your pupils slightly constrict. I recall seeing records about the war god physique in the ancient texts where the system signed in. It was the supreme physique of slaughter and conquest from primordial antiquity. In adulthood, one can challenge gods and demons with mortal flesh. One punch shatters all techniques, undoubtedly the aptitude of an emperor. System, why is this war god's body incomplete? The target was detected to have been previously attacked by a life-bound goo. Innate essence impaired, leading to physical underdevelopment. The innate numinous essence must be used to expel the toxins. Only by replenishing the incomplete physique with 9 revolutions golden elixir can it be repaired. Xuanhuang lowered his eyelids, clearly at the age of 15 or 16, yet his back was as straight as a spear, exuding a gravity beyond his years. You stroked your chin. The war god physique held limitless potential. Moreover, judging by his temperament and disposition, nor is he the type to stir up trouble. Should I keep it? You hesitate a little. Taking on a disciple means shouldering an additional responsibility. I'm afraid I won't have as much leisure time as I do now in the future. Your divine shattering eyes vision quietly extends. Fragments of your youth flash before your eyes like a magic lantern. His father, Xuanhuang, the guardian general of the Great Yan dynasty. His achievements overshadowed the emperor, arousing jealousy and fear. The mother was secretly killed by the imperial family during childbirth, while young Xuanhuang barely survived. Yet he was afflicted with the goo poison, his origin essence damaged. Xuanhuang exhausted his family fortune to extend his son's life. In the end, he chose to relinquish military power and retire into seclusion. Yet he still could not escape the suspicion of the royal family. Being chased to kill, Xuanhuang could only risk his life to escape the imperial dynasty with his son. Although we escaped, but in the end, he was severely injured and unfortunately died. Xuanhuang gazed at his father's corpse. At 13, he felt for the first time what it meant to hate someone to the bone. For the next 3 years, Xuanhuang became a displaced wanderer across the land of Xianzhou, want to apprentice under another sect, yet due to innate deficiency and natural disability, kicked out by the gatekeeper disciple, until half a year ago. Unexpectedly, it was learned that Qingxuan Sect valued character over innate talent when accepting disciples. That's why I've been begging all the way here. Seeing Xuanhuang's experiences, you let out a soft sigh. It's truly tragic. Although this person's incomplete war god physique falls short of its complete state, the foundation remains intact. More importantly, it was the resilience in his eyes, more to your liking than those who look down their noses at others. You already have a decision in mind. Strolled leisurely to stand in front of Xuanhuang. What's your name? Xuanhuang abruptly looked up, a flicker of astonishment flashing through his eyes. He quickly composed himself. Bowing respectfully, he said, Disciple Xuanhuang greets you, senior. His movements were slightly stiff, yet it carries the distinct discipline characteristic of a military family. Seeing this, a murmur immediately arose among the elders' seats. Hasn't this child's aptitude been tested already? Low-grade mundane level, barely meeting the standard for outer sect disciples. Why would the violet bamboo peak master take notice of him? Look at Xiao Ruobai, under the eyes of truth-breaking divinity. The faint yet remarkably tenacious golden battle aura within him was slowly circulating. That is the essence of the war god physique. Even if incomplete, it harbors the potential to shake heaven and earth. Would you be willing to take me as your master and join my violet bamboo peak? Your voice had barely faded, when an uproar instantly swept across the square. This pasture peak master had been in secluded cultivation year-round. He probably doesn't understand what a mundane grade inferior item signifies, does he? Although our Qingxuan Sect does not solely judge by innate talent. Even at the lowest grade of Kefan, mastering chi circulation would likely prove exceptionally challenging. He actually wanted to take her on as his personal disciple? Someone speculated. It must be that this peak lord lacks sufficient cultivation confidence. Take on a disciple with poor aptitude, it'll be enough to satisfy the sect. Not worried about being surpassed by apprentices in the future. The atmosphere at the elders' table also grew subtly tense. The sword roar peak master frowned. Muge. Taking on an apprentice is no child's play. This child's aptitude is truly too poor. We still need to pick a few promising talents. If you don't want to bother teaching, my sword howls atop the peaks, I can assign elders to assist you. I think that Shen Jinghong is quite promising, with celestial grade talent. By your side, at least I won't disgrace the reputation of Zizhu Peak. The sect leader on the high platform coughed lightly. Muge. If you're just looking for a companion, just let him be a nominal disciple. A direct disciple is crucial to the lineage of a peak. They have known you for years and are aware of your seemingly careless demeanor. In reality, the mind is clear and perceptive. Yet at this moment, he chose the most inconspicuous one. I don't know what you're thinking. Xiao Ruobai clenched his fists upon hearing this. Fingernails dug deep into the palm. He knew his aptitude was lacking, but hearing these words, the heart still ached as if it were being clenched. Just then, Changge suddenly smiled and bowed to the sect master and the assembled peak masters. Thank you all for your kind intentions, fellow disciples. But when it comes to choosing disciples, I've always gone solely by whether they strike my fancy or not. He turned to look at Xiao Ruobai, his gaze holding not a trace of hesitation. What? You don't wish to take me as your master? Xiao Ruobai snapped his head up, his eyes instantly reddening. He saw the clarity in Changge's eyes, saw how composed he remained despite being at the center of the storm. When everyone else deemed him worthless, it was this man who, before the entire Qingxuan Sect, extended his hand to him. The inner sect disciples of Qingxuan Sect were an unattainable lofty goal. He had assumed he could only scrape by as a menial disciple, receiving meager resources, struggling day after day at the bottom, with revenge a distant dream. But now, the position of personal disciple to the peak master shone like a ray of light into his dark, sunless existence. This disciple accepts. Xiao Ruobai's voice trembled with emotion, yet his resolve was unwavering. He bowed deeply before Changge, his forehead nearly touching the ground. To be accepted by my master, I would gladly die 10,000 times. Ding! Host has recruited a qualified direct disciple. Task, Purple Bamboo Lamp Transmission, completed. Rewards granted, Piercing Illusion Divine Eye activated, Primordial Purple Chi X100, a Lake of Innate Spiritual Essence, and the Great Emperor's Martial Art Manual, the War God Strategy. Changge chuckled inwardly. Primordial Purple Chi a full 100 strands. The rewards for taking on a disciple were indeed generous. This was the primordial Chi born at the dawn of creation, containing the most fundamental laws of the Tao. As for the Great Emperor's martial art, the War God Strategy, it was clearly intended for Xiao Ruobai. The primordial spirit essence, a concentration of the purest essence of heaven and earth, could purify the marrow, reshape the meridians, and rebuild the foundations. For the incomplete War God physique, it was a treasure tailor-made for him. Changge gazed at the system space, where a bottomless lake of primordial spirit marrow stretched before him. He mused inwardly, the system truly is extravagant. To offer an entire lake at once, such generosity would be unmatched even across the entire Xuanhuang Great World. He glanced at Xiao Ruobai, who was still in a daze, and a faint smile touched his lips. From this day forward, you are my direct disciple, Changge. Follow me back to Purple Bamboo Peak. Fellow seniors, Changge takes his leave. Changge paid no heed to the murmurs behind him and turned to leave. Xiao Ruobai followed closely behind, his back straight as an arrow. He could feel countless gazes fixed on his back, some filled with astonishment, others with contempt, and still others with pity. But above all, he sensed something he had never known before, the weight of being chosen. From the elders' seats, the sect master watched their receding figures before suddenly smiling at the Qingxuan Peak master beside him. The light in that boy's eyes is far more precious than any heaven-grade talent. Perhaps he truly is destined for greatness. The peak master of the alchemy peak stroked his beard thoughtfully. That Gu lad's taste grows stranger by the day. Meanwhile, the subjects of their discussion had long since disappeared into the depths of the mist. Chapter 7, The Rules of Purple Bamboo Peak. Xiao Ruobai followed Changge's footsteps, each step taken with unusual force. For years, labels like low-grade mortal talent, physically flawed, and unlikely to achieve greatness had been branded onto him like a scar. He had believed he was destined to live out his days as an ordinary man, merely scraping by. Until just now, at the discipleship gathering, those words, "Will you accept me as your master?" struck like thunder, shattering the gloom of his existence. He vowed silently, "Xuanhuang, remember this day. Remember this kindness, but more importantly from this day forward, you have no right to be weak." Even if his master was only at the foundation establishment stage, even if the path ahead was strewn with thorns, he would crawl forward. For his father and mother, and to not betray the person standing before him. He didn't know why this mysterious purple bamboo peak master had chosen him, but he knew this was his only chance to break free from his fate. "Master." Xuanhuang's voice was slightly hoarse as he quickened his pace to keep up with Changge. "Why did you choose me?" Changge replied casually, "You look like someone I'd like to have around." Those four casual words instantly brought tears to Xuanhuang's eyes. He sniffed hard, forcing back the moisture gathering at his eyes, clenching his fists as he silently vowed. Changge led Xuanhuang step by step toward Purple Bamboo Peak. Glancing sideways at the youth beside him, he pondered silently. He possessed all the spiritual treasures needed to restore the war god's physique. He genuinely looked forward to witnessing the complete war god's physique. He only hoped this disciple wouldn't let hatred blind him, that after vengeance was served, he could find some peace. That his quiet life might continue as before. As they traversed the mist-shrouded mountain path, the scenery abruptly transformed. Vast groves of purple bamboo shot skyward like swords, their joints glistening with morning dew that refracted into a rainbow halo under the sunlight. The air was saturated with sweet, spiritual energy. A single breath made Xuanhuang's dantian tingle with warmth. He couldn't help but slow his pace, his fingertips gently brushing against the bamboo stems. The rough bark carried a surprisingly warm, smooth feel. Changge glanced at him and remarked casually, "Purple Bamboo Peak has this one advantage: it's rich in spiritual energy." Passing through the dense purple bamboo grove, an elegant bamboo cottage came into view. Fresh spiritual fruits lay on the stone table before the house, while a cauldron beside it emitted wispy wisps of blue smoke. A faint fruity fragrance drifted through the air. Changge slumped lazily into a bamboo chair, casually picking up a spirit fruit and tossing it in his hand. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, dappling his plain white Taoist robe with a touch of carefree, unworldly grace. "From this day forward, you are the senior disciple of Purple Bamboo Peak." He took a bite of the spirit fruit, its juice sweet and refreshing. "Though you are my only disciple for now, rules must still be established." Xuanhuang immediately stood up straight, holding his breath as he listened intently. "First," Changge held up one finger, his tone casual. "Don't go looking for trouble, but if trouble comes knocking, don't back down. I know you have enemies. If it ever comes to blows, remember to cover your tracks. If you kill someone, make sure to grind their bones to dust and scatter them. Don't leave any loose ends to trouble me." Xuanhuang froze. His master knew he had enemies. His clenched fists trembled slightly, his chest feeling as though struck by something. All these years, he had buried his hatred deep, grinding his teeth even in dreams, yet never confided in anyone. How could this master, who had only just taken him as a disciple, know? Had he seen it in the murderous glint in his eyes? Or had this mysterious peak master already uncovered every detail of his past? A complex wave of emotion surged through him: embarrassment at being seen through, yet also an inexplicable sense of relief. His master knew full well he had enemies, yet still accepted him as a disciple without hesitation. Second, Changge held up another finger, his gaze suddenly turning subtle. "Before you truly grow strong, avoid those surnamed Ji, Xiao, or Chu, especially those who seem ordinary yet always find ways to cross your path. If you can dodge them, do so." Xuanhuang was even more confused. "Why?" Changge waved his hand dismissively. "Don't ask, just do it. Those surnames tend to attract people who play by their own rules. Purple Bamboo Peak just wants to live in peace. There's no need to stir up trouble." But in his heart, Changge muttered to himself, in the novels he'd read in his past life, those with the surnames Yi and Xiao were almost always the chosen ones. Not only did they come with an aura of destiny, but they also seemed to attract endless trouble. Playing it safe was definitely the way to go. The thought barely formed when his peripheral vision caught Xuanhuang's tense profile. Suddenly, he remembered this kid shared the same surname. Changge's heart skipped a beat. This kid, burdened since childhood with a blood feud, his innate talent destroyed, had encountered him, a master, in the depths of despair. Now, his hidden war god physique was being restored. Wasn't this the textbook setup for a protagonist? Deep-seated hatred? Check. Talent destroyed? Check. Serendipitous encounter with a master? Check. Hidden physique? Check. Every single element was perfectly in place. Changge couldn't resist scanning Xuanhuang again with his divine insight. The golden battle energy within the youth was faint, yet like embers smoldering beneath ashes, it carried the latent potential to ignite a prairie fire. Suddenly, a headache gripped him. All he wanted was to live quietly and peacefully on Purple Bamboo Peak. How did he end up taking on a disciple who seemed like the protagonist? Enough, enough. Changge shook his head, banishing the worry from his mind. So what if he was the protagonist? On his Purple Bamboo Peak, they'd abide by his rules. If that kid ever got himself into trouble. With his unrivaled power in this realm, couldn't he handle it? Third, and most crucial point. Gu Changge dropped his nonchalant expression, tapping his fingertips lightly on the armrest of the bamboo chair as his gaze settled on Xiao Ruobai's tense shoulders. No matter how much your cultivation advances in the future, remember to conceal your sharpness and temper your edge. Xiao Ruobai snapped his head up, his eyes brimming with confusion. In this cultivation world where the weak perish and the strong thrive, isn't strength the very foundation of one's standing? Hiding it meant enduring further humiliation? Gu Changge saw through his thoughts, a faint, ambiguous smile curving his lips. Don't think that strength alone grants you license to run rampant. A tree that stands tall in the forest is sure to be struck down by the wind, especially when your foundation is still unstable. Excessive arrogance will only invite disaster that could cost you your life. He picked up a spirit fruit, intending to toss it to Xiao Ruobai, but paused. Instead, he retrieved an ordinary spirit fruit and flung it toward Xiao Ruobai. The spirit fruit Gu Changge was currently eating was a peach of immortality. At Xiao Ruobai's current level of cultivation, even a single bite would likely be too much for him to handle. Watching the youth instinctively catch it, he continued. In your future cultivation, revealing only 30% of your strength in public is sufficient. Always leave yourself some room to maneuver and prepare multiple escape routes. Even when facing opponents weaker than you, always consider how to escape if you slip up in the gutter. Remember, survival depends on staying alive. Xiao Ruobai clutched the icy spirit fruit, his knuckles turning slightly white. Though he didn't understand why his master placed such importance on concealment, he could sense the gravity in his words. He nodded solemnly. This disciple has taken note. Gu Changge observed his solemn expression and suddenly thought of something. A sly gleam flashed in his eyes, like a fox that had stolen a chicken. He beckoned Xiao Ruobai closer, lowering his voice with a hint of conspiratorial excitement. Disciple, come closer. Xiao Ruobai stepped forward as instructed, bending down just as his master whispered. I'll let you in on a secret. While I appear to be at the early stage of the Dan condensation realm, I've actually reached the mid-stage long ago. Chapter 8, The Golden-Winged Giant Eagle. No sooner had Gu Changge finished speaking than a soft chirp sounded from a nearby bamboo branch. The blackbird perched on the branch flapped its wings, its pea-sized eyes darting about twice. Its chirp carried a hint of inexplicable mockery. This was no ordinary mountain tit. This bird's true form was that of the golden-winged great eagle, a primordial divine beast whose bloodline could sever star rivers with a single wing beat and cleave the heavens with its sharp claws. Even a cultivator at the Saint Realm would be no match for a single swipe of its claw. 5 years ago, it had been gravely wounded in combat, plummeting from the heavens and landing, by sheer coincidence, in the muddy swamp outside the gates of the Qingxuan Sect. Suddenly, it sensed a faint, elusive aura within purple bamboo peak that sent shivers down its spine. It had intended to sneak closer for investigation, only to be seized by Gu Changge, nearly ending up roasted over a fire. To save its own skin, it acknowledged Gu Changge as its master. Gu Changge had never imposed strict rules upon it. Over time, a certain easygoing bond had developed between them. He had long wanted to release the bird back into the wild. After all, with his current power, even across infinite distances, the restrictions he had placed within its soul could end its life in an instant. But the golden-winged great pang stubbornly refused to leave. Where else could it find a better place to cultivate? Now, tilting its head, it clearly saw through Gu Changge's twisted sense of humor. Clearly capable of overturning entire continents with a single gesture, yet he insisted on pretending to be a powerhouse who had just entered the condensing core realm in front of his disciple. Gu Changge felt a tickle in his heart at its laughter. He turned and glared at the bamboo branch, silently mouthing, "One more peep and I pluck your feathers." The little blackbird immediately stifled its amusement, fluttering up to a higher branch to pretend to preen its feathers. Xiao Ruobai, oblivious to his master's peculiarity, dismissed it as the usual chatter of mountain finches. His attention was entirely captured by his master's mention of mid-stage condensation core realm. In his eyes, the condensing realm was an unattainably lofty realm. That his master could conceal such depth was truly formidable. Master. He was about to say more when Gu Changge waved him off. Enough. Pay no mind to the birds. Gu Changge rose from the bamboo chair and smoothed the wrinkles from his robes. Go familiarize yourself with the surroundings first. Find some bamboo to build a hut. Tomorrow at dawn, I will teach you the cultivation method. Xiao Ruobai hurriedly agreed, clutching the spirit fruit as he turned toward the clearing in the bamboo grove. The bamboo hut where Gu Changge now resided was one he had personally built when he first took charge of Purple Bamboo Peak. Though not elaborate, it was comfortable enough. As for the more elegant bamboo pavilion on the peak, that had been the residence of the late Purple Bamboo Taoist. He had preserved it exactly as it was. He never allowed anyone near it except for cleaning. Having grown accustomed to solitary living over the years, he'd never considered preparing lodgings for anyone else. It seemed that if he took on another disciple in the future, building a house would have to be prioritized. He couldn't very well make everyone construct their own bamboo huts that would make him look like a stingy master if word got out. Gu Changge watched his disciple's busy figure, then glanced at the titmouse perched on a branch. A helpless smile curved his lips. This bird was becoming more and more unruly. He stretched lazily and turned back toward the bamboo hut. The next morning, before Changge had even opened his eyes, he was roused by a rustling sound. Rubbing his eyes, he stepped outside to find Xuanhuang squatting by the stream, washing rice. A clay pot sat on the stone stove beside him, wisps of smoke curling in the morning light. What surprised him even more was that the bamboo courtyard, which had been in disarray the night before, was now swept spotless. Purple bamboo leaves were stacked into neat piles, and the stone slabs by the stream glistened, freshly washed. Not far away, a new bamboo hut stood in the morning light. Though not as sturdy as his own dwelling, it was sharply defined, clearly the result of considerable effort. "Master, you're awake?" Xuanhuang turned at the sound, his face dusted with ash but his eyes bright. "I saw you had no food here, so I went to the back mountain to gather some wild rice and cooked a pot of porridge." Changge raised an eyebrow and walked over to the stone stove. The porridge in the clay pot was sticky and gooey. The wild rice had been overcooked until it was mushy, almost like paste, with a layer of burnt crust on top. Clearly the heat wasn't controlled well, and water was forgotten to be added halfway through cooking. That was thoughtful. He suppressed a smile and reached to lift the lid, only to be hurriedly stopped by Xuanhuang. "Wait, master." The boy's face flushed. It might be a bit burnt. Truth was, while tending the stove, his mind had wandered to today's cultivation lesson from his master, and in that distraction, the porridge had boiled over. He'd just taken a secret taste. The wild rice's delicate fragrance was completely overpowered by the burnt taste. It felt like chewing charcoal dust, and he was fretting over how to explain this to his master. Changge could easily see his embarrassment and teased him deliberately. "Oh? Did you make this burnt porridge on purpose?" Xuanhuang's ears flushed even redder. He stammered, This disciple isn't very good at controlling the heat." Just then, the little blackbird perched on the branch suddenly dove down, clawing onto the rim of the clay pot and poking its head in for a peck of porridge. The next second, as if scalded, it flung itself back, flapping wildly onto Changge's shoulder. It chirped incessantly at him, its voice dripping with disdain. "You picky little bird." Changge tapped its head lightly, a smile playing in his eyes. He turned to Xuanhuang and said, "Forget it. Let's try a different way of eating today." With a flick of his wrist, a string of glossy, marbled venison emerged from his storage ring. The meat, perfectly balanced in fat and lean, glistened with crystalline frost, none other than the notoriously perishable snow region spirit deer meat. Changge then gathered some dry branches on the ground, flicking a spark from his fingertips to ignite them. His movements were so practiced they didn't seem like those of an immortal cultivator. "Master, what is this?" Xuanhuang stared in disbelief. He'd seen wild game roasted before, but never with such meticulous care. Even the angle of each flip seemed calculated. Changge offered no reply, merely pinching a handful of spices sourced from who knows where and sprinkling them over the meat. As the fat dripped onto the flames, a sizzling sound erupted, sending golden smoke billowing upward. The aroma instantly filled the air, even drawing the attention of a small blackbird perched on a branch, which stretched its neck in anticipation. "Care to try?" Moments later, he handed over a skewer of venison, charred on the outside yet tender within. Xuanhuang took a cautious bite. The meat was tender and juicy, the rich spices mingling with the pure sweetness of the spirit deer's flesh exploding on his tongue. It was more delicious than any mountain delicacy he'd ever tasted. "Master, your skill." He was speechless with astonishment. Changge raised an eyebrow smugly. "Learned it back in the mortal world. Never thought I'd forgotten." Truth be told, he picked up the skills from frequenting barbecue stalls in his past life. The little blackbird hopped on his shoulder, chirping for food. Changge tossed it a scrap, which had clutched in its beak and flew off to gnaw contentedly on a bamboo branch. Xuanhuang watched his master's profile as he deftly turned the skewers. Suddenly, he felt that this enigmatic figure must harbor countless untold stories. He glanced down at the burnt porridge in the clay pot, then inhaled the savory aroma of meat wafting through the air. A smile curved his lips. Perhaps following his master truly could lead to a different kind of life. Changge handed him the larger portion of the roasted venison, keeping a skewer for himself. Munching, he mumbled, "Finish eating, then get to work." Xuanhuang nodded vigorously, chewing the meat heartily, warmth spreading through his chest. Watching his apprentice wolf down the meat, Changge glanced at the little blackbird happily eating on a branch. Suddenly, he felt that the mundane, everyday life on Purple Bamboo Peak wasn't so bad after all. Chapter 9, Restoring Vitality. Changge leaned back in the bamboo chair, tapping the armrest with her fingertips as her gaze settled on the youth. Under the piercing gaze of his divine eye of truth, the fragmented golden battle energy seemed more vibrant than yesterday, likely due to the spiritual energy of Purple Bamboo Peak. "Do you know what your constitution is?" he asked bluntly. Xuanhuang paused, then shook his head. During the spiritual assessment, they only said it was low-grade mortal. Low-grade mortal? Changge snorted derisively. "True enough. You are indeed a low-grade mortal now. But do you know you possess the War God Physique? Once restored, it will be one of the most powerful physiques." "War God Physique?" Xuanhuang snapped his head up, his eyes wide with shock. He quickly racked his brain. Well, he'd never heard of this constitution before. But judging by his master's tone, it was clearly an extremely formidable existence. That's right. Gu Changge nodded, his tone matter of fact. You possess the war god constitution, born for battle. Your flesh can shake gods and demons, and a single punch can shatter stars. In its complete state, you could have stirred celestial phenomena at birth. Alas. He paused, his gaze fixed on the war energy within the youth, shrouded in a cold, sinister aura. Your mother was ambushed during childbirth. The life-bound poison not only harmed her but also seeped through your bloodline into your body. You were still a fetus then. The war god physique's essence was eroded by the poisonous bug. All these years of frail constitution and hopeless cultivation stem from this venom gnawing at your foundations. Were it not for the sheer resilience of the war god physique's core, you would have followed your mother long ago. Xiao Ruobai's knuckles cracked as his fingernails dug deep into his palms. So he'd been ruined by that poisonous bug. Then, can it be repaired? His voice trembled, yet a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. Gu Changge retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring, pouring a single drop of milky white liquid that hovered in her palm. The moment the liquid appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly, and the air itself carried a moist warmth. This is primordial spirit essence. It nourishes the source and dispels cold darkness. For the next 3 days, at this hour each day, I will use the essence to expel the poison from you. Each session will last 1 hour. It will be painful, endure it. Before she finished speaking, the essence transformed into a golden thread and pressed against Xiao Ruobai's brow. He felt a searing heat surge through his veins. The cold poison screeched in agony, as if scorched by flames. His muscles instantly tensed, cold sweat trickling down his temples, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. He knew this was his only chance. Gu Changge watched his tightly pressed lips, a flicker of approval passing through her eyes. The little blackbird perched on a bamboo branch watched for a moment, then, finding it boring, fluttered off toward the back mountain. An hour later, when Gu Changge withdrew her hand, Xiao Ruobai's back was soaked through with cold sweat. In her palm lay a mass of black mist. It was the portion of the poison expelled by the spirit essence. Upon landing, it emitted a shrill, piercing screech before quickly dissipating. That's all for today. Gu Changge handed over a bottle of focus pills. Take this and rest. Return at this hour tomorrow. At the hour of Chen the next day, Xiao Ruobai appeared punctually. The spirit essence drove the poison's source deep into his dantian, the agony intensifying several-fold from the previous day. His teeth clenched so hard they ground together, his knuckles turning white, yet he never uttered a sound. The third day, the final hour. As the spiritual essence expelled the last trace of icy coldness, a blinding golden light erupted within Xiao Ruobai. Golden battle energy surged through his body like a tidal wave, though it remained somewhat sluggish, not yet fully unfurled. The poison is completely purged. Gu Changge clapped her hands, retrieving an ancient-looking pill box from her storage ring. The moment she opened it, 9 golden rays shot skyward, held back by the purple bamboo forest formation. Now, it's time to fully awaken your war god physique. He handed over the 9 transformation golden pill. Take it. Xiao Ruobai swallowed it as instructed. The golden pill dissolved the moment it touched his throat, transforming into countless specks of light that permeated every fiber of his being. The previously stagnant golden battle energy suddenly surged, coalescing behind him into a distinct, ethereal form of the war god. Clad in golden armor and wielding a long spear, its presence was so formidable that the surrounding purple bamboo trembled slightly. This is the complete war god body. Gu Changge watched the transformed youth, a faint smile curving his lips. Xiao Ruobai looked down at his hands, their fingertips glowing faintly golden. Casually clenching his fist stirred up a sharp gust of wind. He could distinctly feel the power within him, potent enough to uproot mountains. 13 years of suppression erupted completely in this instant. Thank you, Master, for giving me a new life. He bowed deeply to Gu Changge, his voice hoarse as if emerging from a catastrophe, yet radiating an unprecedented resolve. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively, tossing a jade slip in his direction. This strategy of the war god is perfectly suited to your constitution. Take it and train diligently. Xiao Ruobai caught the jade slip with both hands. The moment his fingertips touched the cool jade, a vast, overwhelming aura surged through his fingers and into his mind. Instinctively, he channeled a thread of his newly restored battle energy into it. Instantly, intricate golden patterns illuminated the jade tablet's surface, and a line of ancient, bold characters materialized before his eyes. Emperor-grade technique? The war god's strategy. Emperor-grade cultivation technique? Xiao Ruobai snapped his head up, his throat feeling constricted as his voice trembled. Though he had endured years of hardship, he understood the hierarchy of cultivation techniques. Mortal grade, spirit grade, king grade, emperor grade. Each tier was separated by an unbridgeable chasm. An emperor-grade cultivation technique was a legendary supreme method said to be created only by those at the Great Emperor realm. In the entire Xian state, there were but a handful of sects that could even produce half a scroll of such a technique. His master had casually handed him a complete emperor-grade cultivation technique? But wasn't his master only at the condensing core realm? How could he casually produce an emperor-grade cultivation technique? Was this even possible? Had the grade been mislabeled? Xiao Ruobai didn't dwell on how his master acquired this technique. He lowered his head to examine it. His hands trembled as he cradled the jade slip. His fingertips traced the characters radiating golden light, each syllable pulsing with the battle intent of 1,000 armies. The primordial essence of the war god within him resonated and trembled in response. The opening lines, "Battle can shatter stars, divine power can shake the heavens," sent his blood boiling. He yearned to find a battlefield immediately and fight to his heart's content. "Master, this is too precious." His voice cracked, his eyes burning hot. This wasn't merely a martial art manual, it was a testament to his master's unwavering trust and high expectations for him. From within the bamboo hut came Changge's lazy voice, "It'll just gather dust sitting there. If you can make something of it, then it won't be wasted." Xiao Ruobai stared at the closed bamboo door, then suddenly bowed deeply toward the hut, his forehead pressing against the cool stone slab. "This disciple will not disappoint your expectations, master." He clenched the jade slip so tightly his knuckles turned white. Only now did he truly grasp that what he had received was not merely an opportunity to restore his constitution, but a starting point powerful enough to overturn his very destiny. Xiao Ruobai did not disturb his master's rest any longer. Clutching the war god's strategy, he turned and returned to his own bamboo hut. No sooner had he sat down than he eagerly plunged his divine sense into the jade slip. The profound mysteries of the emperor-grade cultivation technique far exceeded his imagination. Each page concealed combat techniques that sent shockwaves through his mind, from the foundational body-tempering fist to the world-shaking war god's domain. It felt as if it had been tailor-made for him. "Father, mother, can you see this?" Gazing at the purple bamboo outside his window, his voice choked with emotion yet brimming with resolve, he declared, "I will avenge you both very soon." The war god's essence within him slowly circulated, guided by the war god's strategy. Golden battle energy flowed along the technique's pathways, growing more refined and formidable with each meridian it traversed. Chapter 10, Xiao Ruobai's Breakthrough. Xiao Ruobai closed his eyes, allowing the profound mysteries of the war god's strategy to unfold within his mind. The opening body forging techniques appeared simple yet concealed profound secrets. Each technique precisely aligned with the meridian nodes of the god of war physique, as if tailor-made for him. Guided by the technique, he attempted to circulate the golden battle energy within his body. The moment he focused his intent, the energy surged like an extension of his limbs, racing along predetermined pathways. Within moments, he felt his chi and blood surging throughout his body, accompanied by faint cracking sounds within his bones and tendons, as if some shackles were loosening. Merely the introductory breathing technique proved hundreds of times more potent than the rudimentary methods he had secretly practiced before. Truly an imperial-grade technique. Xiao Ruobai murmured to himself, his eyes filled with shock and wild excitement. As he delved deeper into its comprehension, his heart grew increasingly astounded. The war god's manual wasn't merely a cultivation technique, it contained countless exquisite combat skills. From the foundational rock-splitting fist to the peerlessly dominant god of war domain, every technique radiated an unrivaled, overbearing fighting spirit. Particularly the god of war domain, its description revealed the ability to forge a miniature realm from one's own battle energy. Within this domain, one's combat power would multiply, while opponents would be crushed under the weight of boundless fighting spirit. Truly, it was supremely tyrannical. If only I could master this god of war domain. Xiao Ruobai clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with fervor. Then, revenge would be within reach. More than that, he would have the confidence to defeat even the legendary prodigies of the sacred lands. He lost track of time as dusk gradually painted the sky outside his window. Xiao Ruobai snapped out of his deep immersion, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The golden battle energy within him felt more condensed than before, circulating with greater fluidity. He stood up and stretched his limbs. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed from his body, leaving him feeling lighter and more agile. "It's time to test this body tempering technique," he murmured to himself, sinking his divine sense into the jade slip. The body forging techniques of the war god's strategy flooded his mind like a tidal wave. The moment he focused his intent, the golden battle energy within him surged along the pathways of the technique. The spiritual energy of purple bamboo peak, already 100 times denser than the outside world, now seemed guided, transforming into ribbons of light that burrowed into his body. They intertwined with the battle energy, weaving a net that washed over every inch of his bones and sinews. What would take ordinary cultivators months to refine the first layer of the body-tempering realm he mastered in less than half an hour. Amidst the tingling sensation coursing through his meridians, the lingering warmth of the 9-turn golden elixir's medicinal power remained. That was a divine pill comparable to an Emperor Grade 1, and activating the war god body's origin had only consumed 30% of its potency. The remaining 70% of its essence had been sealed deep within his dantian by Changge using a secret technique. Now, as the war god's strategy circulated, it nourished every inch of his sinews and bones like a trickle of water. Across the entire Xuanhuang Great World, even the great imperial sects might not possess a single such pill. Yet Changge used it on him with such casual ease, reserving 70% of its potency merely to solidify his foundation. Such generosity would drive any cultivator mad. Boom! As the first rays of dawn filtered through the bamboo window and touched his face, Xiao Ruobai's eyes snapped open, a fleeting golden light flashing within. He raised his fist and slammed it into the stone bed, sending fine cracks rippling across the surface. His fist, however, remained unscathed. Body tempering realm, 9th layer mastered overnight. Should word of such speed spread, it would send shockwaves through the entire cultivation world of Xianzhou. But Xiao Ruobai knew full well that without the environment of purple bamboo peak, where spiritual energy was as plentiful as air, without the unparalleled potency of the 9-turn golden elixir, and without the war god physique's innate, battle-forged might, achieving the 9th layer in a single night or even within a year would already be a testament to divine talent. He rose and pushed open the bamboo door. In the morning light, spiritual energies swirled through the purple bamboo grove. A deep breath felt like a spring cleansing his very soul. Not far away, Changge dozed on a bench, a small black bird at her feet intently eating a spirit fruit. Xiao Ruobai touched his nose tip, approached Changge, and bowed respectfully. Master, your disciple has reached the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. Change's piercing truth divine eye scanned the surging battle energy within him, a faint smile curling his lips. Not bad. You haven't wasted this physique. You are now at the 9th layer of the body tempering realm. Do not rush to break through to the foundation establishment realm. He sat up straight, his gaze fixed on Xiao Ruobai, his expression unusually stern. The foundation of the war god physique must be honed to perfection within the body tempering realm. Let every inch of your sinews and bones be saturated with battle energy, transforming into a true fortress of steel. Only then should you consider advancing to the foundation establishment realm. Xiao Ruobai froze. Master, the body tempering realm can reach such heights? The potential of this body far exceeds your imagination. Rushing to break through will only leave hidden dangers. Remember this. With that, Changge retrieved a jade slip from his storage ring and tossed it over. Here, take this technique, unfathomable. It allows you to conceal your aura and hide your cultivation level 100 times more effective than ordinary aura concealing techniques. Xiao Ruobai caught the jade slip and infused it with battle energy. His heart trembled violently. Not only could the unfathomable presence conceal cultivation, it could even mimic the aura of other physiques, even suppressing the sharpness of the war god physique. It was nothing short of a life-saving talisman for venturing out. This disciple understands. He clutched the jade slip tightly and nodded solemnly. His master was teaching him to conceal his strengths, protecting him from harm. Just as Changge was about to speak further, he suddenly sensed several gentle yet potent auras approaching. His eyebrows arched slightly. It was that old fox Xuanhuang arriving with his men. His fingertips flickered, casting a faint azure glow upon Xiao Ruobai. Conceal your aura. Return to how you were 3 days ago. Xiao Ruobai felt the surging battle energy within him instantly subside. His entire body seemed shrouded in thick fog, his complexion turning pale and weak, indistinguishable from before the antidote had taken effect. Only a newfound calmness lingered deep within his eyes. Remember, speak little. They're here to see you. Changge resumed his lazy demeanor. Moments later, several figures passed through the array protecting the purple bamboo grove. Leading the way was Xuanhuang, clad in a blue robe with a gentle expression, followed by several peak masters from Danding Peak, Qingyu Peak, and others, each carrying items in their hands. Junior brother Gu, we apologize for the disturbance. Xuanhuang bowed with a smile, his gaze lingering on Xiao Ruobai with a hint of concern. The matters of today's disciple acceptance ceremony have just been concluded. You've taken on a new disciple, so we came to see him and bring some items for cultivation. The peak master of Danding Peak stepped forward, presenting a jade box. These are fundamental cultivation pills. They'll be useful for a young novice just starting out. His gaze toward Xiao Ruobai was filled with warmth. Young one, train diligently under Peak Master Gu. Should you encounter any difficulties, come seek me out at Danding Peak. The Peak Master of Qingxuan Peak also handed over a spirit sword. This is a high-grade spirit-level sword, exceptionally sharp. Use it for now. The other Peak Masters also presented their treasures to Xiao Ruobai. Following his master's instructions, Xiao Ruobai timidly accepted the items, murmuring, Thank you, sect leader. Thank you, all Peak Masters. Xuanhuang sighed at the sight of his frail appearance. Brother Gu, this child's constitution does appear rather frail. He will require extra care. That he caught your eye means he must possess extraordinary potential. But cultivation cannot be rushed. If he needs more pills, don't hesitate to ask. The sect treasury still holds some reserves. His concern was genuine. He hoped the purple bamboo peak lineage would flourish. Now that he had taken on a disciple, the sect naturally owed him some support. Changge bowed his hands in respect. Thank you, senior brother, for your generosity. Chapter 11, Xinjinghong. Changge promptly inquired, Senior brother sect leader, how did the recruitment assembly go? Xuanhuang stroked his beard, a gentle smile on his face. This cohort possesses decent aptitude. 3 possess lower tier heaven grade talent. With proper cultivation, breaking through to the heavenly human realm should pose no major issue. With sufficient opportunity, they might even strive for the sovereign realm. There are also several upper-tier spirit grade talents, which is quite satisfactory. His tone carried a hint of satisfaction, clearly pleased with the recruitment results. Heaven grade talent was already a rarity within the Qingxuan Sect. 3 lower heaven grade disciples were more than enough to uphold the sect's prestige for the next generation. Changge's eyebrows arched slightly as his piercing illusion divine eye instinctively scanned Xuanhuang. Name, Xuanhuang. Position, Patriarch of Qingxuan Sect. Talent, High Heaven Grade. Constitution, Blazing Sun Physique. Cultivation, Peak Sovereign Realm concealed at Cavern Heaven Realm. He glanced again at the Peak Master beside him, and the interface information instantly appeared. Name, Li Murin. Identity, Peak Master of Danding Peak, Qingxuan Sect. Talent, Mid-Tier Heavenly Grade. Constitution, Medicinal Spirit Constitution. Cultivation, Mid-King Realm concealed as Purple Palace Realm. The panel for the Law Enforcement Hall Elder followed immediately. Name, Zhao Lai. Position, Elder of the Enforcement Hall, Qingxuan Sect. Talent, Mid-Tier Heavenly Grade. Constitution, Diamond Body. Cultivation level, Mid-King Realm concealed as Cave Heaven Realm. Changge understood perfectly well. These old codgers were all crafty bastards. Their publicly displayed cultivation levels were actually more than one major realm below their true strength. It seemed Qingxuan Sect's foothold in Xianzhou relied on far more than just its visible strength. They are stronger than previous years, though. Changge withdrew his divine gaze, his tone flat as if he'd merely glanced casually. Xuanhuang detected no unusual signs, his gaze settling on Xiaoruobai. He spoke gently, Junior Brother Gu, though this child appears frail, if he caught your eye, he must possess exceptional qualities. The sect competition is in 6 months. Why not let him participate? Interacting with fellow disciples is far better than staying cooped up on Purple Bamboo Peak. Changge glanced at Xiaoruobai, who kept his head bowed, looking timid and shy. A faint smile touched the corner of his mouth. We'll see. It depends on whether he can channel qi into his body by then. Xuanhuang laughed heartily. Very well, no pressure. We shan't disturb you further then. The Peak Masters exchanged a few more pleasantries before turning and leaving Purple Bamboo Peak. Only after they were out of earshot did Xiaoruobai straighten up and look at Changge. Master, they? Just a bunch of old foxes. Changge stretched lazily. To them, a low-grade heaven-tier talent is a treasure. But before your war god physique, it's nothing. He nudged Xiaoruobai's calf with his foot. Go cultivate. Xiaoruobai promptly responded and dashed back into the bamboo grove. The following month passed quietly and productively on Purple Bamboo Peak. Xiaoruobai immersed himself daily in cultivating the war god's strategy. The dense spiritual energy of Purple Bamboo Peak followed him like a shadow, while the lingering potency of the 9-turn golden elixir slowly released its effects. Combined with his deliberate focus on refining his foundations, his cultivation in the body-tempering realm grew increasingly profound. His body-tempering realm cultivation had reached its peak. That morning, as Xiaoruobai circulated the final layer of the war god's strategy's body-tempering technique, golden battle energy surged through his body like a raging river, violently shattering an invisible barrier. A warm surge welled up in his dantian as spiritual energy liquefied, circulating endlessly through his meridians. He had naturally broken through to the foundation establishment realm. It's done. Changge had appeared at the edge of the bamboo clearing unnoticed. Observing the foundation establishment level spiritual energy circulating within him, a hint of approval flashed in her eyes. This speed surpassed even his own expectations by 3 days. Xiaoruobai withdrew his cultivation and rose to his feet, feeling an unprecedented lightness throughout his body. Every movement carried ripples of spiritual energy, prompting him to blurt out, Master, I. Before he could finish, a crisp female voice echoed from the foot of Purple Bamboo Peak, Is Senior Uncle Gu present? Disciple Xinjinghong, sent by the sect master, has come to deliver some pills. Changge raised an eyebrow. The name sounded familiar. It was one of the 3 disciples with lower-tier heaven-grade aptitude mentioned by Xuanhuang. Xiaoruobai instinctively activated See Through Me, instantly reverting his aura to its feeble state. Moments later, a young girl clad in a blue skirt stepped onto the bamboo plaza. The moment she stepped within the bounds of Purple Bamboo Peak, Xinjinghong felt a surge of vibrant spiritual energy wash over her, dozens of times denser than that at the sect's martial arts arena. It carried a thread of warm, moist energy that seeped through her pores into her body. The solid barrier of her 7th-layer body-tempering realm began to show faint signs of weakening. Such rich spiritual energy. Xinjinghong's heart jolted, and her footsteps instinctively halted. No wonder on the day of the initiation ceremony, the sect master gazed toward Purple Bamboo Peak and sighed softly, not having taken a disciple from Purple Bamboo Peak. What a pity. She pressed him for an explanation then, but he merely shook his head. She now realized that the shame her master spoke of must have referred to this very sacred place of cultivation. This time, she deliberately volunteered for the sect's mission to deliver elixirs, eager to see for herself what made Purple Bamboo Peak so extraordinary. Now standing tall in the center of the bamboo clearing, Xinjinghong's posture was erect, a hint of pride in her brow. Her green skirt trailed along the ground, the jade pendant at her waist swaying gently with her movements. The morning light fell upon her face, casting a hint of defiance. Her gaze swept calmly around the surroundings, finally settling on Xiao Ruobai with unabashed scrutiny. The youth stood pale-faced and timid-eyed beside Master Gu, swaying like a weed in the wind. She could discern nothing remarkable about him. Gu Changge's piercing truth eyes had already seen through her entirely. Name, Xuanhuang. Status, inner sect disciple of Qingxuan Sect. Talent, high-grade heavenly class. Constitution, Jinghong sword physique. Cultivation, 7th layer of body refinement realm. He stared at the high-grade heavenly class on the panel, his lips twitching almost imperceptibly. That sly fox Xian Yangzi typical of his style. He'd deliberately downplayed a heaven-grade upper talent as merely heaven-grade lower, likely hoping to keep it hidden until the crucial moment to catch other sects off guard. With the soaring sword physique paired with high-grade heavenly rank talent, this girl's potential surpassed even the combined strength of the 3 low-grade heavenly rank disciples Xian Yangzi had mentioned. Senior Uncle Gu. Shen Jinghong withdrew her gaze and bowed respectfully to Gu Changge, her voice clear and resonant like jade striking jade. I come today to deliver the monthly elixirs distributed by the sect and to ask you a question. Gu Changge leaned back in his bamboo chair, twirling a spirit fruit between his fingers. Speak. At the discipleship gathering, the sect master initially wished for you to take me as your disciple, yet ultimately chose this junior brother instead. Shen Jinghong met his gaze directly, her eyes brimming with inquiry. I consider my aptitude not poor, and my talent in the sword path surpasses my peers. I wish to ask, senior disciple, why you refuse to take me as your disciple? She paused before adding, I mean no disrespect to your decision, senior uncle. It's just that this matter has lingered in my mind for a month, and I simply cannot fathom it. Bringing these pills was my own initiative. I wanted to ask you in person. Her candor caught even Xiao Ruobai off guard, so this was the reason for her visit. Gu Changge met her candid gaze and replied slowly, you want to know? It's actually quite simple. Chapter 12, Old Six's True Colors. He flicked his finger, tossing a spirit fruit to the little blackbird perched on his shoulder. Your innate talent is heaven grade, correct? Shen Jinghong nodded. Yes. Gu Changge tugged at the corner of his mouth, his tone tinged with self-mockery. But look at me, I'm only at the early stage of the condensing realm, with limited cultivation experience. Taking you as my disciple would only hinder your progress, wouldn't it? The words were half truth, half lie. With his abilities, teaching someone to the Emperor realm would be no trouble at all. He simply couldn't be bothered with the effort. But using low cultivation base as an excuse was perfectly fitting. Shen Jinghong froze. She had never imagined this reason. In her mind, the peak master guarding such a spirit-rich treasure land should be at least at the Purple Palace realm, no matter how weak their cultivation might be. How could they be merely at the condensing realm? When rumors circulated that senior disciple Gu was only at the condensing core realm, she hadn't believed it. But Gu Changge's tone was calm, and there was no ripple in his eyes. He didn't seem to be lying. But you are the peak master. She still found it hard to believe. Does a peak master have to be powerful? Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. I've only been in the sect for 10 years, about your age. It was mere coincidence that I inherited Purple Bamboo Peak. If you don't believe me, ask the sect master. He knows my background best. He wasn't lying about that. Xuanhuang did know his cultivation was at the Dan condensation realm. As for his true cultivation level? Let Xuanhuang take a wild guess. Shen Jinghong frowned, half convinced, half skeptical. If Senior Gu was truly only at the spirit condensation realm, then when the sect master said it was a pity, did he really only mean that the peak spiritual energy was being wasted? This disciple understands. Shen Jinghong set aside his doubts and bowed respectfully to Gu Changge. Thank you for your guidance, Master Gu. With the elixir delivered, this disciple takes her leave. As she turned to leave, she couldn't help glancing back at Xiao Ruobai. Yet the youth remained with his head bowed, as if the earlier conversation had nothing to do with him. Yet for some reason, she sensed an inexplicable calmness lurking within that seemingly frail figure. Only after her figure vanished deep within the bamboo grove did Xiao Ruobai lift his head, a faint smile curling his lips. He watched Gu Changge, a hint of smugness in his eyes, silently musing to himself. Master just claimed he was at the early stage of the condensing realm, yet just 2 days ago he secretly told me he was actually at the mid-stage. This secret is known only to me, the others would never guess. Master truly favors me most, sharing even such matters only with me. The more he thought about it, the more delighted he felt, nearly laughing out loud. He quickly lowered his head and pretended to cough. Gu Changge saw right through his little scheme, flicking his forehead with a finger snap. What are you grinning about? Xiao Ruobai covered his forehead and chuckled. Nothing, master. I just think you're right. The little blackbird chirped beside them, tilting its head at Xiao Ruobai as if to say, what's this kid grinning about? Gu Changge grabbed its wing firmly. One more chirp and I'll pluck your feathers to make a duster. The little blackbird immediately tucked its neck in, pretending to be well behaved. Watching this scene, Xiao Ruobai felt even more amused inside. His master only shared his true cultivation level with him. This feeling of being treated specially brought him more joy than any treasure could. What are you standing around for? Gu Changge kicked him. Hurry up and go cultivate. Xiao Ruobai responded and hurried off. Meanwhile, Xin Jinghong returned to Qingyun Peak and strode into Xuanhuang's study. Xuanhuang sat at his desk reviewing documents. Lifting his gaze at her entrance, he smiled. Back already? Did you gain anything from your trip to Purple Bamboo Peak? Xin Jinghong bowed respectfully. Master, the elixir has been delivered to senior disciple Gu. She paused, then couldn't help asking, but with Purple Bamboo Peak's spirit energy so dense, can senior disciple Gu, who was only at the condensing, truly defend the peak? Xuanhuang set down the documents, his fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop as his gaze grew deep. Do you know Brother Gu's background? 10 years ago, he was taken in by Master Purple Bamboo and trained on Purple Bamboo Peak. When Master Purple Bamboo later departed on his travels, he passed the peak's stewardship to Brother Gu. He sighed. Purple Bamboo Taoist bestowed great favor upon our Qingxuan Sect. Had he not intervened back then, I might not stand before you today. Thus, our continued care for Purple Bamboo Peak is but our duty. Xin Jinghong realized, I see. But why is the spiritual energy on Purple Bamboo Peak so exceptionally dense? That is indeed intriguing. Xuanhuang's gaze lifted slightly, a hint of inquiry flickering in his eyes. While Master Purple Bamboo was here, the peak's spiritual energy surpassed other areas, yet it was nowhere near what it is now. After his departure, the spiritual energy suddenly surged several-fold, infused with a mysterious Tao essence that greatly benefits cultivation. He lifted his teacup and took a light sip before continuing. In my estimation, this might be a contingency measure Taoist Master Zizhu arranged for junior brother Gu, enabling him to steadily advance under the nourishment of this spiritual essence. As his gaze shifted to Xin Jinghong, Xuanhuang's eyes held a newfound certainty. Your Master Gu hasn't even reached 20 yet. After cultivating for 10 years in such a spiritual land, how could he still be lingering at the condensing realm? In my view, he may well have touched the threshold of the Purple Palace realm. As he spoke, a gleam of profound insight flashed in Xuanhuang's eyes, as if he had already seen through everything. Xin Jinghong's pupils contracted slightly. Then why does he claim to be at the condensing realm? He's simply unassuming and dislikes drawing attention. Perhaps he doesn't want to stand out, or maybe he has other considerations. Xuanhuang shook his head. Moreover, Master Purple Bamboo left behind many treasures in his time. Anything he deems worthy must be extraordinary. He spoke earnestly. Jinghong, though junior brother Gu appears indolent, he conceals profound depths. Make a point of visiting Purple Bamboo Peak more often. Even merely absorbing its spiritual energy will greatly benefit your Jinghong sword body. With that, Xuanhuang reopened the case file, a look of understanding crossing his brow. He silently confirmed his deductions were likely correct. With his keen insight, he had long seen through Gu Changge's subtle schemes. Little did he know that all of this was precisely what Gu Changge wanted him to see. Xuanhuang was smug, convinced he had penetrated the second layer. In truth, Gu Changge had already reached the third layer. No, he had ascended to the heavens. Had such thoughts been detected by Gu Changge, who had long since attained the realm of a great emperor, they would likely have elicited only a faint, almost imperceptible smile at the corner of his lips. Xuanhuang suddenly lifted his gaze to Xin Jinghong, his expression turning grave. Jinghong, the path of cultivation is fraught with hidden dangers. A tree that stands tall in the forest is sure to be struck down by the wind. You possess extraordinary talent and bear the Jinghong sword body. You must learn to conceal your abilities and avoid excessive ostentation, lest you invite unnecessary trouble. Take your Gu Shushu as an example. With such extraordinary talent, he reveals only a fraction of his cultivation. That is true wisdom. Xin Jinghong nodded earnestly. This disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Chapter 13, The Provocation of the Burning Heaven Palace. Xuanhuang nodded with satisfaction, then shifted his tone, speaking with a hint of pride. You see, before outsiders, I have always revealed only my mid-stage Heavenly Cavern Realm cultivation. But in truth, I have long since broken through to the late stage of the Heavenly Cavern Realm. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a colossal aura erupted from Xuanhuang's body. Though deliberately restrained, it clearly revealed his late-stage Heavenly Realm cultivation. The air in the study seemed to grow thick and heavy. Xin Jinghong's face flashed with astonishment before she bowed deeply. Congratulations, Master, on advancing your cultivation once more. Xuanhuang smiled and waved his hand dismissively, retracting his aura. He thought to himself, this girl is still too young. I can't let her know all my tricks. Xin Jinghong stood rooted to the spot, observing her master's smug expression that seemed to say, pretty good at hiding it, huh? She couldn't help but mutter to herself. Master's tactics are just like those of Uncle Gu. One claimed to be only at the early stage of the condensing core realm, while the other publicly stated he was at the mid-stage of the heavenly realm, only to surprise her with a late-stage display. Did all the elders in the sect love playing these games? She stole a glance at Xuanhuang, who had lowered his head to leaf through the scrolls again, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. She couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. These two old foxes, one more cunning than the other. While Master Gu refused to take her as a disciple, citing her shallow cultivation as an excuse, her own master flaunted his hidden cultivation here. Did all the big shots in the cultivation world enjoy this game of hiding and concealing? Could the other elders in the sect be hiding their true power too? Shen Jinghong suddenly thought of the others. She took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to vent her frustration, and bowed respectfully. Master, if there's nothing else, this disciple will take her leave to cultivate. Xuanhuang waved dismissively without lifting his head. Shen Jinghong turned and walked out of the study. Just as she rounded the corner of the corridor, she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. No wonder Master and Senior Gu get along so well. Their talent for concealing their true abilities is truly matched. The words barely left her lips when she hurried her pace toward her cultivation chamber, as if afraid someone might overhear. Yet the faint twitch at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true feelings. As she walked, however, Shen Jinghong's mind began to wander. Master and Uncle Gu both played the game of concealing cultivation so skillfully. It seemed that hiding one's true abilities was indeed a required course in the cultivation world. Possessing the Qingxuan sword physique and being of heaven-grade talent, if she drew too much attention, she might indeed invite trouble. This thought made her pause abruptly. She turned and headed back toward Master Xuanhuang's study. If she was going to conceal her cultivation, she'd need a proper cultivation technique, right? Masters surely possessed such treasures. Upon re-entering the study, Xuanhuang was holding a wolf hairbrush, annotating something on a scroll. Noticing her return, he lifted his gaze and asked, "Is there something else?" Shen Jinghong bowed respectfully. Master, your earlier teachings have deeply enlightened me. Your advice about concealing one's weaknesses strikes me as profoundly wise. However, I remain uncertain how to effectively hide my cultivation level. Might you have a suitable technique for suppressing one's aura? Xuanhuang set down the brush and studied Shen Jinghong, a hint of approval flickering in his eyes. It's excellent that you've reached this understanding. It seems you truly took today's words to heart. He retrieved a yellowed booklet from the bookshelf and handed it to Shen Jinghong. This is the Qingxian concealment technique. Though not the most advanced, it is sufficient for hiding one's cultivation. Take it and study it diligently. Shen Jinghong accepted the booklet with both hands and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master. This disciple understands the limits. Stepping out of the study with the breath-concealing technique in hand, Shen Jinghong felt a surge of satisfaction. You two know how to put on a show. I'll learn to hide my true self too. Once I master this technique, who knows? Maybe one day I'll surprise someone else with a surprise of my own, letting them taste the feeling of being kept in the dark. Glancing down at the booklet in her hands, she walked briskly toward the cultivation chamber, already envisioning the moment she would astonish everyone by concealing her true power. 3 days later, the mist outside Qingyun Peak's mountain gates was suddenly torn apart by a piercing aura, like fine brocade sliced open by a sharp blade, revealing the majestic gates beyond. A group clad in crimson brocade robes trimmed with gold descended the steps. At their head, a worn jade pendant swayed gently with each step. The air current stirred by the fluttering sleeves shook dewdrops from the mountain path, causing them to roll down in a steady cascade. The oppressive aura of an early heavenly man realm cultivator spread like an invisible tidal wave, forcing the welcoming pine trees before the gates to bow their trunks. Morning dew from their needles cascaded down, pelting the stone steps and leaving dense trails of watermarks. His eyebrows arched slightly, a faint, almost mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze swept over the mountain guarding disciples with casual indifference, as if appraising ordinary objects. Beside him, 4 purple-robed elders bore the blazing sun totem embroidered on their sleeves. Their intertwined spiritual energies, one at the cavern heaven realm, the other at the purple palace realm, stirred a whirlwind outside the mountain gates, swirling fallen leaves into an endless dance. Behind him, 5 youths stood tall and straight, swords gleaming at their waists. Their confidence held a hint of arrogance. The youth at the forefront stood with arms crossed, his scrutinizing gaze sweeping over the Qingxuan Sect's mountain gates as if appraising whether this celestial realm was worthy of his attention. The palace master of the burning heaven palace has arrived with disciples to pay a visit. The man in brocade robes tilted his chin slightly toward the mountain guard, his voice calm yet carrying an imperious authority that made the guard's heart skip a beat. The disciple gripped his spear tightly, forcing himself to remain calm as he turned to relay the message. Far away on purple bamboo peak, Changge opened his eyes and glanced toward the mountain gates, sensing the cultivation level of the highest among them no more than the heavenly human realm. He dismissed them as insignificant clowns, confident the sect master could handle them with ease, and closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, at the martial arts training ground halfway up Qingyun Peak, Xuanhuang was guiding several disciples in their cultivation alongside other peak masters. The light from the message talisman illuminated his face. After hearing the report, his fingers paused momentarily as he crushed the talisman. His gaze swept across the churning clouds on the horizon. The burning heaven palace arriving at this hour, they likely come with ill intent. The peak master of Xuanhuang Peak, seated to his right, glared with eyes wide open. Those bastards are surely here to flaunt their new recruits. They lost face in the Blackwind Ridge conflict last time, and now they want to make up for it through their juniors. Xuanhuang swept his sleeve aside. Follow me to the mountain gate to see for yourselves. When the Burning Heaven Palace delegation encountered Xuanhuang, Lai Tianxiong stood beside the welcoming pine, plucking its needles. Those touched by his spiritual energy instantly turned to ash. Xuanhuang's gaze fell upon the pine tree, his tone calm yet tinged with coldness. Lord Lai, it's been quite some time since our parting at Blackwind Ridge. What brings you here today? Lai Tianxiong lifted his eyes. Warm jade refracted a dazzling light in the sunlight, and a meaningful smile curved his lips. Xuanhuang, it's been a while. The next competition among the 7 great sects will be held at my Burning Heaven Palace 1 year from now. I came specifically to inform you, so your sect may prepare accordingly. Xuanhuang understood the implication but remained impassive. Oh? The tournament has always been hosted by the previous champion sect. This news from you, Palace Master Lai, is rather unexpected. Chapter 14, A Gentleman's Revenge, From Dawn to Dusk. Lai Tianxiong's smile deepened, tinged with smug satisfaction. Times change. With our Burning Heaven Palace's current strength, hosting this tournament is more than within our capabilities. As for your Qingxuan Sect, you'd better step up your game. Don't end up unable to find a single disciple worthy of taking the stage. Palace Master Lai, you worry too much. Xuanhuang replied calmly, his gaze sweeping over the disciples behind the other. Though our disciples may not possess the extraordinary talents of your sects, we shall give our utmost effort. Liezhuang Tianxiong saw this as an opportunity and gave a nod toward the youth beside him. Speaking of which, this is the perfect chance to show you my most promising disciple. The youth stepped forward, his moon-white robe fluttering in the mountain breeze. The jade pendant at his waist clinked with a crisp, almost boastful sound. This is my newly accepted disciple, Zhao Yan. He possesses mid-tier heaven-grade talent, is 16 years old, and has reached the 9th level of body tempering. He is but a step away from the foundation establishment realm. Lai Tianxiong's tone brimmed with pride as his gaze swept over the disciples of Qingxuan Sect. Across the entire Xian domain, few of his age possess such cultivation. I doubt your Qingxuan Sect could find such promising talent. Zhao Yan bowed respectfully to Xuanhuang, his tone seemingly humble yet concealing pride in his eyes. Master Xuanhuang, it's an honor to meet you. Before his words faded, the green-robed youth beside him stepped forward. His waist sword hummed as it slid 3 inches from its scabbard. Spirit power from his condensing realm coalesced into a foot-long flame in his palm, radiating defiance. Master, why not let your disciples spar with us? Let them witness true talent. I am Lin Lai, chief disciple of the Burning Heaven Palace, 20 years old, mid-stage spirit condensation. I hear Qingxuan Sect is brimming with talent. Which of you dares step forward to face me? A low murmur of anger rippled through the Qingxuan Sect's ranks. The opponent's arrogance was unbearable. Disciples in the front rows clenched their fists, several impulsive ones already gripping their sword hilts. Had their senior brothers beside them not held them back with all their might, they would have charged out long ago. Lian Tianxiong watched the Qingxuan Sect disciples' reactions, the smile on his lips deepening. I hear you've recruited some promising new recruits this year? Why not bring them out for an exchange? No need to hide them away. He shifted his tone, his gaze probing the formation. I hear you have a prized disciple named Li Xianfeng? He reached the early stage of Dan condensation last year. Why is he nowhere to be seen today? Could it be he's afraid, too scared to face us? Xuanhuang's tone was calm, yet it concealed a chill. Xianfeng is about to enter seclusion, it would be inappropriate to disturb him. As for you, Palace Master Lai, why such urgency to showcase your disciples? Could it be you fear losing your chance to show off at next year's sect competition? Lai Tianxiong's expression flickered, then he laughed. Master Xuanhuang remains as sharp-tongued as ever. I wonder if your sect's disciples possess the same confidence as you. Our sect's disciples have always maintained a low profile, unlike your faction's penchant for grandstanding. Xuanhuang lifted a teacup that had appeared at some point and took a light sip. But if you truly wish to compete, let's settle it with our hands at next year's grand competition. Upon hearing this, Lai Tianxiong thought to himself, it seems I underestimated Xuanhuang. He'd long heard rumors of promising young talents emerging from the Qingxuan Sect, particularly Li Xianfeng, who was said to have broken through to the condensing realm. He'd hoped to use this opportunity to test their true strength, but now it seemed that wouldn't be possible. Xuanhuang certainly kept his cool. Yet his expression remained unreadable as he offered a faint, mocking smile. Since the Xuanhuang sect master has reservations, I shan't press the matter. But I hope when the 7 great sects competition arrives, you won't still be so lacking in capability. He turned to his disciples and said, since communication is impossible, we should return. Farewell. As the group from the Burning Heaven Palace departed, Lin Lai passed by a disciple of the Qingxuan sect and deliberately bumped into him. The disciple staggered several steps before regaining his balance, but Lin Lai walked on without looking back, a smug smile playing on his lips. This youth has chosen his own path to death, Xuanhuang thought coldly. Only after Lin Lai's figure vanished completely into the mist did Xuanhuang turn to face his disciples. Each disciple wore a look of seething indignation, their eyes blazing with the fire of refusal to yield. Their purpose today is twofold, to flaunt their strength and to probe our weaknesses. Xuanhuang's voice echoed through the valley. With the 7 great sects competing, they want to throw us into disarray. We must remain composed. He walked to the trial steel, his gaze sweeping over its intricate patterns. From this day forward, every disciple must train diligently. Xuanhuang's gaze swept over every youthful face, his tone solemn yet inspiring. The competition a year from now is not merely for the glory of our sect, but for yourselves to prove that disciples of Qingxuan Sect are second to none. The Fengtian Palace delegation left Qingxuan Sect with an air of superiority, like Tianxiong spitting venom all the way. See that? Even after such provocation, Xuanhuang didn't send a single disciple to fight. Looks like Qingxuan Sect disciples are nothing special after all. Come next year's grand competition, we'll trample Qingxuan Sect's reputation underfoot. The disciples echoed his words in unison, utterly unaware that a surprise lay waiting for them in the Black Wind Gorge. Barely half a day after leaving Qingxuan Sect, as the group entered the desolate gorge, a grey shadow suddenly darted out from the sheer cliffs on both sides. Who goes there? The Fengtian Palace disciples nearly choked on their spiritual energy in fright, hastily assuming defensive stances. But the figures defied all expectations, launching into a barrage of punches and kicks. Lin Lai had barely drawn his sword halfway when a vicious kick to the gut sent him howling. His sword clattered to the ground as he clutched his leg, trembling violently. Zhao Yan tried to save the day with a flashy move, but as soon as he charged forward, an elbow slammed into his chest. He flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing into the stone wall. Sliding down, he knocked out half a front tooth. Before the 4 purple-robed elders could even form their formation, the grey shadow knocked them to the ground with a few swift punches and kicks. Clutching their stomachs and whimpering, they looked like 4 old hens whose tails had been stepped on. Li Xiangxiong roared with fury and charged in himself. But the moment his heavenly man realm aura spread out, the grey figure swept his legs out from under him, sending him tumbling flat on his back. Struggling to his feet to deliver a threat, he was met with a hook punch that sent stars dancing before his eyes and blood gushing from his nose. The grey shadow's punches landed with brutal precision, targeting his face relentlessly. Within moments, he was beaten into a panda-eyed mess, his cheeks swollen as if stuffed with walnuts. Not a single member of the Burning Heaven Palace escaped the beating. After a barrage of punches and kicks, they all lay motionless on the ground. Grey Shadow sneered coldly, delivering a final kick that sent Lai Tianxiong tumbling like a rolling gourd. In a few swift bounds, he vanished from sight. "Don't you dare run!" Lai Tianxiong roared, clutching his swollen face. Deep within the dense forest, the grey shadow tore off the cloth covering his face, revealing the usually gentle features of Xuanhuang. Yet now, his brow and eyes were frozen in icy resolve. "You dared to uproot my welcoming pine. I'm being generous by not breaking your legs." This man was none other than Xuanhuang, the patriarch of Qingxuan Sect. He shed his grey robes and slipped into the formal attire of the Qingxuan Sect's leader. As his fingertips brushed the hem of his robe, a low, cold snort escaped his lips. "To act insolently at my mountain gates is one thing, but to dare humiliate my sect's disciples, do you truly believe Xuanhuang is a soft target to be toyed with?" His earlier restraint at the mountain gates had been solely for the sake of the sect's dignity, and to prevent the Burning Heaven Palace from gauging the Qingxuan Sect's true strength. Yet Lai Tianxiong's arrogance, his nose in the air, coupled with the open and veiled mockery from his disciples, had long since filled him with pent-up fury. As the head of a sect, failing to protect the dignity of his disciples, what kind of leader was he? If he couldn't vent his fury openly, couldn't he at least find a secluded spot to restore their honor? Xuanhuang brushed the dust from his hands, gazing toward the direction of the Burning Heaven Palace's wails. A cold, sharp curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. "This beating is interest on your arrogance." Chapter 15, A Gentleman's Revenge, From Dawn to Dusk. The Burning Heaven Palace disciples lay groaning on the ground, each one bruised and battered. Lai Tianxiong struggled to his feet, his teeth gritted in rage at the pitiful state of his disciples. Who was it? "If this grudge goes unavenged, I, Lai Tianxiong, shall no longer bear the Lai name." A trembling elder ventured, "Could it be the Qingxuan Sect?" Lai Tianxiong spat on the ground. "Impossible. That cowardly Qingxuan Sect? They don't have masters of that caliber. Unless those ancient monsters in their forbidden grounds, who are practically 6 feet under, have emerged. But that man's vitality was as robust as an ox, hardly someone on their deathbed. It must be an old enemy we've offended." The group exchanged nervous glances, none recalling when they'd crossed such a ruthless adversary. With great effort, they helped each other to their feet, roughly smoothed their torn garments, and pressed onward. An hour later, the Burning Heaven Palace group hadn't traveled far. A burly man in black robes suddenly burst from the forest ahead, wielding a wooden club thicker than a thigh, none other than Xuanhuang, the peak master of Qingyue Peak. Xuanhuang stared at the bruised and battered group on the ground. He froze for a moment, then covered his mouth to stifle a laugh. "Damn! Who did this? They're even more ruthless than me. That's satisfying." Lai Tianxiong, seeing another figure approach, assumed it was the same grey shadow returning. His hackles rose instantly. "You again? You dare come back? Looking for death?" Xuanhuang froze at the shout, then his own temper flared. "What the hell are you yelling about? I was just passing by, okay? Originally debating whether to fight, this provocation pushed him over the edge. He swung his wooden club and charged forward. Taste Grandpa's big stick. The Fenshin Palace disciples were already wounded. How could they withstand Xuanhuang's immense strength? The brute swung his club wildly, smashing and pounding, targeting the joints between bones. Before long, the canyon echoed with waves of agonized screams. Several men lay twisted, limbs bent at grotesque angles, looking even worse than after Xin Yangzi's earlier beating. Xuanhuang clapped his hands, surveying the pile of bodies stacked like human pyramids on the ground. He nodded with satisfaction. That looks much better. You dare to yell at me now you know whose voice carries farther, huh? With that, he hoisted his wooden staff and sauntered off, humming a tune. On his way back, Xuanhuang suddenly bumped into a scrawny figure clad in black. Both were wrapped up tightly, only their eyes visible. As they passed each other, Xuanhuang murmured inwardly, "That aura feels strangely familiar." The dark-clad figure also wondered silently. That burly guy looks like some brute from one of the peaks. Both men unspokenly quickened their pace, neither daring to acknowledge the other. After all, they just finished a fight, their faces still radiating a killer aura. This dark-clad figure was none other than Yi Gaing, the peak master of Sword Roar Peak. He'd been seething with rage, planning to secretly teach the Burning Heaven Palace disciples a lesson. But when he reached the gorge, he was stunned. Whoa! Who's more impatient than me? That was brutal. Seeing the groaning members of the Burning Heaven Palace on the ground, Yi Gaing felt a surge of satisfaction. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, beating them up now would be a bit unethical. I'll give them time to recover. Once they've regained their strength, I'll deliver a surprise double strike. An hour later, just as the Burning Heaven Palace members had finished bandaging each other's wounds and were limping along, Yi Gaing suddenly darted out from behind a tree. Soon, eerie sounds echoed through the valley. Some writhed in agony, others wailed like children. Yi Gaing clapped his hands, surveyed the writhing figures on the ground, then vanished into the night without leaving a trace. The Burning Heaven Palace members were utterly paralyzed. Lai Tianxiang glared up at the canyon's rim, letting out a despairing roar. Which damned bastard was that? The echoes reverberated through the valley, startling a flock of crows into flight. Meanwhile, atop Purple Bamboo Peak, Changge was live-streaming the spectacle with her divine sense, laughing so hard she doubled over. The little blackbird perched on her shoulder chirped in agreement, as if applauding. They say revenge is a dish best served cold, but the Qingxuan Sect? They're serving theirs hot and fresh. Changge chuckled, lowering his head. Truthfully, he had intended to intervene personally, but now it seemed the sect master and peak masters had beaten him to it. Seeing them suffer so miserably, I still held back today. Let them rest tonight. Tomorrow, I'll give them another taste. I'm still too kind-hearted. I simply can't bear to see the suffering of the world. Changge sighed softly. This sigh carried a profound sense of compassion for the world's sorrows. It startled the little black bird into pausing its chirping. It tilted its head to look at him, as if saying, "Keep pretending." Changge twirled a fallen bamboo leaf between his fingertips. Look at them, first beaten by the sect master like whipped dogs, then tossed about by senior brother sure like tumbling gourds. Now even senior brother you can't resist kicking them a few times. TSK, how pitiful, truly pitiful. He tossed the leaf into the air, his tone suddenly grave. If I were to deliver one more blow, wouldn't that be taking advantage of someone in distress? Word would spread that I, Changge, bullied the weak. No, wait, I'm not even 20 yet. That would make me the bully of the young. The little blackbird flapped its wings and soared up, circling twice above his head as if mocking his kindness. Changge looked up at it and sighed with feigned profundity. You don't understand. This is called revenge done with the grace of a gentleman. It's all about slow and steady. Far away, Xiaoruabai remained buried in his arduous cultivation, utterly unaware that several elders of the sect had just taught the Burning Heaven Palace a lesson in keeping a low profile in the most straightforward manner. Across this vast expanse, 7 major sects coexisted in a delicate balance, maintaining the order of the cultivation world. The Qingxuan Sect was situated in the heart of Shenzhou, centered around the Qingyun Mountains, with its influence radiating across 10,000 li. Apart from Qingxuan Sect, the other 6 major sects each possessed their own unique strengths. Namely the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, the Burning Heaven Palace, the Cold Moon Valley, the Heavenly Transformation Sect, the Jade Purity Sect, and the Array Breaking Sect. The Burning Heaven Palace resides in the volcanic southernmost region, specializing in fire-based cultivation techniques. Its disciples possess fiery tempers and formidable combat prowess, historically at odds with the Qingxuan Sect. The conflict at Blackwind Ridge epitomized the deep-seated animosity between the two factions. Their high-profile hosting of the 7th Sect tournament was a calculated move to cement their status as Xuanzhou's foremost sect. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion, widely acknowledged as the foremost sect among the 7, resides within the Wenxiu Mountains. Its halls house countless volumes, encompassing not only auxiliary arts like alchemy, talismans, formations, and artifacts, but also a comprehensive and inclusive legacy of martial cultivation. Its successive leaders have been sages versed in myriad schools of thought. Though never actively expanding, none dare underestimate its profound foundations. In the past century of the 7th Sect tournament, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion had dominated with absolute superiority, claiming the top prize 30 times, leaving the other sects to vie for second place. Cold Moon Valley has always maintained neutrality, yet none dare provoke it lightly. Every 3 years, these 7 major sects hold a competition hosted by the previous champion sect. The purpose is to exchange techniques and allocate resource veins. These contests determine not only sect rankings but also the distribution of spiritual veins across Shenzhou. Higher rankings secure richer cultivation resources. This was precisely why the Burning Heaven Palace was so desperate to claim victory in this tournament. This time, they had secured the hosting rights for the sect tournament by trading treasures from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Having recruited numerous heaven-tier disciples in recent years and with the Heavenly Realm Palace Master Lai Tianxiong at its helm, its ambitions had long been evident. Chapter 16, The Supreme Imperial Weapon, the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd. The next day, as dawn broke and the first light of morning appeared, the mist outside the bamboo hut had yet to dissipate. Changge slowly opened his eyes on the bamboo bed, his fingertips lightly tapping the void. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. Acquired, 5,000 years of cultivation. Acquired, Dao Treasure, Chaos Green Lotus. Acquired, Supreme Imperial Weapon, the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd. As the system notification faded, Changge's eyebrows lifted slightly. Ever since taking Xiao Ruobai as his disciple, the check-in rewards had taken on a new dimension, shifting from solitary treasures to dual acquisitions. Though the newly added items weren't peerless treasures, they were perfectly suited for the cultivators of this realm. As for the rewards from previous check-ins, most were treasures of the Dao level. Take, for instance, the Primordial Chaos Pearl capable of manifesting 3,000 worlds, or the Time Shuttle that could freeze the River of Time, both divine artifacts powerful enough to overturn star domains with a single gesture. Alas, such treasures held power too terrifying for anyone in this realm to wield. Even an emperor would be torn apart by the Dao power they contained upon contact. Thus, these divine artifacts now lay quietly piled in a corner of the system space, gathering dust and unrecognized by all. Seems the system is quite considerate, knowing I've taken on a disciple and signing in for items ordinary people can use. Changge mused inwardly. In the past, the treasures he obtained were far too extraordinary. Whenever he wanted to show favor to the sect master and others, he had to rummage through the nooks and crannies to find the most ordinary items. Take the peaches he snacked on daily, for instance. Blooming and bearing fruit only once every 3,000 years, their violent energy was too much for the sect master and others to handle. His fingertips traced the void, summoning a translucent interface. The Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear, imbued with the primordial essence of 9 dragon souls, its blade sharp enough to shatter stars. This item suits Ruobai well. Changge chuckled softly. Such an imperial weapon, capable of unleashing bloodshed and carnage across the Xuanhuang Great World, was but a mundane object to him. As for Dao treasures like the Chaos Green Lotus, they had long piled up like mountains within his system space. Not that they were inferior, but the laws of this realm simply couldn't withstand their overwhelming might. Unleashing them would likely shatter the entire world. The Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear obtained from this check-in was encircled by the illusory forms of 9 dragon souls. Wielding it could summon the dragon's roar from the 4 seas and shatter the gale winds of 10,000 realms. To the cultivators of this realm, it was an unparalleled imperial weapon of unparalleled rarity, something one could only dream of encountering. It was sufficient to drive the major factions to fight tooth and nail over it. With a flick of his fingertips, the illusory form of the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear flickered in his palm before vanishing into his storage ring. Clearly, it held little significance to him. What truly piqued his interest, however, was the Chaos Green Lotus rooted in the primordial chaos itself. Each lotus petal bore a trace of the innate Tao, offering some measure of benefit. System, Open Personal Interface. Host, Changge. Position, Peak Master of Purple Bamboo Peak, Qingxuan Sect. Cultivation, Peak Emperor. Current cultivation, 15.83 million years. Technique, Primordial Chaos Art. Divine abilities, Piercing Illusion, Divine Eye, Words Become Law, Palm Commanding the Universe, Immunity to all arts. Constitution, Primordial Divine Physique. Treasured artifacts, Primordial Chaos Orb, Supreme Dao Treasure, Time Shuttle, Supreme Dao Treasure, Creation Jade Butterfly, Supreme Dao Treasure, Chaos Green Lotus, Supreme Dao Treasure. Skills, Alchemy Emperor Tier, Artifact Forging Emperor Tier, Array Formation Emperor Tier. At that moment, the group from the Burning Heaven Palace staggered along the mountain path, each clad in tattered garments, their bruised faces starkly visible in the morning light. Lai Tianxiong clutched his still throbbing waist and gritted his teeth, urging them onward. Hurry! Just 50 more li to our Burning Heaven Palace territory. Let's see who dares lay a hand on us then. After being beaten by Yi Gang last night, who dared linger? Dragging broken limbs, they practically crawled and rolled along the path, terrified that another black-clad figure might appear. Now, as the first light of dawn spread across the horizon, the distant silhouette of the volcano marking the direction of the Burning Heaven Palace came into view. Only then did the group's taut nerves begin to relax, their breathing growing heavier. Palace Master, who do you think that skinny guy was last night? He was way too sneaky. Zhao Yan asked through gritted teeth, his dislocated jaw muffling his words. The gap between his front teeth still throbbed with pain. Meanwhile, atop purple bamboo peak, Changge stretched lazily, his divine sense casually sweeping toward the direction of the burning heaven palace. Seeing them nearing his territory, he twirled a spirit fruit between his fingers and chuckled, trying to run already? The slow and steady we discussed yesterday can't just be forgotten. The little blackbird perched on his shoulder chirped excitedly, as if sensing something. Just as Lai Tianxiang was about to curse, darkness suddenly descended overhead. The next instant, the sky above the burning heaven palace group abruptly darkened. An invisible pressure descended like a heavy curtain, thickening the air until it seemed to freeze. What's happening? Lai Tianxiang snapped his head up, his pupils contracting sharply. Above the clouds, a colossal hand, vast enough to obscure the sky, descended slowly. Faint golden light swirled within its palm lines, as if containing the power to shatter mountains. Have you ever seen a palm technique descend from the heavens? A clear voice abruptly echoed in each person's mind, its origin indistinguishable yet tinged with mockery. The members of the burning heaven palace were terrified out of their wits, their spiritual energy instantly thrown into chaos. Though the palm appeared to move slowly, evasion was impossible. It felt as if the entire world was enveloped by this single strike, leaving not even a thought of escape. It's the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. It must be someone from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Lai Tianxiang's heart shattered with terror. Summoning every ounce of strength, he unleashed his heavenly man realm aura to its peak, crossing his arms protectively over his head. We won the wager. The hosting rights rightfully belonged to Burning Heaven Palace. How dare the 10,000 Laws Pavilion act so dishonorably? He wasn't wrong about that. Half a month prior, he had led Lin Lai and others to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. They had staked 3 heaven-grade treasures as wagers, challenging the younger generation of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion to a contest for the hosting rights of the 7 Great Sect tournament. At that time, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion's chief disciple was away on a training journey. The remaining disciples, provoked by repeated challenges from the Burning Heaven Palace, accepted the wager. In the end, Lin Lai, relying on his mid-dan condensation cultivation, defeated 3 disciples of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion in succession, forcibly snatching the hosting rights away. Among the 7 great sects, who else but the unfathomable pavilion master of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion could possess such earth-shaking prowess? The answer came in the form of a colossal palm crashing down. Boom! The palm strike struck the ground, not with an earth-shattering explosion, but with an invisible shockwave that rippled outward. The Burning Heaven Palace disciples felt an irresistible force surge toward them, as if crushed by an invisible mountain. Instantly, they were slammed face first into the mud, pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. This strike, while not fatal, was sufficient to confine them to bed for a month. Changge had clearly held back. He wanted to see how the Burning Heaven Palace disciples would fare at the martial arts tournament a year from now. Lai Tianxiang clutched his chest, trembling as he raised his head to stare at the sky, his lips quivering. Well done, 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Losing is one thing, but resorting to such underhanded tactics for revenge. This debt, my Burning Heaven Palace remembers. He dared not speak defiantly anymore. A palm strike capable of such devastating power across distances could only belong to someone at least late King realm. Across the entire Xian province, aside from the nearly 1,000-year-old pavilion master of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, there was absolutely no one else capable of such a feat. Quickly send word. Have our sect send reinforcements to rescue us? Lai Tianxiang and the others were unable to rise, forced to wait for their sect to rescue them. Only when carried by sect members into the mountain guarding formation did they regain their senses. Panting heavily, their gazes toward the sky were filled with terror, the lingering fear of having narrowly escaped death. Chapter 17, The 10,000 Mountains. On purple bamboo peak, Changge withdrew her hand, patted the little blackbird's head, and let a faint smile curve her lips. Who'd have thought there'd be a windfall? Someone else took the fall, saving us a lot of trouble. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion thinks highly of itself, while the Burning Heaven Palace holds grudges. This should be quite the spectacle. Ha ha ha. The little blackbird tilted its head, as if saying, sneaky. Changge burst into laughter, flicking away the spirit fruit pit with a flick of his finger. In the distance, Xuanhuang practiced facing the rising sun, his golden battle chi intertwining with the morning light. He faintly sensed a weak ripple of spiritual energy drifting from the south, but dismissed it. Clenching his fist, he channeled the war god's strategy with even greater ferocity. Little did he know that his master's casual palm strike had already cast a pebble into the waters of the 7 great sects of Xianzhou, one powerful enough to stir up a storm. Changge glanced at Xuanhuang, who was cultivating nearby. Ruabai, come here. Xuanhuang was smashing the black iron bamboo before him with a fist when he heard his master's call. He immediately stopped his movement and turned. Beads of sweat trickled down his pale cheeks, dampening his collar. He strode quickly to Changge's side and bowed respectfully with clasped hands. Master. Changge lightly tapped his fingertip, sending a gentle surge of spiritual energy to Xuanhuang's shoulder. Instantly, it soothed the restless energy within him, stirred by his impatience for quick results. Your war god strategy is indeed well practiced, reaching the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Yet your excessive pursuit of explosive power has caused you to neglect the flow of your energy. He flicked his finger toward Xiao Ruobai's wrist. When you struck just now, the spiritual energy here stalled for half a breath. If an opponent exploited this flaw in combat, it could leave you gravely injured. Xiao Ruobai's eyes widened in realization as he stared at his wrist. I was so focused on breaking through my cultivation that I neglected these details. Cultivation is like rowing upstream. One must advance with courage and diligence, yet also understand the need for balance and restraint. Changge rose and paced, his fingers brushing the leaves of the black iron bamboo without causing a single one to fall. These past days, you've buried yourself in intense training. While your fist power has grown considerably, your combat experience remains virtually non-existent. Should you truly face an enemy, you'd be unable to respond with composure. Xiao Ruobai's cheeks flushed slightly. I seek your guidance, master. Changge halted, gazing toward the mist-shrouded rear mountains. Real combat doesn't necessarily mean fighting to the death. Sparring, navigating formations, even maneuvering against demonic beasts, all are ways to gain experience. He turned, patted Xiao Ruobai's shoulder, and a meaningful smile curved his lips. Follow me. With that, Changge led the way toward the rear mountain. His pace was unhurried, his green robe flickering in and out of view among the bamboo shadows. Though his steps seemed casual, they precisely landed on the nodes where spiritual energy flowed most vigorously. The surrounding bamboo leaves bowed toward him in unison, as if paying homage. Xiao Ruobai hurried to keep pace. He had been at Purple Bamboo Peak for over a month but had never ventured to the rear mountain. Only the little black bird had mentioned it in its chirps, suggesting something peculiar lay hidden there. Each time his master returned from the rear mountain, he would have additional demon beast meat in hand. Now, following his master deeper into the mountains, Xiao Ruobai felt the spiritual energy in the air growing increasingly dense. It even condensed into visible specks of light. As he breathed it into his lungs, the spiritual energy within his dantian began to circulate spontaneously, bringing a sense of ease even greater than during meditation. Master, what is the back mountain? You'll see when we get there. Xiao Ruobai hurried to keep pace. The deeper they ventured into the mountains, the more unsettling the surrounding atmosphere felt, though it was the familiar bamboo forest. Faint shimmering lights flickered among the leaves and branches. The stone path beneath his feet bore strange patterns, and every 3 steps felt like crossing some invisible boundary. Is this an array? Xiao Ruobai exclaimed in surprise. Changge flicked her fingertip through the air. Suddenly, ripples spread before them, revealing 3 floating gates of light. Each radiated a distinct aura: red, blue, and gold. He pointed to the crimson gate on the far left. Let's go inside and see. The moment Xiao Ruobai stepped through the portal, a gale of wind slammed into his face. Opening his eyes, he sucked in a sharp breath. This was no ordinary back mountain. It was a boundless expanse stretching to the horizon. Distant mountains sprawled like colossal beasts, while ancient trees nearby were so thick it would take 10 men to encircle them. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood, mingled with the snarling roars of demonic beasts. The sound carried a hint of savagery, as if ancient beasts lurked in the darkness, waiting for prey. The little blackbird fluttered cheerfully from Changge's shoulder, circling twice above the stone gate before chirping sharply. Its clear call seemed to cheer on Xiao Ruobai. Where is this? Xiao Ruobai asked, his face full of confusion. We keep some living creatures here for you to practice on. Changge idly fiddled with the jade pendant at her waist, her gaze sweeping over the mist-shrouded peaks ahead. See those mountains over there? He pointed to the dark blue mountain range on the far left. From here to there, the highest cultivation level among those demonic beasts is the condensing realm. His words were vague, yet carried an unquestionable certainty. You have 1 day to slay 100 demon beasts at the Foundation Establishment stage or above. Remember, only those at Foundation Establishment and above count. Anything below that threshold is invalid. Xiao Ruobai's heart skipped a beat. Foundation Establishment stage beasts possess sentience and combat prowess far surpassing that of cultivators at the same level. Killing 100 in a single day was a near impossible task. But seeing Changge's calm profile, he swallowed the questions on his lips. If the master had arranged it this way, there must be a reason. This disciple understands. At that moment, Changge waved his hand. A flash of light appeared, revealing the imperial weapon of the Supreme Path, the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, before Xiao Ruobai. Changge had placed several seals upon this imperial weapon, revealing only its heavenly human tier for now. It would suffice for Xiao Ruobai's current needs. Once his cultivation reached sufficient levels, Changge would gradually unlock the remaining seals. Should he truly encounter an opponent beyond his strength, the imperial weapon would automatically unseal itself to protect its master. Though sealed to the heavenly human tier, the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear still radiated a blade sharp enough to pierce the soul. Take it. Don't fight head-on. If you can't win, run. This spear is extraordinary, but know your limits. Xiao Ruobai felt a colossal force surge toward him, crushing him until he could barely breathe. His eyes widened as he tremblingly grasped the spear, his gaze filled with awe and reverence. The instant Xiao Ruobai grasped the spear, his spiritual energy surged spontaneously within him, resonating as if in harmony with the dragon soul within the weapon. Though unaware it was an imperial weapon of the supreme path, he sensed its extraordinary nature. Holding it felt like grasping a power capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. His heart trembled. Though its origins remained unknown, it far surpassed any magical artifact he had ever encountered. "Thank you, Master," he exclaimed, clasping his fists in excitement. The little blackbird perched on his shoulder immediately chirped, "Cheep." It flapped its wings and flew to Xiao Ruobai's head, then smugly rubbed against his hair, as if encouraging him to press forward bravely. "I'll wait for you outside the mountain. If you're not back before nightfall, you won't get dinner tonight. Rest assured, Master. Your disciple will not fail you." He took a deep breath and turned to step into the edge of the dark blue mountain range. Chapter 18: The Awakening of the War God Physique. As Xiao Ruobai stepped into the mountains, the decaying leaves beneath his feet crackled loudly, startling several colorful birds from the treetops into flight. A hissing sound came from the treetops. A silver-scaled snake coiled around a branch, its triangular eyes glowing with a sinister light, clearly regarding him as prey already in its grasp. The metallic sheen on its scales identified it as a silver-scaled snake in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Xiao Ruobai held his halberd across his chest, spiritual energy surging through his meridians. The silver-scaled snake lunged forward, its venomous fangs flashing blue as it aimed for his face. Dodging sideways, he swept his halberd horizontally. The blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, cleaving the serpent cleanly in two. The severed halves twitched on the ground, blood splattering the surrounding fallen leaves. He had already withdrawn his halberd and stepped back. As he pondered his next move, rustling came from the bushes to his left. 3 gray wolves emerged slowly, their green eyes fixed greedily upon him. The leader bore an old scar on its neck, its aura already reaching the late Foundation establishment stage. Xiao Ruobai's toes dug into the ground as he leapt upward, his spear tracing a cold arc through the air. The moment the alpha wolf raised its paw to block, the spearhead pierced its throat. Black blood spurted forth as the massive body crashed to the ground. The other 2 wolves turned and fled in terror. He spun to pursue, his spear darting like a serpent from its lair, piercing their backs one after another. 3 wolf corpses stiffened on the ground, their eyes still wide with undimmed terror. Just as Xiao Ruobai finished counting the fallen, heavy footsteps echoed from the distance, causing the ground to tremble slightly. A 2-zhang-tall iron-backed bear pushed through the undergrowth, its chest fur forming the character king. It was a late Foundation establishment demon beast. This bear was more massive than any demon beast Xiao Ruobai had ever seen at Qingxuan Sect. The dull thud of its paw slapping its chest reverberated painfully in his eardrums. Xiao Ruobai took a deep breath and advanced. The iron-backed bear roared, swinging its paw to strike. His form drifted like willow fluff to evade the blow, simultaneously flipping his long spear upward to thrust straight into the bear's belly. The spear pierced deep into the iron-backed bear's body. The agonized roar only served to enrage the beast further. Xiao Ruobai's heart sank. He swiftly changed his stance, channeling all his spiritual energy into the spear. With a low shout of break, the spear transformed into a streak of light, piercing toward the iron-backed bear's left eye. The bear frantically turned its head to dodge, yet couldn't evade completely. The spear tip grazed its eye socket and plunged in, trailing a crimson trail. The giant bear roared in agony, its front paws lashing wildly at Xiao Ruobai. He used the momentum to leap backward, swiftly drawing his spear before thrusting it forward again, piercing the iron-backed bear's heart with pinpoint accuracy. Warm bear blood splattered across his face. He wiped it away with a raised hand, his gaze unwavering. Deep within the dense forest, waves of beastly roars echoed, clearly alerting nearby beasts to the commotion. Gripping his spear tightly, he surveyed the cold corpses strewn across the ground. Suddenly, he understood his master's intent: combat was never a game. Mercy shown to an enemy was cruelty inflicted upon oneself. As Xiao Ruobai ventured deeper, the demonic beasts he faced grew increasingly formidable. His battle robes were soaked through with beast blood, strands of hair plastered to his forehead, yet his gaze grew ever more fierce. Xiao Ruobai gradually fell into a combat rhythm, long since sheathing the dragon soul spear to rely solely on his physical prowess. With each punch, the bloodline of the war god within him boiled anew. A faint clangor of clashing blades echoed within his bones, as if ancient battle spirits were awakening in his veins. Boom! One punch sent a crimson flame tiger at the initial stage of condensing core realm flying through the air, pierced clean through the midsection. Scorching beast blood splattered his face, yet Xiao Ruobai grinned. He felt shackles cracking beneath him. Just then, a giant silver-white wolf blocked his path, its vertical pupils glowing eerily between its brows. This was a mid-stage condensation core realm 3-eyed silver moonwolf, a full realm above Xiao Ruobai. Roar! The silver wolf let out a low growl, its form transforming into a silver lightning bolt as it lunged forward. Xiao Ruobai neither dodged nor retreated. Golden battle auras flared from his fists as he charged head-on toward the silver wolf. As the fist winds surged, ancient battle runes emerged around his body, each pattern devouring and expelling the essence of heaven and earth. Man and wolf clashed fiercely, their path leaving ancient trees toppled and earth and rocks flying. The silver wolf's claws tore through the air, while Xiao Ruobai countered with exquisite fist techniques, each strike carrying an unyielding fighting spirit. Battle! Xiao Ruobai suddenly let out a piercing battle cry, his runes blazing brightly. Seizing a moment in the silver wolf's attack, he delivered a crushing blow to its midsection. The wolf recoiled in pain, its eyes blazing with even greater ferocity. Xiao Ruobai grew bolder with each exchange, his war god physique evolving through combat. Gradually deciphering the silver wolf's attack patterns, he began to gain the upper hand. Break! Seizing the moment the silver wolf turned, Xiao Ruobai channeled all his battle intent into a single punch aimed straight for its throat. The punch was simple and unadorned, yet it contained the purest essence of battle intent. Thud! The silver wolf collapsed to the ground, twitching a few times before going still. Xiao Ruobai exhaled deeply, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet his body bore not a single scratch. He felt the surging battle intent within him, realizing his war god physique had broken through to a new level. Every movement now resonated with the surrounding spiritual energy. Master was right, real combat is the best training. Xiao Ruobai wiped the sweat from his brow and pressed deeper into the dense forest. The fighting spirit swirled around him, as if cloaking him in an invisible armor. As the sun began to set, Xiao Ruobai leaned against an ancient tree, catching his breath. 57 demon beast corpses lay piled at his feet. The most troublesome was a mid-Dan condensation stage crimson-eyed leopard. When he pierced its heart with his long spear, its claws had slashed his arm. The wound burned fiercely, yet his eyes burned with an unyielding resolve. 43 more to go. He tore off a corner of his robe to bind the wound tightly, clenching his fists once more. Distant mountain ridges faded into dusk as his figure vanished deep within the dense forest. The piercing whistles of his fists cutting through the air mingled with the death throes of dying beasts, weaving a grim, murderous tapestry across the twilight of the 100,000 mountains. Each strike of the spear brought an end to a life, no mercy, no hesitation, only an absolute obsession with slaying 100 that burned ever brighter in this brutal testing ground. Changge watched Xiao Ruobai's performance from afar, observing his transformation with a satisfied nod. Instead of leaving immediately, he strolled deeper into the 10,000 mountains, his pace as leisurely as a stroll through his own backyard. Let's see if that old ox has fattened up yet. Changge flicked its head with a finger, his tone tinged with playful teasing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a mist-shrouded peak in the distance suddenly shook violently. A faint, anguished roar echoed from within, shaking the clouds apart. The roar was filled with utter despair. Don't come over here. My tenderloin just healed yesterday. Changge paid no heed. With a casual flick of his fingertips through the void, ripples spread across the space before him. In a single stride, he vanished 10,000 miles away. Along the way, demonic beasts seemed to sense something, scrambling in terror into their dens. Even the most ferocious bloodthirsty demon wolves tucked their tails between their legs and hid in crevices, afraid to meet his gaze. He halted before a mountain peak, entirely shrouded in pitch-black darkness. Upon its summit, a azure sky bull, its bulk comparable to a small mountain, pawed at the ground with its front hooves. Though its horns radiated the profound pressure of a Saint Realm cultivator, they trembled like autumn leaves in the wind. Chapter 19, The Unfortunate Azure Sky Wild Ox. Goo! Goo Senior! The wild ox lowered its head with great effort, its voice trembling with sorrow. Could we cut the meat somewhere else today? The hind leg from last time hasn't fully grown back yet. Changge looked down at it, patting its belly with a dull thud. You've actually gained a bit of weight. But I'm not here to cut meat today. Just as the wild ox breathed a sigh of relief, he continued, the Qingxuan snow leopard we roasted yesterday was delicious, but it lacked some side dishes. The fiery spirit rice you planted should be ripe by now, right? Mang Nio. It lifted its head in bitter indignation, staring at the gentle, jade-like face before it, feeling a chill run down its spine. Back in the Qingxuan Mountains, it had been a fearsome, unchallenged overlord. A million beasts bowed to its will. When had it ever endured such humiliation? Just moments ago, it had been lying in its own cave, leisurely munching on a 1,000-year-old spirit herb. The next moment. Moo! Everything blurred before its eyes as the entire Qingxuan mountain range was violently yanked away by an irresistible force. When it opened its eyes again, it found itself in an unfamiliar space. Before it could react, a figure clad in white drifted toward it. A finger flickered lightly. SSSSH. A crystal-clear slice of flesh was severed from its sacred king-level ox leg, honed through thousands of years of cultivation. The meat's quite good. Changge remarked. Sky roaming ox king? Enraged, it unleashed its sacred king-level pressure. Its horns blazed with divine light, determined to crush this arrogant human who didn't know his place. However, Changge merely gave it a casual glance. Boom! The Azure Sky Wild Bull King was instantly pinned down, unable to move even a single hair. Don't worry. Keeping you around is for sustainable development. Changge smiled gently, casually sprinkling a drop of life water to swiftly heal the gash on its flesh. The Azure Sky Bull King was stunned. A mighty Saint King like itself had become a meat reserve for humans? What shattered it completely was. A few days later, Changge returned. Freshly grown flesh is tender. Oomph. The familiar pain, the familiar routine. The Azure Sky Bull King roared inwardly, "Demon! This man is a demon!" What was even more infuriating was that he wasn't just a walking meat locker, he also had to painstakingly cultivate the damn crimson flame spirit rice for the bastard. This spirit rice was obtained by Changge during one of his check-ins. Each grain glowed crimson like flames, enveloped in potent Tao essence. The energy contained within this spirit rice held benefits even for those at the Great Emperor cultivation level. Changge tasted it and found it quite delicious, so he kept some as seeds. Too lazy to tend to it himself, he spotted the Azure Sky Magnia King idly grinding its teeth all day and tossed the task over to it, figuring it was a case of putting waste to use. The spirit rice grew remarkably fast, yet it was incredibly delicate. It required 3 daily waterings with primordial spiritual spring water, and the amount had to be constantly adjusted based on its growth. Otherwise, the grains would lose their spiritual essence. What drove the ox to despair was the overwhelming energy within the rice. When it ripened, it summoned thunder tribulations, forcing the ox to brace its horns against the strikes. On several occasions, its horns were scorched black. Yet, though this devilish force was overbearing, it wasn't entirely unkind. Each harvest, it always left him a small portion. The energy within these grains was rich and potent. He dared to consume only a tiny bit each time, yet felt spiritual power surging through his body 100 times more effective than gnawing on a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. On top of that, after each time Changge cut away flesh, she would toss him some spiritual ingredients to nourish his body. Through this back and forth, its cultivation had surged ahead by leaps and bounds without it even realizing it. When it was first captured, it was merely at the early stage of the Holy King realm. Now, it stood firmly at the late stage of the Holy King realm, just a step away from the Great Holy Realm. Its physical body had been nourished to incredible strength by the lingering essence of the spirit rice and various treasures. But this blessing in disguise felt utterly frustrating no matter how he looked at it. Who would want to rely on selling flesh and farming to cultivate? Being a holy king was worse than being an ordinary ox. At least oxen weren't forced to cultivate spirit rice, nor did they worry about losing a chunk of flesh today or a leg tomorrow. It would rather rule as a local tyrant in the Qingxuan Mountains, even if its cultivation stagnated for a decade. Oh, right. You mentioned that dragon in the east stole 2 of your eggs last time? Perfect. Tonight, we'll stew up some dragon soup for nourishment. He glanced at the Qingxuan Magnia still furiously pawing at the ground in grief and anger, speaking casually. Don't forget to prepare the spirit rice tomorrow. If a single grain is missing, I'll slice meat from your front leg to make braised beef. Moo! The ox bellowed mournfully to the heavens, its voice brimming with accusation yet daring no resistance. Changge paid no further attention to the ox, whose inner turmoil was palpable, and turned to walk in another direction. His divine sense swept over Xuanhuang, who was currently locked in combat with an iron armor rhino at the mid-stage of condensing core cultivation. His long spear danced with fierce momentum. Though still showing openings, his movements were considerably steadier than they had been at dawn. Soon, a piercing shriek echoed through the valley, followed by the sound of frantic flight. Meanwhile, Xuanhuang was locked in fierce combat within the mountain range. Having just dispatched the ironclad rhinoceros, he wiped the blood from his spear tip. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from the distance, "You've pushed the demons too far." The youth's grip on his halberd tightened. He couldn't shake the feeling that these vast mountains concealed far too many bizarre events beyond his comprehension. He turned his head and saw golden light shooting skyward above the northwest mountain ridges, as if some powerful demon beast was unleashing its might. Yet the light flickered and faded almost as quickly as it had appeared, as if forcibly suppressed by some unseen force, leaving only a few muffled, frustrated grunts. Strange. Xuanhuang frowned, gripping his long spear tighter as he pressed onward. As night deepened, Xuanhuang finally gathered 100 demon beasts at the Foundation Establishment realm or above. Dragging his weary body, he began his return journey. Passing by a patch of spirit fields, he glimpsed a massive blue gold ox crouched busily in the soil, muttering to itself. Not a single grain can be spared, or I'll cut off its front legs, devil. Xuanhuang? His footsteps halted abruptly. Suddenly, he realized his master's words about keeping some living creatures might not mean what he'd thought. These weren't living creatures at all, they were clearly tamed demonic beasts. Xuanhuang shook his head, dismissing the absurd notion, and quickened his pace toward the light gate. He didn't notice that behind him, the azure gold giant ox had quietly lifted its head, watching his retreating figure with a look of pity. As if it were saying, "Kid, work hard. Once you grow stronger, you might just find yourself forced to cultivate spirit rice too." Xuanhuang frowned, gripping his spear tighter as he pressed onward. With heavy steps, Xuanhuang reached the light gate. The moment he stepped through the luminous barrier, he saw Changge crouched beside a campfire. In his hand, he twirled a green bamboo skewer laden with chunks of meat. Fat droplets sizzled on the flames, filling the air with the rich aroma of roasting meat. The little blackbird perched on his shoulder, its head bobbing in rhythm with the rotating skewer, eyes fixed intently on the roasting meat, drool nearly dripping into the flames. Chapter 20, Xin Yangzi, I'm still too kind. Master. Xuanhuang bowed with clasped fists, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. Though his clothes were stained with blood, the gleam in his eyes remained unclouded. After a day of fierce combat, though his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, the tempered edge within him had sharpened several-fold compared to when he arrived. Changge didn't even look up. With a backhand motion, he plucked a vibrant green leaf from the stone slab beside the campfire and brushed it over the roasting meat. Instantly, the aroma grew even more intense. Back already? With a light flick of his fingertip, a gentle surge of spiritual energy flowed into Xiao Ruobai like a warm current, instantly soothing the searing pain in his meridians. Xiao Ruobai stared at the string of glistening, golden brown meat, crispy and fragrant at the edges. He swallowed hard, about to speak, when Changge handed him the cooked meat, a small dagger still tucked into the bamboo skewer. Try some. Change's gaze swept over him, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. I refined this meat with my spiritual energy. Though it no longer possesses its original ferocity, it's perfect for nourishing the body. However, your cultivation is still shallow, so it's best not to eat too much. 3 or 5 pieces should suffice. Xiao Ruobai took the warm meat. As soon as he sliced off a piece with the dagger and put it in his mouth, a gentle stream of spiritual energy slid down his throat. Unlike the violent surge from absorbing pills before, this felt like a gentle stream seeping into every limb and bone. His dantian instantly warmed, and most of the fatigue accumulated during the day dissipated. Watching his master pick up another bamboo skewer laden with meat chunks and place it over the fire, he couldn't help but ask. Master, what kind of meat is this? It has such remarkable effects. Oh, it's just a little snake that stole some eggs. The meat looked decent, so I caught it, cut off a piece, and roasted it. Changge turned the skewer absent-mindedly, his tone as casual as if he were discussing roadside weeds. The little blackbird beside him chirped softly and rolled its eyes in disbelief that was a dragon of the Holy King realm, after all. Xiao Ruobai, oblivious to the little blackbird's reaction, sliced off another piece of meat and ate it. This time, the spiritual energy circulated faster, flowing through his meridians once. He even felt a faint urge to break through his bottleneck. The once clogged spiritual energy channels cleared significantly, easing the lingering injuries from the day's battle. His entire body brimmed with inexhaustible vigor. How does it feel? Changge noticed his eyes growing increasingly clear and asked. This disciple feels the spiritual energy within his body has become much more abundant, more effective than 3 days of meditation. Xiao Ruobai exclaimed with delight. Changge nodded, placing another skewer of roasted meat onto the stone tray and gesturing for the little blackbird to eat on its own before turning back to Xiao Ruobai. You made significant progress in today's battle. You understood how to use the terrain to evade the iron armor rhino's charge and adjusted your tactics in time when facing the golden armor python. These are your strengths. But your flaws are equally evident. You're too fixated on head-on confrontations. Against speed-type beasts, your footwork is too rigid. You nearly fell victim to sneak attacks several times. If not for your formidable physical strength, you would have suffered heavy losses. Xiao Ruobai's face lost its earlier glow as he seriously recalled the day's battles. His master's words rang true, and he couldn't help but feel ashamed. This disciple acknowledges his mistakes. Recognizing your mistake is the first step toward improvement. Changge stood up, brushing grass clippings from his clothes. You're tired today. Go rest first. Tomorrow morning, I'll teach you the shadow step technique. Master it well, and it will make you more agile in actual combat. Thank you, master. Xiao Ruobai perked up and bowed respectfully. The campfire crackled steadily, moonlight filtering through bamboo leaves to cast dappled shadows. Watching his master's figure disappear into the depths of the bamboo grove, Xiao Ruobai touched the gentle, flowing spiritual energy within his abdomen, his heart filled with warmth. At that moment, in the main hall of the Burning Heaven Palace, Lai Tianxian lay sprawled on a soft couch draped with crimson gold animal hides, half his face swollen like fermented dough. His once slick topknot lay in disarray, strands of hair clinging to his bruised temple. He whimpered through gritted teeth, each movement sending jabs of pain through every joint in his body. Ugh. Easy. The elder administering the ointment flinched. The moment the golden wound medicine touched the bruise on his back, the pain made him jerk so violently he nearly knocked over the medicine bowl. This ointment, a sacred healing elixir distilled from 1,000-year-old snow lotus, would normally work instantly on fractured bones. Yet now, it couldn't even reduce the swelling beneath his skin. He tried to regulate his qi, but felt a wildly unruly force raging within him. Like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, it refused to be controlled no matter how he tried. Instead, it tore his once mighty spiritual energy to shreds, leaving him groaning in agony. What kind of force is this? How can it be so overbearing? Lai Tianxian gritted his teeth, his heart filled with shock, rage, and above all, helplessness. As a heavenly man-realm powerhouse, when had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet this force was utterly bizarre. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't expel it. It felt as if it had taken root and sprouted within him. Palace Master, this force is far too overbearing. The white-haired elder twirled his beard, his brow furrowed into a knot. It clings to my meridians like a bone-eating ulcer, burrowing into my bone crevices every time I channel my energy. Lin Lai, clutching his dislocated arm, chimed in through gritted teeth. Exactly. My arm was clearly set properly, but whenever I try to lift it, it feels like a giant hand is pulling it down, causing excruciating pain. Zhao Yan was worse off, his jaw swollen so high his speech was slurred. Master, my tooth, is it not going to grow back? He spat out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, half a front tooth mixed in, a sight that made one's heart leap in terror. The four purple-robed elders weren't much better off, each slumped crookedly in their chairs. Some clutched their stomachs, groaning in pain, while others held their waists, unable to straighten up. The most wretched-looking one had half his buttocks beaten to a bruised pulp, forcing him to sit sideways like a wounded prawn. Investigate. Keep investigating. Lai Tianxiong slammed his fist onto the soft couch, the impact making him wince and grit his teeth. It must be that old bastard from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. But that palm technique that came out of nowhere, what kind of divine power was that? I've never seen anything like it before. But the 10,000 Laws Pavilion specializes in formations. How could they possess such a domineering palm technique? An elder countered. In my opinion, it resembles the Qingxuan Sect's sky-supporting palm, only amplified 100-fold. Impossible. Lai Tianxiong flatly dismissed the notion. That old fox Xian Yangzi is only at mid-stage heavenly void realm. Even if he's holding back, he's at most peak heavenly void realm. How could he unleash such world-shattering palm techniques? The crowd argued back and forth for a long while without reaching a conclusion, ultimately pinning the blame on the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. At that very moment, within the grand hall of the Qingxuan Sect, Xuanhuang clutched the jade slip sent by his spy in the Burning Heaven Palace, his brow furrowed so deeply it could crush a mosquito. Something's not right. He muttered to himself, stroking his beard. I clearly held back. I only kicked Lai Tianxiong a few times and gave them a beating. How could the injuries be this severe? The jade slip stated plainly, Lai Tianxiong, the palace master of the Burning Heaven Palace, lay gravely injured in bed. The meridian still held traces of a ruthless palm strike, suspected to be the work of a king realm cultivator. Chief disciple Lin Lai suffered severe arm injuries, unable to cultivate for a month. The rest suffered varying degrees of internal injuries, requiring a month of rest to recover. Palm techniques falling from the heavens? Xuanhuang was even more puzzled. I clearly wore plain gray robes when I fought. Where did this palm technique come from? Could it be that disciples from other peaks did it later? They were so ruthless, but they sure hit hard. Compared to them, I'm still too kind-hearted. Looks like I'll have to pack a bit more punch next time, can't let other juniors outshine me. Xuanhuang silently resolved. Upon receiving the same news, Shi Wanshan, the peak master of Qingyue Peak, and Yi Gaing, the peak master of Jianshao Peak, both began reflecting on the force of their own attacks, wondering if they had been too lenient. As if discovering new goals to strive for, both resolved to act with greater decisiveness and ruthlessness henceforth. Meanwhile, 10,000 miles away, Lai Tianxiong, the patriarch of the Burning Heaven Palace, felt an inexplicable chill wash over him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He touched his still swollen cheek and muttered to himself, how can the weather change so suddenly? Chapter 21, Congratulations, host, on acquiring the invincible realm. Within the grand hall of the array-breaking sect, Sect Master Chen Taizhan laughed so hard he doubled over, his yellow teeth gleaming in the candlelight as he read the secret letter. He slammed his palm onto the table, causing ink to splash from the inkstone. Excellent. Well done. Let them taste the pain for stealing our Blackwind Ridge's mineral veins last time. An elder beside him chimed in, Master, who do you think did this? They sure got the job done cleanly. Who cares? Chen Taizhan pinched the corner of the secret letter, laughter creasing the corners of his eyes. Best if the 10,000 Laws Pavilion and the Burning Heaven Palace turn on each other like dogs fighting. We'll reap the benefits. Go, send word to every peak. Tell everyone to stay sharp and keep a close eye on Burning Heaven Palace. We can't miss out on the fun. Each sect reacted differently, but all prepared to watch the show unfold. According to spy reports, the Burning Heaven Palace suspected Wanfa Pavilion was behind it. Since it had nothing to do with them anyway, they were happy to watch the spectacle unfold. Who cares who it is? A sect elder chuckled. At least Burning Heaven Palace is suffering. That's always good news for us. Tell disciples at all outposts to keep their eyes peeled and report any new developments immediately. Meanwhile, in the study of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion's pavilion master, the atmosphere was thick with tension. His lips curled into a cold, mocking sneer as he read the words Fenshin Palace suspects Wanfa Pavilion on the letter. Those fools at the Burning Heaven Palace, did they get their heads stuck in a door? To think such a crude scheme could be the work of our 10,000 Laws Pavilion? His voice dripped with contempt. Even if it were our hall of 10,000 laws, what could they possibly do to us with their meager resources? The Grand Elder beside him bowed his head. Please calm your anger, sect leader. They've likely suffered a setback and are grasping at straws in desperation. Desperate measures? The pavilion master snorted coldly, rising to walk to the window. He gazed out at the distant peaks shrouded in mist. They saw an opening while my top disciple was away on training and came to provoke us. His fingertips tapped lightly on the window frame as his tone turned icy. I hadn't even sought to settle old scores with them, yet they came knocking first. Do they truly think our 10,000 Laws Pavilion is an easy target? But we won't take the blame for this without a fight. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. Find out exactly who is trying to smear my 10,000 laws pavilion with this filth. The senior elder bowed deeply. I'll investigate immediately. However, that palm technique was indeed peculiar. It bore no resemblance to the sky-supporting palm of the Qingxuan Sect, nor the earth-splitting seal of the array-breaking sect. The pavilion master's brow furrowed even deeper. Regardless of the palm technique, whoever dares frame my 10,000 laws pavilion must be prepared to face the consequences. Investigate every unfamiliar face within Xianzhou recently, especially those wandering cultivators whose cultivation depths are unfathomable. Leave not a single one unchecked. Understood. The Grand Elder departed to carry out the order. The pavilion master gazed out at the sea of clouds beyond the window. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. While the Burning Heaven Palace was arrogant, they hadn't provoked such a formidable opponent. Moreover, that palm technique, while seemingly overbearing, was deliberately restrained in every aspect. Who could it be? He murmured to himself, a hint of inquiry flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, spies from various sects swarmed toward the border between the Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Laws Pavilion like sharks sensing blood. The tranquility of Xuanzhou's 7 great sects seemed shattered by this sudden upheaval, as an invisible storm quietly brewed. At dawn, a thin mist swirled around Purple Bamboo Peak. As dawn broke, Changge remained sprawled on a bamboo chair, eyes still closed, when the familiar system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. You have obtained 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the invincible domain range, 10,000 li radius. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 10 enlightenment tea trees. Upon hearing the words invincible domain, Changge's eyebrows arched slightly as he pondered inwardly. System, what exactly is an invincible domain? Reporting to host, centered on Purple Bamboo Peak, the unrivaled domain spans 10,000 li in all directions. Within this domain, host is absolutely invincible. Whether facing the mightiest beings of this realm or extraterrestrial foes, all can be subdued with a single thought. A hint of amusement flashed in Changge's eyes. Oh? So within this 10,000 li radius, I am the sky? System, precisely. He chuckled softly, and with a flick of his thoughts, the intangible power of the domain silently unfolded, instantly enveloping 10,000 li of mountains and rivers. In that instant, he perceived everything within the domain with crystal clarity: the soft rustle of wind through bamboo leaves, the flow of underground spiritual veins, the rhythmic breathing of Qingxuan Sect disciples practicing far away, all as clear as reading patterns in the palm of his hand. Not bad. This will save me a lot of trouble in the future. Previously, he had worried about the possibility of visitors from beyond the heavens. Now, with this invincible domain, all such concerns were utterly dispelled. He nodded with satisfaction, then turned his gaze to the 10 enlightenment trees within the system space. The enlightenment trees, their branches and leaves like jade, their trunks entwined with golden Tao patterns, each leaf containing the true essence of the Tao. The tea leaves borne by these trees could aid sudden enlightenment. Though only effective for those at the emperor level and below, they were priceless treasures in this realm. Changge stroked his chin, recalling the pound of enlightenment tea he'd obtained from a previous check-in, which he'd casually consumed as ordinary tea. Occasionally, he'd brew a pot for Xian Yangzi and the others, helping them break through their cultivation barriers. Now, with 10 trees at once, he could plant them on Purple Bamboo Peak, sparing him future worries about tea leaves. Where should I plant them? Changge stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping toward the rear mountain. Deep within the rear mountain lay a secluded space, where primordial spiritual roots thrived: peach trees, ginseng fruit trees, yellow-fleshed plums. Any single fruit from these trees could instantly elevate one to godhood, while primordial gourd vines intertwined throughout the grove. In comparison, while the enlightenment trees were extraordinary, they still fell short of these innate treasures in stature. Very well. I shall carve out a separate spirit field. With a flick of his sleeve, 100 zhang square spirit garden materialized beside the Purple Bamboo Grove. Its soil shimmered with multicolored radiance, none other than the legendary 9 Heavens fertile soil. He retrieved dozens of immortal herbs from his system space: True Dragon Immortality Herb, Phoenix Rebirth Grass, 9-turn Soul Restoring Flower. These treasures, which would spark bloody battles in the outside world, were casually planted into the spirit field by him, as effortlessly as if he were sowing cabbages. Changge stood before the newly cultivated spiritual garden, surveying the expanse of spiritual fields before him with a satisfied nod. The soil, formed from the 9 Heavens fertile earth, shimmered with a rainbow-hued glow. 10 enlightenment tea trees stood planted within it, their branches and leaves unfurling as the essence of the Tao flowed through them. Dozens of immortality herbs dotted the surroundings: True Dragon Immortality Vines entwined with Phoenix Rebirth Grass, while 9-turn resurrection flowers emitted a faint golden glow. Changge stroked his chin, feeling it was still too conspicuous. With a wave of his hand, an invisible formation enveloped the entire spirit field. Simultaneously, bolstered by the formation's power, the spirit field rapidly expanded, soon reaching 1,000 acres in size. That should suffice for now. Gu Changge observed the spiritual plants within the field no longer crowded together. To outside observers, the area now appeared as nothing more than an ordinary purple bamboo grove. Only those bearing his mark could perceive the true scene. Still needs someone to tend the medicinal fields. Gu Changge's gaze shifted toward the depths of the 10,000 mountains, a faint smile curling his lips. Chapter 22, Tea of Enlightenment. In the 10,000 mountains, the Azure Sky Wild Ox King was preparing today's spiritual rice. 998, 999, 1000. He muttered under his breath, not a single grain could be missed. Though Gu Changge hadn't cut his flesh last night, the psychological trauma lingered. If I'm prepared, that devil shouldn't torment me. It muttered, its bovine eyes brimming with melancholy. Suddenly, a slender hand reached out from the void, snatching precisely at its horns. Moo! The Bull King stiffened, unable to react before being yanked into a spatial fissure. When it opened its eyes again, it stood before a spirit garden shrouded in misty energy, with the smiling Gu Changge beside it. Old Huang, I've found you a new job. Gu Changge patted the ox's head and gestured toward the garden. From now on, the spiritual field is yours to manage. Water it daily, loosen the soil, fertilize it, and keep an eye out for herb thieves. The mighty Ox King's eyes widened as his gaze swept over the enlightenment tree and the elixir of immortality within the garden. His mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an ostrich egg. This is a tree of enlightenment? And genuine dragon elixir? Yeah, just growing them for fun. Gu Changge casually plucked a leaf from the enlightenment tree and stuffed it into the ox's mouth. Well done. I'll reward you with 1 leaf each month. The wild Bull King chewed twice, then trembled violently as spiritual energy surged wildly within him. He faintly touched the threshold of great sagehood. It knelt down with a thud, its bovine eyes brimming with tears. Master, rest assured. This calf will guard the medicinal fields as if they were my own life. Gu Changge nodded in satisfaction and turned toward the bamboo hut. Oh, and build yourself a hut by the spirit field. Keep cultivating the purple flame spirit rice, don't let it go to waste. Moo! The wild Ox King's face froze, the ecstasy vanishing as if doused with cold water. It stared blankly at Gu Changge, the excitement in its bovine eyes slowly fading, replaced by a deep melancholy. So changing locations meant he still had to plant spirit rice? It had thought guarding the enlightenment tree and the elixir of immortality would free it from the fate of farming. Little did it know. This damn farming destiny was inescapable. Before the bamboo hut, the morning light filtered through the leaves, casting a fine golden dust. Xuanhuang sat cross-legged on a green stone slab, his mind focused as he circulated the techniques of the war god's strategy. Spiritual energy surged through his body like tides, tracing steady arcs within his meridians. Yet, whenever it approached a certain threshold, it stalled repeatedly, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. Suddenly, soft footsteps approached from behind. Xuanhuang abruptly halted his practice and opened his eyes to see Gu Changge approaching, carrying a purple clay teapot from which wisps of steam rose. He immediately rose to his feet and bowed. Master! Gu Changge waved him off, setting the teapot on the stone table before taking 2 celadon cups and pouring amber-hued tea into them. The tea leaves unfurled and drifted in the water, releasing a crisp fragrance that mingled with the morning bamboo dew. The scent instantly relaxed Xuanhuang's nerves, which had been taut for days. Try it, freshly picked leaves. Gu Changge pushed 1 cup toward him. Xuanhuang cradled the cup in both hands, his fingertips brushing the warm rim. As soon as he sipped the tea, a peculiar warmth slid down his throat. Unlike the violent rush of spirit wine or the heavy weight of elixirs, it felt instead like countless tiny points of light traveling through his meridians. Wherever they passed, the stagnant spiritual energy that had been blocked began to dissipate like melting ice and snow. Just as he marveled at this sensation, a sudden, thunderous hum exploded within his mind. The scriptures of the war god's strategy seemed to come alive. Those once obscure and incomprehensible phrases surged like a tidal wave, and the fragmented diagrams before his eyes coalesced into a complete battle formation. He witnessed countless shadowy figures clad in battle armor rehearsing techniques within his mind. At times, they charged like tigers descending a mountain, fierce and unmatched in their might. At others, they coiled like serpents around a tree, displaying unparalleled flexibility and endurance. So that's how it is. Xuanhuang murmured to himself, the confusion that had stalled him at the threshold suddenly cleared. The battle energy surging around him suddenly boiled, the faint golden currents now blowing crimson, swirling around him like flames. The barriers within his meridians shattered inch by inch under the combined assault of the warm current and battle energy, allowing spiritual power to surge forward like a bursting river. The vortex within his dantian spun wildly, growing larger and larger. Within moments, it solidified into the form characteristic of the late Foundation establishment stage. Xuanhuang snapped his eyes open, his gaze radiant with clarity. He could now distinctly perceive the breathing of surrounding plants and the flow of spiritual energy in the wind, all within his grasp. The heavy spear that had felt burdensome moments ago now seemed as light as a feather in his mind. Various techniques unfolded effortlessly within his thoughts. Master, this tea. He looked up in shock. The teacup in his hand still held residual warmth, yet the tea within had transformed into pure spiritual energy, seeping into every fiber of his being. Gu Changge sipped his tea leisurely, replying casually, "The tea we grow ourselves is over there. If you want some in the future, go pick it yourself." Setting down his cup, Gu Changge regarded the newly advanced Xiao Ruobai and said calmly, "Now that your cultivation is stable, I shall teach you the shadow step." With that, he gently tapped Xiao Ruobai's forehead with a finger. Xiao Ruobai felt his mind suddenly clear. Countless techniques and principles of the shadow treading step surged in like a tidal wave, from the methods of channeling energy to the transitions between steps all became crystal clear. This footwork emphasizes two things, speed and change. Gu Changge withdrew his hand, his tone calm. Speed lies in the frequency of your steps, making it difficult for opponents to track your path. Change lies in your direction. Encountering an obstacle, you must instantly alter your course, never bound by a fixed route. He offered no further demonstration, only stating, "The principles are now within your mind. The rest is up to your own understanding. Go practice. Train until you can move freely through this bamboo grove without breaking a single leaf." Xiao Ruobai closed his eyes to digest the teachings for a moment. When he opened them again, understanding shone in his gaze. He bowed respectfully to Gu Changge, then turned and stepped into the bamboo grove, beginning his cultivation according to the teachings within his mind. Gu Changge settled back onto the stone bench, lifting his teacup as he watched the youth darting through the bamboo grove, sometimes sprinting, sometimes changing direction. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Ruobai possessed astonishing innate talent, and the lingering essence of the enlightenment tea still coursed through him. The cultivation method within his consciousness swiftly merged with his own insights. At first, his steps felt awkward, his spiritual energy flowing somewhat sluggishly through his legs and feet, occasionally brushing against bamboo leaves with a rustling sound. Yet within half an incense stick's time, he grasped the technique. His movements grew faster, his steps as dense as sudden rain. As he darted through the bamboo grove, his figure blurred into faint afterimages. When encountering thick bamboo trunks blocking his path, his footwork shifted instantly, darting left or right, advancing or retreating, always evading obstacles with the most deft angles, as if he had foreseen every hindrance in advance. Another hour passed, and Xiao Ruobai's movements through the bamboo grove flowed as smoothly as clouds drifting across the sky. He no longer pursued speed deliberately, instead allowing his spiritual energy to harmonize perfectly with his steps. Each footfall landed with precision, not a single bamboo leaf was broken, and even the wind stirred by his movement was gentle, merely causing the leaves to sway softly. Clearly, he had grasped the essence of the shadow stepping technique and successfully mastered its fundamentals. His movements now were agile and ethereal, a stark contrast to the reckless youth who had previously relied solely on brute force. Chapter 23, Sect Master, Youngsters Should Communicate More. Xiao Ruobai was immersed in the profound mysteries of the shadow treading step when a familiar aura suddenly swept up from the mountain's base. His footsteps halted instinctively. Recalling his master's low-key admonitions, his mind stirred. He silently activated the unfathomable presence technique taught by Gu Changge. The surging late foundation establishment stage spiritual energy within him retreated like a receding tide, while the war energy coursing through his body withdrew deep into his meridians. His surging vital energy and blood coalesced within his organs, revealing not a hint of sharpness. In the blink of an eye, the aura surrounding him plummeted, stabilizing firmly at the first level of the body-tempering realm. He appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary body-tempering disciple, save for the lingering clarity in his eyes, a remnant of his recent epiphany. Gu Changge watched his practiced maneuver, the corners of his mouth curling in an almost imperceptible smile. This kid sure picked up the art of concealing his true abilities rather quickly. The fierce intensity from practicing his footwork moments ago hadn't faded, yet he could instantly feign innocence and naivety. It reminded her a bit of how she used to fool the elders at the mountain gate back in the day. He sipped his tea, a slow thought drifting through his mind. A promising disciple. Before long, Xian Yangzi's laughter echoed through the bamboo grove. "Junior brother Changge, I'm coming." At the sound, Xiao Ruobai had already halted his movements, presenting the perfect picture of one who had just finished practicing foundational techniques, breath steady, not a single flaw visible. Xuanhuang had barely settled onto the stone bench when he pulled a storage ring from his sleeve and slid it toward the table. "Here. For your disciple." Gu Changge scanned it with his divine sense. Inside lay 100 grayish medicinal herbs, their roots still clinging to earth, yet faintly exuding a warm, medicinal fragrance. This is green vein grass. Don't underestimate its plain appearance. Brewed into a medicinal bath, it excels at nourishing the physical body. I recall that youngster had a frail constitution. When he first joined the sect, he couldn't even handle ordinary body-tempering broths. This herb has a gentle nature, perfect for nourishing him. Gu Changge glanced at the jade box and thanked him. "Brother disciple, you've been very thoughtful." "Ah, no need for formalities." Xuanhuang finished speaking, his eyes immediately fixating on the purple clay teapot beside Gu Changge's hand. His hands moved faster than his words as he grabbed the teapot and poured himself a full cup. Steam still rising from the tea, he gulped it down. Though scalded, he grimaced but refused to spit it out. Mouthful still in his mouth, he slurred, "Your tea packs a real punch. My crappy stuff tastes like plain water. Speaking of which, what's the story behind this tea? It always makes me feel so relaxed." Last time I hit a bottleneck during my seclusion for half a year, I drank 3 cups of this tea, and hey, I broke through it out of nowhere. Xuanhuang's hand reached for the teapot, pouring himself a cup and gulping it down before smacking his lips. With such extraordinary effects, I thought you'd be lucky to have a few leaves. I never imagined you'd have more. Changge grinned and replied leisurely, picked from the back mountain. Just some nameless wild tea. Bull. Xuanhuang smacked his lips, poured himself another cup, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Recently, I was flipping through our sect's secret texts and saw illustrations of enlightenment tea. The veins on the leaves looked exactly like yours. But isn't that stuff supposed to be the legendary treasure that grants sudden enlightenment to even an emperor? Forget our Qingxuan Sect, even that ancient relic of a place, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, with its 10,000-year heritage, probably couldn't scrape together a single leaf. Changge pushed the teacup toward him with a raised hand, cutting him off. Drink your tea. Xuanhuang fell silent, cradling the cup as he closed his eyes. The warmth of the tea melted on his tongue, sinking down his throat and transforming into countless tiny points of light that permeated his limbs and bones. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the blocked channels loosened gradually, like frozen earth softened by spring rain. The flow of spiritual energy throughout his body grew increasingly smooth, even the weariness between his brows fading slightly. The dense spiritual energy within purple bamboo peak transformed into faint blue currents invisible to the naked eye, surging toward Xuanhuang's body. His robes rippled faintly, and the ribbon binding his hair trembled lightly, as if an invisible vortex was quietly churning within him. 1 stick of incense, 2 sticks of incense. Only when the sun climbed to the bamboo tips did Xuanhuang slowly open his eyes. A radiant light shimmered within them, and a smile he couldn't hide played at the corners of his mouth. His fingertip lightly tapped the stone table, causing a faint glow of spiritual energy to ripple across its surface. Clearly, this single hour of insight had yielded more profound results than years of seclusion. Good heavens! Xuanhuang exhaled a long breath, his gaze toward the bamboo grove now tinged with complexity. This tea of yours is truly remarkable. As soon as the words left his mouth, his gaze fell upon Xuanhuang, who was weaving through the bamboo grove with a shadow stepping technique. He glanced into the bamboo grove, his gaze lingering on Xuanhuang before his eyebrows arched slightly. Your disciple has already reached the first level of body tempering? Changge followed his gaze and gave a faint nod. Xuanhuang perked up instantly, stroking his chin in admiration. If I recall correctly, this disciple of yours was rated as a low-grade mortal talent, right? In less than a month, he's reached the first stage of body tempering? That's no slow progress. While the first heaven of body tempering isn't much within the sect, this rate of progress is quite commendable among newly recruited disciples. His temperament is passable, but his aptitude falls far short of that stunning sword-body disciple of yours. Changge smiled modestly. Xuanhuang's gaze lingered on Xuanhuang's agile figure. This child, just like you, keeps quiet but hides something deep inside. Changge, your disciple shows great potential, but she can't stay cooped up on purple bamboo peak forever. Changge lifted his gaze to meet his, but said nothing. Xuanhuang continued unprompted, at 16 or 17, it's the age for playful rivalries with peers. Look at this child, buried in cultivation day and night. Has he even left purple bamboo peak since joining the sect? He nodded toward the bamboo grove. Let him explore the front mountains more often. Have him spar with inner sect disciples, or even just watch duels at the martial arts arena. Cultivation isn't just about burying your head in practice. Interacting with others is how you discover your weaknesses. Besides, stifling yourself like that could easily breed inner demons, couldn't it? Changge tapped her fingertips against the rim of her teacup, her gaze settling on Xuanhuang. A faint smile flickered in her eyes. This kid really needs to get out and see some people. Xuanhuang stroked his beard, his eyes narrowing to slits as he shifted his tone. If you ask me, Ruabai doesn't have to go out if he doesn't want to. He leaned closer suddenly, lowering his voice. I'll just take a small loss and have my disciples Xianfeng, Jinghong, and the others come to Purple Bamboo Peak more often to keep him company. Young people, after all, benefit from more interaction. Changge paused, her hand holding the teacup trembling slightly as she looked up at Xuanhuang. The sect leader wore an expression of sincere concern, as if saying, I'm only doing this for the child's own good, yet a shrewd gleam flickered in the corners of his eyes. Changge suddenly realized, good heavens, after all that beating around the bush, he'd been waiting for this moment all along. All that talk about worrying his disciple might develop inner demons from isolation, or how young people need more interaction. This old fox clearly had his eye on the cultivation environment of Purple Bamboo Peak, scheming to secure benefits for his own disciple. Chapter 24, The Sect Leader's Little Scheme. Senior Brother. Changge sipped his tea leisurely. You wouldn't be thinking of. Oh my. Xuanhuang slapped his thigh, cutting him off. Look at that girl Jinghong, she's got talent, but she's far too proud. Have her come to Purple Bamboo Peak more often to spar with Ruabai. It'll temper her spirit nicely. He lowered his voice. Besides, your tea leaves, ahem. I mean, young people need to push each other. Only by competing can they progress faster. It's all for the sake of the sect's future. He emphasized the last few words with particular force, straightening his back and slapping his knees with both hands. Changge nearly burst out laughing at her senior brother's righteous expression, as if he truly believed every word about the future of the sect. This old fox, to piggyback on Purple Bamboo Peak's cultivation resources, had even resorted to the excuse of tempering disciples' character. He sighed with feigned resignation, setting his teacup down on the table with a crisp clink. Fine. But we've got a deal once every half month. Not more than that. I still want my lazy mornings. In his heart, he secretly calculated. He had always felt that although Xuanhuang, as the chief disciple, had solid foundations, his cultivation at the condensing realm was indeed a bit low. This sparring session would be the perfect opportunity to give them some extra coaching. At these words, Xuanyangzi's eyes lit up instantly, shining like two crystal lamps. He couldn't bother to hide his excitement. He immediately pounded his chest and declared, "No problem. No problem. Just once every half month. I'll drag them both over first thing tomorrow morning. I promise not to disturb your rest." With the matter settled, Xuanyangzi picked up his empty teacup, wiped its rim with his sleeve, and poured himself another half cup. His fingertips traced circles along the rim, a hint of roguish amusement playing on his lips. "You see, I brought your disciple some precious herbs. That Qingwen grass? I had someone dig it up from the depths of Blackwind Ridge just to nourish this lad. And I took such a huge loss, letting my precious disciple accompany yours for exchange. He paused, stealing a glance at Changge's expression. Seeing no response, he pressed his advantage, chuckling. "This tea of yours? Could you spare me a bit more? Just half a catty no, 3 taels would do." Changge lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes seeming to understand. Xuanyangzi felt slightly uncomfortable under the gaze, clearing his throat twice. "It's not that I'm greedy myself. It's mainly that old rock on Qingxuan Peak has hit a bottleneck in his breakthrough lately. Plus, a few young disciples from Sword Roar Peak injured their meridians during sword practice. Doesn't this tea calm the mind and aid enlightenment? If they use it, they might break through sooner and add strength to the sect." Changge understood his intentions perfectly well. This sect master might seem carefree on the surface, but his heart held the entire Qingxuan Sect. Over the years, he'd poured his heart into the sect's growth. Treasures he'd sought out were either given to secluded elders to solidify their realms, or distributed to promising disciples to help them break through bottlenecks. He himself had kept very little of substance. "There are 2 pounds on the shelf over there." Changge withdrew his gaze, his tone flat. "Help yourself." Xuanyangzi's eyes lit up. He started to rise but paused, rubbing his hands together. "Well, that's terribly embarrassing." His words contradicted his feet, which promptly moved toward the bamboo shelf. Clutching the tea jar, he grinned like a child who'd snatched candy. He glanced back toward the bamboo grove, where Xuanhuang was steadily practicing his steps, his aura carefully restrained at the first level of body tempering. Xuanyangzi tucked the tea away, drank 2 more cups of tea, and only then rose to leave. "I'll keep the tea for the sect first. I promise it won't be used for anything improper. Then tomorrow I'll have them bring over 2 pots of freshly drawn mountain spring water. I hear tea brewed with spring water is even more fragrant and mellow." Changge watched his hastily retreating figure and finally couldn't help but chuckle softly. That sly fox, even his excuses were so well crafted. In the bamboo grove, Xuanhuang halted his movements. He watched Xuanyangzi's retreating figure, then glanced at the jade box on the stone table, his fingertips tingling slightly. He lowered his gaze to his own palm. Though he had long since broken through to the late foundation establishment stage, the mention of frail constitution and that medicinal herb stirred a wave of warmth within him. Seated on the stone bench, Changge held her teacup, gazing toward the direction where the sect master had vanished. A faint smile flickered in her eyes. "Xuanyangzi certainly shoulders the sect's burdens with steadfast resolve. Ruabai, come here." Changge beckoned Xuanhuang to her side. "Though this spiritual herb may not be of much use to you now, it represents your master's goodwill. Take it and continue practicing your footwork." "Thank you, master. Please convey my gratitude to my senior master as well." Xuanhuang nodded solemnly, stowed the elixir away, and gently stroked the Qingwen grass Xuanyangzi had given him, sensing its gentle medicinal power. These seemingly ordinary herbs had actually been meticulously selected, perfectly suited for his current manifested constitution. "My senior master, he truly cares about me," Xuanhuang murmured to himself. Though everyone regarded him as a talentless failure, this genuine concern warmed his heart. As he turned and stepped into the bamboo grove, his footsteps carried an added weight, the expectations of the sect and the burden he vowed to protect. Changge watched his disciple's retreating figure, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. This youth, once burdened by a blood feud, was slowly opening his heart. Xuanyangzi had barely returned to his cave dwelling when he bellowed into the air, "Xuanhuang! Ding Hong! Get over here!" Before his words faded, 2 figures materialized in the hall. Li Xuanhuang wore a moon-white robe, its sleeves still clinging to traces of mountain dew. A gentle smile played at the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze held a depth of calmness not seen in him before. He had just emerged from seclusion after breaking through to the late stage of the condensing realm. His aura now resembled the still waters of a deep abyss, seemingly calm and undisturbed. Yet upon closer inspection, one could sense the restrained spiritual energy surging like a hidden dragon, circulating through his meridians with increasing thickness and solidity. Qingxuan, clad in a green robe with her hair tied back, wore a cool expression. A long sword was still clenched in her hand, clearly indicating she had just returned from the sword training grounds. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th layer of the body-tempering realm. With just a little more refinement, she would break through to the foundation establishment realm. Master, what urgent business brings you here? Are you assigning us some important task? Li Xianfeng bowed his hands in puzzlement, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Xuanhuang settled into the armchair, downed a large gulp of tea from his cup, and then cleared his throat. First thing tomorrow morning, you two are to go to Purple Bamboo Peak. Qingxuan furrowed his brow. Purple Bamboo Peak? Isn't senior disciple Gu usually fond of solitude and dislikes being disturbed by outsiders? What do you know? Xuanhuang shot her a stern look before adopting a solemn tone. The main purpose is to keep your junior brother Xiao, that is, Xiao Ruobai company, and foster more communication. That child is so reserved, cooped up on Purple Bamboo Peak all day with no one to talk to. How pitiful. Xianfeng nodded slightly at this, a flicker of understanding passing through his eyes. Master speaks wisely. I've just emerged from seclusion after breaking through to the flawless avatar realm. It's time I paid him a visit. Chapter 25, Nighttime Entry into Purple Bamboo Peak. But there's one thing I must make clear: Ruobai's talent, well, it's not top tier. You must exercise restraint when sparring with him. Xuanhuang spoke with solemn earnestness. He emphasized his words, especially you, Qingxuan. Don't go drawing your sword at the slightest provocation. Keep that Qingxuan sword intent in check. If you scare the boy or dampen his enthusiasm for cultivation, I won't forgive you. Qingxuan's lips twitched. Master, am I really that inconsiderate? And you still have the nerve to ask? Xuanhuang snorted. Last time you sparred with that kid Jian Xiaofeng, he conceded defeat, yet you kept slashing at him. If I hadn't intervened, he'd still be bedridden. Li Xianfeng chuckled quietly beside them, but a cold glare from Qingxuan silenced him instantly. Xuanhuang turned back to the two disciples, his expression turning stern. There's one more thing, mark my words. Your master Gu is a man of quiet temperament. He detests outsiders meddling on his Purple Bamboo Peak. You've seen for yourselves how rich the spiritual energy is there, not just for those at the spirit condensation realm, but even for us elders. It's immensely beneficial. Xuanhuang suddenly straightened his expression. Once you're on Purple Bamboo Peak, obey my orders without question. If I tell you to go east, don't go west. If I tell you to weed, don't water. Anyone who dares upset your master Gu will have their skin flayed when they return. Why? Qingxuan pressed. Enough with the whys. Xuanhuang snapped, eyes widening. Your uncle Gu holds more treasures than the sect leader's treasury. Keep him pleased, and even a few stray items could be enough for all of you to break through. Li Xianfeng understood at once and hurriedly clasped his hands. This disciple understands. That's the spirit. Satisfied with their compliance, Xuanhuang's expression softened, his eyes and brows brimming with unmistakable pride. He slowly drew a jade slip from his robe. The slip was pure white throughout, its edges glowing faintly with spiritual light, clearly no ordinary object. He casually tossed it toward Qingxuan. This contains the essence of the sky-supporting palm. Deliver it to Ruobai as well. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xuanhuang seemed to recall something urgent. He slapped his thigh sharply. He craned his neck forward, scanning the cave dwelling left and right to ensure no one else was present. Only then did he lower his voice to a whisper, adding mysteriously, "Remember, depart before dawn tomorrow. Wait until nightfall to descend. Keep your footsteps light, don't let anyone from other peaks spot you." He leaned closer, his hushed voice thick with caution. "That old stone-headed fool from Qingxuan Peak is sharp as a hawk's eye. Not a single whisper escapes his notice. And those from Jianshao Peak aren't pushovers either, they're all crafty as foxes. If they catch wind of this, they'll surely beg senior disciple Gu for special training too. Once the spots fill up, there won't be any left for you lot." Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up instantly, like sparks ignited. He pounded his chest emphatically, his promise ringing out with conviction. "Master, rest assured. I'll keep my voice down and move silently. Not a soul will notice." Stepping outside, the mountain breeze caressed him, carrying the fresh scent of plants and trees. Li Xianfeng weighed the jade slip in his palm. Its icy chill spread through his hand. A rare, genuine smile touched his lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Regardless, being able to cultivate at Purple Bamboo Peak and absorb its spiritual energy is certainly beneficial. Tomorrow. I must indeed go early. I cannot miss this opportunity. He gazed toward the mist-shrouded Purple Bamboo Peak in the distance, his voice brimming with anticipation. Qingxuan walked beside him, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the hilt of her sword, her eyes also brimming with anticipation. The hour of the ox in the night. The world was shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, even the stars and moon hidden behind thick clouds. Two black figures, like silhouettes merging into the ink-black night, appeared silently on the mountain path leading to Purple Bamboo Peak. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong had both changed into form-fitting black nightcloaks, their faces and heads concealed by black cloth, only their eyes visible. Shen Jinghong moved with light, soundless steps. After a few paces, she couldn't resist nudging Li Xianfeng with her elbow. Her voice was hushed. "Senior brother, is this really necessary? We're moving like thieves in the night." Li Xianfeng turned his head to glance at her, his eyes unusually bright in the night. His voice was equally hushed, yet tinged with solemnity. "It's absolutely necessary. You know as well as I do who wouldn't covet the treasures of Purple Bamboo Peak?" He paused, leaning closer as if sharing some earth-shattering secret. "Not long ago, before my breakthrough, I went out for a walk. Passing by Purple Bamboo Peak, I spotted Stone Peak Master from Qingxuan Peak. In the dead of night, halfway up Purple Bamboo Peak, he found a dog hole. I reckon he was planning to crawl inside and practice secretly." Shen Jinghong raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "Even Stone Peak Master would stoop so low?" "You bet." Li Xianfeng chuckled softly. "So, better safe than sorry. We can't let all our hard work go to waste. If anyone caught us, forget about leeching off the spiritual energy, we'd probably get lectured by our master until our ears grew calluses." Shen Jinghong shuddered at the memory of Master Xian Yang's relentless nagging. He said no more, only lightening his footsteps further. The two moved swiftly along the mountain path, using the shadows of the trees lining the trail as cover. Like two nimble night creatures, they crept toward the mist-shrouded summit of Purple Bamboo Peak. The closer they drew to Purple Bamboo Peak, the more potent the spiritual energy in the air became. Each breath felt invigorating, and their spiritual power flowed with unprecedented ease. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of excitement and anticipation in the other's eyes. Finally, the mountain gate of Purple Bamboo Peak came into view. The gate was constructed from two thick purple bamboo trunks, entwined with vines of unknown origin that blurred indistinctly in the night. Li Xianfeng signaled Shen Jinghong to halt. He cautiously edged forward, peering around to ensure no one was nearby before beckoning Shen Jinghong over. Holding their breath, they tiptoed toward the gates, about to step onto Purple Bamboo Peak's territory. Suddenly, Shen Jinghong's foot seemed to strike something. A faint white light flashed at her feet, instantly spreading outward to form an invisible net. "Oh no! It's an array!" Li Xuanfeng's heart tightened. He wanted to warn Shen Jinghong to step back, but it was already too late. With a faint hum, the invisible net suddenly tightened, enveloping both of them. Immediately afterward, a tremendous pulling force lifted them into the air, suspending them between two purple bamboo poles. Shen Jinghong swayed in the air, unable to suppress a low curse. "Damn it! This array of senior master goos is far too concealed." Li Xianfeng looked equally helpless. He struggled briefly, only to find the net tightening further. He could only wryly remark, "Seems our thief skills still aren't up to par." The night remained thick and dark. Suspended midair, the two could only watch helplessly as occasional flashes of spiritual light flickered deep within Purple Bamboo Peak, utterly unable to move. They silently prayed that neither Master Gu nor the junior disciple Xiao Ruobai would discover them in such an embarrassing predicament. Chapter 26. Junior brother, you really need more practice. Senior brother, this net is cutting into my bones. What should we do? I don't know either. This formation is downright sinister, the slightest movement makes it tighten even more. How about we call Master? He must have a solution. Call Master? Are you crazy? If he sees us hanging here like cured meat, he'll beat us so badly tomorrow we won't be able to get out of bed. But we can't just stay hanging like this forever. Dawn's breaking. If Brother Bai comes out for morning practice and sees us like this, we'll lose all face. Then what do you suggest? Should we try our luck and call Senior Uncle Gu? Call Senior Master Gu? What if he thinks we're thieves and just tosses us off the mountain to feed the wolves? Then, maybe we should pretend to be unconscious? Someone passing by might help us down. Are you crazy? This net has spiritual energy fluctuations. If we faint, won't it strangle us even tighter? If I'd known it'd be this troublesome, I never would have listened to Master about setting out before dawn. Now look, we've lost more than we gained. You're telling me. He wanted free tea himself, so he pushed us out as his cover. Shoo, I think I hear something. Don't move. What if it's Master Gu? A moment of silence. Where is he? You scared me half to death. Just a little bird. So what do we do now? My arm's gone numb. What else can we do? Wait. Maybe the formation will loosen on its own soon. Your comfort is worse than no comfort at all. The surrounding darkness seemed to solidify into substance, and Purple Bamboo Peak was so quiet you could hear the soft rustle of bamboo leaves falling to the ground. Only the two suspended mid-air exchanged occasional whispers. Inside the bamboo hut, Gu Changge twirled a teacup between her fingers. Through the lattice window, she watched the two shadowy figures suspended above, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. The water mirror on the table reflected their struggling forms, and even their hushed whispers carried clearly to her ears. Gu Changge couldn't help but let out a low chuckle. This Xian Yangzi the disciples he trains are just like him, always scheming with underhanded tricks. He lifted his gaze to the window, where the two figures in the net continued their low-voiced bickering. Deciding to leave, he rose and pushed open the door. The moment he stepped over the threshold, a small bird fluttered over, landing steadily on his shoulder. It tilted its head, gazing up at the two figures suspended in midair. A deeper smile spread across Gu Changge's face. His gaze swept over the suspended Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, tinged with both amusement and resignation. Enough. If they stay up there much longer, they'll turn into cured meat. With that, he flicked his finger, sending a wisp of pale blue spiritual energy flying out silently. The invisible net in midair suddenly slackened. Two dark figures thudded to the ground with muffled cries of pain. Gu Changge spoke slowly, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet clear enough to reach their ears. Next time you fancy a midnight visit, at least scout the location beforehand. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong lay sprawled on the ground, grimacing in pain. Hearing Gu Changge's voice, they both stiffened, their faces flushing with embarrassment. They struggled to their feet, brushing dust from their clothes, heads bowed, unable to meet Gu Changge's gaze. Gu Changge walked slowly toward them. The little bird perched on his shoulder chirped twice more, as if mocking their disheveled state. You too. Gu Changge shook her head gently. With such meager skills, you still want to sneak around like others? Look at your Shushu, even arriving at midnight halfway up the mountain, he knew to dig a dog hole to crawl through. But you too? You just plowed straight into the formation. Far away on Qingyue Peak, Xuanhuang was fast asleep, cradling his beloved stone pillow, when suddenly a chill breeze swept past. Achoo! Xuanhuang sneezed violently, his brow furrowing into a knot in his sleep. He smacked his lips, rolled over, tucked the stone pillow closer to his chest, and soon began snoring again. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong buried their heads even lower, their cheeks burning hot. Just then, a clear, youthful voice rang out, "Master, what's happening?" Everyone turned to see Xiao Ruobai emerge from the room, dressed in plain training robes and rubbing his sleepy eyes. His expression froze upon seeing Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong clad in nightcloaks, their faces covered in dust and grime. He flipped his hand, and a Nine Heavens dragon soul spear, glinting faintly, appeared in his grasp. He shouted warily, "Assassins! Master, step back!" Assassins? Li Xianfeng froze at the accusation, then raised his hand to remove the black cloth covering his face with a wry smile. "Junior brother Ruobai, it's us Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong from Qingyun Peak." Shen Jinghong followed suit, pulling off her hood to reveal a cold, embarrassed face. Having just scrambled to their feet, their hair was slightly disheveled. Paired with their nightcloaks, they looked undeniably suspicious. Xiao Ruobai tightened his grip on the Nine Heavens dragon soul spear, his gaze still wary. "You two barging in at midnight in nightcloaks? Doesn't exactly scream innocent." The little bird perched on Gu Changge's shoulder chirped softly, as if echoing the sentiment. He cleared his throat softly and patted Xiao Ruobai's arm. "Relax. They're here on behalf of your Grandmaster Xian Yangzi." Xiao Ruobai blinked. He recalled overhearing his master and senior master discussing this matter yesterday. But his gaze flickered over Li Xianfeng and the other man. Exchanging information requires dressing like this and coming in the middle of the night? Li Xuanfeng's smile stiffened. He couldn't very well admit he'd come to siphon spiritual energy only to get caught in an array for hours, could he? He cleared his throat twice to change the subject. "Junior brother, you may not know this, but senior sister Dinghong and I wanted to test your alertness. Not to criticize you, but neither I nor your senior sister noticed you approaching the purple bamboo peak gates. Senior Master Gu was truly sharp. She sensed movement the moment the array stirred." As he spoke, he stole a glance at Gu Changge, catching the faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. Seizing the moment, he pressed on. "Junior brother, you still have much to learn. Consider this your first lesson from your senior brother. In the cultivation world, vigilance is a skill that can save your life." Shen Jinghong listened nearby, his lips twitching involuntarily. This senior brother's skill at blatant lies was growing more polished by the day, spinning his own embarrassing ordeal of being hung up by the formation into such a noble-sounding tale. And he even managed to butter up senior brother Gu in the process. His face was thick enough to stop a truck. After hearing this, Xiao Ruobai looked earnestly at Gu Changge. Seeing his master offer no rebuttal, he believed most of it. He sheathed the Nine Heavens dragon soul spear and bowed respectfully to Li Xianfeng, his expression sincere. "Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. It was my oversight. I shall practice diligently henceforth and heighten my vigilance." That solemn expression made Li Xuanfeng's heart race, nearly cracking his composed facade. Gu Changge glanced at Li Xianfeng, struggling to stifle a laugh. He wondered silently, why hadn't I noticed before that this kid Xianfeng had such a goofball streak? He was a natural at spinning tall tales, and he'd actually managed to fool the innocent Ruobai. "My dear disciple, you truly need more practice. At the very least, you should cultivate a face as thick as your senior brother's. Alright, now that everyone's here, stop standing around. Go talk amongst yourselves." Gu Changge's voice cut through the slightly awkward silence. He turned and led the way toward the bamboo hut. Meanwhile, far away on Qingyue Peak, Xuanhuang shuddered in his sleep, muttering, my dog hole, my dog hole." Chapter 27, The food at Purple Bamboo Peak is simply delicious. Li Xianfeng breathed a sigh of relief as Gu Changge entered the bamboo hut, then turned his gaze toward Xiao Ruobai. He drew the luminous white jade slip from his robe, his expression turning solemn. Junior brother Ruobai, this is the essence of the sky-supporting palm technique my master instructed me to deliver to you. You must know that the sky-supporting palm is the core secret manual of our Qingxuan Sect. This is a genuine, top-tier cultivation technique. Ordinary disciples are not even permitted to see it, and only those personally taught by the peak master may learn it. You must safeguard it carefully and never reveal it to outsiders. Xiao Ruobai's eyes sharpened at these words as he accepted the jade slip with both hands. As his fingertips touched the cool jade surface, he could distinctly sense the potent spiritual energy coursing within. He solemnly tucked the jade slip into his robe and bowed his hands toward Qingyun Peak. Thank you, Senior Master Xian Yangzi, for your kindness. And thank you, Senior Brother, for making the special trip to deliver this. Your master and mine were sworn brothers. It is only right that we look out for one another. Li Xianfeng smiled. Noticing the curiosity in Xiao Ruobai's brow regarding the technique, he offered a suggestion. Since you've never practiced the sky-supporting palm before, I'll demonstrate the basic techniques for you. Watch closely. Shen Jinghong found a clean greenstone nearby, sat down, and watched quietly while holding her sword. Moonlight filtered through bamboo leaves, casting a soft glow on her face. The earlier awkwardness faded, replaced by a serene calm. Xiao Ruobai quickly stepped back 2 paces, focusing his mind and holding his breath. Li Xianfeng drew a deep breath as spiritual energy slowly circulated around him. Though he deliberately restrained his aura as a late-stage spirit core cultivator, it still carried a steady, imposing weight. He roared, thrusting his right palm forward. A faint golden glow emanated from his palm as the palm wind, carrying spiritual energy, slammed toward a nearby boulder. Yet, just before contact, he deftly withdrew his force. A humming sound filled the air as concentric ripples spread across the stone's surface, slowly cracking it open. This first technique, lifting stone, emphasizes gathering power within the palm, a blend of hardness and softness. Though it appears fierce, it conceals a method of redirecting force. It's most suitable for laying the foundation at your current cultivation level of the first stage of the body tempering realm. Li Xianfeng withdrew his hand, walked over to Xiao Ruobai's side, and patiently explained. Try channeling your qi into your palm. Don't focus on strength first, find the right sensation. Having said that, he proceeded to impart his insights gained from cultivating the sky-supporting palm in meticulous detail. When first learning this technique, the greatest pitfall is rushing for results. I once choked my meridians for days by obsessively chasing raw palm power. Remember, channeling energy into the dantian should flow like a trickling stream. Only when it reaches your palm should it slowly gather like spring snowmelt, gentle yet with enduring power. Xiao Ruobai listened intently, nodding frequently to commit the teachings to memory. He then sat cross-legged and began practicing the sky-supporting palm according to Li Xuanfeng's instructions. His eyes closed lightly, his small face radiating focus. Though his spiritual energy flowed with awkwardness, every subtle movement carried a tenacious resolve. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged a knowing smile at the sight. The spiritual energy on Purple Bamboo Peak was so dense, its threads tangible as they swirled around them. Every minute not spent cultivating was a loss. Without further words, they each found a spot. Li Xianfeng continued refining his late condensation core cultivation, while Shen Jinghong circulated her heart sutra to solidify her sword intent. Time flowed slowly amidst the tranquil cultivation. The bamboo grove echoed only with the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze and the steady breathing of the 3 practitioners. The moonlight gradually faded as the eastern sky began to glow with the first hint of dawn. Gu Changge stood at the bamboo hut's entrance, watching the 3 figures immersed in cultivation within the courtyard. A satisfied smile touched the corners of his lips. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, in particular, sat perfectly upright, their bodies swirling with spiritual energy faster than windmills, as if determined to absorb every last bit of the Purple Bamboo Peak's spiritual essence. Li Xuanfeng's white robes billowed and fluttered with the force of his energy. His fingers unconsciously dug into the green stone beneath him, as if terrified of letting even a thread of spiritual energy escape. Shen Jinghong was even more extreme. Eyes closed, he silently formed hand seals while his sword lay slanted beside him. The beads on the sword tassel clinked and clanked from the colliding spiritual energy, making him look like a hoarding hamster terrified of running out of food. Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle. These 2, did they mistake Purple Bamboo Peak for a breathing can of spiritual energy? He turned quietly and entered the spirit field recently cleared. There stood the abducted Azure Sky Bull King, pawing at the moonlight. Spotting Gu Changge, its massive frame suddenly shrank, nearly squeezing itself into the corner of the barn. Well, old Huang, that enlightenment tea you drank wasn't wasted, you've gotten even plumper. Gu Changge surveyed the spirit rice in the field. Purple flames danced around the stalks, their heads so heavy they bent the stems. Each grain was plump enough to catch the light. He casually plucked 2 handfuls of the sturdiest ears. Farming suits you far better than acting like a stubborn ox. He then walked toward the old ox. Stop hiding. Just a small patch today. Gu Changge grinned as he pulled out his woodcutting knife. Last time you stole my enlightenment tea leaves. You owe me some meat as compensation, don't you? The wild ox king watched tearfully as a chunk was sliced from its newly grown tenderloin. It snorted in grievance but dared not utter a single word of complaint. When Changge returned carrying the spirit rice and beef, the sky was just beginning to glow with crimson hues. He looked at the ingredients in his hands and suddenly chuckled. This old ox was truly remarkable. Not only could it plow the fields, but its meat could nourish his disciple. Bringing it down from the mountains had been a steal. As wisps of cooking smoke began to rise from the mountain peaks, Li Xianfeng abruptly opened his eyes and sniffed the air. That smells amazing. What kind of spirit rice is that? Shen Jinghong sheathed his sword, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Could it be that Master Gu was actually cooking himself? Come on over, dinner's ready. Gu Changge lifted the curtain and called out into the courtyard. Li Xianfeng sprang up as if someone had pressed a start button, his nose still sniffing eagerly. Master Gu, this spirit rice, just the aroma is so comforting. It must be brimming with spiritual energy. Shen Jinghong sheathed his sword and followed into the bamboo hut, only to freeze the moment he crossed the threshold. A large, coarse porcelain bowl sat on the table, its rice porridge glowing with a faint purple radiance. The grains were plump and round, as if coated in starlight. Beside it, a blue and white porcelain plate held slices of roasted meat, glistening with oil and still steaming. The aroma wafted up, making the spiritual energy in her dantian stir. Sit. Gu Changge sat down at the head of the table and gestured toward the bowl and chopsticks. Don't overeat, know when to stop. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, a faint glow emanating from his fingertips as they swept over the bowl and plate. The initially overbearing spiritual energy instantly retracted, leaving only a gentle warmth. Even the grease on the grilled meat seemed to become lighter and fresher. Li Xianfeng couldn't hold back any longer. He scooped up a spoonful of porridge, but his eyes widened the moment it touched his tongue. The rice grains dissolved at the touch of his tongue, a warm current sliding down his throat. Wherever it passed, his meridians felt as if soaked in warm water, so comfortable he nearly moaned. He picked up another piece of beef with his chopsticks. The meat was so tender it was almost unreal. After just a couple of chews, it dissolved into pure essence, seeping into every limb and bone. Even the lingering injuries from his sword practice began to throb faintly, as if being gently mended. This is too incredible. Li Xuanfeng's mouth was stuffed full as he mumbled, 100 times better than the spirit food in the main peak's dining hall. Chapter 28, Talent Enhancement, Innate Sword Body. Shen Jinghong had initially intended to maintain a maidenly reserve before her junior brother. She held her jade chopsticks with proper decorum, scooping only half a spoonful of rice porridge per mouthful and cutting each slice of meat in half before eating. Yet the moment the purple flame spirit rice touched her tongue, it melted into a warm current, sliding down her throat into her dantian. It caused her long stagnant sword body to emit a faint hum, like a parched riverbed being soaked by clear spring water. She primly picked up a piece of beef again. The moment her teeth pierced the flesh, a surge of vital energy surged through her gums. It felt as though a gentle little furnace was slowly traversing her meridians, roasting away the cold accumulated in her joints from sword practice until it vanished without a trace. Mum. She instinctively pursed her lips, and the jade chopsticks between her fingers suddenly moved faster. Where she had been sipping rice porridge in small sips moments before, she now scooped 3 large spoonfuls at once, the porcelain bowl clinking sharply against the table. She didn't bother cutting the slices of meat on her plate, stuffing them whole into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out like a squirrel hoarding pine cones. Only when the bowl was scraped clean did she belatedly lift her eyes, meeting Gu Changge's suppressed smile. Her face flushed bright red. She hastily wiped her mouth with her sleeve where a speck of beef fat still clung. This divine food. She cleared her throat, attempting to regain her usual cool composure, but the undisguised satisfaction in her eyes gave her away. It really is better than the cafeteria food. Once the 3 had finished eating, Gu Changge fetched a purple clay teapot and poured each of them a cup. Amber-colored tea leaves unfurled and drifted within the liquid, releasing a crisp fragrance that mingled with the morning bamboo dew, instantly invigorating the 3 sated individuals. Try this. Gu Changge pushed the teacups toward them. Li Xianfeng lifted his first. The moment it neared his nose, the tea's fragrance seemed to take on a life of its own, burrowing into his nostrils. A buzzing sensation exploded in his mind. The cultivation hurdles he'd faced during his recent breakthrough to late condensation core stage now seemed as if someone had sliced through the fog, revealing pathways clearer than ever before. The once tangled pathways of spiritual energy flowed smoothly, and even the stagnant nodes within his purple palace began to crackle and shift. This is enlightenment? Li Xuanfeng's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively tried to suppress it. His master, Xian Yangzi, had repeatedly cautioned that breakthroughs must be steady and methodical. Rushing for quick gains easily left hidden dangers. Don't suppress it. Gu Changge spoke calmly, flicking his finger to conjure a golden pill from thin air, the legendary 9-turn golden elixir. He crushed the pill, taking only 1/5 of the powder. With a flick of his finger, he infused it into the spiritual energy surrounding Li Xianfeng. Simultaneously, he extracted several drops of primordial spirit essence and flicked them into Li Xuanfeng's body. Ride this momentum to breakthrough. I'll help solidify your foundation. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the spiritual energy of purple bamboo peak, as if guided by an invisible hand, surged toward Li Xianfeng like a tidal wave. Under Gu Changge's guidance, the spiritual energy flowed with unnatural docility, washing through his meridians layer by layer. That fifth of the golden elixir powder transformed into a warm current, systematically purging the impurities from his spiritual energy. His cultivation, previously stalled at the late stage of the elixir condensation realm, surged upward with unstoppable momentum, reaching the peak of the elixir condensation realm and the initial stage of the purple palace realm. Within moments, Li Xuanfeng's aura stabilized at the mid-stage of the purple palace realm. He instinctively circulated his spiritual energy, feeling the flow within his body 100 times smoother than before. The spiritual light swirling around his fingertips was several times more condensed than ever, and even the speed at which his consciousness perceived the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had increased significantly. What shocked him most was that when he examined his innate talent and foundation, he discovered his aptitude had dramatically increased. My spiritual energy circulation is over 100 times faster. Li Xianfeng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging yet unhurried power within him, his voice trembling slightly. Senior Master Gu, your generosity, this disciple is truly unworthy of such kindness. He bowed deeply to Gu Changge, his forehead nearly touching the tabletop. This kindness, I shall never forget. Meanwhile, Shen Jinghong had just sipped her tea when the sword essence within her dantian suddenly emitted a resonant hum. A cool sensation slid down her throat, like clear water dripping into boiling oil, instantly igniting the sword intent within her. It was the Jinghong sword body, fully awakened. She instinctively closed her eyes as sword chi spontaneously swirled around her, forming a dazzling barrier of blades. This girl's sword essence is even purer than Xian Yangzi described. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, repeating his previous technique. He took more 9-turn golden elixir powder, blended it with spiritual energy, and flicked the primordial essence into her body. Shen Jinghong felt a sudden heat at her brow. The sword intent within her surged like a bursting river, shattering the barrier of the 9th level of the refining body realm with a crackling sound. She stepped directly into the foundation establishment realm. Even more astonishing was the discovery upon inward inspection. Her spiritual energy now circulated over 100 times faster than before. Sword techniques that had once felt clumsy now flowed effortlessly through her mind. Her cultivation surged all the way to the peak of the foundation establishment realm. The residual power of the 9 transformations golden core remained hidden within her body, like a seed planted deep, holding boundless potential for the future. Innate sword body. My spiritual energy has accelerated this much. Shen Jinghong opened her eyes, the sword energy at her fingertips dancing in the sunlight. She bowed gracefully to Gu Changge, her cool voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your guidance. For this kindness and grace, Shen Jinghong will repay you with her life. Innate sword body? Gu Changge was also somewhat surprised, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. It seems this innate spirit marrow and 9-turn golden elixir can actually enhance one's innate talent. He had always treated these items as commonplace snacks and elixirs, never realizing they possessed such effects. On the windowsill, a small black bird had landed unnoticed. It chirped at Gu Changge, the tone sounding undeniably like it was saying, "What a waste of precious resources." Xiao Ruabai beside him stared wide-eyed, his own spiritual energy stirring restlessly within. Gu Changge acted swiftly, flicking his forehead with a finger. Don't rush. Your path must be walked step by step. Setting down her teacup, Gu Changge glanced at Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, still basking in the joy of their breakthroughs, and spoke calmly. Freshly attained realms demand utmost focus. The greatest pitfall is restlessness. You too should go to the bamboo grove nearby to consolidate your cultivation. Don't waste the spiritual energy of purple bamboo peak. Li Xianfeng stiffened at the words, hastily reining in his outwardly radiant spiritual energy. Thank you for the reminder, senior uncle. Shen Jinghong also reined in his sword energy, offering a slight nod to Gu Changge. The two turned in unspoken agreement and stepped deep into the bamboo grove, each finding a secluded corner to sit cross-legged in meditation. They both understood how rare an opportunity it was to solidify their newly attained realm on purple bamboo peak at such a critical juncture. The bamboo hut fell silent. Gu Changge turned to Xiao Ruabai, tapping lightly on the tabletop with her fingertips. Come with me. The youth, unsure of his master's intentions, followed Gu Changge step by step toward the rear mountain. Passing through a light gate, Xiao Ruabai's pupils contracted slightly at the familiar sight before him. Suddenly realizing what was happening, his voice carried a hint of uncertainty. Master, are you sending me to slay a demon beast? Chapter 29, Shi Wanshan's Discovery. Gu Changge pointed toward the mist-shrouded valley ahead. Do you know why I've delayed your breakthrough? Xiao Ruabai shook his head, his eyes filled with confusion. Your war god physique may seem formidable, but its foundations remain unstable. You must truly grasp the essence of war. Gu Changge turned, fixing a solemn gaze upon him. Though you've reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm, your cultivation journey remains brief. The battle energy within you is like unforged raw iron, seemingly hard, yet harboring hidden brittleness. The youth's heart jolted. He had assumed his master was withholding his breakthrough due to insufficient vital energy, but this was the true reason. Then, what should I do? Changge pointed toward the depths of the valley, where the faint aura of powerful demonic beasts lingered. Go in there and slay demon beasts. Target those at the condensing core realm or above. Kill 500 before returning. Xiao Ruobai's pupils suddenly contracted. F500? Scared? Changge raised an eyebrow. I'm not afraid. Xiao Ruobai clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. This time, I'll add a bit more difficulty. You are forbidden to use the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear. Rely solely on your physical body and mortal grade weapons. This disciple understands. He bowed deeply to Changge. I won't return to see my master until I've slain 500. Changge watched the youth's retreating figure as he charged into the valley, his gaze filled with complexity. With a wave of his hand, an invisible barrier enveloped the valley's perimeter. Let these vast mountains teach you what a true god of war truly is. From deep within the valley soon came the roars of demonic beasts and the sharp clang of clashing weapons. Changge stood listening for a moment, confirming that Xiao Ruobai had engaged a late-stage condensation core iron armor bear in combat. 500 condensation core beasts are merely the beginning. He murmured to himself, a fleeting, sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Forging the war god physique has never been about nurturing in a greenhouse. Barely 2 steps had he taken when the little blackbird flapped its wings and caught up, circling above his head with half a piece of uneaten enlightenment tea leaf still clutched in its beak. You really let him go alone? Changge glanced at it and flicked its head with a finger. Don't worry, he won't die. He had already set up 3 backup measures. That invisible barrier not only blocked external interference but would also automatically activate protective measures should Xiao Ruobai face mortal danger. The seemingly chaotic distribution of demonic beasts within the valley was actually arranged in layers, from weakest to strongest. Even if a high-level beast lurked among them, the restraints embedded within Xiao Ruobai would shield him the moment he faced imminent defeat. The little blackbird tilted its head, suddenly chirping twice toward the valley with a hint of schadenfreude in its voice. Changge ignored it and headed straight back to Purple Bamboo Peak. Upon reaching the bamboo hut's entrance, he saw Li Xianfeng seated cross-legged on a green stone slab. Spiritual energy swirled around him like a vortex, his mid-purple palace realm aura now solidifying. Shen Jinghong stood before an ancient bamboo stalk, a thread of subtle sword energy coalescing at her fingertips as she repeatedly sliced at the bamboo's surface. The sword energy appeared gently yet precisely avoided the bamboo joints, carving dense, intricate marks across the smooth surface, clearly using sword practice to temper his mind and solidify the newly breakthrough innate sword body. Deep within the 10,000 mountains at that very moment, Xiao Ruobai gripped an ordinary iron blade, locked in combat with an ironclad bear at the late condensation core stage. The iron-armored bear's paw slammed onto the ground, sending mud flying and a stench of blood rushing toward him. Xiao Ruobai darted through the gaps between the bear's swipes with the nimbleness of his shadow step technique, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. The ironclad bear's physical prowess was formidable to begin with, compounded by its full realm advantage over Xiao Ruobai. Without the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear, relying solely on his physical strength to confront such a demon beast proved far more difficult than he had imagined. Roar! Enraged, the ironclad bear reared up abruptly, its massive frame bearing down like a mountain. Xiao Ruobai's eyes narrowed. Suddenly ceasing his evasion, he channeled all his battle energy into his right arm. The iron blade hummed in his grasp, faintly glowing with a pale golden sheen. Fight! He roared, swinging his blade directly at the bear's claw. The clash of blade and paw produced a shrill metallic screech. Xiao Ruobai felt a wave of numbness surge through his arm, yet he used the recoil to propel himself upward. The iron blade sliced cleanly across the ironclad bear's neck, its weakest point. Splash! Blood spurted forth as the ironclad bear let out a piercing howl, its massive body crashing to the ground. Leaning on his blade, Xiao Ruobai panted, gazing down at the beast's corpse beneath his feet. Suddenly, he grinned. In that instant, he distinctly felt the battle energy within him grow more concentrated. The first one. Wiping the blood from his face, his gaze grew even more resolute as he turned and walked deeper into the valley. Sunlight filtered through gaps in the miasma, illuminating the youth's upright silhouette and the path of demon beast bones beneath his feet, a trail forged through relentless tempering. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong were immersed in their cultivation. Before they knew it, night had fallen. The glow deep within the bamboo forest gradually faded. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong simultaneously halted their movements, the spiritual energy swirling around them receding like a tide. The sky was already studded with stars, and the evening breeze carried the scent of bamboo as it swept past. The two exchanged a glance, each seeing reluctance in the other's eyes. The spiritual energy at Purple Bamboo Peak was as thick as honey that wouldn't dissolve. Staying even a quarter of an hour longer was like cultivation. Master Gu. Li Xianfeng rose first, bowing his hands toward Changge. Today I was so preoccupied with consolidating my cultivation that I neglected to exchange insights with junior brother Ruobai. My apologies for the oversight. He stole a glance at Changge's expression. Seeing no sign of anger, he pressed his advantage. To make amends, how about my junior sister and I visit again tomorrow? We can bring some fresh spiritual fruits from the main peak to nourish junior brother Ruabai. Shen Jinghong nodded in agreement, a rare hint of sincerity flickering across her usually icy features. It was my oversight. I shall arrive early tomorrow to spar with junior brother Ruabai on footwork techniques. Gu Changge's hand holding the tika paused, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. These two youngsters cut from the same cloth as Xian Yangzi were masters at spinning excuses. Get out. Come back in half a month. Next time, arrive at dawn, don't disturb my sleep. Yes. Thank you, master. The two felt as if they'd been granted a pardon. Their bows were tinged with elation, and their retreating footsteps were as light as if they were skimming the wind. The moment they stepped beyond the barrier of purple bamboo peak, Li Xianfeng suddenly pressed down on Shen Jinghong's shoulder, halting them both. The next instant, Li Xuanfeng's formidable aura, that of a mid-stage purple palace cultivator, swiftly retracted into his body. The spiritual light at his fingertips vanished abruptly, stabilizing back at mid-Dan condensation realm. Even the sway of his robe deliberately slowed, making him look like a deflated balloon. Shen Jinghong was even more astonishing. The dazzling sword energy surrounding her instantly retreated into her meridians. The peak foundation establishment cultivation energy faded like a receding tide, restoring her to the unpolished appearance of a 9th-level body-tempering cultivator. Yet the starlight reflecting in her eyes held an unmistakable radiance, the clear glow of a sword spirit awakening, impossible to conceal, as if she carried a tiny star within her. Hurry up! Li Xianfeng tugged her along as they hurried toward Qingyuan Peak, his voice hushed to a near whisper. Don't let anyone from other peaks see us, or they'll all come swarming to Purple Bamboo Peak. The pair ducked their heads, scurrying along the base of the wall like two weasels caught stealing chickens. At the bamboo hut's entrance, Gu Changge couldn't help but chuckle softly at the scene, nearly spilling tea from her cup. Those two lads have mastered every trick in Xian Yangzi's bag of dirty tricks. Just as he turned to leave, his peripheral vision caught a dog hole on the western slope of the peak. Crouching at its entrance was an old man in gray robes, none other than Xuanhuang, the peak master of Qingyue Peak. Xuanhuang narrowed his eyes, fingers gripping binds tightly. He watched Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong's furtive backs, then glanced toward Purple Bamboo Peak. Suddenly, his cloudy eyes flashed like a spotlight. He stroked his chin and muttered to himself. Something's off. Just days ago, these two were only at the late Dan condensation stage and the 9th level of body tempering. How could their aura have grown so much stronger in just one day? Chapter 30, Xian Yangzi's Shock. Gu Changge's body froze abruptly, her heart skipping a beat. Oh no. That old codger loved meddling in affairs. He'd probably already caught on to something fishy. Xuanhuang clicked his tongue, suddenly slapped his thigh, and turned to sprint toward Qingyue Peak. Gu Changge watched his retreating figure, then glanced toward the distant Qingyuan Peak. Suddenly, his temples began to throb. He slapped his forehead. Great. His days of peace were probably over. You little brats. Get out here. Tomorrow, you're coming with me to visit your Uncle Gu at Purple Bamboo Peak. Host has not checked in today. Proceed with check-in? Gu Changge sat by the window of the bamboo hut when the system's prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. He silently replied, check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing today's check-in. You have obtained 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Qingxuan secret realm. Simultaneously, a golden light appeared, coalescing into a bronze token the size of a palm within the system space. Carved upon it were layers of swirling clouds and towering mountain ranges, while the 4 seal script characters Qingxuan secret realm glowed faintly across its surface. The Qingxuan secret realm was sealed within the token, ready to be deployed at any moment. To relocate the secret realm, one could simply store it back into the token. Gu Changge grasped the token, feeling a warm energy flow through him. Immediately, the system's annotation appeared in his mind. Within the Azure Cloud secret realm lay a million-li expanse of spirit soil, its concentration of spiritual energy 100-fold greater than the outside world. Its depths concealed ancient treasures and immortal legacies. This realm served as both an exceptional cultivation site and a repository for living beings and artifacts, a portable microcosm. Gu Changge toyed with the bronze token in her hand, a hint of satisfaction flickering in her eyes. Today's haul was quite good. Qingyuan Peak Main Hall. Xuanyangzi paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, occasionally tiptoeing to peer outside the hall. Hearing the door creak open, he spun around abruptly, nearly tripping over the threshold. How did it go? How did it go? Xian Yangzi rushed to Li Xuanfeng's side, grabbing his arm and shaking him vigorously. Didn't upset your senior Uncle Gu, did you? How was the harvest at Purple Bamboo Peak? No conflicts with Ruabai? The barrage of questions left Li Xianfeng dizzy. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Master, is this cave dwelling safe? What do you mean, safe or not? Xuanyangzi looked utterly perplexed. My main hall on Qingyuan Peak is protected by a triple-layered soundproofing array. Not only can whispers not escape, but even a heavenly thunderclap would be muffled. His eyes darted around before suddenly leaning closer. What's up? Did you find some treasure on Purple Bamboo Peak? Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged a glance before simultaneously shedding their disguises. A colossal surge of mid-purple palace realm spiritual energy erupted like a volcano, swirling into a pale golden vortex around Li Xianfeng. Shen Jinghong's display was even more astonishing. The luminous radiance of his awakened innate sword body radiated outward, while his peak foundation establishment level sword energy surged toward the hall ceiling, causing the suspended crystal lamps to clatter and rattle. Xuanhuang's mouth gaped wider and wider until it could fit a fist. He pointed at the two, then abruptly withdrew his finger to scratch his head. After confirming the scene 3 times, he suddenly leapt 3 feet high and slammed his palm onto the stone table. Crack! The hard bluestone tabletop cracked open. Mid-purple palace realm. Peak foundation establishment. Xuanhuang's voice trembled as he circled the 2 8 times. Suddenly, he grabbed Li Xuanfeng's wrist to take his pulse, then peeled back Shen Jinghong's eyelids for a closer look. Finally, he collapsed into a wing chair, muttering, "You too. You've advanced an entire major realm in a single day? Quickly, tell me what happened." "Master, please steady yourself." Li Xianfeng supported him as he recounted the day's events. "Master Gu first let us have breakfast, then brewed a pot of tea. We each drank a cup." Your Uncle Gu does have fine tea." Xuanhuangzi suddenly sat up straight. Shen Jinghong added, "Then Senior Gu crushed a golden pill, mixed some powder into the spiritual energy, and dripped in a few drops of milky white spiritual liquid. He said it would help solidify our foundations." "Such miraculous pills exist? And mysterious spiritual elixir?" He abruptly stood up, pacing frantically around the hall. One moment he was clutching his hair and grinning foolishly, the next, he was bowing to thin air. "I knew senior brother Changge was hiding treasures. Sending you guys to spar with him was absolutely the right call. After drinking that tea, my bottleneck at late Dan condensation stage broke through like a window paper being pierced." Li Xianfeng still shuddered at the memory of that tea. "That golden powder was even more miraculous. It purged every impurity from my spiritual energy. Now it flows as clear as crystal." Shen Jinghong nodded in agreement. "When my sword body awakened, those few drops of spiritual essence coursed through my meridians, washing away the dull ache embedded in my very bones. Now, even a casual swing of my sword can stir the sword intent of heaven and earth." Xuanhuangzi was circling the two, murmuring in admiration, when suddenly he froze as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened and he began fumbling frantically in his robes. "No! No!" he muttered as he searched, "Your aptitudes." Before he could finish, a palm-sized, grayish-white stone clenched in his hand revealed intricate spiritual energy patterns on its surface, the very spirit-testing jade used to gauge aptitude. "Quick! Place your hands on it." Xuanhuangzi's voice tightened as he pushed the spirit-testing jade toward Li Xianfeng, his palms breaking out in a thin sheen of sweat. Back when Li Xianfeng had tested his mid-tier heaven grade, he had been satisfied. Now, this youngster had leaped across a major realm in a single day. If his aptitude truly had changed, what kind of future awaited him? Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged glances, both seeing tension in each other's eyes. Li Xianfeng took a deep breath, placed his palm over the spirit-testing jade, and began circulating the spiritual energy within his body. The next instant, the spirit-testing jade erupted with a dazzling purple-gold radiance, within which stars seemed to swirl. 4 ancient characters emerged on the stone's surface, lower grade sacred. The jade's radiance illuminated the entire main hall. Fortunately, Xuanhuangzi had always been cautious, and the light did not escape the cave dwelling. The spirit-testing jade slipped from Xuanhuangzi's grasp and clattered to the floor. He remained oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on the 4 characters. His lips trembled, yet no sound escaped him for a long while. Lower grade saint level, those 4 words struck his heart like a heavy hammer. It was a realm even the sect's scriptures dared only to mention vaguely, a legend towering above heaven grade and king grade. Holy grade? He muttered to himself, then suddenly snatched up the spirit-testing jade like a madman and shoved it into Shen Jinghong's hands. You tested too. Jinghong, you were a high heaven rank back in the day. The only high heaven rank among the sect's younger generation. Shen Jinghong's fingertips trembled slightly as she pressed her hand onto it. Chapter 31, Brother Changge. Save me. As Shen Jinghong placed her hand on it, the spirit-testing jade erupted with a light even more intense than before. Like a miniature azure sun, a humming sound like a sword's resonance emanated from the jade. The characters that appeared on its surface were stark and clear, holy grade middle. Boom! Xuanhuangzi felt as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. He staggered back 3 steps, plopping down onto the ground. The spirit-testing jade flew from his grasp once more, rolling several times across the floor. His mouth gaped open, a hoarse ho sound escaping his throat. Only after a full stick of incense had burned did he suddenly erupt in a deafening roar. Saint grade! They're saint grade! Both of them! 2 heaven grade talents from my Qingxuan Sect have become saint grade. He flailed about on the ground like a child, tears and snot smearing his face, then clutched his head and burst into maniacal laughter. A top-tier heaven grade talent is already a once-in-a-century occurrence. Saint grade. This will drive the old monsters from other sects to their graves. He suddenly lunged at Li Xianfeng, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him violently, his grip so fierce it nearly crushed the bones beneath. You brat! You've leaped over the king grade and reached the saint grade in one go. You're trying to tear the heavens apart. He spun around and lunged at Qin Jinghong, his voice trembling uncontrollably as he stared at the faint, shimmering glow of her innate sword physique. You brat! You were already a top-tier heaven-grade cultivator. With the Jinghong sword body, you were already a genius of the sword path. And now you turn around and become a mid-tier saint-grade cultivator? With a? Li Xianfeng was dizzy from Xian Yangzi's bluster, yet his eyes were glued to the characters on the spirit-testing jade. His heart pounded so fiercely it felt like it would shatter his ribs. Now, both of them possessed saint-grade aptitude. That legendary saint-grade talent guaranteed to become a saint, provided one didn't die young. A tidal wave of overwhelming joy flooded him, making him clench his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. Qin Jinghong stood motionless, the sword energy at her fingertips trembling faintly with the turbulence of her emotions. Saint-grade mid-tier, innate sword physique. These terms, once encountered only in ancient texts, now became her defining labels. She gazed down at her palm, and for the first time, a fiery passion ignited within her cold, clear eyes. It was boundless anticipation for the future and an indescribable gratitude toward Gu Changge. Xuanhuang abruptly halted his excitement. He sprang to his feet, smoothed his disheveled robes, and bowed 3 times with utmost reverence toward the direction of Purple Bamboo Peak. After finishing, he turned and grabbed the two of them, his expression solemn as if entrusting them with some earth-shattering secret. Remember, your talents no one else must know about them except me and your Gu Shushu. Not a single fifth person. Having said this, he couldn't help but rub his hands together and chuckle foolishly, circling around the two while muttering repeatedly. Inside the main hall, the lingering glow of the spirit-testing jade still illuminated the faces of the 3 disciples, some filled with excitement, others with awe, and still others with hopeful anticipation. Xuanhuang suddenly slammed his hand on the table. This won't do. Tomorrow, I must personally visit Purple Bamboo Peak. Xuanhuang slammed his thigh, his eyes blazing with an intensity that seemed to glimpse some colossal opportunity. Ha! Li Xianfeng froze in surprise. What are you going there for? What do you know? Xuanhuang glared at him, yet his face betrayed uncontrollable excitement. Your master Gu has bestowed such an immense opportunity upon you all. As your master, how could I not offer a proper expression of gratitude? Besides, your uncle Gu is full of surprises. Who knows what other treasures he might have stashed away that we don't know about. As he spoke, he turned and dashed toward the inner hall, his steps stumbling yet carrying a wind-like momentum. Muttering under his breath, I must find something worthy to present. I can't possibly go empty-handed. Li Xianfeng and Qin Jinghong exchanged glances, both seeing resignation in each other's eyes. They watched as Xuanhuang rummaged through mountains of storage rings, first pulling out a palm-sized piece of warm jade. He waited briefly before tossing it back. No. This jade may nurture spiritual energy, but to Changge, it's no different from a pebble by the roadside. Next, he pulled out a flying sword gleaming with a cold light, its blade engraved with intricate runes. This green-edged sword cost me the lives of 3 purple lightning serpents back in the day. It's a heaven-grade treasure by any standard. Before he could finish, he shook his head and sighed. Enough. The pills and elixirs Changge casually gives you can defy heaven and alter fate. Taking this flying sword out would only invite ridicule. His search grew frantic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, he crouched down and tapped 3 times on an inconspicuous green stone tile. The tile clicked open with a clack, revealing a deep, hidden compartment. Inside lay a black clay wine jar, its mouth tightly bound with red cloth. A yellowed talisman was affixed to it, faintly revealing the characters 1000-day drunk. This is it. Xuanhuang's eyes flashed with excitement as he carefully lifted the jar out, his face breaking into a wide smile that seemed to smooth out his wrinkles. This jar of 1000-day drunk was traded for from a master brewer on the demon state border during my youth. Back then, to seize this very jar, I battled 3 demonic cultivators for 3 days and nights straight. I nearly lost my life there. He cradled the jar as if holding a priceless treasure, his fingertips gently caressing its surface. This wine was fermented with 1,000 spiritual herbs and aged for 300 years. Opening it could resonate with spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. I've guarded it for 50 long years, never daring to touch a single drop. During the sect's grand competition, countless disciples begged me to open it, but I never could bring myself to do it. Li Xianfeng listened in astonishment. He had long heard rumors of his master's legendary stash of fine liquor, but never imagined its origins were so extraordinary. Xuanhuang carefully reapplied the talisman paper, then wrapped the wine jar in 3 layers of spiritual energy restrictions before storing it away like a precious treasure. Observing his master's expression, a mix of joy and anticipation, Li Xianfeng suddenly had a realization. Master, this isn't about gratitude. He clearly intends to use this legendary wine to exchange 4 more opportunities from senior disciple Gu. Before the morning mist had fully lifted, faint sounds reached the bamboo cottage at the foot of Purple Bamboo Peak. Gu Changge had just returned from checking on Xiao Ruobai's progress on the back mountain and was about to head back to the bamboo cottage for some sleep. His foot froze mid-step. 3 pieces of cured pork hung prominently from the 2 purple bamboo poles at the entrance of Purple Bamboo Peak. Wait, those seemed to be people. To be precise, Xuanhuang and his 2 disciples were tied up like dumplings and hung from the old bamboo branches. The morning breeze made them sway like grasshoppers strung on a rope. Xuanhuang's gray robe, damp with dew, clung to his body, revealing his round belly. His usually well-groomed beard was now disheveled, clinging to several bamboo leaves, making him look like a grumpy old man freshly pulled from a muddy swamp. Junior brother Changge. Save me. Spotting Gu Changge, Xuanhuang clung to him like a lifeline, twisting his body desperately. The ropes only tightened further, making him grimace in pain. This damn barrier is unreasonable. I just wanted to drop by for a visit, and it actually tied me up on its own. His 2 disciples were even worse off. One hung face down, his head barely a foot above the ground, his nose nearly scraping the moss-covered stones. The other was suspended upside down, his face flushed crimson, tongue nearly hanging out, a bamboo leaf stuffed in his mouth. Chapter 32, being hung like dried meat on Purple Bamboo Peak for a night. The night on Qingxuan Peak was exceptionally still. The moonlight at the hour of evening flowed like water over the lattice windows of the quiet chamber. Qingxuan was immersed in the tranquility of his cultivation when suddenly, his blanket was violently ripped open. Qingxuan. Machin. Wake up! Xuanhuang's rotund figure burst in. His usually stern, plump face glowed with an unusual flush, making him look like a mouse that had stolen oil. His small eyes darted about in the dimness as he made a shushing gesture. I'm taking you to seek a great opportunity. Keep this quiet. Before he finished speaking, Qingxuan was yanked up, stumbling as he was dragged out. Next door, Lin Moken, rubbing his sleepy eyes, was pulled out as well. This youth, 2 years younger than Qingxuan and possessing mid-tier heaven-grade talent, now had hair as messy as a bird's nest and was still half asleep. Master, why must we seek this opportunity in the middle of the night? Purple Bamboo Peak. Xuanhuang rubbed his plump hands mysteriously, his tone brimming with certainty. Xuanyang's 2 disciples returned from there with vastly increased cultivation. That brat Gu Changge must be hiding something valuable. Qingxuan felt perplexed. Though Gu Changge, the master of Purple Bamboo Peak, held the title of peak leader, his cultivation was rumored to be only at the condensing realm. He rarely ventured out. How could there be a great opportunity there? He whispered a warning, Master, isn't it a bit inappropriate to trespass onto another peak? What's there to fear? Xuanhuang patted his round belly, speaking with righteous indignation. I am, after all, the peak master of Qingxuan Peak. What's wrong with paying a visit to my fellow disciple? And so, under the moonlight, the 3 crept stealthily toward Purple Bamboo Peak. All the way, Xuanhuang chattered incessantly, though senior brother Gu isn't highly skilled, he's got plenty of treasures. You 2 stay sharp later if you spot something good, just... Ha. Qingxuan and Lin Mochen exchanged helpless glances. Their master wasn't visiting at all. He clearly had his sights set on looting treasures. As the silhouette of Purple Bamboo Peak emerged in the moonlight, Qingxuan held his breath. The entire mountain peak was shrouded in a pale purple mist. Bamboo leaves swayed gently in the breeze, rustling softly. Even more extraordinary, the spiritual energy in the air was so dense it seemed to condense into tangible points of light, drifting slowly through the atmosphere. Such potent spiritual energy. Lin Mochen drew in a deep breath, his eyes instantly brightening. Xuanhuang stroked his beard with satisfaction. See? I told you there'd be something special here. Come on, let's ascend the mountain. As they ascended the stone steps, the spiritual energy grew increasingly potent. Qingxuan's golden core began to stir involuntarily, greedily absorbing the surrounding essence. Just as he was about to respond to Lin Mochen's question, is senior uncle Gu truly only at the golden core stage? His ankle suddenly tightened. A vibrant green vine had wrapped itself around him without warning. Master! Qingxuan's cry caught in his throat as his entire body was hoisted upside down. The startled cries of Xuanhuang and Lin Mochen reached his ears. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them hung like cured meats between 2 thick purple bamboo poles, suspended by the spirit-binding vines. Spirit-binding vines? Xuanhuang bellowed, his plump face flushing crimson. Gu Changge, you little bastard. You actually planted such treacherous things right outside your own door. Qingxuan hung upside down, blood rushing to his forehead, his vision a crimson haze. He strained to roll his eyes and saw his master tied up like a rice dumpling, his gray robe billowing to reveal a round belly, a bamboo leaf still clinging to his beard. Lin Mochen fared worse. A bamboo leaf stuffed in his mouth made him resemble a captured frog, able only to emit muffled grunts. Master! Is this the great opportunity you spoke of? Qingxuan managed to speak, his voice hoarse from the blood rushing to his head. Xuanhuang cleared his throat awkwardly, forcing a defense. An accident. Purely an accident. This spirit-binding vine specifically targets those with ill intent. It proves there must be ghosts on Purple Bamboo Peak. The night breeze swept through, gently swaying the 3 like wind chimes. Lin Mochen struggled to spit out the bamboo leaf in his mouth. Xuanhuang continued to struggle futilely, but the more he struggled, the tighter the spirit-binding vine wrapped around him, until he could no longer speak. Only when the eastern sky began to glow with the first light of dawn did Qingxuan catch sight of it in the morning light. Every bamboo stalk on purple bamboo peak glowed with a faint purple radiance, with faint runes flickering at the joints. Even stranger, the sweat dripping from their bodies vanished the moment it touched the ground beneath purple bamboo peak, absorbed completely without a trace. Senior brother, look. Lin Moken struggled to point at the ground, his voice thick with astonishment. Ahem. Xuanhuang suddenly cleared his throat and lowered his voice. Jingxian, Machin, when Changge arrives later, remember to look pitiful. We've made such a fool of ourselves this time, we need to salvage some benefit. Jingxian felt both amused and exasperated after being hung overnight. Their master was still scheming to salvage some benefits. Just then, faint footsteps echoed from deep within the bamboo grove. A figure clad in azure robes approached slowly, morning mist swirling around him like a painting of an immortal. A young man under 20, his features exquisitely handsome, his eyes and brows like painted strokes. A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of his mouth. His aura carried only the spiritual energy fluctuations of the condensing core realm, yet his eyes were so profoundly deep they seemed to pierce straight through one's soul. None other than Changge, the peak master of Purple Bamboo Peak. What's this all about, senior brother? Sure. Changge circled the three of them once, his voice clear and resonant like jade striking jade. Early in the morning, instead of supervising your disciples on Qingxuan Peak, you come swinging on a swing in my bamboo grove? Xuanhuang's face flushed crimson as he hastily pleaded, Junior brother, don't mock me. Quickly let us down. Changge chuckled softly, his fingertips glowing with a faint blue light. With a light flick, the binding vines instantly released their hold. The three landed with a thud upon the ground. Rubbing their numb limbs as they rose, they heard Changge add with a hint of amusement in his voice, how was I to know, senior brother, that your midnight visit to my Purple Bamboo Peak was for ill intent rather than to steal some techniques? Junior brother, stop mocking me. Xuanhuang grimaced, glancing at his two disciples' pitiful state out of the corner of his eye before quickly changing the subject. Yesterday, I saw Xuanyang's two disciples leaving your place. Their energy fell off, so I knew you must be hiding something valuable. Look at my two disciples, their talent is mediocre. They've been cultivating for years yet are still stuck at the early stage of condensing the Dan. Could you show some mercy and let them benefit a little too? Your two disciples? One has a low-grade heaven-tier talent, the other a mid-grade heaven-tier talent. In any of the 7 great sects, wouldn't they be prized treasures? And you call that mediocre talent? Changge's voice was calm, yet it sent a jolt through Jingxian's heart. Senior Uncle Gu had instantly discerned their true talents. This was far beyond the capabilities of a mere Dan condensation cultivator. Xuanhuang chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his hands together in a nervous attempt to laugh it off. Compared to Xuanyang's two disciples, they're not exactly ordinary. Changge shook his head, his gaze shifting to Jingxian and Lin Mochuan. A hint of depth flickered in his eyes. You two youngsters, following such an irreverent master must be quite a hardship. The two bowed respectfully. Disciples Jingxian and Lin Mochuan pay their respects to Senior Master Gu. Rise. Changge waved his hand, his tone softening. Since you're here, come in for a cup of tea. Xuanhuang's earlier embarrassment vanished instantly at the invitation. Grinning broadly, he followed along. Now that's more like it. Come on, come on. My junior brother's purple bamboo tea is a legendary specialty of our sect. Watching their master scurry along behind Changge, Jingxian and Lin Mochuan exchanged a knowing smile. This Gu Shushu, seemingly at the condensing core realm, seemed quite different from the rumors. Chapter 33, Trouble Brewing Outside. Changge's gaze fell upon the two youths. These two youths were remarkably young, one 18, the other 20, yet both had already reached the condensing realm. Their foundations were remarkably solid, making them absolute prodigies among their peers. Jingxian and Lin Mochuan immediately stood at attention, hands clasped at their sides, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Jingxian still had a speck of moss on his nose, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. Lin Mochuan quietly spat out the bamboo leaf in his mouth, his throat still hoarse from the muffled sobs. Senior brother has always shown great care toward Purple Bamboo Peak. Well, both hands are flesh, one cannot favor one over the other. Changge thought to himself, though. He glanced at old Ox, who was watering the enlightenment tree in the spirit field, and sighed inwardly. Poor old Huan was getting the short end of the stick. I don't have much to offer you all. This place just happens to be a bit more spiritually charged. Find a spot to cultivate first. I'll go prepare breakfast. No need, senior brother Gu. We're not hungry. The two hurriedly waved their hands. Having just endured the humiliation of being hung from bamboo branches, they felt too embarrassed to trouble Changge further. Nonsense. Xuanhuang acted swiftly, grabbing both disciples by the shoulders with such force he nearly pinned them to the ground. How could you not be hungry? After all that commotion since dawn, your stomachs must be growling. You must accept junior brother Changge's kindness. He shot them a meaningful glance as he spoke, inwardly grumbling, what do these two fools know? Could any ordinary breakfast compare to what brother Changge prepares? A rare chance to pig out, how could they pass it up? Sure, Qingxian and Lin Machuan, pinned down and unable to move, could only nod in agreement with Sure Wanshan's words. Then, will trouble senior brother Gu. Gu Changge observed this, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No problem. Old Huang just ground some spirit rice flour, and I'll stew a piece of beef. It'll be ready soon. Old Huang, still watering the plants, shed tears of sorrow. Why is it always me who gets hurt when guests visit Purple Bamboo Peak? Gu Changge turned and entered the bamboo hut. Before long, wisps of cooking smoke rose from the chimney, mingling with the sweet fragrance of purple flame spirit rice and the rich aroma of wild ox meat drifting through the bamboo grove. Sure, Qingxian and Lin Machuan's stomachs growled uncontrollably. They exchanged glances, both seeing embarrassment reflected in each other's eyes. Sure Wanshan, however, couldn't care less. He tugged them toward the stone table in front of the bamboo hut, his eyes fixed intently on the door like a hungry cat waiting for dinner. The old ox in the spirit field bellowed a mournful moo, its voice brimming with sorrow and resentment. Its hoof dug a shallow pit in the ground. It had just been cut for a piece of beef brisket and now lay licking its wound beneath the roots of the enlightenment tree, glaring at Sure Wanshan as if he were an enemy. Here it comes. Gu Changge emerged carrying a large earthenware basin filled with golden spiritual rice porridge. Each grain was plump and glowed with a faint purple sheen, steam still rising from the steaming dish. Following closely behind was a clay pot. The moment the lid was lifted, the aroma of tender, stewed beef exploded, causing Sure Wanshan and the others to sniff simultaneously. The spiritual rice and beef were of such high grade that Gu Changge had to process the ingredients further to temper their spiritual energy, making them easier for the others to absorb. Sit down. Gu Changge set out bowls and chopsticks, then served himself a bowl of porridge, sipping it leisurely. Sure Wanshan didn't hesitate, pulling his two disciples down to sit. Just as he reached for the beef, hurried footsteps echoed up the mountain path, accompanied by a familiar booming voice. Junior brother Changge. I'm not too late, am I? Xuanhuang, carrying a black earthenware pot, rushed over breathlessly, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. His footsteps halted abruptly upon seeing Sure Wanshan. His eyes widened as he stroked his beard and declared. You fatso sure. I knew the magpies were chirping so merrily this morning. Turns out you big Buddha beat us to the door, and you brought two disciples with you. What's the matter? Running low on spirit rice at Qingxuan Peak? Xuanhuang surmised silently that Xuanhuang and Jinghong must have visited Purple Bamboo Peak yesterday and been spotted by this fatso sure. At least we're not like certain people who constantly mooch off others. Besides, with junior brother Changge's cooking, I could come back for seconds anytime. Sure Wanshan stuffed beef into his mouth, his words muffled as he retorted. He added another piece of meat to each disciple's bowl. Eat up. Ignore this old codger. Who are you calling old geezer? Xuanhuang fumed, his beard bristling and eyes blazing. He turned and slammed the food box onto the stone table, carefully unwrapping 3 layers of seals to reveal the black pottery wine jar inside, labeled with a 1000-day drunk talisman. I brought something special, unlike certain people who dare show up at the master's door empty-handed. Sure Wanshan's gaze was instantly drawn to the wine jar, forgetting to chew the beef in his mouth. 1000-day drunk? You actually dug up this jar? Back during the sect competition, I begged you to open it, but you said it was meant as a wedding gift for your great-granddisciples. So you were just stringing me along all this time? I'll give it to whoever I damn well please. Xuanhuang patted the jar smugly. I originally brought this especially for junior brother Changge. Who knew I'd run into you, you greedy cat? You're getting off easy. Who's greedy? Sure Wanshan stiffened his neck, his eyes fixed intently on the wine jar. I'm just worried your wine might spoil. Let me taste it for you, junior brother Changge. After all, when it comes to wine tasting, we on Qingxuan Peak know a thing or two more than you lot on Qingxuan Peak. Bah! Who was it who stole a sip of my linksy brew back then and passed out in the scripture hall for 3 days and nights? Xuanhuang peeled back the sealing talisman, and an intoxicatingly rich aroma instantly filled the air. It stirred the surrounding purple bamboo, causing the dewdrops on its leaves to tremble and roll down the veins, as if the fragrance had awakened their spiritual essence. Gu Changge stared at the jar, her fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop. Suddenly, a notification from the system panel flashed through her mind. Back when he signed in daily, the system had indeed rewarded him with many fine wines: the immortal brew of the Jade Pool, the Forget Worry wine, the 9-turn-drunken immortal dew. The variety was enough to open a tavern. Yet he had always preferred clear tea, so those wines had been piled away in the corner of his storage ring. By now, they were likely covered in a thick layer of spiritual dust, stacked higher than the bamboo groves of Purple Bamboo Peak. Junior brother Changge, care for a taste? Xuanhuang poured a bowl for Gu Changge. The amber liquid swayed gently within the bowl, shimmering with fine golden light. This wine is smooth on the palate yet packs a punch. Your cultivation is still young, take only a little. Sure Wanshan, unable to contain himself any longer, snatched the wine flask and poured himself a bowl. Just as he was about to drink, Xuanhuang slapped his hand away. Bad manners. Junior brother Changge hasn't touched his yet. I'll test it for poison for my junior brother. Xuanhuang retorted stubbornly. Seizing a moment when Xuanhuang wasn't looking, he tilted his head back and gulped a large mouthful. Instantly, his eyes narrowed in blissful intoxication. Fine wine. Truly a peerless brew. This spiritual energy sliding down my throat feels more satisfying than swallowing a qi condensing pill. You. Xuanhuang, furious, lunged for the wine flask, but Xuanhuang dodged him. The two chased each other around the stone table, looking like two children fighting over candy. Dingxian and Lin Machuan stared in utter astonishment, forgetting to drink the spirit rice porridge in their hands. Back at Qingyue Peak, their master always wore a stern face, strictly enforcing rules. Who would have imagined him like this? Had Li Shenfeng been present, his jaw would have dropped. Who would have guessed the Qingyue Peak Master and Qingyue Peak Master behaved like this in private? Changge lifted his wine bowl and took a sip. The fragrance of the liquor melted on his tongue, carrying a faint, elusive sweetness reminiscent of sacred spring water. It was indeed a rare and exquisite brew. He glanced up at the two bickering figures, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Keep this up, and the beef will go cold. Nothing worked better than that. Xuanhuang and Xuanhuang immediately stopped fighting, each returning to their seats, though their scramble for the wine jug continued unabated. This spirit rice is truly special, it warms you right through. Jingxian and Lin Machuan sipped their porridge in small mouthfuls, feeling the warm current slide down their throats into their dantian, sensing the rich yet gentle spiritual energy. They exchanged glances, shock mirrored in each other's eyes. This wasn't breakfast at all, but a rare opportunity for cultivation. Junior brother Changge, this beef stew is absolutely divine. Xuanhuang's mouth was stuffed full, his chopsticks still stirring the clay pot. Xuanhuang wasn't to be outdone, holding his rice bowl in one hand and a ladle in the other. He swiftly ladled spiritual rice into his two disciples' bowls. Jingxian, Machuan, eat quickly. This spiritual rice is a once-in-a-lifetime treat. The morning mist gradually dissipated as sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting warm halos upon the earthenware pots and wine bowls on the stone table. The aroma of wine mingled with the sweet scent of spirit rice drifted through the bamboo grove, accompanied by the two men's playful banter and the mournful moo of the old ox in the spirit field. Its freshly cut beef brisket was now being fought over by the two sect leaders, each trying to stuff it into their mouths. Changge watched the lively scene unfold before her, lifting her teacup to sip the clear brew. A fleeting, almost imperceptible softness flickered in her eyes. Perhaps, occasionally letting loose like this was more enjoyable than guarding a full set of fine wines alone. Since everyone loved fine wine, there would be no shortage of it within the ring from now on. Changge, where's Ruobai? I don't see him anywhere. Xuanhuang scanned the area, not spotting Xiao Ruobai's figure, and asked curiously. Changge replied indifferently, I sent Ruobai into seclusion for cultivation. It's a good opportunity for him to solidify his cultivation during this period. Xuanhuang nodded upon hearing this, then set down his bowl and chopsticks, his expression growing unusually serious. Speaking of which, things have been a bit unsettled outside lately. You and Ruobai should avoid leaving Qingxuan Sect for now. Things have been a bit unsettled outside lately. You and Ruobai should avoid leaving Qingxuan Sect for now. Changge froze. His focus had been entirely on Xiao Ruobai's cultivation these past days, leaving him unaware of external developments. Raising an eyebrow, he inquired, what's happened? Chapter 34, The Pitiful Lai Tianxiong. It's all about the Burning Heaven Palace clashing with the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Xuanhuang clicked his tongue, then shifted his tone with a hint of amusement. Funny story, after the Burning Heaven Palace left our Qingxuan Sect that day, they got beaten up 4 times in one night. Talk about miserable. Word is they're still bedridden now, unable to even crawl out of bed. Xuanhuang nodded vigorously beside him. Yeah, I heard about it too. Seems like the 10,000 Laws Pavilion did it. That place really acts like they own the place, doing whatever they want. Changge's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. He watched the two trade indignant and schadenfreude-laced remarks, their expressions perfectly staged. Yet his mind was as clear as a mirror. Had he not known these two had secretly followed the attackers that day, changed into disguises, and beaten up the Burning Heaven Palace men themselves, outsiders might well have been fooled by their performance. And now? Changge asked calmly. What else could we do? Xuanhuang sneered. Both sides have clashed several times already. The Burning Heaven Palace has suffered heavy losses, several Purple Palace realm elders perished, and I hear 3 heavenly realm protectors also fell in the fray. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion fared better, only a few Caverna realm experts were injured, and just 2 Purple Palace realm cultivators perished. But the most crucial blow is that the 10,000 Laws Pavilion forcibly seized one of the Burning Heaven Palace's spirit stone veins. They're probably furious enough to go mad now. Xuanhuang sighed in agreement. Who knows how long this feud will drag on? We'd be wise to stay out of it. Hearing this, Changge recalled the palm strike he had delivered to the Burning Heaven Palace disciples earlier. He wondered how they were faring now. With a flicker of thought, his divine sense spread like an invisible net, traversing mountains and rivers to silently envelop the Burning Heaven Palace. Deep within the palace's inner chambers, Palace Master Lai Tianxiong lay sprawled on his bed. His once imposing face now bore deep exhaustion, and strands of white hair had mysteriously appeared at his temples. He groaned softly from time to time, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Whenever the treacherous energy surged within him, his entire body would curl into a ball, as if an invisible hand were gripping his internal organs. Surrounding the bed stood 3 elders clad in blue-gray herbalist robes, their sleeves embroidered with lifelike lingji mushrooms. They were the elders of the 100 Herbs Hall from the Medicine King Valley. The trio circled around Lai Tianxiong, scrutinizing his pulse for a long while, their brows knitted so tightly they could have crushed a mosquito. Strange, truly strange. The white-bearded elder at the head withdrew his fingers, stroking his beard as he shook his head repeatedly. The energy within Lai Gong's body is overwhelmingly powerful, yet it lies hidden so deeply it feels like a bone-eating ulcer. We've administered 7 types of antidote pills and 3 kinds of energy-dissolving powders, yet we can't even scratch its surface. Lai Tianxiong gasped for breath in agony, his anger flaring at these words. Can you cure me or not? If this drags on, this old man's life will be drained away. The 3 elders exchanged glances before the white-bearded elder sighed. Palace Master Lai, it's not that we lack the skill. This energy is simply too overwhelming, and the injury too bizarre. Our knowledge falls short, we're powerless against it. As for the reward, we have no face to accept it. We take our leave. The 3 Medicine King Valley elders bowed their farewells. As soon as they stepped out of the sleeping chamber, the atmosphere within the hall grew heavy. The senior elder of the Burning Heaven Palace gazed at Lai Tianxiong's pain-twisted face, his voice tinged with hesitation. Palace Master, perhaps we should humble ourselves and seek help from that old man at the 10,000 Laws Pavilion? I hear the Pavilion Master of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Yung Sanghai, possesses a calamity-breaking pill that might cure your strange injury. If he's willing to help, even if it means ceding some mining profits. Bull! Lai Tianxiong's voice shot up sharply. The sudden surge of energy within him sent waves of pain coursing through his body, making him groan ouch, ouch, as cold sweat poured down his forehead. Beg that old bastard? He'd love to see me dead. This injury might very well be his doing. Second elder Lai Yan's face turned ashen beside him, slamming his fist hard on the table. What utter nonsense the first elder speaks. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion has pushed us too far these past days. Not only did they seize one of our veins, but they also slaughtered 3 of our heavenly realm protectors at the border. This is an unforgivable offense. How could we possibly beg them for mercy? But the palace master's injury. The first elder stamped his foot in frustration. If we delay any longer, it might. Lai Tianxiong curled up in agony, his knuckles turning white from clenching his fists. Go find me a more powerful herbalist. If there isn't one in Xianzhou, search Qizhou. I refuse to believe that without his 10,000 Laws Pavilion, there's no other way to treat my injuries. Lai Tianxiong sucked in a sharp breath of pain, yet his mind raced. These past days, he had repeatedly replayed the events since leaving Qingxuan Sect. For brutal beatings, each more vicious than the last. Especially that final one, that palm strike that came down from the heavens, fierce and overpowering. It was that very technique that had left him with this stubborn affliction. At first, he was certain the 10,000 Laws Pavilion was responsible. After all, few sects in Xianzhou possessed such formidable power. Yet upon quiet reflection, something felt off. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion prided themselves on their lofty principles and would never stoop to such underhanded tactics, let alone launch 4 consecutive attacks. It simply didn't fit their modus operandi. Perhaps only the final strike came from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, while the previous 3 seemed more like someone taking advantage of the situation to vent. Moreover, the 4 attacks appeared to be a premeditated, organized joint operation. To deploy 4 masters of such caliber, it couldn't possibly be the 10,000 Laws Pavilion alone fielding 4 sovereign realm experts, could it? They haven't reached that level of extravagance yet. Could it be the other sects have joined forces? Lai Tianxiong's heart skipped a beat. Just days ago, he had challenged each of them personally, alienating sects like Qingxuan Sect and Pazan Sect. While these sects might appear weaker than Fengtian Palace on the surface, who could say if they harbored any ancient masters? Perhaps it was the ancestral elders of those sects who had intervened. These petty bastards. Unable to win fairly, they resort to dirty tricks. At this thought, a fierce glint flashed in Lai Tianxiong's eyes. The energy within his body seemed to sense his fury, surging violently once more and causing him to wince with pain. This debt won't be settled so easily. Lai Tianxiong gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse with pain. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion is too powerful for me to challenge now, but when it comes to other sects, my Burning Heaven Palace still holds them in the palm of my hand. He turned to the senior elder beside him, his gaze unwavering. I suspect they were involved that night. Senior elder, please discreetly visit the Qingxuan Sect and the Array-breaking Sect. If I uncover who's pulling the strings behind the scenes, they will pay the price. The Grand Elder bowed his hands in response. Yes, Palace Master. I shall see to it immediately. The second elder stepped forward, his face strained with gravity, though inwardly he sighed. He spoke slowly, Palace Master, regarding the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Put that on hold for now. Lai Tianxiong waved his hand dismissively, drawing a sharp breath from the pain. The most urgent matters now are to uncover the truth about that night and find someone who can heal my wounds. As for the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, we'll hold our position for now. Once my injuries are healed, we'll settle accounts with them properly. The second elder's heart sank. Well, looks like this show's not happening. He stole a glance at Lai Tianxiong, grimacing in pain, and muttered to himself. He'd been counting on watching the Burning Heaven Palace and 10,000 Laws Pavilion tear each other apart, leaving the Azure Mystic Sect to reap the benefits. But this old fool had suddenly changed his tune. He'd better send word to Qingxuan Sect immediately, warning them to prepare in advance lest this big oaf take a bite out of them. Inside the sleeping chamber, Lai Tianxiong's intermittent groans of pain persisted, yet his gaze had grown sharper, tinged with calculation and ruthlessness. Standing beside him, the second elder wore a look of concern, yet his fingertips secretly formed a communication seal within his sleeve, one only understood within Qingxuan Sect. The third elder, who had remained silent, was also discreetly sending a message, though to whom, no one knew. At Purple Bamboo Peak, Gu Changge's divine sense took in the entire farce unfolding within the sleeping chamber. The Burning Heaven Palace certainly harbored its share of interesting characters. This commotion seemed even more lively than Gu Changge had imagined. As he withdrew his divine sense, Gu Changge's gaze met that of Xuanhuang. Chapter 35, The Suspicion of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. What are you pondering, junior brother Changge? Xuanhuang inquired curiously. I noticed your gaze drifting earlier. Could it be you're also worried about the mess at the Burning Heaven Palace? Gu Changge took a sip of tea, his tone calm and unruffled. Nothing much. Just thinking that after suffering such a heavy loss, the Burning Heaven Palace probably won't let it rest. Xuanhuang chimed in from the side. Who says otherwise? I hear that old dog Lai Tianxiong holds grudges like no one else. Losing a protector at the Cave Heaven realm and sacrificing a mineral vein this time, he's probably brewing some underhanded scheme. Just then, the communication jade talisman at Xuanhuang's sleeve grew faintly warm. His fingertip touched it imperceptibly. After reading the message, his eyebrows lifted slightly before returning to normal. He scooped a generous spoonful of spirit rice porridge, smacking his lips. Who cares about his dirty tricks? Filling our bellies comes first. As they ate and chatted, the beef in the clay pot vanished in moments, leaving only a thin layer of porridge clinging to the bottom. Finally, Xuanhuang even mixed the last drops of broth with spiritual fruits and polished it all off. Shi Dingxian and Lin Machuan held their empty bowls, their faces still flushed with satisfaction as spiritual energy continued to circulate slowly within them. As Gu Changge cleared the dishes, he casually brewed a pot of enlightenment tea. As the tea poured into the cups, a misty white vapor drifted upward, carrying the essence of the Tao. Shi Dingxian and Lin Machuan took a sip. Suddenly, they closed their eyes simultaneously. The spiritual energy surging around them erupted violently as they entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Gu Changge repeated her previous method, using the remaining half of the 9-turn golden pill and innate spiritual marrow to solidify their foundations. When the two opened their eyes again, a layer of luminous radiance shone in their gaze. Their spiritual power had coalesced to the peak of the condensing realm. With just a few days of consolidation, they could break through to the Purple Palace realm. Thank you, Senior Uncle Gu. Both bowed deeply, their voices brimming with gratitude. Their original heaven grade aptitude had transformed into a dazzling sovereign grade potential. This scene left Xuanhuang and Xuanhuang utterly speechless. That Gu Changge possessed such prowess. Their gazes toward him instantly grew intense, as if they could devour him whole. This was a talent enhancement, something that determined a cultivator's future potential. Xuanhuang had witnessed his own disciples' aptitude enhancements before and was somewhat prepared. Xuanhuang, however, was genuinely stunned. He stared at his two disciples in utter disbelief, his lips trembling as he remained speechless for a long while. Xuanhuang stared intently at Gu Changge, his thoughts already drifting far away. If such mass cultivation enhancement were truly possible, wouldn't the Qingxuan Sect's future be limitless? Forget dominating the Xian domain, they might even challenge the status of the sacred lands. Uncomfortable under their intense stares, Gu Changge frowned. Stop staring at me like that. I only have one 9-turn golden core, and now it's nearly depleted. As for the primordial spirit essence, I have less than 10 drops left. What little remains must be saved for my disciples' recovery. At that moment, Xuanhuang also snapped back to his senses. Such divine treasures were indeed rare. If one could truly obtain them in bulk, it would be utterly unnatural. That Changge possessed such treasures and was willing to share them with other disciples was already a rare gesture of goodwill. He rubbed his hands together and chuckled, Junior brother Changge, I didn't mean it that way. It's just, I'm amazed by your incredible skill. Xuanhuang quickly nodded in agreement, his face breaking into a simple, honest smile. Indeed, indeed. Brother Changge, we owe you our deepest gratitude for today's events. Jingxian and the others owe this opportunity entirely to your assistance. Gu Changge reflected inwardly. Truthfully, his hoard of 9-turn golden pills had long piled up like mountains, and his lake of primordial spirit essence ran full to the brim. But the path of cultivation was meant to be forged through hardship. If he handed out these divine treasures too easily, allowing his disciples to advance effortlessly, how could they ever learn to cherish them? Things obtained too easily are seldom valued. Instead, they breed complacency, hindering future growth. He glanced at Shi Jingxian and Lin Machuan, still visibly excited. He thought that such a perfectly measured gift would be etched into their memories, driving them to train even more diligently. Gu Changge waved his hand, pushing the teacups toward the two men. Alright, drink your tea. Afterward, everyone should practice. Only then did the two withdraw their gazes, lifting their cups to sip slowly. As the tea's fragrance filled their throats, the restless spiritual energy stirred by their earlier excitement gradually settled. Both soon immersed themselves in their cultivation. Within the Grand Council Hall of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, incense swirled in the air. Yun Songhai sat upright in the seat of honor, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop before him, his gaze deep and unfathomable. I hear Lai Tianxian's injuries still haven't healed? The Grand Elder standing below bowed and replied, indeed. It is said that the three elders of the Medicine King Valley personally went to the Burning Heaven Palace, yet they too were helpless. They claimed the energy within Lai Tianxian's body was too bizarre for them to expel. Yun Songhai raised an eyebrow slightly. Oh? Even the Medicine King Valley is powerless? This is intriguing. When did the Xian domain produce such a formidable expert capable of reducing Lai Tianxiang to this state, leaving behind such peculiar injuries? The second elder stepped forward and said solemnly, Guzhu, these past few days, the people of the Burning Heaven Palace have become increasingly insolent. They insist that it was our 10,000 Laws Pavilion that attacked, repeatedly provoking us at the border and even threatening retaliation. We didn't let them get away with it. We seized the opportunity to seize one of their mineral veins and eliminate several cave heaven realm cultivators, a lesson well deserved. Though our 10,000 Laws Pavilion fears them not. Yun Songhai paused, his tone growing colder. But we cannot simply bear this false accusation. Being unjustly labeled like this, if it spreads, it will make our 10,000 Laws Pavilion appear underhanded in our actions. The second elder nodded in agreement. The Pavilion Master speaks wisely. We've been investigating diligently these past days, yet so far, no new formidable figures have emerged in the Xian domain. Anyone possessing such power shouldn't be keeping such a low profile. Could it be an elder from another sect intervening? The third elder suddenly spoke up, a hint of speculation flashing in his eyes. Among the 7 great sects of the Xian domain, aside from our 10,000 Laws Pavilion, who knows which sect might harbor an ancestor at the sovereign realm? Take Qingxuan Sect, for instance. From what I understand, they once had an elder at the peak of the heavenly being realm named Xuanhuang. He appeared during the sect's crisis 100 years ago, though his lifespan was nearly exhausted then. Had he not died, he might have broken through to the sovereign realm by now, though the possibility is exceedingly slim. Yun Songhai fell silent for a moment, his fingertips pausing in their movements. Zuan Denzi. It's been quite some time since I last heard that name. He looked up at the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I need you to personally visit the Qingxuan Sect, the Breakaway Sect, and other sects to discreetly investigate. See if they've been up to anything unusual lately. Remember, proceed with utmost caution and do not reveal your identity. The Grand Elder bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, sect leader. I shall proceed immediately. Yun Songhai gave a slight nod, his gaze drifting toward the window as a hint of confidence colored his voice. Whoever is stirring trouble behind the scenes, anyone daring to cause chaos in the Xian domain, must not underestimate the existence of our 10,000 Laws Pavilion. With my sovereign realm cultivation, if anyone truly dares to challenge us, they will pay the price. Meanwhile, far away at the Qingxuan Sect, Gu Changge sat composed in a pavilion atop purple bamboo peak, fingering a jade pendant. His divine sense had already silently enveloped the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, allowing him to hear every word of Yun Songhai's conversation with the elders. The Burning Heaven Palace is coming, and so are the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Things are getting more and more interesting. Chapter 36, Breaking Through to the Condensing Realm. As the sun began to dip, the bamboo grove on purple bamboo peak echoed only with the hum of circulating spiritual energy. A day passed in focused cultivation. As dusk painted the skyline of purple bamboo peak crimson, everyone's aura surged dramatically, transformed beyond recognition. Shi Wanshan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. The imposing aura of a peak sovereign realm cultivator was restrained like a deep abyss. Gazing at the faint golden spiritual light swirling in his palm, his eyes brimmed with disbelief. Such progress surpassed even the gains from a decade of seclusion. Xuanhuang, meanwhile, closed his eyes slightly. Threads of sacred realm aura danced around his fingertips, while spiritual energy surged around him like a ceaseless river. He could distinctly sense the invisible barrier that had long stood between the sovereign realm and the saint realm, and now, it showed signs of cracking. The threshold of the holy realm, untouched by anyone in the entire Xian domain for tens of thousands of years, had been touched by him within a single day on purple bamboo peak. Such a miracle made his fingertips tremble slightly. Shi Jingxian and Lin Machuan stood side by side, their spiritual energies now condensed to the absolute peak of the spirit core realm. The group exchanged silent glances, their eyes flashing with shock and wild joy. What they gained a day on purple bamboo peak far surpassed the sum of decades of arduous cultivation. It felt as though an invisible hand had smoothed their path of cultivation. It's getting late. We should return. Xuanhuang broke the silence first, rising to his feet and bowing respectfully to Gu Changge. Thank you for your hospitality today, junior brother Changge. We shall remember this kindness. Xuanhuang promptly rose with his two disciples to return the courtesy. Esteemed brother Changge, great kindness needs no thanks. Should you ever require our service, the entire Qingxuan Peak would gladly lay down our lives. Shi Jingxian and Lin Machuan followed suit, bowing deeply. Thank you, Senior Gu, for your kindness. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. Travel safely. The group turned and departed. Shortly after leaving Purple Bamboo Peak, Xuanhuang seemed to sense something and turned back. Junior brother Changge, is there anything else? Gu Changge drew a jade vial and a brocade box from his sleeve, pressing them into Xuanhuang's hands. Inside are a 9 transformation golden pill and a bottle of primordial spirit essence. How you choose to use them is entirely up to you as the sect leader. Xuanhuang froze, staring at the items in his hands before his eyes blazed with astonishment. Clutching the jade bottle and brocade box tightly, he bowed deeply to Gu Changge. Junior brother Changge, I. Go. Gu Changge cut him off. Xuanhuang said no more, nodded solemnly, and turned to leave. Watching their receding figures, a faint smile touched Gu Changge's lips as he turned back toward the bamboo hut. As Gu Changge passed through the light gate, night had already enveloped the valley. No sooner had he entered the 10,000 mountains than the sharp clang of metal clashing echoed ahead, mingled with the piercing screech of a demon beast. Following the sound, he saw Xuanhuang locked in combat with a giant serpent covered in blue scales. The blue-scaled serpent stretched over 30 feet long, its scales gleaming with an eerie cold light. It flickered its forked tongue, each tail strike carrying enough force to hurl boulders. It was a ferocious beast at the peak of the condensing core realm. The bare-chested youth bore deep gashes of varying depths across his bronze-toned skin. The most severe wound ran from his shoulder blade to his waist, flesh torn and exposed, yet it did not hinder his movements in the slightest. His crude iron blade was chipped and dull, yet he gripped it with ironclad resolve. Using the shadow step technique, he danced around the serpent's body, his movements as fluid and swift as a gust of wind. Now! Xuanhuang seized the moment when the blue-scaled python raised its head to flick its tongue. He suddenly crouched low, the blade skimming the ground in a cold arc, striking precisely at the giant serpent's vital point. The crisp crack of shattered scales echoed as a foul-smelling spray of blood splattered. The green-scaled python writhed in agony, its massive body thrashing wildly, whipping up a whirlwind of fallen leaves. Gu Changge stood atop the rocky outcrop, observing silently. Through his piercing illusion divine eye, he witnessed the astonishing transformation occurring within the youth's golden battle energy. What had once flowed like a stream now surged like a mighty river. Through relentless combat, all impurities had been purged, leaving it as pure and liquid as molten gold. Each surge sent a faint hum through his meridians. This was the 442nd condensed core demon beast he had slain. In just 2 short days, Xuanhuang's combat instincts and control over his battle energy had undergone a complete transformation. The blue-scaled python, in a death throe, lashed out, coiling its massive body around Xuanhuang with crushing force, nearly snapping the youth's bones. Xuanhuang's face flushed crimson, yet he suddenly grinned, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He deliberately loosened his grip on the blade, clasping the serpent's scales with both hands. Channeling every ounce of his battle energy into his fingertips, he tore open a gap. Break! Battle energy surged through the opening. The blue-scaled python let out a piercing wail, its constricting grip suddenly slackening. Xuanhuang seized the moment to break free, snatched the iron blade from the ground, and thrust it into the serpent's vital spot with a backhand strike. The beast lay utterly dead, its body slumping limply to the ground. Xuanhuang collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat mingled with blood soaked the earth beneath him, yet it couldn't dim the gleam in his eyes. Just then, he suddenly felt the battle energy within him begin to stir restlessly, like ignited gunpowder, surging madly along his meridians toward some invisible barrier. A breakthrough? Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. The war god physique had been fully activated through life and death trials. Combined with the lingering potency of the 9-turn golden elixir and the spiritual energy nourishment from Purple Bamboo Peak, this breakthrough was now inevitable. Xuanhuang also sensed the change, quickly assuming a cross-legged position to circulate the war god strategy and guide his battle energy. Golden battle energy surged like a tidal wave against the barrier of the condensing realm. Each impact tore through his meridians with excruciating pain, yet it also refined the battle energy to a purer state. An hour later, Xuanhuang's eyes snapped open. Golden light flared within them as an aura of early condensing realm power radiated from his entire being. Master! Xuanhuang rose to bow, his voice hoarse yet brimming with unmistakable excitement. His wounds had scabbed over, nourished by the battle energy. His once frail frame now bore the lines of a hardened warrior, the timidity between his brows replaced by a murderous aura. Standing in the morning light, he resembled a battle blade newly sharpened and ready for the fray. Gu Changge descended the slope, flicking a drop of innate spirit essence from his fingertip. Condensing thee is merely the beginning. Continue with the remaining 58. But from here on, they are Purple Palace Realm demon beasts. With a flick of his finger, the invisible barrier at the mountain's edge expanded outward. The overwhelming pressure of Purple Palace Realm demon beasts surged in like a tidal wave. Xiao Ruobai caught the essence. His golden pill in the dantian spun violently, instantly condensing his battle energy several-fold. Gripping his iron blade, he looked up to see a dazzling giant tiger bursting from the dense forest. Over 30 feet long, its fur seemed to burn with a ghostly flame, a netherworld tiger in the early stages of the Purple Palace realm. A black royal crest adorned its forehead, fangs bared. Each step sent faint tremors through the earth. Clearly possessing sentience, it scrutinized Xiao Ruobai with a probing gaze. "You're just in time." Xiao Ruobai growled, unleashing his shadow step technique. His figure darted like a ghostly apparition around to the tiger's flank, the iron blade, surging with golden battle energy, slashing straight for the tiger's midsection. The nether tiger reacted with blinding speed, twisting its body and swinging its claws to meet the blade. The sharp clash of blade and claw echoed through the forest. Xiao Ruobai felt a searing pain shoot through his arm, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the blade. He used the momentum to leap backward, landing steadily beside a tree trunk several paces away. Staring at the bone-deep claw mark gouged into his blade, his Adam's apple bobbed. The strength of a Purple Palace Realm demon beast was several times greater than that of a condensed core realm cultivator. The underworld tiger landed with a thud that sent dry leaves swirling. The black royal mark on its forehead glowed coldly, its amber vertical pupils locked onto Xiao Ruobai. Drool dripped from the corner of its mouth, corroding small pits in the ground. It paced slowly, its Purple Palace Realm spiritual energy pressing down like a tangible force, thickening the air itself. Clearly, it held no regard for this human at the condensing core realm. Xiao Ruobai drew a deep breath. Suddenly, the war god physique within him pulsed with a searing heat. Golden battle energy surged through his meridians, each pulse causing his bones to hum faintly. His right arm, previously numb from the shock, rapidly regained sensation under the nourishment of this energy. He gripped the iron blade tightly, its edge glowing faintly gold, a unique manifestation of the war god physique's battle energy. Without external aid, it imbued ordinary iron with the power to pierce defenses. He no longer rushed to attack, instead pushing the shadow step technique to its absolute limit. His figure danced around the nether tiger, sometimes using tree trunks as cover to dodge sweeping tiger tails, other times leaping through branches and leaves to evade pouncing claws. Each evasion was perfectly timed, neither cowed by the beast's imposing presence nor straying beyond striking distance. The nether tiger grew impatient with this evasive dance, suddenly rearing its head to roar. Its Purple Palace Realm spiritual energy whipped up a gale, making the surrounding trees rustle violently. Its forepaws slammed into the ground as its massive form lunged forward like an arrow released from a bowstring. A foul, blood-curdling wind, thick with murderous intent, swept toward him. At this critical moment, the war god physique within Xiao Ruobai activated completely. Golden battle chi crystallized into intricate patterns across his skin. His previously slender frame erupted with strength disproportionate to his size. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, ducking beneath the nether tiger's gaping maw as his iron blade slashed upward along the curve of its belly. This strike channeled all his battle energy, the blade's wind tearing through the air with unyielding resolve. Chapter 37, The Weakened Ancestors. Clang! The blade's edge struck the ghost tiger's fur, producing a metallic clang. Xiao Ruobai's heart sank. This demon beast's defense was tougher than he'd anticipated. Yet he hesitated not a moment. Using the recoil to spin, he pressed his left hand onto the tiger's back while his right hand drove the iron blade downward with force, plunging it along the fur's grain. Roar! The netherworld tiger let out a piercing cry of agony, its massive body thrashing violently as it tried to shake the human off its back. Xiao Ruobai gripped the blade's hilt with deathly force, letting the tiger's claws tear bone-deep gashes into his back. He drove the iron blade another 3 inches deeper, until its tip touched the beast's inner core. The moment battle energy erupted along the blade, he abruptly released his grip and leapt backward, landing steadily on the ground. The netherworld tiger staggered several steps before its massive body crashed to the ground. It twitched a few times before falling utterly still. Xiao Ruobai clutched his bleeding back, his chest heaving violently as he stared at the beast's lifeless form. He looked down at his hands, where the battle runes on his palms still glowed faintly. That strike had clearly exploited the precise force control granted by his war god physique, finding the seam where the beast's fur met its skin to pierce its defenses. Heavy footsteps echoed deeper within the dense forest, clearly alerting other Purple Palace realm beasts. Xiao Ruobai picked up the iron blade from the ground. Golden battle chi surged once more, his gaze sharpening even further. He knew the war god physique's evolution never relied on external aids. Every life or death battle against formidable foes, every push beyond his limits, was the finest tempering. With a flash, he plunged into the deeper darkness. The flash of steel and the roar of tigers echoed through the forest once more. This time, the youth's battle cry echoed through the forest, more mighty. This is how the god of war physique should be, Gu Changge murmured to himself. The Xiao Ruobai of today was no longer the youth who relied solely on brute force. He had learned to dance and probe, to borrow momentum to shatter defenses. When gravely wounded, he unleashed even fiercer fighting spirit like a battle blade repeatedly forged in flames, growing sharper with each tempering. On the rear mountain of Qingxian, an invisible barrier rippled like water. Xuanhuang, holding his token, passed through the barrier. The scene before him abruptly transformed. The clear sky was replaced by thick gray clouds, and the air was filled with the ancient scent of sandalwood mingled with medicinal herbs. At the Forbidden Zone center, 5 palm-shaped stone peaks rose from the earth. Upon each summit sat a white-haired elder. The stone platforms beneath them bore cracks etched by time, surrounded by scattered bronze lamps long extinguished. The moment Xuanhuang stepped into the Forbidden Zone's barrier, he saw the 5 venerable elders seated cross-legged upon the stone platforms. Each bore hair and beard as white as snow, their breaths faint and barely perceptible, as if they might vanish with the next breath. He slowed his steps, about to approach and pay his respects, but noticed the elders hadn't even lifted an eyelid, seemingly still in deep slumber. Unbeknownst to him, 5 imperceptible streams of divine sense had already converged in midair, transforming into a telepathic exchange only they could comprehend. "What do you think? Is it truly wise to keep this hidden from young Master Yang?" The voice of the third patriarch echoed in their minds, tinged with hesitation. He remained hunched over, his withered fingers resting on his knees, appearing no different from any ordinary elderly man in his twilight years. The fifth patriarch's consciousness followed closely behind, tinged with a hint of heartache. The boy has poured his heart into the sect these past years, his hair nearly all white now, working tirelessly. Keeping this from him feels like deceiving him. As he spoke, not even the wrinkles at the corners of his mouth stirred. To an outsider, he appeared to be drifting in and out of sleep. The second patriarch's divine sense drifted over slowly, his voice carrying a note of certainty. "In my opinion, it's best not to tell him." "Why?" The fourth patriarch's consciousness brimmed with confusion. He even cleared his throat twice deliberately, emphasizing his feigned frailty. The first patriarch, who had been resting with eyes closed, finally spoke, his divine sense carrying an authority that brooked no argument. "We are all at the sovereign realm now, and I myself have reached the peak of sovereign. If young Master Yang were to learn of this, given his temperament, he might well become arrogant and lose his composure." He paused, his mental presence growing even heavier. "If our disciples bring disaster upon us through arrogant actions..." The divine senses of the other 4 elders instantly fell silent. After a long while, the third elder sighed softly, his divine sense tinged with resignation. "Elder brother speaks wisely. We should conceal this for now. Once the sect's foundations are more secure, it won't be too late to tell him." The 5 divine senses quietly dispersed. The 5 elders on the stone platform remained unchanged, their aged appearances suggesting their lifespans were nearly spent, as if the exchange had never occurred. Xuanhuang watched this unfold, a pang of sorrow welling in his heart. To uphold the Qingxuan Sect, the 5 elders had fought in too many great wars over the years. Now, they were spent, their lamps nearly extinguished. He touched the jade box he'd brought from Purple Bamboo Peak, his nose stinging. Inside lay the spiritual tea and 10 drops of primordial essence given by Changge. As for the 9-turn golden elixir and the remaining primordial essence, Xuanhuang intended to use them to cultivate more prodigious disciples for the sect. Disciple Xuanhuang pays his respects to the venerable elders. He bowed deeply, his voice barely audible, fearful of startling these frail elders. "Ahem. Ah, young Master Yang." The Grand Patriarch slowly opened his eyes, his eyelids trembling like a flickering candle in the wind. "Today, why have you found time to visit us old bones?" Xuanyang's eyes stung with tears. "Look at him. Even his speech is faltering." He hurried forward a few steps. "Ancestors, please take care of yourselves. Your disciple has already..." The words froze on his lips. Seeing the elder's frail state, the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. He had broken through to the peak of the sovereign realm, but swallowed the words back down. What if announcing this joyous news caused the elders to become too agitated and something happened to them? Wouldn't he then become a criminal to the sect? Broken through to what? The 5th ancestor weakly raised a hand, the movement so slow it seemed as though he might fall apart at any moment. Xuanhuang took a deep breath and produced a jade box and a tea caddy. This disciple happened to acquire some spirit tea and a few drops of spirit essence. "My junior brother says it's some sort of innate spirit marrow. I hope it might offer the ancestors a little assistance." A chorus of coughs erupted across the stone platform. In truth, they were all swallowing hard in secret. Anything from Purple Bamboo Peak must be top-notch. First elder, cough cough, this is far too precious. Second patriarch, this is unthinkable, absolutely unthinkable. Their divine senses screamed frantically, "Take it! Take it!" Third patriarch waved his hand feebly, We old men have lived long enough. Let's leave it for those who need it more in the sect." But inwardly he muttered, "This tea looks just like the legendary Enlightenment tea. That's impossible. Could it be that I'm really getting old and my eyesight is failing?" He quietly wiped his eyes again. Seeing this, Xuanhuang felt even more heartbroken. He knelt down with a thud. "I beg the ancestors to grant this disciple's filial devotion." 5 divine senses exploded instantly. "Oh no! This child is performing such a profound act of respect. Quickly accept it, he's about to cry." The first patriarch steeled his heart and continued the act. Well, since that's the case. Fifth, your constitution is the weakest, you shall go first. The fifth ancestor nearly lost his composure, yet his trembling hand reached out. Then, this old one humbly accepts. Chapter 38, The Ancestor's Epiphany. Xuanhuang, eyes reddened, handed over the jade box. Watching the fifth patriarch struggle to lift the lid, his heart ached unbearably. The ancestors were so frail they couldn't even open the box. The moment it opened, the potent aura emanating from the primordial spirit essence caused the spiritual energy throughout the forbidden land to surge. The fifth ancestor's hand trembled. Could that brat Changge really part with something this precious? This is far too precious. This time, the fifth ancestor truly trembled. Xuanhuang misunderstood and quickly steadied his trembling hand. Ancestor, calm down. Take it easy. He turned to the other elders and added, this spiritual tea is also a treasured item of junior brother Gu. It's said to calm the mind and nourish the spirit, with a chance to induce a state of sudden enlightenment. The fourth patriarch's beard twitched imperceptibly. Could it really be enlightenment tea? Seeing the truth about to be exposed, the first patriarch hastily shifted the topic with feigned weakness. Young Master Yang. How has the sect fared lately? Thanks to the blessings of the elders, all is well. Xuanhuang answered respectfully, thinking to himself, even in their condition, the elders still worry about the sect, truly. The thought nearly brought tears to his eyes again. The second patriarch suddenly began coughing violently. It's getting late, you should return to your duties. Xuanhuang understood the elders were exhausted. He rose promptly. This disciple takes his leave. May the ancestors rest well. Before leaving, he gently placed the teapot back on the stone platform. As soon as Xuanhuang's figure vanished completely and the Forbidden Zone's barrier closed, the 5 moribund old men sprang to life with the vigor of tigers and dragons. Quick! Reinforce the barrier with 3 layers. The Grand Patriarch shed all traces of weakness, his voice booming like a temple bell. The 5th Patriarch was already circling the stone platform with his spiritual tea. Is this truly enlightenment tea? I've only ever read descriptions of it in ancient texts. The 3rd Patriarch clutched the teapot, inhaling deeply. Just one whiff of this tea's fragrance, and I feel enlightenment is imminent. The 4th Patriarch snatched the teapot impatiently, his fingers trembling. Quickly! Brew a pot to taste it first. But the 2nd Patriarch suddenly pressed down on the teapot, his expression grave. Hold on. If this tea is truly enlightenment tea, we must first adjust our states. The 1st Patriarch stroked his beard and nodded. The 2nd Patriarch is right. We must first prepare ourselves. Before he could finish, the 5th Elder had already secretly snapped off a small tea leaf and popped it into his mouth. 5th Elder. You! The 3rd Elder's eyes widened. The 5th Patriarch's body trembled violently. 3 golden lotus illusions suddenly appeared above his head, and Taoist aura swirled around him. His eyes tightly closed, he had directly entered a state of sudden enlightenment. That good for nothing. The first ancestor stomped his foot in fury. He just swallowed a tea leaf whole. What a waste of heaven's bounty. The 4th Patriarch acted swiftly, shielding the remaining tea leaves in his embrace. Not a single leaf can be wasted. We must find that brat Changge and demand to know where this tea came from. Just then, Xuanhuang's voice suddenly echoed from outside the barrier. Ancestors, I forgot to mention the sect's grand competition is in 4 months. The 5 elders froze instantly, reverting to their barely alive states with lightning speed. The 1st Patriarch even collapsed with a thud, dragging the 5th Patriarch, who was in the midst of enlightenment, down with him. The barrier opened. Xuanhuang stared at the elders sprawled haphazardly across the ground, suddenly panicked. Elders! What's wrong with you? The 3rd Patriarch weakly raised his hand. It's nothing. Old 5, his old injury flared up. The 5th Patriarch obligingly twitched a couple of times, tea leaves still clinging to the corners of his mouth. Xuanhuang frantically pulled out his communication jade slip. I'll summon Brother Gu immediately. No! The 4 elders simultaneously sat up with a start from their deathbeds, startling Xuanhuang. The 1st elder hastily explained, this minor matter needn't trouble Changge, you should return first. Xuanhuang eyed the chaotic mess on the floor, then glanced at the suddenly alert elders. Something felt terribly off. Meanwhile, the 5 elders were cursing furiously through their mental communication. You old fools! I was in the midst of enlightenment. You interrupted me. Xuanhuang's footsteps grew heavy as he retreated from the forbidden grounds, the barrier slowly closing behind him. The elder's sudden burst of alertness had been far too abnormal, especially the speck of emerald green tea residue at the 5th elder's mouth that felt like a thorn lodged in his heart. But then he thought perhaps the ancestors had merely been briefly stimulated by the spiritual tea's essence. After all, their bodies were still spent and exhausted. Suppressing the urge to look back, he turned and headed toward Qingxuan Peak. Within the barrier, the deadwood atop the 5 stone platforms instantly came to life. Quick! Reinforce the barrier. The Grand Patriarch sprang up from his stone platform, his once hunchback straightening abruptly. His voice boomed like a temple bell, causing stone dust to rain down. His fingertips formed seals as 3 beams of golden light shot toward the barrier's edge.
The once translucent barrier instantly solidified like glass, the very air seeming to freeze.
The fifth ancestor had been crouched on the ground, clutching the box of primordial spirit essence. His fingers trembled like autumn leaves in the wind as he carefully extracted a single drop. The moment the essence touched the air, it dissolved into wisps of mist, releasing a moist aura potent enough to make gold and stone grow moss.
TSK, this is primordial essence.
He sent the essence into his mouth, and his entire body trembled as the cloudiness in his eyes vanished instantly.
Just how many treasures did Master Purple Bamboo leave for that brat Changge? Stop indulging yourself. The third patriarch snatched the teapot, roughly yanking off the lid.
An intense tea fragrance exploded, condensing into tiny golden specks on the stone platform. He pinched a tea leaf to his nose, inhaling sharply so hard his beard quivered like waves.
It's enlightenment tea. Genuine enlightenment tea. Ancient texts say a single leaf can grant sudden enlightenment to a sage. Enough talk, brew it.
The second patriarch had already brought over a stone basin and produced a chipped earthenware bowl from somewhere.
Brew it with the spirit spring water.
The fourth patriarch acted swiftly, flicking his finger to make clear spring water gush from a rock crevice.
It splashed into the bowl with a tinkling sound, a faint spiritual glow rising to the surface.
The third patriarch's hand trembled repeatedly as he held the tea leaves, finally summoning the resolve to drop in 5 leaves anymore, and he feared he'd lose control and go mad on the spot.
You reckless fool.
The first patriarch opened his mouth to scold, but the tea's fragrance assaulted his senses, sending a jolt through his mind.
The fragrance burrowed through his nostrils into his consciousness, instantly transforming into countless tiny points of light.
They collided with the bottleneck that had trapped him at the peak of the sovereign realm, causing it to hum and vibrate. Forgetting his anger toward the fifth ancestor, he lifted the coarse porcelain bowl and drained it in one gulp.
He immediately sat cross-legged, eyes tightly shut.
Spiritual energy surged around him like a tidal wave, and the cracks on the stone platform slowly began to mend under its nourishment.
The second and fourth ancestors also scrambled to share the tea broth.
After gulping it down in a few mouthfuls, they each found a clean stone platform to sit upon. Upon the stone platforms, the 5 elders sat or reclined, each enveloped in a faint halo of rosy light.
The once lifeless forbidden zone now pulsed with vitality, surpassing even the spirit fields of Purple Bamboo Peak. Only the fifth patriarch's resentment at his interrupted epiphany lingered intermittently in his consciousness. Once I'm out, I'll beat that brat Xian Yangzi senseless. Before the words faded, he was completely engulfed by the surging wave of enlightenment. A thunderous roar of the Tao resounded within his sea of consciousness. The golden light enveloping him grew ever more intense, even the moss on the stone platform imbued with spiritual energy, rapidly transforming into emerald-like vines. Chapter 39, Master, your disciple wishes to spar with you. The next morning, Xuanhuang emerged slowly from the rear mountain.
His plain-colored robe was already saturated with demon beast blood, congealed into dark red, hardened patches. His hair lay disheveled across his forehead, yet his brow radiated an unprecedented sharpness like a drawn sword, its edge gleaming with unyielding focus. A thick, blood-soaked aura emanated from him, the mark of 3 days and nights of relentless combat against demonic beasts. His gaze was steadier than ever before, and his every movement carried an implicit aura of decisive lethality, as if he had been completely transformed. Changge stood before the bamboo hut, his gaze settling on Xuanhuang. A flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. He marveled inwardly, truly worthy of an emperor-grade talent. In less than a month, he's progressed from having no cultivation at all to mid-stage Dan condensation realm, and that's with me deliberately holding him back. Yet he understood that Xuanhuang's rapid progress stemmed not only from the innate gifts of the war god physique but also from the abundant resources of Purple Bamboo Peak. Xuanhuang turned his head and saw his master leaning against a bamboo stalk, munching on a string of candied hawthorn berries with relish.
Master! Xuanhuang ran over excitedly. I broke through. I can now take on mid-stage Purple Palace realm demon beasts single-handedly. Changge shot him a dismissive glance. Don't get too close. You reek of demon beast rule. Xuanhuang. Go wash up and change your clothes first, then come back. Changge waved him off.
Xuanhuang scratched his head, chuckled, and dashed toward the mountain stream. The icy spring water washed away the bloodstains on his body, gradually easing his taut nerves. He looked down at his hands. His palms bore thick calluses from long hours gripping blades, and several fine scars still marked his knuckles. He recalled when he first entered the sect, his master had quietly told him that his cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the condensing realm. Now, he had reached that realm so quickly himself, even sensing faint signs of a breakthrough to the late stage.
Am I now as skilled as my master?
The thought suddenly surfaced in Xuanhuang's mind. After all, his master spent most of his time either cracking sunflower seeds or sipping tea, never seen cultivating.
Perhaps he was still stuck at the mid-stage of the condensing realm.
With such an excellent cultivation environment on Purple Bamboo Peak, Master didn't seem to cherish it or cultivate diligently. At that moment, Xuanhuang felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment, as if he were frustrated by someone's lack of progress. He couldn't resist quietly extending a thread of his divine sense toward Changge, hoping to probe his master's true cultivation level.
Gu Changge sat on a bamboo chair, eyes closed in meditation.
Sensing the faint ripple of divine sense, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly.
You little brat, daring to probe your master's cultivation? You're still too green.
Xiao Ruobai's divine sense circled Gu Changge's body once, yet detected only the spiritual energy fluctuations of an early condensing core realm cultivator.
Confusion welled up within him.
Seems my master has cultivated the unfathomable technique to great depth. I must train harder myself. I can't let others see through my strength so easily. At this thought, he felt a flicker of quiet satisfaction.
Now that I've reached the mid-stage of the condensing realm and can even slay Purple Palace realm demon beasts, have I surpassed my master in strength? At this thought, Xiao Ruobai's ego swelled. Maybe I really am stronger than my master now?
He rubbed his hands together, already imagining his master's stunned expression after he defeated him. Once I defeat master, I'll have every reason to push him to train harder.
But everything I have, I owe to my master.
Even if his cultivation stops advancing, I'll still protect him fiercely.
Master, from now on, let me be the one to protect you.
After bathing, Xiao Ruobai changed into clean robes and approached Gu Changge with renewed vigor, bowing respectfully.
Master, your disciple is bathed.
Gu Changge opened his eyes, his gaze carrying a hint of amusement.
Finished your investigation?
Xiao Ruobai froze, then flushed slightly, lowering his head awkwardly.
Master, I know I was wrong. Gu Changge waved dismissively, choosing not to dwell on it.
He merely remarked calmly, improving your cultivation is commendable, but remember never let pride cloud your judgment.
Xiao Ruobai nodded.
After a moment's hesitation, a glint of combat intent flashed in his eyes. Master, I wish to spar with you.
Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Oh? Wishing to test your master's strength?
Xiao Ruobai chuckled awkwardly, not at all. I merely wish to gauge the gap between myself and you, master.
Gu Changge chuckled softly, rising to his feet. Very well. I'll oblige you. They walked to a clearing in the bamboo grove. Xiao Ruobai took a deep breath, and the aura of a mid-stage condensation core cultivator erupted instantly.
Battle energy swirled around him, making him appear like a war god descending. His foot stomped the ground, and his form shot forward like lightning, instantly charging toward Gu Changge. His fist struck with fierce momentum, aiming straight for his master's chest. Yet Gu Changge merely shifted his stance slightly, effortlessly evading the blow.
Refusing to concede, Xiao Ruobai unleashed a flurry of techniques, his fists striking like rain. Yet not even the hem of Gu Changge's robe was grazed.
Gu Changge maintained only his mid-dan condensation cultivation level, yet his footwork was profoundly intricate, as if he had already anticipated every one of Xiao Ruobai's movements. After a stick of incense burned,
Master, please stop. I've learned my lesson.
Xiao Ruobai, his face bruised and swollen, pleaded incoherently. Gu Changge lightly tapped the ground with her toe, withdrawing her palms suspended midair. She slowly adjusted her cuffs.
You know you're wrong? Who was it just now who wanted to see the gap between us?
Xiao Ruobai clutched his cheeks, swollen like steamed buns, and mumbled indistinctly.
This disciple thought.
His words were cut off by his own gasp of pain. His master truly had a heart of stone, hitting him right where it hurt. Master, you're clearly also at mid-stage dan condensation realm.
Why can't I even touch the hem of your robe?
Gu Changge stood with hands behind his back, his voice calm.
Cultivation is merely the foundation. True strength lies in mastering power and seizing opportunities in battle. Though your progress has been swift, your combat experience remains shallow.
You must temper yourself further.
Xiao Ruobai bowed his head in sincere acceptance. This disciple understands.
Gu Changge nodded, his tone softening slightly. Still, reaching mid-dan condensation realm in such a short time far surpasses the ordinary. Next, I shall impart a combat technique suited to the war god physique, the 9 forms of heavenly warfare.
Cultivated diligently.
Xiao Ruobai's eyes lit up as he hurriedly clasped his hands in respect.
Thank you, master. Gu Changge flicked a finger, and a golden light entered Xiao Ruobai's brow.
The cultivation methods for the 9 heaven shattering techniques instantly imprinted themselves upon his consciousness. Xiao Ruobai closed his eyes to absorb the teachings for a moment. When he opened them again, his eyes blazed with even greater fighting spirit.
Master, I will not disappoint you.
Gu Changge smiled with satisfaction, turning toward the bamboo hut as a single sentence drifted on the wind.
I await your next challenge. Xiao Ruobai suddenly felt his toothache even worse. Chapter 40, The Unlucky Gate of Breaking Formations. System check-in. Gu Changge opened his eyes on the bamboo bed and addressed the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. You have obtained 5,000 years of cultivation.
Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Heaven and Earth Mystic Yellow Linglong Pagoda. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 10 Imperial Grade Supreme Spirit Veins. Not bad, another day of effortless gains.
Gu Changge stretched lazily, fingertips twirling a spirit fruit. Life feels so hollow.
I envy those workhorses from my past life who got to enjoy the blessings of the 996 grind.
Why wasn't that fate meant for me? Sigh.
He took a bite of the spirit fruit.
Its sweet juice flooded his tongue, yet his eyes sparkled with undisguised contentment. His gaze swept over the treasures suspended quietly within the system space. The heaven and earth mystic Linglong Pagoda glowed with an ancient golden radiance. The profound runes swirling on its surface faintly radiated an aura capable of suppressing all laws, its mere presence calming the spirit. The 10 Emperor Great Spirit veins, each like a coiling golden dragon, were wrapped in such dense spiritual energy that it could drive any sect mad. They drifted slowly within the space. Perfect timing, he mused casually. The venerable elders in the Forbidden Zone have advanced considerably in their cultivation, and the spiritual energy might be struggling to keep pace. Gu Changge mused absently, his fingertips lightly tapping the void as he temporarily stored the spirit veins away. I'll find a quiet night to bury them beneath the Forbidden Land. The elders have a tough, might as well improve their living conditions. Gu Changge glanced again at the bronze token engraved with Xuanhuang Secret Realm in the corner of his spatial pocket. He'd obtained it during his last check-in and had left it unused ever since. The million-mile expanse of spiritual soil and ancient legacies within the secret realm were mere trivial adornments to him. Better to leave it for the Qingxuan Sect as a place for cultivation trials. Dispose of it all. The thought barely formed before a chill settled in Gu Changge's eyes. With a flick of his finger, 3 faintly glowing communication jade slips materialized in his palm, still radiating lingering spiritual energy fluctuations. The very secret dispatches intercepted these past days. 2 were addressed to the Burning Heaven Palace, detailing internal movements within the Qingxuan Sect. The third was addressed to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, subtly hinting at defensive vulnerabilities within the Qingxuan Sect's forbidden territory. The rats hiding in the shadows are growing increasingly restless. Gu Changge applied slight pressure with his fingertips, and the 3 jade tablets instantly crumbled into dust, scattering in the wind. Leaning back in his bamboo chair, he gazed toward the mist-shrouded main peak in the distance, a cold smile curling his lips. During these days, while probing the outside world with his divine sense, he had long discovered numerous outsiders lurking within the sect. Among them were long-buried spies from the Burning Heaven Palace, infiltrators planted by other sects, and even several seemingly loyal elders secretly colluding with outsiders. Since they can't bear the solitude, it's time to clean house. His fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest as a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. This was also one reason why Xian Yangzi and Xuanhuang were so fixated on biding their time and developing their strength. The 7 major sects were locked in constant rivalry within Xianzhou, each planting spies within the others. It was a common tactic. Though spies were occasionally exposed, some remained so deeply concealed they could not be detected immediately. If one grew careless, these hidden vermin lurking in the shadows would inevitably cause major trouble. It seemed he needed to discuss this matter with the sect master. The sect's main hall. Xuanyangzi's fingers turned slightly white as he gripped the communication jade slip. The characters etched upon it glowed with a cold light under the infusion of spiritual energy. Yen Sangyun, the Grand Elder of the Burning Heaven Palace, will breach the array gate tonight and then proceed to the Qingxuan Sect. Xuanhuang leaned in for a glance, his rotund belly trembling with fury. That old fool is getting too bold. Does he really think our Qingxuan Sect is a pushover? Should I take a few elders? Sit down. Xuanyangzi raised a hand to steady him, his fingertips tapping lightly on the stone table. The Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Laws Pavilion are locked in fierce combat. If we intervene now, we'll only become sitting ducks. A calculating gleam flashed in his eyes. Since they're heading for the array-breaking gate first, let them take the brunt of the attack. We'll assess the situation later. Xuanhuang clicked his tongue. But what if Yen Sangyun tracks us down? Then, Xian Yangzi deliberately drew out his words, a knowing smile curling his lips. Let him taste the fierce punishment of 4 beatings a day. Nighttime, before the bamboo hut on Purple Bamboo Peak. Gu Changge leaned back in a bamboo chair, twirling a purple crystal grape between her fingers. Her divine sense casually swept across the land of Shenzhou, catching sight of 2 shadowy figures: Yin Sangyun, the Grand Elder of the Burning Heaven Palace, crouching low as he crept toward the array-breaking gate. Lingzi, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, followed closely behind on the other side. The tassel of the jade sword at his waist trembled slightly, clearly harboring no good intentions either. Well, 2 old foxes teaming up together. This should be entertaining. Gu Changge was about to pull out some sunflower seeds to watch the show. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, a sly grin spread across his lips, making him look every bit the mischievous culprit. His fingertip lightly tapped the void, sending an imperceptible ripple of spiritual energy silently permeating the mountain defending array protecting the gate. Meanwhile, Xian Yangzi and the others remained on high alert, guarding fiercely against Yen Sangyun's impending arrival. The next morning, news spread like wildfire throughout Shenzhou. It left everyone dumbfounded and utterly perplexed. Tea houses buzzed with chatter as patrons gathered in small groups, exchanging heated opinions. Every conversation revolved around the farce that unfolded at the array-breaking gate the previous night. Did you hear? The Grand Elders of the Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Laws Pavilion actually came to blows at the array-breaking gate. A cultivator who had just set down his teacup, instantly drawn in by the conversation at the next table. It was more than just a fight.
A gray-robed man beside him sipped his tea, his tone tinged with astonishment.
Heard that Yen Sangyun from the Burning Heaven Palace was beaten until he spat blood?
Half of the array-breaking sect's scripture hall was burned to the ground. Probably not many ancient texts survived. I also heard that the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion sliced through the entire mountain defending array of the array-breaking sect with a single sword strike. Someone chimed in, gesturing wildly with his hands. The flames lit up half the sky. You could see them from 100 miles away. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion and the Burning Heaven Pavilion have been at odds these past few days, fiercely competing over mineral veins. But why did they have to pick a fight at the array-breaking sect? A scholar like Cultivator with a pale complexion frowned, utterly perplexed. Isn't this just setting them up? A perfectly good sect, and now half of it's been torn apart.
Who says it isn't?
Another teahouse patron chimed in, his tone tinged with sarcasm. Heard they fought like madmen, deliberately targeting the most vital spots in the array-breaking sect. The alchemy labs and martial arts grounds were all wrecked. If the sect patriarch hadn't broken his seclusion overnight to activate the protective sect array, who knows what state it would be in now?
A hushed voice chimed in from the corner.
I heard from a Pazin sect disciple that it wasn't planned at all. The two old fools snuck into Pazin sect in the dead of night and bumped into each other. Now they're both swearing the other came to collude with Pazin sect.
Is that true? Someone asked in astonishment.
You bet, the voice continued. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion is incredibly powerful. He's actually at the late Heavenly Man realm. You could count the number of such cultivators in the entire Xian province on one hand.
Doesn't that put Yen Sangyun in danger? Someone asked. Yen Sangyun carries the Blazing Sun Order from the Burning Heaven Palace.
They say the palace was nearly destroyed, yet it survived thanks to this artifact's protection. As for the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, they say his beard was burned off.
Just imagining that sight is hilarious. Chapter 41, Has the Master lost his mind? The murmurs grew louder by the moment.
Some sighed at the misfortune of the array-breaking sect, while others mocked the two elders' absurdity. Others speculated whether some hidden truth lay behind it all.
Amidst the clamor, even cultivators passing by the teahouse couldn't resist stopping to prick up their ears at the fresh gossip.
It turned out that last night, Changge's divine sense had already enveloped the entire vicinity of the array-breaking sect, leaving no corner untouched. As Yen Sangyun crouched low to infiltrate the mountain-defending array, Changge's fingertip traced a faint arc through the void. Pale blue spiritual energy, like spider silk, coiled around the array patterns.
In that instant, the scene before Yen Sangyun's eyes warped slightly.
He clearly saw Lingzi, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, standing before the scripture hall alongside the gate master of the array-breaking gate. Unfurled scrolls in their hands revealed the clear distribution of the Fenchen Palace's mineral veins. Their whispered conversation drifted on the wind. Our two sects will join forces to seize all of Fenchen Palace's mineral veins, then shatter their mountain gates. At the same time, Lingzi, who had just evaded the patrolling disciple, also fell into the illusion. He saw Yen Sangyun brandishing a token engraved with the array-breaking sect's emblem, grinning savagely at his confidant. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion's defense map is in our hands. Tonight, we burn their scripture hall to the ground. Both men burned with rage at the scene before them. A gust of wind swept past, causing both their face masks to fall simultaneously.
Enemies meeting face to face only intensified their hatred. You dog of a traitor! Come and die! Yen Sangyun's eyes bulged with fury as the Burning Heaven flame banner abruptly unfurled. A sky filled with fiery crows, carrying waves of heat like molten lava, surged toward Lingzi. You're asking for death! Lingzi roared. The moment his jade sword left its scabbard, a torrent of sword energy crashed down upon Yen Sangyun like a waterfall. Within the illusory realm, they traded blows relentlessly, each strike aimed at the other's vital points. Both mistakenly believed the array gate was their ally. Their feet moved with an unspoken coordination, as if guided by invisible threads, deliberately targeting the most critical points of the array gate. Yen Sangyun's fire crows ignited ancient texts in the scripture hall, while Yun Shen's sword chi cleaved the array eye of the mountain defending formation. Even the stone steel engraved with the sect's history in the martial arts arena was crushed to rubble by their combined assault. Only when Yen Sangyun was struck by Lingzi's sword, coughing up blood and gravely wounded, did the fiery sun token in his embrace erupt with golden light, shielding him. Only when sparks scorched away Yun Shen's beard and searing pain brought them both to their senses did they realize their mutual suspicion, each still convinced the other had colluded with the array breakers to betray them. The battle raged fiercer than ever, leaving behind only a sea of yellow sand, burning ruins, and the stunned faces of the array-breaking sect disciples. Breaking array sect, Grand Hall of the Sect Master. Chen Taizhan slumped in his armchair, staring toward the charred ruins of the scripture hall beyond the window. His mouth twitched as if he'd suffered a stroke. A shattered array disc, split by sword energy, clenched in his hand, his knuckles white from the grip. Suddenly, he slammed his fist on the table, sending tea splashing from the cups. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Fuming, he paced back and forth, his round-collared robe tugged askew. His usually meticulously groomed beard now stood on end in disarray, making him resemble a bristling tomcat. Fight if you must. Steal the vein if you dare. But you two lunatics had to come to my humble gate and tear it apart? Chen Taizhan pointed outside, his voice trembling. 3 boxes of rare scriptures from the scripture hall were burned. 7,000-year-old alchemy furnaces in the refining room shattered. Even the core of the mountain's protective array is smoking black. What did I ever do to deserve this? The senior elder beside him pressed his hands to his temples, his face etched with worry. Master, the patriarch was so enraged upon emerging from seclusion that he retreated again. Before leaving, he said you must seek justice. Demand an explanation? From whom? Chen Taizhan plopped down, snatched a spirit fruit from the table, and bit into it viciously, juice dripping from the corner of his mouth. Demand it from the Burning Heaven Palace? Or the 10,000 Laws Pavilion? Those 2 old fools probably still think they're in the right. They're dead set on believing my Breaking Array sect colluded with them. The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. I see it now. They're doing this on purpose. They know our array-breaking sect is easy prey, treating us like a battlefield. Once I repair the Grand Array, I'll make them taste the might of the 1,000 machinations trapping Array. Despite his words, gazing at the devastated sect, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh, his eyes brimming with profound helplessness. After all, the array-breaking sect simply didn't possess the might of the Burning Heaven Palace or the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. This bitter pill would have to be swallowed for now. Meanwhile, at the Qingxuan Sect's Grand Hall, Xuanhuang clutched the newly received communication jade slip. Reading the words, the array-breaking sect suffered heavy losses. Chen Taizhan is at a loss for words. He first coughed sharply twice, then couldn't hold back any longer. He burst out laughing. Xuanhuang snatched the jade slip, his eyes growing brighter with each word. Finally, he slammed his fist on the table, laughing so hard he could barely stand upright. Ha 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 ha. That old fool Chen Taizhan. He had the nerve to snatch our spirit herbs last time. Serves him right. Now 2 madmen have torn half his sect apart. He deserves it. Dan Dingpeak masterly Murin stroked his beard, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It's strange, really. Yen Sangyun and Mo Lingzi have been feuding for so many years. Why did they choose to clash at the array-breaking sect? And why specifically target their scripture hall and alchemy workshop? It almost seems like someone gave them a push from behind. Xuanhuang lifted his teacup, concealing the sharp gleam in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Who knows? Perhaps it was fate. Pitting the Burning Heaven Palace against the 10,000 Laws Pavilion in mortal enmity, conveniently undermining the array-breaking sect in the process avenging the theft of those spiritual herbs last time while letting the Azure Mystic sect sit back and watch the show unfold. Truly, brilliant. Xuanhuang was still ranting and raving. You know what? This is karma. He spent all his time scheming to reap benefits without lifting a finger, and now he's become someone else's stepping stone. Next time I see him, I'll ask him straight up, did it hurt burning those 3 boxes of rare books? The Peak Masters roared with laughter, the atmosphere in the council chamber lighter than ever before. On Bamboo Peak, bamboo shadows swayed gently. Changge leaned back in his bamboo chair, his divine sense taking in the laughter from Qingxuan Sect's main hall and the gloom shrouding the array-breaking sect. When Chen Taizhan uttered, "What did I ever do to deserve this?" he finally couldn't hold back, letting out a low chuckle. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting a mischievous glow on his face like a child hiding a stolen piece of candy. Master? Xiao having just finished practicing the 9 heaven-defying forms, his forehead still glistening with sweat, paused in surprise upon seeing Changge laughing with his eyes closed. What's gotten into you lately, Master? You keep laughing for no reason. Could Master have gone a bit mad staying on Purple Bamboo Peak? Xiao murmured inwardly, yet his feet moved closer of their own accord. Watching the unmistakable smile playing at Changge's lips, he found it increasingly peculiar. Ever since taking him as a disciple, Master had occasionally drifted off into laughter. His worries deepened, and he tentatively asked, "Master, have you hit a bottleneck in your cultivation? Gone off the rails?" Changge was still relishing the memory of Chen Taizhan's utterly helpless expression when he suddenly heard this question. He nearly choked on his own saliva. Opening his eyes to meet his disciple's earnest concern, the mischief in his gaze instantly dissolved into resignation. "What on earth are you thinking about all day?" Changge flicked his finger lightly against the disciple's forehead. "I'm perfectly fine, much more normal than you clumsy little punk who can't even practice your fist techniques without tripping over yourself." Xiao pressed his hand to his forehead, yet let out a sigh of relief. He grinned. "That's good. I was worried that staying too long on Purple Bamboo Peak had made you brooding. Could it be that his talent was too exceptional, making his master overly pleased?" Xiao mused self-indulgently. Chapter 42, Chen Taizhan, what a mess. Within the Grand Hall of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Mo Lingzi clutched his singed beard as he delivered an exaggeratedly dramatic account of the devastation inflicted upon the array-breaking sect of Pavilion Master Yin Sanhai. He spit and gestured wildly as he described how the Burning Heaven Palace had colluded with the array-breaking sect to launch a surprise attack and how he had fought valiantly amidst bloodshed. Yet he made no mention of the detail about his burnt beard. "Gaoju. That old bastard Yen Sangyun is too arrogant.
No wonder he dared to provoke our 10,000 Laws Pavilion. He's joined forces with the array-breaking sect.
Mo Lingzi slammed his fist on the table in fury. Yun Sunhai tapped his fingertips on the desk, his gaze deepening. Are you certain you witnessed the Burning Heaven Palace colluding with the array-breaking sect? Mo Lingzi swore emphatically, absolutely true. I saw Yen Sangyun and the gate master of the array-breaking sect plotting together with my own eyes. Yun Sunhai pressed no further, instead gathering a thread of sword energy at his fingertips. Since they've shown their true colors, don't blame us for being ruthless. Issue the order, all 10,000 Laws Pavilion disciples enter combat readiness effective immediately. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Burning Heaven Palace's main hall grew even more eerie. Yen Sangyun, wounded by Mo Lingzi's sword strike, lay sprawled on a soft couch, grimacing as he applied ointment. Lai Tianxiong crouched opposite him, listening to his tirade against the 10,000 Laws Pavilion's despicable actions. Good. Very good. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion, the array-breaking sect. Each one thinks they can trample our Burning Heaven Palace? Fine. The 7 Great Sect tournament is approaching. We'll settle all old and new scores right there at the gathering. Listening to the Grand Elder's lament, Lai Tianxiong stroked the lingering palm marks on his face before suddenly snapping his jade cup in his hand with a savage grin. That old fox, Yun Sunhai. Go rouse those 3 ancient monsters in the Earthfire Cavern. Tell them, this one permits them to use the Burning Heaven technique. At the Breach Array sect, Chen Taizhan was leading the elders in cleaning out the aftermath. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in with urgent news. Master, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion accuses us of colluding with the Burning Heaven Palace, while the Burning Heaven Palace claims we're in league with the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Both major sects now demand an explanation. Chen Taizhan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the ruins. What a mess. By late morning, light footsteps echoed along the bamboo path of Purple Bamboo Peak. Xuanhuang, clad in a blue robe and carrying a food box, called out from afar. Junior brother Changge, look what goodies I brought you. Changge sat at a stone table, fiddling with a freshly picked purple crystal fruit. Hearing the call, he looked up to see Xuanhuang's face lit with an unmistakable smile. Even his usually neatly trimmed beard was slightly curled upward, a sure sign the old fox had stumbled upon some delightful news. What's got you so cheerful? Changge twirled the fruit between his fingers. He immediately guessed it must be about the Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Observing Xuanhuang's excited demeanor, Changge feigned ignorance as she inquired. Xuanhuang strode over to the stone table, set the food box down, and lifted the lid to reveal layers of spirit cakes wrapped inside. You wouldn't believe how lively Shenzhou has been lately. He plopped down on a bamboo chair, grabbed the teacup Changge handed him, and gulped it down in one go. With animated gestures, he recounted the recent events. Xiao Ruobai, who had been polishing the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear nearby, listened with his eyes wide open, nearly dropping the cloth in his hand. He had always imagined cultivation world conflicts as straightforward battles, never expecting such a twisted farce. He couldn't help but mutter, is that even possible? My mind's been blown. Changge shot him a glance and said coolly, the cultivation world has its ways. Go practice the 9 heaven-defying techniques. Master the 3rd form before lunch. Yes, master. Only after Xiao Ruobai had walked far away did Changge pull a palm-sized jade pendant from his sleeve. Its surface was smooth as autumn water, its edges carved with intricate cloud patterns that shimmered with a faint, shifting glow. This was the reward from his check in 3 days prior. The moment it touched his hand, a message surfaced in his mind, scrutinizes the heart and discerns the soul, distinguishing loyalty from treachery. This would be a useful tool for purging traitors from the ranks. What is this? Xuanhuang leaned in curiously, then froze in surprise. A heart-testing jade pendant. Changge's fingertip lightly tapped the jade pendant, causing ripples to instantly spread across its surface. This jade pendant can sense the true thoughts in one's heart. If one harbors disloyal intentions toward the sect, the pendant will reveal a grayish-black aura of malevolence. For those utterly loyal, it glows golden. Yours, for instance, shows a heart of pure devotion. Junior brother Changge, this treasure, can it truly root out every traitor? His voice tightened, his eyes gleaming with the sharp focus of a hunter spotting prey. Changge peeled the spirit orange with deliberate slowness. With a flick of his fingertip, the peel landed precisely in a bamboo basket 3 zhang away. What? The venerable patriarch of Qingxuan Sect lacks the resolve to purge his own ranks? Bull. Xuanhuang slammed his fist on the stone table, sending the teacup skittering. I've waited 100 years for this day. These years, the Qingxuan Sect appeared stable on the surface, but beneath lay turbulent currents. Spies from the Burning Heaven Palace, informants from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. They'd simply hidden too deeply, never to be purged. This heart-testing jade pendant is nothing short of a godsend. Its use is simple. Changge handed him the jade pendant. Simply approach the target, focus your mind for a moment, and the result will be revealed. But remember, never show this treasure to others lightly, lest you alert the enemy. Xuanhuang held the jade pendant, his fingertips trembling. He abruptly stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Changge, junior brother Changge. On behalf of Qingxuan Sect, I offer my deepest gratitude for this magnificent gift. Don't thank me just yet. Gu Changge lifted his teacup. When dealing with the traitor, keep it quiet. Don't cause panic. After all, some may have merely been momentarily misguided. Understood. Xuanhuang carefully stowed the jade pendant into his storage ring, then patted the food box. These spirit cakes are freshly made at the Danding Peak, using powder from a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Keep them for snacks. I'll head back now and start investigating the elders first. With that, he descended the mountain with brisk steps. Just as he reached the bend in the bamboo path, he turned back and called, "Oh, and the traitor we've identified, should I lock them up first and await your judgment?" Gu Changge waved dismissively. "You're the sect master. Such matters are yours to decide." Watching Xuanhuang's eager retreating figure, a faint smile curved Gu Changge's lips. With this heart-testing jade pendant, it was time to thoroughly cleanse the murky waters of Qingxuan Sect. As Xuanhuang vanished into the mist, Gu Changge flicked her finger. The purple crystal fruit on the stone table shot forward like a streak of light, landing precisely in the beak of the small blackbird perched on her shoulder. Cheap. The little blackbird flapped its wings, its black bean-like eyes brimming with amusement, as if mocking Xuanhuang's frantic excitement at finding such a treasure. Gu Changge flicked its head with a finger, her gaze shifting toward the main peak of Qingxuan Sect. Xuanhuang descended purple bamboo peak, the heart-sensing jade pendant tucked away in his robe. His steps were light, yet his thoughts were heavy. His fingertips traced the jade pendant's smooth surface. Its cool touch helped settle his turbulent thoughts. The treasures brought forth by junior brother Changge had never failed, yet the matter of a traitor within the sect touched upon its very foundations. There could be no room for carelessness. Chapter 43, The Traitor. Xuanhuang stroked his beard, his gaze drifting involuntarily toward the law enforcement hall. That old fox, Wang Daolong. These past years, he'd been openly and secretly consorting with those from the Burning Heaven Palace. Though no concrete evidence had been seized, the shifting glances and deliberately avoided topics had long given him away. "You shall be the test subject for this jade pendant's effects," Xuanhuang murmured to himself. The jade pendant in his sleeve seemed to sense his thoughts, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Within the law enforcement hall, incense smoke curled gently. Several elders gathered around a table, discussing matters. Wang Daolong, his brow furrowed, passionately analyzed the Burning Heaven Palace's movements, his tone fervent as if he were utterly devoted to the sect. "In my view, the Burning Heaven Palace's recent flurry of activity surely aims to stir trouble before the 7 Great Sect tournament. We must fortify our defenses in advance and not let them exploit any weaknesses." As Xuanhuang lifted the curtain to enter, he overheard these words and sneered inwardly. What a convincing performance. Had he not already harbored suspicions, he might well have been deceived by this display. "My respects to all the elders for your hard work." Xuanhuang bowed respectfully with a smile, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the assembled elders. "Today I happened to acquire some freshly harvested spiritual tea. I've brought it to share with you all." As he spoke, he strolled closer, stopping beside Wang Daolong. The jade pendant suddenly trembled violently. A thick, grayish-black malevolent energy surged from its surface, coiling toward Wang Daolong like a living poisonous vine and condensing into a faint black mist around him. A cold gleam flashed in Xuanhuang's eyes. There was indeed something amiss. A fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of panic crossed Wang Daolong's face before he forced himself to regain composure. "Why has the sect leader suddenly come to deliver tea personally? We are truly flattered and surprised. We're all brothers here, no need for formalities." Xuanhuang's smile remained unchanged, yet his fingertips tightened around the jade pendant hidden within his sleeve, the gray aura growing increasingly dense. He lingered no longer, exchanging brief pleasantries with the other elders. As he deliberately drew near elderly, the jade pendant suddenly glowed with a warm golden light, soft as the first rays of spring sunshine. "Elderly, your cultivation has advanced remarkably lately. It seems you're drawing ever closer to the cave heaven realm." Xuanhuang patted his shoulder, his heart finally settling. This jade pendant was genuine. Xuanhuang then completed the assessments of everyone present in the law enforcement hall. The results were favorable. Only Wang Daolong had been a traitor. As he left the law enforcement hall, Xuanhuang's steps were steady, yet a thin sheen of sweat had already formed on his palms. He looked up at the sky, where clouds churned like waves, much like the hidden currents currently swirling within the Qingxuan Sect. "Wang Daolong." He murmured the name softly, the last trace of hesitation in his eyes hardening into resolve. "And the demons lurking in the shadows this time, not a single one will escape." The heart-measuring jade pendant lay quietly in his sleeve, appearing as an ordinary piece of jade. Yet Xuanhuang knew that within this small jade pendant lay the key to purging the sect's cancerous growth. He turned and strode toward the forbidden grounds, his pace 3 steps quicker than when he had come. It was time for those things that could not bear the light to see the sun. 3 days later, at dawn, a faint tea fragrance wafted through the main hall of Qingxuan Peak. Xuanhuang sat in the grand armchair, fingertips twirling a heart-detecting jade pendant. Its mirrored surface reflected the calm depths of his eyes. Spread across the desk lay a map of the Qingxuan Sect's power structure, with 3 names circled in vermilion ink: Wang Daolong, Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall Lucian, Steward of Danding Peak, and Zhang Meng, Outer Sect Instructor. These were the traitors he had identified within 3 days using the heart-testing jade pendant, under the pretense of delivering tea, discussing cultivation techniques, and inspecting internal affairs. Fewer than anticipated. Seems the Qingxuan Sect's foundations remain solid under my stewardship. Xuanhuang grinned at the names before him, a hint of self-satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Qingxuan Sect had always prioritized character when accepting disciples. The purity of heart trial at initiation could weed out 90% of those lacking steadfast resolve. Those rare exceptions who slipped through the cracks during initiation could not evade the sect's keen scrutiny during their long years of concealment. Once exposed, they were dealt with swiftly and decisively, swept away as cleanly as autumn winds clearing fallen leaves. You might wonder how Xuanhuang discovered them? Naturally, it was reported by Qingxuan Sect spies infiltrating other sects. Ultimately, Qingxuan Sect would assign them tasks like descending the mountain for training or hunting demonic beasts, where they would meet a heroic demise under plausible circumstances. Don't think it's just 3 spies hidden within the core members. Look across all 7 major sects of Shenzhou, which one hasn't had Qingxuan Sect quietly plant its hidden agents? The Steward's Quarters of the Burning Heaven Palace, the Scripture Tower of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, the Elders' Council of the Array-Breaking Sect. At least 3 Qingxuan Sect spies were embedded within the core of every sect, lying dormant year after year, only transmitting intelligence at critical moments. This was the foundation of his years of concealing his true strength. While the Qingxuan Sect appeared to shun worldly strife, it had long woven its web deep within the very fabric of major factions. You within me, I within you. This was the very survival strategy of the 7 great sects of Shenzhou. Qingxuan Sect's millennia-long foothold in Shenzhou rested on far more than its visible cultivation prowess. Xuanhuang folded the diagram, his fingertips tracing the patterns on the heart-measuring jade pendant. These 3 infiltrators, though inconspicuous, each held substantial power. Wang Daolong oversees enforcement, Lucian manages medicinal supplies, and Zhang Meng recruits new disciples. No rush. Let our undercover agents trail their movements first, see if we can unearth more useful intelligence. Once news of the traitors spreads, panic is inevitable. Rather than conducting a high-profile investigation, it was wiser to boil the frog slowly, silently purging the impurities within the routine of daily life. Outside the hall, the sunlight grew ever brighter. Xuanhuang lifted his teacup, watching the wispy tea mist rise as he smiled softly. Beneath the bamboo shade of purple bamboo peak, Changge listened to Xuanhuang's slightly boastful recounting. She couldn't help but laugh. 3? That's cleaner than I expected. All thanks to my junior brother's efforts. Xuanhuang's tone carried gratitude. Without this heart-testing jade pendant, we'd still be in the dark. Especially Lucian, he hid it so well. He recalled the scene from the test 3 days prior. Lucian had spoken eloquently about his sect's alchemy practices, detailing how they would expand the Danding Peak. Yet the grey mist emanating from the jade pendant had been thick and unyielding. That hypocritical facade now struck him as bitterly ironic. Don't get too cocky just yet. You haven't finished checking all the ordinary disciples. Changge's gaze swept over the Qingxuan Sect shrouded in mist as he offered the reminder. Xuanhuang's smug expression immediately faded slightly as he cleared his throat twice. Naturally. Once the core members are screened, the disciples must follow suit. However, his tone shifted, a sly gleam returning to his eyes. Our Qingxuan Sect's purity of heart trial during recruitment isn't just for show. Those who make it into the inner sect mostly pass the test of character. Even if there are a few slip-ups among the ordinary disciples, they won't cause much trouble. He paused, then added, I intend to move the sect competition forward by a month. We'll use that opportunity to test every disciple. And the reason? Suddenly changing the schedule requires justification. Changge raised an eyebrow. Xuanhuang, prepared for this, stroked his beard and smiled. We'll cite the imminent competition among the 7 great sects as requiring early selection of participants. That justification is perfectly reasonable, no one can argue against it. Changge nodded thoughtfully. Using the competition as a cover for screening, quite thorough. Naturally. Xuanhuang lifted his teacup and took a sip, his voice tinged with anticipation. Once we've screened the ordinary disciples too, Qingxuan Sect will be completely purged. Chapter 44. I knew you were rich, but I never imagined you'd be this rich. Junior brother Gu. Xuanhuang set down his teacup, his voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of probing. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened into furrows, making him look like an old fox eyeing a chicken coop. You see, the sect competition is imminent, and the disciples are training with great fervor. Yet, the reward list remains empty. As their senior disciple, shouldn't you contribute some treasures as prizes? As he spoke, his fingers unconsciously rubbed together, his gaze darting toward Changge's storage ring. His expression suggested he could see the treasures piled inside through the ring's surface. Changge pushed the washed grapes toward him, her tone flat. What treasures? It's merely a place where spiritual energy is denser than elsewhere. Nothing else. Hey, that's not very honest of you. Xuanhuang slapped his thigh, his beard quivering. I watched you grow up, kid. I know you inside out. Changge glanced up at him. What do you want? Good heavens, just listen to that tone asking what do I want instead of what do I have. With a sharp crack, Xuanhuang shot upright, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand. The treasures Changge possessed were likely far more than he'd imagined. He swallowed hard, suppressing his excitement, and rubbed his hands together. Nothing too extravagant, just something suitable for young disciples. Like artifacts to stabilize their cultivation levels, or pills to help them break through bottlenecks. Changge didn't respond, his divine sense sweeping across the system space. Within the system space, countless illusory treasures flickered by the flowing radiance of the primordial chaos pearl, the Tao essence of the chaos green lotus, the imposing aura of the supreme Tao imperial weapon, innate spiritual fruits. Most were divine artifacts beyond the capacity of young disciples to bear. After a moment of deep thought, he spoke slowly, then take 3 king grade treasures, 10 heaven grade treasures, and add 20 marrow washing pills. His divine sense swiftly manipulated the system space, rapidly crafting these items. With a soft clatter, the still smoldering treasures landed one after another on the stone table. On the scabbard of that king-grade spirit sword, the final wisp of Tao essence had yet to fully solidify. The scales of the king-grade treasure armor still bore innate Tao patterns that continued to evolve on their own. The rest of the treasures were all freshly forged. 20 marrow washing pills spun round and round in the jade tray, their fragrant aroma mingled with the lingering heat of fresh forging. Put! Xuanhuang sputtered the spiritual tea he'd just sipped, droplets trickling down his beard. Staring at the treasures before him, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. His voice cracked, what the hell? Did I hear that right? King grade? Heaven grade treasures? He seized Changge's wrist with such force it nearly crushed the bones. Do you even know what a king grade treasure means? The entire Qingxuan Sect has only 2. One is guarded by the ancestor in the forbidden grounds, and the other is the heart-protecting mirror I risked my life to seize from the demon abyss. And you? You're offering the sect's most sacred treasure as a prize for a junior disciples competition? Changge withdrew her hand without a trace of emotion, brushing off her sleeve. You said it yourself, we need to give the younger disciples some motivation. I know you're generous, but how could you be this generous? Each one is a treasured artifact of the sect. Xuanhuang stared at the treasures radiating intense pressure before him. Fuming with rage, he paced around the stone table 3 times. Those are sovereign-grade artifacts. Throw any one of them out, and the 7 great sects would fight tooth and nail for it. You spendthrift. Xuanhuang stamped his foot in anguish, his white beard twitching with fury. Do you think royal artifacts are roasted sweet potatoes? Hey! Why are they still warm? He suddenly lunged toward the table, spread his arms to shield the treasure, and swiftly stowed it into his storage ring, fearing that even a moment's delay might cause Changge to change his mind. I'll keep these for now. For the grand competition reward, just give me a heaven grade item. No. Earth grade. Earth grade will suffice. His words trailed off abruptly as his gaze fixed on the jade plate. Wait, you mentioned the marrow washing pill. I read recently that 9 turn golden pills and innate spirit marrow can enhance innate talent. Changge picked up a translucent white pill, its surface swirling with intricate golden patterns. I was bored, so I tinkered with it and casually refined a few. They might, perhaps, enhance innate talent. Xuanhuang's breath caught in his throat. His eyes locked onto the pill as if witnessing some unimaginable miracle. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Enhance innate talent? Do you realize what this means? Countless disciples hit bottlenecks precisely because their talent isn't sufficient. If this truly works, who knows? I haven't tested it yet. Changge retrieved a jade bottle, casually stowed the pill inside, and gave it a gentle shake. If you want it, take these back for now. Xuanhuang snatched the bottle, his hands shaking like sieve flour. He hastily sealed the opening with 3 layers of spiritual energy. Gazing at the warm glow emanating from the bottle's surface, he suddenly remembered something and grabbed Changge's arm. No! The effects of these pills are unknown, we can't just give them to disciples. How about finding a disciple to test them first? Forget it. I'll try them myself. Changge had just finished shelling a sunflower seed when she looked up at his words. You? What else? Xuanhuang stiffened his neck, his fingertips tapping rhythmically against the bottle. We can't use disciples as guinea pigs. At my age, my cultivation is stable. Even if the potency is strong, I should be able to handle it. He paused, then suddenly seized Changge's wrist, his eyes glistening. If anything should happen to me, I entrust the elders of Qingxuan Sect to your care. And Li Shenfeng and the others, they're a handful. You'll need to keep them in line. Enough. Changge pulled her hand away, watching him make these final arrangements. She couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. You won't die. Xuanhuang didn't relax, instead tightening his grip on the jade bottle. You can't say that. Back then, my senior brother was just testing a new medicine. Changge cut off his rambling with a flick of her finger, sending another pill plopping onto the table. This pill was a full size larger than the previous bone-washing pill. Its body glowed with a pearl-like luster, its surface adorned with finer, denser golden patterns. A faint mist of spiritual energy seemed to condense around it. Use this one. Xuanhuang blinked. What's the difference? It's made with more potent ingredients. Gu Changge replied casually. Xuanhuang swallowed hard, suddenly grabbing Gu Changge's sleeve as a fawning smile stretched across his face. Changge, I've always treated you well, haven't I?
Seeing Gu Changge raise an eyebrow, he quickly began listing on his fingers.
When you first took over Purple Bamboo Peak, didn't I sneak you 3 bottles of spirit focusing dew? And when you said you were short on spirit rice, didn't I have them share half of Dan Ding Peak's supply with you?
His tone grew increasingly aggrieved. Even if I occasionally came to leech some spiritual energy or beg for a couple treasures, it was all for the sect.
I trusted you so much, you can't betray me. I haven't even found a wife yet. Gu Changge watched his vividly animated expression and finally couldn't help but laugh.
He picked up the spiked washing marrow pill and shoved it into Xuanhuang's hand.
Don't worry, it won't kill you. Xuanhuang tremblingly cradled the pill and tossed it into his mouth. Chapter 45, Xuanhuang, Saint Grade Talent.
The pill melted instantly upon contact with his tongue. A warm, soothing current slid down his throat, gentle as spring thaw at first, then erupting violently as it flooded his chest. Countless golden sparks flowed like a river of stars, surging through his meridians.
The spiritual energy barriers, stagnant for years, shattered inch by inch under the light's assault.
A tingling warmth spread throughout his body, as if invisible hands were gently smoothing out the wrinkles in his flesh.
Ugh!
Xuanhuang couldn't suppress a muffled groan as spiritual energy surged wildly around him, swirling into a vortex. His aura, already at the peak of the sovereign realm, erupted like a volcano. The spiritual fruits on the stone table were sent flying by the shockwave, while the leaves of the purple bamboo grove rustled violently.
Half of them transformed into fragments of spiritual light, rushing to merge into his body.
Gu Changge flicked her fingertip and a jade-green light descended like a glass dome, firmly suppressing his surging aura at the critical threshold. Leaning back in his bamboo chair, he watched with detached interest as the rosy glow surrounding Xuanhuang intensified, even the white hair at his temples tinged with a golden sheen. Half an hour later, the radiance abruptly retracted.
Xuanhuang's eyes snapped open, a flash of golden light darting through them like lightning.
The spiritual energy swirling around him had condensed 100-fold, perhaps more. He instinctively turned his gaze inward, then froze abruptly. Trembling, he fumbled for the spirit measuring jade in his robe. Where the jade surface had previously glowed only with a faint golden halo, it now blazed like the midday sun. 4 ancient characters appeared along its edge: holy grade, middle tier.
My talent. My talent. Xuanhuang's voice trembled as his fingertips repeatedly traced the characters.
Suddenly, he seized Gu Changge's arm, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes instantly reddened, and cloudy tears rolled down his deeply lined cheeks. Holy grade mid-tier. I was only heaven grade mid-tier before. He recalled the spirit testing jade from a century ago, glowing only halfway during his aptitude assessment. He remembered the elder's regretful words, promising, but unlikely to reach Saint grade.
He remembered countless sleepless nights tossing and turning, stuck at bottlenecks in his cultivation.
Now, the jade in his palm felt warm and slightly hot. The glow of mid-tier Saint grade illuminated his aged face, making him cry like a child who'd just received candy.
Gu Changge handed him a silk handkerchief, saying indifferently, "It's just a pill." Is it really worth it? It is. It absolutely is. Xuanhuang snatched the silk handkerchief to wipe his face, weeping like a child. You don't understand. This means I can break through to a much higher realm. It means Qingxuan Sect will grow ever stronger. It means.
Suddenly, he embraced Gu Changge, pounding his back with thuds.
Changge. My dear junior disciple. From now on, I'll protect you on Purple Bamboo Peak.
If anyone dares to mess with you, I, Xuanhuang, will be the first to tear down their mountain gate. The little blackbird watched from a bamboo branch, rolling its eyes. It flapped down and snatched the last spirit fruit from the stone table. Just a short while ago, this man claimed he hadn't taken a wife, yet now he probably even had names picked out for his great-grandchildren. Gu Changge pushed him away helplessly, flicked his fingers, and 5 bottles of marrow washing pills landed on the table. Here. Xuanhuang, who had been sobbing uncontrollably, suddenly caught sight of the 5 bottles of marrow washing pills Gu Changge offered. His cries stopped abruptly. He snatched the jade bottles, his fingers caressing the glass as if cradling priceless treasures. His earlier tears instantly gave way to wild joy, even the creases in his wrinkles seemed to ripple with laughter. 1 pill each for the 5 elders of the Forbidden Grounds. Their time is near, and perhaps the potion's power can help them advance further. The 6 peak masters Dan Ding Peak, Jianshao Peak, and the others shall each receive 1 as well. And several elders too. They are the pillars of our sect. Only by enhancing their innate talent can we solidify the sect's foundation. Xuanhuang counted them off on his fingers with precision. The rest will go to the chief disciples of each major peak: Lu Qingyu of Mountain Taming Peak, Lin Shaoan of Dan Ding Peak, Zhu Jingchen of Sword Roar Peak. These children's aptitude can be raised by 1 level, allowing them to shoulder more responsibilities in the future. He paused, tucking the jade bottle deeper into his robe, grinning like a squirrel that had stockpiled enough grain. This distribution benefits the patriarch, peak masters, and top disciples alike. It should suffice for now. After the grand competition concludes, we'll assess who shows the greatest potential. The remainder will be reserved for intensive cultivation. As he spoke, another thought occurred to him. He had previously considered using the 9-turn golden pill and the innate spiritual marrow to see if he could further enhance the innate talent of several more disciples. But now with this marrow washing pill, he could save himself the trouble. Woohoo, take off! Changge watched Xuanhuang suddenly freeze in place, grinning like an idiot, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He looked utterly adorable. Moments later, Xuanhuang composed his expression. Another thought struck him, and he solemnly bowed to Changge. No need for thanks for such a great favor. From this day forward, my life, Xuanhuang's life, belongs to you. With that, he turned and dashed down the mountain. After taking just 2 steps, he paused and looked back. One more thing. I'll take the sovereign grade treasure. My disciples aren't strong enough yet. I'll personally draft the list of rewards for the grand competition. A single heaven grade treasure will be enough to drive every disciple in the sect mad with excitement. Watching his hasty retreat, Changge shook her head and smiled. The forbidden area at the back of the mountain. Ancestors, look what little Yangzi has brought you. He bellowed, quickening his pace to surprise the elders. But just as he reached the barrier, a dull thud echoed. A translucent shield suddenly materialized, shimmering like glazed porcelain, violently repelling him backward. He nearly landed flat on his butt. Xuanhuang clutched his bruised arm, eyes wide as he stared at the barrier. The runes swirling across the barrier were several times denser than usual, faintly echoing with dragon roars and phoenix cries. Touching it sent a needle-like sting through his fingers. This barrier's strength had at least tripled. This is strange. He circled the barrier twice, stroking his chin in puzzlement. I definitely didn't order it reinforced. Could it be? Suddenly recalling the spiritual tea he'd delivered to the elders days prior, Xuanhuang had an epiphany. Most likely, the venerable elders had consumed the enlightenment tea, advancing their cultivation and thereby strengthening the barrier. He gazed at the 5 stone peaks faintly visible beyond the barrier, where mist swirled and the stone platforms where the elders meditated glowed with a faint golden light. Clearly, they were deep in contemplation. Enough. Xuanhuang weighed the washing marrow pill in his hand and clicked his tongue. I can't very well interrupt the ancestors' cultivation for a mere pill. That would be a case of losing more than one gains. He turned and left the forbidden grounds. Within the stone peaks beyond the barrier, 5 aged figures slowly opened their eyes. The grand ancestor twirled his beard, his gaze piercing through the translucent barrier to watch Xuanhuang scurry away. He couldn't help but snort softly. Who reinforced this barrier? Remove it immediately. The 5th ancestor, who was using spiritual energy to wipe tea stains from the stone platform, rolled his eyes at the question. Who else could it be? It was reinforced that day when you were all in such a hurry to drink tea. The 3rd patriarch scratched the back of his head and chuckled. We just thought it'd be safer. Who knew Xuanhuang would show up now? The 1st ancestor flicked his fingertip against the stone table, where faint golden stains from the enlightenment tea still lingered. Look at that jade bottle in his hand, it's radiating spiritual light. It's probably something valuable. Just a few days ago, that spiritual tea let me touch the threshold of the sacred realm. What's inside this bottle? The 4th ancestor abruptly cut him off, pointing toward the direction where Xuanhuang had vanished beyond the barrier. That brat just yelled, bring the good stuff. He was definitely targeting us. Well, thanks to your crappy barrier, he got bounced right back. How about we call him back? Chapter 46, Feeling moved? Good. Xuanhuang hummed a tune as he strode briskly back to the main hall of Qingxuan Peak. He practically carried a breeze with his stride, even his usually furrowed brow softening with a hint of joy. Heh, brother Gushur is generous this time. He touched the jade bottle tucked in his sleeve, his lips curling upward involuntarily. The effects of this marrow-washing pill are nothing short of miraculous. The moment he stepped through the main hall's doors, Xuanhuang eagerly pulled out his communication jade slip. A flash of spiritual energy danced across his fingertips, and a line of characters appeared upon its surface. Sure, good news. Come quickly. The jade slip shot out like a streak of light. Before half an incense stick's time had passed, heavy footsteps echoed outside the hall. Xuanhuang's rotund figure crashed through the doors, his gray robe still splattered with soil from the spirit fields clearly rushing straight from the rear mountain plots. What's so urgent? Xuanhuang wiped sweat from his brow, plopping down into the armchair and grabbing spiritual fruits from the table to stuff into his mouth. My golden thread spirit rice is at a critical stage right now. Xuanhuang gave a mysterious smile, not answering immediately. With a flick of his fingers, he tapped the temple doors and window frames, releasing bursts of spiritual light. A pale blue barrier spread like sheer gauze, enveloping the entire hall in a tight, impenetrable shroud. Xuanhuang's chewing motion halted abruptly, his eyebrows shooting up in surprise. Such a grand display? Could it be you stumbled upon some great treasure? More precious than that.
Xuanhuang slowly drew a luminous white jade bottle from his sleeve. A warm glow rippled across its surface.
His fingertips trembled slightly as he held the stopper, his movements as gentle as if cradling fragile glass. Xuanhuang's gaze was instantly drawn to the jade bottle. His Adam's apple bobbed. Anything that commanded such careful handling from Xuanhuang was no ordinary object. This. Xuanhuang's Adam's apple bobbed, his fruit-stained beard bristling. He knew that expression all too well. It was the same look of both excitement and restraint Xuanhuang had worn 30 years ago when he discovered the ancient alchemical formula.
Sure, my junior brother.
Xuanhuang suddenly leaned closer, his voice hushed, eyes flashing with unchecked excitement.
Do you know what this is?
He spoke each word with extreme care, as if afraid of disturbing the precious treasure within the bottle. Xuanhuang stared at the jade bottle for a long moment, then his pupils suddenly contracted. With a sharp slap to his thigh, the spirit fruit seed shot out of his mouth with a pop. Could it be the legendary?
Yes, it is. Xuanhuang was about to speak when Xuanhuang cut him off. Ha! It really is the legendary Fierce Tiger Blazing Sun Pill. Xuanhuang's voice boomed like a bell, spraying saliva all over Xuanhuang's face.
His fan-sized palms rubbed together excitedly. They say this treasure can make old trees sprout new buds, let 80-year-old men.
Ouch! Xuanhuang's hand froze mid-pull on the bottle stopper, the smile on his face snapping stiff.
The wide sleeves of his Taoist robe trembled violently, and his usually gentle face flushed bright red. He slowly turned his head, his eyes screaming, "What the hell are you talking about?" in utter bewilderment.
After a long moment, he ground out through clenched teeth, "Bull. Total bull. Damn it."
Xuanhuang nearly smashed the jade bottle on the ground in fury. Pointing an accusing finger at Xuanhuang's nose, his voice cracked with rage.
Who told you this was an aphrodisiac?
This is a marrow washing pill that enhances innate talent.
Enhances innate talent. Do you even understand?
The last 3 words were practically shouted, causing dust to fall from the rafters.
Xuanhuang then seemed to recall something.
He slowly raised his head and fixed his gaze on a certain part of Xuanhuang.
Xuanhuang suddenly realized Xuanhuang's gaze was lingering strangely between his belly and waist.
That gaze held 3 parts pity and 7 parts realization, like a medical cultivator observing a terminally ill patient.
Xuanhuang was in the prime of his life. Could he possibly harbor such a hidden ailment?
No wonder he spent all his days tending to the spirit fields and fussing over those root-strengthening herbs.
So that was it. Brother. Senior brother?
Xuanhuang felt utterly uncomfortable under that gaze, shivering inexplicably as he instinctively tugged at his belt.
He cleared his throat twice. Why are you looking at me like that? Xuanhuang suddenly sighed deeply and patted his shoulder. Well, what can I do?
I am your senior brother after all.
His voice softened another octave. Junior brother, rest assured. I understand how you feel. For your happiness, I'll speak to junior brother Gu on your behalf. Bull. Xuanhuang's chubby face instantly flushed redder than a boiled crab. Every ounce of fat on his body trembled with the roar. I'm a badass. A real badass.
He suddenly snapped to attention, eyes widening.
Wait, you said this is a marrow washing pill that can enhance innate talent? This is a peerless treasure I specially begged from junior brother Gu on Purple Bamboo Peak. Xuanhuang took a deep breath, thrusting the jade bottle which he'd nearly crushed toward Xuanhuang.
The warm luster of the vessel made his eyes gleam. There are only 2 of these in the entire Qingxuan Sect. I took one myself, and my aptitude shot through the roof.
This is the last one. You were the first person I thought of.
He paused, leaning closer and lowering his voice. This must remain confidential.
After all, there's only one left.
I don't want to stir discontent among our fellow disciples from other peaks.
Xuanhuang's flushed face froze instantly.
His hand, clutching the back of his head, slowly dropped, and his round belly seemed less conspicuous. He stared at Xuanhuang's eyes, reddened with excitement, then glanced at the pill inside the jade bottle, its pearl-like luster catching his gaze. Suddenly, his throat felt tight.
Is this real?
His voice was slightly hoarse as his fingertips rubbed against his knees.
Of course it's real.
Xuanhuang pounded his chest, his expression radiating, I'm the best to you.
You're my own junior disciple. I kept this for you without telling anyone else.
He grabbed Xuanhuang's hand and thrust the jade bottle into his palm with enough force to crush the stone. Take it now. Xuanhuang clutched the warm jade bottle, his fingertips tracing the swirling spiritual light on its surface. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, though the corners of his eyes grew slightly moist. He stopped refusing, pulled the stopper, and tossed the pill into his mouth. Mumble mumble, he said, well then, I won't hold back. In the future, I'll be the one to protect Qingxuan Sect.
Xuanhuang chuckled inwardly, humph, you old codger.
You're always fighting me over spirit fields and snatching resources. Now that you've taken my marrow washing pill, let's see if you still have the nerve to argue with me red-faced and neck-strained.
Feeling touched? That's exactly how it should be.
From now on, you'd better obey my every command. The instant the pill touched his throat, a golden warmth exploded within him. Xuanhuang threw his head back as mid-king realm spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, causing the protective barrier to hum with the force of the shockwave. Golden light surged over him like a tidal wave, and a layer of pitch-black impurities began to surface on his body. As the impurities were expelled, Xuanhuang's aura grew increasingly powerful, and his once rotund figure gradually straightened and became more upright. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, two brilliant golden beams shooting forth, radiating an overwhelming aura.
Ha 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 ha! I've broken through!
Xuanhuang laughed excitedly, feeling the surging spiritual energy within him. His cultivation had leaped directly from mid-stage sovereign realm to late-stage sovereign realm, and his innate talent had reached the lower tier of Saint grade.
Chapter 47, just a tiny bit hidden. Xuanhuang's face also lit up with joy as he patted Xuanhuang on the shoulder. Congratulations, junior brother Shi.
Our Qingxuan Sect has gained another powerful force.
Xuanhuang clasped Xuanhuang's hand tightly, his gratitude evident. Senior brother, I remember this favor. Should you ever need anything from Xuanhuang, just ask. I'll climb mountains of blades and plunge into seas of fire. Nothing is beyond my duty.
Watching Xuanhuang pound his chest in loyalty, Xuanhuang felt a surge of satisfaction.
Done. Heh, this tactic worked like a charm. Remember how arrogant you were when you snatched that 1,000-year snow lotus from me?
Now you're practically bowing down in gratitude. When we discuss sect affairs again, I'll see if you still dare to oppose me. After seeing Xuanhuang off, Xuanhuang turned and crushed a communication jade slip. Xuanhuang is taken care of.
Next up is Li Muran. That old codger is always nitpicking over the use of the alchemy furnace.
This time, I'll make sure he owes me a favor too. Half an hour later, Li Muran, the peak master of the alchemy peak, stepped into the Qingyun Hall, enveloped in the scent of medicinal herbs. No sooner had he taken his seat than Xuanhuang activated a protective barrier, presenting a luminous white jade bottle with an air of solemnity surpassing even the day the alchemy furnace had exploded.
Senior brother Li, do you know what this is?
Xuanhuang lifted the stopper, and a crisp, potent aroma of elixirs instantly filled the air. Li Muran's hand, which had been stroking his beard, paused. Just as he was about to speak, Xuanhuang's deep voice cut in.
This is the marrow cleansing pill that junior brother Gu obtained through great effort. It can defy heaven and alter one's innate talent.
There are only 2 such pills in the entire Qingxuan Sect.
I used one myself, and this final one. He pushed the jade bottle toward Li Muran, his gaze sincere.
You were the first person I thought of. Li Muran's grip on the pill furnace tightened violently, his knuckles turning white. Could this treasure truly have such an effect? Across the entire Xuanhuang Great World, no one had ever heard of a pill capable of enhancing innate talent. Staring at the swirling spiritual light within the bottle, his Adam's apple bobbed, and he found himself utterly speechless. You are the pillar of the alchemy peak. Half of Qingxuan Sect's elixirs depend on you.
Xuanhuang patted his shoulder, his tone sincere.
You deserve this medicine more than anyone else.
Xuanhuang felt a quiet satisfaction. Judging by your expression, you're clearly overwhelmed with emotion.
Indeed, with only 2 pills in the entire sect, I used one myself and reserved the remaining one solely for you. This favor will stay with you for a lifetime. Li Muran snapped his head up, eyes reddening. He grabbed the pill and shoved it into his mouth. His words came out muffled. I'll remember this favor. Whatever pills senior brother needs in the future, just ask. The pill cauldron peak will support you fully. Watching Li Muran's flustered, incoherent state, Xuanhuang's smile deepened. Alright then, the pill cauldron peak hurdle is cleared. No need to worry about the sect's pill supply from now on. This favor was well worth the cost. The pill entered his stomach, and instantly, azure flames surged around Li Muran's body. A violent storm of spiritual energy swept through the hall as the azure pill flames coiled into 9 fiery dragons, soaring upward.
Xuanhuang hastily formed seals to stabilize the barrier, only to witness Li Muran's spiritual energy surging relentlessly.
His mid-stage cavern heaven realm disguise tore apart like paper, revealing his true cultivation at the early stage of sovereign realm. Propelled by the washing marrow pill's potency, he surged forward in one breath, breaking through to the mid-stage of the sovereign realm. His innate talent had also reached the lower tier of the saint grade. You little bastard.
Xuanhuang nearly dropped his whisk in astonishment, muttering to himself.
They've been pretending to be at the cavern realm all this time, but it turns out they've all been at the sovereign realm for ages. He suddenly recalled the strange phenomenon during Xuanhuang's breakthrough, and his beard bristled with fury. Xuanhuang did the same. These good-for-nothings, each one playing the humble disciple before their senior brother while concealing 2 entire realms. He didn't even consider that he himself had concealed 2 major realms. Li Muran slowly opened his eyes, crimson flames dancing within.
Xuanhuang's mouth twitched, forcing himself not to roll his eyes. Congratulations on your breakthrough, junior brother. But inwardly, he cursed, you bastard, Li Muran.
Playing the humble fool all this time, and now you dare deceive even your senior brother.
Senior brother's great kindness, junior brother will never forget.
Li Muran suddenly bowed deeply in a formal salute, presenting a purple gold pill token with both hands. From this day forward, all elixirs on Dan Ding Peak are yours to take as you please. As Xuanhuang accepted the token, he caught a glimpse of an elusive alchemical pattern beneath Li Muran's collar. It was unmistakably the 9 transformation golden elixir pattern.
Only those who had mastered the great perfection of the Taoist alchemy classic to its pinnacle could manifest such a pattern. His eyelids twitched violently. Just how many hidden tricks did this brat have up his sleeve? Xuanhuang's fingertips traced the token twice before his eyes narrowed. Junior brother Li. He drew out the syllables, his gaze fixed on the seemingly honest figure before him, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. Li Muren stiffened, beads of sweat forming on his temples. Senior brother? You've been hiding it well enough, haven't you? Xuanhuang grabbed Li Muren's shoulder with such force that the latter grimaced in pain. Who'd have thought my little junior brother from Danding Peak had already reached the sovereign realm? The sect will be counting on you from now on, junior brother Li. The last few words were practically gritted out. Li Muren shrank back awkwardly with an embarrassed smile. Senior brother, you're too observant. Junior brother. Junior brother only hid a little bit. Just a little bit? Xuanhuang's eyebrows shot up as he pointed at the 9 massive alchemical fire dragons still swirling within the hall. This is a little bit? He yanked open Li Muren's collar, revealing the 9-turn golden elixir pattern beneath. And this is just a little bit? Li Muren suddenly straightened his back and declared solemnly, to answer you, senior brother, it truly is 100 million little bit. He even held up his pinky finger to demonstrate, blinking his eyes innocently. You bastard, Li Muren. Xuanhuang stomped his foot in fury. You act like a timid little bird all the time. When I ask you to refine a pill, you always claim your skills aren't up to par and make excuses. So all this time, you were just putting on a show for your senior brother? I wouldn't dare, senior brother. It's just that I've been focusing all my energy on refining the soul condensing pill. Li Muren rubbed his hands together, then suddenly lowered his voice as he pulled a jade box from his sleeve. Care to try, senior brother? I saved these especially for you. Xuanhuang opened the box. Inside lay 3 pills, each radiating golden light and wrapped in 9 swirling cloud patterns. His hand trembled, nearly dropping the box. At least you have some conscience, you little rascal. After Li Muren departed, Xuanhuang retrieved another identical jade bottle from his sleeve. He rolled it gently between his fingertips, a sly smile curling his lips. Who should I seek out next? For the next 3 days, the protective barrier around Qingyun Hall remained unbroken. Xuanhuang, like a generous money-scattering child, held the last washing marrow pill and summoned each peak master in turn. After meeting the last peak master, Xuanhuang retrieved his storage ring. Glancing at the 4 remaining bottles of marrow washing pills inside, he chuckled. He waved the storage ring triumphantly, thinking to himself, a bunch of old foxes trying to outsmart me? Yet here they are, bought off with a few pills? Now, every one of you owes me a favor. When the sect council convenes next, let's see who dares to oppose me. Upon Purple Bamboo Peak, Changge leaned back in a bamboo chair, twirling a purple crystal grape between her fingertips. Her divine sense spread like an invisible net, capturing every movement within the azure cloud hall. When he witnessed Xuanhuang presenting the final washing marrow pill to the 6th peak master while extolling exclusive favors, it was truly an eye-opening spectacle, a masterstroke of manipulation. He couldn't hold back any longer and let out a low chuckle. This old fox's tricks are growing ever more polished. Changge plucked a ginseng fruit and popped it into his mouth. As the sweet juice flooded his tongue, he couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, none who hold the position of sect master are simple characters. He had merely handed over a few bottles of pills casually, yet Xuanhuang had managed to use this as leverage to win over every single peak master of the Qingxuan Sect, leaving them all thoroughly subdued. Such cunning truly broadened one's horizons. Not far away, Xiao Ruobai was cultivating nearby. Hearing his master's laughter, his movements abruptly halted. He looked up to see Changge leaning back in a bamboo chair, smiling radiantly at the empty air while playing with a spirit fruit in his hand. The expression on his face was reminiscent of a bear that had stumbled upon honey deep in the mountains. The youth's brow furrowed slightly as he sighed quietly. Master's condition seems to have worsened again. Once he secured the top prize in this sect competition, he must seek out a calming pill from the alchemy peak. Perhaps it could help his master recover a little. Chapter 48, The Eerie Sect Meeting. The next morning, incense swirled through the main hall of Qingxuan Sect as the 7 peak masters and core elders gathered. Xuanhuang sat upright in the main seat and cleared his throat. Fellow disciples, I have gathered you today to announce a matter of great importance. The hall fell instantly silent as a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on him. Xuanhuang cut straight to the point. I have decided that the sect competition, originally scheduled for 3 months hence, shall be held 1 month from now. The words had barely left his mouth when a low murmur rippled through the hall. Advance? Why such haste? An elder frowned. The disciples won't have enough time to prepare. Indeed, the cultivation schedules for all peaks are already booked through the end of the year. Another elder chimed in. Just then, Xuanhuang suddenly bellowed, I say bringing it forward is excellent. Those youngsters from Qingyue Peak have been itching to fight for ages. This will give them a chance to test their mettle. Before the others could react, Li Muren stroked his beard and spoke, his voice gentle yet resolute. Senior brother sure speaks wisely. The alchemy peak recently refined a batch of new elixirs. It would be ideal for the disciples to test their efficacy before the grand competition. I approve. Yigang followed promptly, his words concise and to the point. I second the motion. Seconded. We defer entirely to the sect leader's arrangements. The 6 peak masters spoke in unison, their tone radiating a rare harmony. Xuanhuang surveyed the scene of unanimous agreement, his fingertips curling slightly beneath the tabletop as he smirked inwardly. This trick really worked. A few washing marrow pills had tamed these old codgers who usually argued themselves red in the face. Whereas adjusting a sparring schedule would normally spark hours of bickering, today they seemed to have colluded beforehand. How refreshing. Now it was the elders' turn to be utterly dumbfounded. After all, in previous years, even adjusting the competition rules would have sparked heated arguments among the peak masters. Yet today, it was as if they'd been enchanted, not a single voice of dissent. Not only were the elders bewildered, but even the peak masters themselves froze in surprise. Xuanhuang had barely finished agreeing when Li Moran cut him off. Turning to see Yigang nodding in agreement too, the fleshy lines on his round face froze for half a second. He'd spoken hastily, hoping to preempt any objections, but hadn't expected these usual adversaries to fall in line so swiftly. The hall fell silent, broken only by the faint crackling of burning sandalwood incense. The 6 peak masters exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Yet each was inwardly scheming, could these old foxes have secured some advantage for themselves? Soon, the discussion turned to the rewards and specifics of the grand competition. When Xuanhuang announced that the first-place winner would receive a heaven-grade weapon, the hall fell silent once more. Astonishment spread across the elders' faces, and even the peak masters raised their eyebrows slightly. Heaven-grade weapons were traditionally the pinnacle treasures guarding each peak within Qingxuan Sect. That the sect master would now offer one as a prize demonstrated the extraordinary importance he placed on this competition. Xuanhuang suppressed the amusement in his eyes and surveyed the assembly with feigned solemnity. Since none of the peak masters object, this matter is settled. Upon returning to your respective peaks, prepare thoroughly and ensure your disciples give their utmost effort. As the meeting dispersed, the elders exchanged glances, gathering in small groups to whisper. Something's off, really off. Stone Peak Master didn't argue with the sect master today? And not just that. Look at Peak Master Li, the way he looked at the sect master just now, it was like he was looking at his own younger brother. Could something have happened last night? How did the 6 peak masters suddenly become so united? A single toll of the bell pierced the mist-shrouding Qingxuan Sect, and Xuanhuang's voice, carried by spiritual energy, echoed across the 7 peaks. All disciples, listen. The sect competition will be held 1 month earlier than scheduled. All disciples are eligible to participate. The disciples practicing morning exercises in the square erupted in chaos. Some dropped their spears with a clang, others rubbed their ears, thinking they'd misheard. With 3 or 4 months still remaining until the original competition date, why the sudden advance? This competition aims to identify outstanding disciples early for intensive cultivation, preparing them for next year's 7 Sects tournament. Prepare diligently, disciples. And by the way, this year's competition rewards are more generous than ever before. Strive hard, young ones. Before the words had even faded, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd. Last year's top prize was a low-grade Earth-class weapon. If this year's rewards are richer than before, could a mid-grade Earth-class treasure be up for grabs? One disciple couldn't help but speculate. I heard it might be more than that. Yesterday, I overheard the Peak Master mention not just one mid-grade Earth-class treasure. Apparently, the first-place reward is quite mysterious. Whoa, could it be an Earth-grade upper treasure? The disciples buzzed with speculation. Even setting aside the mysterious first-place reward, the mere prospect of a mid-grade Earth-class treasure held immense appeal for the disciples. Treasure grades ascended from lowest to highest: yellow grade, mystic grade, earth grade, heaven grade, king grade, saint grade. Ordinary disciples wield only yellow grade weapons. Only the Peak Master's direct disciples and the most gifted prodigies could possess Xian grade weapons. As for earth grade treasures, they were already extremely rare. Even some elders at the Purple Palace realm or even the Cavern Heaven realm lack earth grade weapons. This alone speaks to the allure of earth-grade treasures for disciples. A youth clad in outer sect robes clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. I'll give it my all. Even if it means shedding layers of skin, I'll break into the top 3. Stop dreaming. Lu Qinyu from Mount Jinyue has already reached the condensing core realm, while you've only just completed foundation establishment. So what? Maybe I can make a miracle happen. Amidst the murmurs, disciples from every peak grew fiercely determined. What had been a relaxed morning practice transformed into a frenzy of grueling training. Some practiced boxing while hugging boulders, others meditated facing waterfalls. Even the laziest menial disciples from Danding Peak rushed to the spirit fields with medicine baskets, desperate to harvest more body-tempering pills. For a time, the core disciples of the major main peaks were especially eager, striving to secure a spot in the top 3. On Qingyue Peak, Xuanhuang pulled Lin Machuan and Shi Jingxian close. I don't demand you win first place. Second or third will do. Lin Mosen froze. Master, why? Why? Xuanhuang tapped him on the head. Do you know why I've always had you conceal your cultivation to the early stage of the condensing realm? The wind will surely break the tallest tree in the forest. Haven't you noticed that old fox from Qingyuan Peak sneaking over to Zizhu Peak every other day? Who knows what realm that kid Li Xianfeng has reached now? We won't compete for first place. He paused, a calculating smile curling his lips. But second and third place? We're taking them. All that hanging out on Purple Bamboo Peak last night wasn't for nothing. At this, sure Dingxian and Lin Machuan couldn't help but laugh. Recalling that day when they were hung from bamboo branches by spirit-binding vines, however miserable it was, they had gained an earth-shattering opportunity on Purple Bamboo Peak. Such an opportunity was unheard of for disciples from other peaks. Even if they had to hang there for 3 more days and nights, they would gladly endure it. Remember this, Shi Wanshan's expression suddenly turned stern. Unless absolutely necessary, don't reveal your true cultivation level. Once we get our hands on the prize, I'll take you to Purple Bamboo Peak to thank your master and maybe score some more fine tea while we're at it. The last remark was whispered softly, yet it made the 2 disciples' eyes light up. The medicinal fragrance of Dan Ding Peak mingled with the scent of gunpowder. Li Murin toyed with the alchemy furnace in his hands, speaking slowly. During the grand competition, all elixirs on Dan Ding Peak are freely available. His disciples were about to cheer when he abruptly changed the subject. But there's one rule: whoever dares to disgrace Dan Ding Peak in the competition won't set foot in the alchemy chamber for the next 3 years. 3 luminous white pills fluttered from his fingertips. Xuanhuang, we alchemists aren't skilled in combat. If you can place within the top 5, these 3 purple flame pills are yours to aid your future breakthrough into the Purple Palace realm. The girl with twin buns in her hair lit up, bowing deeply. This disciple shall not fail. In the bamboo grove of Sword Roar Peak, Mu Qinyu drew his sword from its scabbard. The sword she instantly cleaved a boulder 10 zhang away. Yi Gaiying approached. Qinyu, you've now reached the mid-stage of the condensing realm. Yet your flowing cloud sword technique still lacks its final form. Strive to master it before the grand competition and bring your master a top 3 finish. Mu Qinyu sheathed his sword, radiating an unyielding resolve. This disciple shall not disappoint your expectations. Chapter 49, The Hidden Talents of the Youngest Disciple. Within the Qingyuan Hall, Xian Yangzi fixed his gaze upon Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong, his fingertips tapping lightly upon the tabletop. Xianfeng, you've reached the mid-stage of the Purple Palace realm. Impressive progress. He spoke abruptly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. But during the grand competition, you must display no more than late condensing core realm strength. Li Xianfeng froze. Master, why? Xuanyangzi tapped the tabletop. You only need to secure first place. There's no need to reveal all your cards. Li Xianfeng understood at once, bowing deeply. This disciple comprehends. I shall not disappoint your expectations, master. Xuanyangzi turned to Shen Jinghong, his tone growing more solemn. Jinghong, you must conceal yourself even more. The young girl was puzzled. Disciple is now at the peak of foundation establishment. Must I also? You need only let them see the 9th layer of the body tempering realm. Xuanyangzi cut her off. You've only recently joined the sect. There's no need to startle the world with your prowess right away. Save your strength, there will be ample opportunities to wield it in the future. Shen Jinghong gripped her sword hilt tightly and murmured, this disciple will remember. Xuanyangzi looked at the 2 of them and suddenly smiled. Oh, and while you're at it, make a trip to Purple Bamboo Peak. Tell them I've invited Xiao Ruobai to participate in the grand competition as well. The spiritual energy on Purple Bamboo Peak was thick as honey that wouldn't dissolve. The moment Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong stepped onto the stone steps, they felt the spiritual power in their dantian rejoicing. Xiao Ruobai practiced his fist techniques amidst the bamboo grove. Each punch and kick radiated fierce battle energy, yet only the fluctuations of the 3rd level of the body tempering realm were visible on the surface. Junior brother Ruobai. Li Xianfeng bowed his hands in greeting. The sect master sent us to invite you to participate in the sect's grand competition. Xiao Ruobai halted his movements and wiped sweat from his brow. Me? With my meager cultivation. Don't be so hard on yourself, junior brother. Shen Jinghong was unusually gentle. The competition is more about participation. Think of it as a chance to exchange ideas with your fellow disciples. The 2 exchanged glances, each seeing understanding in the other's eyes. With senior Uncle Gu's extraordinary abilities, how could Xiao Ruobai possibly be only at the 3rd level of body tempering? He was likely already in the late stages of body tempering, or even at the foundation establishment realm. Thank you both, senior brothers and sisters. Xiao Ruobai scratched his head. I'll give it a shot. Li Xianfeng patted his shoulder. That's the spirit. Who knows? Maybe you'll pull off an upset? Then he suddenly rubbed his hands together, his gaze darting toward the depths of the bamboo grove. Junior brother Ruobai. He smiled gently, his eyes darting toward the bamboo hut. Last time I came here, I was so focused on cultivation that I forgot we should spend more time bonding as fellow disciples. How about a friendly spar? Shen Jinghong nodded beside them, his fingers gripping the sword hilt twitching slightly. I too wish to seek guidance from you, junior brother.
After speaking, both men held their breath in unspoken agreement, stealing glances at Changge standing by the bamboo hut's entrance. Sunlight filtered through bamboo leaves onto his plain white Taoist robe as he methodically peeled a spirit fruit, seemingly oblivious to their exchange. Xiao Ruobai froze, instinctively glancing toward his master. Changge reclined on the bench, a faint, ambiguous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. These two youngsters, using the pretext of sparring, clearly intended to linger on purple bamboo peak to soak up more spiritual energy. Xuanhuang had just visited yesterday, and now he sends his disciples today. They seem to think this place is some kind of sacred training ground. If they wish to spar, let them spar. He drawled, twirling a purple crystal grape between his fingers. But since you're staying, lunch is on you. Li Xuanfeng's eyes lit up as he hurriedly clasped his hands. No problem. Though my culinary skills aren't the finest, roasting a spirit deer is right up my alley. Both men breathed a silent sigh of relief. As long as they could stay in this treasure trove of spiritual energy, they'd gladly chop wood and fetch water, let alone cook. Junior brother Xiao, I see you're only at the third level of the body tempering realm. I won't take advantage of you. I'll suppress my cultivation to match yours. How about we spar? Li Xianfeng abruptly withdrew his spiritual energy, stabilizing his aura at the third level of body tempering. He even deliberately slowed his blood flow, making him appear indistinguishable from Xiao Ruobai. Then I humbly accept your guidance, senior brother. In the clearing of the bamboo grove, Xiao Ruobai bowed respectfully. Be careful, junior brother. Li Xianfeng roared as a fist strike, wrapped in pale golden spiritual energy, swept toward him. He deliberately employed the most fundamental technique, the mountain-splitting fist, yet within the move lay the mastery of the Purple Palace realm. Though seemingly fierce and powerful, it actually held back 3 parts of its true strength. After all, his opponent had only revealed the aura of the third level of body tempering. He couldn't possibly strike with full force. Xiao Ruobai lightly tapped his foot, activating Shadow Step. His form drifted like willow fluff, evading the fist's momentum. He did not draw his sword, but clenched his fist instead. A faint golden glow emanated from his knuckles. It was the foundational body tempering fist from the opening chapter of the War God strategy. Though seemingly simple, each technique precisely targeted the meridian nodes of the War God physique. Its fierce momentum concealed nimble agility, striking precisely at the gap in Li Xuanfeng's transition between punches. Li Xianfeng felt a flicker of surprise. He had intended to go easy on his junior brother, who was only at the third level of body tempering. Yet, not only was the other's footwork exquisite, but his fist techniques also carried a seasoned expertise that belied his age. Though seemingly slow, each punch consistently closed off his counter moves a split second earlier, as if anticipating every one of his actions. He swiftly altered his strike, his fist grazing the surface of Xiao Ruobai's palm. The resulting gust of wind swept through the bamboo grove, causing the leaves to rustle. Shen Jinghong watched from the sidelines, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiao Ruobai's boxing technique appeared raw, yet the angles of his punches carried a fierce intensity. Particularly when evading, his weight transfer was steady beyond what one would expect from a novice who had only trained for a few months. Such mastery of combat timing could only come from countless battles honing his reflexes. Uncle Gu had clearly given him extensive guidance. Before the bamboo hut, Changge held a teacup, watching the two locked in combat. Li Xianfeng grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Though he deliberately suppressed his cultivation, Xiao Ruobai's reaction speed and timing proved superior to many condensing core cultivators. Within that seemingly ordinary fist lay a force that flowed with effortless control. Despite being capable of direct confrontation, he deliberately avoided the solid to strike the void. Such combat awareness was far beyond what an ordinary body tempering realm cultivator could possess. Senior brother, I can't hold on any longer. After 30 exchanges, Xiao Ruobai parried Li Xuanfeng's punch with a single strike of his own, stepping back 2 paces as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He timed it perfectly, appearing just exhausted enough. Li Xianfeng waved him off, panting, though his mind was churning with shock. When their fists collided just now, he distinctly felt a subtle war energy emanating from his opponent's punch. Though fleeting, it carried a sharp force that seemed to tear through the air, a power far beyond what a body-tempering realm cultivator should possess. It seemed that training under senior disciple Gu was no simple matter. Junior disciple Xiao hid his abilities deeper than anyone else. Especially that composure in countering move for move, less a natural talent than an instinct honed through life and death struggles. Such depth of foundation likely surpassed that of many senior disciples. Impressive, junior brother. Li Xianfeng praised sincerely. Catching Shen Jinghong's eager gaze out of the corner of his eye, he added with a smile, why not let junior sister test her skills against him too? Shen Jinghong drew her sword, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. Please instruct me, junior brother. She deliberately suppressed her spiritual energy, revealing only the aura of a 5th-tier body-tempering cultivator. Yet after 10 exchanges, she too sensed something amiss. Xiao Ruobai's footwork consistently evaded her sword chi trajectories. His occasional counterattacks appeared deliberate yet carried an unseen rhythm, forcing her to divide her focus. Changge watched Shen Jinghong's expression grow increasingly grave as the fight progressed, unable to suppress a low chuckle.
Did this girl think suppressing her cultivation would make me go easy on her? Little did she know that Xiao Ruobai's war god physique was inherently adept at fighting opponents of higher tiers. Even when only displaying the body-tempering realm, his combat prowess far surpassed those at the same level. Half an hour later, the spar finally ended. Xiao Ruobai panted, exhausted. Li Xianfeng and Shen Jinghong exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. This trip to Purple Bamboo Peak hadn't been wasted. Not only had they soaked up spiritual energy, but they'd also uncovered a hidden gem of a junior disciple. Chapter 50, Second Disciple, Chaos Sword Body. Purple Bamboo Peak, Dawn. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successful check-in. You have obtained 5,000 years of cultivation. Ding. Acquired Dao-level treasure Primordial Sword Embryo. Ding. Acquired 10 Emperor tier cultivation techniques, the Supreme Mystery Sword Scripture, the Burning Heaven Battle Cannon, the Primordial Dao Formula. Gu Changge's fingertips caressed the newly condensed spiritual energy, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. The system remained as generous as ever, bestowing 10 great Emperor cultivation techniques at once. Covering the 100 schools of Dao, it was indeed a generous gift for the Qingxuan Sect. Once the sect competition concludes, deliver these cultivation techniques to Xian Yangzi and unlock the Tsangyun secret realm. The thought barely formed when the system alert sounded again. Ding! Triggered timed quest, Purple Bamboo Sprouts. Requirement, recruit a second direct disciple with aptitude no lower than Saint grade. Reward, expand the invincible domain to cover 1,000,000 li in all directions. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. The system had assigned another task. Glancing at Xiao Ruobai, who was practicing character recognition nearby, he noted the boy could mostly cultivate independently without much supervision. Considering the benefits of this invincible domain, taking on another disciple wouldn't hurt. With this 1,000,000-mile invincible domain, it would eventually cover nearly half of the Eastern realm. Though Saint-tier talent was rare, with his truth-piercing divine eyes, finding such a disciple wouldn't be too difficult. His fingertips tapped lightly on the armrest as his divine sense instantly spread out, the divine eye of truth piercing through the clouds. Perfect. I'll use this opportunity to see how many more hidden talents this world holds. Gu Changge's divine sense poured forth like an inverted Milky Way, traversing billions of miles in an instant. As it swept past the Qingxuan Sect, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, and the Burning Heaven Palace in Xianzhou, they seemed but specks of dust. These powers that dominated Xianzhou were but a drop in the ocean when viewed against the broader cosmos. As Gu Changge's divine sense probed, heaven-grade and king-grade talents dotted the landscape like stars, yet none met his discerning eye. Only when his consciousness touched Zhengzhou did the shattering illusion divine eye suddenly catch a faint yet pure golden light, a young man meditating before a stone stele. His cultivation had already reached the Purple Palace realm. Gu Changge's divine sense paused. A lower-tier saint-grade talent barely meeting the requirements for taking a disciple. Just as Gu Changge hesitated over whether to take him on, his divine sense swept over the token at the youth's waist. The Xiantai token of the Taishan Holy Land glinted coldly under the scorching sun. So you're already affiliated with a faction, lad. What a pity this opportunity is lost. He chuckled softly, his divine sense receding like a tide. The Taishan Holy Land, situated in central continent, was an ancient power with a long-standing legacy. Since the youth was already under their tutelage, Gu Changge naturally saw no reason to interfere further. His divine sense extended further, sweeping across most of the eastern domain. 3 more halos of saint-level talent flashed by, but alas, each had already been recruited by different sacred lands. Quite the cluster. Gu Changge shook his head. These sacred lands and sects had long cast their nets wide. Any seedling with a saint-level aptitude was snatched up the moment they were born. How could they easily remain among the common folk? Just as he was about to withdraw his divine sense, a faint, chaotic-colored glow suddenly flickered at the edge of his illusion-piercing divine eye. That light was more subdued than the golden radiance of saint-level talent, yet it concealed a sharpness capable of tearing apart heaven and earth. That chaotic glimmer pierced through layer upon layer of domain barriers, finally settling deep within the forbidden grounds of the Dian Holy Land in Yuzhou. Gu Changge's divine sense pierced through the 9 layers of barriers surrounding the forbidden zone like a razor-sharp blade. The scene before him caused his eyes to freeze over with icy coldness. Upon the central altar of the forbidden zone, a youth was pinned to a stone pillar by 7 black iron stakes engraved with soul-binding incantations. His scapula and dantian were pierced by specially crafted soul-binding spikes. Pale golden chaotic sword energy was being drawn out along the nails, coalescing in midair into a constantly contracting orb of light. His skin was scorched black by searing runes. The flesh on his chest had been brutally carved away, exposing the pulsing core of the sword essence beneath. That essence flickered like a dying candle in the wind, each flicker accompanied by the youth's stifled groans of agony. 3 elders clad in the robes of the Great Transformation Holy Land stood encircling the altar. The leader held a bone blade glowing with a sinister green venom, its surface engraved with devouring spirit patterns. Slowly, he brought it closer to the youth's chest. The hour has come. Once the primordial essence of the Chaos Sword body is stripped away and fused into our Holy Land's Great Transformation Sword embryo, within 1,000 years, an imperial weapon shall be forged.
Then our sanctuary shall possess a second supreme imperial weapon, becoming the mightiest sanctuary in the Eastern Realm. The gray-robed elder's voice was sinister, his eyes gleaming with greed so intense they seemed ready to bleed. Such a heaven-defying physique should never have fallen to a mere mortal child. Its rightful place is within our sacred land. Senior brother speaks wisely. The white-robed elder beside him licked his parched lips, his fingertips forming a seal. The runes on the altar suddenly surged with energy. The brat is struggling fiercely. Reinforce the restraints, don't let his primordial essence dissipate. Blood foam stained the youth's collar crimson, yet he still roared with his last ounce of strength. My parents entrusted me to your sacred ground, believing you would protect me. Yet you coveted my physique. If there is a next life, I will tear down this hypocritical sacred ground. Still defiant at death's door? Even an emperor couldn't save you now. The gray-robed elder's eyes flashed with ferocity as the bone blade accelerated, its tip touching the pulsating core. An eerie green poisonous light instantly corroded a black scar into it. Oomph, bold words indeed. A voice as crisp as ice abruptly exploded within the forbidden zone, causing the rune-lit aura to violently tremble. The surging sword energy abruptly froze, and even the soul-binding incantations on the black iron stakes dimmed by threefold. The three elders' expressions changed drastically as they whipped their heads around. At the entrance to the forbidden zone, a figure clad in green robes now stood, having appeared without warning. The figure stood with hands clasped behind his back. Though his aura seemed ordinary, it caused the spiritual energy within the elders to surge violently as if encountering a nemesis. Their hands gripping the bone blades trembled uncontrollably. Who are you? How dare you trespass into the forbidden grounds of the Great Yin sacred land? The gray-robed elder barked the question, his voice harsh yet trembling with fear, as he secretly crushed the jade slip to summon aid. Changge's avatar fixed its gaze on the wound on the youth's chest. Nearly half of the primordial essence of the chaos sword body had been corroded by the poisonous light. Within the pale golden stream of light, wisps of black mist mingled, clearly indicating that another breath's delay would cause it to disintegrate completely. A sacred land with a million-year legacy, yet it stoops to such vile acts of plundering physical essence. His fingertip tapped lightly at the void, the chill in his voice nearly freezing the forbidden land solid. I see no reason for the Dian's sacred ground to continue existing. You seek death. The white-robed elder roared in fury, drawing his sword. The blade, shrouded in spiritual light, shot straight toward Changge's face. The transformed figure's eyes grew cold as he flicked his finger. Invisible sword chi surged like a tidal wave, shattering the blade into countless fragments. The white-robed elder screamed as he flew backward, his life extinguished. At that moment, a barrage of whistling sounds pierced the air outside the forbidden zone, evidently the Great Yin Holy Land's enforcement squad, summoned by the distressed jade slip. The gray-robed elder sneered savagely at the sight. You're just in time. Dare to run wild in my Dian Holy Land? I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Oh? Is that so? Changge's avatar strode slowly toward the altar. As he approached, the black iron stakes shattered of their own accord. Today, no one can save you. A wisp of primordial purple chi gathered at his fingertip, gently pressing against the youth's chest. The purple mist surged into the body like a living entity. The primordial essence of the chaos sword body suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, forcing back the eerie green poisonous glow inch by inch. Fresh, tender flesh began to form over the charred wounds. The youth stared blankly at the man in the blue robe before him, feeling the warm current spreading through his meridians. His previously unfocused gaze gradually sharpened. He could sense that though this avatar had not unleashed its full power, it carried an overwhelming aura capable of crushing the entire Dian Holy Land as if it could overturn the forbidden realm with a mere flick of its wrist. You? The youth's voice was hoarse, tinged with the bewilderment of one who had narrowly escaped death. Changge's avatar smiled faintly, reaching out to remove the spirit binding spikes from the youth's body. From this day forward, you are my second disciple. Chapter 51, The Bloodstained Great Yin Holy Land. Outside the altar, the enforcement squad had already appeared at the edge of the barrier. Changge's avatar glanced back over her shoulder, a cold smile curling her lips. Very well. Let them learn the price of harming my disciples. Before the words faded, Changge used her finger as a sword. A streak of sword energy shot skyward like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, waves of agonized screams erupted from beyond the forbidden zone. The three elders, terrified out of their wits, turned to flee. Yet they were pinned to the spot by the invisible sword energy, unable to move. As the sword energy swept over them, their bodies instantly dissolved into nothingness. The youth gazed at the outstretched hand, then touched his healed chest. Suddenly clenching his fist, he bowed deeply before the apparition. For the first time, an indomitable gleam ignited in his blood-stained face. Disciple Feng Hanyu pays respects to his master. Boom! Beyond the shattered barrier of the forbidden land, a figure clad in a purple-gold Taoist robe descended from the heavens. The overwhelming pressure of a saint-level being surged like a churning ocean, causing scattered stones to float in its wake. It was none other than the Saint Master of the Great Transformation Holy Land. Two gray-robed elders followed behind him, their auras equally unfathomable, clearly also at the Saint realm.
Who dares to act so brazenly within the Great Transformation Holy Land? The sovereign's gaze flashed like lightning. When it landed upon Gu Changge's avatar, his pupils abruptly contracted. Though merely an avatar, that figure in the green robe sent a chill through his very marrow, as if confronting the primordial chaos that had split heaven and earth. Without so much as lifting an eyelid, Gu Changge's avatar flicked a finger, sending a sliver of sword energy tearing through the air. The defensive artifact the Holy Sovereign had summoned, the Yuan Tian shield, instantly cracked. The Sovereign himself was struck as if by a heavy blow, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood with a pft. Forced back relentlessly by this intangible sword energy, he finally crashed to his knees with a thud, his knees gouging deep gashes into the ground. The Holy Sovereign has knelt? That's the Sage Realm. How could? The arriving enforcers stared in disbelief, their magical artifacts clattering to the ground. They never imagined the invincible Saint Sovereign would pay such profound respect to a mere youth. The two Saint Realm elders who had accompanied him were terrified out of their wits. Just as they turned to flee, Gu Changge's divine sense locked onto them. His divine sense crushed them like a mountain of stone. With thuds, they fell to their knees, foreheads pressed hard against the ground, too terrified to even lift their heads. Is this all the Great Yin Holy Land has to offer? Gu Changge's avatar slowly turned, his gaze sweeping over the three kneeling figures. His tone was as flat as if he were discussing the weather. By condoning elders who prey upon disciples' vitality, your position as sacred sovereign may prove precarious indeed. The Holy Master trembled violently, his lips quivering so fiercely he could not speak. He sensed that with a single thought from his opponent, his entire cultivation at the Saint Realm would be reduced to ashes. When had such a being emerged in this world? It felt as though he faced an emperor himself. Gu Changge turned away from him, addressing Xuanhuang who had just risen. These men, shall I eliminate them for you now, or leave them for you to avenge personally in the future? Xuanhuang clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. The chaotic sword energy surging within his chest boiled with rage. Master, this disciple must take revenge personally. But they have wounded my very essence and dishonored my parents. The accounts of today cannot go unsettled. That's the spirit. Gu Changge's avatar's lips curved into a faint smile. In that case, your master shall collect some interest for you first. At that moment, the sovereign of the Great Yin Holy Land suddenly roared. Summon the supreme Tao imperial weapon. A deep rumbling echoed from the heart of the Great Yin Holy Land. 9 mountain anchoring steels simultaneously glowed. Runes danced across their surfaces like living creatures, drawing the supreme imperial weapon, the Yin Tian sword, concealed within the earth's veins, to rise slowly into the air. Chains forged from the essence blood of sages coiled around the blade. Though not yet fully activated, it already radiated an awe-inspiring pressure capable of tearing apart the heavens and earth. The supreme imperial weapon? Gu Changge's avatar glanced up, pressing a finger lightly. The imperial weapon, poised to awaken, suddenly crashed back to the ground as if struck by a heavy hammer. The runes on its blade instantly dimmed, causing the earth's veins to tremble 3 times before falling utterly still. This effortless gesture sent shockwaves through the sacred lord's heart. The supreme imperial weapon was the very foundation of the sacred land. That the opponent could suppress it with mere aura alone signified power far beyond his comprehension. Who are you? The Holy Lord's voice trembled as his fists clenched tightly beneath his purple gold robe. Gu Changge's avatar offered no reply, yet his gaze pierced through the Forbidden Zone's rock layers, fixing upon the burial abyss at the sanctuary's deepest core. There, several ancient auras were quietly stirring to life. Clearly, the ancient ancestors sealed within the sacred land had sensed the impending danger and were attempting to break free. Yet, the moment those gazes collided with Gu Changge's divine sense, the reviving energies froze abruptly, then retreated to the abyss's depths like startled rabbits. Even the seal of the immortal burial abyss tightened threefold, as if it had never stirred at all. Oomph, you're quick to hide. Gu Changge's avatar chuckled lightly, withdrawing his gaze. Nearly a few great saints clinging to life dared to act so brazenly before him. Next, Gu Changge's fingertip lightly tapped the kneeling Saint Sovereign. The Saint Sovereign's pupils abruptly contracted. He attempted to summon his spiritual energy to resist, only to discover his saintly origin sealed as if frozen. Helplessly, he watched as a jade green beam pierced his forehead. This saint ruler, who had dominated Yuzhou for 1,000 years, didn't even have time to scream before turning to ashes. Holy Sovereign! The 2 elders at the Holy Realm were terrified out of their wits, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. Gu Changge's avatar's gaze remained unflinching as her fingertip moved again. 2 flashes of green light erupted, reducing the 2 saint-level elders to dust as well, leaving not a trace of their divine souls behind. Just as Gu Changge prepared to lead Xuanhuang away, a youth in brocade robes emerged from the crowd. A halo of top-tier saint grade light shimmered around him, none other than the saint son of the Dian Holy Land. Gripping a shimmering long sword, his eyes blazed with vengeance, clearly a prodigy destined for greatness. Oh! A fish that slipped through the net. Gu Changge's avatar glanced at him. Under the piercing gaze of the divine eye of truth, a faint golden aura of destiny shimmered on the youth's aura panel. Could he be a chosen one? He chuckled lightly. Fortunes change over time? I've no interest in such dramas.
Before the Holy Sun could react, a jade green beam pierced his heart. The youth stared down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, hatred solidifying in his eyes. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend why he, a saint-tier prodigy, the very embodiment of destiny, was regarded as no more than an insect in the other's eyes. The law enforcement team disciples lay sprawled on the ground, staring at the figure in the green robe as if beholding an incomprehensible demon god. To casually obliterate even a saint-level being, what kind of terrifying existence was this? Fang Hanyu stood rooted to the spot, gazing at the ashes of his enemy. Suddenly, he bowed deeply toward Gu Changge's avatar. Only now did he truly comprehend the invincible master he had sworn allegiance to. Gu Changge's avatar patted his shoulder. "Let's go. As for the remaining scum, you can deal with them later." With that, the figure in the green robe and Fang Hanyu vanished from the forbidden grounds. A deathly silence hung over the forbidden zone and its surroundings. Chapter 52, Eastern Realm Trembles. The mist of purple bamboo peak slowly closed behind Gu Changge. He shifted sideways, revealing Fang Hanyu standing half a step behind him. The bloodstains on the youth's body had been washed clean, his coarse cloth garments replaced by a plain white Taoist robe. Yet his fists remained clenched, trembling ever so slightly. Not from fear, but because the surging chaos sword chi within him had yet to fully subside. "This will be your residence from now on." Gu Changge gestured toward the empty plot beside Xiaoruobai's bamboo hut. "Build yourself a bamboo hut. If you run out of materials, go chop some from the back mountain." Fang Hanyu looked up to see the spiritual energy of purple bamboo peak so dense it seemed to solidify into tangible light, radiating a serene tranquility untouched by worldly strife. Suddenly recalling the bloodshed at the Great Transformation Holy Land, his eyes stung slightly. He bowed deeply to Gu Changge. "Thank you, master." Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. "You are my second disciple. You have an elder brother disciple. He is currently undergoing trials on the back mountain. You will meet him when he returns." Meanwhile, news from the Great Transformation Holy Land exploded like thunder, instantly sweeping across the entire eastern domain and beyond into other great realms. "Have you heard? The Great Transformation Holy Land has been overthrown." The news spread like wildfire, reaching every tea house and tavern across the eastern domain within half a day. Cultivators slammed their fists on tables, spittle flying into their tea bowls, their voices filled with shock loud enough to lift roofs. Overrun? The Holy Master was crushed to dust on the spot. Not even the divine souls of the two holy elders remained. The cultivator in the blue robe gulped down his wine, his Adam's apple bobbing. Even that saint-tier talent hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius in the Great Yen reportedly didn't even get a chance to resist. Gone in an instant. The white-haired elder at the neighboring table stroked his beard, his fingertips trembling slightly. "I sent a communication talisman to disciples at the outer perimeter of the sacred ground. They reported a sword chi striking down from the forbidden zone, shattering all 9 mountain anchor steels. Even the supreme imperial weapon, the Yuan Tian sword, was pinned to the ground, unable to utter a single sword cry. An imperial divine weapon. That's a divine artifact capable of clashing head-on with an emperor." The iron-armored cultivator clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. Who could possibly possess such power? Could it be some hidden ancient monster intervening? "I suspect it's a being from the forbidden zone," someone whispered, glancing nervously out the window as if afraid of being overheard. "Besides those supreme beings who've lived for untold millennia, who could possibly suppress an extreme path imperial weapon?" The words fell, and the bustling tea house fell instantly silent. The forbidden zone, the most mysterious and terrifying entity in the vast Xuanhuang world. Legend held that the supreme ones who had survived since ancient times slumbered there. Once rulers who commanded the cosmos, they now chose to cling to life within the forbidden zone as their lifespans neared their end. Every inch of its soil was soaked in the blood of ages, every breeze carried the scent of death. They rarely awaken, but should they ever step beyond the forbidden zone, it would herald the world's darkest hour. "But aren't the sovereigns of the forbidden zone supposed to never meddle in the outside world's conflicts?" someone asked in a trembling voice. "Who knows?" The white-haired elder sighed. "Perhaps the Great Yen Holy Land desecrated someone's ancestral tomb? Why else would they attract such a harbinger of death?" Speculation surged like a tidal wave, yet none could discern the origins of that figure clad in azure robes. Only one thing was certain: the skies over the eastern realm were about to change. The eastern realm of forbidden zone where gods are buried. Black mist hung like ink, never dissipating, even sunlight unable to pierce it. Ruinous altars lurked within the fog, etched with long-forgotten runes. Occasionally, skeletal remains tumbled from the altars, clattering softly to the ground. Within the deepest bronze hall, a figure seated cross-legged for 10,000 years slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes held no pupils, only endless darkness that seemed capable of swallowing light itself. He was the lord of the forbidden zone, a supreme being who had survived since ancient times. Once a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance, he now lay spent and exhausted, clinging to life only through this eternal slumber. Such powerful sword intent. A raspy voice strained from his throat, raspy as metal scraping. To suppress an imperial weapon of the ultimate path, such power.
With a wave of his hand, the black mist receded like a tide, revealing the vast expanse beyond the forbidden zone. His divine sense spread like a celestial net, sweeping over every inch of the eastern realm from bustling sacred lands to barren deserts. Even the ants deep within the earth's veins were clearly visible. Yet that figure in the green robe vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Strange. A flicker of confusion crossed the Dark Lord's eyes. To completely vanish from my perception, either it's an equal in power, or... Behind him, several equally ancient auras stirred silently. Master, shall we go out and search? A figure cloaked in black robes bowed and inquired. Though his arms had long since turned to withered bones, he still radiated an aura of authority that could make even sages tremble. The Lord of the Forbidden Zone remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. It is unnecessary. He closed his eyes once more, and the bronze hall was enveloped in black mist again, returning to deathly stillness. The devastation at the Great Yen Holy Land crashed like a boulder into the power map of the Eastern Realm, sending shockwaves rippling through its factions. Grand Mystic Sanctuary, Council Chamber. The Hall Master stared at the text on the communication jade slip, his fingertips crushing the green jade teacup. Tea dripped through his fingers, spreading dark stains across the gold inlaid floor tiles. Such power still exists today. His voice was low and grave. One who can suppress even an extreme Dao Imperial weapon, such an existence demands utmost caution. The elders below fell silent, none daring to respond. The power to crush saints and suppress Imperial weapons far exceeded their comprehension. Within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, the Hall Master stood atop the highest level of the starry hall, gazing toward the direction of the Great Transformation Holy Land, his brow deeply furrowed. His fingertips traced a tortoise shell, the pavilion's treasured artifact, the heaven-peering talisman which had shattered into pieces during his recent probe, shattered by an invisible force. This individual's power is beyond estimation. He murmured, a flicker of dread crossing his eyes. Issue the order, seal the pavilion. Without my command, no one is to step outside Tianji Pavilion. Across the Eastern Realm's major sacred lands, some sealed their gates in seclusion, others frantically investigated, while still others secretly forged alliances. That figure in the green robe cast a shadow over the hearts of all factions. No one knew his identity, no one knew his whereabouts, only that with a single gesture, he could obliterate a sacred land with a heritage spanning 1,000,000 years. The incense in Qingyun Hall had barely burned 3 inches when the communication jade tablet in Xuanhuang's hand suddenly glowed. Cough, cough. Good heavens. Xuanhuang wiped tea stains from his beard, his eyes widening like copper bells. What kind of demonic force has the Dayan's sacred grounds provoked? Even their supreme imperial weapon got dragged through the dirt? Thudding footsteps echoed outside the hall as Shi Wanshan's rotund figure crashed through the doors, clutching half a devoured spirit melon. Master! Have you heard? The Great Yen Holy Land is gone. The Holy Master and both Holy Elders are dead. Just received word. Xuanhuang massaged his throbbing temples. What kind of power is this? To casually wipe out a 1,000,000-year-old sacred land, daring to suppress even the extreme Dao Imperial weapon. See how those sacred lands sat on their high horses all this time? Now they've been knocked flat. What a beast. Feels good. His words grew increasingly chilling. Suddenly, he recalled his smug satisfaction from days ago when he touched the threshold of the sacred realm. A cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck. Back then, he'd toyed with the idea of touring Central Plains after his breakthrough. Now he realized how fortunate it was he hadn't acted impulsively. The Eastern Realm must harbor more formidable figures than weeds in a spirit field. With his current cultivation, venturing out would likely make him nothing more than a mere speck. No, I must stay calm. Xuanhuang slapped his thigh and dashed out of the hall. Summon all the peak masters immediately. This matter demands urgent discussion. Chapter 53, Worldview shattered upon entering the sect. The commotion at Qingyun Hall had yet to reach Purple Bamboo Peak, where mist still swirled thickly, and spiritual energy hung heavy like sweet, mellow wine. The powerhouse Xuanhuang had mentioned, Gu Changge, leaned against a newly built bamboo cot. His fingertips twirled a translucent white spirit fruit as his gaze fixed on a clearing nearby. Fang Hanyu swung his black iron axe at the bamboo. Though the youth was slender, his movements were steady as a rock. Each blow landed precisely at the bamboo joint, and the emerald green stalk snapped cleanly. A faint, chaotic-colored energy swirled around the cut surfaces. Even such a mundane task as chopping bamboo was subtly tempering the very essence of his sword body. Master! Fang Hanyu neatly stacked the cut bamboo, a thin sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet his eyes shone with astonishing brilliance. This bamboo hut will be assembled by evening. Gu Changge nodded, tossing over a water skin. No rush. Rest first. The moment the youth caught the water skin, a flicker of light danced in Gu Changge's eyes. His piercing illusion Divine Eye silently activated, revealing Fang Hanyu's attribute panel with crystal clarity. Name, Fang Hanyu. Status, second disciple of Gu Changge. Talent, Emperor tier. Constitution, Chaos Sword body preliminarily awakened. Cultivation, Early Dan Condensation Realm formerly Peak Purple Palace Realm. Gu Changge's illusion-piercing divine eye pierced through the veil of time, glancing over fragments of the youth's past. Feng Hanyu's parents were menial disciples at the lowest tier of the outer sect in the Great Yin Holy Land. His father, Feng Lin, swept the stone steps of the forbidden grounds, while his mother, Xuan, dried medicinal herbs in the alchemy chamber. Both had stagnated at the foundation establishment realm, lacking even the qualifications to enter the condensing realm. Feng Hanyu was born on a cold, rainy autumn night. The stone hut was drafty. Xuan wrapped the newborn in her warmth and noticed a fleeting flash of chaotic light between his eyebrows. They did not understand then that this was the sign of a chaos sword body awakening. They simply thought the child was weak and cried often at night. At age 10, Feng Hanyu played in the mud outside the alchemy chamber. Casually picking up a dry branch, he began carving patterns on the ground. Without meaning to, he shattered the green stone steps before the chamber door. An elder passing by witnessed this. This child is a raw gem. Staying with you would only waste his potential. The elder crouched down, pinching Feng Hanyu's cheek. Come with me. From now on, you'll be a core disciple of the sacred ground. Though Feng Lin and his wife were reluctant, they couldn't resist the allure of the words core disciple. It meant their child could escape menial labor and gain access to top-tier cultivation techniques. With tears in their eyes, they handed Feng Hanyu over. Once inside the inner sect, Feng Hanyu was indeed given special cultivation. He resided in the Jade Courtyard, rich with spiritual energy, practicing the derived Heaven Sword Sutra daily. By age 11, he broke through to the foundation establishment realm. By 14, he entered the Purple Palace realm, becoming a rising star among the Holy Land's young generation. Yet something felt off. The elders regarded him as if appraising an artifact, not a disciple. On his 15th birthday, he was led to the forbidden grounds. The altar was cold, and runes coiled up like venomous snakes. Only then did he see what the elders held in their hands, a bone blade engraved with soul-devouring patterns. A chaos sword body, a talent seen but once in 10,000 years. Alas, born in the wrong era. The chief elder sneered. It has been 10,000 years since the last great emperor. The Tao has long faded. Even with your talent, how far could you truly go? It would be better to serve the Holy Land, to forge an unparalleled divine weapon. With 2 great emperor weapons, our Holy Land shall subdue the Eastern realm. Consider it your destiny. As the bone blade pierced his chest, Feng Hanyu glimpsed his parents' figures appearing outside the forbidden zone. They had somehow heard the news and risked their lives to break through and save him, only to be struck down by the elders' casual swings, each falling lifeless on the stone steps. His mother's dying cry for his name shattered in the cold rain. Agonizing pain and seething hatred surged within him as chaotic sword energy raged violently, yet it was held fast by the runes. Just as his very essence was about to be ripped away, a green figure shattered the clouds. That hand, lightly tapping the void, became the last glimmer of light before he plunged into darkness. Though Feng Hanyu had no idea where he was, only that this place was called Purple Bamboo Peak. Seeing his master Gu Changge's figure calmed his heart. He took the water skin, tilted his head back, and gulped several mouthfuls. The cool spiritual water slid down his throat, easing some of his exhaustion. His gaze drifted unconsciously to Gu Changge. This master, who had effortlessly vanquished his enemy, radiated an aura of unwavering reassurance, as if he could steady the heavens should they ever collapse. As dusk fell, faint sounds drifted from the rear mountain. Xiao Ruobai's figure emerged at the edge of the bamboo grove. His black robes were soaked through with blood, strands of hair clinging to his sweat-dampened temples. Droplets of blood dripped from the long spear in his hand, splattering onto the blue stone slabs below and spreading into small, dark stains. Though he deliberately restrained the aura of a late-stage condensation core cultivator, it still carried the sharpness honed through countless battles. Master! Xiao Ruobai bowed with clasped hands, his voice hoarse from exhaustion. As his gaze casually swept over Feng Hanyu, he suddenly froze. He froze in place, his gaze lingering on Feng Hanyu for a moment. The youth before him wore plain white robes, appearing delicate and scholarly, with cultivation barely reaching the early stages of the condensing realm. Yet Xiao Ruobai sensed a subtle yet profoundly threatening aura emanating from him, like a sword sheathed in its scabbard, its edge already faintly visible through the metal. This sensation made him instinctively tighten his grip on the long spear in his hand. He turned to look at Gu Changge, his eyes filled with inquiry. Finger spinning a white spirit fruit, Gu Changge spoke calmly. This is Feng Hanyu, the second disciple I've taken. From now on, he is your junior brother. Feng Hanyu stepped forward and bowed slightly to Xiao Ruobai. Greetings, senior brother. Xiao Ruobai withdrew his scrutinizing gaze, his tense posture relaxing slightly as he returned the bow with a clasped hands gesture. No need for formalities. I am Xiao Ruobai. Observing the lingering traces of youth in Feng Hanyu's brow, he recalled his own appearance when first arriving at Purple Bamboo Peak. A flicker of understanding passed through his eyes. From now on, we'll train together under our master. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Feng Hanyu nodded, clenching his fist inside his sleeve. He could sense the intense battle aura emanating from this senior disciple, an aura forged through countless real combat experiences. It was entirely different from the bloodthirsty aura he had felt in the Forbidden Zone, carrying instead a sharpness born of openness and integrity. Gu Changge watched the two, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ruwabai has just returned from training on the back mountain.
He should rest a bit and take the opportunity to explain the rules of Purple Bamboo Peak to your junior brother. Xiao Ruwabai wiped the blood from his face with a casual gesture, revealing the carefree spirit of youth. Master speaks wisely. Junior brother Hanyu, our Purple Bamboo Peak has only 3 rules.
Simple, yet complex, you'll come to understand.
He sat down on the stone bench beside the bamboo bed, thrusting his long spear into the ground. The spearhead sank half an inch into the stone slab as he spoke with the teasing tone of someone had been there before. Rule number 1, don't go looking for trouble, but don't be afraid of it either. Xiao Ruwabai tapped the spear shaft with his fingertips. When you go out to train, remember this: if it comes to fighting, make sure you cover your tracks. If you kill someone, grind their bones to dust and scatter the ashes.
Your master doesn't want any trouble. Fong Hanyu blinked and nodded silently. As for the second rule,
Xiao Ruwabai deliberately drew out the syllables, glancing at Gu Changge, who was feigning rest with eyes closed on the bamboo bed. He lowered his voice. Stay clear of anyone with the surnames Yi, Xiao, or Chu, especially those who look ordinary but have absurdly good luck. Master says these clans come with built-in trouble magnetism.
Once you're tangled up with them, you can't shake them off. Fong Hanyu looked utterly bewildered. Rules like this existed?
But seeing how earnestly the senior disciple spoke, it didn't seem like a joke, so he committed it to memory. The third rule, and the most crucial. Xiao Ruwabai dropped the playful tone, his voice growing solemn.
Hide your strength. Don't be too flashy.
He patted his chest. Though I'm currently at the condensing core realm, I've always concealed myself at the body tempering realm.
Look at Master. He nudged Gu Changge with his chin.
Even though you see him only displaying foundation establishment cultivation now, let me let you in on a secret. Master's true cultivation has already reached mid-Dan condensation realm.
But Master is Master. Last time we sparred, I fell just 1 move short of defeating him.
Fong Hanyu stared at his senior brother's earnest expression, then recalled how Master had single-handedly turned the Great Yin Holy Land upside down that morning. A question mark slowly formed above his forehead.
Mid-stage core formation?
He silently pinched his thigh, wondering if he was still groggy from crawling out of the forbidden zone. The youth crouched on the ground, cradling his head as he watched the drifting clouds on the horizon. For the first time, he felt profound doubt about the very concept of cultivation realms.
Chapter 54. Senior brother can't possibly be unaware of Master's true strength, right? Fong Hanyu glanced at Xiao Ruwabai, his eyes suddenly brightening.
He thought to himself, with Master's cultivation being so profound and unfathomable, how could senior brother have lost to him by just 1 move? Could it be that senior brother is also an unparalleled master? The thought sent his heart racing. He took 2 steps forward, his voice thick with disbelief.
Senior brother, you only lost to Master by a single move?
How incredibly powerful must one be to withstand Master to that extent?
What kind of move was it?
In his eyes, to be just 1 move away from defeat against the Master who could destroy a sacred land with a single gesture, the senior disciple was truly formidable. After all, even the venerable elders of the Great Transformation Holy Land couldn't withstand a single finger from the Master. Xiao Ruwabai hadn't expected such a strong reaction from his junior brother, and his response made him feel a bit embarrassed. His face flushed as he stammered, Master only executed 1 move.
It was too swift, I couldn't make it out clearly.
He remembered clearly, when he had broken through to the condensing realm, he had eagerly sought a spar with his master. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't even touch the hem of his master's robe. Then his master had unleashed a single strike, leaving him with a black eye and a swollen face.
Fong Hanyu's face froze in admiration for a moment before he blinked. Just 1 move?
He'd imagined countless earth-shattering battles, sword chi crisscrossing the sky, battle chi surging like a tidal wave, ending with his senior brother narrowly losing by a single move.
He never expected it to be just this 1 move? What else could it be?
Seeing him freeze, Xiao Ruwabai flushed even redder with frustration.
Master said sparring should stop at the right moment. Did it have to go on for 3 days and nights? Just admit you lost by 1 move, not a single move more.
He secretly berated himself for days afterward, feeling utterly useless. Now, under his junior disciple's gaze that seemed to say, you're actually this strong, his toes dug into the ground so hard they could have carved a bamboo hut.
Watching his senior brother's reaction, Fong Hanyu thought, could he really still be unaware of Master's true strength? No way. Should he tell his senior brother? Nah, what if it just upsets him more?
With that thought, he quickly scratched his cheek to change the subject. Senior brother, I've just arrived here and don't know where this place is.
Could you explain it to me? Xiao Ruwabai froze at the question, then recalled his own bewilderment upon first arriving at Purple Bamboo Peak. His slight embarrassment instantly vanished. Clearing his throat, he replied. This is the territory of Xianzhou.
The sect we belong to is Qingxuan Sect, and the mountain peak we're on is called Purple Bamboo Peak. He gestured toward the main peak shrouded in mist in the distance. The sect master and other peak masters are over there. But our Purple Bamboo Peak is rather unique. Besides our master and us disciples, few others ever come here. A complex flicker crossed his eyes when his master had taken him as a disciple. The entire sect had questioned the decision. Bearing the pressure from all the elders, his master had declared with unwavering conviction, "When choosing disciples, I only look at whether they strike my fancy or not." A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Now, with the addition of his younger disciple, they could keep master company, bringing a bit more liveliness to Purple Bamboo Peak. May master's condition improve soon. Fan Hanyu nodded, committing the names Shenzhou, Qingxuan Sect, and Purple Bamboo Peak to memory. He then asked, "So on Purple Bamboo Peak, it's just the three of us, master and disciples? There's also a bird." Xiao Ruabai pointed upward. The little black bird was perched on Gu Changge's shoulder, preening its feathers. "Master says it's called Little Black, his pet." Fan Hanyu followed his gaze, seeing only an ordinary spirit bird, and asked no further questions. Meanwhile, Gu Changge, lying on the bamboo bed, listened to their conversation absent-mindedly when suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the Purple Bamboo Sprouts quest. Recruited Chaos Sword Body Bearer Fan Hanyu. Quest evaluation, perfect. Ding! Reward granted, Invincible Domain expanded to 1 million li. Ding! Additional reward obtained, a complete spatial Dao path. Gu Changge's fingers paused, nearly spilling the sweet juice of the white spirit fruit onto his robe. He lifted his gaze toward the distance, his divine sense spreading like a tidal wave. The mountains, rivers, towns, and villages of Shenzhou instantly became crystal clear in his mind, along with several neighboring provinces within his perception range. A million li, ha! And a spatial pathway too? What a score! Gazing at the deepening dusk, Gu Changge considered instructing Xiao Ruabai to take Fan Hanyu to the front mountain tomorrow to process his identity token. Yet the thought vanished as soon as it arose. Recalling how Xiao Ruabai had last ventured down the mountain only to stubbornly detour to the rear slopes of Dan Ding Peak, ultimately requiring the little blackbird to fly out and retrieve him, Gu Changge felt his temples throb violently. Never mind. Gu Changge tapped his fingertips on the armrest of the bamboo bed, retrieved a communication jade slip from his storage ring, and infused it with spiritual energy. Xuanhuang, the newly recruited disciples from Purple Bamboo Peak. Tomorrow, when I take the new disciples to obtain their identity tokens, Purple Bamboo Peak will send someone to collect them. As the jade slip transformed into a streak of light streaking toward Qingyun Peak, Gu Changge couldn't help muttering, having the kid make the trip is far more reliable than counting on Xiao Ruabai to find his way. At that moment in Qingyun Hall, Xian Yangzi was guiding Li Xianfeng in cultivation. Just as Li Xianfeng was about to respond, the communication jade slip at his waist suddenly grew hot. He retrieved it, read the message, and his eyes instantly lit up. Master! It's a message from senior disciple Gu. He says he's taken on another junior disciple and wants me to go to Purple Bamboo Peak tomorrow to bring the new junior disciple to get his identity token. Another disciple? Xuanhuang straightened abruptly, surprise evident in his expression. He never took on disciples before when asked, yet now he's taken another. He rubbed his hands together, a flicker of delight dancing in his eyes. No, I must go with you tomorrow to take a look and see what else needs to be added. Li Xianfeng nodded in agreement. Then this disciple will wait for you at Purple Bamboo Peak first thing tomorrow morning. As dawn broke, the mist still lingered over Purple Bamboo Peak when two light footsteps approached. Xiao Ruabai had already gone to the back mountain to continue tempering his fighting spirit. As Xian Yangzi arrived, he saw Gu Changge seated at a stone table, flanked by a youth clad in plain white robes. Slender in build, yet his brow concealed a fierce sword intent. Is this your newly accepted disciple? Xuanhuang's eyes lit up as his gaze lingered on Fan Hanyu, growing increasingly convinced of the youth's extraordinary nature. Though the youth gave no sign of his cultivation, the sword energy swirling around him sent a faint tingling through even Xian Yangzi's heart. Li Xianfeng bowed respectfully, Uncle Gu, I have come as you instructed. Gu Changge nodded and pointed at Fan Hanyu, this is Fan Hanyu. You two should get acquainted. Fan Hanyu bowed as instructed, his voice cool and detached, greetings, sect leader. Greetings, senior brotherly. Xuanhuang hastily waved his hands. Ah, just call him senior master. Call him senior master. He rubbed his hands together and pulled a spirit-testing jade from his sleeve. Hanyu, come here. Let your senior master examine your aptitude. Not necessary. Gu Changge raised a hand to press down on the spirit-testing jade, her tone level. When I take disciples, I never judge by aptitude. I only look at karmic affinity. I'm afraid the results might scare you to death, Gu Changge thought to himself. Xuanhuang paused, then chuckled. My apologies for my rashness. Junior brother Changge's discernment is undoubtedly sound. He tucked the spirit-testing jade back into his sleeve and retrieved a long sword gleaming with a cold light from his storage ring. The scabbard was carved with swirling cloud patterns, faintly emanating a sword aura. This is the heaven-grade sword Frostflow, obtained from a secret realm in my youth. Its blade channels the essence of heaven and earth, making it most suitable for sword cultivators. Xuanhuang offered the sword as a greeting gift. Hanyu, take it to play with. Visit Qingyun Peak more often in the future. That girl Jinghong also practices swordsmanship.
You young ones should exchange ideas and spar with each other. Feng Hanyu glanced at Gu Changge.
Seeing his master nod, he accepted the sword with both hands. The moment his fingertips touched the hilt, the blade hummed softly, as if resonating with the sword energy within him.
Thank you for your kindness, senior master.
Watching this exchange, Gu Changge tossed a grape to Xuanhuang. Have Xianfeng handle the token matter with him.
If you have no other business, stay for a cup of tea. Xuanhuang caught the grape, his eyes crinkling into slits with laughter. Drink? Absolutely.
Li Xianfeng stifled a laugh and said to Feng Hanyu, Junior brother, let's go. I'll take you to the front mountain to register.
The moment they turned, Xuanhuang's astonished exclamation echoed from the bamboo hut. Wow! This tea's spiritual energy is even richer than last time. Feng Hanyu paused, glancing sideways at the mist-shrouded purple bamboo peak before running his fingers over the hilt of his sword, Frostfall, at his waist. This place is truly wonderful. Chapter 55, Senior Brother, I accidentally found a secret realm. Gu Changge flickered her fingertips, and a bronze token materialized in her palm. The token was palm-sized, its surface carved with layers of mist and mountains. The 4 seal script characters Xingyun's secret realm glowed faintly with golden light, the very token she had obtained from her previous check-in. Senior brother, I happened to find a secret realm token the other day. Take a look. He slid the token toward Xuanhuang. Xuanhuang, who had been sipping tea from his cup, glanced down at the token. The cup clattered onto the stone table, spilling tea everywhere. A secret realm token? What does that mean? Is it a pass to enter a secret realm? Various secret realms frequently appeared throughout the Xuanhuang Great World, and some required a token for entry. This was Xuanhuang's first thought as well. It's not the credential you imagine. Instead, it contains a sealed secret realm within. Gu Changge explained.
Xuanhuang abruptly stood up, nearly knocking over the stone table.
A token sealing a secret realm? Junior brother, you're being far too naive. How could a secret realm possibly be sealed inside something? Do you even know what a secret realm is?
It's a miniature world forged from the very essence of heaven and earth.
Countless sects have fought bloody battles over a single shattered fragment of one. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. Whether it is or not, you can sense it yourself. Xuanhuang, half convinced, grabbed the token. The moment his fingertips touched the engraved characters, a torrent of complex information flooded his mind. A million-mile expanse of spirit soil, spirit energy 100 times denser, ancient caverns hidden within the rifts of time and space. His excitement grew with each revelation, his breathing becoming ragged. The Xingyun secret realm? There really is a secret realm inside? This is the primordial secret realm born at the dawn of creation, as spoken of in legends. He clenched the token so tightly his knuckles turned white, already envisioning Qingxuan Sect disciples rapidly advancing within the realm. He envisioned the sect's banners planted across every inch of the Xuanhuang Great World, saw the elders of the sacred lands bowing and scraping before him. Xuanhuang looked at Gu Changge again, sensing an air of profound mystery about him now. The treasures Gu Changge had produced before, though invaluable, were still within the realm of possibility. Sealing a secret realm spanning 1,000,000 li within a single token far exceeded Xuanhuang's comprehension. Calm down. Gu Changge handed him a spirit fruit. Tell me, how do you intend to use the secret realm? Xuanhuang took a deep bite into the spirit fruit, its crisp sweetness finally calming him slightly. By convention, such realms are either hidden as trump cards or used to train disciples. But that Xingyun's secret realm is different, it can move. It can be summoned and stored by the token. He suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. Junior brother Changge, what do you think about sealing it in the void of the Forbidden Land? Gu Changge traced the outline of the Forbidden Zone in the air with his fingertip. Overlap the secret realm with the Forbidden Zone and mask its aura with an array formation. The 5 venerable elders are in seclusion there year-round, perfect for them to guard it while guiding disciples. Xuanhuang's eyes grew increasingly bright. Yes. Select a group of pure-blooded disciples to cultivate there under the ancestors' direct supervision. That's the only way to ensure stability. Within 100 years, Qingxuan Sect will surely produce a dozen or more saints, or even an emperor. His excitement grew as he paced back and forth in the bamboo hut. We must also establish a rule. Disciples entering must sign a bond of loyalty and swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, never to reveal any information about the secret realm. Gu Changge watched him spit as he spoke, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. There's no rush to arrange the secret realm. We'll discuss it after the sect's grand competition concludes. Xuanhuang, still clutching the token in excitement, froze at the question, why? Then he caught himself, true. We should deal with those hidden spies first. Junior brother Changge, you've thought this through thoroughly. He suddenly bowed deeply to Gu Changge. Junior brother Changge, this favor will be remembered forever by every member of Qingxuan Sect. Cut the formalities. Get ready for the sect competition. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. Xuanhuang nodded repeatedly, clutching the token as he rushed out. Watching his hasty retreat, Gu Changge lifted his teacup and smiled softly. It was time for the ancient tree of Qingxuan Sect to sprout new branches. Gu Changge waved her hand, watching his hastening retreat as her fingertips tapped lightly. The purple crystal grapes clutched in the little blackbird's beak clattered to the ground, rolling twice across the blue stone slabs. Purge the traitors, solidify the foundation. The future of Qingxuan Sect was only just beginning. Fan Hanyu returned to Purple Bamboo Peak and saw Gu Changge seated on a bamboo couch, flipping through a scroll of bamboo slips. He approached with quiet steps. Gu Changge lifted her gaze to meet his, her fingertip tapping the bamboo scroll. The token matter is settled? It seems you've gained some understanding of the Qingxuan Sect. Fan Hanyu nodded, his voice sincere. Yes, this place feels quite different. Unlike the rigid hierarchies of sacred lands, fellow disciples sparred without rivalry. Even the sect master felt like a neighborly elder, an atmosphere he'd never experienced before. Gu Changge set down the bamboo slip, his gaze settling on Fan Hanyu. Hanyu, our Qingxuan Sect differs from those sacred lands. We most abhor infighting. Fellow disciples should support one another. Should anyone harm the sect or lay a hand upon junior brothers or sisters, I will show no mercy. His tone was calm, yet carried an authority that brooked no argument. Fan Hanyu's heart sank, and he solemnly replied, "This disciple will remember." Gu Changge flicked his finger, sending a jade scroll into Fan Hanyu's hands. The character's Chaos Sword art on its cover shimmered with chaotic light. The Heavenly Derivation Sword Sutra you've been practicing is incompatible with the Chaos Sword body. Discard it. This sword manual was improvised moments ago based on Fan Hanyu's constitution. Each technique aligned with the primordial essence of the Chaos Sword body, capable of channeling the chaotic chi currents of heaven and earth. Its power far surpassed ordinary emperor-grade cultivation methods. The Chaos Sword body is born to channel the chaotic energies of heaven and earth. Ordinary sword techniques cannot contain you. He flicked his finger, sending a grape flying with pinpoint accuracy to strike Fan Hanyu's wrist. Your grip is too rigid, it's blocking your chi channels. Fan Hanyu froze, instinctively loosening his grip. Sure enough, the stagnant chaotic sword energy within him flowed more smoothly. Gu Changge rose in pace, his plain white robe sweeping past bamboo leaves. The air currents stirred by his movement coalesced midair into countless tiny sword shadows, some fierce as thunderclaps shattering rock, others supple as spring water winding around mountains. Watch closely. No sooner had Gu Changge spoken than his fingertip flicked forward with sudden force. Without any unnecessary flourish, and seemingly without gathering even a shred of spiritual energy, the void itself seemed to be cleaved by an invisible blade. A chaotic colored streak materialized out of thin air, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek as it struck directly at the nearby black iron bamboo. SSSSHHH. When the beam collided with the bamboo trunk, there was no clanging of metal against stone as expected, only a soft thud. The bamboo, as hard as black iron, split cleanly down the middle like paper, its cut surface smooth as a mirror. More astonishingly, the beam did not dissipate after cleaving the bamboo. Instead, it extended forward, severing 5 more identical black iron bamboo stalks in succession before dissolving into specks of light that merged into the air. This is the slash technique. Gu Changge withdrew his hand, his tone calm. Its essence lies in shattering myriad techniques with a single strike. It channels chaotic sword energy into its edge, unhindered by objects, unconstrained by form. It severs whatever it encounters and breaks through any obstruction. Chapter 56, The Primordial Sword, Imperial Weapon of the Ultimate Path. Chaotic sword energy inherently possesses the sharpness to cleave heaven and earth. You need only guard your intent, commanding the sword energy as naturally as moving your arm or finger. Slash when you wish to slash, no hesitation needed. Fan Hanyu drew a deep breath, gripping the Frostflow sword in his hand as a fiery light ignited in his eyes. He finally understood, the essence of the sever technique lay not in brute force, but in absolute mastery over the sword energy, the domineering precision where all things can be severed. Before he could ponder further, Gu Changge flickered, her body erupting in a whirlwind of sword shadows that scattered into a sky of sparkling points. As they landed, intricate array patterns etched themselves into the stone slabs. As the points swirled, they coalesced into the faint outline of a sword, which gently thrust into the void. 1,000 feet away, the waterfall was cleaved in two by an invisible blade, its cascading column suspended mid-air before crashing down 3 breaths later. This is the hide technique, weaving his sword array with chaotic energy to kill without trace. Gu Changge withdrew his hand, and the sword shadows and array patterns instantly dissipated, as if they had never existed. Your constitution is unique. You can conceal sword energy within chaotic chi currents, even those at the sage realm might fail to detect it. Fan Hanyu clenched his fists, sweat beading on his palms. In his past sword training, he had only pursued the sharpness of techniques, unaware swords could be wielded thus not like slaughter, but rather as if borrowing the rules of heaven and earth. Fan Hanyu took the jade slip. The moment his fingertips touched its surface, he was enveloped by a colossal surge of chaotic energy, as if plunged into the primordial chaos of creation itself. Gu Changge seemed to recall something. With a flick of her finger, a faint glow shot through the air, and the supreme imperial weapon, the primordial sword, hovered before Fan Hanyu. This was the reward Gu Changge had obtained from her previous check-in. A long sword radiating chaotic brilliance throughout its length, its scabbard seemingly forged from 9 heavens mystic iron blended with chaos stone. Dense imperial patterns covered its surface, with faint illusions of dragons and phoenixes coiling upon it. Even unsheathed, it radiated an overbearing aura that seemed to look down upon the world, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to freeze. Similar to Xiao Ruobai's Nine Heavens Dragon's Soul Spear, Changge had also sealed this imperial weapon. What was revealed now was merely its heavenly human tier potential. For now, it served its purpose. As his cultivation advanced, he would gradually lift the remaining seals. Should he ever face an adversary beyond his current capabilities, the imperial weapon would break free from its seals to protect its master. Since your master's senior gave you a meeting gift, your master's initiation gift will certainly not be lacking. Changge extended the primordial sword, its blade refracting countless shimmering rays of light in the sunlight. This sword shares the same origin as your chaos sword body, but it is far too overbearing. I have sealed away most of its power. As your cultivation advances, each layer of seal you release will grant you deeper insight into the true essence of the imperial way. His eyes widened as he grasped the sword with slightly trembling hands, his gaze filled with astonishment and reverence. The instant Feng Hanyu's fingertips touched the hilt, the chaotic sword energy within him surged uncontrollably, as if resonating with the primordial chaos within the blade. Thank you, master. He drew a deep breath, bowed deeply to Changge, then turned and sprinted toward the waterfall at the rear mountain. The hem of his pure white Taoist robe fluttered in the wind, radiating the icy resolve of a sword cultivator. Changge watched his retreating figure. A chaos sword body paired with a chaos sword art. It wasn't just the Eastern realm that needed to witness this marvel, but all realms across the cosmos. Time flew by. Feng Hanyu remained steadfastly at the waterfall's base each day. As dawn's first light touched the mist, he would already be seated cross-legged, letting the icy water cascade over his back while chaotic sword energy circulated slowly through his meridians. When the sun reached its zenith, he drew the primordial sword and practiced the slash technique against the splashing water. The little blackbird often perched on his shoulder, watching him cleave the spray with his sword. Occasionally, it would peck at his hair bun with its sharp beak, as if urging him to progress faster. Thanks to the dense spiritual energy of Purple Bamboo Peak and Changge's occasional guidance on the Chaos Sword Art, the cultivation he had lost in the Great Transformation Forbidden Land nearly stripped from him due to his physical constitution steadily recovered. He now firmly stood at the initial stage of the Purple Palace realm. The Chaos Sword body within him had been honed to ever greater purity, radiating a faint, razor-sharp aura in every movement. Ever since Feng Hanyu began restoring his cultivation, Xiao Ruobai seemed to have his fighting spirit ignited, training 10 times harder than before. Before dawn each day, he would charge into the back mountains with his long spear, deliberately seeking out demonic beasts slightly stronger than himself to battle. Often returning covered in wounds, he would plunge headfirst into cultivating his battle chi the very next day. Finally, on a dawn half a month later, as the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, Xiao Ruobai let out a long howl atop the rear mountain. The aura of an early Purple Palace realm cultivator spread like a tidal wave, sending the surrounding demonic beasts scattering in terror. Standing atop the mountain peak, spear in hand, he gazed at the battle energy coalescing in his palm, now several times more concentrated than before, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. At last, he had caught up to his junior disciple. That afternoon, Xiao Ruobai returned from the rear mountain, his halberd slung over his shoulder. As he approached the waterfall, a flash of sword light blinded him. He tossed aside the cloth rag stained with demon beast blood, hands on hips, and called out, "Junior disciple, fancy a spar?" Feng Hanyu sheathed his sword and turned. Sure. They moved to a clearing nearby. Xiao Ruobai planted his halberd, its tip sinking half an inch into the ground. Battle energy billowed like smoke signals. I won't hold back. Go ahead, senior brother. Feng Hanyu held his sword horizontally before his chest. Though sealed, the primordial sword had become one with his will, its blade gleaming with a warm radiance in the sunlight. Xiao Ruobai let out a low growl, sweeping his halberd in a horizontal arc. With a piercing whistle that split the air, it charged straight toward Feng Hanyu's face. The strike was fierce and powerful, the spearhead carrying a fierce aura of battle energy, seemingly about to strike his face. Feng Hanyu lightly tapped his toes, retreating like a willow catkin. Simultaneously, he flipped his wrist, sending the primordial sword sliding out the halberd shaft. The sword's spine struck precisely against the crescent-shaped tip of the halberd. A crisp clang echoed as both men stepped back 3 paces, evenly matched. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Ruobai's eyes. Not bad, junior brother. You've improved considerably. Their exchange intensified, each strike growing fiercer. Xiao Ruobai's long spear swung with sweeping, powerful strokes, each strike carrying immense force that pounded deep craters into the ground. Feng Hanyu's swordplay, however, was agile and swift. His blade danced like a shadow, evading attacks at the last possible moment while simultaneously launching counterstrikes. After 50 exchanges, sweat beaded on Xiao Ruobai's forehead, and Feng Hanyu's breathing grew slightly labored. Yet the fighting spirit in both their eyes only intensified. Xiao Ruobai roared, raising his halberd high as battle energy coalesced into a colossal phantom form, crashing down upon Feng Hanyu. Feng Hanyu refused to be outdone. Primordial sword energy surged from his primordial sword, forming a solid shield while its tip pierced directly toward the core of the spear's phantom strike. Boom!
A deafening explosion echoed as the shockwave from the collision of battle energy and sword energy rippled outward, knocking surrounding trees askew. As the dust settled, both men stood rooted to the spot.
Xiao Ruobai's spear was planted firmly in the ground before him, while Fang Hanyu's primordial sword rested against the earth.
Both men's chests heaved, neither having gained the upper hand.
Xiao Ruobai looked at Fang Hanyu and suddenly burst into laughter. "Well done, lad. I never expected you to be this formidable. I suppose we've fought to a draw." Fang Hanyu sheathed his sword and gave a slight nod. "Senior brother's strength far exceeds my expectations."
Xiao Ruobai slapped him on the shoulder. It seemed he'd have to train even harder from now on. He couldn't let his senior brother's reputation suffer. That dawn, as the sky barely lightened, 3 long, drawn-out bell tolls suddenly pierced the stillness of Purple Bamboo Peak. Their resonant echoes, carrying a penetrating force, reverberated across all the peaks of Qingxuan Sect. It was the signal marking the commencement of the sect's grand competition. "Let's go." Changge sat upon a bamboo mat, twirling a purple crystal grape between his fingers as his gaze swept over his 2 disciples, fully prepared for battle. Xiao Ruobai carried his long halberd, its icy tip concealed within a cloth sheath, revealing only half of the dark shaft. Fang Hanyu's frostfall sword at his waist had retracted its edge. His plain white robe accentuated his gaunt frame, yet the sharpness hidden in his eyes burned brighter than half a month ago. The two followed his command. The little blackbird fluttered up, landing on Changge's shoulder. It tilted its head, preening its feathers, looking as if it intended to join the commotion. Emerging from the mist of Purple Bamboo Peak, the roar of voices at the martial arts arena surged like a tide. Disciples from each peak, clad in uniform robes, stood in orderly rows along the plaza's edge. Their youthful faces bore expressions of nervous anticipation. Only the trio from Purple Bamboo Peak stood out in their plain robes, their stark attire making them conspicuous amidst the crowd. 3 chapters today, brothers, let's go. Chapter 57, the grand competition begins. In the center of the martial arts arena, 10 massive platforms stood, each spanning 100 zhang in size. An array-enhanced barrier enveloped each platform, forming a transparent light screen. This barrier cushioned the impact of falls while preventing spiritual energy from escaping and accidentally harming spectators. At this moment, disciples from each main peak had gathered beneath the platforms. Each team was led by the Peak Master's direct disciple at the forefront. Li Shenfeng of Qingyun Peak, Lu Qinyu of Jinyue Peak, Lin Moken and Shi Jingxian of Qingyue Peak, Lin Xiaowan of Danding Peak, Mu Qinyu of Jianshao Peak, Yun Qingjue of Feiyan Peak, Su Qingyuan of Luoxia Peak. The young prodigies of the Qingxuan sect have all gathered here, and even disciples who had gone out for training returned well in advance of the grand competition. The annual sect competition was a major event for Qingxuan sect. The spectator stands were already packed to capacity, the roaring cheers of nearly 10,000 disciples nearly shaking the heavens. Outer sect disciples tiptoed forward, pointing at the core sect disciples beside the arena and whispering among themselves, occasionally letting out gasps of astonishment. Those standing at the edge of the arena were the cream of the crop, carefully selected from each peak, with even the weakest possessing mid-foundation establishment cultivation. When Changge's figure appeared at the entrance of the martial arts arena, many eyes turned toward the trio. His plain white robe was too striking even amidst the crowd, he seemed bathed in moonlight alone. Changge strolled forward with a casual air, the little blackbird perched on his shoulder preening its feathers, occasionally tilting its head to peck at his cascading locks. Its peak mastered Gu from Purple Bamboo Peak. Someone in the stands recognized Changge and murmured in recognition. And those two behind him? Are they participating in the grand competition? Whispers rippled through the crowd like pebbles dropped into a lake. All eyes fell upon Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu. Both had activated the unfathomable technique, concealing their cultivation levels so their true strength remained hidden. The former shouldered a long spear, its tip gleaming with a dull sheen in the sunlight. The latter gripped an unassuming long sword, yet his gaze was sharp and piercing. Changge strode directly toward the highest viewing platform, where Xian Yangzi had already risen with a smile to greet him. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu pushed through the crowd, heading straight for the waiting area beside the arena. Compared to the orderly formations of the various peaks, their figures appeared particularly slender. "Isn't that Xiao Ruobai?" A junior disciple from the Danding Peak suddenly exclaimed. "He joined the sect with me 3 months ago. Back then, he was rated as a low-grade mortal talent. He dares step onto the stage with a low-grade mortal talent?" A burly man from Qingyue Peak couldn't help but question, even Peak Master Gu himself is only at the foundation establishment stage. He can't turn a stone into a precious gem, can he? He dares challenge the grand competition after only 3 months in the sect? He must be here to make a fool of himself. The female disciples of Luoxia Peak covered their mouths, giggling. Even more surprising was Fang Hanyu. Who is this kid? When did Purple Bamboo Peak start accepting disciples again? Never seen him before. Doesn't even have a proper robe. Probably just recruited from the foot of the mountain, huh? The murmurs grew louder, drawing even the direct disciples from various peaks to glance his way. However, having spent years close to their peak masters, these direct disciples were somewhat aware of Changge's mysterious nature. "Junior brother Xiao, over here."
Lin Moken of Qingyue Peak spotted the pair first. Emerging from the preparation area on the opposite side of the training grounds, he still weighed his trusty black iron axe in his hand. Seeing Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu approach, he immediately waved with a smile. Though he'd been hung out to dry all night on Purple Bamboo Peak last time, ending up in a sorry state, he'd gained a life-altering, heaven-defying opportunity. Naturally, he felt a bit closer to this direct disciple of Senior Uncle Gu. Other direct disciples from the main peaks nodded in greeting as well, exchanging brief acknowledgements. "Greetings, fellow seniors," Xiao Ruobai responded with a bow, his voice clear and resonant. Sure, Jingxian inquired, "Junior brother Xiao, who is this?" His gaze fell on Fang Hanyu. Seeing him appear alongside Xiao Ruobai, he had already guessed the answer. "This is junior brother Fang Hanyu, also a newly accepted disciple of our master," Xiao Ruobai introduced, stepping aside. "I humbly request your guidance, senior brothers." Fang Hanyu responded. His fingertips unconsciously traced the hilt of the primordial sword, its chaotic patterns on the scabbard shimmering faintly in the sunlight. "So this is junior brother Fang. It's a pleasure to meet you at last." Lin Macheng laughed heartily. Though he hadn't met Fang Hanyu before, he'd heard whispers from his master, Xuanhuang Shan. He knew that Senior Uncle Gu had recently taken on another disciple. "My master mentioned just days ago that Senior Disciple Gu had taken on a new disciple. Seeing you today, I can indeed attest to your extraordinary bearing." Several direct disciples gathered around the pair, exchanging pleasantries with the familiarity of longtime fellow disciples, showing no trace of condescension despite their recent initiation. This scene left many disciples watching from the spectator seats utterly perplexed. Who exactly is this Fang fellow? From what senior brother Lin implied, he's also Master Gu Feng's disciple. When did Purple Bamboo Peak acquire two direct disciples? The murmurs gradually took on a different tone, tinged with growing confusion and curiosity. From the viewing platform, Gu Changge took it all in. "Junior brother Changge, how much of their strength do you intend to reveal?" Xian Yangzi hesitated, his words trailing off. Gu Changge sipped his tea and replied indifferently, "We'll see." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the bronze gong at the square's center thundered to life. Its deep resonance pierced the clamor, and simultaneously, the spirit-gathering array patterns on all 10 battle platforms ignited. The sect's grand competition was about to commence. On the high platform at the center of the martial arts arena, the Grand Elder of Qingxuan Sect cleared his throat. A faint surge of spiritual energy rippled around him as his voice echoed across the square, "All disciples, silence." The clamor instantly subsided as all eyes focused on the elevated platform. Surveying the crowd, the elder announced in a resonant voice, "Following selection by each peak, 64 disciples have qualified for this sect competition. Each is a prodigiously talented disciple, carefully chosen by their respective peaks." He paused briefly before continuing, "This competition will be conducted in a head-to-head format. Winners advance, losers are eliminated, until the final rankings are determined. During combat, stop at the first sign of injury. Malicious attacks are forbidden. However, blades have no eyes. Prepare yourselves thoroughly." The rules were straightforward and clear, and the disciples had anticipated them, their faces now lighting up with anticipation. The Grand Elder shifted his tone, his voice growing solemn. "Next, I shall announce the rewards for this competition." The disciples in the square instantly held their breath, eyes wide as saucers, not daring to breathe a single breath. First place shall receive a heaven-grade weapon and 10 heaven spirit pills. The moment the words left his mouth, the training ground erupted in a cacophony of whispers and murmurs. "What? The first place prize is a heaven-grade weapon? Did I hear that correctly? A heaven-grade treasure? Good heavens! That's a heaven-grade weapon. There are barely any in the entire Qingxuan Sect, and they're using it as a grand competition reward. Why is the sect master being so generous this year?" The disciples all wore expressions of astonishment, their murmurs surging like a tidal wave. Heaven-grade treasures were incredibly precious, serving as peak guarding treasures within Qingxuan Sect. They were rarely seen even under normal circumstances. Now, one was being offered as the grand competition's first-place prize. How could this not be shocking? Chapter 58, Purple Bamboo Peak's debut. The senior patriarch raised his hand to silence the murmurs. Once the commotion subsided, he continued, "Second place receives 1 high-grade earth-grade weapon and 5 heaven spirit pills. Third place receives 1 mid-grade earth-class weapon and 5 heavenly spirit pills. Fourth to 10th place, 1 high-grade Shin-grade weapon and 3 heavenly spirit pills." Though the subsequent rewards lacked the first place's staggering impact, earth-grade weapons, mystic-grade weapons, and heavenly spirit pills were all immensely precious treasures, enough to drive disciples wild. Heaven spirit pills could rapidly purify impurities from the physical body, making cultivation more refined, while also being highly effective for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. This is too generous. The rewards for this competition are incredibly lavish. Is the sect master being this generous this year because he's lost his mind? For that heaven-grade weapon, I'll give it my all. Not just the heaven-grade weapons, the heaven spirit pills are equally precious. With them, my cultivation might just advance another step. Disciples from every peak rubbed their hands together, their fighting spirit soaring. Their spirits were utterly ignited, as if pumped full of adrenaline, their eyes blazing with fervor. Mu Qinyu of Sword Roar Peak clenched his fists and murmured, "Heaven Great Weapon, I will have it." Lin Xiaowan of the Pill Cauldron Peak declared with unwavering resolve, "Even if I don't take first place, I'll break into the top 3 to claim an Earth Grade Weapon and a Heaven Spirit Pill." Su Qingyuan of Sunset Peak caressed her long sword. The blade emitted a faint hum, as if echoing her resolve. Gu Changge sat in the viewing gallery, observing the fervent disciples below. A faint smile curved his lips. The Grand Elder observed the disciples' reactions with satisfaction, nodding before proclaiming in a resonant voice, "Now, I declare the Qingxuan Sect Grand Competition officially open." As his words fell, the formations on 10 battle platforms ignited simultaneously. Brilliant spiritual light shot skyward, illuminating the entire martial arts arena. 64 competing disciples proceeded to their designated platforms in order, following the results of the draw. The first match officially commenced. The competition gong had barely finished sounding when spiritual light flared simultaneously across all 10 platforms. As Xiao Ruobai stepped onto platform 3, spear in hand, a disciple from Feiyan Peak already stood opposite him. The disciple was slightly plump, with a round, chubby face, appearing utterly harmless. Holding a short blade, he was none other than Chen Yun, Feiyan Peak's rising prodigy in recent years. His cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment stage placed him among the top disciples of his intake. He smiled at Xiao Ruobai. Recognizing him as this year's new initiate, a smug grin spread across his lips. TSK, this match is in the bag. Heaven truly favors me." Chen Yun flexed his wrist, the short blade spinning once at his fingertips. "Xiao, I won't pick on you. Why not just admit defeat now? Save yourself the embarrassment of getting beaten so badly later. Go easy on him, brother Yin, don't make him cry." The Feiyan Peak disciples on the surrounding stands offered their kind advice. Xiao Ruobai ignored the voices from the stands, his expression unreadable as he tapped his long spear lightly against the ground. The instant the spear tip touched the stone platform, a fine crack appeared in the blue stone slab. The smile on Chen Yun's face instantly froze. "Enough talk. Let's get started." Xiao Ruobai's voice was flat, yet carried an intense sense of pressure. Seeing Xiao Ruobai's drastically changed demeanor, Chen Yun couldn't help but grow serious. "Junior brother Xiao, be careful." His slightly plump frame flickered with surprising agility as he darted forward like a weasel. The short blade flashed coldly, thrusting straight for Xiao Ruobai's heart, the Flying Cloud Peak's signature piercing cloud thrust, emphasizing speed above all. The Feiyan Peak patriarch on the viewing platform was about to nod in praise when Xiao Ruobai's feet shifted. In the instant he unleashed the shadow step, his form shifted sideways like a ghostly apparition, evading the blade's edge by half a foot. Simultaneously, Xiao Ruobai swept his long spear horizontally. The spear shaft whistled sharply through the air, striking Chen Yun's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. A sharp crack echoed as Chen Yun felt excruciating pain in his wrist, the dagger clattering to the ground. Before he could react again, Xiao Ruobai closed the distance, pressing the crescent blade of the spear against his throat. The icy touch froze him stiff. "You?" Chen Yun stared in utter disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how his pride and joy, his speed seemed as sluggish as a snail in the other's eyes. Xiao Ruobai withdrew the spear and said calmly, "You've been too kind." The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting in gasps. "What? Xiao Ruobai defeated Chen Yun?" Chen Yun is mid-foundation establishment realm. If I recall correctly, he only joined the sect 3 months ago, and his talent is merely low-grade ordinary. Am I seeing things, or is my memory failing me? Could it be he's been here for years, and I just woke up to find myself 10 years in the future? Some disciples murmured in disbelief. Did I time travel too? I distinctly remember him joining this year. Another disciple echoed. The smiles froze on the faces of Feiyan Peak's disciples as they watched Xiao Ruobai calmly sheath his halberd on the stage. This was their first encounter with this disciple from Zizhu Peak. On the high platform, Feiyan Peak's peak master Ji Yanxiu stroked his beard and remarked to Gu Changge beside him, "Junior brother Gu, your disciple certainly kept his talents well hidden." "Senior brother Ji, you jest. It was mere luck." Gu Changge responded modestly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. The might of the war god physique extended far beyond this display. As Xiao Ruobai descended from the platform, the gazes of several peak masters in the spectator seats fell upon him simultaneously, each wearing a different expression. Xuanhuang, peak master of Qingxuan Peak, rubbed his round belly and smacked his lips. That kid, when he first joined the sect, his talent was rated as low-grade mortal. I even suggested to Xin Yangzi back then that we should scout for a few more promising disciples to send to Purple Bamboo Peak. Before he could finish, Peak Master Li Murin of the Alchemy Peak nudged him with his elbow, nodding toward Gu Changge. Xuanhuang instantly understood, chuckling. But now it seems junior brother Changge truly has a knack for training disciples. Considering his endless supply of treasures, it's no wonder he could turn that ordinary talent into something remarkable. The peak masters exchanged glances, each seeing understanding in the other's eyes. Over the years, every treasure Gu Changge casually produced had been nothing short of a divine artifact capable of sending the entire Xian province into a frenzy. Just then, a roar of applause erupted from platform 7. Fang Hanyu stood with the primordial sword in hand, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground.
His opponent, a late Foundation Establishment disciple, lay collapsed on the ground, staring blankly at his severed sword.
Fang Hanyu had only struck twice from start to finish, ending the battle cleanly and decisively before his opponent could even react. The first strike blocked the attack, seamlessly shattering the opponent's defense.
The second strike cleanly severed the weapon, the blade pointing directly at the throat. Though seemingly effortless, it carried the unique precision and ruthlessness inherent to the Chaos Sword Qi.
I concede defeat. Thank you for showing mercy. I shall seek your guidance again in the future.
The disciple was straightforward, admitting defeat when outmatched and stepping down from the platform.
That's the newly initiated Fang Hanyu? He's that fierce? Chapter 59, Soul Snatching Technique.
The crowd stared at Fang Hanyu on the stage, shock flashing in their eyes. He looked to be only about 15 years old, yet he had defeated someone at the late Foundation Establishment stage.
Was there any justice in the world?
I'm already in my 20s and still only at the early Foundation Establishment stage. Honestly, comparing oneself to others is truly depressing. But doubts began to surface. One disciple remarked, in my opinion, he's just relying on his weapon.
Try switching to an ordinary iron sword? If he can even withstand 3 moves from senior brother Lu, that'd be impressive. Though harsh, these words found quiet agreement among many. In their eyes, Fang Hanyu's victory was largely due to his weapon's advantage. Had he not severed his opponent's long sword with a single strike, who knew how things would have turned out?
No one was willing to believe a 15-year-old could crush a late Foundation Establishment cultivator through sheer skill alone. Only the few peak masters on the high platform saw clearly. Yi Guiying's gaze fixed on Fang Hanyu's sword-wielding hand. It wasn't the weapon that severed the mystical iron sword, it was the sword intent. Look how steady his hand was when he sheathed it. That's the ultimate mastery of power. Xuanhuang stroked his beard with a faint smile, casting a glance toward Changge. This second disciple not only concealed his depth but even revealed his sharpness with an unassuming ruthlessness. Meanwhile, the subject of their discussion calmly descended the stage, as if the recent victory had nothing to do with him. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, a crisp ring of steel echoed from the adjacent stage. Xinjinghong's flexible sword slid back into its scabbard like a serpent. Her opponent, a mid-Foundation Establishment disciple, clutched his bleeding shoulder, his face pale as he conceded defeat. This scene sent the spectators on the stands into another uproar.
Sister Xin is incredible.
That was a mid-Foundation Establishment's senior brother, and he couldn't even last 20 moves. With her heaven-grade upper-tier talent and the Qinghong sword body, it's no wonder she can challenge opponents above her level.
Truly worthy of Qingyun Peak's prodigy, the sect master's direct disciple.
As round after round concluded, the list of qualifiers gradually took shape.
Top contenders like Li Xianfeng, Shi Jingxian, and Mu Chenyu all advanced smoothly.
Yet many disciples who had been the focus of high hopes had already fallen, leaving the peak masters sighing inwardly.
Soon, the final list of 32 victors was confirmed.
2 new disciples from Purple Bamboo Peak and Xinjinghong from Qingyun Peak were among them, becoming the focal point of the entire arena. Some marveled that Changge, merely at the Foundation Establishment realm, had taken on 2 such exceptional disciples. Others pondered more deeply that seemingly indolent peak master one who could nurture such prodigious disciples was clearly not as simple as he appeared on the surface.
At that moment, no one dared to underestimate the mist-shrouded Purple Bamboo Peak.
As all eyes remained fixed on the arena, Changge suddenly paused, his brow furrowing slightly. 2 faint ripples of spiritual energy had just emanated from the southeast corner of the martial arts arena when his divine sense locked onto them. These were messages transmitted using special encryption techniques undetectable to ordinary cultivators.
It's earlier than anticipated.
A cold smile curved his lips as his divine sense, like a fine net, instantly parsed the message's contents. One message was addressed to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, detailing the specifics of the battle between Xiao Ruobai, Fang Hanyu, and Xinjinghong, with special emphasis on the fact that all 3 had only joined the sect this year. The other message, sent to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, also provided a clear account of today's grand competition. Changge lifted his gaze toward the spectator seats, where Xuanhuang was seen holding a mind-reading jade, feigning an inspection as he approached each disciple in turn. Whenever the jade flashed a gray light, he would discreetly note the person's appearance, moving with the caution of someone defusing a bomb.
Too slow. Changge shook her head slightly. Though the mind-scanning jade could detect those harboring ill intent, it required close proximity, making its efficiency rather low. A faint golden halo quietly appeared between his eyebrows as his divine eye of truth suddenly activated. In an instant, the clamor of voices seemed to be silenced, and the auras of all the disciples became utterly transparent to his eyes. 7 more figures instantly appeared within his divine perception. With a flick of his thoughts, he comprehended every one of their innermost thoughts and life histories. Changge's gaze sharpened slightly. He took out a blank jade slip and recorded the appearance, aura, location, and affiliated faction of each of the 9 individuals. 2 from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, 3 from the Burning Heaven Palace, 1 from the Array-Breaking Sect, and 3 more from the Heavenly Derivation Sect and the Jade Purity Sect. Senior brother, return now. Here is the list of spies.
Changge's voice echoed directly within Xuanhuang's mind.
With a flick of his finger, the jade slip transformed into an imperceptible streak of light. It darted through the gaps in the crowd, landing precisely in Xuanhuang's hand. Changge's piercing vision swept over the group once more. Seeing them still methodically relaying messages, a cold, sharp curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. Little did they know that every single one of their transmissions had already been intercepted by Changge. These clowns could be allowed to make a spectacle of themselves for a while longer. Once the grand competition concluded, they would all be dealt with. Xuanhuang hurried back to the viewing platform. His divine sense swept over the jade slip, and his expression darkened instantly. Well done, Burning Heaven Palace, 10,000 Laws Pavilion, and Array-breaking Sect. To have planted so many spies within my Qingxuan Sect. He clenched the jade slip so tightly his knuckles turned white. Especially the Array-breaking Sect, how dare they extend their reach into the law enforcement hall. I'll have them flayed alive right now, a bunch of traitors and turncoats. Changge spoke calmly, no rush. I possess a secret technique that can instantly control their minds, turning them into utterly loyal servants. Would you like to learn it? Or should we just eliminate them outright? Really? You possess such a technique? Xuanhuang instantly grew agitated, his voice trembling even through telepathic transmission. Calm down. These are mere tricks, simple matters. As he spoke, Changge transmitted the soul-seizing technique to Xuanhuang, along with a wealth of cultivation experience. This allowed Xuanhuang to grasp the technique swiftly. Xuanhuang carefully studied the technique, growing more astonished the deeper he understood it. Cultivating this technique would greatly enhance his spiritual awareness. Not only could he control others, turning them into utterly loyal followers, but he could also probe into their memories without detection. It could even replicate another's cultivation techniques and accumulated experience. If used wisely, this technique was no less powerful than an emperor-grade cultivation method. Changge. What kind of being did Master Zizhu bring back? Xuanhuang stole a glance at Changge, inwardly marveling. He tucked the jade slip into his sleeve, his gaze as cold as ice. Once the grand competition concludes, these vermin shall taste the might of Qingxuan Sect. With that, he resumed his gentle demeanor, as if the fury of moments ago had never existed. Only the tight clenching of his jaw betrayed his true feelings. Not a single one of these vermin lurking in the shadows would escape this time. Changge saw the sharpness in his eyes and said no more. Soon, the second round of matches commenced. Shen Jinghong faced off against an early-stage condensing core disciple from Zhenyue Peak. Her Jinghong sword body flowed through the sword light, her techniques agile and swift. But mid-battle, she suddenly recalled her master Xuanhuang's admonition to stop at the second round. Her eyes flickered, and she deliberately exposed a weakness. Her opponents seized the opportunity to counterattack. Shen Jinghong, playing alone, could not prevail and sheathed her sword in defeat. Though the spectators in the stands felt regret, they also understood it was only natural. After all, her opponent was already at the condensing core realm. Shen Jinghong had already surpassed everyone's expectations by fighting this far. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu, meanwhile, continued their steady progress. In the second round, Xiao Ruobai faced an opponent at the late foundation establishment stage. His opponent swung a heavy hammer with fierce momentum, yet Xiao Ruobai held back 90% of his strength, deliberately engaging in a back-and-forth exchange. His spear attacks alternated between swift and deliberate, his footwork occasionally revealing openings, and beads of sweat evidently forced out by exertion dripped from his temples. He played the part of someone desperately holding on. It wasn't until the fifth round that he seized the moment when his opponent paused to catch his breath. Seemingly by sheer luck, he deflected the weapon and sent his opponent tumbling off the platform. I won. Chapter 60, this performance deserves a perfect score. A moment of silence fell over the crowd before erupting into hushed gasps. Some rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Wasn't he getting dominated just now? How did he suddenly win? Others breathed sighs of relief. Thankfully it was a close win. If it had been another easy rout, she really wouldn't have given anyone a chance. As Xiao Ruobai descended the stage, basking in the satisfaction of his masterful performance, his peripheral vision caught Shen Jinghong already leaving the adjacent ring she had conceded defeat in the second round. His heart sank instantly, he'd been too careless. Senior sister Shen had withdrawn so early. It seemed his own survival skills still weren't up to par. He really had gotten too cocky. He stole a glance at Changge on the high platform. Seeing his master leisurely sipping tea with an expressionless face, he quietly exhaled in relief. On the other side, Fang Hanyu had also finished his match. The second round concluded even more decisively than the first. The moment his opponent raised his heavy sword, Fang Hanyu stepped forward in quick, short strides. As he parried the attack with his first strike, the spine of his blade struck the opponent's pulse point with pinpoint accuracy. Before the second strike was fully drawn, with only half an inch of blade exposed, it traced along the opponent's throat, freezing the late foundation establishment disciple in place. I surrender. The opponent's voice trembled as he dropped his sword in defeat, still rubbing his numb wrist as he stepped down from the platform. The silence in the spectator stands lingered longer than in the first round, followed by an explosion of gasps that nearly shook the roof off. He won again? In just 2 moves. Even faster than last time. That's the Iron Sword Madman from Qingxuan Peak. They say he can take a full-on strike from a core formation cultivator head-on. How did he go down like a paper doll? In the crowd, the disciple who had earlier shouted "It's the weapon" flushed crimson, stubbornly arguing back. It's definitely the weapon. Look at that scabbard, it went numb after just touching his opponent's wrist. It's definitely been treated with something. Few agreed with this claim, however, as everyone had seen clearly that Fang Hanyu hadn't even fully drawn his sword this time. Amidst the murmurs, the female disciples on the viewing platform drew even more attention. Several inner-door female disciples from Qingxuan Peak huddled together, their eyes glued to Fang Hanyu. Though they lowered their voices, their excitement was palpable. Wow, the way he sheathed his sword was so cool. He's only 15, how can he have such presence? Eyes wide, they stared fixedly at the arena. Some flushed, murmuring softly, "He's so handsome, even more captivating than senior brotherly." Many female disciples stood up, their eyes burning with such intensity they seemed ready to scorch holes through him. Whispered conversations drifted on the breeze. His name is Fang Hanyu, right? When I go deliver medicine to Purple Bamboo Peak later, maybe I'll bump into him? I'd love to have his child. I heard he just joined the sect. Should I have someone deliver a love letter? These gazes felt like countless needles pricking Fang Hanyu, making him squirm uncomfortably. He was never comfortable being the center of attention, especially under such direct, fervent stares. A faint blush crept into his ears. Spotting Xiao Ruobai approaching, he instinctively ducked behind his senior brother, tightening his grip on the sword hilt as if its cold touch could quell the heat rising within him. Seeing his expression, Xiao Ruobai couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Junior brother, your charm is quite something. Just 2 rounds, and you've already captured the hearts of so many senior sisters." Fang Hanyu frowned. "They're so noisy. That's called being popular." Xiao Ruobai patted his shoulder, then lowered his voice. "Junior brother, your acting needs work. How could you end it so quickly?" Fang Hanyu replied with a sigh of resignation. "I wanted to make it a back-and-forth fight, but he was just too weak. I held back 90% of my strength, and he still went down in one hit." Xiao Ruobai quickly covered his mouth in alarm, darting glances around. If any other disciples heard that, their spiritual resolve would shatter on the spot. What kind of talk was this? It was pure psychological warfare. Fang Hanyu pushed her hand away and added, "Next time I'll try using only half my strength." Xiao Ruobai. On the high platform, Yi Gaiying's fingertips tapped lightly against the armrest as he addressed Gu Changge. "This child's sword intent is astonishing. Truly a promising prospect." Gu Changge raised an eyebrow. "Senior brother Yi, are you trying to poach him?" Not at all, Yi Gaiying chuckled. "How could I dare poach junior brother Gu's disciple? After the grand competition, shall I send my good-for-nothing disciple Qingyu to Purple Bamboo Peak for a few days? He could accompany Hanyu to exchange sword techniques." Gu Changge shot Yi Gaiying a half-smile, half-glare. "Wow, he's practically rubbing his scheme in my face. I know you too well. This is purely so your disciple can go to Purple Bamboo Peak to milk the system." The second round concluded swiftly. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu, both recent initiates, had secured consecutive victories to advance into the top 16, leaving many secretly astonished. The advancement list now showed a clearer distribution among the peaks. Qingxuan Peak had Li Shenfeng and 2 other core disciples, totaling 3. Qingxuan Peak Shi Gingxian and Lin Machuan were gaining momentum. Apart from the Pill Forge Peakmaster, who focused on alchemy and lacked combat prowess, only Lin Xiaowan advanced to the top 16. All other main peaks had 2 disciples progressing to the 3rd round. At this stage, the minimum cultivation level among those advancing to the top 16 was the condensing. After a half-hour break, the 3rd round commenced once more. As Xiao Ruobai stepped onto the stage gripping his long spear, murmurs rippled through the crowd below. His opponent was Lu Qingyu, the foremost disciple of Mount Jinyue Peak. Wielding twin heavy hammers forged from wrought iron, he stood like a solid iron tower. The sheer force of his hammer swings alone left many spectating disciples gasping in awe. That's the personal disciple of the Jinyue Peak Master, a mid-stage condensation core cultivator with formidable combat prowess. That kid from Zizhu Peak is in for a rough time. Xiao Ruobai's ears twitched, absorbing every whisper. As he watched the powerful gust of wind generated by the opponent's hammer swing, his mind churned. With his own Purple Palace Realm cultivation, this mid-stage condensation core cultivator was no match for him. Forget clashing head-on. Even if he stood still and let the blows land, the opponent couldn't breach his War God body defense. Still, he shouldn't crush these prodigy spirits. If he won again, they'd probably start questioning their very existence. With that thought, he deliberately slowed his shadow step by half a beat. When the long spear collided with the heavy hammer, he even staggered back 2 steps with apparent effort. His brow knotted like a knot, and 2 beads of cold sweat squeezed out from his temples. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu swung his hammer with even greater ferocity. Xiao Ruobai dodged left and right, occasionally feigning an opening to draw gasps from the crowd below. After 5 rounds, Xiao Ruobai was suddenly struck in the chest by the Iron Hammer King's blow. Blood spurted from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. I concede. Junior brother Xiao, I'm sorry. I didn't hold back my strength. Seeing Xiao Ruobai severely injured and collapsed, Lu Qinyu nervously explained. Senior brother Lu, blades have no eyes. It's not your fault. I can hold on.
After speaking, Xiao Ruobai forced himself to his feet, leaning heavily on his long spear. Another mouthful of blood spilled from his mouth as he slowly made his way down from the stage. The scene tugged at everyone's heartstrings. Yet as he walked, Xiao Ruobai silently mused to himself, that acting was flawless, I'd give myself full marks. Meanwhile, Fang Hanyu faced off against Qingyun Peak's core disciple, Li Wuling.
Chapter 61, Am I this strong? Senior brother Xiao actually lost?
A stir erupted among the spectators, some sighing regretfully. He was clearly dominating just moments ago.
How could he suddenly?
Seems new disciples still struggle to beat the old ones.
Others accepted it as inevitable.
Just as they spoke, their attention was abruptly drawn back to the commotion on the stage.
Fang Hanyu's primordial sword clashed fiercely with Li Wuling's long blade.
As the sword lights flashed, the youth's profile was tense, his jawline sharp as a blade, drawing low, shrill screams from the female disciples below.
Junior brother Fang is so fierce.
The female disciples of Qingyun Peak clutched their handkerchiefs, their eyes sparkling like stars.
Go, junior brother Fang.
Several female cultivators from Danding Peak nodded in agreement.
Look at how he grips his sword so cool it makes your legs weak.
Xiao Ruobai's lips twitched at the sound. Leaning on his dragon soul halberd, he shuffled back. Passing Fang Hanyu's platform, he deliberately dragged his feet, the bloodstain on his shoulder glinting glaringly in the sunlight. Fresh off the stage after conceding defeat, he now resembled a defeated rooster, even the tip of his halberd drooping limply.
Fang Hanyu was exchanging blows with Li Wuling when his peripheral vision caught his senior brother's pitiful state.
His sword technique nearly faltered. He froze in shock. How could his senior brother have lost, given his skill? His astonishment deepened as Xiao Ruobai shot him a series of winks and winks, his mouth twisted to one side, his brow knotted like a twisted rope. His left eye twitched 3 times, his right eye jerked twice, and his mouth twitched toward the audience below the stage, looking like the onset of a stroke.
Fang Hanyu was utterly baffled. What was wrong with his senior brother? Was his face having spasms?
Seeing Fang Hanyu's blank expression, Xiao Ruobai nearly jumped up in frustration.
He quickly sent a telepathic message. Keep a low profile.
You've barely joined the sect and already pushed the senior disciples into retreat.
Don't you think Purple Bamboo Peak is lively enough already?
Only then did Fang Hanyu snap back to reality, remembering his senior brother's earlier warning to keep a low profile.
Watch this move.
Li Wuling suddenly roared, his sword slashing forward with a blue glow.
Taste my newly mastered Azure Cloud Slash. Fang Hanyu abruptly withdrew his chaotic sword energy.
His body lurched backward as if struck by the sword's wind, staggering 3 steps until he crashed into the ring's pillar. So powerful. Clutching his chest, a trickle of blood spilled from his throat.
Weakly, he gasped, I can't take it anymore.
Before the words had fully left his mouth, he leapt off the platform, moving so swiftly it seemed he feared the sword chi would chase him. Xiao Ruobai watched from below the stage, his expression darkening. That acting was way too half-hearted.
Couldn't you at least fake a couple more moves?
Li Wuling froze on the platform, his sword gripping hand stiffening. He glanced down at his sword, then touched his chest, suddenly realizing.
So this move was that powerful? They'd been trading blows evenly before, but the moment he unleashed this technique, his opponent couldn't take it? Senior brother Li is formidable.
The disciples of Qingyun Peak erupted into cheers, the roar growing louder with each wave.
Li Wuling, buoyed by the crowd's applause, instinctively puffed out his chest.
Dazed by the cheers, he stumbled off the stage, his steps carrying a hint of smugness. Xiao Ruobai nudged Fang Hanyu's arm and whispered, next time, make it look more convincing.
At least wait until he finishes his move. Fang Hanyu replied expressionlessly, Senior brother, wipe off that fake sweat first.
Whoosh! A collective sigh of relief rippled through the spectator seats, with many veteran disciples who'd trained for years slapping their chests.
He lost already? He was doing fine just now. That blood, looks like he forced it out himself? Good thing he didn't advance.
Otherwise, us senior disciples with years of cultivation would have nowhere to hide our faces.
Exactly.
For a newcomer to make it to the top 16 is already a miracle.
Pushing further would be absurd. Thank goodness he lost.
If he'd kept winning, it would have crushed the pride of us core formation cultivators.
I knew it.
No matter how legendary Purple Bamboo Peak is, they couldn't let 2 newbies completely outclass a bunch of veterans. Though neither advanced, reaching this stage at such a young age ensured no disciple would ever underestimate Purple Bamboo Peak again.
With 2 prodigies like this, once they mature, they'll be enough to carry Purple Bamboo Peak. At that moment, the female disciples' voices brightened again. Is junior brother Fang okay? Do you need medicine? Even in defeat, he was incredibly cool. Some even fumbled for healing pills, practically ready to toss them onto the stage. Fang Hanyu felt his ears burn at the commotion, his hand covering his chest nearly slipping away. Xiao Ruobai rolled her eyes at Fang Hanyu and turned to leave. After taking just a few steps, he heard Li Wuling still chuckling behind him, "So I'm actually this amazing." As the pair passed the spectator seats, another wave of cheers erupted from the female disciples. Xiao Ruobai sighed inwardly, "Looks like being handsome means even a loss can win you fans. This world truly favors the face." From the stands, several peak masters watched the farce on the stage unfold, each wearing a different expression. Gu Changge's gaze lingered on the conspicuous bloodstain at Xiao Ruobai's mouth before sweeping over Feng Hanyu's suspicious flush at the ears. A barely perceptible curve lifted at the corner of her lips. These two youngsters, one putting on a show with gusto, the other hiding his emotions stiffly, were quite entertaining. Xuanhuang twirled his beard between his fingers and chuckled, "These two still need to work on their acting skills." He recalled being suspended by the spirit binding vine on Purple Bamboo Peak the previous night. Now, observing Xiao Ruobai's disheveled retreat, he suddenly sensed a hint of deviousness in the very core of this master-disciple trio. Their acting might fool the disciples, but the peak masters on the viewing platform saw right through them. Such formidable strength so soon after joining the sect, truly, the young generation is formidable. As the bronze bell in the center of the martial arts arena tolled for the third time, the third round of matches came to a close. After the dust settled, the advancing names were announced by the referee, sealing the deal. 8 figures emerged victorious, set to compete for the top 4 spots tomorrow. Li Shenfeng and Li Wuling of Qingyuan Peak both advanced. The former crushed his opponent with thunderous force. The latter advanced effortlessly with his suddenly enlightened Qingyuan slash technique, now grinning foolishly as he stroked his sword scabbard, clearly still reeling from the victory Feng Hanyu had gifted him. Qingyue Peak's Lin Machuan and Shi Jingxian maintained their dominance. One wielded his black iron axe with fierce, wind-sweeping power, while the other absorbed 3 punches before turning defeat into victory, showcasing the way of strength in its purest form. Jianxia Peak's Mu Qingyu unleashed blades like dragons, Feiyan Peak's Yun Qingjue moved with ethereal agility, and Luoxia Peak's Su Qingyuan wielded her water sleeve technique with softness concealing steel. Lu Qinyu of Jinyue Peak erected an impenetrable defensive wall. Each of the 8 displayed extraordinary prowess, drawing waves of cheers from the spectator stands. Yet the most surprising outcome was Dan Ding Peak's Lin Xiaowan being eliminated in the third round. When she faced Lin Moken of Qingyue Peak, everyone anticipated a protracted battle. After all, Lin Xiaowan's mastery of poison techniques and healing arts was unmatched among the younger generation. Yet Lin Moching defied all expectations, swinging his mystic iron axe with brutal force from the very start. He shattered her poison mist formation with sheer brute strength, forcing Lin Xiaowan to concede defeat. How could this happen? A wave of regret swept through the spectator stands, especially among the male disciples who secretly harbored feelings for Lin Xiaowan. Each of them beat their chests in frustration. One clenched a freshly prepared healing pill, eyes reddening, "That brute Lin Mochang. Couldn't he be gentler with senior sister?" Others sighed, specialization truly matters. When Dan Ding Peak disciples face pure power types, they're at a disadvantage. I lost all my drafts and had to rewrite everything from scratch. Please bear with me for now. The next chapter will be posted a bit later. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 62, Where's that promised secret technique? The next morning, the rising sun spread like scattered gold across the martial arts arena. The gong announcing the semi-final battles pierced the morning mist as 4 duels commenced simultaneously. When Li Xianfeng and Su Qingyuan stood facing each other, murmurs rippled through the crowd below the stage. Female disciples from Luoxia Peak clutched handkerchiefs, their hearts filled with both anticipation and nervousness. Su Qingyuan was, after all, their peak's most outstanding disciple in recent years. Senior brotherly, Su Qingyuan lifted her hand to smooth her sleeves, her eyes flashing with stubborn resolve. "Though you are the sect master's direct disciple, I, Su Qingyuan, am determined to claim this spot in the final 4. Her spiritual energy circulated silently around her, stabilizing at the peak of mid-Dan condensation realm, yet her aura felt thicker than that of ordinary disciples at the same level. Li Xuanfeng's sword pointed diagonally at the ground, purple-blue sword energy swirling in the morning light. His tone was calm, "Then let's settle this with our swords." His spiritual energy fluctuations also indicated mid-stage condensation core realm, seemingly matching Su Qingyuan's strength. "I humbly request your guidance." Su Qingyuan flicked her sleeves, sending 2 serpentine tendrils of soft force coiling toward Li Xuanfeng's wrists. This was Luoxia Peak's flowing cloud technique, deceptively gentle yet concealing immense power. Li Xianfeng lightly tapped his toes, his form drifting back like willow fluff. His sword swept upward in a fluid motion, its energy slicing through the air in a perfect arc that precisely deflected the sleeves. A dull thud echoed as shockwaves rippled outward, forcing disciples below the platform to retreat. Halfway through their exchange, Su Qingyuan grew increasingly anxious. Her water sleeve attacks were consistently deflected with ease. Li Xuanfeng's sword energy, seemingly straightforward, functioned like an invisible net, closing in relentlessly. After over 100 exchanges, she was driven back to the edge of the platform, a faint sword mark even etched into her water sleeve. "I can't hold back any longer." Su Qingyuan gritted her teeth, her spiritual energy surging violently. She had broken through the shackles of mid-stage condensation core realm, pushing directly toward the late stage. Late condensation core realm, gasps erupted from the crowd below. Senior sister Su has been hiding her true strength this deeply. Senior brother Li is in trouble now. Fighting someone several tiers above him is too difficult. The outcome is anyone's guess. On the viewing platform, Xian Yangzi turned to the Peak Master of Luoxia Peak beside him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Peak Master Su certainly keeps her cards close to her chest. The Peak Master of Luoxia Peak stroked his beard and replied with a smile, Master Xian Yang, you jest. For our disciples' matches, it's only fun if they hold something back. His words were humble, yet his eyes betrayed undisguised pride. On the arena, Su Qingyuan rode the surge of her surging spiritual power. Her sleeves fluttered like cascading waterfalls as her attacks grew several times fiercer than before, striking directly at Li Xuanfeng's face. She refused to believe that her late-stage condensation core cultivation couldn't overcome a mid-stage condensation core opponent. Yet Li Xianfeng remained unflappable. His sword chi seemed to anticipate the water sleeve's trajectories, evading the sharp edges at the last possible moment before countering with piercing strikes. Purple-blue sword light darted through the morning mist, seemingly slow yet carrying a rhythm that sent shivers down the spine. After another 30 exchanges, Li Xianfeng flicked aside the water sleeves with a single thrust. The sword tip came to a steady halt before Su Qingyuan's throat, its energy condensed but not released. Su Qingyuan froze in place, her face etched with disbelief. I'm already in the late stage of Dan condensation. How could this be? Despite her superior cultivation, she had been dominated from start to finish, unable to even graze the hem of her opponent's robe. Li Xianfeng sheathed his sword. Noticing the faint redness in her eyes, as if she'd suffered a heavy blow, he quietly transmitted his voice, Junior Sister Su, don't be disheartened. Your senior brother actually held back a little bit. Su Qingyuan snapped her head up, only to see Li Xianfeng already turning and striding off the platform, his back straight as a pine tree. Little did she know that what Li Xianfeng had displayed was indeed the spiritual power of a mid-stage condensation core cultivator. His saint-grade talent allowed him to effortlessly fight opponents of higher tiers. His claim of holding back a little was merely a comforting excuse. Below the stage, murmurs persisted. The disciples of Luoxia Peak felt both regret and pride their senior sister had reached the late stage of the condensing realm. Though defeated, she had fought with honor. Li Xuanfeng's decisive victory over a late-stage cultivator only deepened everyone's awe for this direct disciple of the sect master. The clash between Yun Qingjue of Yun Peak and Mu Qinyu of Jianshao Peak was a collision of speed and sharpness. Yun Qingjue's movements were ghostly swift, yet he could not evade Mu Qinyu's relentless, soul-chasing swordlight. As the seven-sword shadow grazed his shoulder, Yun Qingjue gazed at the sword intent coalescing at his opponent's fingertips and bowed his hands in acceptance. The sharpness of Sword Roar Peak lives up to its name. I concede defeat. The duel between Stone Jingxian of Peak Qingyue and Lu Qinyu of Peak Qingyue was equally breathtaking. Shi Jingxian clashed bare-handed against Lu Qinyu's mystical iron shield, the thunderous collision of fist and shield reverberating through the air, making ears ring. Finally, Shi Jingxian shattered the defense with a mountain-shattering fist, sending Lu Qinyu flying and ending the match. While the crowd was still gasping at Shi Jingxian's brutal display of power, a thunderous shout erupted from another arena, behold my ultimate technique Qingyun Slash. Before the shout faded, Li Wuling soared into the air. His sword, wrapped in a blinding azure glow, streaked toward Lin Maching like a falling meteor. His stance was even more ferocious than yesterday's clash with Fang Hanyu, the sword's wind whistling so fiercely it made the stone slabs of the platform rattle. Spectators below held their breath. The move that had defeated Purple Bamboo Peak's prodigy yesterday might well give Lin Maching a taste of his own medicine today. Lin Maching's brow furrowed slightly. He had seen from afar yesterday how this very move had defeated Fang Hanyu. He dared not delay, thrusting his black iron axe horizontally before him. Spiritual energy surged into the blade, instantly enveloping it in a faint golden glow as he met the blue light with a fierce strike. Everyone expected the clang of steel meeting steel, but the next second, put! The green light and axe shadow touched, only to scatter like a punctured bubble. Li Wuling felt immense force surge back through his blade. His wrist throbbed with agony. The sword clattered from his grasp and his entire body flew backward like a, soaring over the ring ropes and crashing with a thud onto the open ground before the spectator stands. He remained motionless for a long while. Dead silence fell over the entire arena. After a few breaths, gasps erupted across the martial arts arena. That's it? What was that just now? A finishing move? Brother Li's flying posture was more flashy than his sword technique. Lin Machuan stood frozen in place, gripping his black iron axe. The golden glow on its blade hadn't yet faded. He glanced down at his empty palm, then cast a look at Li Wuling whimpering below the platform, utterly bewildered. That's it? He almost thought it was going to get serious, deliberately channeling 30% of his spiritual energy into defense. But the opponent was as flimsy as paper? What happened to the promised ultimate move? Lin Maching muttered under his breath, his voice faint yet clear enough to reach the ears of the disciples in the front row. On the viewing platform, Shi Wanshan had just lifted his teacup when he heard the words. He sputtered, spraying tea everywhere, then pointed at the stage, laughing so hard he slapped his thigh. This kid from Qingyun Peak, he must be here to entertain us. Xuanhuang sat stiffly in the main seat, his grip on the teacup tightening until his knuckles turned white. As both Peak Master and Sect Leader of Qingxuan Peak, he felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. He shot a fierce glare at Li Wuling, who was still fumbling on the ground for his sword. He cursed inwardly, that stupid brat. Yesterday, he must have been tricked by that sly fox Fang Hanyu, actually believing he'd mastered some secret technique. Li Wuling finally managed to push himself up with his arms, clutching his numb wrist. Staring at Lin Macheng, who stood on the stage looking utterly bewildered, he was completely dumbfounded. Yesterday he had clearly sliced Fang Hanyu until he spat blood and conceded defeat. How come today, facing Lin Macheng, he was the one flying through the air? Could it be that this move only worked on Purple Bamboo Peak? Far away, Xiao Ruobai watched Li Wuling fly off like a kite with a broken string and nearly choked on his tea. Pointing at the whimpering figure below the stage, he couldn't contain his amusement. Junior brother, you really set him up. Made him think his move was that powerful. Fang Hanyu's mouth twitched. Recalling his own weak retreat from the stage yesterday, his ears burned slightly. I couldn't very well knock him flat. He glanced at Lin Macheng, who stood on the stage looking utterly bewildered, and added, Senior brother Lin was honest enough to actually put his all into blocking that strike. Everyone, please show your support by following. I heard that with enough followers, we can set up a discussion group to chat about more storylines. Chapter 63, Another Late Condensation Core Stage? The final 4 contenders were decided. Qingxuan Peak's Li Xianfeng, Qinghua Peak's Lin Machuan and Shi Jingxian, and Jianshao Peak's Mu Qingyu. Though their physiques varied, each radiated the sharp edge of a top disciple, heightening the suspense for the semifinals. On the viewing platform, Xuanhuang beamed like a Maitreya Buddha as he watched both his disciples advance to the final 4. His palm-sized hand pounded the armrest with a thudding rhythm. Those 2 brats didn't disgrace me. His pride was so palpable, he might as well have had Qinghua Peak's triumph carved into his forehead. The Feiyan Peak Master chimed in, Senior brother Shi, you're truly blessed. This generation of disciples has surpassed their predecessors. Yet the bitterness in his tone nearly overflowed. Xuanhuang tapped his fingertips lightly against his teacup. As his gaze swept over the semi-finalists, it lingered unusually long on Mu Qingyu. This kid hides his true strength well. He nodded inwardly through the earlier rounds. Mu Qingyu's spiritual energy fluctuations had remained steady at mid-Dan condensation stage, yet his final strike carried hints of late-Dan condensation stage power. During his battle with Yun Qingzhue just now, that fleeting, almost imperceptible sharpness in his sword technique clearly signaled he had touched the threshold of sword intent. To grasp the rudiments of sword intent at such a young age, even Yi Gang back in his day had been a step slower. What a pity. He murmured to himself. Mu Qinyu's sword technique had the potential to face Li Xianfeng in the finals. But who could blame Xuanhuang for sneaking off to Purple Bamboo Peak in the dead of night to seize an opportunity, directly allowing those 2 foolish youths to defy fate? Soon, the drums of the semifinals sounded, and the atmosphere in the martial arts arena grew even more intense. The first match pitted Li Xianfeng against Shi Jingxian. The headline of a clash between titans instantly captured everyone's attention. Li Xianfeng had just decisively defeated Su Qingyuan, a late-stage condensation core cultivator, while Shi Jingxian's earlier violent clash had been equally spectacular. Li Xuanfeng's long sword pointed diagonally toward the ground, its purple-blue sword energy swirling in the morning light like a serpent poised to strike. The fluctuations of spiritual energy around him remained steady, consistently maintaining the peak level of the mid-stage condensation core realm. To any observer, he was clearly a core disciple of exceptional talent. Opposite him, Shi Jingxian stood bare-chested, bronze muscles bulging with twisted veins, fists clenched slightly. Each breath carried a steady rhythm, the opening stance of Mount Qinyua's Hun Yuan fist. Though seemingly unremarkable, it channeled his spiritual energy to its absolute limit. He too concealed his aura, rigidly masking his purple palace cultivation beneath the facade of a mid to late-stage condensation core cultivator. Senior brotherly, today I shall witness Qingxuan Peak's 13 forms of flowing clouds. Shi Jingxian grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Before his words faded, his form shot forward like a cannonball, his fist tearing through the air with a sharp whistle, aiming straight for the face. Before the fist's force reached him, the spiritual energy of a mid to late Dan condensation realm cultivator had already stirred up layer upon layer of air currents. Li Xianfeng lightly tapped his toes, drifting backward like a willow catkin. His long sword swept upward in a fluid motion, its blade energy tracing an arc through the air that met the fist's momentum head-on. A dull thud echoed as shockwaves radiated outward, causing the robes of disciples below the platform to flutter wildly. At the instant of impact, Li Xuanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. The punch's force far exceeded that of an ordinary mid-stage condensation core cultivator, and the physical strength behind it was nothing short of absurd. He thought to himself, it seems junior brother Shi truly gained much from senior uncle Gu. Shi Jingxian, however, felt a dense yet profound force surge toward him, causing his fist to tingle slightly from the impact. This sword energy appeared to be at the peak of mid-Dan condensation realm, yet the spiritual power within it was like a bottomless abyss. Even his purple palace realm physique could feel a faint sense of oppression. Damn, he's hiding his depth well. Riding the momentum of his retreat, Qingxuan secretly circulated his spiritual energy, attempting to gauge his opponent's true capabilities. He clearly remembered his master saying that his physical strength was already outstanding among his peers, and his Purple Palace realm spiritual power was 10 times denser than that of an ordinary condensation core realm cultivator. Yet, that previous strike hadn't given him the slightest advantage. The battle was exhilarating, yet Qingxuan grew increasingly alarmed with every exchange. His fists were fierce and powerful, yet Li Xuanhuang's swordplay was agile and elusive. The sword light formed a net, always evading the sharp edge at the last possible moment before countering to strike at his opponent's vulnerabilities. What frustrated Qingxuan most was that no matter how much force he poured into his attacks, his opponent's spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, his sword chi remaining as sharp as ever. This kid's a real show-off. 3 fresh sword wounds gouged into Qingxuan's shoulder, blood staining half his body crimson, yet he cursed inwardly. At least mid-Purple Palace realm, yet he insists on pretending to be at the condensing core realm. That spiritual energy is so thick it's practically overflowing. Does he think I'm blind? He tentatively released a sliver of his Purple Palace realm spiritual energy, intending to test the opponent's limits. Yet Li Xianfeng merely shifted his sword chi slightly, effortlessly neutralizing that threat of power. His eyes held a hint of playful mockery. Fine, no point fighting anyway. Qingxuan dismissed his distractions. After 100 exchanges, he deliberately left an opening, allowing Li Xuanfeng's sword to pierce his shoulder. I've lost. He conceded defeat without hesitation, turning to step down from the platform. The crowd below watched with blood boiling, convinced they were witnessing a peak showdown between 2 mid to late Dan condensation realm cultivators. None knew that 2 formidable Purple Palace realm experts had been concealed on that stage moments before. In stark contrast to the evenly matched battle on the first platform, the other arena was expected from the start to be a one-sided affair. Mu Qingyu of Sword Hull Peak was renowned throughout the sect for his lightning-fast swordplay. At his peak, he could unleash 7 strikes in a single breath. In previous rounds, opponents often fell before they could even discern his techniques. Now he stood at the center of the arena, clad in snow-white robes, his long sword held at an angle. Spiritual energy flowed around him like a stream, clearly signaling he had pushed himself to peak condition. Opposite him, Lin Machuan shouldered his black iron axe, its cold gleam jarring against his coarse cloth garments. Though the disciples of Qingyue Peak were formidable, they relied primarily on brute strength. Against speed-oriented opponents like Mu Qingyu, they often found themselves hampered. Junior brother Lin, beware. Before Mu Qingyu's words had fully faded, his form had already transformed into a white streak. His sword shot forward like lightning, piercing straight toward Lin Machuan's heart, his signature technique, the 7 shadow stabs. On the viewing platform, Yi Gaing, the peak master of Sword Hull Peak, gave a slight nod. Not bad. Below the platform, gasps erupted. Many even closed their eyes, as if already witnessing Lin Moken's defeat. Yet the next instant, a crisp clang echoed throughout the arena. Eyes snapped open to see Lin Moken standing utterly still, his black iron axe held horizontally across his chest, perfectly blocking the sword's tip. Mu Qinyu's sword thrust had been so fierce, yet now it seemed to strike a mountain, forced back half an inch. How is this possible? Mu Qinyu's pupils contracted sharply as spiritual energies surged violently around him, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a late-stage spirit core cultivator. The 7 shadow stabs sword technique accelerated abruptly. The second and third strikes followed in rapid succession, a weave of sword light assaulting Lin Machuan's vital points from every angle. That newly grasped sword intent clung to the blade's edge, causing the air itself to ripple with microscopic cracks. Late condensing realm. And sword intent. The crowd below erupted in chaos. Lin Machuan is finished. At that very moment, Lin Machuan suddenly moved. Late core formation level spiritual energy surged around him, and a faint golden glow instantly enveloped his black iron axe. Instead of advancing, he spun violently, sweeping the black iron axe out at an unthinkable angle. Though seemingly slow, the strike carried a natural rhythm, as if the heavens and earth themselves spun with the blade's motion, sealing off every possible angle for evasion. Late condensation core stage again? The gasps from the crowd below the stage were deafening. Are they out of their minds? Senior Sister Su is late stage, Mu Qingyu is late stage, and even Lin Machuan is late stage? What about senior brothers Li Xianfeng and Qingxuan? They were fighting so fiercely earlier, could it be? Some instinctively glanced at the two who had just stepped off the stage, suddenly feeling a chill run down their spines. No way, right? Cult sects are so devious, I want to go back to the countryside. On the stage, Mu Qingyu felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him, catching his breath. He instinctively raised his sword to block, but the immense force behind the axe blade sent him reeling backward. His heels scraped the edge of the platform as his sword clattered to the ground. The blade of the mystic iron axe halted mere inches from his throat. Its icy touch made his entire body stiffen. I lost? Mu Qingyu murmured, his eyes vacant. He had never imagined that his most prized skill, the swift sword, would be broken in such a simple, brutal manner. Moments later, the training ground erupted in deafening commotion. Lin Machuan won? What kind of axe technique is that? How could it possibly block the 7 shadow stabs infused with sword intent? How many hidden geniuses are lurking in this tournament? Chapter 64. These peak masters' disciples are way too well hidden. The disciples of Qingxuan Peak were the first to react, their cheers nearly shaking the roof off. The silence on the viewing platform lasted only an instant before being shattered by Yi Gaiying's furious glare. He whipped his head toward Xuanhuang. You old fox, sure. Not long ago, your 2 disciples were beaten into the ground by my Muchinyu. How long has it been since then that they've undergone such a transformation? Did they receive some immense favor? Spill the beans now. Xuanhuang's neck jerked back at the glare, but he quickly straightened his back, lifting his teacup to take a leisurely sip. Senior brother Yi, what you say my disciples worked hard on their own. What does that have to do with me? His words were defiant, yet the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled into a smug I'm not telling you expression that nearly made Yi Gaiying draw his sword in fury. Seeing his expression, Yi Gaiying suddenly thought of something and raised his hand to cast a soundproof barrier. His gaze darted toward Changge beside him. Seeing the other man intently studying the patterns on his teacup, he snorted coldly. Well done, junior brother Gu. You're clearly playing favorites. I always said Old Stone's 2 disciples were nothing special, but suddenly they're like geniuses overnight? You must be secretly tutoring them behind the scenes. At this remark, the other peak masters snapped to attention like startled monkeys, all turning their heads toward Changge in unison. The Flying Cloud Peak Master rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining like searchlights. Junior brother Gu, you've been keeping this well hidden. Why didn't you mention this cultivation enhancing method sooner? The Peak Master of Luoxia Peak nodded in agreement, while the Peak Master of Xinhua Peak practically wanted to press his face against Changge's, his gaze darting around the young man like a pack of bears who'd discovered a honeypot. Changge felt goosebumps rise under the intense stares of over a dozen pairs of eyes, nearly dropping the teacup in his hand. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly, I just came to quietly watch the show, how did I suddenly become the center of attention? That old codger Xuanhuang sneaked onto my purple bamboo peak in the dead of night to steal my skills. What the hell does that have to do with me? The crowd chattered on, each adding their own comments. Changge's head was spinning from it all, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. He tugged discreetly at Xin Yangzi's sleeve. Master, save me. These old fools are going to tear me apart. Quick, tell the disciples below to keep beating the gong and resume the martial arts demonstration. Xuan Yangzi suppressed a smile at Changge's flustered state and cleared his throat. Ahem. The semi-final results are settled. It's time to prepare for the finals. But the amusement in his eyes was impossible to hide. He was clearly relishing Changge's predicament. As the crisp gong sounded, Changge finally breathed a sigh of relief. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught Yi Gaiying still glaring at him, while the gazes of the other peak masters seemed glued to his every move. A chill instantly ran down his spine. It seemed he couldn't escape this commotion after all. Taking a deep breath, he declared, all right, everyone, stop crowding around. After the grand competition concludes and I've finished my current affairs, you may bring your disciples to see me. I'll offer guidance to those who need it then. The words fell, and the noisy viewing platform instantly fell silent. Yi Gaiying immediately loosened his grip on his sword hilt, while the Flying Cloud Peak Master stopped rubbing his hands. Expectation flashed in everyone's eyes. Only then did Changge truly exhale in relief. Yet the thought of the scene awaiting him after the competition ended made his head ache anew. The gong for the final match sounded, and Li Xianfeng and Lin Moqing stood at the center of the arena. They exchanged blows relentlessly, each unleashing a barrage of techniques. Seeing that he couldn't quickly defeat Lin Moqing, who had already revealed his late condensation core cultivation, Li Xuanfeng's spiritual energy surged violently. The overwhelming pressure of a late condensation core cultivator spread out, causing the disciples below to gasp in shock. I knew senior brother was holding back. A disciple slapped his thigh, his voice brimming with the certainty of I knew it. I knew something was off when he beat senior sister Su earlier. How could someone at mid-stage Dan condensation possibly suppress late stage so effortlessly? Someone nearby immediately chimed in, exactly. That makes sense. How could the sect master's direct disciple only be at the mid-stage? After exchanging dozens more moves, Lin Moqing ultimately fell short by a single move. Li Xuanfeng's long sword pressed against his throat, and he conceded defeat cleanly. The roar of cheers from below nearly shook the roof of the martial arts arena. Senior brother Li is mighty. Late Dan condensation. Truly the rising star of our sect's younger generation. The gong for the third place match sounded slightly less boisterous than the finals, yet it still captured many hearts. Seeing that both Lin Moqing and Li Xianfeng had revealed part of their true strength, Shi Jingxian saw no need to hold back any longer. When he too unleashed his late condensation core cultivation, the crowd below erupted in gasps once more. Another late condensation core stage. Xinhua Peak is defying the heavens. After battling over 100 rounds, Mao Qinyu ultimately suffered a regrettable defeat. Though the bronze medal match concluded, an inexplicable heaviness hung over the martial arts arena. A disciple in the front row rubbed his sore jaw, muttering, damn, just damn. This remark acted like a fuse, instantly igniting surrounding whispers. Ever since senior sister Su shattered the late condensation core stage, my heart hasn't beaten right. One person patted his chest, his voice tinged with disbelief. And what's the outcome? Mu Qinyu is late stage, Lin Macheng is late stage, and even senior brothers Li and Shi are late stage? These peak master's disciples have been hiding their strength way too well. What kind of game is this? An older disciple nearby rolled his eyes but didn't argue. He'd been in the sect for 5 years and witnessed 3 grand competitions. Never once had he seen so many late-stage condensation core cultivators appear all at once. Having even one mid-stage condensation core cultivator was enough for the entire sect to boast about for half a year. Now it was like pulling radishes from the ground one after another. Just thinking back to over a month ago when the Palace Master of Burning Heaven brought his mid-stage condensation core disciple to provoke them, made one cringe for Lai Tianxiong. Do you think senior brother Li's late-stage cultivation represents the ceiling for our younger generation? A disciple gazed at the arena with reverent admiration. What do you mean? The person beside him chimed in immediately. Across the entire sect, who else could reach the peak of late condensation core realm at this age? Amidst the murmurs, Shi Jingxian leaned against a corridor pillar, arms crossed. He couldn't suppress the smirk tugging at his lips as he listened to the group react with awe to the phrase late Dan condensation stage. He glanced at Li Xianfeng, who stood surrounded by his junior disciples, responding to their questions with gentle composure. If they only knew Li Xianfeng had used merely 10% of his spiritual power just now. These fools were still marveling at the ceiling, unaware that the true heavens were far higher than they could ever imagine. Let them guess. Shi Jingxian strode toward the seats reserved for Qingyue Peak, his steps light and brisk. He imagined the expressions on everyone's faces. If they knew their true cultivation levels, their eyes might pop right out of their sockets. Suddenly, he realized the most entertaining part of this grand competition wasn't the outcome, but watching these clueless fools. They thought they'd reached the summit, unaware that the true peak lay far beyond. No wonder senior disciple Gu loved keeping secrets. This feeling was truly exhilarating. At that moment, Xian Yangzi rose from the viewing platform. His voice, amplified by spiritual energy, echoed across the martial arts arena. This year's sect competition is hereby concluded. The clamor instantly fell silent as all eyes converged on the main seat. Xuanyangzi cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the solemnly assembled martial arts arena. He announced in a resonant voice, "Now, the rewards for this competition shall be distributed. First place, Li Xianfeng of Qingyun Peak awarded 1 Heaven Great Weapon and 10 Heaven Spirit Pills." Li Xianfeng stepped forward slowly. The instant his fingertips touched the brocade box, a surge of purple-blue sword energy erupted, intertwining with the spiritual light spilling from within to form a net. He lifted the lid to reveal a long sword, its entire body shimmering with firefly-like light, resting quietly on velvet. The cloud patterns along its spine seemed to come alive, slowly undulating. His fingertips lightly traced the blade. Li Xuanfeng's eyes flickered slightly. As he bowed, his voice carried a rare solemnity. "Thank you, Sect Master, for your generous gift." After he withdrew, Xian Yangzi continued, "Second place, Lin Macheng of Qingyue Peak awarded 1 high-grade Earth-class weapon and 5 Celestial Spirit Pills. Third place, Lin Macheng of Qingyue Peak awarded 1 Earth-grade mid-tier weapon and 5 Heavenly Spirit Pills. Fourth to 10th place, each shall receive a high-grade Xian grade weapon and 3 Heavenly Spirit Pills." The disciples whose names were called stepped forward one by one, each displaying distinct expressions as they received their rewards. Su Qingyuan gently stroked her Xian grade long sword, her fingertips lightly tracing the rope-wrapped hilt. Mu Qinyu gripped his new sword tightly, knuckles turning white, yet his eyes gleamed with renewed resolve. As the rewards were distributed, the crowd gradually dispersed. Gu Changge, who had been quietly sipping tea, lifted her head slightly. Her gaze swept across the entire hall, a faint, almost imperceptible curve forming at the corners of her lips. It was time to purge the sect of its vermin. Chapter 65. Pleased to meet you. On the night the grand competition concluded, the stone walls of the abandoned dungeon in the rear mountains exuded a chill. The damp air carried a mingled scent of rust and mold. Elder Wang Daolong of the discipline hall leaned against the corner, his fingertips absent-mindedly picking at moss embedded in the stone crevices. He had been imprisoned for days, surrounded by a faintly glowing confinement array that even his divine sense couldn't penetrate. Lu Xian, the steward of Dan Ding Peak, huddled nervously across from him. Zhang Meng, an outer sect instructor, paced back and forth, the holes worn through his boots stained with mud. Their capture had been remarkably quiet. Screaming themselves hoarse yielded no response. The faint blue glow of the array's light barrier felt like a death warrant, trapping them utterly. Since their capture, a cloaked figure had visited daily. Uttering not a word, he would deliberately strike each of them where it hurt most before striding away. Though none knew why they were held captive, each harbored their own thoughts and a sliver of hope. Now, hearing the sound of the stone cell door opening, their hearts clenched in unison. This sound differed from the dull thud of the cloaked figure's daily arrival. It seemed someone was deliberately activating the outer barrier. The humming vibration of the array patterns reverberated through the stone walls, causing their already taut nerves to knot into a tight ball. Lu Xian instinctively shrank back into the corner. Zhang Meng's pacing halted abruptly. Even Wang Daolong's fingers, picking at the moss, froze mid-motion. All 3 pairs of eyes snapped toward the tightly sealed cell door, their breathing instinctively quieting. Thud.
A dull thud echoed overhead as 9 shadowy figures crashed to the floor like discarded sacks, kicking up a cloud of choking dust.
Which son of a ambushed us? The first to curse was a young man dressed in outer sect robes.
Rubbing his sore waist as he struggled to rise, he looked up and met Wang Daolong's dark, brooding face. The youth froze, then broke into a fawning smile.
Seen your brother Wang? What brings you here?
Glancing around at the unfamiliar faces, he lowered his voice and leaned closer.
Elder, is this some kind of surprise training exercise? Or perhaps a new mission? I was wondering why you suddenly went silent these past few days. He rubbed his hands together as he spoke. But this operation is massive. So many brothers, are they all from our Burning Heaven Palace?
I never imagined we had so many brothers infiltrating the Qingxuan Sect.
Wang Daolong's eyelid twitched violently.
Before he could speak, a furious shout erupted beside him.
What? You're from the Burning Heaven Palace?
The speaker was an inner sect disciple from the Dan Ding Peak, pointing at the young man.
Ah, aren't you from our Burning Heaven Palace? Who the hell said I'm from your Burning Heaven Palace? Bull. I'm from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. 10,000 Laws Pavilion?
The youth sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
So, you're one of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion's lackeys.
We still haven't settled the score for when our palace master got beaten last time.
Beating your palace master was doing you a favor. Brothers, take him down. The youth charged forward while rallying others to join the ambush.
2 other Fengtian palace spies, unaware of the situation, followed closely behind.
Hold your fire. Just as the group was about to come to blows,
Wang Daolong's voice, cold as ice, cut off the young man's words. Leaning against the damp stone wall, he watched the young man's impulsive expression, his brow furrowing deeply. The young man's face froze. He looked at Wang Daolong blankly, then glanced around the surroundings. The stone cell was dimly lit, the array's light screen glowing a ghostly blue, trapping everyone within its confines.
Where was the familiarity of family here? Elder.
He scratched his head.
Then what is this? Idiot. Wang Daolong spat out the word in exasperation. Still haven't figured it out? We've been captured. These people are likely spies from other sections.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Xian, the Dan Ding Peak steward who had remained silent until now, suddenly turned his gaze toward a youth dressed as an apprentice herbalist in the corner.
Xiao Wu, aren't you the one in charge of drying herbs for Dan Ding Peak? Why are you also? The youth shrank back, stammering, Elder Lu, I'm from the Jade Purity Sect. I was sent here as an undercover agent 3 years ago. Yuqing Sect? Lu Xian's mouth twitched. Your sect can't even assemble a proper alchemy furnace, yet you try to play spy games?
Xiao Wu stiffened his neck in defiance.
Last time you ruined that batch of spirit-focusing pills?
It was only because I secretly swapped out the herbs that no one noticed.
What did you say? Lu Xian's eyes widened like copper bells. So you were the one messing with that batch of pills? Enough! Zhang Meng suddenly barked, his gaze slicing through the room like blades. This isn't the time to discuss this. Steward Lu, which sect do you belong to?
Now that we're all exposed, we're all in the same boat.
There's no need to hide anymore. This old man belongs to the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Lu Xian declared with a hint of pride, as if the 10,000 Laws Pavilion held some superior status over other sects. And which sect are you from? Lu Xian countered.
I'm from the array-breaking sect, Zhang Meng retorted.
At that moment, the young man from the Burning Heaven Palace turned to an outer door disciple. Which sect are you from?
The disciple hesitated, realizing concealment was futile, and simply stated, Zhao Qi of the array-breaking sect.
I am Sun Hao. The youth nodded, then turned to the medicine boy. And you?
Jade Purity Sect.
Wu Xiaosan, the apprentice answered softly. I'm Lin Zhou from the Burning Heaven Palace, the inner door disciple from Luoxia Peak chimed in. Xian Tong, from the Tianyan Sect, declared a disciple from the Jinyue Peak in the corner.
For a moment, the stone cell echoed with a chorus of responses. One asked a question, another answered, like they were declaring their affiliations.
The atmosphere inexplicably eased.
Sun Hao stared at the scene before him, unable to suppress his astonishment.
Who knew Qingxuan Sect harbored so many fellow practitioners?
Zhao Kuei chuckled, indeed. Usually we all keep to ourselves, but today we've gathered together. Pleased to meet you all, Shen Tong bowed his hands, smiling at the group.
Pleased to meet you all.
The others returned the greeting in unison.
Snap. A sharp crack shattered the eerie harmony.
Zhang Meng's palm smacked the back of a broken array sect disciple's head, sending him reeling.
Pleased to meet you, my ass.
Zhang Meng glared at him furiously.
We're all ING prisoners here, and you're talking about pleased to meet you?
If you've got time for that, better spend it figuring out how to stay alive. The disciple clutched his head, whining, I was just trying to lighten the mood.
Lighten the mood, my ass. Wang Daolong couldn't hold back his own curse.
Qingxuan Sect wiped us all out and deliberately locked us together. They clearly don't plan on letting any of us walk out alive. His gaze sharpened as he fixed it on the 10,000 Laws Pavilion disciple.
Aren't you Wanfa Pavilion guys supposed to be well connected? Do you know how they plan to deal with us?
Just then, a faint sound suddenly came from the top of the stone cell.
The 12 fell instantly silent, their heads snapping up in alertness.
Outside the array's light barrier, two figures clad in green robes stood with hands clasped behind their backs. Moonlight streamed through the hole in the stone cell ceiling, bathing them in light.
Though their faces remained indistinct, an aura radiated from them that sent a chill down the spine. Quite the lively conversation, huh?
A clear voice echoed within the stone cell, tinged with a hint of mocking amusement.
Since you're getting along so well, why not keep chatting a little longer?
The expressions of all 12 changed abruptly, a chill racing from the soles of their feet to the tops of their heads.
First chapter updated. Chapter 2 will be updated at noon. Chapter 66, Xuanhuang's Vision.
A sliver of moonlight seeped through the hole in the stone cell ceiling, illuminating two figures clad in green robes outside the array's light barrier.
The figure on the left bore the flowing cloud pattern of Qingxuan Peak embroidered on his sleeve. The moonlight traced the line of his slightly raised chin, none other than Xuanhuang, the patriarch of Qingxuan Sect.
The figure on the right, whose spiritual energy was concealed like a deep pool, was none other than Changge, the peak master of Purple Bamboo Peak. The 12 prisoners in the stone cell fell instantly silent, even their breathing softening.
Wang Daolong stared fixedly at Xuanhuang, his Adam's apple bobbing.
Sect master? How did you end up here? Xuanhuang ignored him, his gaze sweeping over the group as if surveying a bunch of clowns.
Why the silence? You were chatting so animatedly just now. Carry on. Lu Xian cowered in the corner, his eyes fixed on Changge standing behind Xuanhuang. Suddenly, a thought struck him, you're the master of Purple Bamboo Peak?
Changge gave a faint nod, her fingertip tapping lightly. The stone walls of the dungeon suddenly illuminated, unfurling the identities of the 12 prisoners like a scroll. Wang Daolong's spirit power imprint of the secret letter from the Burning Heaven Palace, Lu Xian's transmission of the pill formula to the Jade Purity Sect, Zhang Meng's covert relay of new disciple information to the array-breaking sect. Even Sun Hao's array-breaking sect token hidden in his boot sole was clearly visible. This? Sun Hao's eyes widened.
You uncovered even this? What else?
Xuanhuang sneered coldly, his gaze like a knife slicing across Wang Daolong. Elder Wang, you've served in the discipline hall for years, drawing a salary from my Qingxuan Sect, yet you've been acting as a lackey for the Burning Heaven Palace.
How does that feel? Wang Daolong's face drained of color, his lips trembling as he struggled to speak. And you, Lu Xian. Xuanhuang turned to the steward of the Danding Peak. Our Danding Peak treated you well. Has your conscience been devoured by dogs? Lu Xian bowed his head even lower, unable to meet Xuanhuang's gaze. Zhang Meng suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice, Sect Master, we admit defeat. But how do you intend to deal with us? Xuanhuang's fury intensified. You traitors! Qingxuan Sect treated you well, yet you repay kindness with betrayal. His rage boiled over as he unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon the assembled crowd. Wang Daolong and the others suddenly felt a wave of familiarity wash over them. It dawned on them that the person who had beaten them daily was none other than the Sect Master himself. Seeing their battered faces, Xuanhuang still felt unsatisfied, wishing he could kill them all. Betraying the sect was a capital offense. If not for the soul-seizing technique that could turn them into loyal servants, he would have sent them to meet their ancestors long ago. Xuanhuang glared at them, ready to strike again.
Changge glanced at the moonlight and said calmly, Senior brother, no need for idle talk.
Let's get this done. Xuanhuang nodded, flicking his fingers to send 12 golden patterns into each man's forehead.
It was the secret technique of the soul-seizing art that Changge had just imparted to him. Ugh! Sun Hao was the first to groan, his eyes gradually clearing yet filled with an eerie obedience, as if an invisible shackle had been forged within his soul. In an instant, the others were similarly subdued, their eyes now filled with an almost instinctive reverence. They suddenly dropped to their knees before Xuanhuang, kowtowing, Master. We are willing to serve you faithfully. Xuanhuang now sensed that with the slightest thought, he could control the life and death of those before him. Even if he commanded them to bark like dogs on the spot, they would do so without hesitation. This sense of absolute control filled him with profound satisfaction. Each of you strike yourselves 10 times across the face, Xuanhuang commanded. The words had barely left his mouth when the sharp crack of slaps echoed in rapid succession. Sun Hao struck with the most fervor, slapping his face like smacking watermelons. After 10 blows, both cheeks swelled like 2 red apples, bearing clear handprints. Lu Xian's blows were too light. Xuanhuang frowned. Didn't you eat today? Hit harder. Startled, Lu Xian suddenly mustered all his strength, but lost control of his force. One slap sent him reeling, nearly knocking him to the ground. Xuanhuang watched the scene unfold before him with satisfaction, feeling a surge of exhilaration. He immediately cast the soul-seizing technique, meticulously sifting through everyone's memories. Fortunately, the secrets concerning the sect leader's strength and the mysteries of Purple Bamboo Peak remained undisclosed. Yet numerous sect secrets had been transmitted, reigniting Xuanhuang's barely contained fury as his blood surged violently. He stared at them, his voice deep and ominous. In 3 days, you will return to your respective posts and continue posing as the original spies, maintaining contact with the various sects.
But before transmitting any messages, you must submit them to me for review. Dare to pass on a single word without permission, and I'll make you slap yourselves daily until your teeth fall out. The group responded in unison, yes, sir. Recalling their earlier expressions, Xuanhuang still felt unsatisfied. Pointing at them again, he commanded, divide into 2 groups. Slap each other's faces. 1,000 times. Not one less. The 12 immediately formed 2 rows. Though their hands hesitated at first, they obeyed the order. The sharp crack of slaps echoed relentlessly, filling the stone cell with muffled cries of pain. Sun Hao's cheeks swelled red from the blows, yet he gritted his teeth and raised his hand, landing a slap on Wu Shaosan across from him. Dazed, Wu Shaosan slapped back. Blood trickled from both their mouths as they continued counting, 87, 88. You two inside slap each other 1,000 times every day. Xuanhuang's voice echoed again, carrying boundless authority. You will not emerge until you have completed 3 days of this. Not one less. Though their bodies still instinctively resisted, the 12 obeyed the command. Changge watched the 12 figures inside the stone cell, beating each other with relish, and said indifferently, let's go. It's time to return. Under the moonlight, 2 figures clad in blue robes grew distant, leaving only the faint echoes of slaps within the stone cell, slowly fading away in the night breeze. Upon returning to Qingxuan Peak, Xuanhuang could not resist running his fingers over the lingering golden patterns on his fingertips as soon as he sat down, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Junior brother Changge, this soul-seizing technique is truly divine. The awe in those men's eyes just now, it wasn't feigned. He lifted his teacup and gulped down a mouthful, his voice brimming with awe. With this secret technique in hand, should any traitors emerge within the sect again, we can simply capture and control them. It's both hassle-free and reliable, no more fear of leaks. Changge twirled the teacup between his fingers, smiling faintly. It's useful, that's all that matters. Xuanhuang, however, grew more and more excited the more he thought about it. Suddenly slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, it's not just about dealing with traitors. Think about it. He leaned closer, lowering his voice, his eyes blazing like 2 flames. Couldn't we secretly capture core disciples from other sects? Especially those gifted yet restless ones. Cast this soul-seizing technique on them, send them back as spies. Then wouldn't we be able to quietly obtain the pill formulas of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, the combat techniques of the Burning Heaven Palace, and the array formations of the array-breaking sect, all without a whisper? His excitement growing, he rose and paced, gesturing wildly. Even better, we could control their spies within every sect. Make them spread false intelligence, stir up chaos. Changge watched his animated expression, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Senior brother certainly thinks ahead. Only then did Xuanhuang realize his overzealousness. He chuckled awkwardly, sat back down, and picked up his teacup to mask his excitement. But he drank too hastily, choking on the tea and coughing until his face turned crimson. It's just that I'm so thrilled to have this treasure. Yet the gleam in his eyes remained undimmed. His fingers traced circles on the tabletop as he clearly began plotting which sect to strike first. He seemed to already envision countless spies embedded in the heart of each sect, working tirelessly for their cause, a vision so vivid it could make him laugh in his sleep. Changge looked up at Xuanhuang, who was still rubbing his hands excitedly. Now that the matter of the traitor is temporarily resolved, senior brother, have you decided how to handle the Tsunyun's secret realm? Xuanhuang, who had been pondering which sect to target first, suddenly slapped his forehead. I nearly forgot about such a crucial matter. Chapter 67, What? You're about to break through to the Sage Realm? The next morning, mist still lingered over the sect's forbidden grounds on the rear mountain. 5 palm-shaped stone peaks glowed with a cold, bluish-gray light in the dawn. The 5 venerable elders remained seated in meditation, their snow-white hair and beards draped over their shoulders, their breaths faint as flickering candles in the wind. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern their eyes shifting beneath their lids. 5 imperceptible streams of divine sense collided in the air, sparking silent sparks. How many days has it been now? Why hasn't Xuanhuang arrived yet? The 3rd elder's bony fingers tapped lightly on his knee, his divine sense brimming with unchecked impatience. Last time he said he'd bring something important, but he got blocked by the barrier and vanished. Could he have forgotten? The 5th elder let out a faint cough, a glimmer of hope flickering in his seemingly drowsy eyes. Yeah, what exactly did he say those good things were? If he dares forget, I'll give him a good whack on the head when he gets back. The 2nd ancestor slowly shook his head, his consciousness tinged with reproach. It's all your fault. Last time you insisted on reinforcing the barrier, and now we've blocked him out. Great. We didn't get the stuff, and now we're stuck waiting here. How was I supposed to know he'd show up at such a perfect moment? The 1st patriarch's consciousness carried a hint of unease. The 4th ancestor suddenly let out a sharp "A" and turned his gaze toward the protective barrier beneath the stone peak. A faint ripple was spreading across it, accompanied by a familiar spiritual energy fluctuation cautiously approaching, tinged with a hint of testing. At that moment, Xuanhuang and Changge stood at the entrance to the forbidden area. Xuanhuang spoke earnestly to Changge. Several ancestors fought continuously to protect the sect back then, damaging their foundations. They are now extremely weakened. Last time, we delivered some spiritual tea to them. I wonder if it had any effect.
As Xuanhuang spoke, he gently released a thread of spiritual energy to sense the elders' movements within the forbidden area, careful not to disturb their cultivation. Changge sensed the vibrant qi and blood surging within the elders inside the forbidden area, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. What a bunch of sly foxes, they've got the sect master wrapped around their little fingers. I wonder how the sect master will react when he learns their true situation. The thought filled Changge with quiet anticipation.
Here they come! Here they come! The three elders instantly perked up. Their previously hunched backs straightened by half an inch, and even the beards hanging over their chests lifted slightly. I knew that kid wouldn't forget. The fifth elder quickly suppressed his aura, resuming his appearance of being at the end of his rope, though the smile hidden in the wrinkles around his mouth was impossible to conceal. Keep your voice down. Don't let him catch on.
Outside the light barrier, Xuanhuang held a heavy jade box, tiptoeing as he peered up at the stone peak. Seeing the barrier didn't suddenly spring up like last time, he breathed a sigh of relief and tiptoed through the light screen.
The five elders atop the stone peak snapped their eyes open. A piercing brilliance flared in their cloudy gazes, their stares locking onto Changge like searchlights. That's the kid from Purple Bamboo Peak, isn't it? The third patriarch's divine sense collided in midair, creating a storm of shockwaves. They had spied on him countless times before, yet never had they observed him from such close quarters. Changge's spiritual energy was drawn inward like a deep pool, yet when his eyes swept over the stone peak, it felt as though he could see right through the rock layers, revealing the very flow of spiritual veins within. This sight caused an inexplicable tightening in the hearts of the elders. The first patriarch was the first to steady himself. He cleared his throat twice and closed his eyes once more, though the fingers twirling his beard trembled slightly. They had once been entrusted by Master Purple Bamboo to oversee the Qingxuan Sect. Who could have imagined this young successor concealed such profound depth? The spiritual tea, essence, and other treasures previously sent by Xuanhuang all originated from his hands. Changge ascended the stone steps to the peak, bowing respectfully to the five elders with a voice clear as jade striking jade. Changge greets the venerable elders. You? Why have you come in person? The fifth elder abruptly sat bolt upright, his once stooped frame suddenly straight as a pine. Just as he reached out to pull Changge closer, he abruptly remembered his persona, hastily withdrawing his hand and tapping his fingertips against his knees. Yet the fervor in his eyes remained undeniable. The other four elders also awoke, their gazes circling the food box in Change's hands. The sound of their Adam's apples rolling was distinctly audible in the silent stone peak. Changge watched them, their eyes clearly glistening with desire yet stubbornly maintaining their dignified facade as elders. She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Go ahead and pretend. Do you really think I can't see through it? He placed the food box on the stone platform, lifted the lid, and smiled. I heard the elders have been laboring hard in their recent enlightenment pursuits. Changge has nothing special to offer, just some ordinary meat and light wine. The moment the contents were revealed, the five elders' eyes widened instantly. The left plate held neatly sliced beef brisket, glistening with a faint golden sheen. Chaotic colored energy swirled within its marbling clearly sourced from the azure sky wild ox. The right plate held dragon snake meat, each slice marbled with fat and lean, still carrying a faint, elusive dragon's aura. At the bottom lay a black ceramic wine jar, its sealed lid shimmering faintly with the talismanic paper. This was the drunken immortal dew obtained by Changge through her check-in, brimming with colossal energy. This is... The second patriarch's fingers trembled. In all his years, he had never seen such pure and exquisite beast meat. Merely inhaling its aroma sent his Dantian spiritual energy into frenzied turmoil. Changge seemed oblivious to their disarray. He picked up the beef brisket and placed it on the iron plate atop the stone stove. With a sizzle, golden fat splattered, and the aroma of spirit-infused meat instantly filled the air. He produced a jade knife, slicing the dragon meat into thin strips. He dipped them in spirit pepper sauce and arranged them on a plate. Finally, with a sharp snap, he broke the seal on the wine jar. The amber liquid poured into the jade bowl, transforming into dancing specks of starlight. Within its rich aroma swirled energy fluctuations potent enough to make even a sovereign-level cultivator's heart skip a beat. Care to try some? Changge pushed a bowl of wine toward the Grand Patriarch. The Patriarch's Adam's apple bobbed as he abandoned all pretense, lifting the bowl and gulping it down. The instant the liquid touched his throat, a dazzling golden light erupted from his entire body. Fine wine. The Grand Patriarch snatched the wine jar, filling another bowl for himself. His eyes gleamed with an almost frightening intensity, and the aura of his near-saintly peak cultivation seemed to grow faintly stronger under the wine's influence. How could the other four patriarchs resist? The third patriarch grabbed a chunk of beef brisket and shoved it into his mouth. Though scalding hot, he refused to let go, letting it slide down his throat. At that moment, the Peak King realm spiritual energy within him seemed to loosen. The fifth patriarch clutched a plate of dragonfish meat, gnawing until his mouth glistened with grease. His once silver hair now gleamed with streaks of black, his vitality so robust it defied belief he was nearing the end of his lifespan. The second and fourth patriarchs wrestled over a wine jar, the crisp clang of the jar's mouths colliding mingling with their laughter.
The sheer strength in their hands showed not a trace of the frailty one might expect from feeble old age.
Xuanhuang stood by, utterly dumbfounded, the jade box in his hand clattering to the floor.
It finally dawned on him no wonder they'd received so many precious gifts yet still looked as if their time was nearly up.
At first, Xuanhuang had assumed the elders' foundations had been too severely damaged back then.
Now he realized these old codgers weren't dying at all.
They were clearly feigning madness and stupidity, waiting for him to deliver treasures right to their doorstep. You. Xuanhuang pointed at the elders wolfing down their food, too stunned to speak, his face etched with disbelief at having been deceived for so long. Changge added another piece of beef brisket to the sizzling iron plate.
Watching Xuanhuang's flushed face, she chuckled, "You kept everything hidden day after day, even concealing your near breakthrough to the sage realm from the sect.
Now you finally know what it feels like to be kept in the dark, huh?" Xuanhuang whipped his head toward Changge, eyes wide as copper bells.
His finger jabbed at his own nose as his voice shot up an octave.
"What? You knew I was about to break through to the sage realm? What? You were about to break through to the saint realm?"
The five elders exclaimed in unison, their voices carrying more shock than when Xuanhuang had caught them scrambling for food moments before.
Chapter 68, The Ancestors' Shock.
The words exploded like thunder across the stone peak. The third ancestor, who had been devouring a beef brisket, froze mid-bite. With half a chunk of meat still in his mouth, he whipped his head around to look, dripping grease from the corners of his mouth without a thought to wipe it away. The fifth ancestor, who had just scooped up a spoonful of dragon meat, froze with the spoon mid-air, his flushed face instantly stiffening. Even the most composed first ancestor set down his wine bowl, his breath slightly uneven, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. "Xuanhuang, you've been hiding your depth.
When did you reach the threshold of the sage realm? How come we didn't notice a single hint?" Xuanhuang felt uneasy under their collective gaze, instinctively taking a half step back and scratching his head.
"Ancestor, you're already at the peak of the near saint realm, on the verge of breaking through to sainthood yourself.
And you're criticizing me?" Xuanhuang muttered. "Mind your own business."
"I'm asking you," the grand ancestor retorted, his face unflushed and his voice steady.
"Well,
I drank that spiritual tea junior brother Changge gave me a while back, then took a washing marrow pill. Suddenly, I felt like I'd touched the threshold. I figured since I hadn't fully broken through yet, I didn't mention it."
"A marrow washing pill?" The fourth patriarch's eyes lit up instantly. "What kind of pill is that?" "Nothing extraordinary. At most, it slightly enhances one's innate talent." "What? Enhance aptitude?" The fourth patriarch's bony fingers clenched his robe tightly, his peak sovereign realm spiritual energy surging chaotically with excitement. The third patriarch nearly spit out the beef brisket in his mouth as he leaned in to press. "How much? Does it elevate one beyond heaven grade, or?"
"With sufficient innate talent, even saint grade isn't impossible." Changge twirled a jade dagger between his fingers, his tone as matter-of-fact as if he were saying, "The weather's nice today." Yet to the five elders, these words sent a chill down their spines deeper than the earlier mention of the drunken immortal dew. The first patriarch abruptly rose to his feet, unleashing a thunderous surge of near saint peak energy that made the spirit veins on the stone peak tremble.
"Saint grade? Changge, do you understand what this implies?"
In the millions of years of the Xuanhuang Great World, no one has ever reached saint grade potential through pills alone.
He had seen countless rare treasures, yet never heard of such a heaven-defying pill. If it truly held such power, how could Qingxuan Sect fail to rise? The fifth patriarch clutched the empty pot, his once silver hair now trembling slightly with excitement. "Xuanhuang, tell me honestly, how many of those marrow-washing pills did you consume? What level of aptitude have you reached now?" Xuanhuang's cheeks flushed crimson at the question.
He scratched his head awkwardly.
Just one. Now I'm at mid-tier saint grade." "Mid-tier saint grade?" All five elders sucked in cold air simultaneously.
The third elder even reached out to feel Xuanhuang's pulse point. The moment his fingertips touched the wrist, his pupils abruptly contracted. The spiritual energy coursing through his pulse carried the faint rhythm of the saint realm, a phenomenon distinctly associated with saint grade aptitude.
"You little rascal!"
The third patriarch, both exasperated and amused, raised his hand and gave Xuanhuang a light smack on the back of the head.
"Keeping something this monumental from us."
The first patriarch fixed Changge with a piercing gaze. "Changge, this marrow washing pill.
Do you have more?"
This old man would trade my 1,000-year-old purple thunder crystal for it." The fourth patriarch was even more direct. "I possess the 9-turn soul restoring flower.
Give me just one, and I'll serve you in any capacity."
At that moment, Xuanhuang lifted a finger, pointing toward the jade box that had fallen to the ground in shock moments earlier.
"It's all right there.
I intended to present it to you elders earlier, but seeing your protective barriers, I feared disturbing your cultivation and refrained from interrupting." The gazes of the five elders instantly darted toward the jade box on the ground.
Their previously eager expressions froze, followed by an even more intense outburst of demands.
The third ancestor rushed over in 2 strides, carefully picking up the box, his fingertips trembling slightly as they brushed its surface. The moment it opened, 5 luminous white pills lay within, radiating a gentle spiritual glow. The crisp, medicinal fragrance unique to the marrow-washing pills wafted toward them. He whipped his head around and glared at Xuanhuang, his beard quivering with fury. "You good-for-nothing brat. Why didn't you mention this treasure sooner? How could you let such a precious thing fall to the ground?" The fifth ancestor approached, his eyes fixed on the washing marrow pills within the jade box. Even his hair, streaked with gray, trembled with excitement. "Barrier? That was hastily erected to ward off spies from the burning heaven palace. Couldn't you have called out? Instead, you just stood there watching the treasure lie on the ground for ages?" The fourth elder traced the patterns on the pill, suddenly remembering something. He turned to ask Xuanhuang, "You mentioned earlier, consuming one would grant mid-tier saint grade aptitude?" Seeing Xuanhuang nod, he couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. "Good heavens! That's mid-tier saint grade talent." The first patriarch cradled the jade box, his fingertips gently caressing the luminous white surface of the marrow-washing pill. His aura, once at the peak of near saint, gradually calmed, yet his gaze grew more contemplative. He looked up at Changge, his tone solemn. "Changge, I know this washing marrow pill is extraordinary. But if the quantity is limited, perhaps we should prioritize giving it to the young geniuses within the sect. We old codgers are already halfway in the grave. Even if our aptitude improves, our path forward is limited. It would be better to save them for the younger generation, strengthening Qingxuan Sect's foundation." At these words, the other 4 elders nodded in agreement. The third patriarch lowered the pill he'd been about to take, sighing. "Elder brother speaks wisely. We've lived so long, it's high time we gave the opportunity to the young." The fifth patriarch promptly returned his pill to the jade box. Though reluctance flickered in his eyes, his gaze held the weight of consideration for the sect's future. Changge observed the restraint in their eyes and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You elders worry too much. Though the marrow-washing pills are scarce, there are still enough for all of you to take. I have some more in reserve." The fourth elder's eyes instantly brightened. The excitement he'd just suppressed surged back, and his gaunt hand clenched the pill once more. "Changge, are you serious?" Just as Changge was about to nod, Xuanhuang suddenly slapped his thigh. His eyes widened in belated shock as he pointed at Changge and exclaimed, "Wait, no! Junior brother Changge, I kept my breakthrough to the threshold of the sage realm so tightly guarded that even the elders didn't notice. How did you see through it at a glance? What realm are you in now?" At this, the gazes of the 5 ancestors instantly turned toward Changge. Changge lifted his eyes, a carefree smile curling his lips. "My cultivation? I'm afraid it might shock you. Foundation establishment realm." "Foundation establishment?" Xuanhuang rolled his eyes. "You dare claim foundation establishment? The tea leaves you casually brewed for me allowed me to touch the threshold of the sage realm. If you're only at foundation establishment, then my breakthrough to the sage realm threshold was all for nothing. Do you think I believe you?" Changge watched his earnest expression, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. He played along with the banter, then. "Core formation realm?" The words had barely left his mouth when all 5 elders shook their heads in unison. The third elder cut straight to the chase. "Dan condensation realm could produce marrow-washing pills and enlightenment tea? Changge, that's no small joke you're playing." The fifth ancestor nodded in agreement, forgetting to put down the empty clay jar in his hand. "In all my years, I've never seen a condensing realm cultivator whose cultivation base even a near saint couldn't fathom." Changge sighed helplessly, spreading his hands. Fine. How about the heavenly man realm? Will that finally convince you?" Xuanhuang folded his arms, adopting a go-ahead, keep spinning your yarn expression. Seeing their stubborn disbelief, Changge lost interest in teasing them further. Fine, I won't mess with you anymore, it's roughly on par with yours." "How much is roughly the same?" The patriarch pressed immediately, his aura of near sainthood tinged with urgency. He was desperate to know the true cultivation level of this junior who could produce such a heaven-defying treasure. Changge twirled the jade dagger between her fingers, uttering 3 words with casual nonchalance. "A tiny bit." "A little bit?" Xuanhuang asked in confusion. "Yeah, just a tiny bit." Chapter 69, The Secret Realm Appears. Seeing Changge say no more, the others knew pressing further would yield nothing. They tacitly dropped the subject of cultivation. Yet their minds were far from calm, each harboring a whirlwind of speculation. The patriarch twirled his beard, his gaze lingering on Changge for a long moment. His quasi-saint peak divine sense quietly probed, yet detected nothing. He mused inwardly, "They say he's nearly at the quasi-saint level, but is he actually below or above it? Or has he already reached the saint realm?" The third patriarch continued eating his beef, his mind consumed by the thought, this kid is hiding his depth far too well. Xuanhuang was even more restless, desperate to see through Changge's true nature. Changge saw through everyone's thoughts but chose not to tease them further. He simply picked up a jade spoon and added a scoop of spirit pepper sauce to the sizzling iron plate. The aroma of the meat instantly drowned out the heavy atmosphere on the stone peak. Xuanhuang slammed his fist on the stone table, suddenly remembering the main purpose of their journey. He hurriedly retrieved the bronze token engraved with the characters Sangyun's Secret Realm from his storage ring. The 4-seal script characters Sangyun's Secret Realm shimmered in the morning light. The moment it was revealed, surrounding spiritual energy spontaneously surged toward the token.
Ancestor, this token contains an entire innate secret realm sealed within. Xuanhuang's voice trembled as he pointed at the token, his urgency palpable.
Within lies a million-mile expanse of spiritual soil, where the concentration of spiritual energy is 100 times that of the outside world.
Ancient legacies are also hidden within. Junior brother Changge and I have discussed placing this secret realm within the void of the Forbidden Zone.
By overlaying it with an array, the elders could reside within the secret realm during ordinary times.
The
Grand Ancestor froze for a moment before reaching out to touch his forehead. His withered fingers brushed against the warm skin, then shifted to touch his own brow.
Xuanhuang, you can't hold your liquor. How much did you drink before you started talking nonsense?
A secret realm spans at least 10,000 li.
This token is no bigger than a palm. How could it contain such a place? Have you mistaken it for some array token? The second patriarch chuckled, stroking his beard. Exactly.
We've lived for over 1,000 years and only heard of secret realms hidden within mountain ranges and earth veins.
Never heard of one sealed inside a token.
Xuanhuang, you've probably been dreaming about secret realms until you've lost your mind.
Xuanhuang observed the elder's reactions with an expression that suggested he'd anticipated this response.
He then deliberately frowned and thrust the token into the first patriarch's hand, his tone urgent. Patriarch, don't doubt it.
Try infusing it with your own spiritual energy.
Inside, he was already grinning from ear to ear. Just wait until you sense what lies within. You'll be speechless with shock.
Pressured by his insistence, the Grand Patriarch took the token with half-hearted skepticism.
The moment his fingertip channeled a thread of quasi-saintly spiritual energy, the plain token suddenly erupted in dazzling golden light. The vastness of a million-mile spirit land, mist-shrouded floating stone peaks, spirit springs capable of making moss grow on metal. Countless scenes surged into his mind like a tidal wave. Even the thick, almost tangible spiritual energy in the air became vividly perceptible.
This.
The patriarch's fingers clenched the token so tightly his knuckles turned white. His peak quasi-saint aura erupted violently, causing the spirit veins on the stone peaks to tremble and even the blue stone slabs beneath his feet to crack with fine fissures.
It's real. The secret realm truly exists within this token. Seeing his unusual reaction, the second patriarch hurried over.
The moment his fingertips touched the token, the spiritual pressure emanating from within sent him staggering back half a step.
His gaunt hands trembled with excitement, knuckles turning white. Good heavens! A million-mile expanse of spirit soil. That's enough to cover several Xian states. If this is real, our Qingxuan Sect is truly set for prosperity. The fifth patriarch, observing their expressions, snatched the token.
The moment he sensed the secret realm's scenery, his smiling face froze instantly, his voice thick with emotion.
A primordial secret realm that predates creation itself.
A treasure beyond compare, coveted by countless ancient sacred lands throughout the ages.
Xuanhuang watched the elders, each of them gaping in disbelief, speechless and incoherent.
The small triumph in his heart could no longer be concealed.
See?
Just moments ago, you dismissed my words as nonsense.
Now, aren't you all scared out of your wits?
The Grand Patriarch clutched the token for a long moment before regaining his composure, his gaze toward Xuanhuang now utterly transformed.
Who would have thought a token could truly contain a secret realm? This elder's horizons were too narrow.
Changge observed the other's excited expressions.
With a light flick of his fingertip in the void, a faint azure spiritual light flashed.
Subtle array patterns suddenly rippled around the stone peak before vanishing back into the void in an instant, further concealing the forbidden area's aura.
I've already discussed the secret realm's placement with the sect master. We plan to divide the secret realm into 3 sections.
3 sections? The Grand Ancestor's eyes brightened with anticipation. Explain how you plan to divide it.
Changge took up the thread, lightly tapping her fingertip in the void.
A shadowy projection of the secret realm unfolded above the stone peak.
Within the projection, the secret realm was divided into 3 distinct zones by 2 invisible barriers, each shimmering with unique spiritual light. The deepest part of the secret realm holds the most concentrated spiritual energy.
It also conceals a natural enlightenment platform, which can serve as a place for the elders to live and cultivate. Changge pointed to the innermost section of the projection, where mist swirled around several faintly visible floating stone peaks. The spiritual energy here contains primordial Tao essence, greatly benefiting the ancestors in their pursuit of higher realms.
Its secluded location also ensures minimal disturbance.
The Grand Ancestor stared at the enlightenment platform, his breathing growing heavy.
Even his peak quasi-saint level spiritual energy rippled slightly with excitement. Excellent. An excellent place. With this enlightenment platform, I shall soon break through to the sage realm.
The central region of this secret realm, though its spiritual energy pales in comparison to the depths, is still hundreds of times denser than the outside world.
Changge's finger moved toward the central zone.
It can serve as a restricted cultivation zone for peak masters and core elders. Should any senior brothers wish to seclude themselves for breakthroughs or research cultivation techniques in combat arts, they may come here. It allows them to accelerate their cultivation with the spiritual energy while avoiding disturbances from mundane sect affairs. However, entry and exit to this restricted zone must be granted by the sect master or one of the ancestral elders. As for the outer perimeter of the secret realm, the spiritual energy concentration is also 100 times greater than the outside world. It also harbors numerous demon beast layers and fragments of ancient inheritances. Changge finally pointed to the outermost region, where dense forests stretched as occasional flashes of spiritual light flickered through the trees. Select 100 disciples to enter. The sect will cultivate them separately within this realm. Once admitted, they must not leave lightly. This is to cultivate reserve forces for the sect. The Grand Patriarch suddenly recalled something and pressed, "What about the selection criteria for disciples? Should we set an entry threshold?" Naturally, Xuanhuang replied. Priority will be given to disciples with steady dispositions and pure lineage. Before entering the secret realm, they must sign a pact of unity and swear an oath to the heavenly way, pledging never to reveal its secrets. If the elders have time, they may occasionally offer guidance to the disciples within. The Grand Patriarch nodded repeatedly, his hand trembling as he clutched the bronze token. His knuckles turned white from the pressure, his excitement impossible to contain. Then let us begin immediately and strive to fully prepare the secret realm as swiftly as possible. With that, he raised his hand to gather spiritual energy, intending to reinforce the outer barrier of the Forbidden Zone with his own cultivation first. Before setting up the secret realm, we must reinforce the Forbidden Zone's formations with 3 additional layers. This secret realm concerns the future of our sect. If even a trace of its aura leaks during setup and attracts the attention of top-tier powers, all our previous preparations will be wasted. The elders nodded in agreement, each of them itching to get started. Chapter 70, The Imperial Grade Sect Protecting Array. The Xuanhuang secret realm was of paramount importance. No one wanted a single oversight to ruin everything. Changge observed the bustling preparations unfolding before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. With a mere flick of his fingertip, without any extra movement, the void surrounding the Forbidden Land suddenly rippled with fine, scattered flashes of spiritual light. The light swiftly flowed along the stone peak's veins, instantly coalescing into a translucent array pattern screen. The intricate runes woven across the membrane pulsed with a rhythm that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of the cosmos, sealing the Forbidden Zone's essence within. Not a single thread of spiritual energy escaped. Even more unsettling, the moment this formation manifested, the surrounding space seemed to freeze solid. Not even the divine sense of a near saint could penetrate it in the slightest. Unbeknownst to all, this seemingly improvised formation was none other than the sect's Imperial Grade Protective Array, the Celestial Constellation Array, which Changge had laid down years ago. Its foundations were deeply embedded within the earth veins of the 7 main peaks, like an indestructible steel fortress rooted in the depths of the earth. Sustaining its operation were 10 Emperor-grade spiritual veins. Emperor-grade spirit veins were the rarest treasures in the world, their value beyond imagination. Even the most renowned sacred lands in this world rarely possess even a single Emperor-level spirit vein. The boundless spiritual energy they contained was like an endless ocean, inexhaustible and limitless. The great array of the celestial stars, anchored by 10 Emperor-grade spirit veins, remains impenetrable even to an Emperor attacking with full might. In ordinary times, this formation lay concealed within the void, like a dormant dragon, revealing not a trace of its presence. Only when sensing danger to the sect would it awaken like a primordial beast, unleashing its world-shaking power to safeguard the sect's security. What is this? The great ancestor's gathering of spiritual energy abruptly halted, his cloudy eyes blazing with astonishment. He had lived for over 1,000 years and witnessed countless formations, yet never had he encountered a barrier array of such exquisite craftsmanship. Merely through the array's inherent rhythms, it sealed the Forbidden Zone's aura with flawless precision. Such mastery could only belong to a saint-grade array. Xuanhuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Pointing at the luminous barrier, his voice trembled, "Junior brother Changge. This was set up by you?" "Just a simple formation I set up earlier. It keeps the Forbidden Land's aura stable, preventing mishaps when setting up the secret realm." Yet to the ears of the others, these words unleashed a tidal wave of shock within their hearts. The 4th ancestor's hand trembled, nearly dropping the washing marrow pill he held. He stared at Changge in utter disbelief. "Set up casually? Changge, do you realize that an array capable of sealing the Forbidden Land's aura so completely would require at least hundreds of years' worth of spiritual material reserves?" The 5th ancestor stamped his foot in excitement, his once silver hair trembling slightly from the shock. With an array like this in place, forget about leaking the secret realm's aura. Even if spies approached the Forbidden Zone, they wouldn't detect a single trace of movement. Changge observed the stunned expressions around him, his tone remaining calm. It was merely a precaution. No need to make such a fuss. He turned to the first patriarch, his finger pointing toward the depths of the Forbidden Zone. "There's no need to dwell on the formation. We can begin arranging the secret realm now." The Grand Patriarch took a deep breath, suppressing his inner shock, and bowed deeply to Changge. "Your foresight is admirable, Changge.
With this formation as our safeguard, we can establish the secret realm without worry. Changge watched the others, eager yet unsure where to begin, a smile widening at the corners of his mouth. He reached out and took the bronze token from the Grand Patriarch's hand. Setting up the secret realm involves connecting spirit veins and overlapping spaces. The slightest misstep could trigger spatial turbulence. Leave it to me. Before his words faded, a wisp of pale golden spiritual energy gathered at his fingertip. He lightly touched the center of the 4 characters Xuanhuang's secret realm on the token. The seal characters instantly burst into brilliant golden light. Layers upon layers of spatial ripples spread from the token's surface, and the phantom image of the secret realm rapidly expanded above the stone peaks. Mist-shrouded floating stone peaks, murmuring spiritual springs, ancient cave dwellings hidden within forests, the details grew increasingly vivid. Even the spiritual energy in the air thickened like honey, as if one could reach out and touch the secret realm's flora and fauna. Changge swept both hands outward with force. The token transformed into a streak of light, shooting straight toward the void of the Forbidden Land. Simultaneously, he murmured, "Secret realm, return to your place. Conceal." In an instant, violent fluctuations of spiritual energy rippled through the void. The phantom of the secret realm precisely aligned with the Forbidden Land's spiritual veins. 3 invisible barriers spread outward like ripples, clearly dividing the secret realm into inner, middle, and outer domains. In dimensions invisible to the crowd, the array patterns of the celestial array of the heavenly circulation interlocked perfectly with the secret realm's barriers, forming a dual layer of protection. Immediately after, the entire secret realm slowly faded away as if swallowed by the void, vanishing without a trace. Not even the faintest lingering light remained. Were it not for the potent spiritual energy lingering in the Forbidden Zone's air, were it not for the crowd's own eyes witnessing the secret realm's phantom, no one would have believed that this seemingly empty void concealed a primordial secret realm capable of driving the entire Xuanhuang continent mad. The venerable elder tremblingly reached out toward the void. His fingertips touched only the icy chill of air, and the shock in his eyes nearly overflowed. Is it already set? Not a single trace left behind. Changge's skill is truly divine. Changge withdrew his hand and returned the bronze token to the Patriarch, his tone as calm as ever. The secret realm has completely overlapped with the void of the Forbidden Zone, hidden and imperceptible. Unless one possesses the exclusive token, even a saint-level cultivator would find not a trace of it. He tapped the void with his fingertip, conjuring several bronze tokens. These bronze tokens are now bound to the auras of each of you elders and the sect master. Henceforth, simply infuse them with spiritual energy, and the void will manifest a golden portal. Only you may pass freely through it. Even if others obtain the tokens, without your aura imprint, they cannot activate it. The Grand Ancestor hastily took the token and attempted to infuse a thread of spiritual energy. Sure enough, a golden portal over 10 feet tall rippled into existence before him. Beyond it, the suspended enlightenment platform and the swirling primordial Tao essence became faintly visible. His heart leapt with joy. Withdrawing his spiritual energy, the gate instantly vanished without a trace, leaving only the air restored to its calm. Marvelous! Absolutely marvelous! The Patriarch clapped his hands in admiration, his gaze toward Changge brimming with respect. Additionally, when disciples enter the secret realm's entrance, they will first pass through a pure mind array. This array tests the disciple's character. If one harbors ill intent, is impatient, or prone to anger, the array will automatically block them, never allowing those with impure hearts to enter the secret realm. The Grand Patriarch clasped the bronze token and bowed deeply to Changge. Changge, your dedication to the sect is profound. On behalf of all Qingxuan Sect, I offer my deepest gratitude. With this secret realm, these safeguards, and these rules, the future of our Qingxuan Sect is bound to be bright. The crowd echoed his words in unison. The atmosphere atop the stone peak was as festive as a celebration, every face radiating anticipation for what lay ahead. Gazing at the scene before him, Changge quietly withdrew the last lingering trace of the formation's energy from his fingertips. The Imperial Great Guardian Array, the Celestial Orbit Array, continued its silent operation, securely shielding the sect and the secret realm within. Yet, he still had no intention of revealing this assurance, choosing instead to keep it as a hidden reserve of strength for the Qingxuan Sect. A faint smile played on Changge's lips. Sect Master, Ancestors. I'll keep the true power of this array a secret for now. I wouldn't want you to get too cocky. What are we waiting for? Let's go inside and take a look. At that moment, Xuanyang's voice rang out. Chapter 71, Entering the Secret Realm. Before Xuanyang had finished speaking, he was already clutching the bronze token, channeling spiritual energy into it. Golden light once again rippled through the void of the Forbidden Land, forming a light gate several feet tall that undulated like water waves. Go! The Great Ancestor stepped forward first, instinctively suppressing his peak quasi-saint aura for fear of disturbing the spiritual essence within the secret realm. The others followed closely behind. The instant they passed through the light gate, every one of them couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Their bodies were enveloped by a warm, moist spiritual energy, as if immersed in molten spirit jade. Bare skin could distinctly feel the tingling sensation of spiritual energy seeping into their pores. The instant they entered the secret realm, the group halted in unison, their eyes filled with awe and disbelief. This concentration of spiritual energy, it truly is 100 times that of the outside world. The second patriarch instinctively crouched down, his fingertips lightly touching the spiritual soil. The moment his spiritual energy probed half an inch deep, it was violently repelled by a colossal surge of spiritual essence. He snapped his head up, his eyes wide with disbelief. I've cultivated for 1,000 years at Qingxuan Sect, yet never encountered such pure primordial spiritual energy. Merely standing here, my cultivation is steadily advancing. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the first patriarch suddenly raised his hand and pinched the second patriarch's arm hard. The second patriarch yelped in pain, jumping up and clutching his arm as he glared at him. "You old fool! Why did you pinch me?" The first patriarch showed no anger, instead rubbing his hands together, his eyes filled with a dazed excitement. I need to make sure this isn't a dream. This secret realm, this spiritual energy, it's 100 times more wondrous than the ancient spiritual realm described in the forbidden scrolls I studied in my youth. The fifth patriarch was about to respond when his gaze was suddenly drawn to a patch of spirit fields in the distance. He hurried forward, parting waist-high spiritual grasses, and gently traced his fingertips over a 9-leaf spiritual herb. Its leaves glowed with a warm jade hue, veins shimmering with faint golden light. It was none other than the king great spiritual herb, the 9-leaf grass. This is the 9-leaf herb. The fifth patriarch trembled, his voice quivering. I saw illustrations of this herb in the Dan Ding Peak archives years ago. It matures only once every 1,000 years, capable of nurturing a sovereign's primordial essence. It holds immense value for rulers. He bent to examine the plant's roots, where the soil glowed with the radiance of primordial spiritual springs. The 9-leaf grass's roots had sunk deep into the spiritual veins, and the golden light on its leaves was several times more intense than depicted in the diagrams. Its age, it appears to be over 10,000 years old. 1,000 years is already exceptionally rare. If left unharvested, it would wither and die. I've never heard of one breaking the 1,000-year barrier. The grand ancestor peered over and waved dismissively. What's the big deal? You're making a mountain out of a molehill. He swept his gaze across the spirit field, where among the dense patches of spirit grasses, numerous 1,000-year-old vermilion fruits and other rare spirit herbs were hidden. This is a primordial secret realm. The spiritual energy here is so dense it can imbue plants with sentience. A 10,000-year-old 9-leaf herb? Not surprising. Even rarer treasures wouldn't be out of place. The words had barely left his mouth when the patriarch's gaze suddenly froze, as if struck by a petrification spell. At the center of the spirit field, a spirit herb half a person's height glowed with a faint, pearly white light, its petals as translucent as ice crystals, each radiating a sacred luster. Within its pistil, a wisp of pale purple soul light floated, slowly rotating with the flow of spiritual energy. It was none other than the sacred herb documented only in ancient texts, the Taishu spirit coalescing flower. The Taishu spirit focusing flower. The patriarch's composure shattered instantly, his voice rising sharply. He hurried over, carefully parting the surrounding spiritual plants, afraid of damaging the petals. Ancient texts state this herb can condense scattered divine souls. Even a single remnant soul can be reunited through it. This is a sacred herb. Ours. All ours, the Qingxuan Sect's. Ha 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 ha. The patriarch's laughter made wrinkles crinkle at the corners of his eyes. His hand still trembled slightly as his gaze remained glued to the Taishu spirit coalescing flower, unwilling to shift even an inch. With this sacred medicine, even if disaster struck, they would have an extra trump card to save their lives. The fifth patriarch stood by, watching with a flicker of contempt in his eyes, muttering to himself. Just moments ago, you were putting on an act of being worldly wise. Yet seeing the sacred medicine, you're more excited than I am. Pfft, where's your composure gone? Xuanhuang also approached, gazing at the sacred medicine and royal-grade spiritual herbs in the spirit field. Suddenly, his eyes stung with heat. The value of this spirit field alone was enough to drive the 7 great sects of Xinzhou mad. The great ancestor remained immersed in shock. The next moment, he clutched his chest violently, his face flushing crimson. He had already reached the peak of the near saint realm, and after consuming some sacred beast meat and drunken immortal dew, the pressure was becoming unbearable. Now, within this secret realm where spiritual energy was so thick, the intertwined forces began assaulting the barrier holding him back at the threshold of the sage realm. The spiritual energy surged through his meridians, threatening to spiral out of control, and even his breathing grew ragged. No. This spiritual energy is too dense. If I stay any longer, I fear I won't be able to hold back the breakthrough. The other elders nodded in unison, their faces etched with anxiety. Their internal states mirrored the grand elders. The secret realm's spiritual energy, combined with the lingering effects of the wine and meat, was assaulting their cultivation barriers. Gu Changge observed their tense expressions, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He lifted his gaze toward the depths of the secret realm, where a faint mist shrouded the core. Through the haze, a suspended jade platform could be vaguely discerned, the enlightenment platform at the heart of the secret realm. The enlightenment platform deep within the secret realm was the key. Ancestor, wait a moment.
It would be more suitable to break through at the enlightenment platform deep within the secret realm. Hearing this, the others quickly suppressed the surging power within them and followed Changge deeper into the secret realm. The deeper they ventured, the more concentrated the spiritual energy became, eventually coalescing into tangible mist. With each breath, they could feel the essence of the Tao circulating within their spiritual seas. Soon, a massive, suspended jade platform came into view. Engraved with ancient seal script, its center radiated a golden aura of Tao essence, the spiritual energy so dense it seemed almost tangible. Even standing below the platform, one could sense the transcendent power potent enough to drive a near saint mad. This is the enlightenment platform. The venerable elder tremblingly extended a hand. The moment his fingertip touched the Tao essence emanating from the platform, his sea of consciousness cleared. The chaos in his thoughts, previously stirred by surging spiritual energy, instantly resolved. Changge nodded, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. Esteemed ancestors, this is the optimal moment to enhance your innate aptitude. First, take the marrow washing pill to enhance your innate talent. With heightened talent, you will not only perfectly absorb the spiritual energy of the secret realm and the Tao essence of the enlightenment platform, but also reduce constraints during breakthroughs. Your future cultivation path will be free of detours. Excellent. This old man shall witness the miraculous effects of this pill that enhances innate talent. The Grand Patriarch hesitated no longer. With slightly hurried steps, he ascended the enlightenment platform. As he crossed his legs to sit, even the movement of his robe brushing against the jade patterns was performed with threefold gentleness. He plucked a translucent whitewashing marrow pill from his storage ring. The moment it touched his fingers, its crisp, medicinal fragrance filled his nostrils, easing the tension in his nerves. The second patriarch, fifth patriarch, and others followed closely behind, each sitting cross-legged at the edge of the platform and retrieving their own washing marrow pills from their storage rings. The luminous pills glowed with a delicate halo beneath the golden light of the enlightenment platform. All eyes rested upon them, filled with uncontrollable anticipation. Having lived for millennia, they had never heard of a pill capable of enhancing innate talent. Now, both curious and anxious, their fingertips trembled slightly as they held the pills. Changge observed the trust and hope in their eyes, a faint smile curving his lips. His fingertips gently stroked several ancient jade slips hidden within his sleeves. Honored elders, take it with confidence. Once you break through to the sage realm, I have several cultivation manuals here that should prove more suited to you than the Qingxuan manual you currently practice. Oh? More cultivation manuals? The Grand Patriarch paused midway to place the pill in his mouth, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Changge, what grade of cultivation techniques might these be? Next chapter to be released at noon. Chapter 72, Six Saints Emerge. Changge merely smiled and waved his hand, his gaze fixed on the golden halo surrounding the enlightenment platform. Once all the elders have completed their breakthroughs, you will know. For now, the most crucial task is to leverage the essence of the marrow washing pill and the Tao platform's aura to achieve a dual ascension in both innate talent and cultivation. Seeing this, the Grand Patriarch ceased his inquiries and took the washing marrow pill first. The moment the pill slid down his throat, it dissolved into a pool of clear, warm liquid, flowing steadily through his esophagus and into his dantian. He had been concentrating on channeling the medicinal energy, but the next moment, he suddenly clenched the jade patterns on the enlightenment platform. A warm current exploded in his dantian, transforming into countless golden threads of light that shot toward his meridians. The stagnant, sluggish sensation of blocked spiritual energy instantly dissolved, leaving his sea of consciousness so clear it could reflect the seal script characters of the enlightenment platform. Yet he had no time to savor this shift in innate talent. Within him, a force wrapped in medicinal power, spiritual energy, and Tao essence surged wildly, crashing violently against the barrier of the quasi-saint peak. His meridians hummed with intensity, and even suppression became a luxury. What a powerful breakthrough opportunity! The Patriarch's Adam's apple bobbed as his voice brimmed with suppressed excitement. Golden threads coalesced into a luminous cocoon around him as his quasi-saint aura surged wildly. Even the ancient inscriptions on the enlightenment platform were stirred by his spiritual energy, flickering with fine golden light. The other ancestors plunged into cultivation as well. Ancestor 2 stood with his back ramrod straight, his palms glowing with a luminous white radiance. The fifth patriarch's fingertips danced with pale blue spiritual energy, his eyes sharpening with intensity. The remaining two patriarchs were enveloped in misty spiritual light, clearly swept up in the surge of breakthrough energy, none sparing a thought to assess their own potential. Xuanhuang stood at the platform's edge, observing the breakthrough phenomena surrounding the elders. His dantian grew hot in response. Having already touched the threshold of the sage realm, the lingering resonance of the marrow washing pill he had taken earlier now surged. Stirred by the hundredfold spiritual energy of the secret realm and the breakthrough auras of the ancestors, the long-suppressed power within him could no longer be restrained. Enough! Today, I shall break through alongside the elders. He settled cross-legged on the edge of the platform, channeling his cultivation techniques to draw in spiritual energy. A faint purple glow emanated from his body as the exhilaration of talent breakthrough intertwined with the scorching heat of realm collision, causing him to groan involuntarily. At that very moment, a thunderous boom erupted.
The great ancestor's luminous cocoon shattered abruptly, golden Tao essence surging forth like a tidal wave, yet it was firmly locked mid-air by the platform's array formation. His eyes snapped open, a flash of golden light blazing within. Though the full weight of his sage-level aura hadn't yet been unleashed, it already sent the surrounding spiritual mist flying backward. 1,000 years of arduous cultivation had finally borne fruit. I've broken through. I've broken through to the sage realm. The great ancestor let out a long, piercing cry, his voice brimming with ecstasy and exhilaration. His robes fluttered wildly in the surging spiritual energy, even his hair standing on end. But before the echoes faded, a sudden crack split the air above the secret realm. Purple-black thunderclouds gathered at a visible speed, instantly obscuring the entire sky. Purple-gold lightning arcs danced within the clouds like snarling thunder dragons, their destructive aura causing even the newly ascended grand ancestor's heart to tighten. Though the secret realm could block the perception of the thunder tribulation, it could not erase the mark left by the Tao of heaven upon the leap in cultivation. If he did not endure the tribulation today, the thunder tribulation would surely descend upon his sect's skies once he left the secret realm. Changge condensed a thread of spiritual energy at her fingertip, piercing the secret realm's barrier to trigger the heavenly Tao's perception. In an instant, lightning glowed overhead, and dark purple tribulation clouds rapidly gathered. Conducting the tribulation here allowed them to leverage the secret realm's spiritual energy to solidify their foundations, sparing the elders from facing 5 thunder tribulations the moment they stepped outside. It's the saint's tribulation. Yet a fiery light ignited in the great ancestor's eyes. Just as he prepared to step forward, Changge raised her hand and swept it toward the enlightenment platform. A pale blue barrier instantly rose, separating the remaining 4 ancestors still in cultivation from Xuanhuang. Even the thunder tribulation's oppressive force was blocked outside the barrier. Focus on your breakthrough first. Do not be affected by the tribulation. Changge's voice echoed in their minds. The 4 elders and Xuanhuang snapped back to their senses, hastily withdrawing their focus to concentrate on their cultivation. The Grand Patriarch, observing this, bowed respectfully to Changge before turning and charging toward the thunder tribulation clouds. Today, I shall harness this tribulation to temper the essence of a sage. The first bolt of lightning crashed down, a purple gold arc as thick as a water barrel carrying a destructive aura. The Grand Patriarch condensed a golden light shield in his palm. Ancient runes swirled upon its surface. The moment it collided with the lightning arc, golden light and thunder sparks erupted, filling the sky and causing ripples to surge through the secret realm. No sooner had the arc dissipated than the second bolt followed. This time, 2 intertwined thunder dragons descended. The great ancestor remained utterly unflustered. His sage-level spiritual energy coalesced into armor around him as he charged toward the thunder dragons. His fist winds collided with the lightning arcs, shattering the thunder dragons into fragments. His excitement grew with each strike. Every lightning tribulation he endured further refined the sage's aura surrounding him, even the light in his eyes growing ever more brilliant. Just as the great ancestor endured the 5th lightning tribulation, the enlightenment platform suddenly erupted with 2 more bursts of breakthrough light. The second ancestor and 5th ancestor simultaneously shattered the barriers of the sage realm. The moment they opened their eyes, they saw the thunder tribulation in the sky, and their eyes instantly lit up. Thunder tribulation, you come at just the right time. Seeing this, Changge raised his hand to dispel the protective barriers before them, then reinforced the defenses shielding the remaining 2 ancestors and Xuanhuang. The second ancestor and 5th ancestor leapt toward the thunder tribulation clouds. As the first ancestor endured the 9th strike of the tribulation, 2 more thunderous explosions of breakthrough echoed from within the clouds. The remaining 2 ancestors had successfully surmounted their trials. In an instant, 4 sacred thunder tribulation clouds converged in the heavens. Violet gold lightning coiled like raging dragons, their terrifying pressure forcing all creatures below to bow in submission. Even space itself rippled with fine cracks. A flash of brilliance flickered in Changge's eyes as his sleeves swept out abruptly. An invisible barrier unfurled like a celestial canopy, precisely dividing the 4 calamity clouds into separate domains. The raging thunder was firmly confined within its respective boundaries, unable to interact with the others. Standing in the void, his robes billowing, he single-handedly stabilized this apocalyptic thunder tribulation chaos. Half a day later, the 4 elders emerged from the tribulation. Though scarred and battered, they were now enveloped in the aura of the sage, their presence overwhelmingly formidable. The grand ancestor roared with laughter, the realm of the sage. This is the power of a sage. Before the echoes of his laughter faded, a faint hum suddenly emanated from Xuanhuang's vicinity. He too had broken through. A pale purple radiance shot skyward, instantly triggering the thunder tribulation. Purple-black clouds gathered once more, the lightning arcs now 3 times thicker than before, clearly amplified by Xuanhuang's breakthrough aura. Xuanhuang has broken through too. Xuanhuang drew a deep breath and flew straight into the thunder tribulation. 3 lightning arcs intertwined into a net, striking down upon him. Yet he neither dodged nor evaded. Using the tribulation to temper his sage essence, the lightning strikes not only failed to harm him but actually made his aura more refined. After enduring 9 bolts of lightning, he landed and swept his hand. His sage-level spiritual energy transformed into a blade of light, effortlessly cleaving through the ancient millennial tree. His eyes brimmed with disbelieving ecstasy. "I'd become a sage too." Changge observed the divine aura surrounding the six figures and handed them the spirit testing jade. "Testing your aptitude now will reveal the effectiveness of the marrow washing pill." The patriarch took it first, and his jade-like face instantly erupted with dazzling golden light. Mid-tier saint-level aptitude. As the other elders were tested one by one, the results revealed 2 with mid-tier saint-level aptitude and 3 with low-tier saint-level aptitude. 6 saints. All with saint-level aptitude. Xuanhuang cradled the spirit-testing jade, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the sacred patterns on its surface, his voice thick with dazed excitement. Qingxuan Sect had not witnessed such splendor in 1,000 years, and all of this was thanks to junior brother Changge. For generations, the 7 great sects of Xinzhou have sought saints in vain. Yet our Qingxuan Sect has produced 6 saints at once. All with saint-grade aptitude. It feels like a dream. The great patriarch's fingertips trembled slightly. When Changge mentioned the marrow washing pill could aid breakthroughs, I held hope, but seeing these saint-tier talents before me I still can't believe it. 1,000 years without a single saint, and now 6 emerge at once. Our Qingxuan Sect's ancestral graves must be smoking green. The second patriarch, fifth patriarch, and others were likewise filled with shock and ecstatic joy. With 6 saints, plus the legacy and precious medicines from the secret realm, our Qingxuan Sect's foundations will likely multiply exponentially. The first patriarch bowed deeply to Changge, his voice brimming with reverence. "Changge, we shall never forget your kindness." The other elders echoed his sentiments, their eyes brimming with admiration. Changge waved his hand dismissively, his gaze fixed on the depths of the secret realm. Attaining sainthood is merely the beginning. Within the depths lie further legacies and precious medicines, enough for you all to break through to even higher realms. As he spoke, a flick of his fingertips summoned several cultivation manuals into his hand, precisely what he had prepared for the elders. Chapter 73, Imperial Grade Martial Arts Manuals. With a flick of Changge's finger, 10 jade slips radiating an ancient golden glow floated in midair like stars. Imperial patterns danced across their surfaces as if alive, each line pulsing with faint, crystalline radiance. The moment they materialized, spiritual energy surged toward them like a tidal wave, swirling visibly around the tablets. Even the ancient seal characters engraved on the ground of the Enlightenment platform were stirred, glowing with fine golden sparks. The gaze of the first patriarch, second patriarch, and the others was instantly locked onto the jade tablet, their breathing unconsciously quieting. These ancient beings, each having lived for millennia, sensed its extraordinary nature without even touching it. Exchanging glances, a single thought flashed through each mind: if it's from Changge, it must be top-notch. The thought barely formed before the Grand Patriarch couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha." The sound carried an undeniably lecherous undertone. He snapped back to his senses, hastily covering his mouth with his hand. Clearing his throat, he deliberately stiffened his expression, struggling to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Yet the light in his eyes burned like 2 flames, and his tone betrayed an unmistakable urgency. "Changge, is this the cultivation technique you mentioned that suits us?" Changge's fingertip tapped lightly, and the foremost jade slip slowly floated before the great ancestor. The imperial patterns on its surface flared brightly the instant his spiritual energy touched it, the golden seal script characters seeming to come alive as they float across the surface. Precisely. Earlier, by harnessing the essence of the marrow washing pill and the Tao platform's divine resonance, the patriarch not only broke through to the sage realm but also elevated his physique from golden gung constitution to mystic gold divine constitution. This volume of the shark metal heavenly emperor's secret technique can activate the Xian gene essence within your body, fully awakening the might of the saint body. It is perfectly suited to your current constitution. The great ancestor's pupils abruptly contracted as he instinctively turned his gaze inward. Indeed, the spiritual essence deep within his dantian had transformed from a pale gold to a more profound hue, now shimmering with fine golden sparks, the very sign of the mystic gold holy body. "You even discerned my physical advancement with such clarity. Changge, this level of foresight earns my deepest respect." The patriarch held his breath. The moment his fingertip touched the jade slip, a colossal imperial aura surged through his fingertip into his sea of consciousness, causing even this newly ascended saint to tremble violently. He hastily channeled spiritual energy, and rows of golden seal script surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The 4 characters sharp metal heavenly emperor's secret technique stood out prominently, followed immediately by the cultivation technique's tier designation, Emperor Grade. Emperor Grade technique? The great elder snapped his head up, eyes bulging like copper bells, nearly dropping the jade tablet from his grasp onto the Enlightenment platform. He had lived for over 1,000 years, yet the highest grade cultivation technique he had ever encountered was merely a top-tier king grade. Emperor grade techniques existed only in scattered records within ancient scroll fragments, described as reserved for great emperors, capable of subduing an entire realm. Now, it was tangibly in his grasp. The icy chill at his fingertips intertwined with the true essence of the emperor's way within his sea of consciousness, making his breathing grow heavy. The second patriarch's pupils contracted sharply at the sound. "This is Emperor grade? Changge, do you understand what Emperor grade signifies?" In the Xuanhuang Great World, the Emperor represents the ultimate realm. Any object bearing the character Emperor is an unparalleled treasure that would make sacred lands fight tooth and nail for it. The fifth elder was so overcome with excitement he stomped his feet, his once silver hair standing on end from sheer astonishment. In all of Xian province, not even a single page of an imperial-grade cultivation technique manuscript has ever surfaced. Yet you go and grab several volumes at once. If word of this spreads, every ancient monster in the Eastern realm will go mad. Xuanhuang stood nearby, his joy at recently breaking through to the sage realm instantly overshadowed by the shock of these emperor-grade cultivation techniques. He had expected Changge to produce at most a saint-grade technique. After all, saint-grade treasures were the cornerstones of every sect. Yet these 10 jade slips, radiating imperial patterns, utterly shattered his understanding of what constituted a treasure. A bitter taste rose in his throat. Junior brother Changge, are you certain you're not mistaken? These are truly emperor-grade? How come in your hands, they seem as common as cabbages you could pick up by the roadside? Calm down. Just a little something I came across. Changge turned to the second patriarch, flicked his finger, and another jade slip, glowing with a faint blue light, floated over. Second patriarch, you originally possessed a celestial spirit constitution. After your breakthrough, nourished by the marrow purifying pill, your constitution advanced to a heaven-earth celestial spirit constitution. This Heaven and Earth Azure Essence manual can nourish your Azure Spirit Essence with the energy of heaven and earth, allowing you to advance further in the ways of wood elemental laws and healing. In the future, both alchemy and wound healing will become twice as effective with half the effort. The second patriarch accepted the jade slip, his hand trembling as he stroked his beard in excitement. The other ancestors stepped forward one after another as Changge presented each with their corresponding emperor-grade cultivation techniques. The third patriarch received the Void Emperor's secret technique, the fourth patriarch the 10,000 Paths Convergence secret technique, the fifth patriarch the Heaven-Burning Battle Cannon. Each text matched their constitutions and Dao paths with precision, as if tailor-made for them. Xuanhuang stood at the edge of the Enlightenment platform. The joy of his recent breakthrough to the Sage realm instantly evaporated at the words Emperor Grade and Changge's meticulous consideration. He observed the jade slips each had received, then accepted the Crimson Flame Burning Heaven Sutra. Changge handed him a cultivation technique perfectly suited to the Heaven Burning Flame physique he had awakened. A bitter taste rose in Xuanhuang's throat. Junior brother Changge, how much thought did you put into this? You've thoroughly analyzed each of our physical advancements and preferred Dao paths. This isn't merely somewhat suitable, it's clearly tailor-made for us. Listening to Xuanhuang's words brimming with astonishment, Changge maintained his usual composed and serene expression, though inwardly he chuckled. Tailor-made? Xuanhuang was right, though. During their breakthroughs moments ago, Changge had used the Dao resonance of the Dao realization platform to clearly glimpse the trajectory of each person's physical advancement. He'd created it on the spot. The metallic fluctuations of the primordial essence during the transformation from the golden gung physique to the mystic gold holy physique, the swirling wood elemental chi surrounding the advancement from the azure spirit physique to the heaven earth azure spirit physique, and the flame laws scorching the void during the awakening of the inferno holy physique. All these unfolded before him like the clearest blueprints. Creating an emperor-grade cultivation technique itself wasn't particularly difficult. With his cultivation base and understanding of laws, he only needed to follow the primordial pathways of each physique, mapping out compatible spiritual energy circulation routes and methods for law fusion to swiftly construct the framework of the technique. It was naming these techniques that truly taxed Changge's mental energy. Compared to the mental exertion required to devise names that both fit the physique and retained an imperial aura, the process of creating the techniques felt as effortless as drinking water. Observing the stunned expressions on their faces, Changge twirled the remaining jade slip between his fingers, his tone as matter-of-fact as if discussing everyday trivialities. As long as they prove useful to the ancestor, that is sufficient. Having just broken through to the sage realm, your foundations remain unstable. These cultivation techniques will help you refine the primordial essence of the imperial path. When you later strive to reach the Great Sage and Sage King realms, they will spare you some detours. The second patriarch took a deep breath, forcing down the shock in his heart, and bowed deeply to Changge. Changge, this favor we owe you is beyond repayment. With these emperor-level cultivation techniques and the tailored guidance, not only will our foundations be solidified, but we'll also have the confidence to pursue even higher realms in the future. The fifth ancestor also bowed, his eyes now tinged with reverence. We always thought you possessed many treasures, but today we realize how utterly absurdly abundant they truly are. Changge gave a slight nod, passing out the remaining jade slips one by one, though his mind was already calculating. He had intended to produce several more supreme imperial weapons, but observing their current states, the first patriarch's hand still trembled slightly as he clutched the jade slip, while the second patriarch hadn't even noticed his own beard slipping from his grasp. If he truly produced the imperial weapons now, it might overwhelm them. Better to hold off for now. He'd bring them out when the opportunity arose. His fingertips tapped lightly on the stone surface of the Enlightenment platform, his tone growing more solemn. Ancestors, though the cultivation techniques are excellent, they still require quiet contemplation.
The foremost task now is to solidify the newly attained Saint Realm cultivation.
Do not rush for quick results, lest unstable foundations leave hidden dangers.
The Grand Ancestor and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions solemn. Seeing that his words had been heeded, Changge made no further stay. He turned and walked toward the exit of the secret realm. His white robes brushed against the luminous edge of the Enlightenment platform, his figure gradually fading into the hazy glow at the secret realm's entrance. Just as his foot was about to step beyond the secret realm's barrier, suppressed laughter from the elders echoed faintly behind him. Then, the Grand Patriarch's voice, tinged with excitement, carried over. We've struck gold. Truly struck gold this time. With an emperor-grade cultivation technique and the blessing of a saintly physique, how could our Qingxuan Sect fail to rise in the future? This youth, Changge, is indeed a blessing beyond compare for our sect. The second patriarch, equally overcome with excitement, spoke with a tremor in his voice. This heaven and earth azure essence art can actually stir the primordial essence of the cosmos. With further cultivation, he might even be able to challenge a Saint King. The fifth patriarch trembled with wild delight, his beard quivering wildly. My flaming heaven battle cannon has only completed one cycle, yet my spiritual power has surged by 30%. Those sacred lands and ancient sects will bow before us sooner or later.
Eastern domain, prepare to be ruled by us. Ha ha ha. Changge's footsteps halted abruptly.
An inexplicable shiver ran through his body, and he instinctively glanced back.
Hearing that laughter in those words, why did he suddenly feel like his own sect had become the villains? Chapter 74, Azure Sky Wild Ox, I despise my current self.
No sooner had Changge stepped back onto Purple Bamboo Peak than a mournful, indignant bellow of moo echoed from the direction of the spirit fields, mingled with the frantic protests of a youth. It sounded like the chaotic daily life of some household in disarray. He followed the sound and spotted a comical scene from afar.
Xuanhuang gripped the Nine Heavens Dragon's soul spear, its tip thrust into the air as if guarding against a bull's charge.
Xuanhuang stood guard beside him, hand on his sword hilt but wearing a stiff, cold expression, a look that screamed, I'm trying to break this up, but I don't want to get involved. In the center, the Azure Sky Bull stood with its blue-gold neck stiff as a board, eyes bulging wider than copper bells. Steam puffed from its nostrils as it pawed the ground, sending mud flying. Its expression was more aggrieved than if it had lost half its life. The little blackbird perched on the bull's horn, tilting its head and chirping twice, looking every bit the spectator.
Moo! You little brat trampled my spirit rice and still have the nerve to argue?
The Qingxuan Mangno's coarse voice carried a hint of whining as it flung its head toward the spirit field.
See that? Those trampled plants.
I scraped together this tiny corner of the spirit field to grow my own private crop. It was bad enough your master took 90% of my spirit rice before, now you're robbing me of even this last shred of hope.
Xuanhuang's face flushed crimson as he lowered the spear tip.
I saw master coming to the spirit field every day before. Since he hasn't been around lately, I came to help tend the spirit herbs.
Who knew you'd be lurking around here like a sneaky old ox?
The more he spoke, the more justified he felt. Besides, what right do you have to occupy master's spirit field?
You're probably here to steal the spirit herbs, aren't you? Steal spiritual herbs?
The Azure Heaven Bull was so furious its tail whipped the bamboo with a loud crackling sound, tears welling up in its bovine eyes. For 10 years, you master and disciple treated me like a walking meat locker, carving out my tenderloin.
Now I plant a little spirit rice and get slandered? This life is unbearable. Xuanhuang frowned. Senior ox, butchered?
Just as the Azure Heaven Bull was about to vent his grievances, he caught sight of Changge strolling leisurely toward them. The words on the tip of his tongue vanished, and he merely drooped his ears in dejection, looking every bit the wronged little wife.
Changge, your disciple trampled my spirit rice and now accuses me of wrongdoing.
Changge stifled a laugh as she walked to the edge of the spirit field to take a look. The trampled spirit rice lay crooked and twisted, with several plump grains scattered on the ground, looking rather pitiful. He turned to look at the Qingxuan Mangniu. Seeing the old ox's reddened eyes and its secret attempts to wipe away tears with its hoof, he teased it deliberately, Old Huang, it's no big deal.
Just plant it again. Just replant? Qingxuan Mangniu snapped its head up, eyes wide as saucers. You know perfectly well how damn hard this stuff is to grow.
Changge pulled a pearly white porcelain bottle from his storage ring and tossed it to the Azure Heaven Bull. Here.
Primordial Spirit Essence. 10 times more potent than Primordial Spirit Spring. Enough to cultivate an entire field of spirit rice.
The Azure Heaven Bull caught the porcelain bottle.
The moment its fingertips touched the vessel, it sensed the warm, moist spiritual energy within.
Its eyes instantly brightened, and its sense of grievance faded by half, though it still stubbornly refused to admit defeat.
Now we're talking.
Next time your disciple tramples my spirit rice, I won't just glare at him. Only then did Changge turn to Xuanhuang and explain, this is Old Huang, my longtime partner who tends my spirit fields. He's got a bit of a temper, but he cultivates spirit rice more meticulously than even the folks at Dan Ding Peak.
Xuanhuang scratched his head and whispered, Old Huang, how about I replant the damaged spirit rice for you?
The Azure Heaven Bull snorted, swishing its tail. At least you've got some conscience left, kid.
Suddenly remembering something, its bovine eyes widened. Wait. Do you even know how to plant spirit rice? Forget it. Don't you dare ruin the rest of my seedlings. With that, it scooped up the porcelain jar and scampered off to a corner of the spirit field, its hooves moving so lightly it nearly bounced along. Not a trace of resentment remained. But Ruabai, Changge said, your intention to help Master tend the spirit field is kind, but next time, you must understand its layout first. Don't be so reckless. Xiao Ruabai relaxed at the words, yet a hint of guilt lingered. Master, I know I was wrong. I'll ask first before acting from now on. Changge observed Xiao Ruabai and Feng Hanyu, who still seemed somewhat stiff, and waved his hand with a smile. If you're truly committed, spend more time chatting with old Huang. Learn from him how to tend the spirit fields. Together, take good care of this land, it'll save me a lot of trouble. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the Azure Sky Mighty Ox, who was secretly licking the spirit essence from a porcelain jar in the distance, began muttering under its breath, its mouth moving rapidly. Save trouble? You've never lifted a finger. Every time you step into the spirit fields, it's either to carve my flesh or harvest spirit rice. You've never even touched a weed. Grow up, Changge. Though its complaints were sharp, its mind was quietly scheming elsewhere. Ever since Changge invited it to Purple Bamboo Peak, it had skyrocketed from early Saint King realm to its current Great Saint realm. Even its physical body, stuck at a bottleneck for years, had significantly improved. Though each flesh-cutting session left it wincing in pain, it reasoned, trading a few chunks of meat for Great Saint realm cultivation? Not a bad deal at all. With this thought, it found itself looking forward to Changge's next visit to harvest flesh. It even secretly pondered, next time, maybe I should fatten up the tenderloin a bit more. Moo! The moment this thought crossed its mind, the Azure Sky Mighty Ox shuddered violently. It jerked its head up and smacked itself on the forehead with its hoof, a blow so hard it nearly knocked itself senseless. Have I gone mad? It stared wide-eyed at its own hoof in disbelief. Actually looking forward to having my flesh cut? I'm such a masochist. I despise myself right now. Xiao Ruabai, standing nearby, faintly heard the mooing and glanced over curiously. Master, what's wrong with old Huang? Why is he beating himself? Changge followed his gaze and caught sight of the azure heaven bull covering its face with its hoof, looking utterly dejected. She couldn't help but laugh. Nothing. He's probably upset he didn't plant the spirit rice well enough and is taking it out on himself. Feng Hanyu watched the comically awkward old ox, a faint smile flickering across his usually cold face. This old buddy seemed far more entertaining than he'd imagined. Before the smile could fade from Feng Hanyu's lips, a crisp ringing of swords echoed from the distant bamboo path, accompanied by two familiar figures striding swiftly toward them. It was Yi Guiying, the peak master of Sword Hull Peak, followed by Mu Qinyu clad in white. The moment Changge spotted them, his recently relaxed expression darkened instantly. He couldn't help but inwardly groan, just when I'd dealt with the ancestor and the secret realm matters, more trouble comes knocking. Can't I get a moment of peace? Yi Guiying called out from afar, his voice carrying, Junior brother Changge. Finally found you. I've missed you so much. Mu Qinyu behind him bowed respectfully, though his eyes darted inward, clearly tagging along with the peak master to hitch a ride on his luck. Before Changge could speak, a sudden, short moo echoed from nearby. The azure sky bull's hoof clutching the porcelain bottle froze stiffly. Its previously light-footed stride halted instantly. Its bovine face scrunched up in discomfort as it instinctively rubbed its flank. It muttered softly, something's wrong. Why does my whole body suddenly ache? Chapter 75, Xin Yangzi, Return My Tears. Xiao Ruabai and Feng Hanyu, spotting Yi Guiying approaching, quickly abandoned their cultivation stances and bowed in unison. Greetings, Senior Brother Yi, Senior Brother Mu. Yi Guiying looked at the two, sensing the aura of body-tempering realm emanating from them. They appeared well-behaved, indistinguishable from ordinary body-tempering disciples. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Body-tempering realm, my ass. He had witnessed Feng Hanyu holding his own against a condensing core realm opponent during the sect's grand competition. Xiao Ruabai had also defeated a late Foundation establishment disciple in just a few moves. What body-tempering realm cultivator possessed such prowess? But then he thought, at least they weren't like those disciples who flaunted their power the moment they got a chance. Brother Changge had taught them well. He glanced at Mu Qinyu behind him and muttered to himself, his own disciple could learn a thing or two about playing it safe from these two. Changge led the group toward the bamboo pavilion. Mu Qinyu followed silently, his gaze sweeping over the swirling spiritual energy enveloping Purple Bamboo Peak. His heart was already churning with astonishment. The spiritual energy on Uncle Gu's Purple Bamboo Peak is incredibly dense. Even with my late condensation core cultivation, just staying here for a moment makes my sword intent feel significantly looser. No wonder junior brothers Ruabai and Hanyu progressed so rapidly. This must be the heavenly opportunity Master mentioned before arriving. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Recalling how his sword intent had remained stagnant even after half a month of seclusion on Sword Roar Peak, he now sensed faint signs of breakthrough nourished by this spiritual energy. He felt even more certain that this trip to Purple Bamboo Peak had been well worth it. Junior brother Gu, with senior brother Xian Yangzi and Old Stone's disciples progressing so rapidly, you must have put in considerable effort, right? Yi Gaiying edged closer to Gu Changge, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading. I brought Qingyu along. You can't play favorites, you'll have to give him some guidance too. Gu Changge groaned inwardly but nodded in agreement. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Now we're talking. Yi Gaiying's face lit up instantly. Ruwabai, Hanyu, you two go talk with senior brother Mu first. Gu Changge turned to give instructions, his gaze casually sweeping over the glimpse of a blue gold ox's rear peeking from the crevice in the spirit field stone. He chuckled inwardly. Today, I'll let you off the hook. His fingertip flickered, sending a streak of green light darting through the bamboo grove before vanishing toward the 10,000 mountains. Moments later, the green light returned in reverse, and Gu Changge held a large chunk of beast meat in his hand, its surface patterned with faint golden veins. The aroma of the meat lingered, carrying with it a palpable, heart-stopping aura of power. It was none other than the Saint King-level twin-winged Tiger King he had invited to the 10,000 mountains earlier. Let's try something different today, tiger meat. As Yi Gaiying drew near, the lingering aura of the Saint King forced him to stumble back half a step, his peak sovereign realm spiritual power instinctively surging. Watching Gu Changge casually carry the tiger meat, Yi Gaiying's expression shifted completely. Just how much strength was this kid hiding? Gu Changge placed the tiger meat beside the stone stove. A faint golden flame ignited at his fingertips. The sizzling sound of dripping fat spreading across the fire instantly filled the air. The rich aroma of meat mingled with the sweetness of spiritual energy, making Yi Gaiying sniff involuntarily. Gu Changge gestured for everyone to gather around the stone stove. Just as he lifted the glistening, perfectly roasted Tiger King meat from the rack, Fang Hanyu and Mu Qinyu's Adam's apples involuntarily bobbed, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Fang Hanyu's hand, hanging at his side, tightened unconsciously, a faint swallow escaping his throat. He had only been at Purple Bamboo Peak for a short time and had tasted Gu Changge's roasted meat just once. That time, the pure spiritual energy infused within the juices slid down his throat, not only instantly nourishing his damaged body but also invigorating the very essence of his chaos sword body. Not to mention the enlightenment tea brewed by his master. The instant the tea touched his tongue, the obscure sword techniques within the chaos sword art unfolded like a tidal wave across his sea of consciousness, elevating his understanding of the sword path to a new level. Now, as the aroma of the Tiger King's meat wafted toward him, he felt even his breath grow scorching hot. His heart was filled with the exhilaration of getting to eat master's grilled meat again. Mu Qingyu couldn't help but take half a step forward. The meat's aroma mingling with faint spiritual energy swirled around his nostrils, making his palms break out in a thin sheen of sweat. He had never encountered such an enticing dish on Sword Roar Peak. Merely inhaling the aroma stirred the spiritual energy in his dantian, making him yearn to take a bite immediately. Only Xiao Ruobai remained relatively composed. Though he'd eaten roasted beast meat with Gu Changge several times before and was long accustomed to its deliciousness, he couldn't help but stare at the golden brown skin, familiar anticipation flickering in his eyes. The meat roasted by his master always made his war god physique grow more refined with each bite. This Tiger King meat looked even more extraordinary than previous demon beast meats, surely offering greater benefits. Once the meat was crispy on the outside and tender within, Gu Changge distributed portions to everyone. Yi Gaiying eagerly took a bite. The Tiger King meat melted in his mouth, a surge of potent vital energy sliding down his throat. His previously sluggish physique suddenly emitted faint crackling sounds, and even the physical barrier holding him back at the peak of the sovereign realm began to loosen. His eyes widened in shock, forgetting to chew the meat in his mouth. What realm of demon beast is this? A single bite actually nourishes the body. Mu Qingyu also took a bite. Juices exploded on his tongue, instantly easing his taut sword intent. His late spirit core realm spiritual energy began surging wildly, his meridians widening under a gentle force, even his sea of consciousness growing clearer. He closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the earth-shattering changes within. A single thought filled his mind, this opportunity surpassed even his master's descriptions. The azure sky wild ox in the crevice of the spirit field stone heard the exclamations outside and cautiously poked its head out, its snout twitching. Not its own meat. It breathed a sigh of relief but dared not emerge, instead pricking up its ears to listen for any sound outside, fearing Gu Changge might suddenly change his mind and crave beef. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Gu Changge retrieved a translucent white jade bottle from his storage ring. He poured out a pill radiating a luminous white glow and handed it to Mu Qingyu. This is a marrow washing pill. It can enhance one's innate talent. Take it. Yi Gaiying watched this scene, his pupils abruptly contracting. A marrow washing pill. This was a peerless pill capable of defying heaven and altering one's innate talent. Senior brother Xian Yangzi had mentioned that Gu Changge had given him only 2 pills. He had already consumed one himself and had given the other to Yi Gaiying without hesitation, allowing him to undergo a complete transformation. He had also instructed Yi Gaiying to keep this matter low-key to avoid attracting the attention of other peak masters. This thought filled Yi Gaiying with profound gratitude that junior brother Gu and senior brother, the sect leader, would share such a treasure with him. This kindness he would never forget for the rest of his life. Yet seeing Gu Changge casually hand one to Mu Qingyu, he couldn't help but speak up. Junior brother Changge, these marrow-washing pills are so incredibly powerful. Shouldn't we give them to those who need them more?
Like the major peak masters, they are the pillars of the sect.
Enhancing their aptitude would benefit the entire sect. Changge placed the washing marrow pill into Mu Qinyu's hand and casually replied, "It's fine.
I still have plenty of these pills. I gave some to the sect master earlier, and I'm sure he's already distributed them to the peak masters." The words had barely left his lips when Changge froze.
Oh no!
He recalled Xian Yangzi telling each peak master it was the last one. He silently prayed to Xian Yangzi in his heart, "Senior brother, I'm sorry.
I really didn't mean to betray you."
How could he have let that slip?
Yi Gang froze too, then slammed his fist on the stone table and roared, "You gave him some?
That old fox Xian Yangzi told me you only gave him 2 pills.
Damn you, Xian Yangzi.
I was moved by your words, and now you've made me shed tears."
I'm not done with you.
Changge watched the farce unfold before him, helplessly pressing his hand to his forehead. This mouth of his had thoroughly exposed Xian Yangzi's true colors today. Mu Qinyu, listening to their exchange, was already shaken to his core, his hand trembling as he clutched the washing marrow pill. Seeing Yi Gang nod, he swallowed the pill without hesitation. The pill dissolved the moment it touched his throat, a wave of warmth instantly surging through his entire body. A thunderous boom echoed within his sea of consciousness as the barrier of his mid-tier heaven-grade talent shattered. Golden light spread from his dantian, propelling him all the way to lower-tier Saint grade. Even more astonishingly, the barrier of the late condensing realm shattered with a crack, propelling him directly to the mid-purple palace realm. His spiritual energy flowed 100-fold faster, his sword intent condensed several times over, and his entire cultivation path widened dramatically.
Is this a Saint grade talent? Mu Qinyu's eyes snapped open.
His fingers trembled as he examined himself internally, his voice breaking with emotion. He had never imagined he could possess the legendary Saint grade talent. Chapter 76, The Tower of Eternal Geniuses, an Emperor as sparring partner.
The day drew to a close amidst the bustling atmosphere of Purple Bamboo Peak.
Yi Gang harnessed the colossal energy from the Saint King level Tiger King's flesh to shatter his limitations, firmly establishing himself at the peak of the sovereign realm. Before departing, he pestered Changge for a few leaves of enlightenment tea, clutching them like a squirrel guarding its hoard. Mu Qinyu not only solidified his mid-purple palace realm cultivation but also began to show the sharp edge of the cultivation advantages brought by his Saint grade talent.
Over the next few days, visitors streamed endlessly to Purple Bamboo Peak.
Peak masters like Li Murin arrived one after another, bringing their disciples to share in the opportunities. Under the blessings of spiritual aura and treasures, disciples from all peaks made rapid progress, achieving significant leaps in both aptitude and cultivation. Xiao Ruobai and Feng Hanyu also seized the momentum to push their cultivation to the peak of the Purple Palace realm, their war god physique's ferocity and chaos sword physique's sharpness growing increasingly refined. After finally seeing off the last wave of visiting peak masters, Changge finally gained a moment of peace. He observed his 2 disciples, their auras steady and composed. With a flick of his fingertip, a streak of black light shot forth. It was a palm-sized, jet-black tower engraved with intricate imperial patterns. Ancient Taoist aura flowed through the intricate designs, transcending time and space, none other than the Tower of Eternal Geniuses obtained from the recent daily check-in. This tower is called the Tower of Eternal Geniuses, containing projections of every prodigiously gifted demonic genius from the great world of Xuanhuang over millions of years.
Changge flicked a finger, and the tower shot skyward. Mid-air above Purple Bamboo Peak, it rapidly expanded until it became a delicate, 10-zhang-tall pagoda. As the tower doors slowly opened, a vast aura swept over them. Inside was not the cramped space they had imagined, but a boundless expanse of heaven and earth. Distant stars shimmered in the heavens, while nearby mountains and rivers undulated. Countless shimmering figures floated within this celestial expanse, seemingly practicing divine arts with breathtaking brilliance. Xiao Ruobai and Feng Hanyu's pupils contracted sharply. They felt utterly captivated by the scene within the pagoda, their breathing instinctively growing quieter. The tower contains its own boundless space, capable of automatically matching challengers with opponents suited to their cultivation level. Changge's voice echoed in the wind, sounding casual yet sending shockwaves through both men. If you were at the Purple Palace realm, your match might be the projection of a young emperor from millions of years ago. Each opponent is a figure who once shook the ages. Their understanding of the Tao and mastery of combat techniques represent the pinnacle of their tier. The words struck them like thunder. Xiao Ruobai tightened his grip on the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear, his eyes blazing with battle intent. The prospect of clashing with a young emperor from millions of years ago stirred his blood far more than slaying beasts in the 10,000 mountains. Feng Hanyu also gripped the primordial sword tightly. A fiery intensity flickered in his cold eyes as the chaotic sword body seemed to sense the true essence of the sword path within the tower, causing the scabbard to tremble slightly. Once inside the tower, each challenge is randomly matched. Victory accumulates combat experience and hones your Tao heart. Defeat results in expulsion by the tower's rules, though there's no danger to your life. Changge added.
You are now at the peak of the Purple Palace realm.
Ordinary demonic beasts can no longer stimulate your potential. You must temper yourselves through battles against prodigies. Only when you achieve 10 consecutive victories within the tower should you consider breaking through again. We understand, Master. The two replied in unison, their voices brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Xiao Ruobai stepped forward first. The instant his figure crossed the tower's threshold, a gentle force guided him onto a desolate ancient battlefield. Before he could steady himself, a golden flash streaked across the sky. Suspended midair was a youth clad in crimson gold battle armor, his spear radiating imperial might, none other than the projection of the Crimson Sky Emperor, who had attained godhood through spear arts millions of years ago. Who dares trespass upon the Crimson Sky battlefield? The young emperor's voice thundered like a clap of lightning. With a flick of his spear, he lunged toward Xiao Ruobai. The spear's wind carried a scorching battle intent, causing Xiao Ruobai to instinctively grip his halberd tightly to block. A sharp clang echoed as numbness shot through his arm. He stumbled back 3 steps before regaining his footing. This was the true might of the young emperor. Feng Hanyu followed closely behind. Stepping into the tower, he found himself amidst a forest of swords. A white-robed swordsman stood with hands behind his back. Though the long sword at his waist remained unsheathed, countless sword shadows swirled around him. It was none other than the Emperor of Azure Edge, renowned for his swift swordplay, manifesting as a purple palace realm projection. The sword is but a reflection of the heart. Before the white-robed swordsman finished speaking, his sword shot from its scabbard. A streak of swordlight, swift as a bolt of lightning, surged toward Feng Hanyu's face. Its speed was so overwhelming that Feng Hanyu could only barely summon his chaos sword chi to block it. The moment the sword light collided, he felt his consciousness tremble, and his understanding of the sword intent suddenly sharpened. The tower doors slowly closed, faint clangs of metal echoing from within. It was the clash of weapons between the two men and the heavenly pride projections, interwoven with the young emperor's low growls and their battle cries, forming a stirring symphony in the morning light of purple bamboo peak. Changge looked up at the 10,000 years heavenly pride tower, twirling a spirit fruit between his fingers, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The little blackbird flew from his shoulder, landing atop the tower spire. It tilted its head and chirped twice, seemingly curious about the commotion within. The night was as dark as ink. Under the moonlight, the shadows of purple bamboo peaks bamboo were shattered into mottled fragments of silver. Changge leaned back in a 1,000-year-old purple bamboo chair, drifting into a light sleep. The midnight breeze suddenly faltered. Changge's gentle breathing abruptly halted, his eyes snapping open. It was an aura far surpassing that of anyone in the Qingxuan Sect, heavy as an abyss. Though deliberately concealed, it could not escape Changge's perception. The unique pressure of a peak-level Saint-grade cultivator swept rapidly from the direction of the Xinzhou border. Wherever it passed, even the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth seemed to tremble slightly. This force, like a silent shadow, was drawing closer to Qingxuan Sect. Almost the instant this aura entered the sect's domain, the protective formation, the celestial constellation array, instinctively sensed danger. Deep within its foundation, the imperial patterns silently ignited. Countless faint starlight projections flickered behind the clouds above the sect, on the verge of fully activating to envelop Qingxuan Sect in a fortress-like barrier. Changge remained seated on the bamboo chair, unmoving. She merely lifted her fingertip, and a faint streak of azure light swept silently through the air. Like a spring breeze skimming across a lake, it instantly suppressed the awakening array. The starlight vanished, the imperial pattern fell silent, as if the tremor had been nothing but an illusion. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. A cultivator at the peak of the saint level was a force to be reckoned with in the Xuanhuang Great World. Ordinary sects would scramble to curry favor with such a being. Yet this one had chosen to visit Qingxuan Sect in the dead of night. He was eager to see what their intentions were. In less than half an incense stick's time, a figure clad in white robes silently hovered within the clouds above the mountain gates of the Qingxuan Sect. Long hair cascaded to the shoulders, a faint halo of sacred light shimmering around the figure. A simple, ancient sword was clasped in hand, the very source of that peak saint-level aura. He looked down at the tranquil Qingxuan Sect below, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Yet he remained utterly unaware that moments ago, he had nearly triggered the sect's protective array, one powerful enough to imprison an emperor, nor did he notice that the array's patterns had briefly awakened before being suppressed once more. Chapter 77, Is this purple bamboo peak? The white-robed figure hovered within the clouds above the Qingxuan Sect's mountain gates, his gaze sweeping over the sect's outline concealed in the night. His fingertips flickered lightly, releasing a thread of Saint Realm spiritual energy condensed to its absolute limit. Like a razor slicing through thin paper, it silently severed the existing sect-protecting array. This array, reinforced by Xin Yangzi at the peak of the sovereign realm, now cracked open like thin ice melting in warm water before a peak saint-level cultivator. His figure flickered, and he stepped into the Qingxuan Sect's territory. The halo of sacred light surrounding him grew increasingly faint, nearly blending into the night. Immediately, an intangible divine sense spread like a tide, meticulously scanning every inch of the sect's land. Wherever this divine sense passed, neither the sleeping disciples nor the elders in seclusion sensed a thing. It seemed as though this divine sense were merely a part of the night wind. So this is Qingxuan Sect? Nothing special. Not even a proper defense. Moments later, his divine sense touched upon a mountain peak covered in purple bamboo.
In his perception, the mountain held nothing but vast fields of purple bamboo and faint spiritual energy from the cultivation fields. Even the aura of the guards was so weak it was nearly non-existent, making it indistinguishable from any ordinary mountain. Meanwhile, the little blackbird perched atop the Eternal Genius Tower, which had been dozing with its wings tucked in, instantly opened its round eyes as the unfamiliar divine sense swept over it. A flash of ferocity flickered in its black bean-like pupils. It flapped its wings to the edge of the tower's eaves, peering in the direction the divine sense had come from. Its little head tilted slightly, as if muttering to itself. What old fool dares to sweep his divine sense recklessly around Qingxuan Sect? He truly doesn't know when to quit. In the spirit field, the azure heaven bull dozed while cradling a porcelain bottle filled with primordial spirit marrow.
The moment the divine sense swept by, its bovine eyes snapped open, and a few strands of its blue-gold fur bristled. But it soon relaxed again, shifted its posture, and resumed its nap. Its mouth twitched, as if gloating, TSK. A peak saint-level cultivator dares to cause trouble on Changge's turf? Just wait. You're in for trouble. It knew Changge's methods all too well. Back when it was at the Saint King realm, hadn't it been effortlessly invited to Purple Bamboo Peak? This white-robed man likely had no idea who he was provoking. Completely oblivious, his divine sense lingered briefly over Purple Bamboo Peak. The mountain appeared ordinary, no heavy garrison, no high-grade formations guarding it. It seemed like a forgotten corner of the sect. Yet a confident smile curved his lips as he thought to himself, Purple Bamboo. I've finally found you. Without further hesitation, his figure transformed into a faint shadow, streaking toward Purple Bamboo Peak. His footsteps were light, yet carried the unique steadiness of a saint-level cultivator, each stride seeming to tread upon the void itself. The halo of saintly Tao energy surrounding him flowed smoothly with his movements, emitting a faint white glow in the night. He silently calculated, once he found that thing, he would seize it outright. With his peak saint-level cultivation, no one in Qingxuan Sect could stop him. Little did he know that his covert visit had not escaped the notice of Purple Bamboo Peak's master from the very beginning. The moment the white-robed figure stepped onto Purple Bamboo Peak's territory, before the purple bamboo at his feet could even sway, a voice tinged with lazy indifference suddenly drifted from ahead. You're here, brother. The tone was neither high nor low, as casual as a greeting between acquaintances. Yet it made the white-robed man stiffen, his hair nearly standing on end. His peak saint-level divine sense had scanned the entire path, yet he hadn't detected a single person hiding within this mountain peak. Not a single ripple of spiritual energy, not a trace of aura had been detected. Who? He halted abruptly, the ancient sword in his hand flashing from its scabbard. Peak saint-level spiritual energy erupted around him, the radiant halo of the saintly path blindingly bright as he fixed his gaze warily on the source of the voice. Yet within, a storm of shock raged. To hide so deeply under my very nose, this must be an unparalleled master. At the very least, a Saint King realm cultivator. When did Qingxuan Sect acquire such a figure? He hadn't even caught a glimpse of the figure's face, yet his instinct for self-preservation had already overridden all other thoughts. Having navigated the vast Xuanhuang world for so many years, he had climbed from the foundation establishment realm to the peak of the saint level precisely by adhering to the principle of avoiding danger at all costs. Faced with any opponent he might not defeat, he ran without hesitation, not even for a second. Farewell. The white-robed man tossed out a parting remark before turning and darting toward the mountain gates, his speed now more than triple what it had been upon arrival. The night wind whipped up by his robes rustled the purple bamboo leaves. Even his earlier, almost certain determination to find the treasure vanished, replaced entirely by the single-minded focus on survival. Yet barely 2 steps had he taken when a piercing whistle split the air overhead. A golden light streaked down from the pinnacle of the eternal heavenly pride tower. In an instant, it transformed into a golden-winged giant phoenix with a wingspan of several zhang. Its jet-black beak gleamed coldly, and with a single flap of its enormous wings, it blocked his path. Trying to run? The golden-winged giant eagle's voice carried the characteristic crispness of the little black bird, yet it radiated an overbearing aura of authority. You dare cause trouble on Qingxuan Sect's territory without my permission? The white-robed man's pupils contracted sharply. The golden-winged giant eagle. The legendary ancient divine beast. Just how many hidden cards does the Qingxuan Sect have up its sleeve? Without a moment's hesitation, he stomped his foot with a surge of spiritual energy, abruptly changing direction and charging toward the spirit fields. A single thought consumed him: find another escape route. Once he cleared Purple Bamboo Peak, his peak saint-level speed would surely outpace his pursuers. But barely a few steps out, a dull thud echoed. He slammed into an invisible wall of bronze and iron, sent flying backward. Crashing to the ground, he reeled in disorientation. A dull ache gripped his chest, loosening his grip on the sword. Rubbing his forehead, he looked up to find a blue-gold ox standing before him. Its hooves dug into the spirit field soil, a half-eaten spirit ricer still clamped between its jaws. It was none other than the Azure Heaven Bull. The ox narrowed its eyes at him, its tone dripping with schadenfreude. Well, isn't this the big shot at the peak of the Saint Realm? What brings you crashing into this old ox? A Saint King realm, no, a Great Saint realm demon beast?
The white-robed man stared at the faintly visible Great Saint-level aura emanating from the azure sky mighty ox, his panic reaching its peak.
First, an peerless master who could conceal his aura. Then, the ancient divine beast, the golden-winged Great Pang. Now, a Saint King-level wild ox. Wasn't Purple Bamboo Peak supposed to be just an ordinary mountain? Why is it different? Did I approach it wrong?
Ignoring the pain in his chest, he struggled to his feet, intending to dive into the bamboo grove nearby. But suddenly, a crushing weight descended upon him. An overwhelming pressure, far beyond his imagination, fell from the heavens like an invisible giant hand, pinning him down so tightly he couldn't even twitch a finger. Changge emerged slowly from the bamboo grove, a handful of melon seeds still clutched in his hand, his tone tinged with resignation.
Stop running. You're exhausting me. Sneaking into another sect's territory late at night, sweeping their divine sense, and then trying to escape? Think it'll be that easy?
The white-robed man's knees buckled under the weight of the pressure, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks as he stared at the seemingly carefree youth before him. Then he glanced up at the golden-winged great phoenix glaring down from above, and beside it, the azure heaven bull chewing spirit rice while watching the spectacle. Despair filled his heart. This wasn't just trespassing into Qingxuan Sect, he'd stumbled into the ultimate forbidden zone of the entire Xuanhuang world. Had he known Purple Bamboo Peak was this terrifying, not even 10 times the courage would have made him dare to come. Cold sweat soaked through the white-robed man's garments. Facing the encircling crowd, he knew further escape was futile. Forcing a grimace uglier than a cry, his voice trembling, he spoke.
Hello. Excuse me. Is this Purple Bamboo Peak? Chapter 78, News of the Purple Bamboo Taoist.
The words tasted absurd even to his own ears, but feigning ignorance was the only option left.
Changge stared at the white-robed man.
A faint golden light flashed in her eyes as her piercing truth divine eye silently activated.
The man's information instantly crystallized before her. Name, Ling Su. Status, Elder of the Lingxiao Sacred Land. Region, Central Domain. Cultivation, Peak Sage Realm. Talent, Lower Grade Saint Level. Technique, Lingxiao Thunder Control Art. Changge studied the man's information, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Lingxiao Sacred Land? Located far in the Central Domain, with no prior connection to the Qingxuan Sect of the Eastern Domain, why would they specifically send a Peak Saint Realm Elder to seek out Purple Bamboo Peak? In an instant, his divine sense abruptly spread out, traversing tens of millions of miles of void to instantly envelop the Lingxiao Sacred Land in the Central Domain. Deep within the sanctuary, only 3 great sage cultivators remained, their auras faint and frail, exuding a sense of clinging to life. A supreme imperial weapon, used to suppress the sect, occasionally emitted a faint imperial aura. Some foundation, but not much. Changge withdrew his divine sense, his tone flat yet carrying an air of authority. Speak. What business brings you to Purple Bamboo Peak in the dead of night? The moment Ling Su met Changge's gaze, he felt as if his very soul had been laid bare. Yet the innate arrogance of a sacred land elder still clung stubbornly to his bones. He forced himself to lift his head. I just wanted to drop by for a visit. Enough. If you don't wish to speak, then say no more. Changge cut him off. A slight flick of her fingertips intensified the pressure bearing down on Ling Su, making his breathing labored as if a mountain crushed his chest. Ling Su's face drained instantly, his earlier defiance vanishing without a trace. He scrambled to beg for mercy. I'll talk. I came for the Purple Bamboo Taoist. Purple Bamboo Taoist? Changge's fingertip paused, a distinct flicker of emotion flickering in his eyes for the first time. Master? He was the one who had brought Changge to Purple Bamboo Peak after she crossed over, passing down the position of Peak Master to her. He was the guide who had shown her the way upon her arrival in this world. Though they had only spent a little over 10 days together, Changge cherished those memories deeply. After ascending to the Great Emperor realm, his divine sense spanned the entire Xuanhuang Great World. He had sought Master Purple Bamboo relentlessly, yet never found any trace of him. Unexpectedly, today he heard news of his master from the mouth of an elder at a Central Domain holy site. Seeing the slight shift in his expression, Ling Su quickly continued. Purple Bamboo Taoist was an independent cultivator from the Central Domain. Back then, his talent was peerless, not a single prodigy of his generation could match him. He swallowed hard, recalling the past. Later, an ancient secret realm opened. All the great sacred lands sent their strongest cultivators to seize its treasures. Master Purple Bamboo single-handedly snatched the most crucial treasure from the secret realm, right out of the hands of a group of sacred land elites. From that day onward, the major sacred lands united to hunt him down. He fled and fought his way through, sustaining countless injuries until he finally vanished. Ling Su's voice dropped slightly, tinged with complexity. It wasn't until 10 years ago that an elder from our Lingxiao sacred land, while handling affairs in the Eastern realm, sensed Master Purple Bamboo's presence and engaged him in battle. That elder was my closest friend. He was ultimately slain by Purple Bamboo Taoist, but before dying, he sent back a message using his lifeblood essence, revealing that Purple Bamboo Taoist had also suffered severe injuries and was hiding in the Eastern realm. The Eastern Realm is vast beyond measure. With only that single piece of information, we had no way to track him down. Our sanctuary searched for 10 years. Master Purple Bamboo had a deep affection for purple bamboo. Only recently did we discover a grove of purple bamboo at the Qingxuan Sect, prompting me to rush here overnight. Changge listened in silence, the spirit fruit in his fingertips having long ceased its rotation. What is this treasure? Seeing Changge's grave expression, Ling Su dared not withhold anything and hastily added. It's a spatial treasure called the Chaos Realm Crystal. Legend says this artifact can move through spatial restrictions and even forcefully shatter realm barriers. Back then, all the major factions fought like mad for it, hoping to use it to explore the secret realms beyond our domain. Who would have thought it ended up being snatched from a group of sacred land experts by the purple bamboo Taoist? Chaos Realm Crystal? The spirit fruit in Changge's fingertips halted abruptly as a tidal wave of shock surged through his mind. A treasure capable of shattering domain barriers, no wonder his master had been hunted down back then. He had always wondered why, with his own peak emperor-level strength, he could never locate his master within this realm. His failure to locate him had led him to believe his master had suffered severe injuries and passed away. Now he wondered, could it be that his master had used the Chaos Realm Crystal to shatter the world's barriers and journey to another great realm? This realization brought Changge both a sense of relief and a deepening concern. It seemed his master had not perished after all. When would he see that guide again, the one who had led him onto the path of cultivation after only a dozen days together? He suddenly recalled Xuanhuang, his master had been inseparable from him in their youth. Now that he had news of his master, he ought to inform Xuanhuang. Changge hesitated no longer. His divine sense pierced through the layers of restrictions guarding Qingxuan Sect's forbidden grounds, penetrating directly into the seclusion realm deep within the sect. Within the secluded realm, Xuanhuang sat cross-legged in meditation, enveloped by dense spiritual energy, having just broken through to the mid-stage of the sage realm. Sensing Changge's divine sense approach, he froze momentarily. Upon hearing the words purple bamboo Taoist, his eyes snapped open. The spiritual energy swirling around him instantly became chaotic as he ended his seclusion without hesitation. Skipping even the time needed to stabilize his cultivation, his form transformed into a streak of light, racing toward Purple Bamboo Peak. Within moments, Xuanhuang's figure appeared above Purple Bamboo Peak, the imposing aura of a mid-stage Saint Realm cultivator still lingering around him, not yet fully concealed. The moment he landed, he urgently grabbed Changge's arm. Changge, is it true? Do you have news of Brother Purple Bamboo? Meanwhile, the golden-winged giant phoenix overhead had already quietly retracted its aura, transforming back into a palm-sized black bird. It flapped its wings and landed on Changge's shoulder, tilting its head innocently. The azure skyox in the spirit field had long since settled down for a nap, its blue-gold rump the only part visible as it feigned deep slumber. Ling Su, who had been sprawled on the ground gasping for breath, suddenly jerked his head up upon sensing Xuanhuang's presence. His pupils contracted sharply as an exclamation burst from his lips. Holy yes! Another Saint Realm cultivator? Staring at the mid-stage Saint Realm aura emanating from Xuanhuang, he froze solid. Before coming, he had specifically researched the powers of the eastern domain's Xian province. Among Xian province's 7 major powers, the Qingxuan Sect could only be considered mid to lower tier. They didn't even have a single King Realm cultivator worth mentioning, let alone a Saint Realm one. But now? First, a mysterious powerhouse whose cultivation level he couldn't fathom, yet who could easily suppress him. Then, the ancient divine beast golden-winged Great Pying and the great sage-level azure sky Mangno. And now, another saint-level cultivator. Ling Su pinched his thigh hard, wincing at the pain, yet still unable to believe the scene before him. Chaos swirled in his mind, and he couldn't help but scream inwardly, have I gone mad, or has the entire Xuanhuang Great World gone mad? How could this insignificant little state in the eastern region harbor so many formidable figures? Had he known Qingxuan Sect was this terrifying, he would never have come, not even if the patriarch of Lingxiao Holy Land had personally brandished a blade to force him. Chapter 79, Those who hunted the master, it would be a shame to spare them. As Xuanhuang touched down, his gaze swept over Ling Su, slumped lifelessly on the ground. When he sensed the Peak Saint Realm aura emanating from the figure, his eyes narrowed sharply. Damn! Peak Saint Realm? And you subdued him so easily? A storm of shock surged within him. He had only recently broken through to the mid-stage of the Saint Realm, still a vast distance from the peak. This man had been subdued with such ease. Just how powerful was Changge? Xuanhuang stole a glance at Changge beside him, who remained as calm as ever, his mind in turmoil. Hadn't it been said that the gap between their cultivation levels was merely a fraction? But how could this slight gap allow him to effortlessly subdue a peak saint? No. Could it be that what was said back then wasn't a little bit, but a gazillion times more? The thought sent shockwaves through his mind, growing more staggering with each passing second. Changge, seemingly oblivious to his thoughts, raised her hand and patted his wrist. Her tone was calm yet piercing, each word striking Ling Su's heart. This man is named Ling Su, an elder of the Lingxiao Holy Land in the Central Realm. Whoa! Lingxiao Sacred Ground? Central Domain? Xuanhuang frowned sharply, repeating the names instinctively. That's too far away. Never heard of it. How is a sacred land in the central realm connected to Zizhu?
He had known Zizhu for years and had never heard of any connection between her and a central domain sacred land. Changge then recounted to Xuanhuang how Taoist Zizhu had stolen Chaos Realm crystals in the central domain, been hunted down by major sacred lands, and fled to the eastern domain.
This is outrageous.
After hearing this, Xuanhuang could no longer contain his rage. He slammed his fist onto his thigh, and the overwhelming pressure of a mid-stage Saint Realm cultivator erupted suddenly, causing the surrounding purple bamboo leaves to rustle violently. Were it not for the array protecting purple bamboo peak, which blocked all aura fluctuations, this pressure alone could have crushed every member of the Qingxuan Sect to the ground.
The central domain's sacred lands have truly gone too far. Treasures belong to those with virtue. Since the Chaos Realm crystal was obtained by purple bamboo, it was his destiny. You so-called sacred lands, high and mighty, hypocritical and self-righteous, banding together to hunt down a lone cultivator? Chasing him across tens of millions of miles all the way to the eastern domain? Have you no shame?
His voice trembled with rage as he pointed at Lingxiu lying on the ground. You Lingxiao sacred land are truly despicable.
Zizhu is already gravely wounded and hiding in the eastern domain, yet you still won't let him be?
Lingxiu trembled in fear at the intensity of his rage, cowering on the ground, unable to utter a sound. Xuanhuang was about to unleash more curses when Changge gently tugged at his sleeve.
Calm down, senior brother.
Since someone's come right to us, we might as well kill them to let off some steam and see what it feels like to take down a peak-level saint. Changge's tone was as casual as if he were debating whether to pluck a spirit fruit, his fingertips idly brushing the armrest of the bamboo chair.
Xuanhuang froze at the words, instinctively glancing at Lingxiu on the ground, his brow furrowing deeper. Kill him? This is a Holy Land elder, a peak-level saint.
There are few such figures in the entire Xuanhuang Great World.
Wouldn't it be a waste to kill him like this? And if the Lingxiao sacred land finds out, they might send even stronger opponents.
Before he could finish, the eternal heavenly pride tower beside him suddenly clicked open.
Xiao Ruobai burst forth, brandishing the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear. Its tip still glistened with lingering spiritual energy from the lingering aura. Just as he was about to shout, Emperor Qishao, I remember you. But then he heard the words Peak Sage Realm and killed. His entire body froze instantly. The spear shaft clattered to the ground, the impact shaking the soil of the spirit field into tiny particles. He blinked hard, rubbing his burning ears, and stared at Lingxiu on the ground, his voice trembling. Master? Senior Master? Did you just say, Peak Sage Realm? As in, someone capable of smashing half of Xinzhou with a single slap? And you want to kill him? As he spoke, he edged closer to Lingxiu, crouching down to scrutinize him curiously. This old codger looked so frail and worn, how could he possibly be the legendary peak-level sage capable of stirring up the seas? Before Changge could respond, he scratched his head again. Wait, Master, our Qingxuan Sect doesn't even have a single sovereign realm cultivator. How could we possibly kill a peak saint? Did I hear that wrong? Changge shot him a glance, then casually flicked him toward the tower with a gentle force, as if lifting a little chick. Adults have their business. Children should mind their own. Go inside and practice 20 more rounds. The tower door slammed shut with a bang, and from inside came Xiao Ruobai's slightly aggrieved cry. Master! I was just asking. A peak saint realm cultivator. Please, let me see him just once more. Lingxiu listened to Xiao Ruobai's cries, then looked at Changge's calm and composed expression. A wave of despair surged from his feet to the top of his head. A sudden realization struck him. His hands frantically searched the storage ring, his nails digging until they turned white. His voice cracked with desperation. Spare me, fellow Taoist. I have treasures. I'll give you all my treasures. Don't kill me. Sparkling lights flashed from his fingertips as several objects radiating intense spiritual energy clattered to the ground. A breastplate inlaid with stardust shimmered faintly. A jade flask containing liquid spiritual energy pulsed with golden halos. A half-bone fragment engraved with ancient runes faintly radiated Tao essence. These are all my treasured sacred grade treasures. And this. Trembling, he pulled out a dark gold token. The characters Lingxiao stood out prominently on its surface. This is the Sacred Grounds Elder's token. It can mobilize all peripheral resources. I'll give it all to you. Everything. He stared intently at Changge's face, daring not to breathe loudly, terrified she might refuse. But Changge merely glanced at the treasures scattered on the ground, his fingertips still idly brushing the armrest of the bamboo chair, his tone tinged with mockery. Are you stupid? If I kill you, won't these treasures still be mine? Why would I need to bargain with you? The words poured over him like a bucket of ice water, instantly dousing Lingxiu's last shred of hope. His body trembled violently as cold sweat trickled down his spine. His mind raced, and suddenly he scrambled forward on his knees, his voice cracking. I'm useful. I still have value. I'm at the peak of the sage realm. I can fight. I can infiltrate the Lingxiao sacred grounds as your spy. As he spoke, he stole a glance at Changge, his fingers clenching the hem of his robe. This was his last chance. If rejected again, death was certain. Xuanhuang's eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly tugged at Changge's sleeve, his fingertips instinctively pointing toward Lingshu. His voice was hushed to a whisper. Changge, what if we use the soul-seizing technique to control him? Keep him as an undercover agent. He can probe Lingxiao's sacred ground secrets while deliberately spreading false information to mislead them. If we kill him now, the sanctuary won't find him missing. They might send even stronger forces to investigate, which would only make things worse. His eyes brimmed with hopeful anticipation at the feasibility of this plan as he spoke, stealing a glance at Ling Su. He felt this sage-level powerhouse might finally prove useful, rather than being wasted. Upon hearing soul-snatching technique and undercover agent, Lingshu's previously despairing eyes instantly flashed with light, his breathing becoming ragged. Yes. I'm willing. I'll obey absolutely. Please. Senior brother makes a point, but... Changge's voice rose slowly, then abruptly changed as the pressure beneath his feet intensified. Snap. The crisp crack of breaking bone echoed jarringly across purple bamboo peak. Ling Su's dantian was instantly crushed to dust, and the lingering aura of a sage receded like a retreating tide. Like a rag doll drained of all strength, he collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood in great gulps. The light in his eyes froze instantly. Xuanhuang's words caught in his throat. His mouth, just opened, hadn't closed when a sliver of green light flashed from Changge's fingertip so swift it left no trace. Before Ling Su could even utter a final "spare me," his body dissolved into a cloud of ash, leaving only the pile of Saint-grade treasures on the ground, still glowing with a spirit light that no one would ever claim. Those who hunt my master, it'd be a waste to spare them. Chapter 80. The stunned Lingxiao Holy Lord. Xuanhuang stared at the glowing treasures on the ground and the lingering traces beneath his feet, his pupils contracting sharply for a long moment. Only then did he slowly exhale, his voice tinged with stiffness. Your strike was a bit too swift. He rubbed his temples, not dwelling on why Changge had suddenly acted. Instead, his brows furrowed immediately. He paced in place, his fingertips tapping his palm absent-mindedly. This spells trouble. Lingxiao's sacred ground has lost a peak-level sage elder. They'll definitely investigate. Though our Qingxuan Sect is stronger than before, we still pale in comparison to a sacred ground with 10,000-year heritage. If they send a Saint King realm expert, we won't stand a chance. His worries deepened with each thought. His gaze swept over the surrounding purple bamboo as his mind raced. We must reinforce the sect's protective arrays immediately and gather our core disciples near the forbidden grounds. Right, we also need to send scouts to other factions in Xianzhou to see if Lingxiao Holy Land has spies in the eastern domain. Changge, you're formidable, but the Holy Land's supreme imperial weapons aren't something to trifle with. If it comes to blows, we... Before he could finish, he saw Changge leaning back in her bamboo chair, watching him with a faint, mocking smile. Her eyes held a hint of gentle resignation. Only then did Xuanhuang realize how tense he'd been moments before. His old face flushed, yet he persisted, I'm not overreacting. The Holy Land's foundations run too deep, we must be vigilant. You make a competent sect leader, senior brother. Changge spoke suddenly, his tone carrying genuine praise. But it's not that complicated. He stood up and patted Xuanhuang's shoulder. Follow me. Before Xuanhuang could process the meaning behind not that troublesome, his vision blurred. A gentle yet unyielding force enveloped him, instantly engulfing him in a dizzying whirl of spinning vertigo. Before he could even close his eyes, the breeze whispering in his ears transformed from the elegant bamboo fragrance of purple bamboo peak into an unfamiliar wind thick with potent spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, the dizziness faded. Xuanhuang abruptly steadied himself, instinctively channeling spiritual energy to shield his body. He looked up only to freeze solid on the spot, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a spirit fruit. Beneath their feet lay a vast expanse of majestic architecture, temples and halls all paved in white jade, with wind chimes hanging from the eaves emitting a faint aura of sacred majesty. In the distance, mist-shrouded peaks loomed, where figures of king-level cultivators could be faintly glimpsed moving through the clouds. What unsettled him most was the oppressive aura flickering deep within the sacred grounds. These were fluctuations of the Holy King realm, and even the Great Holy Realm. And within the depths of the halls lay a dormant artifact. Though not yet awakened, it sent shivers through his very soul. This. Xuanhuang's voice trembled. Only after confirming it wasn't an illusion did he abruptly turn to look at Changge beside him, who remained calm and composed. Changge. What exactly is this place? Changge pointed down at the Jade Palace below. Above its gates, the four gilded characters' sacred land of Lingxiao glowed blindingly in the sunlight. His tone was as casual as if describing his own backyard. This is the Lingxiao sacred ground. Xuanhuang followed his finger and saw the characters. The moment they came into focus, his mind buzzed like it had been struck by a sledgehammer. He staggered back half a step, staring fixedly at Changge, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. You actually brought me directly above the Lingxiao sacred ground? This is a sacred ground of the central realm. Billions of miles away from the eastern realm. How could you? He couldn't even finish his sentence.
teleporting across billions of miles while silently evading the sacred land's formations and the perception of great sage realm cultivators. Such feats far exceeded his understanding of cultivation.
Xuanhuang felt his mouth go dry, staring at Gu Changge as if he were a monster. Gu Changge observed Xuanhuang, who looked as if he might leap up in shock.
A faint smile touched his lips, and he offered no further explanation. He merely raised his right hand and made a casual, grasping motion toward the Lingxiao sacred land below, as effortless as picking up a stone by the roadside.
Before Xuanhuang could discern the motion, a faint glow suddenly emanated from Gu Changge's palm.
The light pierced through the clouds, plunging straight toward the core hall of the sacred land below. The next instant, the light surged upward, carrying a human figure with it. In the blink of an eye, it landed before the two of them.
Xuanhuang stared, utterly dumbfounded.
The figure wore silk pajamas embroidered with gold thread, hair tousled, they still drowsy from sleep, even a trace of unrubbed drool lingering at the corner of their mouth. They looked exactly like a child forcibly dragged out of bed. Who dares disturb this one's peaceful slumber? The figure rubbed his eyes, his voice thick with sleepiness, tinged with the lazy arrogance of one accustomed to power. But the moment his hand dropped and he took in the scene before him, his entire body froze like a statue. He blinked blankly, glanced down at his nightgown, then looked up to survey the empty sky above and the empty Lingxiao sacred ground below.
His mind completely shut down.
Who are you? He pointed at Gu Changge, his voice wavering, then abruptly touched his own face.
Who am I again? Oh right, I'm the Lingxiao Holy Lord. Wait, wasn't I sleeping?
His words grew increasingly jumbled. He even pinched his thigh hard, wincing at the pain, but instantly sobered up.
This wasn't a dream. The biting cold wind at high altitude stung his face.
The familiar palaces of the Lingxiao sacred land below, along with the faint yet palpable aura of authority emanating from the two unfamiliar cultivators before him, all confirmed it, he had been abducted.
Who was this person? How had they slipped past the sacred land's formations and the ancestors' perception, snatching him away so silently? The Lingxiao Holy Lord took a deep breath, forcing down the storm raging within.
He straightened his spine, straining to project the dignity befitting the ruler of the sacred land, even in his crumpled nightgown.
Who are you two? Why have you abducted me here? Do you not know I am the Holy Lord of Lingxiao Sacred Ground? Do you intend to make enemies of the entire Lingxiao Sacred Ground?
His words were firm, yet his fingertips silently gathered spiritual energy beneath his sleeves, attempting to activate the communication jade talisman hidden in the nightgown's secret pocket to summon the ancestral elders for aid. Simultaneously, he secretly activated the soul link to the sacred land's supreme imperial weapon, hoping to awaken the slumbering artifact. Even if he could only summon a sliver of its imperial might, it might intimidate his captors. Yet the next instant, he realized his spiritual energy had vanished into thin air. The jade talisman showed no response whatsoever, and the connection to the imperial weapon as soul was severed by an invisible barrier, leaving him without even the slightest trace of a response.
The Holy Lord Lingxiao's expression abruptly darkened.
He snapped his head up to stare at Gu Changge, only to find the latter observing his sleeve with a faint, mocking smile, idly twirling a strand of azure light between his fingertips. The Holy Lord remains remarkably composed.
Even after being captured here, you still think of sending messages and summoning the imperial weapon? As the words fell, Gu Changge flicked his finger lightly.
The strand of green light landed on the Holy Lord of Lingxiao. The Holy Lord felt a sudden numbness spread through his body. His spiritual energy was instantly sealed, leaving him unable to move even a finger. He could only watch helplessly as Gu Changge reached out through the air, plucked the communication jade talisman from the hidden pocket of his nightgown, and crushed it in his hand. You! The Lingxiao Holy Lord was both shocked and furious, yet he forced himself to maintain composure, refusing to show his panic.
What exactly do you want? If it's resources or treasures, Lingxiao Holy Land can provide them.
If it's a matter of grievance, speak plainly. Chapter 81, Ling Kanglin, your servant, pays respects to the master of Xuanhuang Sect.
Gu Changge remained silent, yet a faint golden light suddenly flashed in his eyes. His divine eye of truth quietly activated.
Instantly, the spiritual energy patterns swirling around the Lingxiao Holy Lord, the protective markings hidden deep within his sea of consciousness, and even the aura of the Holy Land's inheritance imprinted in his bloodline became utterly transparent to his gaze.
Name, Ling Kanglin. Cultivation, mid-stage Saint King Realm.
Talent, Saint Grade Mid-Tier.
Constitution, Celestial Spirit Body. Comprehension, Superior. Mentality, Cunning and Wily. Gu Changge's gaze lingered on the words cunning and crafty. This disposition. Cunning and crafty? What the hell kind of nonsense is this?
He looked up at Ling Kanglin again. The man was still struggling to maintain the dignity befitting the ruler of the sacred land, yet his eyes darted about incessantly, clearly plotting his escape. A new spark of amusement flickered in Gu Changge's eyes.
He's no simple character, after all.
I'll see just how cunning you really are.
Seeing Gu Changge not respond but instead sweep him over with that piercing gaze that seemed to see through everything, Lingxiao Holy Lord felt an inexplicable chill surge through his heart.
Just as he opened his mouth to threaten, if you dare touch me, the entire Lingxiao sacred land will rise in retaliation.
But then Gu Changge looked at him. A vast, star-sea-like divine sense surged toward him like a tidal wave. Before he could react, it crashed into his sea of consciousness. How dare you! The Lingxiao Holy Lord was both shocked and enraged. Two dazzling lights instantly erupted within his sea of consciousness. One was the soul-sealing jade he had discovered in a secret realm years ago. Its flowing jade light could shatter the divine sense of even a Saint King realm cultivator. The other was the soul-guarding array imprint, a 10,000-year-old legacy of the Lingxiao Holy Land, which had once withstood a full-force assault from a late-stage Holy King realm cultivator. Yet these two defenses, his ultimate life-saving trump cards, proved as fragile as paper against a blade before Changge's divine sense. With a sharp crack, they shattered into nothingness, unable to offer even a fraction of a breath's delay. His divine sense invaded his sea of consciousness unimpeded. Lingxiao Holy Master felt a searing, tearing pain in his mind, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing him simultaneously. He tried to summon his spiritual power to resist, tried to open his mouth to scream for help, but was pinned to the spot by an invisible restraint, unable to move even a fingertip. He could only watch helplessly as Changge's divine sense spread through his sea of consciousness, transforming into a vast azure gold hand that began to perform the soul-seizing technique. No! I am the Holy Lord of Lingxiao. I am the ruler of the eternal sacred land. How dare you control me? He struggled frantically within his sea of consciousness, his remnant will coalescing into a small, gilded sword, the sword of Tao Heart, forged from the power of the sacred land's inheritance, which had once cleaved through heart demons and shattered illusions. The moment the gilded sword touched the azure gold palm, it was abruptly seized by a force that seemed gentle yet proved overwhelmingly powerful. The force felt as light as crushing a withered leaf, yet it instantly shattered Ling Kanglin's resistance within his sea of consciousness. As the sword dissolved into a sky of scattered light points, his last shred of struggle crumbled like a sandcastle swept away by the tide, leaving him utterly under Changge's control. Changge's divine sense spread through Ling Kanglin's sea of consciousness, probing his memories. When it swept past the pitch-black barrier deep within his memories, it unexpectedly breached a realm of the past untouched by any soul. This discovery left even Changge inwardly gasping, "Holy crap!" Hidden within Ling Kanglin's memories lay another identity capable of shaking the central realm to its core, Lord of the Nether Palace. During his early years of idle exploration across the Xuanhuang Great World, Changge had heard the name of this nether hall. It was an assassin organization lurking in the shadows, so ruthless that even Saint King cultivators dared not provoke them lightly. 30 years prior, a venerable elder from a top-tier central domain powerhouse had just broken through to the Saint King realm. Before celebrations could begin, assassins from the Nether Hall struck in the dead of night, severing his head. The severed head was displayed at the Sect's mountain gate for 3 days, silencing the entire central domain for half a month. Rumors even spread that even a saint-level revered elder from the sacred land had fallen victim to their specially crafted poison needles. And in this memory, Ling Kanglin was the very leader of the Nether Hall. The images were so vivid they were almost unbearable. During his early years at the Lingxiao Holy Land, Ling Kanglin had been designated a candidate for the position of Holy Son by the elders due to his mid-tier saint-grade talent and his heavenly spirit physique. Yet no one could have foreseen that this promising candidate would, during an external training mission, secretly conceal his identity. Adopting the alias Song, he infiltrated the Nether Hall. He deliberately suppressed the imposing aura of a sacred land cultivator, presenting himself as an ordinary independent cultivator. Starting from the lowest ranks as an assassin, he rose through the ranks in a mere 3 years, standing out in life and death battles thanks to his far superior insight and ruthlessness compared to others of his level. Climbing over countless foes' corpses, he ascended from lowly assassin to the position of left envoy of the Netherworld within 50 years, earning the respect even of the Hall's elders. A century ago, he seized the moment when the old Hall Master entered seclusion to break through his cultivation. Combining the secret arts of the Lingxiao Holy Land with the Nether Hall's soul-eating toxin, he reduced the millennia-old Hall Master to ashes, trampling upon his shattered soul to claim the throne. Not even the most loyal elders within the Hall detected the slightest anomaly. Even more ingenious was his dual-track operation. By day, he was the lofty Holy Lord of Lingxiao Sacred Ground, using the Sanctuary's power to crush rivals within the Underworld Hall, performing the elimination of the assassin organization charade flawlessly. By night, he transformed into the Lord of the Nether Hall, directing assassins to eliminate opponents within the Sacred Land. Changge's consciousness drifted through this memory, observing Ling Kanglin simultaneously nourishing the assassins of the Nether Hall with the Holy Land's resources while using their hands to clear obstacles within the Holy Land, mastering the art of borrowing force to strike force to perfection. Changge inwardly exclaimed, "What a revelation! The central domain truly knows how to play the game." He had thought Shen Yangzi and the Qingxuan Sect patriarch were already masters of concealment, but Ling Kanglin proved even more ruthless. Under the guise of the Holy Land Sovereign, he sat firmly atop the assassin organization's throne, so solid it resembled Mount Tai. Not even the core elders of Lingxiao Holy Land had detected the slightest flaw. No wonder the piercing illusion divine eye marked him as mindset, cunning as a fox. This isn't just sly, he's got the entire central domain wrapped around his finger. Had he not encountered a powerhouse like Changge, who was both exceptionally strong and straightforward in his methods?
Ling Kanglan might have truly leveraged this dual identity, enjoying reverence as the Holy Land sovereign while controlling the shadows through the Nether Hall to turn the central realm of the Xuanhuang Great World into his personal playground. Changge had initially intended to subdue him with the soul-seizing technique and hand him over to Xuanhuang for punishment. Though the soul-seizing technique could firmly restrain him, this fellow was so skilled at playing games that the sect master might not be able to keep him in check later.
Better to add another layer of insurance, Changge thought to himself.
Since you relish so many identities, adding one more shouldn't be too much trouble. Changge's divine sense roamed within his sea of consciousness, beginning to rewrite his memories. The original scenes of being abducted to the skies and coerced were layer by layer overwritten, replaced by a past so vivid it felt etched into his very bones. In this new narrative, he had been a secret agent planted by the Qingxuan Sect within the Lingxiao Holy Land since childhood, secretly trained by a mysterious elder. He had gradually risen to control the Lingxiao Holy Land, all while strictly obeying Qingxuan Sect's orders, enduring humiliation and hardship while awaiting the call. His rise to become the Lord of the Nether Hall was also secretly backed by the Qingxuan Sect.
You're a member of the Qingxuan Sect? The resistance within Lingxiao Holy Lord's mind vanished completely.
His eyes shifted from terror to bewilderment, then slowly filled with reverence, finally transforming into utter, submissive loyalty. Even his voice carried uncontrollable excitement.
In less than half an incense stick's time, Changge withdrew his divine sense, the faint green glow at his fingertips quietly fading. He raised his hand to brush away an imaginary speck of dust from his sleeve, and with that gesture, the spiritual energy restraining Lingxiao Shenju was released. The holy sovereign staggered but showed no thought of escape. Instead, he knelt before Xuanhuang with a thud. His head bowed low, hands pressed flat before his knees, his spine rigid yet radiating utter submission. His voice was steady, yet trembled with unchecked emotion. This subordinate, Ling Kanglan, pays homage to the patriarch of Xuanhuang Sect. For 300 years, I have lain dormant within the Lingxiao sacred grounds, day and night yearning for the day of reunion. Today, I finally behold the patriarch's true form. This subordinate is profoundly honored. Next chapter updates at noon. Chapter 82, Made It, I've Truly Made It.
Xuanhuang stared at Ling Kanglan kneeling before him, frozen in place. His fingers unconsciously dug into his palms, forgetting even to breathe. His eyes widened, his Adam's apple bobbed several times before he managed to squeeze out a trembling voice through clenched teeth. Holy! His voice was urgent and hoarse, tinged with disbelief. What the hell is going on?
Xuanhuang took 2 steps forward, then abruptly stumbled back half a step.
His gaze darted between Ling Kanglan and Changge, looking as though he'd seen a ghost. Just moments ago, he'd been strategizing how to handle the Lingxiao sacred ground.
How, in the blink of an eye, had this sacred king-level master, a figure feared by all central domain powers, suddenly addressed him as subordinate?
Especially upon hearing that Ling Kanglan had been lurking within the Lingxiao Holy Land for 300 years, yearning day and night to rejoin his ranks.
A buzzing sensation filled Xuanhuang's head, and his vision blurred.
His mind was in turmoil. Qingxuan Sect might be considered a major sect in the eastern domain Shenzhou, but it was merely ordinary when viewed across the entire eastern domain. Where did this ability to plant spies in the central domain's sacred lands 300 years ago come from? But then, a sudden thought made him clench his fists tightly. Could it be the work of the sect's ancient patriarchs? Had the ancestors possessed such foresight back then, laying this hidden groundwork long ago? 300 years of stealth, allowing the mole to seize control of the central domain's sacred land and even dominate the Nether Hall. That's terrifyingly ambitious. But then again, that couldn't be possible. He knew full well the limits of the ancestors' capabilities. He couldn't help but glance down at his sect's robes, then cast a sideways look at Ling Kanglan. His temples throbbed violently. Turning to Changge, his voice trembled with uncertainty.
Changge, what exactly is going on?
Could our sect truly possess such a formidable hidden card?
Changge couldn't help but smile at Xuanhuang's expression of utter bewilderment.
What ancestral trump card? We merely used soul-seizing technique to control him, then tweaked his memories slightly enough to make him utterly obedient.
Altered his memories?
Xuanhuang's voice shot up before he quickly stifled it, his eyes fixed intently on Changge. This man was a genuine Saint King realm cultivator. To command a sacred land in the central realm, his mental sea strength far surpassed that of mere Saint realm cultivators. Ordinary methods couldn't even hope to tamper with memories, let alone breach his mental sea. It was as difficult as scaling the heavens. Yet Ling Kanglan still knelt there, his back rigidly straight, his eyes brimming with unwavering loyalty. He clearly believed that fabricated undercover past to be his genuine history.
To alter the memories of a Saint King.
When Xuanhuang looked at Changge again, his gaze had completely changed, as if he were beholding a profoundly unfathomable deity.
Changge, your power is truly terrifying. Is this still my adorable little junior disciple?
He recalled when they first arrived at Purple Bamboo Peak, how he and several other peak masters had often looked after this junior disciple.
How, in the blink of an eye, had he become such an unparalleled powerhouse? Xuanhuang clenched his fist unnoticed, his thoughts racing like an abacus spinning at breakneck speed.
Once he had been the one protecting his junior disciple.
Now it seemed he needed to cling tightly to this powerful ally.
Changge observed Xin Yangzi's shifting expression and added casually, "Oh, and this person's status isn't simple. He's not only the Lingxiao Holy Lord but also the Lord of the Netherworld Hall."
The Nether Hall? Xuanhuang's eyes widened in surprise before his brows furrowed slightly, as if sifting through fragments buried deep in his memory. You mean that shadowy assassin organization that specializes in covert killings? Having spent most of his life in the Eastern Realm, he'd heard of this faction in his youth. They were ruthless, daring to take contracts even against cultivators at the Saint Realm. Yet they were so secretive that beyond the name Hall of Shadows, no one could pinpoint their exact location. At the time, he had dismissed it as mere rumor. How could he have imagined that the very leader of this organization was none other than the Lingxiao Holy Sovereign kneeling before him now? Changge lifted her chin, gesturing for him to look at Ling Kanglan. "Ask him yourself. He knows more than I do." Xuanhuang immediately turned to Ling Kanglan, who remained kneeling.
Suppressing his shock, he tried to maintain the dignity befitting a sect master.
"What is this underworld hall? As the Lingxiao Holy Master, why would you also preside over this hall?"
Ling Kanglan bowed his head in response, his tone respectful. Reporting to the sect master, the Nether Hall is a covert assassin organization within the Central Realm. This subordinate infiltrated it years ago under an alias and gradually gained control over its forces. Xuanhuang's pupils contracted with each word. When he heard daring to kill even a Saint King Realm cultivator, he sucked in a sharp breath. He had thought recruiting the Lingxiao Holy Lord alone would be shocking enough, but this was even more explosive. The trump card in his hands was far heavier than he had imagined. So he hadn't just recruited a holy lord from a sacred realm, he'd recruited the leader of an assassin organization? As Ling Kanglan finished speaking, his hand shot up to his left index finger. A storage ring, entirely jet black and engraved with obscure spiritual patterns, sat snugly on his knuckle. Though inconspicuous, it faintly radiated the fluctuations of a saint-grade artifact. He carefully slipped the ring off, cradling it in both hands as he presented it to Xuanhuang with utmost reverence. "Master, this storage ring contains treasures accumulated over the years while I presided over the Lingxiao Sacred Land and the Nether Hall. Today, I offer them all to the sect, hoping to contribute my humble efforts to its growth." Xuanhuang snapped back to attention, reaching out to take the ring. The faint chill from its surface lingered on his fingertips as his spiritual sense eagerly probed inside. The next instant, his pupils dilated sharply, his breath catching mid-exhalation. A single thought spun frantically through his mind. He struck it rich. He truly struck it rich. The space within the ring was far vaster than he had imagined, its dazzling array of treasures piled high enough to make one's eyes spin. Most conspicuous was a Saint King grade weapon displayed on a jade pedestal, accompanied by 3 other Saint grade weapons. Each emanated an aura powerful enough to make even Saint-level cultivators tremble. Beside it, a jade box held over 100 bottles of Saint grade pills neatly arranged, while piles of lower grade pills stacked like mountains. Several sacred herbs with leaves shimmering with golden light were also present. Even he, a sect master who had lived for hundreds of years, had only ever seen descriptions of them in ancient texts. Other treasures piled up like mountains, too numerous to count. Xuanhuang's spiritual sense swept through the treasure trove, causing even his fingers to tremble slightly. This was hardly a modest contribution. This saint master was truly a tycoon. He instinctively clenched his ring, as if afraid the treasures filling it might vanish. The shock on his face had long since dissolved into unrestrained delight, and even the dignified demeanor he'd maintained as sect master had crumbled away. "It is my honor to serve the sect. Should the sect master require further resources, I shall return and allocate them from the treasuries of Lingxiao Holy Land and the Nether Hall. I shall not disappoint you." Only then did Xuanhuang snap back to his senses, hastily raising his hand in a gesture of refusal. "Enough, enough. This is more than sufficient. Rise. Only one person must know of this matter, never speak of it. Upon your return, you must carefully consider how to proceed." The look in his eyes as he stared at Ling Kanglan was like gazing upon a walking treasure trove, his fervor nearly overflowing. This was no ordinary Saint King level Saint Master, he was clearly a money-bringing boy sent by heaven to deliver fortune to the Qingxuan Sect. Changge turned to Ling Kanglan, still kneeling, and said, "I've examined your memories and confirmed you had no part in the assassination attempt on our master, Master Purple Bamboo, back then. That's why I've spared your life and let you off. Upon your return, 2 tasks await you. First, purge every single person involved in the pursuit of my master back then from the Lingxiao Sacred Grounds and the Yomi Hall regardless of rank or status. Leave not a single one alive. Second, guard your position diligently. Serve as Qingxuan Sect's mole without fail. No one must discover your true identity." Ling Kanglan's body trembled violently, his tone even more deferential than before. "Your servant obeys." Chapter 83, Master, what exactly is your cultivation level? As soon as Changge and Xuanhuang landed back on Purple Bamboo Peak, Xuanhuang clutched his storage ring and hurried over to the stone table in the bamboo pavilion. His fingertips probed into the ring with spiritual sense, and his eyes instantly lit up like they were studded with stars. As he examined it, he couldn't help but whistle in awe. Goodness! The Lingxiao Holy Land truly has deep pockets. We won't have to worry about cultivation resources for quite some time. Clearly, Xuanhuang hadn't yet recovered from the exhilaration of controlling the Lingxiao Holy Master. Changge leaned against a bamboo pillar, watching her senior brother scurry around the stone table like a mouse that had stolen oil. She couldn't help but remind him, "Senior brother, external possessions are ultimately."
I know. Xuanhuang waved dismissively without looking up. It all comes down to the disciple's genuine cultivation, right?
He suddenly leaned in mysteriously.
Junior brother, what do you think? If I had Ling Kanglin contribute this amount every month, wouldn't it be too obvious?
Changge sighed helplessly. "Senior brother, are you trying to fleece the Lingxiao Holy Land dry?"
Better hold off for now. Xuanhuang immediately changed his tune, clutching his ring and chuckling. Let's exhaust these resources first before approaching him again.
It'll avoid arousing suspicion.
Whatever you say.
Gazing at his senior brother's nouveau riche demeanor, Changge shifted his tone, his eyes growing solemn.
The matter concerning Ling Kanglin, you and I know about it. We must keep this low-key.
Yeah.
Got it. Xuanhuang nodded hastily.
I'll head back and figure out how to use these.
See you later.
He bounded away, his very silhouette radiating uncontrollable excitement. Changge watched his retreating figure with a helpless shake of his head before turning toward the Tower of Eternal Geniuses. At that moment, on the 5th level of the Tower of Eternal Pride, Xuanhuang had just concluded a fierce battle. Leaning on his 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear, he knelt on one knee amidst the desolate ancient battlefield. His chest heaved violently as sweat trickled down his temples, dripping onto the cracked ground. Opposite him, the purple palace realm projection of the Void Emperor had dissolved into a sky filled with scattered points of light. Their battle had raged from the star-studded heights to the earth where mountains shattered. At the final moment, Xuanhuang fully activated his war god physique, his body radiating golden auroras as the foundation laid by Changge years ago erupted violently. That was the foundation forged through countless cycles of tempering with spiritual elixirs and nurturing with sacred medicines, a foundation that had withstood the Void Emperor's fatal strike and, in a counterattack, pierced the projection's spiritual body with a spear thrust. Huff! Xuanhuang gasped for breath, about to rise with his spear when a familiar figure stepped through the void, none other than Changge. He quickly suppressed his aura and bowed deeply. "Master." Changge landed before him, a beam of light coalescing at her fingertip as she gently touched his brow. A gentle surge of spiritual energy instantly flooded Xuanhuang's body, repairing his depleted meridians and even easing the tension in his muscles.
What insights did you gain from this battle?
This disciple has grasped the principle of using the battle body as the foundation, breaking through the stalemate with momentum. Xuanhuang replied in a deep voice, his body faintly glowing with dark golden patterns.
Though the Void Emperor's teleportation was swift, I channeled my blood energy through the war god physique and detected the spiritual ripples he stirred upon entering the void.
By the time he reappeared for the 5th time, I had built up momentum through my physique.
A single punch shattered the void 3 zhang around him, revealing his opening. Not entirely wasted effort.
Changge nodded, his fingertips coalescing into a glowing orb that reflected the lingering echoes of their fierce battle. Look here! When he vanished for the 3rd time, the void rune on his left shoulder dimmed for an instant.
That was the gap in his spiritual energy connection.
If one could sense the void's vibrations through the war god physique and predict his teleportation in advance, why waste vital energy in a head-on clash? The war god physique isn't just about a godlike body, it's about searing the essence of war into one's very bones. Overwhelm opponents with momentum, break through their defenses with insight. Xuanhuang stared at the afterimage, growing increasingly alarmed. His master could discern even the fleeting fluctuations of spiritual energy within his opponent's teleportation technique. He instinctively looked up at Changge's serene expression, and a memory from the past suddenly flashed through his mind. Back then, when Lingxiu Elder, a peak sage realm powerhouse who could walk all over Shenzhou, stormed into Purple Bamboo Peak, Master had merely raised a hand to effortlessly subdue him.
Master.
Xuanhuang hesitated, his face flushing crimson with suppressed words.
Changge raised an eyebrow. What is it?
Well. Xuanhuang scratched his head and whispered, you said you were at the condensing realm.
Changge remained impassive, replying coolly, yes. Is there a problem?
Xuanhuang nearly burst out laughing at his master's deadpan expression. He counted on his fingers, listing them like treasured possessions. A master at the condensing realm can casually produce sacred marrow washing elixir, impart emperor-level cultivation techniques, keep an endless supply of demonic beasts in the back mountains, and possess this tower of eternal geniuses that summons prodigies from throughout history. He trailed off mid-sentence, unable to continue. This wasn't just condensation core realm, this was clearly a profoundly mysterious master. Master, Xuanhuang finally chuckled, unable to hold back, you're taking this condensing realm thing a bit too seriously, aren't you? A barely perceptible flicker of amusement crossed Changge's eyes as he asked, what? Do you take issue with your master claiming to be at the condensing realm? Well, what cultivation level are you actually at? Xuanhuang finally gathered his courage to ask. Changge tapped his fingertips lightly on the bamboo table, his expression calm. It suffices for now that you know it's sufficient. Don't dwell on such trivialities.
Focusing on cultivation is what truly matters. Xiao Ruobai blinked and obediently replied, "Yes, master." But as Gu Changge turned to leave, Xiao Ruobai couldn't resist counting on his fingers, carefully calculating, someone who could casually suppress a peak saint-level cultivator and produce so many supreme treasures. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He slammed his fist into his palm and murmured excitedly to himself, could master be at the Saint King realm? That's the legendary Saint King realm. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. A smug grin spread across Xiao Ruobai's lips, his expression saying, I finally figured it out. He stole a glance at his master's receding figure, his heart brimming with satisfaction. How brilliant I am! Little did he know, Gu Changge, walking ahead, also curved his lips slightly, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. This little disciple, his guesses are surprisingly accurate, though still far too conservative. Xiao Ruobai began counting the realms on his fingers: Purple Palace Realm, Cavern Heaven Realm, Heavenly Being Realm, Sovereign Realm, Sage King Realm, a full 6 major realms. He clicked his tongue, filled with awe. Master truly knows how to hide his depth. I need to push myself harder. The more he thought about it, the more amusing it became. He recalled when Fang Hanyu first joined the sect, how he had proudly declared to his fellow disciples that their master was merely at the condensing core realm. Now, looking back, it felt both laughable and shameful. It was all because the master concealed his power so well. Even he, an early disciple, had been deceived for so long. If Fang found out about the master's true cultivation, the kid would probably jump for joy on the spot. Xiao Ruobai pondered silently. Better not tell him just yet, lest he grow too arrogant. It would be better for him to discover the master's secret gradually after gaining more experience within the tower. His animated expression was caught by Fang Hanyu, who had just finished a battle nearby. Fang Hanyu gripped the primordial sword, its scabbard still lingering with residual sword energy, evidence of his own fierce battle against a tower projection. He overheard Xiao Ruobai's mutterings but didn't approach to speak. Instead, he stood rooted to the spot, gazing in the direction Gu Changge had vanished. His lips twitched involuntarily. His senior brother was truly pitiful. How could the master, who could single-handedly suppress an extreme Dao imperial weapon, possibly be only at the Holy King realm? Fang Hanyu shook his head lightly, burying that thought deep within. He knew the master preferred not to reveal his cultivation level, so he naturally wouldn't point it out. Yet, seeing Xiao Ruobai's smug expression, as if he'd solved some mystery, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Senior brother still underestimates master's true depth. Only when our cultivation grows deeper will we perhaps understand that master's power is far more terrifying than they could ever imagine. Chapter 84, The Advantage Lies With Me. Early morning, Gu Changge stepped out of the bamboo hut and murmured in his mind, system check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully checking in at Purple Bamboo Peak. You have gained 5,000 years of cultivation. Congratulations! Host has obtained a growing microcosm initial size, 1 million li in diameter. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a vat of Great Emperor's Essence Blood Rampage energy sealed ready for direct refinement. Gu Changge's eyebrows arched slightly. This cultivable microcosm was novel indeed, starting with a million-mile spiritual domain already, brimming with gushing spiritual springs and lush spiritual plants. Even its subterranean depths were intertwined with 3 innate spirit veins. With future nourishment from primordial purple chi or chaos green lotus, it might well evolve into a true realm unto itself. As for that vat of Great Emperor's essence blood condensed from the primordial essence of 100 Great Emperors, the crimson liquid contained visible golden specks. It was the perfect nourishment for tempering the War God Physique and Chaos Sword Physique. His fingertip lightly tapped the rim of the vat. The crisp sound carried the tremor of the Great Emperor's essence, the essence blood of 100 Great Emperors. Well, that saves me quite a bit of trouble. He casually stowed both treasures into his storage ring. A flick of his finger caused a translucent attribute panel to abruptly unfold, its surface surging with waves of flowing light. Host, Gu Changge. Identity, Peak Master of Purple Bamboo Peak, Qingxuan Sect. Cultivation, Peak Emperor. Temporary storage, 16.3 million years. Temporary storage can be withdrawn at any time. Technique, Primordial Chaos Art Mastery. Divine abilities, Piercing Illusion, Divine Eye, Words Become Law, Palm Commanding the Universe, Immunity to all arts, Invincible Domain Range, 1 million li radius within domain, all things can be suppressed with a single thought carrot. Constitution, Primordial Divine Physique. Treasured Artifacts, Primordial Chaos Orb Supreme Dao Treasure, Time Shuttle Supreme Dao Treasure, Creation Jade Butterfly Supreme Dao Treasure, Chaos Green Lotus Supreme Dao Treasure. Special Item, Miniature World Grows Over Time. Skills, Alchemy Emperor Tier, Artifact Forging Emperor Tier, Array Formation Emperor Tier. Disciples, Xiao Ruobai Peak Purple Palace Realm, Fang Hanyu Peak Purple Palace Realm. Glancing over the interface, Gu Changge lifted her gaze toward the direction of the Tower of Geniuses. The tower's runes glowed faintly, and within the ancient battlefield inside, 2 figures could be vaguely discerned as they darted about. Ever since the Tower of Heavenly Pride appeared, Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu had thrown themselves into it with relentless drive. Whenever they had a moment, they plunged into the tower to battle, as if wasting a single second meant losing a chance to grow stronger. Gu Changge nodded silently. Xiao Ruobai bore the blood feud of the Great Yan Empire, while Fang Hanyu carried the hatred of his parents' brutal deaths and the theft of his innate physique. This obsession, etched into their very bones, made them understand the meaning of growing stronger more profoundly than any other disciple. At this moment, on the 5th level of the Tower of Heavenly Talents, the faint purple lightning glow from the collapsing projection of the Thunder Prison Emperor had yet to dissipate completely. Fragmented lightning patterns still drifted in the air. Xiao Ruobai knelt on one knee, the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear propped against the ground. Droplets of lightning from its tip struck the stone slabs, splattering sparks of light. The dark gold war god runes still covered his body, spreading from his neck to his wrists like a layer of flowing armor. Even his breath carried the tremors of surging chi and blood. The residual force from directly absorbing 3 9 Heavens thunderbolts still surged through his meridians, yet he suppressed it deep within his purple palace, refusing to let even a trace escape. Huff! Xiao Ruobai closed his eyes, sinking his consciousness deep within his body. Spiritual energy at the peak of the Purple Palace realm surged like a tide, repeatedly washing through his meridians along the pathways of the war god's strategy. With each circulation, it stripped away more impurities of thunderlight. He intended to harness the residual heat of battle to fortify the foundations of his Purple Palace. His master had taught him, the foundation of the war god physique must be rooted in perfection. Every ounce of solidity gained now would make the war god's phantom form more stable when breaking through to the heavenly cavern realm, ensuring he wouldn't falter when facing formidable foes in the future. Not far away, Fang Hanyu's primordial sword lay tilted toward the ground. Chaotic sword energy swirled around its blade, shredding the lingering lightning light. Eyes lowered, his fingertips tapped the scabbard rhythmically, a technique he'd grasped from the projection of the sword's sovereign emperor. Each tap calmed the sword energy's restlessness. His spiritual energy was more restrained than Xiao Ruobai's, yet it harbored a hidden sharpness, continuously compressing within his purple palace according to the chaos sword art. On the day of his breakthrough, his sword would cleave through every obstacle. One kneeling, one standing, they instinctively avoided each other's aura, solely focused on tempering their own essence. At the peak of the Purple Palace realm, their spiritual energy surged and compressed within them like forging an invisible weapon. Each refinement solidified the momentum for breakthrough, making it steadier. Both waited for the moment of ultimate perfection, the moment their Purple Palace foundations could bear the weight of the future realm destined for the war god and the sword cultivator. It's almost ready. Changge flickered his fingertips, and 2 pale blue threads of spiritual energy swept over the tower like silk, instantly enveloping both figures. Xiao Ruobai had just wiped the sweat from his brow when the world spun violently before his eyes. One moment they stood amidst the thunder-streaked ancient battlefield, the next, their feet touched the blue stone slabs of purple bamboo peak. Before his mind could process it, he instinctively assumed the tower had triggered a new trial. He raised the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul halberd before him, battle energy surging from its tip as he swung at the new opponent before him. Here we go again. Watch my spear. Fang Hanyu reacted even more swiftly. More vigilant than Xiao Ruobai, he sensed the moment he landed that his opponent's spiritual energy was as deeply concealed as a bottomless pool, even more elusive than the young emperor within the tower. The primordial sword shot from its scabbard in an instant. Chaotic sword energy coalesced into a razor-sharp beam, piercing straight toward Changge's heart. Take this strike. 2 attacks, 1 halberd, 1 sword carried the full might of Purple Palace realm peak, poised to strike Changge. Yet Changge merely flicked his fingers lightly. Clang! Clink! The crisp sounds rang out simultaneously. The 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear was frozen midair by an invisible force, its tip stopping mere inches from Changge's robe. The sword chi of the primordial sword was gently deflected, its blade grazing Changge's sleeve before striking the empty ground beside the bamboo chair. Only then did Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu clearly see their opponent's face. Frozen in place, their weapons clattered to the ground. Master? Xiao Ruobai, unable to retract the momentum of his swing, awkwardly halted his attack. He nearly tripped over himself in the process. You're here? I thought it was a new projection. Fang Hanyu glanced at Changge's unscathed sleeve and hastily sheathed his sword. Master, I didn't mean to. I thought it was a new trial inside the tower. Changge observed the barely concealed testing in both their eyes and couldn't help but chuckle softly. What? After beating up the young emperor for days inside the tower, you think you can take on your master now? The word struck a nerve. Xiao Ruobai's ears burned, yet he couldn't shake the exhilaration of his 5 consecutive victories within the tower. He had even knocked the projection of the War Heaven Emperor flying. If his master only manifested the Purple Palace realm, he might not be without a fighting chance. He stole a glance at Fang Hanyu, seeing the same eager gleam in his junior disciple's eyes, and his confidence surged. Fang Hanyu gripped his sword hilt tightly, his own calculations churning. Though their master was formidable within the same realm, his chaos sword body was inherently adept at defeating opponents of higher tiers. Having comprehended the sword's sovereign emperor's mind as sword within the tower, he might not lose. Changge saw through both their thoughts. Enough with the games. I'll suppress my cultivation to the peak of the Purple Palace realm and play along with you too. Just don't end up hiding behind the bamboo hut rubbing your face like you did last time after failing to break through to the condensing realm. Xiao Ruobai instantly recalled his last beating, leaving him with a black eye and a swollen face. His ears burned, but his words grew firmer as they reached his lips. With me and junior brother Han Yu teaming up, even a young emperor at the same realm couldn't beat us. I refuse to believe we can't handle the master. The advantage is mine this time. Master, you said it yourself. Only Purple Palace realm cultivation allowed. No crying if you lose later. Fong Hanyu straightened his back, chaotic sword energy flickering at his fingertips. Master, this disciple also wishes to test our skills within the same realm. I am confident I won't lose. Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, stepped back 2 paces, and gestured with a raised hand. Please. Fine, both of you come at once. Let me see if your time in the Tower of Heavenly Geniuses wasn't wasted. Chapter 85, Master. I'm impressed. Please don't humiliate me. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruobai instantly gripped the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear tighter. Dark golden battle chi surged from his body with a thunderous boom, even more intense than before. Having faced the young emperor repeatedly within the Tower of Heavenly Pride, his fighting spirit had grown increasingly fierce. Now, meeting Gu Changge's gaze, he felt his blood boil. He exchanged a glance with Fong Hanyu, and the two instantly dispersed. Xiao Ruobai charged forward, spear-shouldered. The blood essence of his war god physique surged through his meridians, each step causing the stone slabs beneath him to tremble faintly. Fong Hanyu circled around to the rear flank, his primordial sword angled toward the ground. Chaos sword energy coalesced into a slender beam, like a coiled viper poised to strike, waiting for Gu Changge to show an opening. Master, beware. Xiao Ruobai growled, unleashing the shadow step technique. His form shot forward like an arrow released from its string, crashing toward Gu Changge. The 9 Heavens Dragon Soul halberd sliced downward with a piercing, wind-splitting shriek. The spearhead's dark gold battle energy coalesced into a half-foot-long blade, enveloped in unstoppable fighting intent, slicing even the air itself with microscopic cracks. This was his new technique, fusing the war god's physique with the experience gained from the War Heaven Emperor's projection. By concentrating all his battle energy into the spearhead, its ferocity was multiplied several times over. Even the Emperor's projection within the tower had been forced to retreat repeatedly by this strike. Fong Hanyu seized the moment. Calculating the opening in Gu Changge's defense against the frontal assault, he drew the primordial sword with a sharp swish. Chaos sword energy shot forth like a green rainbow, piercing straight toward Gu Changge's side. The strike was swift and ruthless, devoid of any feints, a mastery of timing honed within the tower. When an opponent raised their hand to block, the exposed flank was often the most overlooked vulnerability. Even the projection of the Void Emperor had stumbled there. Gu Changge observed the pair's perfectly coordinated assault, a flicker of approval crossing his eyes. Yet he steadfastly held his cultivation firmly at the peak of the Purple Palace realm. Only when the spearhead neared its peak did he slowly raise his hand into a palm. Pale blue spiritual energy, infused with the force of the Purple Palace realm, gently pressed against the shaft of the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear. Thud! A dull thud echoed out. Xiao Ruobai felt a dense yet profound force surge up the spear shaft. His previously overwhelming battle energy seemed to strike cotton, instantly dissipating most of its momentum. The 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear clattered to the ground. He stumbled back 5 steps, his palm tingling slightly, while the dark gold battle energy swirling around him blurred into afterimages. Though his master had only exerted Purple Palace realm strength, he had completely nullified Xiao Ruobai's all-out strike, leaving not the slightest opening for counterattack. Seeing his senior brother at a disadvantage, Fong Hanyu unleashed a thunderous surge of chaos sword chi, thrusting the primordial sword straight at Gu Changge's back. Yet Gu Changge seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. With a light shift of his feet, he evaded the blade. Simultaneously, he swept his hand backward, a pale blue spiritual force tracing a precise arc across the sword's edge. Fong Hanyu felt a force dissipating along the blade. The condensed chaos sword chi collapsed with a puff, nearly causing the primordial sword to slip from his grasp. He staggered 2 steps before steadying himself, his hair at the temples already tousled by the wind. Want to try again? Gu Changge stood before them, twirling a translucent spirit fruit between her fingers, her tone tinged with amusement. Xiao Ruobai stood up, clutching his numb palm. Just as he prepared to summon his battle energy again, he saw Fong Hanyu staring at Gu Changge's palm, his eyes filled with shock. That deflection had been too exquisite, completely beyond his understanding of Purple Palace realm spiritual energy control. Xiao Ruobai fixed his gaze on Gu Changge's unchanging stance. Suddenly, his eyes flickered, and he quietly transmitted his voice to Fong Hanyu. Junior brother, Master has always used deflection techniques. He's never directly blocked our attacks head-on. I suspect his Purple Palace realm spiritual power and physical constitution aren't as robust as ours. Later, I'll focus on the center lane. Use the war god body's vital energy to lock down his deflection space. You strike from the flank, forcing him to raise his hands and block head-on. A flicker of understanding passed through Fong Hanyu's eyes as he silently nodded in response. When the two resumed their assault, their momentum surged even more fiercely than before. Xiao Ruobai no longer rushed to attack. Instead, he channeled all his dark gold battle chi into the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear. The spear shaft glowed with a heavy radiance as he swung it horizontally toward Gu Changge's chest. This strike prioritized weight and pressure over speed, deliberately denying Gu Changge any angle to deflect the force. Meanwhile, Feng Hanyu, shielded by Xiao Ruobai's battle chi, slid the primordial sword along the ground. Chaotic sword chi coalesced into a low, razor-sharp beam, stabbing straight for Gu Changge's calf, landing precisely in the blind spot of Xiao Ruobai's battle chi. Oh? Changing tactics? Gu Changge raised an eyebrow, observing the pincer attack from above and below with a flicker of amusement in his eyes. Instead of sidestepping or deflecting like before, he raised his fist. Pale blue spiritual energy gathered at his knuckles as he slammed it directly into Xiao Ruobai's spear shaft. This time, he chose to meet the blow head-on. Thud! The moment the halberd shaft collided with the fist, Xiao Ruobai felt a force even more profound than before surge toward him. His dark gold battle chi instantly churned violently. He stumbled back 3 steps before regaining his footing, his arm numb to the point of nearly losing his grip on the halberd shaft. Meanwhile, Feng Hanyu's blade had barely touched Gu Changge's calf when it was halted by an invisible force. The chaotic sword energy shattered with a clang, and the primordial sword was knocked back half a foot. The two exchanged glances, shock evident in each other's eyes. The sheer force of that direct clash had been several times denser than either had anticipated. Gu Changge withdrew his fist, watching the two men stare in disbelief. He couldn't help but chuckle. What? Thought I wouldn't dare to block it head-on? Before the two could recover, Gu Changge slowly stepped forward. The pale blue spiritual energy surrounding him remained steady, yet the oppressive aura of his peak purple palace realm cultivation surged suddenly. Though he merely raised his hand casually, Xiao Ruobai felt his master before him like an immovable mountain, his own breathing becoming labored. It was clear that Gu Changge had mastered both the physical body and spiritual energy of the purple palace realm to the utmost limit. Every ounce of force radiated an aura of unshakable power. It must be remembered that Gu Changge's primordial chaos divine body was the foremost physique across all realms. Even suppressed to the purple palace realm, he remained incomparable to any other. The earlier counterattack had merely been a display of reluctance to engage head-on. If they were to fight seriously, neither of them would last even half a move. Still standing there? Gu Changge raised his fist and unleashed a punch, aiming straight for Xiao Ruobai's head. The strike appeared slow, yet it sealed off every possible angle for Xiao Ruobai to evade. Xiao Ruobai's pupils contracted sharply. The instincts of his war god physique urged him to raise his halberd to block, but a familiar sensation suddenly surged through him. Staring at Gu Changge's massive fist, his mind went blank. Suddenly, with a thud, his knees scraped 2 glaring shallow marks on the blue stone slab. He slid to his knees in an utterly pathetic posture at Gu Changge's feet. Before he could even retract his halberd, the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul halberd clattered to the ground. His hands, however, clung desperately to Gu Changge's thigh like a lifeline. His voice trembled, "Master. I surrender. I truly surrender. Please, don't humiliate me." The sudden turn of events was so swift that Feng Hanyu froze in place. His hand still held the primordial sword poised for a thrust, the chaotic sword energy condensed at the tip not yet dispersed. Yet his eyes were fixed, staring straight at his senior brother clinging to their master's leg. Just moments ago, Xiao Ruobai had been brimming with fighting spirit, declaring, "I hold the advantage." Yet in the next instant, he'd surrendered in such a spineless manner. The stark contrast left Feng Hanyu's mind reeling. He forgot to even breathe, feeling only the uncontrollable twitching of the muscles around his mouth. Gu Changge also froze for a moment. He looked down at Xiao Ruobai clinging to his leg, and the spiritual energy that had been about to strike Xiao Ruobai dissipated with a soft puff. He'd intended to use this strike to show these two youngsters the might of the primordial chaos divine body. After all, even with his cultivation suppressed, his physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary Purple Palace realm cultivators. But who could have anticipated this brat pulling such a stunt, completely shattering the aura he'd painstakingly built up? You? Gu Changge raised an exasperated eyebrow, trying to pull his leg free only to find Xiao Ruobai clinging to it as if glued. Just a moment ago, you were saying we'll team up to defeat Master? Already backing down? Chapter 86, Dual Breakthrough. Master, you don't understand. After you beat me last time, my war god physique ached for days. Even turning over in bed at night made me wince. Your memory sure is sharper than your cultivation progress. Gu Changge raised an exasperated eyebrow. I beat you last time to teach you pride leads to defeat, not so you'd come crawling to me every time you see me. Xiao Ruobai buried his head even lower, his ears flushing crimson, yet he refused to let go. Only then did Feng Hanyu finally snap out of it. He cleared his throat lightly, trying to cover his embarrassment, but failed to notice that the Tai Chu sword was still unsheathed. The scabbard clanged against his side, making him wince in pain. Gu Changge watched Feng Hanyu's expression, a mix of wanting to laugh but daring not to, then glared down at Xiao Ruobai clinging to his leg. She couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. Alright, get up. If I really wanted to beat you, would I wait for you to grab my leg? He flicked Xiao Ruobai's head with his finger. Remember this, pain is meant to teach you a lesson, not to make you cower at every challenge. Next time you foolishly think Master isn't as good as me, it won't be as simple as a few days of pain. Xiao Ruobai finally released his grip, rubbing his knees as he scrambled to his feet. He picked up the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear and chuckled, "Got it, master. Next time I won't make wild guesses or make you angry." Fang Hanyu swiftly sheathed his sword and bowed respectfully to Gu Changge, though the corners of his mouth still curled upward. This disciple has also learned a lesson. Gu Changge watched the two, one sheepishly smiling, the other struggling to suppress laughter, a trace of amusement lingering in her eyes. Her tone softened with gentle affirmation. "Enough with the antics. Your coordination did show improvement just now. Ruobai, when you used your war god physique to press down on the halberd, you actively leveraged your chi and blood weight to lock my deflection angle. That shows more adaptability than before. Hanyu, your low-angle sword strike caught my senior brother's war energy blind spot. Your timing was far sharper than before." These words lit up both their eyes. Xiao Ruobai's hand scratching his head moved with new lightness, while Fang Hanyu quietly straightened his spine. The pain from the sword scabbard's earlier blow to his side seemed to vanish. Gu Changge shifted her tone, her fingertips tapping each of their weapons. "But remember, progress comes with shortcomings. Xiao Ruobai, your chi circulation is too hasty. When you pressed down on the halberd just now, 30% of your force was wasted on momentum. If you could slow down by half a breath to stabilize your chi, you wouldn't just last 2 more strikes, you could even use the momentum to counterattack. Fang Hanyu, your chaotic sword energy coalesces but fails to coalesce. Though you seized the opening perfectly, the energy dissipated too swiftly, it didn't even breach my spiritual energy barrier. This isn't a flaw in your sword techniques, but rather a lack of steadiness in your control of spiritual energy and your grasp of the moment." Hearing this, both immediately suppressed their excitement and nodded earnestly. Seeing they had heeded his advice, Gu Changge flickered his fingertips, producing 2 jade vials. One held luminous white primordial essence, radiating a warm glow. The moment it was opened, surrounding spiritual energy surged madly toward the bottle's mouth. The other held 2 golden drops of Emperor Great Essence blood. The imperial-level primordial energy within the liquid trembled faintly, seeming to imbue the very air with a delicate golden hue. Gu Changge then produced 2 waist-high white jade barrels, their surfaces carved with intricate spirit patterns. As soon as they touched the stone table, faint halos of spiritual energy began to swirl around them. He lifted the lids and first poured the innate spiritual marrow from the jade bottles into the 2 vats. The luminous white liquid collided with the sides, sparking fine flashes of spiritual light. The surrounding spiritual energy instantly thickened, nearly condensing into a mist. Next, he added a single drop of the Great Emperor's essence blood to each barrel. The moment the golden droplets merged with the essence, a colossal imperial-level pressure erupted from within. Golden patterns spread along the barrel walls, even staining the bluestone slab beneath the table with a faint golden sheen. Gu Changge waved his hand, dispersing the barrel's violent pressure, leaving only the essence beneficial to the physical body. "Come here." Gu Changge pointed at the jade barrel, his tone tinged with seriousness. "Remove your outer garments before entering. Use your spiritual energy to guide the essence and vital blood into your body. Remember, endure it. The vital blood is fierce. The pain will be intense, but do not cry out and disturb the tranquility of Purple Bamboo Peak." Xiao Ruobai had barely taken 2 steps forward when the overwhelming pressure emanating from the barrel forced him to halt. He could distinctly sense the primordial essence contained within the golden liquid. His war god physique instinctively rippled with dark gold patterns, as if instinctively resisting this oppressive force. He swallowed hard and couldn't help asking, "Master, what grade is this essence blood, exactly?" Gu Changge replied indifferently, "Don't ask. If you must know, it's Foundation Establishment Realm Essence Blood." "Whatever. If you won't say, then don't." "Foundation Establishment Realm, huh?" Xiao Ruobai rolled his eyes, muttering inwardly. "Think I'm some greenhorn just starting out? Earlier he claimed to be at Mid-Dan Condensation Realm, back then I knew nothing and foolishly believed him. Master had me wrapped around his finger." Sigh. "In the end, I shouldered everything alone. Trying to pull that scam on me again? Not a chance." His gaze fixed on the golden veined liquid within the white jade barrel as the oppressive pressure emanating from the war god physique intensified. That primordial force was astonishingly dense, its very flow causing the surrounding air to tremble. For my master to deliberately conceal its grade and emit such overwhelming pressure, this essence blood must be the legendary Saint grade. Otherwise, his war god physique wouldn't have instinctively erupted with dark gold patterns, causing even his vital energy to tense up. Fang Hanyu stood nearby. Though he didn't voice his thoughts as bluntly as Xiao Ruobai, his fingers tightened around the sword hilt. The chaos sword body was exceptionally sensitive to primordial energy. He could distinctly sense the sharp force concealed within the essence blood in the barrel, radiating through the scabbard to his palm. Such pure power was far more formidable than any cultivation resource he had ever encountered. "Dawdling around like this, do you even want to break through?" Gu Changge glanced at the two of them. "The fusion of spirit marrow and essence blood has a limited window. Delay any longer, and the pain during body tempering will be even worse. Don't let out a sound." Xiao Ruobai stuck out his tongue, daring no further speculation. He quickly followed Fang Hanyu in shedding his outer garments and stepped into the white jade tub. The moment his skin touched the liquid where spirit marrow and essence blood mingled, he sucked in a sharp breath. A searing heat burrowed through his skin into his meridians, like countless tiny fire needles piercing him. The dark gold patterns of the war god physique instantly ignited, yet they could only barely stabilize the turbulent chi and blood within him. Xuanhuang also grunted in pain as chaotic sword chi surged wildly within him. He quickly focused his mind to circulate his cultivation technique, using his sword heart to tightly wrap around that scorching force, guiding it toward his purple palace. Though the nourishing essence of the spirit marrow slowly tempered the blood essence's ferocity, the primal force continued to violently scour his meridians. Pain made beads of sweat instantly form on his temples, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a sound. He refused to disturb the tranquility of purple bamboo peak, nor did he wish to show weakness before his senior brother. As he absorbed the innate spiritual marrow and vital blood, Xuanhuang felt a domineering force propelling the vital blood energy toward his purple palace. The previously suppressed spiritual energy erupted instantly, intertwining with the essence marrow and vital blood power as it slammed violently against the barrier of the cavern heaven realm. With a thunderous crash, the barrier shattered. Dark gold battle chi surged skyward from his body, coalescing above his head into a towering, 10-foot-tall illusory figure of a war god. The godlike form wielded a long spear, and with a single strike, cleaved the surrounding mist of spiritual energy in two. The liquid within the white jade barrel churned violently, gradually unfolding a dark gold battle martial heaven. Within this realm, illusory mountains and rivers swirled, radiating a faint imperial blood gold glow. Its solidity far surpassed the heavens formed during ordinary cultivators' breakthroughs. At that very moment, Xuanhuang also achieved his breakthrough. Chaotic sword energy surged violently from the barrel. The primordial sword placed outside the barrel spontaneously emitted a clear, resonant ring, and the talismanic seals on its scabbard lit up one after another. A sword-shaped cocoon of light coalesced around his body. The instant it shattered, a jade gold void suddenly unfolded. Suspended at its center was a miniature version of the primordial sword. The instant the sword's core connected with the divine realm, he distinctly felt his mastery over sword energy advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 87, Such a great demon, and you actually let him help you cultivate spirit rice. The energy from the spiritual marrow and essence blood within the barrel continued to surge wildly into their bodies. The spiritual energy waves from breaking through to the early stage of the heavenly realm had yet to subside when an even more colossal force surged through their meridians toward the heavenly realm. Having just broken through to the initial stage of the heavenly realm, propelled by such colossal energy, they steadily advanced toward the mid-stage of the heavenly realm. The two feared that advancing too rapidly might hinder their later cultivation. Xuanhuang and Xuanhuang frantically circulated the great emperor's cultivation technique, circulating the surging energy throughout their bodies. Time and again, they tempered their physical forms. The already peerless war god physique and chaos sword physique grew ever more formidable under the baptism of innate spiritual marrow and the great emperor's essence blood. Xuanhuang grunted, pressing his hands against the barrel rim until his knuckles turned white. No. I can't hold it back. Another surge and my meridians will rupture. A colossal battle intent suddenly erupted from his flesh, piercing the heavens and forcing the bamboo grove of purple bamboo peak to bend and sway to one side. Xuanhuang's situation was much the same. He tried to withdraw his sword heart to stabilize his spiritual energy, even feeling the sword body grow faintly warm, as if it could not withstand such pure primordial power. Both men's physical bodies had clearly reached their absolute limit. Master, the power is too overwhelming. Xuanhuang's temples throbbed with protruding veins. Changge had long sensed their predicament. This essence and vital blood far exceeded the carrying capacity of cultivators at the cavern heaven realm. Their ability to endure thus far relied entirely on the essence's harmonizing effect and their unique physical constitutions. Seeing they had reached their limit, he hesitated no longer. Reaching out, he grabbed the white jade tub and pulled them out. Phew! Finally stabilized. Xuanhuang collapsed onto the green stone slab, steam rising from his body. The war god's mark slowly faded into his skin, yet it appeared more profound than before. As he caught his breath, his gaze fell upon the white jade barrel. More than half of its energy remained, but unfortunately, he was now unable to absorb it. Changge also glanced at the remaining energy. Just as his fingertips moved to act, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a blue-gold shadow peering cautiously from the direction of the spirit field. Upon closer inspection, it was old Huang. The ox stretched his neck, his eyes fixed intently on the white jade tub. A glistening drool hung from the corner of his mouth, and even his tail swayed unconsciously. Clearly, the spiritual energy within the tub had stirred an irresistible craving within him. This old ox knows a good thing when he sees it. Changge chuckled softly. Though the two had absorbed part of the spiritual marrow and essence blood, the remaining energy was still immense. Particularly the emperor's blood essence within for demonic beasts, it was an immense temptation. If absorbed, it might shatter the shackles of their innate limitations and propel them to greater heights. Just as he reached to push the barrel closer, hurried footsteps echoed behind him. Junior brother Changge. We're here. The voices of Xin Yangzi and Xuanhuang arrived accompanied by ripples of spiritual energy. Gu Changge looked up to see the two approaching, one ahead of the other.
As soon as Xian Yangzi reached Gu Changge's side, his gaze was instantly drawn to the spiritual energy emanating from the white jade bucket.
Junior brother Changge, what is this?
Xuanhuang arrived shortly after, his eyes widening as he stared at the two jade buckets. Such intense energy and a powerful sense of oppression emanated from the tubs.
Just some bathwater. I was about to feed it to the cows. Gu Changge's lips curved into a faint smile as he spoke slowly. Bathwater? Feed the cows?
Two voices rang out simultaneously, both of them rising an octave in sheer astonishment. As they spoke, both men nearly charged forward at the same time. Xuanhuang grabbed the left bucket, shielding its opening with his whisk, fearful of any spiritual energy escaping. Xuanhuang, meanwhile, gripped the handle of the right bucket with all his might, thrusting his black iron sword into the ground beside it as he assumed a defensive stance. Junior brother Changge, this is a precious treasure.
Using it to feed cattle is such a waste. Xuanhuang clutched the barrel, his tone urgent.
My good-for-nothing disciples desperately need this spiritual liquid to temper their bodies.
Why should I give it to you?
Xuanhuang retorted instantly, his grip tightening. My disciples on Qingxuan train their bodies daily. This spirit liquid is perfect for them. Just then, both men simultaneously sensed a subtle yet terrifying pressure emanating from the direction of the spirit fields. Instinctively, their bodies tensed and a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on their backs.
What is that? Xuanhuang's voice trembled slightly as his gaze locked onto the azure gold figure at the edge of the spirit field.
He channeled his saint-level divine soul to probe, yet saw only an ordinary-looking wild ox. The more he strained to see through it, the deeper the chill in his heart grew. It felt less like facing a demon beast and more like confronting a dormant ancient fiend, sending shivers down his spine. Xuanhuang swallowed hard, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his sword hilt.
This bull is not right.
At that moment, he sensed a power within the old ox's seemingly harmless gaze that could crush him effortlessly. Even his breathing grew cautious.
This is Lao Huang. We found him on the back mountain a while back. He helps me cultivate some spirit rice. He means no harm. Seeing the two men's tense expressions, Gu Changge offered a calm explanation. You let such a powerful demon help you cultivate your spirit fields? Xuanhuang kept his wary gaze fixed on the ox, tugging at Gu Changge's sleeve.
Whispering telepathically, he urged, Changge, I reckon this ox is at least at the saint realm.
Are you sure you can handle it? You're having it cultivate fields now. What if it goes berserk one day? We won't be able to contain it. Xuanhuang, however, seemed utterly unconcerned.
He scooped up the left barrel, shielding its opening with his whisk to prevent any spiritual energy from escaping.
Seeing Xian Yangzi's utterly unconcerned demeanor, Xuanhuang grew anxious.
This great demon is so dangerous, yet you're still thinking about treasures.
Xuanhuang's fingertips traced the icy bucket wall, his mind consumed by the primordial power within the spiritual liquid. What demon or no demon? Without lifting his head, he replied with a hint of impatience, what's this about danger?
If junior brother Changge can make it till the fields obediently, it means there's already a way to counterbalance it. Having witnessed Gu Changge's methods before, he felt not a shred of worry.
He even glanced at the barrel again, his eyes burning with desire.
Xuanhuang was rendered speechless. Seeing Xian Yangzi's expression of treasure satisfies all, then glancing at the resentful old ox by the spirit field, he stomped his feet in frustration.
What do you know? A demon of the sacred realm isn't so easily controlled.
It may seem obedient now, but who knows when it might turn on us. He lowered his voice, leaning closer to Gu Changge, his eyes gleaming with a hint of incitement.
Changge, take my advice.
Keeping such a vicious creature around is a constant threat. Tonight, I'll have the alchemists at Dan Ding Peak prepare some spirit sealing powder.
It'll be done without anyone noticing. Then we'll stew it up in a pot. Let's see what the meat of a sacred realm demon beast tastes like.
Gu Changge stared at Xuanhuang's I'm doing this for your own good expression, then glanced at the spirit field.
Old Huang's eyes brimmed with resentment, his hoof lightly scraping the ground as if in protest. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, patting Xuanhuang's arm. All right, relax. Old Huang isn't as dangerous as you think. Besides, you've eaten plenty of his meat before now. You suddenly see him as a threat? What?
Xuanhuang's eyes widened suddenly. He pointed toward the spirit field, his voice cracking.
You mean, all the demon beast meat I ate back on Purple Bamboo Peak, it was from him?
Chapter 88, The Secret Realm Emerges.
Gu Changge nodded.
Not only was the meat his, but the spirit rice you ate was also cultivated by him.
Xuanhuang froze in place, staring at the dangerous aura emanating from the wild ox by the spirit fields.
He recalled the beef and spirit rice he consumed earlier. A strange sense of sympathy welled up within him. He swallowed hard, bowed toward the old ox, his tone thick with complexity.
Brother Ox, I truly apologize. I had no idea before. Please forgive me. As he spoke, Xuanhuang felt a pang of guilt and couldn't help but add consolingly, honestly, Brother Ox, your meat was truly delicious.
The words had barely left his mouth when the old yellow ox by the spirit field suddenly lifted its head.
Its sapphire blue eyes locked onto Xuanhuang as it dug its hooves harder into the ground, a furious moo erupting from its throat. Damn you, Xuanhuang, killing demons and then stabbing them in the heart. You sure know how to offer comfort. Xuanyangzi, clutching the wooden bucket, froze upon hearing this.
He then stroked his chin and chuckled.
So that means the roast beef I ate before was from a too?
No wonder it was more tender and flavorful than other demon beasts' meat. It really did have a lingering taste.
Enough, no more talk. Xuanhuang glanced at the nearly enraged old ox and bowed his hands again. Brother Ox, don't be angry.
Next time, I'll have Dan Ding Peak stew you a spiritual herb soup as an apology.
I guarantee it'll be 1,000-year-old purple rasher perfect for nourishing your body.
The old ox snorted, swished its tail, and turned to stride deeper into the spirit fields, not even bothering to acknowledge Xuanhuang's apology.
Who needs some spirit herb soup? What it wanted was the essence and blood of the spirit. If it hadn't been outmatched by Gu Changge, it would have long since gored these two meat-eaters and treasure stealers right off its back. Gu Changge watched the old ox's resentful retreating figure, then glanced at Xuanhuang's awkward expression, shaking his head helplessly. Alright, stop provoking it. If you really push it too far, your little tricks won't be enough. Xuanhuang nodded hastily, but inwardly he was still grumbling, should have eaten a couple more bowls back then. Gu Changge watched the old ox slump its head dejectedly, then called out toward the spirit field. Alright, stop sulking over there. You won't miss out on your share. I'll make it up to you tonight. The moment the words left her mouth, the once listless ox abruptly froze. Its sapphire blue ears snapped upright and its tail twitched subtly. Hesitantly, it turned its head, its eyes fixed intently on Gu Changge as if verifying the truth of her words. Seeing Gu Changge nod at it, the old ox let out a cheerful moo from its throat. The lingering resentment vanished almost entirely, and it slowly turned to walk deeper into the spirit field. Xuanyangzi and Xuanhuang, seeing the ox depart, refocused their attention on the white jade barrel and began vying for it. Xuanyangzi suddenly snapped to attention, pulling a communication jade talisman from his storage ring. Infusing it with spiritual energy from his fingertips, his voice carried urgency. Xianfeng. Ding Hong. Hurry to Purple Bamboo Peak. If you're late, you'll miss your chance. Seeing this, Xuanhuang hastily produced his own jade communication talisman and bellowed into it, Qingxuan Sect. Head to Purple Bamboo Peak immediately. Don't blame me for not warning you if you're too late. Fang Hanyu stood nearby, watching the usually ethereal sect master and the normally dignified peak master argue fiercely over two wooden barrels until their faces flushed crimson. His fingers unconsciously tightened around his sword scabbard, his eyes filled with discomfort. This scene was worlds apart from the lofty, distant image of elders he had always known. Xiao Ruabai noticed his stiffness and leaned closer, lowering his voice with a chuckle. Get used to it, junior brother. Fang Hanyu froze, about to ask more, when a clatter of footsteps echoed from afar, mingled with shouts from young boys and girls. Master! Uncle Master! Where's the opportunity? Li Xianfeng, Shen Jinghong, Shi Dingxian, and Lin Machuan came rushing over, each pair of eyes shining brightly. Their gazes swept over Gu Changge, Xuanyangzi, and Xuanhuang before settling on the white jade bucket the two were clutching tightly. Their footsteps halted instantly. This is the opportunity? Li Xuanfeng's eyes widened as he hurried closer. He could distinctly sense the powerful energy emanating from within the bucket, causing the spiritual energy within his own dantian to stir restlessly. Such rich spiritual energy. Xuanyangzi retrieved two more buckets, dividing the essence blood into 4 portions and adding some spiritual liquid. Spiritual energy instantly filled the air, causing all 4 men's breathing to grow ragged. Li Xianfeng was the first to step into the wooden barrel. His spiritual energy surged instantly, enveloping him in a faint purple glow. Shi Dingxian and Lin Machuan followed closely behind, their movements urgent. Seeing this, Shen Jinghong wasted no time, striding toward the last barrel. Fang Hanyu hurried forward, his voice tinged with hesitation. Senior sister, this barrel. Xiao senior brother and I just soaked in it. Shen Jinghong didn't even pause her stride, her dismissive wave sharp and decisive. Oh, come on. Why worry about that? As long as my strength improves, what does it matter? Before her words had fully faded, she stepped into one of the wooden barrels. Spiritual energy surged instantly, and a faint glow soon enveloped her body. She had clearly begun absorbing the energy from the spiritual liquid. This was a rare opportunity on Purple Bamboo Peak. Only a fool would miss it over such a trifling matter. Forget just stepping in to refine and absorb it. If it could actually boost my cultivation, I'd gladly carry the tub and take a couple sips myself. Gu Changge glanced at the 4 figures immersed in absorbing the spiritual liquid beside their barrels, then turned her gaze to Xuanyangzi and Xuanhuang, who were still staring at the faint glow along the barrel rims. Why have the two of you suddenly come to Purple Bamboo Peak today? Surely it's not to snatch these 2 barrels of spiritual liquid? Xuanyangzi snapped out of his trance at the mention of the spirit liquid, quickly straightening his robes and adopting the composed demeanor befitting a sect leader. Of course not. We primarily came to discuss that Sun Yun's secret realm with you. He paused before adding. Over the past few days, I've discreetly informed the other peak masters about the secret realm. However, I made them swear an oath to the heavenly Tao, vowing not to leak a single word after all. This concerns the future of our sect. We cannot afford to be careless. Xuanhuang nodded in agreement beside him. We've also specially selected 100 disciples from all peaks, all steady-minded, pure-blooded, promising talents, to send them into the secret realm for cultivation. This visit is to seek your discerning eye to see if these selections and arrangements could be made even more secure. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding passed through Changge's eyes. A faint golden glow silently emanated from her fingertips as her piercing illusion, divine eye and divine sense, simultaneously spread out. Like a dense net, they swept over the auras of the peak masters and the 100 disciples mentioned by Xuanhuang. Whether it was the solidified heavenly Tao imprints in the peak masters' oaths or the pure cultivation intentions within the disciples' minds, not a single anomaly was detected. He withdrew his divine sense, his tone relaxing slightly. You've handled the selection process quite well. Their character and innate talent are both sound. No further adjustments are needed. Hearing Changge's words, Xuanhuang's heart finally settled. Just then, the communication jade talisman in Xuanhuang's hand began to vibrate softly. He probed it with a thread of spiritual energy to read the message. The smile on his face instantly froze, replaced by utter astonishment. Just received intelligence from our spies. A primordial secret realm has emerged in a canyon 10,000 li southwest. Chapter 89, Secret Realm Barriers. Xuanhuang's fingertips clutched the vibrating jade talisman. As his spiritual energy probed deeper, his expression grew increasingly grave. When he lifted his eyes to look at Changge and Xuanhuang, his tone carried a new urgency. Two independent cultivators clashed over a 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng. Both are at the cavern realm cultivation level. The energy dispersed during their battle inadvertently shattered the secret realm's concealment barrier, allowing its spiritual light to escape. He paused, then added, the emergence of a secret realm creates immense commotion. I believe any faction within Xinzhou with even modest strength will soon learn of it. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuang could no longer contain himself. What are we waiting for? Dispatch men immediately. No rush. The secret realm hasn't fully emerged yet, only an aura of mystical light surrounds its periphery. Judging by the fluctuations in its restrictions, the entrance won't fully open for about 3 days. At this point, Xuanhuang's brow furrowed. Could this be a scheme? What if the two wandering cultivators fighting just happened to trigger the secret realm's opening? What if this is a trap set by some major sect, deliberately luring people in before joining forces to ambush them? He tapped his fingertip lightly against his palm, his tone steady. We have the Canyun secret realm as our foundation now. We're not short on resources. Steady development is the right path. We must first send spies to thoroughly investigate the secret realm, confirm there are no ambushes, and see what treasures lie within before making a decision. Xuanhuang was momentarily silenced, yet he knew Xuanhuang spoke with reason. He could only suppress his impatience. Changge remained silent throughout. His divine sense shot out like an invisible rainbow, instantly spanning 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers to settle directly above the secret realm. He observed numerous figures surrounding the secret realm, their gazes fixed upon it, while more people streamed in from the distance. Without alerting any scouting forces, his divine sense pierced through the mystical light shrouding the secret realm's perimeter and plunged deep into its heart. Before his eyes stretched vast fields of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, their leaves still glistening with dewdrops, the air thick with potent spiritual energy. The secret realm spanned over 1,000 li in circumference. Many resources within held significant value for the major sects of Xinzhou. Deep within the secret realm lay several royal-grade magical artifacts. Though the runes on the sword sheaths were dusty, they still radiated a fierce aura. Low, rumbling beast roars echoed faintly, causing the surrounding spiritual herbs to tremble slightly. Clearly, powerful demonic beasts lurked within. At the very core of the realm, the mark of a half-saint's legacy floated in midair, its profound Tao essence slowly circulating enough to grant a cultivator instant enlightenment. Changge's divine sense swept every corner of the secret realm, confirming that years of seclusion had left no man-made traps. Yet these things were utterly insignificant to him. To the 7 great sects of Xinzhou, however, they represented the pinnacle of opportunity. Withdrawing his divine sense, Changge finally spoke. The secret realm appears genuine. Changge turned his gaze to Xiao Ruobai and Feng Hanyu standing nearby. Since joining the sect, Ruobai and Hanyu have remained at Qingxuan Sect. This is a perfect opportunity for them to gain experience and broaden their horizons. Xuanhuang nodded immediately upon hearing this. Since it's genuine, I'll select a few more peak masters to lead teams. We'll choose outstanding disciples from each peak to join us. That way, we'll have mutual support. No need. Changge shook his head. They won't be joining you. Only by venturing out alone can they truly be tested. Your task is to lead the resource acquisition effort. Leave them to their own devices. As Changge's divine sense swept over the core of the secret realm, it paused slightly upon encountering that layer of intangible restrictions. Interesting. Deep within this secret realm lay a barrier suppressing cultivation levels.
Whether one was at the sovereign realm or the celestial realm, upon entering, their cultivation would be forced down to the Purple Palace realm. When those high-ranking figures accustomed to bullying others with their superior cultivation suddenly found their powers rendered useless, they'd likely be both shocked and furious.
The spectacle promised to be quite entertaining. It would be the perfect opportunity for Ruabai and Hanyu to test their skills in this level playing field, gauge the results of their recent cultivation, and see the true mettle of Xianzhou's various factions. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of surging spiritual energy erupted across the bamboo plaza. Beside the jade tub where Li Xianfeng stood, a pale purple spiritual light surged violently, forming a small vortex of energy. His aura surged relentlessly, shattering the shackles of the peak Purple Palace realm and firmly stepping into the cavern heaven realm. Sure, Dingxian and Lin Machuan were not to be outdone. Golden and earth yellow spiritual light respectively flared around their bodies as their cultivation solidified at the late Purple Palace realm. The refinement of both their physical bodies and spiritual energy had increased several-fold compared to before. Xinjinghong's sword-shaped spiritual light grew increasingly condensed as he too broke through to the Purple Palace realm, gaining another layer of mastery over his sword body. One after another, the four emerged from the jade tubs, their faces radiant with the exhilaration of their breakthroughs. Upon witnessing this, Xian Yangzi's pupils abruptly contracted. He stepped forward, circled the group once, and reached out to sense Li Xuanfeng's aura. His voice brimmed with astonishment. The Heavenly Cavern Realm. Truly the Heavenly Cavern Realm. How long has it been? You've made such tremendous progress. His gaze swept over Shi Dingxian and Lin Machuan, then lingered on Shen Jinghong. His excitement was so palpable that his dust-sweeping brush trembled in his hand. Dingxian and Machuan have reached the late stage of the Purple Palace realm, and Jinghong's sword intent has also advanced. Such a rate of improvement is nothing short of a miracle. Shi Wanshan approached, patting Li Xuanfeng's shoulder with a touch of envy in his voice.
The force was so strong it made Li Xianfeng stagger half a step, his knuckles rubbing against the old scars on the black iron sword. You youngster! Reaching the heavenly realm at your age would make you an elder, or even a sect master, in any other sect in Xianzhou. Back when I broke through to the heavenly realm, it took me a full 5 years. Li Xianfeng clenched his fists, feeling the spiritual energy within him now several times denser than before. His eyes brimmed with excitement. I'd always heard tales of how formidable heavenly realm cultivators were, but only now that I've broken through myself do I understand. The power of this realm is truly formidable. Thank you, Senior Gu, for the spiritual elixir. As he spoke, he instinctively threw a punch. Pale purple spiritual energy, carrying a gust of wind, left a shallow imprint on the stone slab, drawing the astonished glances of Shi Jingxian and the others. Shen Jinghong, Lin Machuan, and the others also looked at Gu Changge with eyes full of gratitude.
Shen Yangzi listened to their words, observing the vibrant young figures before him. Suddenly, thoughts of the upcoming Xianzhou 7 Sects Grand Competition flashed through his mind.
In past competitions, most participating disciples from various sects were stuck at the condensing core stage. Occasionally, one or two cultivators at the early Purple Palace stage would appear, hailed as prodigies and celebrated far and wide. Most years, the 7 major sects couldn't even muster a single disciple at the Purple Palace stage. But now, looking at Qingxuan Sect, Li Xianfeng had already reached the Heavenly Cavern realm. Shi Jingxian and Lin Moken had advanced to the late Purple Palace realm, while Shen Jinghong had also broken through to the Purple Palace realm. Not to mention Xiao Ruabai and Fan Hanyu. Once the 100 disciples selected for the Tsangyun secret realm mature further, Qingxuan Sect's Purple Palace cultivators will likely become so numerous they'll be crowded together. Speaking of which, there's another major matter at hand. 10,000 li to the southwest, at Luoxia Valley, an ancient secret realm is about to open. This time, sect leader Shifeng will lead the expedition, selecting outstanding disciples from the sect to accompany him. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Yangzi addressed the group with his arrangements. The 4 of you have just broken through. This is the perfect opportunity to temper yourselves in the secret realm. You can vie for opportunities while honing your combat skills. However, demonic beasts lurk within the realm, and other factions watch its periphery. Proceed with caution, prioritize safety over treasure hunting. Gu Changge's voice sounded softly. Next chapter updates during the day. Chapter 90, Disciples Descend the Mountain. Shen Yangzi hurriedly departed with Li Xianfeng and the other 3, preparing to select accompanying disciples and gather the necessary pills and magical artifacts for the secret realm. Before departing, Shi Wanshan patted Xiao Ruabai's shoulder and gruffly advised, once you're in the secret realm, don't act like your master who looks down on everything. If you see something good, grab it. Soon, only Gu Changge and his 2 disciples remained on Purple Bamboo Peak. Gu Changge turned to face his 2 disciples, their straightened backs visible. His tone softened with the concern of a master. You 2 are heading into the secret realm alone. I'll give you 3 pieces of honest advice, memorize them well. Xiao Ruabai and Fang Hanyu immediately composed themselves, responding in unison, please impart your wisdom, master. First, safety comes first. Gu Changge held up one finger, his gaze earnest. Don't underestimate those with lower cultivation. There could be old foxes lurking inside, waiting to play the fool to catch the tiger. If you encounter someone who looks tough, don't hesitate, turn and run. If you see others fighting tooth and nail over an inheritance, crouch in the nearby bushes and wait for scraps. Remember, only by staying alive do you have a chance at opportunity.
Fang Hanyu paused, then couldn't help asking, Master, what if someone comes looking for trouble? Good question.
Gu Changge's lips curved slightly, though his tone grew colder.
Second, if you do fight, leave no survivors.
A thread of spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertip. With a light flick, he reduced a nearby green stone slab to dust. If they don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. But if they dare to provoke me, I'll crush their bones to dust. After killing someone, grind their bones to dust and scatter it into the river to wash away all traces.
Leave not a shred of evidence for their sect to trace.
Failing to uproot the weeds will only bring me a heap of trouble later.
Xiao Ruobai's heart lurched and he nodded hastily. This disciple understands.
I shall leave no loose ends.
Understanding isn't enough.
You must have the skill to escape.
Gu Changge flicked his fingers, sending 2 beams of spiritual light into the disciples' foreheads. This is a movement technique I've been refining lately. Can't catch me.
The name's straightforward, but it works well. It has one major advantage, blazing speed. Even a peak king realm cultivator pushing themselves to the limit wouldn't catch a glimpse of your shadow, let alone chase you down and attack.
Xiao Ruobai felt countless movement techniques flood his mind.
He tried gathering his chi and took 2 steps, his body shooting forward several zhang with a whoosh. He landed without disturbing a single blade of grass.
Master, this footwork is incredible.
Its speed far surpasses the shadow treading step I practiced before.
Fang Hanyu tried it too, his sword-like brows relaxing.
With this technique, even if we face a formidable foe, we can still retreat unscathed. One final point: your life comes first, opportunity second, and pride is worthless.
Gu Changge glanced at Xiao Hei perched on the bamboo tip.
The little bird chirped softly, flapping its wings as it landed on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek with its head.
Let Xiao Hei accompany you this time. Gu Changge ruffled its feathers and chuckled. This little fellow's far more resourceful than you lot. Go ahead.
Pack your bags, but don't bring too much baggage.
Stock up on healing pills instead. Gu Changge waved his hand dismissively. The 2 nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Hei flapped its wings, circling twice overhead.
Watching their retreating figures, Gu Changge's fingertips twitched. 2 soft golden marks silently materialized, drifting like willow catkins into the 2 figures before vanishing in an instant. These were protective seals Gu Changge had deliberately left for them, designed for steadfast defense. Imbued with 1% of her own cultivation power, they would withstand relentless attacks for an entire day, not just from Sovereign Realm or Sage Realm experts, but even an Emperor Realm powerhouse couldn't breach them. As Gu Changge watched the figures of the 2 men and the bird vanish at the end of the stone steps of Purple Bamboo Peak, the lingering thread of spiritual energy at his fingertips slowly dissipated. He raised a hand to press his brow. A rare, gentle wistfulness flickered across his usually still, well-like eyes. The fledgling, its wings newly grown, was finally ready to spread them and fly from the nest, to face the storms beyond. Even knowing the heart-protecting seal and Xiao Hei were there to guard them, even understanding that trials were an inevitable part of growth, a thread of concern still lingered in his heart. He turned and sat beneath the bamboo pavilion, his fingertips lightly tapping the stone table. 2 small, faint images suddenly materialized on the surface: Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu descending the mountain. Xiao Ruobai practiced the can't-catch-me footwork against the air, while Fang Hanyu chased after him. Even the sight of Xiao Hei landing on Fang Hanyu's shoulder and pecking at his hairband was clearly visible. The old ox by the spirit field had approached unnoticed, nuzzling his arm with its head as if offering comfort. Gu Changge patted the ox's back, turned, and picked up the iced tea from the stone table in the bamboo pavilion. He took a sip, the cool liquid sliding down his throat. The lingering emotion in his eyes gradually faded, returning to his usual calm composure. Young eagles must fly over the cliff on their own to truly learn to soar. As their master, it was enough for him to guard the rear. Within the sect master's hall, Xian Yangzi finalized the roster for this expedition into the secret realm. Led by Shi Wanshan, the team comprised 3 elders: Li Shenfeng, Shi Gingxian, Lin Machin, and Xin Jinghong, along with 10 young disciples selected from various peaks, a 19-member expedition squad. Once the roster was finalized, Xian Yangzi had the prepared healing pills, barrier-breaking talismans, and maps distributed. He briefly outlined the assembly time before dismissing everyone to prepare. At this point, the peak masters of Qingxuan Sect had long lost their former fervor for competing over secret realm spots. Since the discovery of the Tsongyun secret realm, Qingxuan Sect had become abundantly resourceful. Peak masters now focused their energies on cultivation, spending their days immersed in the secret realm and showing little interest in lesser domains like Luoxia Valley. Moreover, the 100 disciples previously selected from across the entire sect had long been assigned to cultivate within the Tsongyun secret realm. The dense spiritual energy and abundant cultivation resources within the secret realm allowed these disciples' cultivation levels to rise visibly. Many had finally broken through bottlenecks that had stalled their progress for a long time. Outside the mountain gates, Shi Wanshan stood at the forefront, 19 disciples with backpacks trailing behind him, their faces aglow with excitement. Lin Moken couldn't resist poking Shi Jingxian's back with his axe handle.
Senior brother, do you think we can snatch a king-grade artifact?
Sure. Jingxian shot him a withering glance. Worry about saving your own skin first. Li Xianfeng stepped in with a smile, smoothing things over.
Enough bickering. Following senior brother sure is the smart move.
Morning light bathed them as the group kicked up dust, heading southwest toward the secret realm. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu raced along a mountain path, with Xiao He circling low overhead, occasionally emitting a crisp chirp. Less than 100 miles from Luoxia Valley, the faint purple mystical light shrouding the secret realm's perimeter became visible ahead. Xiao Ruobai suddenly raised his hand, signaling them to halt.
Fang Hanyu halted, following Xiao Ruobai's gaze toward the distance. At the secret realm's entrance, numerous cultivators had already gathered, their eyes brimming with wariness. The two exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. Xiao Ruobai gathered a wisp of spiritual energy at his fingertips, brushing it across his cheek as he murmured, "You cannot see through me." The words barely left his lips when a faint halo began to glow around him. His originally fair and handsome features transformed at a visible pace. His cheeks grew square and dark, his frame thickening visibly. In an instant, he transformed into a burly, rough-looking man with a face full of fleshy features. Even his blue sect robes were replaced by plain gray cloth shorts. Immediately following, Fang Hanyu activated his own unfathomable technique, channeling his spiritual energy. He deliberately suppressed his aura, capping his cultivation at the foundation establishment stage. His appearance transformed into that of a fair-featured yet timid-looking youth, appearing at first glance like a novice cultivator fresh to the cultivation world. The secret realm is a melting pot of all kinds. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion, the Burning Heaven Palace, and even demonic cultivators are present. We can't rule out the possibility of someone targeting our Qingxuan Sect. Xiao Ruobai lowered his voice, his rough, hoarse tone starkly different from his original voice. By altering our appearances like this, even if conflict erupts, no one will know our origins. It spares the sect trouble and avoids unnecessary entanglements. Xiao He perched on Xiao Ruobai's shoulder, tilting his head to study him for a moment before chirping twice a tacit approval of the plan. Xiao Ruobai patted his shoulder, a smile flickering across his rough face. "Let's go. Don't hang with senior disciple Sure and the others. We'll slip in from the side. Remember what Master said, keep a low profile, observe more, and survival comes first." The two exchanged a knowing glance. While the cultivators ahead were all focused on the mystical light of the secret realm, they quietly slipped into the dense forest on the side. Using the trees for cover, they crept toward the entrance of the secret realm. Xiao He, meanwhile, spread his wings and soared skyward, transforming into a dark silhouette that merged with the clouds. From his lofty vantage point, he scanned the surroundings, keeping watch for potential dangers and alerting the pair to any threats. Chapter 91, The Arrivals. At the outskirts of Luoxia Valley's secret realm, a pale purple mystical light shrouded the valley like sheer gauze, spiritual energy seeping outward through the cracks in its luminous patterns. Even the surrounding wild grasses grew exceptionally lush. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu blended into the crowd, their appearance as a burly man and a timid youth rendered utterly inconspicuous by the unseeable spell. Xiao He suppressed his aura, perching on Fang Hanyu's shoulder like an ordinary gray sparrow. Looking up, the highlands surrounding the secret realm were already occupied by major factions. Most conspicuous were the contingents of Xianzhou's major sections. The banners of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, the Burning Heaven Palace, the Array-Breaking Sect, and others fluttered in the wind, each group radiating an imposing presence. The Wanfa Pavilion's green bamboo banner, the Fenchen Palace's crimson flame banner, the Pochen Sect's array-patterned banner. Beneath each banner, a dense sea of figures stretched out. The most eye-catching were the contingents of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion and the Burning Heaven Palace. Yung Sanghai, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, wore a moon-white brocade robe. He toyed with a jade scepter engraved with intricate array patterns, his aura condensed around him like mist. Even the fluttering of his robe carried a steady rhythm. 12 elders followed behind him, each at least at the heavenly realm cultivation level. The characters 10,000 laws embroidered on their sleeves glowed softly in the morning light. Following them were 100 disciples, 70% of whom were late foundation establishment cultivators, with over 20 at the core formation stage. The 10,000 Laws Pavilion has really gone all out this time. Fang Hanyu lowered his voice, his gaze settling on the white-robed youth beside Yun Sanghai. The youth's eyebrows arched sharply, a mystic jade pendant engraved with the character's chief hanging at his waist. The fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him had already reached the peak of the core formation realm, none other than Lu Chengfeng, the chief disciple of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. As he swept his gaze over disciples from other sects, his chin lifted slightly, arrogance nearly spilling from his eyes. It seemed as if no one around him was worthy of sharing the same space. Earlier, when a nascent spirit core disciple from the array-breaking sect inadvertently blocked his path, a single dismissive glance from him sent the disciple reeling backward under the pressure of an invisible sword intent, nearly tumbling down the stone steps. The Fenchen Palace contingent was equally formidable. Palace Master Lai Tianxiong stood at the front, flanked by the 6 elders, each radiating formidable energy. The disciples were scattered around the elders. At the very rear of the formation stood 3 elders clad in black robes. A powerful aura of flames radiated from them, making anyone near feel scorched and overwhelmed by the oppressive pressure. Lai Tianxiang fixed a fierce stare on Yun Sanhai. Having been beaten 4 times over the past 2 days, he was filled with rage toward Yun Sanhai. He yearned to charge forward and battle him 300 rounds right then and there. But the thought that he likely couldn't defeat Yun Sanhai made him settle for glaring at him viciously instead. Yun Sanhai seemed oblivious to Lai Tianxiang's glare, his gaze fixed calmly upon the secret realm ahead. To Yun Sanhai, Lai Tianxiang was nothing more than a brainless brute, posing no real threat. It was the 3 black-robed elders who stirred a faint sense of danger within him. At that moment, within the Burning Heaven Palace contingent, a red-haired youth stepped forward. A faint aura of flame-like spiritual light surged around him, none other than Lin Lai, the chief disciple of Burning Heaven Palace. He glared at Lu Qingfeng's retreating figure, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white. After his last injury left him bedridden for a month, the Burning Heaven Palace had poured immense resources into him, forcibly pushing him from mid-stage to late-stage condensation core cultivation, all to gain an edge over the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. Lu Changfeng. Lin Lai's voice carried a deliberately heightened battle cry, exploding like thunder through the crowd. Last time I came calling, you hid and refused to fight me. Now that we've met in this secret realm, I hope you won't disappoint me. I'll see for myself whether your title as number 1 in 10,000 arts comes from genuine skill or just your sex backing. Lu Chengfeng turned at the words, a cold smile curling his lips. The contempt in his eyes was unmasked. You don't even have the qualifications to make me draw my sword. You. Lin Lai's eyes widened in fury, the flames surging around him intensifying. Yet the palace master of the Burning Heaven Palace raised a hand and held him back. The palace master of the Burning Heaven Palace glared darkly toward the direction of the pavilion master of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, his voice gritted with fury. Yun Sanhai, your disciple's arrogance matches yours perfectly. I wonder if his strength can keep up. Yun Sanhai toyed with a jade scepter in his hand, his expression unruffled. Old wounds heal, but the pain is forgotten. Strength isn't measured by words, the secret realm will reveal the truth. Lai Tianxiang's face flushed crimson with rage, his chest heaving violently. Just as he was about to erupt, he was pulled back by the senior elder Yen Sangyun beside him. Yen Sangyun leaned close and whispered in his ear. Palace Master, the secret realm hasn't opened yet. Fighting now would only let factions like the Array-breaking sect and Qingxuan Sect reap the benefits. Our goal this time is the ancient inheritance within the secret realm. We can't sacrifice the greater for the lesser. Only then did Lai Tianxiang force his rage back, glaring viciously at Yun Sanhai. The hatred in his eyes was almost tangible. He still vividly remembered the agony of being beaten into bedridden submission by that palm technique that fell from the heavens. But this pent-up frustration demanded an outlet. As the 2 men argued, the gate master of the array-breaking sect stood nearby, his eyes filled with resentment as he watched the teams from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion and the Burning Heaven Palace. Chen Taizhan, the master of the array-breaking sect, stood by, his eyes filled with resentment as he watched the 2 major factions lock horns. His fist tightened around the array-breaking spike hidden in his sleeve, knuckles turning white as cold sweat seeped through his fingertips. Last time, when the Burning Heaven Palace and the 10,000 Laws Pavilion fought within the array-breaking sect's forbidden territory, they had the audacity to accuse the sect of colluding with the enemy. He had been forced to compensate them with 30% of the spirit ore in 5 batches of spirit coalescing pills to settle the matter. This had been a crushing blow to the already impoverished array-breaking sect, forcing them to dilute their disciples' body-tempering broths with common herbs. For this expedition into the secret realm, he had brought only 50 disciples, a mere dozen at late foundation establishment, and a paltry 3 at core formation. They were a fraction of what the 10,000 Laws Pavilion could muster. Humph, those 2 old foxes, always picking on us small sections. Chen Taizhan muttered inwardly. His gaze swept over the sparse figures in his own ranks, then shifted to the imposing displays of the Burning Heaven Palace and 10,000 Laws Pavilion. The frustration in his heart deepened, weighing heavily on his very breath. Well, isn't this old fire demon from Burning Heaven Palace still able to get out of bed and walk around? A coarse voice suddenly rang out as Xuanhuang Shan, shouldering his black iron sword, led the 19-strong contingent of Qingxuan Sect toward them. He eyed the Burning Heaven Palace master up and down, his tone dripping with scorn. After getting beaten to a pulp last time, I thought you'd be bedridden until next year. Lai Tianxiang's face instantly turned the color of liver, and the anger he'd been bottling up exploded. Xuanhuang Shan. Cut the sarcastic remarks. The affairs of my Burning Heaven Palace are none of your business, you fat pig. But when he saw the Qingxuan Sect's contingent, only 3 elders and a dozen disciples, not even a proper formation, he sneered again. The scorn in his voice nearly overflowed. Looks like Qingxuan Sect really has no one left, sending just a handful of puny little dogs? Give up your spot among the 7 sects already. Stop hogging the toilet without ting. Xuanhuang Shan's eyes turned cold. He fixed his gaze on the Burning Heaven Palace master, then a sneer curled his lips as he uttered 2 words lightly. Chapter 92, The Shocking Sight of an Enemy. The 2 words were as light as wind rustling through bamboo leaves, yet they struck like 2 slaps, landing hard on the faces of the entire Burning Heaven Palace entourage. You're asking for death.
Fiery spiritual energy erupted from Lai Tianxiong's body with a thunderous boom, crimson light making his robes glow. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, ready to charge forward and tear this insolent fat man to shreds. In all these years, no one had dared humiliate him so openly.
Well, except for that time he got beaten up. Palace Master. Don't! Yen Sangyun acted swiftly, grabbing Lai Tianxiong's arm before he could strike. With the secret realm yet to open, violence would only invite ridicule from other factions. Yen Sangyun glanced at Lai Tianxiong, still seething beside him, feeling his temples throb. An indescribable weariness filled his heart. The mystic light of the secret realm hadn't even fully illuminated yet, and already the palace master was flying off the handle over a few words from Yun Sunhai and Xuanhuang, ready to fight. Serving as the senior elder of the Burning Heaven Palace felt more exhausting than leading a group of hot-headed disciples in cultivation. Behind him, the second elder witnessed the scene. A smirk began to form on his lips before abruptly freezing, his facial muscles twitching unnaturally. He pinched his thigh discreetly, quickly lowering his head and shielding his face with his wide sleeves. Yet, his mind began to murmur. That old rock, his tongue is sharp as a blade. Look how he's enraged Lai Tianxiong. He'd been an undercover agent in the Burning Heaven Palace for years. What scene hadn't he witnessed? Yet this was the first time he'd seen anyone infuriate Lai Tianxiong to such a state. Thankfully, I've had professional training from the sect. Unless I can't hold back. Just then, the crowd fell silent. Many gazed solemnly toward the distance. Two black torrents surged down the mountain path. Leading the way were two figures clad in black robes embroidered with skull patterns, their bodies radiating a cold, demonic aura. They were none other than members of the Demon Heaven Sect and the Blood Soul Sect. These two sects had entrenched themselves at the border between Xianzhou and Yunzhou. Though they controlled significant territory in Xianzhou, they arrogantly claimed to be forces of Yunzhou, always disdaining to associate with Xianzhou sections. Their methods were ruthless, and their strength was on par with the 10,000 Laws Pavilion. I never expected even these two fiends to show up. Someone murmured under their breath, instinctively taking a step back. The little ones from Xianzhou sure showed up early. Manhwa swept his gaze across the crowd, his voice grating like sandpaper on wood, making ears ache. This secret realm is no place for the likes of you worthless trash. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out now. Save yourselves the trouble of losing your lives and not even getting a chance at reincarnation. With a casual flick of his wrist, a jet of black demonic energy shot toward a nearby lone cultivator. Before the cultivator could even scream, the energy enveloped him, instantly reducing him to a desiccated corpse. The sight turned the faces of those around him pale. Xue Wuxian licked his lips, his gaze settling on the disciples of various sects as if they were meat on a chopping block. Our sect happens to be short on blood slaves. Those who refuse to leave will stay behind as nourishment. As he spoke, the crimson mist at his fingertips suddenly surged, engulfing a nascent soul stage disciple from the Burning Heaven Palace. The terrified disciple turned deathly pale, lacking even the courage to resist. Only Yen Sangyun intervened to block the attack. Blood Wuxiang sneered, so this is the caliber of a Burning Heaven Palace disciple. This bloody spectacle sent shockwaves through the crowd, and the expressions of all the major factions instantly turned grim. The expression on Yun Sunhai, the head of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, which had been as calm as still water, darkened. The strength of the Demon Heaven Sect and the Blood Soul Sect was on par with that of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, and their methods were ruthless. Their appearance undoubtedly added an unpredictable variable to this journey into the secret realm. He glanced at the leaders of the other major sects, who all wore equally grave expressions. Though the seven great sects usually clashed fiercely over spirit veins and mineral deposits, wishing never to interact again, they now faced a common formidable foe. These two demonic sects were the greatest threat. At that moment, Xiao Ruobai stood within the crowd, his fingertips clenching tightly. His gaze swept past the crowd, settling on a group not far away dressed in imperial attire. Embroidered on their chests was the emblem of the character Yen. They were none other than representatives of the great Yen dynasty. The elders at the forefront radiated a steady aura, clearly cultivators at the heavenly realm stage. The surrounding young disciples were mostly at the early stage of the spirit condensation realm. Among them, one wore a brocade robe, his spiritual energy fluctuations already reaching the mid-stage of the spirit condensation realm. Judging by his attire, he was clearly a prince of the empire. Hatred surged like a tidal wave within Xiao Ruobai, his fingernails digging painfully into his palms. He would never forget what he had endured in the great Yen dynasty. They had assassinated his mother. His father had repeatedly yielded, yet they still sought to exterminate his entire family. In the end, his father had died protecting him. Every inch of the great Yen Empire was soaked in his parents' blood. Those lofty imperial family members, every single one of them could have been an accomplice back then. Now, his enemies stood before him. Dressed in splendid robes, they coveted the secrets of the realm as if nothing had happened, as if the slaughter of years past had never occurred. Xiao Ruobai's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. The primal essence of the war god body within him surged with fury, golden battle chi raging through his meridians.
During his months on Purple Bamboo Peak, leveraging the power of the Qingxuan Sect, he had thoroughly investigated the strength of the Great Yin Empire. In Xianzhou, the Great Yin Empire ranks second only to the 7 great sects, standing as a first-rate power. While the strongest known figure was at the Cavern Heaven Realm, 2 heavenly human realm elders remained hidden. It was unclear whether these elders were at the early or mid-stage of the heavenly human realm. To play it safe and ensure no survivors slipped through the net, Xiao Ruobai had originally planned to wait until he broke through to the heavenly man realm before wiping out the Great Yin Empire. He never expected to encounter them prematurely at the outer perimeter of this secret realm.
Senior brother, what's wrong?
Fan Hanyu sensed his agitation and followed his gaze, instantly grasping the situation. He gently patted Xiao Ruobai's shoulder and whispered reassuringly, "Don't rush.
Now's not the time. Once we're inside the secret realm, we'll have our fun with them."
Xiao Ruobai drew a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within him, though the hatred in his eyes remained undimmed. He nodded, his gaze returning to the Great Yin Imperial Dynasties group, as if committing every face to memory. This blood debt today, within the secret realm, he would collect the interest first. Xiao He tilted his head on Fan Hanyu's shoulder, seemingly sensing Xiao Ruobai's mood. He gently pecked at his sleeve, uttering a soft chirp, a comforting murmur, yet also a reminder to stay calm. The mystical light above the secret realm grew increasingly dense, faint vibrations of restrictions rippling through the air, a clear sign its opening drew near.
Hum.
The mystical light above the secret realm suddenly surged. Within the pale purple halo, intricate array patterns emerged, moving through the void like living creatures, frantically drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. The ground trembled slightly as the light gate at the secret realm's entrance slowly unfolded. Beyond it, mist-shrouded mountain ranges became faintly visible, carrying the unique, ancient aura of primordial heritage. The sight caused every faction present to hold their breath in anticipation.
The secret realm has opened.
An unidentified voice cried out, and disciples from every sect instantly grew restless. They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes burning with urgency.
A favorite line, global strike range truly exhilarating. Chapter 93, Cultivation Suppression. The secret realm has opened.
Someone shouted, and disciples from all sects instantly grew restless, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with urgency. Lin Lai of the Burning Heaven Palace was the first to lose his composure. Flames surged around him as he lunged toward the light gate, only to be yanked back by the Grand Elder.
What's the rush? This is the first time this secret realm has been discovered. We don't know if there are dangers inside. Let others scout it out first.
His gaze swept toward the directions of the Demon Heaven Sect and Blood Soul Sect. Seeing that Maluo and Xuanhuang were also observing, he relaxed slightly. With the 2 great demonic sects holding back, there was no need for them to rush. Yun Sanghai, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, formed a seal with his fingertips. A streak of green light shot toward the light gate, testing the fluctuations of its restrictions. Other weaker factions and a group of independent cultivators, seeing the major sects guarding the entrance without anyone entering, also halted their advance, waiting to assess the situation.
Stick your neck out and get shot, one's own life comes first.
Seeing this, Mola of the Demon Heaven Sect grinned, his skeletal bracelet emitting a soft click.
The little ones from Xianzhou are cautious indeed. One try will reveal if there's danger.
His gaze swept across the crowd, settling on a Foundation Establishment cultivator at the rear of the array-breaking sect's formation. Before the cultivator could react, Mo Luo suddenly raised his hand. A strand of black demonic energy shot forth like a chain, snapping precisely around the cultivator's waist. The cultivator managed only a brief, agonized cry before being yanked toward Maro, utterly powerless to resist. "Since no one else dares to go, you shall go instead." Maluo's tone was flat, yet his hand suddenly tightened, hurling the cultivator toward the light gate like discarded trash.
Enveloped by the black demonic energy, the cultivator traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily into the pale purple light gate, vanishing instantly. Dead silence fell over the entire crowd.
Chen Taizhan, the master of the array-breaking sect, paled. He opened his mouth to shout angrily, but fell silent under the icy glare of the demonic cultivator. The Demon Heaven Sect's power rivaled that of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, and their methods were ruthless and unrestrained. He simply couldn't afford to provoke them.
Cultivators from other factions held their breath, eyes fixed on the light gate, not daring to breathe lest they be the next thrown in. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The light gate continued to emit a soft glow. No killing array erupted, no ferocious beast roared, and not even the previous cultivators' agonized screams echoed out. After another moment, a faint ripple of spiritual energy emanated from behind the portal, the signature of the array-breaking sect cultivator. Though chaotic, it carried clear excitement, and faint shouts of elation could be heard. Inside there are spirit herbs. So many high-grade spirit herbs. Seems there's no danger. Maluo grinned, revealing his stark white teeth.
His demonic energy surged violently, sweeping up over a dozen disciples of the Demon Heaven Sect.
He transformed into a dark shadow and charged through the light gate. Secret realm opportunities aren't something you wait for. Xuanhuang hesitated no longer.
Crimson mist coiled from his fingertips into chains, wrapping around the waist of a disciple beside him.
He followed Mo Luo through the light gate. Before departing, he cast a glance back at the Great Yin Dynasty's group, his eyes brimming with unabashed greed. The spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from those few elders at the heavenly realm clearly hinted at the treasures they concealed. Go! Lai Tianxiong barked the command, no longer waiting. He led the burning heaven palace contingent to follow closely behind. At the rear of the procession, 3 elders clad in black robes radiated an unsettlingly steady aura, clearly Lai Tianxiong's trump cards. Yun Songhai of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion also led his disciples slowly through the light gate, a flash of azure sword-like flickering behind it. Xuanhuang scanned the surroundings, but neither Xiao Ruobai nor Fang Hanyu were in sight. Just as he paused in thought, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a small black-feathered bird. Wasn't that junior brother Gu's pet? He understood immediately. Those 2 little rascals had actually learned to disguise themselves as wandering cultivators to infiltrate this place. They had truly mastered their master Gu Changge's skills of concealment. Xuanhuang remained impassive, making no move to expose them. Instead, he led the Qingxuan Sect disciples behind him straight into the secret realm's entrance. The independent cultivators crowded the edge of the entrance. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu mingled within the throng, while Xiao He huddled on Fang Hanyu's shoulder. Xiao Ruobai gripped the dragon soul halberd tightly in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the Great Yin Dynasty's contingent. Several elders at the heavenly realm stage were protecting the prince, slowly moving toward the light gate, clearly also aiming to seize the initiative. He took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to charge forward immediately. Following Fang Hanyu, he blended into the throng of cultivators, step by step drawing closer to the light gate. Fang Hanyu sensed his tension and discreetly nudged him with his elbow, whispering, "Don't rush. The terrain inside is complex. There'll be plenty of opportunities." Xiao He rubbed against his shoulder and let out a low growl, as if echoing Fang Hanyu's words. The moment he stepped through the light gate, the warm, ancient spiritual energy enveloped him. Though not as rich and almost tangible as that of Purple Bamboo Peak, it was far purer than the spiritual veins ordinary cultivators in Xianzhou could access. As he drew it into his lungs, a pleasant warmth still rippled through his meridians. Once the brief dizziness faded, the scene before them still left both men wide-eyed. The ground beneath their feet was covered in a layer of pale green spiritual mist. Centuries-old spiritual herbs grew casually at their feet, and even within the crevices of the rocks, several golden glowing chi-condensing mushrooms were embedded. On the distant hillside, patches of high-grade spiritual herbs were faintly visible, and the air itself carried the faint, sweet fragrance of spiritual essence. Just as the group recovered from their dizziness, the furious roar of Lai Tianxiong erupted nearby. "Where is my heavenly man realm cultivation?" Just as Lai Tianxiong was about to unleash his heavenly man realm pressure, a far more potent force violently forced it back into his body. In the end, only the aura of a peak purple palace realm cultivator remained, and even the flame patterns on his robes dimmed noticeably. "What the hell?" Lai Tianxiong roared, slamming his fist into a nearby ancient tree. The expected shattering of the trunk failed to materialize. His fist only left a shallow dent in the wood, the impact sending a numbing shock through his knuckles. In disbelief, he scanned his own body. The spiritual energy within his dantian felt frozen solid. No matter how he tried to channel it, he couldn't break through the shackles of the Purple Palace realm. What shattered him even more was seeing the 3 black-robed elders hasten to his side. The leader murmured, "Palace Master, our sovereign realm cultivation has also been suppressed to the Purple Palace realm." "What?" Lai Tianxiong's pupils contracted sharply as he fixed his gaze on the 3 black-robed elders. These 3 were Lai Tianxiong's trump cards for this mission. Having once gone mad from their cultivation practices, they had been chained to the dungeon floor for years. Later, Lai Tianxiong had them cultivate the forbidden technique, the burning heaven art. Their cultivation had now broken through to the sovereign realm, though at the cost of drastically reduced lifespans. Could it be that even the sovereign realm couldn't escape suppression? Furious, he kicked a nearby stone, sending it tumbling far away. Damn it! What the hell are the rules of this cursed secret realm? Today's 2 chapters turned out rather lackluster. I deleted and rewrote them multiple times, but I'm still not satisfied. Please bear with it for now. Chapter 94, The Perfect Moment to Strike. Not far away, Yun Songhai, the pavilion master of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, also frowned deeply. This place could only activate power at the Purple Palace realm level at most. He looked up at the sky above the secret realm. A pale purple aura of restrictions spread like a canopy, clearly the inherent rules of the place. Secret realm restrictions. No matter how high one's cultivation was before, the maximum power one can wield here is that of the Purple Palace realm. As this news spread, the surrounding cultivators erupted into chaos. Cultivators at the Cavern Realm and Heavenly Man Realm from various sects all wore expressions of shock, clearly caught off guard by this sudden suppression. As they attempted to channel their spiritual energy, it abruptly stalled around them, as if bound by invisible shackles. The Demon Heaven Sect's leader, Mara, flew into a rage. His demonic energy surged wildly, yet he could not break free from the Purple Palace realm's shackles. Finally, he stomped his foot hard on a nearby rock, shattering it into pieces to vent his fury. "Ha ha ha ha! Excellent!" A sudden cry of excitement pierced the heavy atmosphere.
The voice belonged to a middle-aged Purple Palace realm cultivator who had previously been utterly inconspicuous among the crowd due to his low cultivation level. Now, seeing even the Heavenly Man realm powerhouses suppressed to his own level, he instantly straightened his back, swinging his array-breaking spike with fierce momentum. Now those lofty sect masters are on the same level as me. We too have a claim to the secret realm's treasures. His words spread like ripples across a lake, instantly stirring up a storm. Many Purple Palace realm cultivators echoed his sentiment, transforming the previously oppressive atmosphere into one of restless agitation. Long suppressed by higher-tier cultivators, they now finally had a chance to compete. Fiery determination ignited in their eyes as they gazed toward the depths of the secret realm with eager anticipation. Xuanhuang, however, took it in stride. Though the spiritual power of the Purple Palace realm was not as robust as before, it was still sufficient for the task at hand. At the edge of the crowd, Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu exchanged glances, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Xiao Ruobai's fingertips silently gathered a strand of battle energy. Golden spiritual power exploded through his meridians like thunder, showing not the slightest hint of suppression. A thought struck him, and he deliberately raised his aura, climbing from early Purple Palace realm all the way to mid-stage Heavenly Cavern realm. The spiritual energy surrounding him remained astonishingly stable, not even causing the slightest ripple in his robes. He abruptly turned to Fang Hanyu and whispered telepathically, "Junior brother, did you notice?" Fang Hanyu had been secretly testing the situation all along. Hearing this, he immediately nodded, his eyes filled with astonishment. The rules of this secret realm are completely useless against us. He paused, then suddenly clenched his fist. Could it be because of the unfathomable technique Master taught us? Did it deceive the secret realm's restrictions? Xiao Ruobai slowly released his hand from the dragon's soul spear, his fingertips tracing the engraved patterns along its shaft. His voice carried a sharper edge as he transmitted his thoughts. The techniques Master bestows are never ordinary. It's most likely that. He lifted his gaze toward the distant Great Yin Dynasty contingent, a cold smile curling his lips. Well then, it looks like we're in for some fun. At that moment, several elder realm elders from the Great Yin Empire surrounded the prince. They too had clearly noticed their cultivation being suppressed, their expressions grim. Before the shock of the suppression had fully dissipated, cultivators from various sects, unable to contain their hunger for opportunity, began surging toward the depths of the secret realm. Their movements, however, betrayed the distinct traits of their respective sects. The Burning Heaven Palace contingent was the most impatient. Lai Tianxiang clenched his fists, his face ashen. Unresolved flames of spiritual energy flickered around him, occasionally spitting sparks that landed on the ground mist, causing it to sizzle and hiss. "Pick up the pace, all of you. Head for that medicinal slope first." He barked the order, charging first toward the distant hillside glowing with spiritual light. His disciples followed closely behind, their bodies enveloped in faint rings of flame energy, both a means to hasten their journey and a display of intimidation. The most conspicuous group was undoubtedly that of the Demon Heaven Sect. Mo Luo led the way, the skulls on his bracelet swaying gently with each step, their eye sockets flickering with an eerie green light that danced on and off. Black demonic energy coalesced beneath his feet into a faint mist. Wherever he passed, even the spiritual mist on the ground seemed forced back by an invisible chill, instinctively curling away to reveal bare, dark brown earth. As they approached a moss-covered rock, a dozen golden chi-condensing mushrooms glowed within its crevices. Two cultivators were crouched there, their fingertips just touching the leaves of the spiritual herbs. Catching sight of the black robes of the Demon Heaven Sect members out of the corner of their eyes, they frantically scrambled to stuff the freshly picked chi-condensing mushrooms into their storage pouches, not even bothering to brush the mud off their knees. Mo Luo didn't pause his stride, merely glancing sideways at them. A cold, grim smile suddenly curled his lips. In the next instant, the demonic energy at his fingertips surged violently. No longer a coiling chain, it transformed into two razor-sharp black energy blades. With a sharp whistling sound, they sliced through the air, piercing precisely through the backs of the two cultivators. The cultivators' bodies stiffened violently. Their hands, mid-air reaching for their storage pouches, froze. Blood seeped along the blades' paths, quickly staining the coarse cloth shirts across their chests crimson. They tried to turn their heads, but lacked even the strength to move their necks. Only faint gasps escaped their lips as their eyes remained fixed on the scattered chi-condensing mushrooms on the ground, their pupils filled with bitter resentment and terror. "This place, when did it ever belong to ants like you?" Maluo's tone remained utterly flat, as if he'd merely crushed two ants underfoot. He stepped over the convulsing bodies of the wandering cultivators, his skeletal bracelet swaying lightly. With a casual flick of his wrist, two tendrils of demonic energy swept around their waists, snatching their storage pouches. As he tossed them to his disciples behind him, he casually shredded the corpse with demonic energy. Black-red flesh and blood mingled with spiritual mist, dispersing into the air without leaving a trace. Without a backward glance, he strode forward. Behind him, the Demon Heaven Sect disciples chuckled as they caught the storage pouches. Their eyes swept over the bloodstains on the ground without a flicker of emotion, as if the slaughter had been nothing more than a trivial matter. Not far away, several lone cultivators hiding within the spirit mist watched the scene unfold, horrified. They covered their mouths, daring not to breathe loudly.
Only after the Qingxuan Sect group had completely disappeared did they scramble away, trembling and crawling, lacking even the courage to approach the rock where the battle had occurred. The wandering cultivators moved in small groups, avoiding the paths of the major sections. They could only scavenge for scattered spiritual herbs along the fringes, occasionally squabbling over a century-old plant but never daring to truly fight. After all, such petty squabbles were utterly insignificant in the presence of the great sects. Xiao Ruobai gripped the dragon soul spear, using the spiritual mist to keep Wang Hanyu and himself focused on the Great Yin Imperial Dynasty's group ahead. The prince, protected by elders at the Heavenly Realm stage, bent down to examine spiritual herbs by the roadside. Upon seeing only low-grade specimens, he frowned and waved them away, urging the elders to move toward areas with denser spiritual energy in hopes of finding better treasures first. Though the elders complied, their steps remained steady, maintaining a defensive formation throughout. They reached the entrance of a narrow valley, flanked by steep rock walls where the spiritual mist was thicker than elsewhere. Xiao Ruobai's eyes lit up. He discreetly nodded to Feng Hanyu. This location was easy to defend and hard to attack, making it the perfect moment to strike. Chapter 95, Kill. Xiao Ruobai and Feng Hanyu did not strike immediately, instead waiting for the enemy to advance further. Just as the Great Yin Imperial Court's forces entered the middle of the valley, a figure suddenly emerged slowly from ahead. Xiao Ruobai gripped the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear, its tip grazing the valley rocks and sparking fine sparks. His expression was grim, dark gold battle patterns flickering around him like a lurking beast preparing its fatal strike. The third prince of the Great Yin dynasty halted abruptly. The hem of his brocade robe swept over the spiritual herbs at his feet, a flicker of impatience crossing his eyes. What wandering cultivator dares block this prince's path? If you know what's good for you, move aside. Save yourself the trouble of having this prince take your worthless life. The four elders behind him, all at the Heavenly Realm stage, glanced over with their usual haughty disdain. In their eyes, he was nothing more than an arrogant, ignorant wandering cultivator, likely trying to scam some spirit herbs, an easy target to dismiss. Xiao Ruobai slowly raised his head. His hair, swept back by surging battle energy, revealed eyes burning with crimson murderous intent. His gaze swept over the Imperial Scion's brocaded robes and the yin totems on the elders' chests, like an ice-hardened blade that made everyone's skin tighten. His grip tightened on the halberd shaft. The imperial markings on the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul halberd flared suddenly, a pale golden halo spreading through the spirit mist, thickening the surrounding spiritual energy until it felt sluggish. I've been waiting for you. His voice was not loud, yet it pierced hearts like an icy spike. The third prince shuddered involuntarily. Poof. You don't know when to quit. A purple palace realm cultivator from the Great Yin dynasty's vanguard charged toward Xiao Ruobai, intent on swiftly ending the man's life. Seeing the attacker advance, Xiao Ruobai stomped his foot hard against the ground. Dark gold battle energy surged along the spearhead as he launched forward like an arrow released from its string, moving so fast he left only an afterimage. The purple palace realm cultivator snarled, his fist clenched into a crimson aura of spiritual energy, intending to blast this presumptuous youth away. Yet the moment the fist beam touched the battle aura of the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear, it melted instantly like ice meeting fire. In the next instant, the spearhead pierced through his chest, and the dark gold battle energy exploded violently within his body. Flesh, bone, and spiritual energy shattered in the blinding light. Before a scream could escape his lips, he dissolved into a crimson mist that splattered the surrounding spiritual herbs, staining them a deep red. Xiao Ruobai wiped the blood droplets from his cheek, his eyes burning with even greater murderous intent. The Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear pointed diagonally toward the ground, its tip dripping blood onto the stone slabs with a steady drip as if counting down the final moments of the Great Yin dynasty's demise. Who are you? The third prince's face turned as pale as paper. As he stumbled back half a step, he nearly tripped and fell to the ground. The one who will kill you all. Kill him. The third prince shrieked, retreating behind the old man. He's alone. Together, we can kill him. An elder at the heavenly realm took a deep breath, forcing down his fear as spiritual energy coalesced into a shield in his palm. Boy, this is a secret realm. Everyone's cultivation is suppressed to the Purple Palace realm. Even with your talent, you might not defeat all four of us. Be wise and retreat, or else. Kill. Xiao Ruobai uttered only one word before his figure moved again. This time, he charged straight at the speaking elder. The Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear traced a sweeping arc, unleashing a battle blade over 10 feet long like a crescent moon, accompanied by a piercing shriek that tore through the air. The elder frantically raised his shield to block, but the moment the shield touched the blade's edge, it was instantly cleaved in two. The blade's momentum unabated, it slammed viciously into the elder's chest. The crisp crack of shattered bones echoed clearly. The elder spat a mouthful of blood, flying backward to crash into the rock wall. By the time he slid to the ground, he was barely clinging to life. Xiao Ruobai strode forward, planting his foot squarely on the old man's chest. Dark gold battle chi surged through his soul, grinding the remnants of the old man's spiritual power into oblivion. Too weak. He looked down at the old man, his tone dripping with scorn. I only used 30% of my early Purple Palace realm strength, and you couldn't even withstand it. Is this the might of the great Yin Empire's elite? With that, he raised the tip of his halberd and thrust it viciously into the old man's forehead. Blood spattered as the old man breathed his last. The remaining 3 Heavenly Realm Elders and over a dozen Imperial descendants were already terrified out of their wits. Staring at Xiao Ruobai's figure, which seemed like the Grim Reaper himself, they stumbled backward, their backs crashing against the cold rock walls. They barely had the strength left to flee. Go! Quickly take the princes away! One elder snapped out of his shock, snatching out the 3rd prince and the 4th prince beside him. He spun and sprinted toward the valley exit, pushing his spiritual energy to its absolute limit, desperate to flee this nightmare place. But after taking just 2 steps, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind him, accompanied by the faint sound of a sword leaving its scabbard. Back! Fang Hanyu had appeared behind them without warning. The primordial sword pointed diagonally at the ground, chaotic sword energy rippling along its blade. His gaze swept over the 2 elders, utterly devoid of warmth. Before the words had fully faded, Fang Hanyu flickered his wrist. The primordial sword traced a streak of light, slashing toward the several elders at the heavenly realm stage. The men felt immense force slam into them, sending their bodies flying backward uncontrollably. The 3rd and 4th princes in their grasp crashed to the ground, screaming in agony. Xiao Ruobai wielded the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Halberd, while Fang Hanyu gripped the primordial sword. Standing front and back within the Great Yin Dynasty's ranks, they faced each other. Step by step, they advanced toward the trembling members of the Great Yin Imperial Court. Spiritual mist swirled around them, dark gold battle chi intertwining with azure gold sword chi, forming an oppressive aura. The valley echoed only with the trembling whispers of the 3rd prince and his men, and the hollow thud of their footsteps on the stone slabs. That sound, like the drumbeat of death, pounded on every heart, announcing that this blood debt and vengeance had only just begun. Who are you? Among the remaining few elders at the Cave Heaven realm, Yen Su Li, whose figure was slightly stooped, spoke with a trembling voice, his weapon-gripping hand shaking uncontrollably. He stared into Xiao Ruobai's eyes, where an unyielding murderous intent burned. Beneath that unfamiliar, dark, rugged face, he sensed an overwhelming pressure that made his very soul tremble. Xiao Ruobai halted, the tip of his 9 Heavens Dragon Soul spear lightly tapping the ground. Sparks flew as he fixed Yen Shuli with a gaze as cold as ice. Yen Shuli, I remember you. You, how do you know my name? Yen Shuli stiffened, his pupils contracting sharply as he instinctively took a half-step back. He scrutinized Xiao Ruobai's features, the rough skin, the square jaw, clearly the appearance of an unknown wandering cultivator. Yet the tone with which the other had spoken his name sounded like reciting the name of an enemy etched into his very bones. Back then, when you hunted me and my father down, I etched every one of your faces, names, even the way you gripped your swords into my heart. I've remembered them day and night, waiting for this day to settle the score. You're Xiao Zhan's son? Xiao Ruobai? Yen Shuli staggered backward as if struck by lightning, crashing into the Imperial scions behind him. Staring at Xiao Ruobai's face, he shook his head violently, his voice tinged with frenzied disbelief. Impossible. Xiao Zhan's son was barely a teenager back then. How could he possess such cultivation? And your appearance? Too many questions. Go ask the King of Hell. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Xiao Ruobai's figure darted forward like a ghostly apparition. Yen Shuli scrambled to block the attack, but beneath the battle aura of the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear, he shattered like fragile paper, crumbling to dust with a sharp crack. The spear tip pierced Yen Shuli's heart. Dark gold battle energy exploded within him. The old man didn't even have time to scream before he turned into a sky-filling mist of blood, splattering onto the trembling royal offspring behind him. Spare us. Young Master Xiao, spare us. The remaining Elder Realm Elders and over a dozen royal descendants completely collapsed. They knelt on the ground, banging their heads on the stone slabs, blood seeping from their foreheads, yet they dared not stop. Xiao Ruobai held the blood-stained 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear aloft, his gaze sweeping over the kneeling supplicants. Not a trace of pity flickered in his eyes. Every inch of the Great Yen Empire's soil is soaked in the blood of my Xiao clan. Today, not a single one of you shall leave alive. As the battle aura descended, Fang Hanyu also moved. The primordial sword traced a sapphire gold arc, unleashing chaotic sword energy like a tidal wave that engulfed every royal offspring attempting to flee. Shrieks and pleas for mercy echoed through the valley, only to be swiftly drowned out by the roar of battle energy and sword chi. Chapter 96, Robbing Lai Tianxiong. When the last royal heir collapsed in a pool of blood, Luoxia Valley fell into complete, deathly silence. Blood dripped slowly from the 9 Heavens Dragon Soul Spear and the primordial sword, pooling on the stone slabs into winding rivulets that resembled solidified crimson scars. Great Yin Dynasty, this is merely a taste of what's to come. Xiao Ruobai stared down at the bloodstream, his voice low yet unwavering. Wait for me. It won't be long. Fang Hanyu walked slowly to his side. Offering no words of comfort, he simply raised his hand and gave Xiao Ruobai a light pat on the shoulder with his palm. Xiao Ruobai turned his head to look at Fang Hanyu. The crimson killing intent churning in his eyes faded slightly, replaced by a fleeting, barely perceptible warmth. During their days on Purple Bamboo Peak, it was his master's protection that gave him the means for vengeance, and it was his junior brother's steadfast companionship that ensured he was never alone. Now, Xiaohe flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder, gently pecking at his sleeve with its sharp beak, as if urging, "Hurry up and clean it up. Leave no trace." Exchanging a glance, they immediately divided the tasks. Xiao Ruabai gathered a ball of pale golden spirit fire in his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the flames split into several strands. Like agile golden serpents, they coiled around the corpse on the ground. Flesh and bone silently melted away in the spirit fire, even the blood splattered on the stone slabs licked clean one by one. Fang Hanyu stood guard nearby, faint sword energy swirling around his fingertips. He swept it through the corners periodically, drawing stray severed hands, shards of broken swords, and even blood-stained spirit herbs into the flames, leaving not a single suspicious trace behind. Once the corpse had been reduced to ashes, Xiaohe suddenly flapped its wings and soared into the air, circling twice above the valley. Its gentle wing beats unleashed a soft yet unyielding gust that swept the ash-gray dust from the ground. It carried the particles along the crevices of the rock walls into the distance, dispersing even the lingering scent of blood within the mist. When the wind ceased, the valley lay spotless, as if no battle had ever occurred, save for the moss on the rock walls still clinging to unevaporated spiritual dew. Xiao Ruabai crouched down, running his finger along the green stone slab to confirm not a single trace of blood or bone fragment remained before extinguishing the spirit flame. Fang Hanyu also scanned the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction when he saw nothing overlooked. Meanwhile, within the bamboo hut on Purple Bamboo Peak of the Qingxuan Sect, Changge reclined in a bamboo chair. Before her, a floating water mirror on the stone table clearly reflected the entire process of the group destroying the bodies and covering their tracks. Their composure is steady, their methods decisive. At least my teaching hasn't been wasted. Changge mused inwardly. Yet a moment later, he realized they had spoken a bit too much. Villains die by talking too much. Looks like I'll need to give them a few more reminders next time. He couldn't help but recall the novels he'd read in his past life, where protagonists always began by pouring out their past sufferings in endless monologues before launching into detailed indictments of their enemies' crimes. Not only did this give their enemies ample room to wriggle out of punishment, but it often led to defeating the lesser foe only to face the greater one, unnecessarily inviting more trouble. As for the villains themselves, they were utterly brainless show-offs. Even when holding overwhelming advantages, they insisted on droning on endlessly, ultimately waiting helplessly to be counterattacked by the protagonist. Shortly after Xiao Ruabai and Fang Hanyu emerged from the valley, they heard crackling explosions echoing from the dense forest ahead. A towering figure raced after a swirling mass of azure flames, waves of fire surging around him, scorching the ground so fiercely that rocks charred black beneath his pursuit. It was none other than Lai Tianxiong, the master of the Burning Heaven Palace. It's Lai Tianxiong. Fang Hanyu's fingers touched the scabbard of the primordial sword, a flicker of caution crossing his eyes. That flame he's chasing, something's off. The two swiftly concealed themselves among the gnarled roots of a 1,000-year-old tree, observing carefully under the cover of the spiritual mist. Lian Tianxiong's temples throbbed with bulging veins, his breath heavy as an ox's. He had clearly been chasing for a long time, sweat soaking even the hair at his temples. The scorching flames gathered in his palm repeatedly threatened to engulf the azure blue fireball, only to be deftly evaded each time. The fist-sized azure flame bore intricate ice crystal patterns at its core. Each flickering pulse carried bone-chilling cold yet radiated the purest essence of fire. It was none other than the legendary, the Netherworld Ice Flame. This flame was cold on the outside yet fiery within, capable of freezing spiritual energy while unleashing power potent enough to incinerate mountains and boil seas. For fire attribute cultivators, it was an invaluable treasure for refining both body and artifacts, a rare find indeed. It's the Netherworld Ice Flame. Fang Hanyu's pupils contracted slightly. The Burning Heaven Palace cultivates fire attribute techniques. This could double the power of their Burning Heaven art. Lai Tianxiong must have pursued them relentlessly to corner them into this desperate situation. Just as Fang Hanyu's fingertips touched the scabbard of the primordial sword, Xiao Ruabai elbowed him aside. "Senior brother." Fang Hanyu stifled his voice. "That fire looks downright sinister." Lai Tianxiong chased it like a man possessed. "Should we? No rush. Let him capture that strange fire first before we move. It'll save us the trouble." Xiao Ruabai retreated deeper into the ancient tree's gnarled roots, pulling Fang Hanyu along to hide more thoroughly. Fang Hanyu glanced sympathetically at Lai Tianxiong, who was still chasing the strange fire with all his might. He sighed inwardly, "Senior brother is much more level-headed." Sure enough, it wasn't long before Lai Tianxiong roared, his fiery spiritual energy surging violently. A net of flames coalesced midair. The net tightened relentlessly, finally binding the strange fire so tightly it couldn't move an inch. He snatched the strange flame with a savage grin, yelling, "Run! You still can't escape me. Attack!" A black club materialized in Xiao Ruabai's hand, and with a fierce momentum, he swung it directly at Lai Tianxiong. Fang Hanyu circled around to the side, his sword chi coalescing into a sharp, azure gold beam that stabbed straight for Lai Tianxiong's wrist, gripping the flame. "Who?
Lian Tianxiong, overcome with shock and rage, hastily spun around to form a flame barrier for defense. But having expended most of his spiritual energy to contain the strange fire, and distracted by the euphoria of his victory, the barrier cracked like a spider web the moment it formed, shattered by the slashing sword energy. The next instant, the massive club slammed into his back, while the chaos sword she seized the opportunity to sever the spiritual energy meridians at his wrist. Put! Lai Tianxiong spat out a mouthful of blood. The netherworld ice flame flew from his fingers as he stumbled forward, his knees slamming hard against the charred rock. Before he could brace himself to rise, Xiao Ruobai closed the distance, the club crashing like a sledgehammer against the back of his skull. Thud! Lai Tianxiong's eyes rolled back. His massive frame collapsed limply to the ground, unconscious, a trail of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. In his final moments of consciousness before blacking out, only one day's thought lingered, damn. Why did I get beaten up again? Fang Hanyu caught the netherworld ice flame mid-air. The moment his fingertips touched the flame, he enveloped its outer chill with sword chi to prevent frostbite, simultaneously flicking away Lai Tianxiong's storage ring with a flick of his sword. Just as Xiao Ruobai bent to search for other treasures on his body, several sharp whistles pierced the air. No need to guess, the elders of the Burning Heaven Palace had caught up. Go! Fang Hanyu acted decisively, tucking the sword chi-wrapped netherworld ice flame into his robe. Both men simultaneously activated the uncatchable body technique, their figures streaking like afterimages deep into the dense forest. Xiao He flapped his wings to keep pace. Each gentle beat dispersed the faint traces of their presence and the remnants of their struggle. Chapter 97, A Rich Harvest. When the Burning Heaven Palace disciples arrived, following the spiritual energy fluctuations, the first sight that met their eyes wasn't the brutal traces of battle. Instead, Lai Tianxiong lay sprawled across charred rocks in an utterly undignified posture. His burly frame twisted into a pretzel, his rear end thrust high in the air, a large purple-black bump swelling on the back of his head. Blood had congealed into a dark crimson crust at the corners of his mouth. Even his palm, still clenched around the fire, remained frozen in a grasping position, a clear sign he was utterly unconscious. Palace Master. Elder Yen Sangyun stumbled forward, nearly falling as he rushed to assist. Just as he reached out to support him, his gaze swept over the fleshy lump and caught sight of Lai Tianxiong's high-arched buttocks. His mouth twitched involuntarily. He quickly composed his expression and trembling fingers probed beneath Lai Tianxiong's nose. Feeling steady breaths, his tense shoulders relaxed just a fraction only to hear an extremely faint snort beside him. Turning his head, he saw the third elder pressing his fist to his mouth, the corners of his eyes secretly curving upward. Spotting Yen Sangyun's gaze, he hastily lowered his head to stroke his beard. But in his flustered haste, his fingers snatched off 2 strands of hair, causing him to suck in a sharp breath of pain. Only then did he manage to suppress his amusement and stiffen his expression. This villain's actions are despicable. To dare ambush the palace master, we must uncover the truth. As he spoke, he stole a glance at the second elder. The latter's expression remained serene, his gaze fixed intently on the spiritual energy traces on the ground. Little did he know, the second elder was currently suppressing laughter so hard his stomach ached. Li Tianxiong's earlier posture, with his butt sticking out, and the fleshy bump cap on the back of his head, had already made him laugh inwardly. Listening to the third elder's forced solemnity, the second elder chuckled inwardly, trying to out-chuckle me? You're still too green. I'm a pro at this. Behind him, disciples of the Burning Heaven Palace gathered around. Seeing their usually imposing palace master helplessly sprawled on the ground, each wore expressions of shock and anger. Who on earth beat the palace master like this? Look for any clues at the scene. Several disciples skilled in tracking immediately fanned out, their fingertips glowing with pale red spiritual energy as they meticulously scanned the surroundings for traces. Yet aside from the lingering flame energy of Lai Tianxiong, they found not a single footprint or trace of an unfamiliar presence. It was as if the attacker had never existed. Elder, no traces found. A disciple reported back, his expression grave. Not only was the attack brutal, but the perpetrator wiped away every trace. It's all our fault. If we'd been just a step quicker, the palace master wouldn't have. An elder's voice trembled with regret. Yen Sangyun closed his eyes, suppressing the agitation rising within him. There's no point dwelling on this now. First, wake the palace master and see if he remembers the assailant's appearance. Yen Sangyun ordered grimly. 2 disciples carefully turned Lai Tianxiong over. Just as they helped him sit up, Lai Tianxiong let out an ouch, and his head lolled to the side clearly, the pain in the back of his head hadn't subsided. Yen Sangyun retrieved a reviving pill from his robe, crushed it, and sprinkled the powder onto Lai Tianxiong's nose. The pale blue medicinal mist slowly seeped in. Lai Tianxiong's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a muffled groan escaped his throat. The palace master has awakened. Just as the crowd gathered around, Lai Tianxiong slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was as dazed as a child waking from sleep. He stared at Yen Sangyun for a long moment before speaking in a hoarse voice. Elder. Why does the back of my head hurt so much? Xiao Ruobai's blow had been too fierce, knocking Lai Tianxiong completely out of it. He hadn't regained his senses yet.
He raised his hand to touch it, but the moment his fingertips brushed the swollen bump, he sucked in a sharp breath of pain. He frantically pulled his hand back, only to bump it against his waist, wincing in agony. "And my back?" Yen Xingyun hurriedly asked. "Palace Master, what happened just now? Who injured you so badly?" Only then did Lai Tianxiong begin to regain his senses. Frowning, he tried to recall the events, but his mind was filled only with the excruciating pain of being struck hard in the back and the sword chi piercing his wrist. And the final, crushing blow to the back of his skull. As for the assailant's appearance, he vaguely recalled two figures he hadn't even caught a glimpse of their faces. They moved too fast. I didn't catch their faces. Lai Tianxiong gritted his teeth, his voice thick with frustration. He was, after all, the master of a palace. Yet he hadn't fallen to the hands of a foreign flame. Instead, he'd been brought down by two cowards lurking in the shadows. "If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square. What kind of heroes are you, striking from behind?" One seemed to wield a black staff, the other a sword. "I just seized the netherworld ice flame before I could even celebrate when they ambushed me from behind. If we'd fought head-on, I swear I could have beaten them both black and blue," Lai Tianxiong insisted stubbornly. Suddenly, his gaze darted to his finger. His pupils contracted sharply as he bent down, rubbing it repeatedly. Upon confirming his storage ring was truly gone, he let out a wail of despair. "My storage ring! It held over a century of my accumulated treasures, the sect's core cultivation techniques, and every single item I gathered in the secret realm, all stolen by those two bastards." Yen Xingyun and the three black-robed senior disciples' expressions darkened instantly. Unable to contain the flames surging around them, their robes flapped wildly. The second elder spoke up at the right moment, his tone steady. "First elder, perhaps we should have the disciples seal off the perimeter first. We can escort the palace master to a nearby place to rest. Once he's recovered, we can carefully question him about the attacker's features to avoid alerting them prematurely." His face betrayed not a flicker of emotion as he spoke. Had he not concealed that faint, fleeting smile in his eyes so swiftly, even Yen Xingyun might have been fooled by this display of composure. They dared to tamper with the Fengtian Palace's ancestral teachings. "Even if we have to search every corner of the secret realm, we will tear them to pieces." Lai Tianxiong gasped for breath, veins bulging on his temples. "Search! These two are cunning beyond measure and possess astonishing skills. Ordinary disciples are no match for them. I implore the three senior disciples to spare no effort." The Burning Heaven Palace disciples wasted no time, scattering in all directions. Flames surged like a tidal wave through the surrounding dense forest, illuminating even the deepest reaches of the spirit mist. Meanwhile, in the cave on the other side, Xiao Ruobai was rummaging through Lai Tianxiong's storage ring. The ring's interior was vast, piled high with stacks of premium spirit stones resembling small mountains. Dozens of wooden chests held various types of pills, alongside stacks of Fengtian Palace sect manuals and artifact forging materials. Hidden among them was even a crimson glowing king-grade fire attribute long sword. Though lacking top-tier treasures, the sheer quantity and quality of these items represented an immense haul for cultivators at the Cavern Heaven and Heavenly Man realms. Xiao Ruobai's fingertips brushed over the treasures when his gaze suddenly caught a porcelain bottle carved with a fierce tiger pattern tucked in a corner. He retrieved the porcelain bottle and pulled out the stopper. Instantly, a pungent, feverishly hot medicinal fragrance assaulted his senses. Engraved on the bottom of the bottle were 5 small characters: "Fierce Tiger Blazing Sun Pill." They even stashed away this kind of aphrodisiac? Xiao Ruobai paused, then chuckled. He gave the bottle a casual shake. "Well, it is a useful thing." The moment the words left his mouth, Feng Hanyu beside him shot him a peculiar look, his eyes brimming with an inquiring, "You're actually interested in this?" Xiao Ruobai instantly felt his scalp tingle under the gaze and hastily waved his hands. "What nonsense are you thinking? I have no use for this." He paused, then suddenly had an idea. "How about presenting it to the master?" Feng Hanyu raised an eyebrow, saying nothing but his eyes silently asked, "Are you sure?" Xiao Ruobai was jolted awake by that look, suddenly recalling Gu Changge's usual icy demeanor. If he handed over this fierce tiger blazing sun pill, he might just get a whipping from his master. His whole body shuddered, and he shook his head repeatedly. "Forget it. I'm not ready to die yet." After pondering for a moment, his eyes lit up. "I'll bring it back to Qingxuan Sect for senior master sure later. He'll definitely love it, ha ha ha." Only then did Feng Hanyu withdraw his peculiar gaze, a faint smile playing on his lips. If senior brother sure gets his hands on this, he'll probably thank Lai Tianxiong 1,000 times over. Xiao Ruobai casually picked up a high-grade spirit stone, feeling its pure spiritual energy, and couldn't help but marvel. Truly befitting the head of a sect, his resources are immense. Feng Hanyu drew forth a netherworld ice flame, shrouded in chaotic sword energy. He tightened the sword energy around his fingertips, preventing the chill of the strange fire from escaping and alerting the Burning Heaven Palace to its presence. "We won't need this strange fire for now. Let's store it in our storage rings first. We'll bring it back to Qingxuan Sect later and hand it over to the sect master for handling." Chapter 98. Why are you so powerful when we're both at the Purple Palace realm?
The forces of the Demon Heaven Sect and Blood Soul Sect rampaged through the secret realm, plundering spiritual herbs and slaughtering cultivators wherever they passed.
Their ruthless tactics left surrounding factions seething with anger yet too fearful to speak out.
As they plundered their way through, they killed wandering cultivators outright to seize their treasures. When encountering minor sects, they forced them to surrender all their gains, and any hint of resistance resulted in the annihilation of entire families. In less than a day, dozens of thousand-year-old spiritual herbs and various treasures had fallen into their hands. Many factions, witnessing this, could only keep their distance, lacking even the courage to approach and seek their own opportunities.
Soon, the Demon Heaven Sect set their sights on an ancient medicinal garden being explored by the 10,000 Laws Pavilion.
The garden pulsed with potent spiritual energy, its center hosting a 1,000-year-old purple-veined dragon mushroom, the crucial ingredient for breaking through to the sovereign realm. Just as the pavilion disciples prepared to harvest it, Manhwa arrived with over a dozen Demon Heaven Sect disciples. The eerie green glow from his skull bracelet illuminated the garden as he spoke in a bone-chilling tone.
Youngsters of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, this dragon fungus is not something you can touch. Yun Sunhai's expression darkened slightly. He tapped the ground with his green bamboo staff, unleashing a pale blue aura that shielded the purple-veined dragon mushroom. The Demon Heaven Sect is being far too domineering.
This herb garden was discovered by our 10,000 Laws Pavilion first.
First discovered means it's yours?
Mo Luo sneered, his demonic aura surging as he transformed into a black shadow, lunging straight for the dragon mushroom. Yun Sunhai raised his hand, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy. Instantly, the two clashed. Mo Luo's nether claw clawed at the barrier, leaving black ashes. Yun Sunhai wielded his green bamboo staff like a sword, striking at Mo Luo's wrist. Each move was precisely timed to shield the dragon fungus. After two exchanges, Manhwa sensed Yun Sunhai's profound spiritual energy, realizing victory would be hard to achieve quickly. Fearing prolonged conflict might draw other factions, he coldly snorted, "You're lucky." He departed with his disciple, his demeanor bitter and resentful. Yun Sunhai watched the retreating figures of the Demon Heaven Sect. The spiritual energy still lingered at his fingertips. He understood this was merely a temporary retreat. For the sake of opportunity, both sides would inevitably clash again.
The surrounding factions watching the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the 10,000 Laws Pavilion held firm. Otherwise, that demonic sect might have turned the secret realm upside down. At least the 7 great sects haven't been crushed yet. We still have a chance. Meanwhile, Xuanhuang led Qingxuan Sect disciples in searching for treasures on the eastern edge of the secret realm. From afar, they spotted a flickering light on a cliff face. It was a mystic iron essence embedded within the rock, emitting a dull metallic sheen, the very core material for forging sovereign grade artifacts. But before they could approach, a squad of black-robed figures had already surrounded it. At their head stood an elder clad in grey robes, radiating a bloodthirsty aura, clearly a Blood Soul Sect elder leading the charge. Behind him, over a dozen disciples each possessed condensed spiritual energy. Qingxuan Sect?
The grey-robed elder shot them a sidelong glance, his tone brimming with arrogance.
This essence belongs to our Blood Soul Sect. If you know what's good for you, get lost and stop blocking our view.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than the disciples behind him simultaneously summoned their magical artifacts. Crimson spiritual energy churned in their palms as they cast contemptuous glances at the Qingxuan Sect members. The Qingxuan Sect disciples erupted in fury. Li Xianfeng gripped his long sword so tightly his knuckles turned white, a faint glow of spiritual energy flickering around him, ready to strike at any moment. Behind him, Shen Jinghong, Shi Dingxian, and the others gripped their weapons tightly, their breathing becoming ragged.
Shi Wanshan's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze swept unobtrusively toward the nearby forest.
Hidden within were numerous lone cultivators and minor factions, peering out cautiously to observe the scene.
He commanded his disciples in a deep voice, "Move. Head for the southern valley."
One disciple stepped forward, his voice tinged with reluctance.
"Senior Master Shi, we discovered this mystic iron essence first. It's crucial for our sect's weapon forging. How can we just hand it over to the demon sect?"
Though Shi Jingxian and Lin Machuan remained silent, they straightened their spines, their eyes flashing with undisguised defiance. Clearly, both were prepared for battle. Observing his disciples' agitated expressions, Shi Wanshan lowered his voice and added, "They're led by an elder and vastly outnumber us. If we engage head-on, even victory would come at a heavy cost, only allowing others to reap the benefits."
Li Xianfeng followed Shi Wanshan's gaze to the distance, finally noticing the lone cultivators lurking in the shadows. He instantly understood Shi Wanshan's reasoning. He addressed the group, "Senior disciple Shi is right. A direct confrontation is unwise. We should retreat first." Though still seething with frustration, the disciples recognized the soundness of their mentor's reasoning and slowly lowered their weapons. As the group turned to leave, mocking voices from the Blood Soul Sect disciples echoed behind them, "Cowards of the Qingxuan Sect. You don't even dare to fight." A young disciple stumbled in anger, but was quietly pulled along by his senior brother beside him. Gritting his teeth, he hastened his pace, swallowing his resentment. After walking south for about half an incense stick's time, Xuanhuang suddenly halted in a secluded bamboo grove. The surrounding spiritual mist was thick enough to conceal their figures. He turned to the 3 elders accompanying him. I must step out on urgent business. Stay here with the disciples. Do not wander off. Keep a close watch on them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Li Xianfeng stepped forward with unspoken understanding, his tone unwavering. Senior Uncle Shi, I'm coming with you. He knew Xuanhuang's temperament all too well. His senior master undoubtedly intended to sneak back for revenge. How could he possibly miss out on such a chance? The 2 retreated along the edge of the bamboo grove. Their pace was measured yet precise, carefully avoiding the spiritual herbs and scattered stones along the path to leave no trace. Upon reaching a concealed mountain hollow, Xuanhuang halted first. Spiritual energy stirred silently at his fingertips, no longer the fierce, outwardly projected body-cultivating energy of old, but now condensed into a heavy, dark force. At first glance, he appeared no different from an ordinary cultivator. Li Xianfeng understood immediately, adjusting his own aura to completely alter the flow of his spiritual energy. The crisp sword chi was softened into a subdued, dull sensation, and all traces of spiritual light around him retracted, leaving only the appearance of an ordinary cultivator. Exchanging a glance, both simultaneously produced black cloths, draping them over their faces to reveal only their eyes. They then changed their sect robes into the attire of ordinary wandering cultivators. With their disguises complete, they retraced their steps along the footprints they had left behind. As they neared the cliff face, they indeed found the Blood Soul Sect disciples still there. The elder in grey robes had already retrieved the essence of mystic iron and was preparing to stow it away. The surrounding independent cultivators and minor sects had long since fled, cowed by the demon sect's imposing presence. Only a dozen or so members remained huddled by the rock wall, counting the freshly plundered spirit herbs and pills, their vigilance nowhere near what it had been earlier. Now! Xuanhuang growled, drawing a long sword. A heavy, dark force wrapped around the blade as he lunged straight at the grey-robed elder. The sword's momentum appeared calm until the instant it closed in, erupting suddenly with fierce force. It cleaved through the spiritual mist, its power so intense it rippled the very air. Caught off guard, the grey-robed elder hastily gathered crimson spiritual energy into a protective shield. With a sharp clang, the shield shattered under the sword's blow. The sword's momentum carried on, grazing his shoulder and sending a spray of blood flying. The grey-robed elder flew backward, gravely wounded, blood seeping from the gash in his chest. His eyes were filled with utter shock. You, who are you? Bound by the same secret realm rules, both at the Purple Palace realm cultivation level, why are you so powerful? Xuanhuang offered no reply. With a stomp of his foot, he closed the distance, swinging his sword again. The blade's light streaked past like lightning. Chapter 99, The Damned Familiar Feeling. The grey-robed elder attempted to gather his spiritual energy to resist, but the blade was already upon him. A chill swept across his neck, and his consciousness plunged into utter darkness. His head rolled to the ground, blood splattering the rock walls. His eyes remained wide open, filled with utter refusal and disbelief. Meanwhile, Li Xianfeng had already slipped into the midst of the Blood Soul Sect disciples. His sword chi altered its trajectory, appearing ordinary yet moving with astonishing speed. One disciple, just about to swing his magical artifact, had his throat pierced by the sword chi and fell stiffly to the ground. Another disciple turned to flee, only to have his back instantly pierced by the sword chi, unable even to utter a scream. The remaining disciples panicked at the sight, but their crimson spiritual energy proved no match for Li Xuanfeng's restrained sword energy. Within mere breaths, over a dozen disciples lay dead in pools of blood. Xuanhuang approached, crouched down, and reached out to search the corpse closest to him. First, he grabbed the storage pouch at its waist, yanking it off with a sharp tug and stuffing it into his own robe. He then searched the wrist guards, rings on fingers, and even the small medicine bottle hidden in the undergarments, his movements as practiced as if rummaging through his own storage chest. Senior Uncle Shi, what are you? Li Xianfeng stared in disbelief, forgetting to sheath his sword. He'd seen Uncle Shi fight fiercely before, but never witnessed this stripping treasures display. What good is a fight if you don't take anything? Xuanhuang didn't even look up as he ripped off another corpse's breastplate. These demon sect bastards plundered plenty from other factions. We're just robbing the rich to feed the poor. After stripping the treasures clean from over a dozen corpses, Xuanhuang produced the corpse-dissolving pills, crushed them, and scattered the powder. A pale green medicinal mist hissed into existence, reducing not only the corpses and bloodstains to ash but also the scattered fragments of magical artifacts on the ground. Everything was utterly obliterated, leaving not a single trace behind. Xuanhuang deliberately circled the battlefield, sweeping his fingertips over the rock walls to smooth away the sword marks and spiritual energy imprints left behind during the fight. The scene instantly reverted to its original empty state, as if no battle had ever occurred here. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Li Xianfeng watched Xuanhuang's series of actions, finally snapping out of his daze as he murmured to himself. Master always harped on about destroying evidence and erasing traces after killing someone. Today, I've finally learned it firsthand. Xuanhuang stowed away the mystic iron essence.
Spotting Li Xianfeng still standing dumbstruck, he patted the young man on the shoulder.
What are you standing around for? Let's go.
The two quickly departed, pockets stuffed with their loot. If any wandering cultivators return now, they'd likely wonder how those dozen or so Blood Soul Sect disciples had vanished along with all their treasures as if they'd been vaporized. Just as they rounded a mountain bend, they collided with two disciples of the Burning Heaven Palace hurrying along, carrying magical artifacts. Their eyes darted anxiously, scanning every patch of spirit grass and every rock along the path as if desperately searching for something. Xuanhuang and Li Xianfeng exchanged a glance, immediately holding their breath and suppressing their auras as they silently trailed behind the pair. Before long, they encountered three more groups of Burning Heaven disciples. Each wore a tense expression, hands gripping their artifact handles, their steps hurried, clearly engaged in a large-scale search for someone.
Do you think we'll actually find them?
A young disciple in the group whispered, his voice tinged with unease.
You really want to find it?
The senior disciple beside him shot him a sidelong glance, his voice dropping even lower as he spoke earnestly.
Even if we did run into them, with our meager skills, do you think we could stand a chance? Be smart, just go through the motions, put on a show. Learn to slack off.
The words drifted into Xuanhuang's ears, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. So even within the Burning Heaven Palace, there were disciples who'd given up. It seemed like Tianxiong still had work to do to earn respect within the sect. He turned to Li Xianfeng. Come on, let's follow them and see who's worth such a big fuss from the Burning Heaven Palace. He motioned for Li Xianfeng to quicken their pace, and soon they rounded a concealed mountain hollow. Deep within the hollow, a pitch-black cave lay concealed. Two figures stood guarding its entrance. On the left stood Yin Sangyun, the Grand Elder of the Burning Heaven Palace, his right hand clutching a burning fire talisman as his vigilant gaze swept the surroundings. To his right stood an elder clad in black robes. Flaming spiritual energy swirled around him, held in check. His arms crossed over his chest, his breathing barely audible, he clearly guarded the cave's occupants. Xuanhuang narrowed his eyes, his fingertips quietly gathering hidden force.
Li Tianxiong must be inside that cave.
They're guarding it so fiercely, he must have found something valuable to refine.
Then, should we seize the opportunity to rob them?
Li Xianfeng gripped his long sword tightly, a hint of eagerness flashing in his eyes. His recent experience scavenging treasure with Xuanhuang had planted seeds of opportunistic greed within him. Xuanhuang glanced at him, a faint smile curling his lips.
You're getting restless, aren't you, kid?
He pondered for a moment, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one else was present.
I'll handle that black-robed elder.
You take care of Yin Sangyun.
We must end this quickly. Their men will hear the commotion and rush back for backup soon. And don't let Li Tianxiong inside the cave notice.
Li Xianfeng nodded.
Both simultaneously channeled their spiritual energy. Xuanhuang wrapped his hidden force around the black iron sword, his footsteps as light as a cat's.
Li Xianfeng, meanwhile, reined in his sword energy until only a sliver of its edge remained, circling behind Yin Sangyun. In near synchrony, Xuanhuang lunged forward, his black iron sword slashing straight for the old man in black robe's back. The strike was so swift it rippled the air. Simultaneously, Li Xianfeng attacked, his sword energy closing in on Yin Sangyun's wrist, which held the fire talisman. Caught off guard, the black-robed elder hastily gathered flame energy to block. Yet the hidden force on the black iron sword sent a numbing shock through his arm. Before he could counter, Xuanhuang had circled to his side, the sword's back crashing heavily against the back of his neck. The elder grunted hoarsely and fell stiffly to the ground. On the other side, just as Yin Sangyun attempted to activate the fire talisman, his wrist was slashed by sword energy.
The talisman clattered to the ground.
Seizing the moment, Li Xianfeng stepped forward and struck Yin Sangyun's chest with a palm strike. Yin Sangyun spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Li Xianfeng shoved Yin Sangyun's body into the bushes, swiftly stripping the glowing storage ring from his finger. He didn't even spare the wrist guard engraved with the Burning Heaven pattern, stowing both items into his own storage ring in a few deft motions.
Watching this, Xuanhuang's mouth twitched.
Good heavens, truly a prodigy disciple of the sect, he'd learned the skill of looting possessions remarkably fast. Having seen him loot once before, Xuanhuang marveled at how proficient his technique had become, clearly self-taught.
Xuanhuang crouched beside the black-robed elder and methodically searched his entire body.
He pulled out the storage ring from his finger, the jade pendant hanging around his neck, and even the small cloth pouch sewn into the inner hem of his robe. After dragging the two unconscious men deep into the mountain hollow and hiding them, Xuanhuang pulled out a wolf tooth club. He whispered to Li Xianfeng, "You distract him later while I whack him with this.
Guaranteed knockout. If Li Tianxiong really is refining a treasure, we might even snatch a half-finished piece."
With that, he swiftly pushed open the stone door of the cave.
Stepping inside, they found Li Tianxiong sitting cross-legged on the ground.
No trace of treasure's radiance shone before him.
A fist-sized lump swelled on his forehead, bruised and battered.
His hair was disheveled, dust clinging to his robes a pitiful sight. Clearly, he had been injured earlier by Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu and was hiding here to heal. The lump hadn't subsided after half a day, and he was rubbing it with a grimace. This scene was entirely beyond Xuanhuang's expectations.
What a rising star! Xuanhuang couldn't help but blurt out. His wolf tooth club swung swiftly, aiming for Lai Tianxiong's head. But catching sight of the bulging lump, his wrist shifted slightly. The club thudded beside the swelling, adding a fresh purple bruise. Lai Tianxiong had just finished rubbing the old bump and hadn't recovered when two masked figures burst in. Before he could even call for help, the wolf's tooth club struck him, sending him crashing to the ground. Lying on the floor, his consciousness fading, only one thought remained: damn it, here we go again. That familiar feeling, damn it. Chapter 100, Palace Master, where are your clothes? Seeing Lai Tianxiong unconscious, Xuanhuang immediately stepped forward, crouching down to grab his wrist. The moment his fingertips brushed against Lai Tianxiong's sleeve, his brow furrowed. Most cultivators wore their storage rings on the ring or middle finger of their left hand, yet Lai Tianxiong's hand was bare. Strange. Where's the storage ring? Xuanhuang muttered under his breath, then turned to check Lai Tianxiong's right hand only to find the same result. He resorted to pinching Lai Tianxiong's fingers, running his fingers along each one, yet still found nothing. Li Xianfeng leaned in, his gaze sweeping over Lai Tianxiong. Master Lai, could it be hidden inside his robes? Xuanhuang nodded and reached to pull open Lai Tianxiong's robe collar. As he did so, his fingertips suddenly encountered a layer of cold, hard material. His eyes lit up as he slid his hand down the collar, feeling the inner lining of the robe and discovering a dark-colored inner armor. The armor was made of a unique material, its surface faintly etched with swirling runes. Though dusty, its extraordinary nature was undeniable, clearly a protective treasure capable of withstanding spiritual energy attacks. Well. You've been hiding that pretty deep. Xuanhuang yanked the armor off Lai Tianxiong and tossed it to Li Xianfeng. Keep it for now. That inner armor looks like at least a heaven-grade treasure. Xuanhuang bent down to search Lai Tianxiong's waist, discovering a short blade tucked behind his back. The blade was narrow and razor-sharp, its hilt engraved with the flaming heaven palace's flame totem. Though sheathed, the intense spiritual energy radiating from the blade was palpable. He yanked the blade free. Its flash of steel made the cave air feel slightly scorching. Xuanhuang weighed the blade in his hand before stowing it into his storage ring. Where did that old codger hide his storage ring? Who knows what treasures might be inside? Still not giving up, he lifted the hem of Lai Tianxiong's robe and picked at the seams for a long while, only managing to pull out a few loose threads. He couldn't even find the fabric of a hidden pocket. Master Uncle, could it be that Lai Tianxiong's storage ring was already snatched by someone else? When we first saw him, he looked so battered, as if he'd already been robbed once. Li Xianfeng speculated, eyeing the two large bumps on Lai Tianxiong's head. Xuanhuang paused his actions. The thought struck him as plausible, and he couldn't help but laugh aloud. That old fool really is pitiful. Robbed twice, stripped of his entire fortune. His laughter barely faded when his gaze fell upon Lai Tianxiong's dust-stained yet exquisitely patterned sect leader's robe. His eyes suddenly darted, and he reached out to undo the sash of Lai Tianxiong's robe. Uncle Li, what are you doing? Li Xianfeng froze in shock, nearly dropping the inner armor he held. That's beyond your understanding. Xuanhuang stripped the robe from Lai Tianxiong's body, waving it triumphantly. This is the specially crafted robe of the Fenshin Palace Master. The fabric is woven from flame-light silk, impervious to both water and fire. The totems embroidered upon it symbolize the status of the Fenshin Palace. Who knows, it might come in handy someday. Ha! He dusted off the robes, neatly folded them, and tucked them into his robe lining. Only after thoroughly inspecting Lai Tianxiong's undergarments confirming they held nothing did he finally let it go. Xuanhuang kicked the now underwear-only Lai Tianxiong lying on the ground, his tone tinged with regret yet also a hint of satisfaction. Though we didn't find the storage ring, this inner armor, dagger, and sect robe mean we didn't come here for nothing. Li Xianfeng nodded. The two then meticulously erased all traces inside and outside the cave, not only sweeping away footprints with spiritual energy but also carefully replacing the rocks Lai Tianxiong had knocked loose while unconscious. They even retrieved the empty porcelain bottle that had held the healing pill before turning to leave. Inside the cave, Lai Tianxiong remained sprawled on the ground. Two lumps, one fresh, one old, stood out prominently on his head. Clad only in a thin pair of undergarments, he resembled a beggar stripped of everything. No one could have imagined that the once formidable palace master of the Burning Heaven Palace would now find himself in such a pitiful state. The chill seeping into his body jolted his dazed consciousness awake. He snapped his eyes open. Bare rock walls met his gaze. The old bump on his head still throbbed faintly, while the new swelling felt swollen and numb. Touching it, he sucked in a sharp breath. Gah! Which bastard ambushed me again? Lai Tianxiong braced against the ground, attempting to sit up. The moment he exerted force, a chill ran through his body. Glancing down, his pupils instantly contracted. His specially crafted flame-light silk sect robe was gone, leaving only his undergarments. The empty space at his lower back revealed that the burning heartblade tucked there had vanished without a trace. My blade! My robes! He frantically searched the ground, his fingers digging into the stone crevices, yet not even a shred of fabric remained. The porcelain bottle of healing pills tucked in his robe and the inner armor he wore were all gone.
From head to toe, he was stripped bare, literally stripped clean save for the single pair of underwear covering his modesty.
Damn it! Damn it!
Li Xiangxiong slammed his fist into the ground in fury. The blow sent a sharp pain shooting through the swelling on his head, and darkness swirled before his eyes. He recalled the figures of those two masked men before he blacked out, remembered the wolf tooth club that had struck his head with pinpoint accuracy. A familiar sense of injustice welled up inside him. It was exactly like the last time he'd been beaten. Both were sneak attacks where he couldn't fight back. This time, they'd robbed him down to his underwear. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed outside the cave, mingled with Yin Sangyun's cries. "Palace Master! Are you all right?" Lai Tianxiong snapped his head up. Yin Sangyun and the black-robed elder stumbled into the cave, both pale-faced and covered in mud, clearly having just regained consciousness themselves.
The moment Yin Sangyun entered and saw Lai Tianxiong's state, his eyes nearly popped out of his head. "Palace Master! Where are your clothes?" He reached for his storage ring to pull out a robe for the palace master, but his hand missed the ring entirely. Yin Sangyun finally snapped to attention, frantically feeling his fingers and then his wrist.
The storage ring glowing with spiritual light and the wrist guard engraved with the burning heaven pattern were both gone without a trace.
Panic instantly seized him. "Mine's gone too. After I passed out, they must have taken it as well."
The black-robed elder also sensed something amiss and felt his own fingers. The storage ring that had rested on his ring finger was gone, along with the jade pendant around his neck and the small cloth pouch tucked inside his robe. His expression darkened.
"My storage ring! It's been stolen!"
The three exchanged stunned glances as the air in the cave froze. Li Xiangxiong watched the two men's disheveled state, then recalled his own ordeal. A surge of rage shot straight to his temples.
It was those two masked men. Not only did they ambush us, but they stole everything we had. But who are they? How could they possess such strength to knock us out so easily? This damned restricted realm.
The black-robed elder gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bitter resentment. My storage ring held spirit stones and magical artifacts I'd accumulated over years, all gone.
Yin Sangyun stamped his feet in frustration. "Master, were these two the same ones who ambushed us last time?"
Lai Tianxiong opened his mouth, hesitated, then said, "This time they were masked. They moved too fast, I couldn't get a clear look." His face flushed crimson as he spoke. The esteemed palace master of Burning Heaven Palace had been struck down twice in succession, yet he didn't even know who had defeated him. The more Lai Tianxiong thought about it, the more confused he became, and the throbbing pain in his head grew more pronounced.
Lai Tianxiong took a deep breath, forcing down his rage. "Forget who they are. Get out immediately and gather the disciples. Turn this entire area upside down. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to find those bastards." Yin Sangyun instinctively opened his mouth to agree, but suddenly thought, even if they found them, what then? Given their strength, even if they were found, they'd likely face another beating. Yin Sangyun swallowed hard and whispered, "Palace Master, should we gather more men before searching? Those two are formidable. Without our magical artifacts and storage rings, we might." The black-robed elder nodded in agreement, his eyes betraying a hint of apprehension. "Indeed, Palace Master. Safety comes first. Once we've gathered all the disciples and deployed the Burning Heaven formation, I'm confident we'll capture them." Lin Tianxiong watched their cowardly expressions and nearly fainted from rage again. Yet he knew it was true. Without his protective inner armor and the heart-burning blade, and with Yin Sangyun and the black-robed elder deprived of their storage rings' magical artifacts, they were no match for those two masked figures. Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Fine. Go gather the disciples. But remember, not a word of today's events leaves this place. If other factions learn that the palace master and elders of our Burning Heaven Palace were stripped down to our undergarments, our palace's reputation will be utterly ruined." The two hurriedly agreed and turned to leave in a rush. In the cave, Lai Tianxiong remained alone. Sitting on the ground, he rubbed the two swollen bumps on his head and stared at his empty wrists. Only one thought filled his mind. "Those bastards don't let me catch you again. Or I'll strip you naked and toss you into the furnace." Chapter 101, Fierce Battle Against the Demon Heaven Sect. As the Qingxuan Sect disciples waited in the southern valley, each of them was sweating bullets. Xuanhuang and Li Xianfeng had been gone for nearly an hour. The occasional roar of demonic beasts echoed through the mist, and everyone feared something had happened to them. Only when they saw the pair return did the collective tension finally ease. Xin Jinghong was the first to rush forward. His gaze swept over them, relieved to see no injuries. "Senior brother," he asked, unable to contain his curiosity, "where did you go? Why did it take so long?" Li Xianfeng cleared his throat at the question, avoiding Xin Jinghong's gaze. Nowhere special. Just went out to scout the terrain, worried we might get lost if we encountered a fork in the road later." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The experience of raiding with senior brother sure had been far more thrilling than a simple reconnaissance mission. Xin Jinghong watched his relaxed expression and didn't believe a word of it. But she didn't press him, merely nodding with a smile. "Glad you're back. Everyone was worried sick after you were gone so long." Xuanhuang seized the moment to change the subject. "Alright, now that we're all here, let's head deeper into the valley.
The spiritual energy is denser there, we might find even more treasures. As time passed, the atmosphere within the secret realm grew increasingly lively. Disciples from various factions scattered across different areas to explore. Some fought fiercely over a 1,000-year-old spiritual ginseng, only to end up both injured, allowing other passing cultivators to reap the benefits. Others stumbled into demon beast lairs, but through seamless teamwork, they slew the beasts and claimed their cores. Most, however, carefully gathered spiritual herbs and minerals, their storage pouches gradually swelling. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu followed the spiritual energy currents deep within the secret realm, heading toward its core. As they approached a mist-shrouded canyon, the spiritual energy is incredibly dense up ahead. Fang Hanyu abruptly halted, pointing at a massive boulder beside the gorge. Perched atop the boulder was a translucent flower. Its petals shimmered faintly, occasionally fading into the mist before reappearing with crystalline clarity. It was none other than the supreme spiritual herb, the spirit-nurturing flower. Xiao Ruobai's eyes lit up. It's a spirit-nurturing flower, a king-grade spiritual herb. If refined into a pill, it would greatly aid in breaking through to the king realm. Just as the two were about to approach and pick it, heavy footsteps suddenly echoed from behind. Turning, they saw the Demon Heaven Sect's leader, Mo Luo, accompanied by 5 elders and over a dozen disciples, approaching from behind. Mo Luo, shrouded in black demonic energy, fixed his gaze on the spirit-nurturing flower. His eyes instantly turned greedy. A fine treasure. Who would have thought it was hidden in this godforsaken place? His gaze swept over Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu. Seeing their plain attire and aura at the level of ordinary cultivators, he frowned. Where did these wild cultivators come from? This spirit-nurturing flower isn't something you lot can touch. Get the hell out of here before I have to make sure you don't even get a whole corpse left behind. Fang Hanyu's eyes turned cold. Treasures in a secret realm belong to whoever finds them first. Why should we give it to you? Xiao Ruobai quietly circulated his spiritual energy. He sensed that though Mo Luo's demonic energy was potent, it was constrained by the secret realm, limiting him to no more than Purple Palace realm cultivation, hardly a threat. Mo Luo hadn't expected these 2 rogue cultivators to dare defy him. His expression darkened as he gave a subtle nod toward a bearded elder beside him. Kill them. Be careful not to let blood splash onto the spirit herbs. The elder stepped forward at the command, black demonic energy coalescing into a claw in his palm. With a piercing whistle, he lunged straight at Xiao Ruobai. You greenhorns! Today you'll taste the might of the Demon Heaven Sect. He expected this strike to tear them apart effortlessly, but mid-charge, Fang Hanyu suddenly moved. Drawing the frost-swept sword from his storage ring, its pale blue blade flashed like lightning. All present saw only a sudden, icy gleam before their eyes. Before they could discern the sword's trajectory, a wet thud echoed. The bearded elder's head rolled across the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck, splattering the floor. The entire scene fell deathly silent. The disciples of the Demon Heaven Sect stared wide-eyed, breath caught in their throats. That elder had fought alongside the sect master for years and he hadn't even managed to block a single strike? Mo Luo's face darkened completely. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Good. Very good. Dare to kill my Motian Sect disciples? Neither of you will leave here alive today. He waved his hand at the remaining men. Attack! Tear them to pieces. The remaining 4 elders and over a dozen disciples snapped out of their daze, simultaneously summoning their magical artifacts. Some condensed demonic energy into cursed blades, others manipulated venomous vines, while yet others hurled poison-tipped darts. A hail of attacks descended upon the pair. Xiao Ruobai reacted with lightning speed, drawing a long spear and sweeping it out to sever all the incoming poison vines. Simultaneously, he stepped forward, thrusting the spear tip straight toward the chest of a tall, thin elder. The elder frantically conjured a shield of demonic energy, but the spear, carrying immense force, pierced right through the shield and plunged deep into his heart. Xiao Ruobai twisted his wrist, the halberd shredding the elder's internal organs before being pulled free. Blood splattered his entire body, yet his gaze remained utterly unflinching. Meanwhile, Fang Hanyu danced among the disciples, wielding the frost-swept sword. Each flash of its blade drew a trail of crimson light. His strikes were swift and precise, each aimed directly at vital points. The disciples of the Demon Heaven Sect had no time to react, and within moments, 7 or 8 lay fallen. Who are these 2? How can they be so powerful? A plump elder, fending off Xiao Ruobai's long spear, felt panic rising within him. Having roamed Shenzhou for years, he had never encountered cultivators clad in ordinary robes yet possessing such ferocious power. What a bunch of useless trash! Mo Luo watched his men suffer heavy losses. He charged forward, only to be swept aside by Xiao Ruobai's halberd. Coughing up blood, he was clearly badly injured. Master, something's wrong with them. If we keep fighting, we'll be destroyed here. Retreat now. Moluo panicked, instinctively trying to draw upon deeper layers of demonic energy within his body. Yet the moment the power surged from his dantian into his meridians, it was ruthlessly suppressed by an invisible force. No matter how he strained, he could only muster the power of a peak Purple Palace realm cultivator. Not a shred of extra strength could be summoned. Shocked and enraged, he realized that with half his men already lost, any further delay would spell total annihilation.
Retreat! Glancing at the mere 2 elders and several disciples remaining by his side, he gritted his teeth and turned to flee. The others attempted to flee as well. But Xiao Ruobai and his companion moved with blinding speed, catching up to the disciples and slaughtering them without mercy. Xiao Ruobai moved like a shadow, his long spear tearing through the air. With icy intent, he thrust it straight toward the back of the demonic warrior. In that life or death instant, Maluo's soul recoiled in terror, a chill running down his spine as the shadow of death loomed clearer than ever. He bit down hard on his tongue, forcing his latent power to surge through the excruciating pain. With a hoarse roar, he commanded, "Demonic barriers, multitude." A colossal surge of demonic energy erupted from his body, instantly coalescing into a thick yet precarious black barrier before him, attempting to stall the fatal spear thrust. Crack! In the blink of an eye, before the spearhead could strike, the biting gale had already cracked the demonic energy barrier, threatening to shatter it completely. Mara's eyes nearly bulged from the strain, knowing this was his last chance. Frantically, he fumbled 3 black jade talismans engraved with bizarre runes from his robe. Without a glance, he shoved them almost violently into the hands of his 2 remaining servants. His voice, distorted by sheer terror, screeched, "Crush them! Crush them now!" Chapter 102, The News Spreads. The 2 elders, already terrified out of their wits, seized this last lifeline. Almost instinctively, they frantically poured every ounce of remaining demonic energy into the jade talismans. Hum. The jade talisman shattered at the sound, and a blinding black light instantly engulfed the 3. Spatial forces violently rippled, forming a rapidly spinning black vortex beneath their feet. Just as the demonic energy barrier completely shattered and Xiao Ruobai thrust his spear forward, the figures of the 3 twisted and faded within the black light. Finally, along with the last few wispy strands of escaping demonic energy, they vanished completely. The spear struck empty air, only slicing through lingering phantoms. Fang Hanyu sheathed his sword, his brow furrowing slightly as he surveyed the bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground. They got away. Xiao Ruobai shook his head, walked to the top of the boulder, plucked the spirit nurturing flower, and placed it into a specially crafted jade box. We were still a bit too slow. Best secure this treasure first, lest others come to claim it. Meanwhile, hidden within the nearby woods, several disciples from other factions lurked, some from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, others from the Heavenly Derivation Sect. A few bold yet cautious lone cultivators had been drawn by the commotion and powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, witnessing the entire scene. When they saw the Demon Heaven sect closing in earlier, they had assumed those 2 disheveled cultivators were doomed. Yet the situation had reversed so swiftly. Not only had the Demon Heaven sect fled in disarray, but 3 elders and over 10 disciples lay dead. The sight of blood flowing like a river sent shivers down their spines. Good heavens! Who are these 2? They even drove off the sect master of the Demon Heaven sect. A disciple from the 10,000 Laws Pavilion stared wide-eyed, his voice thick with shock. He scrutinized Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu's attire repeatedly, yet detected no sect insignia. Their clothes don't look like those of the 7 great sects. Could they be disciples from some hidden sect? Another disciple from the Tianyan sect nodded in agreement, his voice still trembling with fear. That sword-wielding one was ruthless. I didn't even catch a glimpse of the sword's shadow before the Emotian sect elder's head rolled. That power is terrifying, utterly unmatched among peers. What kind of prodigy is this monster? Several wandering cultivators buzzed with speculation. Some guessed they were powerful figures from Yunzhou, others thought they might be local cultivators from the secret realm. Yet, no matter how they turned it over, not a single one could pinpoint the origins of the 2. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu paid no heed to the commotion around them. After securing the spirit nurturing flower, they searched the area once more, collecting every storage ring and treasure belonging to the Demon Heaven sect disciples. Many had witnessed the battle, and since survivors had escaped, destroying the bodies to cover their tracks seemed pointless. Fang Hanyu patted Xiao Ruobai's shoulder. Good thing we changed our disguises. No one recognized us, or we'd have drawn even more trouble. Xiao Ruobai smiled back. Let's go. The bloodshed here is too thick, it'll attract beasts. We should press on ahead and see if there are any other opportunities. Their figures soon vanished into the depths of the gorge, leaving behind only a field of corpses and the bewildered, stunned murmurs of disciples from various sects echoing long in the valley. News of the Demon Heaven sect's crushing defeat in the Misty Mist Canyon spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the secret realm within half a day. Upon hearing that 3 elders and over a dozen disciples of the Demon Heaven sect had perished, leaving only the sect master, Maleo, and 2 other elders all gravely wounded, the people of Shenzhou cheered with delight. It's about time someone dealt with these demonic cult bastards. A lone cultivator who had once had his spirit herbs stolen by a Demon Heaven sect disciple pounded his thigh in excitement. They've been slaughtering people indiscriminately, snatching storage pouches and plundering treasures. Now they've met their downfall, it's truly satisfying. Others gathered, vividly recounting the exploits of the mysterious spearman and the swift sword white-robed man. The crowd listened in awe, their minds filled with the question, who exactly are these 2? The 10,000 Laws Pavilion team was traversing the spirit herb slope in search of resources. When Yun Songhai heard the news, he was examining the age of a 1,000-year-old vermilion fruit. His fingertips paused, and his brow instantly furrowed. He lifted his gaze toward the direction of the mist-shrouded gorge, gathering a thread of spiritual energy at his fingertips. Yet, all he could sense was the faint lingering aura of demonic energy and the scent of blood in the air. To sweep through the Demon Heaven sect at the Purple Palace realm cultivation level, even forcing the Demon King himself into retreat. Yun Songhai stroked the crimson fruit's leaves, his tone thick with gravity. Among the core figures of Xianzhou's 7 great sects, I've never heard of anyone possessing such combat prowess. Could he be the heir of a hidden sect? His chief disciple, Lu Chengfeng, beside him, also wore a puzzled expression. I've already questioned members of other factions. None recognized their attire, nor could they identify any sect markings on their weapons. They appear to be ordinary wandering cultivators. Yun Songhai fell silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. Ordinary wandering cultivators wouldn't possess such seamless coordination and ruthlessness. Keep a close watch. If we encounter those two again, we must uncover their origins. Meanwhile, within the Qingxuan Sect's expedition, Xuanhuang had just led his disciples to unearth several century-old spiritual herbs when he overheard passing cultivators murmuring, "The Demon Heaven sect was slaughtered by 2 mysterious figures. Blood ran like rivers." He froze for a moment, then recalled Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu entering the secret realm alone. Linking this to their combat prowess on purple bamboo peak, Xiao Ruobai wielding his long spear with fierce momentum, Fang Hanyu's sword striking with astonishing speed, he instantly understood. Those two kids must have had a field day. Xuanhuang stroked his chin with a chuckle, lowering his voice to Li Xianfeng beside him. No need to guess, it's definitely those two brats Ruobai and Hanyu. Only they could beat the Demon Heaven sect so badly at the Purple Palace realm. Li Xianfeng nodded slightly. Those two juniors are truly formidable. Xuanhuang's tone carried a hint of pride. Our Qingxuan Sect disciples wouldn't be outdone, would they? But keep it quiet. Let them stir things up a bit more. It'll serve the demonic sect forces right. Once the news spread, the atmosphere within the secret realm shifted completely. Previously, demonic sects like the Demon Heaven Sect and Blood Soul Sect had run rampant, plundering anyone they encountered and seizing any treasure they found. Many sect disciples had suffered losses but, intimidated by the opponent's formidable cultivation, could only swallow their anger. But now, learning that even demonic sects can be crushed by Purple Palace realm cultivators, the pent-up frustration in everyone's hearts instantly transformed into resolve. Since everyone was bound by the secret realm's rules to the Purple Palace realm, the demonic sects had lost their advantages in cultivation and numbers. With Manhwa gravely wounded, this was the perfect moment for revenge. Their numbers are low now, and they've lost their high-level cultivators. If we don't take revenge now, we'll never get another chance once we leave the secret realm. A lone cultivator shouted, eyes red with fury, his grip on the long sword turning white. Other minor factions followed suit, gathering 5 here, 8 there, quickly forming a force of dozens. They fixed their sights on the demon cultists' movements. Don't those demon cult bastards love picking on lone cultivators? Now we're all at the Purple Palace realm. With our numbers, what's there to fear? Though the 7 great sects hadn't openly organized forces, they were quietly involved. The Demon Heaven Sect's days had become utterly miserable. Chapter 103, to obtain the secret realm's legacy, one must conquer the Tower of Heaven. Maluo and the 2 remaining elders hid in a mountain cave, holding their breath in fear. When they ventured out to search for spirit herbs, they were immediately ambushed by vengeful lone cultivators. The ensuing battle left them even more gravely wounded. Xuanhuang of the Blood Soul Sect had also reigned in his ferocity, fearful of encountering any of the avenging groups. The spiritual mist within the secret realm remained thick, yet it was no longer the domain of demonic sect forces. Footsteps of vengeance, the sharp clang of magical artifacts clashing, and occasional shouts of rage wove together into a manhunt order targeting the demonic sect forces. Everyone understood this was their sole opportunity for fair retribution against the demon cult within the realm. Once outside the secret realm, where the demon cult could restore their cultivation, seeking vengeance would become as difficult as ascending to heaven. As time passed, those within the secret realm gradually grasped its layout and began advancing toward its core. Along the way, rare herbs grew increasingly precious, and the spiritual energy fluctuations from ore deposits intensified, spurring all factions to quicken their pace. Leveraging abundant resources and sophisticated tracking techniques, the 7 great sects carved out relatively safe routes through the spiritual mists. Though the demon cult suffered casualties, they leveraged the bizarre nature of their demonic arts to uncover numerous opportunities in hidden corners. Deep within the secret realm, the spiritual mist grew thicker, nearly solidifying into substance, while an ancient, heart-stopping pressure permeated the air. After relentless battles and relentless exploration, all factions finally followed the strongest spiritual energy fluctuations to the very heart of the secret realm. The spiritual mist at the core was so thick you could wring water from it, each breath carrying the heavy, ancient resonance of Taoist mysticism.
The pale golden glow emanating from the blue stone slabs beneath their feet flickered intermittently, illuminating the ancient runes carved into their crevices and stretching their shadows into ever-changing lengths.
The moment Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu stepped into view, the scene froze.
The remaining disciples of the Demon Heaven sect, already pale-faced, drained of all color. Their hands, clutching magical artifacts, began to tremble.
Luo's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the pair.
Dark energy surged uncontrollably within him, yet fear held him back from acting rashly. The memory of their crushing defeat lingered like a nightmare in their minds. The mere sight of these two Star of Doom made their legs feel like lead, compelling them to turn and flee. The gazes of other factions nearby turned toward them, each pair holding a different expression. Those lone cultivators and minor factions once oppressed by the demon sect gazed at them with admiration and gratitude, quietly clasping their fists in salute and murmuring among themselves.
It was these two heroes who taught the Demon Heaven sect a bitter lesson. They finally avenged us.
Their words brimmed with satisfaction. Yun Sanhai of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion observed them with piercing eyes, scrutinizing every move of Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu as he silently speculated on their origins and cultivation techniques. The moment Lai Tianxiong of the Burning Heaven Pavilion saw them, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot, as if they might bleed. It was these two who had ambushed him and stolen his storage ring.
Damn them to hell.
He clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug into his palms. The memory of the ring being snatched flashed through his mind, churning hatred within him. But catching sight of the panicked members of the Demon Heaven sect nearby, and recalling the sect's earlier devastation, he forced his rage back down.
He dared not make a rash move.
Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze on the two, the bloodshot in his eyes almost solidifying. Only one thought occupied his mind: once we're out of this secret realm and my cultivation recovers, you two will pay the price.
Shi Wanshan stood within the Qingxuan Sect's ranks.
Spotting Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu, a fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of satisfaction and approval crossed his eyes.
Yun Sanhai of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion stood at the front of his group, idly twirling his jade scepter while his gaze repeatedly appraised Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu. He could clearly sense that though their spiritual energy was only at the peak of the Purple Palace realm, it was astonishingly stable. Even the rhythm of their breathing carried a sense of order, unlike the chaotic aura typical of ordinary wandering cultivators. The foundations of these two surpassed those of everyone in the Seven Great Sect. Only Xuanhuang of the Blood Soul Sect remained silent, standing in the shadows. He hadn't witnessed their combat, yet he knew Maluo's strength. For Maluo to show such apprehension, these two were clearly no easy foes. As all eyes remained fixed on Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu, a deep, resonant hum suddenly echoed from the depths of the spirit mist. The sound did not originate from any cultivator or demon beast, but carried the weighty resonance of an ancient artifact awakening, trembling through the air along the spiritual veins. Instinctively, all eyes followed the sound. Within the densest mist, a towering, jet-black structure slowly revealed its full form. Standing 100 zhang tall, it possessed 9 tiers. Golden-hued talisman bells hung from each eave, yet not a single chime sounded when the wind stirred them. Only the golden runes engraved across the tower's surface flowed slowly, breathing in and out the spiritual mist like living entities. Their radiance extended throughout the secret realm, subtly connecting with the ancient, oppressive aura permeating the air. This tower.
Yun Sanhai pressed his fingers to his brow, attempting to discern the tower's origins. Yet he encountered a Tao essence far surpassing the Purple Palace realm. His gaze snapped to the tower's runes, shock flashing in his eyes. The cultivation restrictions within this secret realm, they're likely connected to this tower. The words sent ripples through the crowd like a pebble dropped into still waters. Lai Tianxiong stared intently at the tower. He had long suspected the cultivation restrictions in the secret realm were peculiar. Seeing the connection between the tower and the runes, he suddenly understood. The wandering cultivators murmured among themselves. One pointed at the runic traces extending from the tower and whispered, "No wonder we're all capped at the Purple Palace realm. Wherever we go, the root cause lies in this tower." No one moved immediately, their gazes shifting between the tower and each other. Some fixated on the inheritance opportunity within the tower, others warmed by the formidable strength of Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu, while still others schemed on how to use the tower to break the confinement. Only the golden runes on the tower's surface remained serene, flowing steadily as if having witnessed countless ages of contention, quietly awaiting those who could unlock its secrets. At that moment, a pale golden light screen suddenly illuminated before the tower, and a voice old yet commanding echoed through the void. To claim the secret realm's inheritance, one must conquer this tower of heaven. The tower holds 9 gates, each a separate realm. Slay your opponents within to advance. Those who enter will have their cultivation automatically unlocked, allowing them to wield their true power. The first gate pits you against opponents of equal strength, with each subsequent gate growing progressively stronger. Before the words had fully faded, numerous cultivators, unable to contain their impatience, charged toward the light barrier. Yet the moment their palms touched the light barrier, an invisible force repelled them. Some were even knocked back several steps, their spiritual energy surging violently.
What's going on? Why can't we get in?
A disciple of the Burning Heaven Pavilion clutched his numb palm, his face filled with confusion.
The voice sounded again, tinged with indifference. The Tower of Ascension admits only those of equal cultivation whose combat prowess is exceptional. Those whose hearts lack sincerity or whose strength is insufficient should not force their way in. The indifferent voice fell, and the crowd instantly stirred. Many cultivators, unable to touch the light barrier, wore expressions of unwillingness. Lin Lai, the chief disciple of the Burning Heaven Pavilion, who had been brimming with determination, immediately stepped forward, gripping his flaming long sword. When his palm touched the light barrier, golden runes swiftly swirled around it, as if conducting a meticulous verification. Unlike ordinary cultivators, he was not immediately repelled. Lu Chengfeng of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion, Bing Li of Cold Moon Valley, and core disciples of the Heavenly Derivation Sect also stepped forward one after another. As elite practitioners from major sects, their combat prowess within their respective realms was already outstanding. The light barrier verified them all smoothly, opening the way without rejecting a single one. Only a handful of non-core disciples were repelled when they attempted to enter. Though their faces flushed crimson, they dared not challenge the light screen's power again. Witnessing this, numerous sect masters and elders stepped forward to attempt entry into the tower. Fan Hanyu and Xiao Ruobai touched the light screen and entered the tower directly. Chapter 104, The Inheritance Secured. The moment they stepped through the tower gate, Xiao Ruobai and Fan Hanyu were separated by two golden light patterns, each falling into an independent space. Xiao Ruobai landed in a desolate ancient battlefield. Before him materialized a mid-stage heavenly realm puppet cultivator wielding a long blade, slashing straight at him. Fan Hanyu found himself amidst a forest of swords, surrounded by mid-stage hollow heaven realm puppets wielding blades. The sword winds carried a fierce, murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ruobai swept his long spear horizontally. The spearhead, carrying the force of 1,000 pounds, cleaved the puppet's blade in two before piercing straight through its chest. Fan Hanyu drew his frost-sweeping sword. A pale blue blade flashed like lightning. Before the puppet could even discern the sword's shadow, blood spurted from its neck as it collapsed to the ground. First gate, instant kill. The second gate shifted abruptly. Xiao Ruobai faced a three-way encirclement by puppets of equal cultivation. His halberd danced in a blinding whirlwind, each strike landing precisely on vital points. Within 3 breaths, all 3 puppets crashed to the ground. Fan Hanyu, exploiting the sword forest terrain, moved with blinding speed, his sword strikes leaving only after images. The puppets' attacks failed to even graze his robes before they all met their end. The second stage was also cleared in an instant. The third gate's opponents were late-stage Heavenly Realm cultivators, and both of them cleared it in an instant. The fourth gate, Early Heavenly Man Realm. Fifth gate, 3 Early Heavenly Man Realm opponents. Sixth gate, Mid-Heavenly Man Realm. Seventh gate, 3 Mid-Heavenly Man Realm opponents. Eighth gate, Late Heavenly Man Realm. Regardless of how opponents' cultivation rose or numbers swelled, Xiao Ruobai's spear struck blood with every thrust, while Fan Hanyu's sword remained too swift for any reaction. From barren battlefields to frozen snowfields, from sword forests to demon realms, the spatial scene shifted with each gate. Yet their slaughter pace never faltered. Puppets before them couldn't even withstand half a strike. As Xiao Ruobai's halberd cleaved the skull of the ninth gate's peak Heavenly Man Realm puppet, space abruptly warped. Drawn by a gentle force, he landed atop a tower paved with jade bricks. Almost simultaneously, Fan Hanyu also felled a peak Heavenly Man Realm puppet, his figure appearing on the opposite side of the tower's summit. Standing side by side, they surveyed the mist-shrouded tower levels below. Their breathing was steady, as if they had merely completed a routine practice session. Meanwhile, in the lower levels of the Tower of Heavenly Passage, most cultivators remained trapped within the second or third trials. As Xiao Ruobai and Fan Hanyu surveyed the scene atop the tower, the central jade platform suddenly erupted in blinding golden light. Golden runes surged like a tidal wave, gradually coalescing into a translucent, aged figure. It was Ling Qiong's remnant soul. His disheveled hair clung to his cheeks, and the spiritual energy surrounding him was so faint it seemed ready to dissipate at any moment. Only his eyes still held a glimmer of undimmed light. The moment the remnant soul stabilized itself, it began coughing violently. Each gasp sent tiny ripples across its ethereal form, its voice raspy as if scraped raw by sandpaper. Cough. Finally, someone capable of breaking through the 9 gates. But when its gaze swept over Xiao Ruobai and then landed on Fan Hanyu, the spirit body suddenly trembled. The coughing stopped abruptly, its eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Ha! Why are there 2 of them? He blinked, thinking he was seeing things. It seemed he hadn't anticipated that his endless wait would yield 2 successful candidates. Moments later, he regained his composure, the astonishment in his eyes gradually replaced by a deep, indelible sense of relief. My name is Ling Qiong. I was once merely a solitary cultivator struggling at the bottleneck of the quasi-saint realm. By chance, I stumbled into the secret realm and beheld this heaven-piercing tower. At that time, I believed, this was my chance to break through to the saint realm. Ling Qiong raised a hand, his finger pointing at the tower's surface. The tip of his lingering soul passed through the golden runes, carrying a hint of weary melancholy. But this tower was too ruthless. The 9th level was an entire realm above mine, the late stage of the Saint Realm.
I spent 300 years, my hair turning from black to white, even burning half my cultivation to trigger a blood sacrifice to the Tao Foundation. I shattered my spiritual veins and drastically reduced my lifespan, yet I barely scratched the puppet. He paused, his voice low and almost inaudible, filled with resentment and self-mockery. Just then, Xiao Ruobai spoke up, his tone tinged with genuine puzzlement. Is this tower really that difficult? I climbed it in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense.
Fang Hanyu nodded indifferently beside him, adding, me too.
It felt like it ended before I even got warmed up. Ling Xiong's lingering soul stiffened abruptly, the ripples on his spirit body instantly becoming chaotic, as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged for a long moment. Finally, he pointed at the two of them, his voice trembling. You, a stick of incense? Before you even warmed up? His earlier melancholy shattered instantly, the color draining from his spirit body as he muttered, I struggled for 300 years, and you too, a single stick of incense. I've guarded this towering opportunity in vain, unable to even grasp its door. As the words left his lips, the remnant soul's form convulsed violently, as if pierced by the sting of past regrets. Yet this time, it was more the casual tone of the two that had provoked him, and it took him a long while to steady himself. Later, when I knew I couldn't hold on any longer, I used my last ounce of strength to anchor this tower as a foundation and set up cultivation restrictions. Since I couldn't do it, I had to choose a powerful successor to see the view from the tower's peak for me and refine this tower of heaven for me. As its gaze swept earnestly over Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu once more, a bright light suddenly ignited in Ling Qiong's eyes, and its spirit form grew unusually solid. This time, it wasn't satisfaction, it was pure astonishment at their innate talent, a final burst of brilliance before fading. You both managed to break through all 9 gates? And with such ease? He stepped forward, his voice thick with unchecked excitement and a hint of disbelief. Good. Excellent. Far stronger than I was in my prime. Almost unfairly so. Before his words faded, Ling Qiong swept his hand. A pale golden orb rose from the jade platform. The Tao essence within the inheritance core, stirred by the lingering soul's emotional surge, grew ever more vibrant. This tower of heaven and the treasures of the secret realm, I entrust them to you. He paused, then muttered softly to himself. I'm no longer worthy anyway. As the words fell, the golden runes above the jade platform surged violently, coalescing into a fist-sized tower-shaped spirit core. A faint aura of the Tao swirled across its surface, the very core refinement mark of the Tower of Heavenly Connection. Who will refine it? Fang Hanyu turned to Xiao Ruobai, his tone tinged with deliberation. I specialize in the way of the sword. Refining the tower core would benefit me less than it would you. Xiao Ruobai didn't refuse. A mere minor secret realm was far less valuable than the treasures his master usually bestowed upon him. He drew a deep breath, reached out, and grasped the tower-shaped spirit core. Spiritual energy slowly flowed from his fingertips into it. The moment the core touched his palm, it transformed into a golden stream of light, surging through his meridians into his dantian. Xiao Ruobai felt the spiritual energy within his dantian suddenly boil. Countless ancient runes unfolded in his sea of consciousness, and the methods for controlling the Tower of Heavenly Passage, along with the distribution maps of the secret realm's spiritual veins, flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. Within moments, a faint golden aura began to emanate from his body, resonating with the distant Tower of Heaven. The runes on the tower's surface lit up in response, as if acknowledging a successful master. It's done. Xiao Ruobai opened his eyes, a flash of understanding in his gaze, and nodded to Fang Hanyu beside him. The moment the words left his lips, the Tower of Heavenly Ascension suddenly shook violently. The runes on its surface swirled wildly like living creatures, and a golden light shot straight from its peak into the clouds. The next instant, a gentle yet irresistible force radiated outward from the tower's body. All cultivators still battling within were enveloped by this force, instantly propelled out of the tower, and landed steadily on the open ground before it. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu also emerged from the tower, finding themselves outside. Before the crowd could react, the runes encircling the Tower of Heavenly Passage rippled outward in concentric waves, spreading like water across the entire secret realm. The invisible restrictions that had been relentlessly suppressing the cultivator's cultivation levels rapidly dissolved under the glow of the runes, melting away like ice and snow. This is bad. We were so preoccupied with refining it that we didn't anticipate refining the tower core would also lift the restrictions across the entire secret realm. Xiao Ruobai's gaze swept toward the nearby Demon Heaven Sect contingent. He saw Manhwa bent over, examining himself. A savage expression gradually spread across his previously pallid face, and the demonic energy surrounding him no longer concealed itself. Clearly, he had fully restored his peak strength. Chapter 105, The Great Battle Begins. No sooner had Xiao Ruobai spoken than cries of astonishment erupted from all corners of the secret realm. Spiritual power, previously suppressed at the Purple Palace realm, surged like wild horses breaking free from their bonds. The cultivation levels of the major sect masters and elders swiftly returned to their original realms. The most striking movements came from the Demon Sect and the Burning Heaven Palace. Feeling the demonic energy of the sovereign realm surge anew within him, Manhwa's pallid face flushed crimson.
He fixed his gaze on Xiao Ruobai, the suppressed ferocity erupting in full force.
Eerie, monstrous illusions of demonic energy coalesced around him, as if poised to pounce at any moment. Xuanhuang of the Blood Soul Sect emerged from the shadows, crimson mist swirling from his fingertips.
His menacing gaze darted between Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu, clearly plotting how to strike amidst the chaos. Liezhen Xiong of the Burning Heaven Palace was even more agitated.
He clenched his fists tightly, causing his heavenly man realm flame spiritual energy to erupt uncontrollably, scorching the hem of his robe until it fluttered and crackled. Already seething from repeated snubs, his restored cultivation instantly bolstered his confidence. He glared fixedly at Xiao Ruobai, murderous intent nearly spilling from his eyes, needing only a pretext to strike. The powerful figures from other sects weren't idle either, their gazes darting back and forth between Xiao Ruobai and the Tower of Heaven. The earlier resonance of the Tower of Heaven and the strange phenomenon of its runes lighting up, even the little cutie could guess the inheritance had fallen into these two hands.
Who wouldn't want a piece of the pie? Xuanhuang, standing within the Qingxuan Sect's ranks, observed everything unfold. His brow gradually furrowed. He quietly took half a step back, exchanging a glance with Li Xianfeng. Li Xianfeng immediately understood, gripping his sword hilt as spiritual energy surged silently within him. He knew this battle was unavoidable. He could only do his utmost to protect Xiao Ruobai and the other. Xiao He flapped his wings and landed on the knotted branch of an ancient tree in the distance. His black bean-like eyes swept over the tense crowd below, filled with a carefree, condescending gaze. To him, the crowd clutching their magical artifacts, their spiritual energy surging, seemed no different than ants swarming around scraps. It stood guard here. Not only could this group of cultivators, who had only recently recovered their cultivation, not touch Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu under its watch, but even if a quasi-emperor descended, they wouldn't dare lay a finger on them. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu exchanged a glance.
Far from panicking, they grinned.
Quite the spectacle. Are you planning to gang up on the two of us? Xiao Ruobai flexed his wrist, spinning the long spear in his grasp.
The spearhead sliced through the air, trailing a sharp gust of wind.
Seems everyone's quite interested in the legacy of the Tower of Heaven.
Fang Hanyu nodded with a smile, drawing his sword halfway from its scabbard.
A faint blue glow flickered from the blade, carrying a bone-chilling cold.
His gaze suddenly landed on Lai Tianxiong, his voice deliberately raised with a hint of mockery. Lai Tianxiong, last time I saw you, you were still wearing the brocade robes of the Fengtian Palace Patriarch.
How come you've switched to an elder's attire this time, complete with a hat? Could it be you have some peculiar preference?
The remark instantly drew the attention of those around them. Many eyes turned to Lai Tianxiong, and some busybodies began whispering among themselves. Lai Tianxiong's face instantly turned from crimson to ashen.
He roared furiously, "You insolent brat! Today I will cut you down and reclaim what is mine." He began to channel his flame spirit energy, ready to strike.
Xiao Ruobai suddenly spoke up, his gaze shifting to Mo Luo. His tone was calm yet tinged with mockery. "Moluo, boy, I never expected you to be so resilient.
After we beat you so badly last time, you're still alive?
Seems the healing techniques of the Mushin sect are more reliable than your combat prowess." Mo Luo, already seething with rage, was pushed over the edge when addressed as boy by the man before him. He lunged forward, only to be restrained by the two remaining elders. "Master, these two seem unusually confident.
They acquired their inheritance so swiftly, could they have some hidden advantage?" The question struck an uneasy chord within Mo Luo.
The memory of his humiliating pursuit flashed before his eyes. Though he had now regained his sovereign realm strength, he still didn't know what trump cards the opponents might hold if it came to a fight. The surrounding sects merely watched with predatory eyes, none daring to make the first move. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly.
Seeing the hesitation, Fang Hanyu quietly transmitted his voice to Xiao Ruobai. "Senior brother, should we fight or flee? With our speed, they'd never catch us if we ran. But if we fight, there are several sovereign realm cultivators here, 2 major realms above us.
This time, we'll likely have to unleash our full combat power." Xiao Ruobai replied telepathically, "Though they outnumber us, they each have their own agendas and may not fight as one. I've already refined the Tower of Heaven, allowing me to harness the power of the secret realm. There's no need to flee first." His gaze swept over Xuanhuang, who stood on full alert, ready to intervene at any moment. Xiao Ruobai immediately whispered to him. "Senior brother, sure, my junior brother and I can handle this.
Please don't reveal yourself yet." Xuanhuang received the transmission, paused for a moment, then visibly relaxed. He knew Xiao Ruobai never boasted.
If he dared say this, he must have confidence. He quietly restrained Li Xianfeng, signaling him to hold back and observe the situation first. Xiao Ruobai drew a deep breath, and the aura surrounding him abruptly shifted. The mid-stage spirit realm power he had concealed no longer held back, resonating ever more intensely with the Tower of Heaven. The runes on the tower's surface flared once more, and a colossal, oppressive aura erupted from within him, radiating outward. Gripping his long spear, his gaze swept over the crowd, his tone tinged with icy coldness.
"Want to seize the inheritance? Fine. But first, ask my spear and the Tower of Heaven behind me if they'll allow it."
Golden runes flared in Xiao Ruobai's palm, instantly merging with the luminous patterns on the Tower of Heaven's body. He closed his eyes, fully connecting his spiritual sea with the secret realm's spiritual veins. The scattered spiritual energy throughout the realm surged like a tide, flowing through the rune network toward the core area. Below, the crowd felt a crushing weight descend upon them. Their newly restored cultivation was suppressed once more. The spiritual power of the heavenly man realm shrank into a tight knot, and the overwhelming pressure of the sovereign realm dissipated by more than half. Damn it, he can actually harness the power of the secret realm? However, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief as the suppression this time was not as severe. King realm cultivators could still exert power equivalent to peak heavenly man realm, while heavenly man realm cultivators only felt a slight suppression. If you want the inheritance, then come fight. Fight. Mo Luo clenched his fists violently, his nails digging deep into his palms. The humiliation from Xiao Ruobai's earlier taunts and his covetousness for the inheritance finally overpowered the apprehension in his heart. Charge! Kill them and seize the inheritance. Before his words faded, he unleashed a torrent of demonic energy, surging like a black tide toward Xiao Ruobai and Fan Hanyu. Xuanhuang of the Blood Soul Sect emerged from the shadows, crimson mist swirling from his fingertips as he coldly commanded, "Follow. Don't let the Demon Heaven Sect reap all the rewards." Blood Soul Sect disciples transformed into streaks of crimson shadows, joining the fray in pursuit. On the side of the burning heaven palace, Lai Tianxiong clenched his fists. Flames of heavenly man realm power erupted uncontrollably, scorching the hem of his robe until it fluttered and crackled. Already seething over the theft of his storage ring, his restored cultivation made his rage impossible to contain. Ignoring the senior elder's warnings, he roared and charged toward Xiao Ruobai. "You brat! Today, you shall pay for your crimes with your blood. Palace Master! You must not!" The senior elder's face paled as he reached out to grab him, only to seize a scorching corner of his robe. The second elder also cried out urgently, "Observe the demon sect's probe first. Don't act rashly." But Lai Tianxiong, his mind clouded by fury, refused to listen. Flaming spiritual energy coalesced in his palm into a fiery fist over 10 feet wide, crashing straight toward Xiao Ruobai's face. At that moment, Xiao Ruobai was swinging his halberd to meet the demon king's attack. The instant the golden halberd's glow collided with the demonic energy, a violent shockwave erupted. As Lai Tianxiong's fiery fist neared the battle, it was violently struck by this very shockwave. One chapter updated today, with 2 more to follow at 5 p.m. Chapter 106, Sweeping Through. Already weakened by the earlier ambush, Lai Tianxiong's haste now caused the shockwave to send his qi and blood surging violently. He flew backward like a... With a dull thud, Lai Tianxiong slammed hard onto the ground. The elder's cap he just on flew off his head, somersaulting through the air before landing in a pile of spiritual herbs nearby. This impact fully exposed the 2 swollen bumps on the back of his head to everyone present. The left one glowed blue, the right one purple, both bulging high like 2 small lanterns strapped to the back of his head, glaring brightly in the sunlight. The surrounding area fell silent for half a second before bursting into waves of stifled laughter. What are those? How come Palace Master Lai has 2 tumors growing on the back of his head? A wandering cultivator couldn't hold back, whispering to his companion in a hushed voice while staring straight at the 2 swellings, his mouth practically splitting to his ears. Bet he got beaten up earlier. Look at those colors all bruised and purple. Must hurt like hell. The others quickly chimed in, their eyes gleaming with gleeful curiosity. Even the Blood Soul Sect elder charging at the forefront paused, his gaze involuntarily darting toward Lai Tianxiong's nape only to nearly get his arm sliced by Fan Hanyu's sword. Xuanhuang of the Blood Soul Sect raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. This Palace Master of the Burning Heaven Palace, was he here to make a fool of himself? Palace Master. Your hat. Your head. The first and second elders rushed over in a panic, one scrambling to retrieve the hat while the other carefully supported the fallen figure. The second elder stared at Lai Tianxiong's 2 conspicuous bumps, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter as he forced concern. "Are you alright, Palace Master? I told you to wait a little longer, not to be so impatient." Lian Tianxiong was helped to sit up. His hand brushed the back of his head, and the moment it touched the swelling, pain made him wince and grimace, tears nearly welling up. Then, catching the suppressed laughter in the surrounding eyes, a wave of anger choked his chest. Just as he was about to roar, "What's so funny?" he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of blood, staining the spiritual herbs before him crimson. He clutched his chest, the lump on the back of his head still throbbing slightly, looking every bit the picture of all bark and no bite. Even his earlier ferocity had dissipated by half, leaving only the embarrassment of being humiliated in public. He wished he could sink through the floor. If only he'd known he'd make such a fool of himself, he'd have listened to the advice and stayed put. Just then, 3 figures cloaked in black robes stirred at the rear of the Burning Heaven Palace's procession. The elder in the lead cloak radiated a palpable, heart-stopping pressure from the condensed flame energy swirling around him, the very trump card Lai Tianxiong had concealed until now. The 3 elders, masters of forbidden arts, now erupted with a presence rivaling the peak of the heavenly man realm. "Strike!" The leader barked coldly. The other 2 nodded simultaneously.
Flaming spiritual energy surged around all three, transforming them into three crimson streaks of light as they charged straight at Xuanhuang. Their aura was even more tyrannical than Lai Tianxiong's, their flame energy tinged with an eerie black glow, a distinct power gained from forbidden cultivation techniques. The moment they attacked, the surrounding air warped from the intense heat. Meanwhile, the powerful figures from other sects, though their eyes burned with intensity as they watched Xuanhuang and the Tower of Heaven, remained rooted to the spot. All eyes were fixed on Yun Songhai, awaiting his next move. As the leader among Xianzhou's 7 major sects, the stance of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion often dictated the choices of the other sects. At that moment, Yun Songhai stood at the very front of the group, gently twirling the jade scepter in his hand. Though his eyes were filled with gravity, he showed no intention of taking action. He prided himself on his integrity, having always disdained any association with the demon sect. He was even more unwilling to earn the reputation of colluding with the demon sect to seize an inheritance. Moreover, he intended to use the hands of the Demon Heaven Sect, Blood Soul Sect, and Burning Heaven Palace to probe the true depths of Xuanhuang and his companion. After all, those capable of effortlessly claiming the Tower of Heaven's inheritance could never possess only the strength they displayed on the surface. At the center of the battle, golden light and fiery blazes, sword chi and blood-red shadows, intertwined wildly. The clashes reverberated so violently that the mist within the secret realm trembled. Xuanhuang swept his long spear, his mid-stage heavenly realm cultivation forcibly absorbing the combined attack of the three elders. The golden spear tip struck the fiery blades, not only resisting the pressure but sending a numbing shock through the elder's arms. Fang Hanyu's sword danced with ethereal grace, pale blue blade light darting like a ghostly specter. Blood Wushang's prized blood shadow technique retreated step by step under his blade, while even Maluo's demonic energy was torn open by the sword chi. Throughout this exchange, neither had resorted to their physical prowess. Xuanhuang's war god physique remained dormant, relying solely on spiritual energy and spear technique to engage the three elders. Fang Hanyu's chaos sword physique remained unsharpened, yet his sword techniques and sword chi alone suppressed Xuanhuang. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly breathless. The earlier laughter and murmurs were replaced by stunned silence. The entire core area of the secret realm echoed only with the roar of combat and the sound of gasps. My god! What are these two even about? A lone cultivator gripped his array-breaking spike so tightly his knuckles turned white, his voice trembling. Mid-stage heavenly realm cultivators. They're facing Mara, Blood Wushang, and 3 elders of the Burning Heaven Pavilion 5-peak heavenly realm experts. They're fighting opponents over a full realm above them and holding their own? Worse yet, they don't seem to be going all out. The words landed like a pebble in a still lake, instantly sending ripples across the surface. Yeah, that combat power is insane. The cultivators nearby hurriedly agreed, their eyes fixed intently on the battle circle, afraid to miss a single detail. Could they be disciples from the central domain's sacred grounds? Only the sacred grounds could cultivate such monstrously powerful individuals. Sacred land disciples? Someone shook their head hesitantly. I've had the honor of seeing Holy Land successors before. While formidable, none were this brutally powerful. Look at that spear wielder, he took 3 combined attacks head-on without retreating a single step. Yun Songhai's grip on his jade scepter tightened slightly, the gravity in his eyes nearly spilling over. He stared intently at the spear-wielding figure in the center of the battle, then shifted his gaze to the swordsman moving with effortless grace. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head. His voice was low, yet every ear present heard it clearly. Even the sacred land would struggle to produce such a figure. The words hung heavy in the air, instantly silencing the entire crowd. Not even the sacred land could cultivate such a being? Then who exactly were these two? Xuanhuang stood among the Qingxuan Sect's ranks, listening to the murmurs around him, unable to suppress a faint smile. He stole a glance at Li Xianfeng beside him, seeing the same thrill on his face. He whispered with a chuckle, "Let them guess. Our Qingxuan Sect disciples are just that formidable." Li Xianfeng nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with pride and shared glory. Moments ago, he'd feared the pair might falter, but now it seemed his worries had been unfounded. In the midst of the battle, Xuanhuang seemed to catch the murmurs around him. His long spear suddenly erupted with an even brighter golden light, forcing the leading black-robed elder to stumble back 3 steps. He glanced up at the onlookers, a faint smile curling his lips, and called out to Fang Hanyu, "Junior brother, finish this quickly. Don't waste time with them." Fang Hanyu understood immediately. The frost-sweeping sword's radiance surged, condensing chaotic sword energy into a sword shadow over 10 feet long. It plunged toward Xuanhuang, carrying a bone-chilling cold. Xuanhuang frantically summoned a blood shield, only for it to shatter instantly under the sword's impact. The force of the blow sent him flying backward. Chapter 107, Xuanhuang's sneaky move. As Xuanhuang struggled to rise, Fang Hanyu closed in like a shadow, his blade slicing along the hollow of Xuanhuang's shoulder. With a wet thud, Xuanhuang's right arm, the one bearing his storage ring, snapped clean off, blood spurting forth. "My hand! My storage ring!" Blood Wushang screamed in agony, staring at the blood-stained storage ring lying on the ground, his eyes filled with utter despair. Knowing continued battle meant certain death, he gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, channeling his remaining demonic energy. Transforming into a crimson streak of light, he fled toward the secret realm's exit, not even pausing to retrieve his severed arm. Seeing their sect leader flee, the Blood Soul sect disciples instantly lost all will to fight. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu seized the opportunity, slaughtering most of them. Only 3 or 4 stragglers remained, scrambling and crawling as they fled toward the exit. Mo Luo, witnessing this, was terrified out of his wits. Already suffocated by Xiao Ruobai's spear's pressure, witnessing Xue Wuxian flee with a severed arm, he dared not linger in battle. Seizing the moment while Xiao Ruobai engaged the black-robed elder, he shoved aside a nearby disciple as a scapegoat and sprinted toward the depths of the secret realm. But before he could take a few steps, a sword chi flung by Feng Hanyu grazed his back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Even so, he dared not look back, fleeing desperately toward the exit, cursing his parents for not giving him 2 more legs. 2 elders of the Demon Heaven sect were instantly beheaded, their heads severed from their bodies. At that moment, Xiao Ruobai erupted with fury, swinging his long spear toward the 3 black-robed elders. Seeing this, the 3 elders frantically gathered their flame elemental energy, stacking 3 fire shields together in an attempt to block the strike. Yet the moment the spear collided with the shields, it shattered them completely, the residual force crashing straight into the 3 elders' chests. Put! All 3 simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood, flying backward like. The attack's residual force hadn't dissipated, continuing to surge toward Lai Tianxiong nearby. Lai Tianxiong was already lying prone, his chest heaving with surging chi and blood. Seeing the dark golden aftereffects approach, his face instantly drained of color. He knew all too well that in his current state, if struck by this aftereffect, even if he survived, he'd be bedridden for half a year. Palace Master. At that moment, the second elder of the Burning Heaven Palace suddenly charged forward. Roaring, he channeled all his spiritual energy to form a wall of fire before him. Don't harm my Palace Master. Yet this wall of fire proved exceptionally fragile against the sword energy's aftereffects. Upon contact, it began to tremble precariously. The second elder's face instantly flushed crimson, clearly having exerted every ounce of his strength. Seeing this, Xuanhuang frowned and ceased watching. Spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, manifesting a pale golden shield behind the wall of fire. Together with the second elder, he blocked the residual shockwave. With a soft boom, the shockwave dissipated. Xuanhuang collapsed to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The second elder staggered back several steps, clutching his chest as he coughed violently. He silently transmitted a thought to Xuanhuang, "Why did you intervene? I could have handled it myself." Xuanhuang shot him a glance and whispered back, "If I hadn't intervened, could you have held it? That firewall was nearly shattered. Pushing through would only have made things worse." "Of course I could." The second elder retorted, secretly channeling energy to force up a mouthful of blood that trickled down his chin, deliberately making himself appear gravely wounded. "Don't think you're the only one who's broken through. I haven't been idle these years. This little after effect? I can handle it." Not far away, Lai Tianxiang witnessed the entire scene clearly. Seeing the second elder not only endure the residual shockwaves to protect him but also cough up blood, his eyes instantly stung with tears. Struggling to his feet, he shouted at the second elder, "Second elder? How are you? It's all my fault I acted too rashly just now." The second elder waved his hand, feigning weakness. "As long as you're unharmed, Palace Master, my injuries are nothing." Lai Tianxiang looked at the second elder's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth, feeling even more deeply moved. "Second elder, you saved my life today. This debt of gratitude will forever be etched in my heart. From now on, if anything should happen to me, the position of Palace Master of the Burning Heaven Palace is yours. No one can take it away." Lai Tianxiang paused, then declared solemnly. A fleeting, barely perceptible flicker of joy crossed the second elder's eyes at these words, though he hastily protested. "Your Excellency flatters me. Protecting my master is my duty. I have no desire whatsoever to covet the position of Palace Master." Lai Tianxiang then turned to Xuanhuang, his face filled with guilt and gratitude. With 2 large bumps, one blue, one purple on his head, he clasped his fists in a bow toward Xuanhuang. "Brother Wanshan, my deepest gratitude for today. When I lost my storage ring, I saw the bandit's figure bore some resemblance to yours. In my foolishness, I even suspected you were behind that incident. Looking back now, I was utterly blind. I nearly wronged an innocent man. From this day forward, you are my sworn brother. The Burning Heaven Palace and the Azure Mystic Sect stand as allies." Xuanhuang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Palace Master Lai, you flatter me. It was merely a small favor, no need to dwell on it." Lai Tianxiang, however, grew even more resolute, patting Xuanhuang on the shoulder. "No. I must remember this debt of gratitude. Should Elder Wanshan ever need anything, the Burning Heaven Palace will lend its full support." The second elder watched this display of brotherly friendship with a stern expression, nodding in agreement. "The Palace Master is right. Elder Shi's righteous assistance truly deserves our friendship." Li Shenfeng stood behind Xuanhuang, observing the scene unfold.
Inside, he couldn't help but think, good heavens. He knew full well that Lai Tianxiong's storage ring had been snatched by Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu, the sect master's robe had been stripped off by Senior Brother Shi, and the massive bump on his head was also courtesy of Senior Brother Shi. He stole a glance at Shi Wanshan's impassive profile and couldn't help but admire him inwardly. Master Shi's move was truly eye-opening. Stripping someone down to their underwear from head to toe, leaving two massive bumps on their head, yet still managing to have them regard him as their savior, filled with gratitude, such skill was undeniably impressive. Shi Wanshan stole a glance at Li Shenfeng, who stood behind him with eyes wide in astonishment. He silently gave the young man a meaningful look. What are you staring at? Learn from this. When dealing with other sects in the future, this tactic will prove far more effective than brute force. Xiao Ruobai observed their interaction, but merely gave them a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze. With a flick of his wrist, the golden glow of his spear vanished instantly. His cold gaze swept over the other factions present. Yun Songhai of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion gripped his jade scepter, his fingertips trembling slightly. The elders of the Tianyan sect froze mid-gesture, their hands suspended in the air, faces drained of color. The disciples of Cold Moon Valley clutched their ice crystal swords, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Why haven't you left yet? Xiao Ruobai's voice was not loud, yet it carried immense pressure. The runes of the Tower of Heavenly Ascension flickered faintly around him. Do I need to personally escort you out of this secret realm? At these words, the powerful figures from various sects snapped out of their daze. Yun Songhai reacted first, signaling to the Grand Elder with a glance before commanding in a deep voice, retreat. The heads of the major sects swiftly led their disciples toward the secret realm's exit. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lai Tianxiong of the Burning Heaven Palace also hurriedly fled with his disciples. Under Shi Wanshan's guidance, the Qingxuan Sect members also departed the secret realm. Within moments, the once crowded core area of the secret realm was left with only Xiao Ruobai, Fang Hanyu, and Xiao He perched on a distant branch. Xiao He flapped its wings and landed on Xiao Ruobai's shoulder, its sharp beak gently pecking at his collar as if offering praise. Xiao Ruobai surveyed the now empty secret realm and exhaled deeply. Finally, some peace and quiet. Chapter 108, Huh? Senior Ling Xiong, how are you still alive? Once all the secret realm's occupants had departed, Xiao Ruobai turned to Fang Hanyu, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Now that no one's here to bother us, it's the perfect time to gather every treasure in this place. We'll give Master a surprise. Fang Hanyu immediately understood and nodded with a smile. Senior brother is absolutely right. We were so caught up in fighting earlier that we didn't even have time to see how many treasures this secret realm holds. The two wasted no time in action. Xiao Ruobai, leveraging the connection between the Tower of Heaven and the secret realm, could clearly sense the treasure points where spiritual veins converged like holding a precise treasure map. Fang Hanyu followed closely behind. Whenever they encountered treasures hidden behind protective barriers, he would swiftly slice through them with a flick of his sword, his movements crisp and decisive. Deep within the secret realm's spirit herb garden, thousand-year-old herbs spread across the medicinal fields in dazzling patches, overwhelming the eyes. In the mineral vein area, high-grade spirit stones rich with potent spiritual energy were piled like small mountains. Sunlight filtered through cracks in the secret realm, refracting brilliant glints upon the stones. Black iron hidden within the rocks glowed with a cold, hard sheen, while cold copper carried a faint bluish aura, both prime materials for forging high-grade magical artifacts. Meanwhile, Manhwa and Xuanhuang fled the secret realm in disarray. Moro was gravely wounded, his aura weak and defeated. Of all the Demon Heaven sect disciples who had entered the secret realm, none survived except Moro, a truly catastrophic outcome. Xuanhuang fared no better, having lost an arm in the battle. His appearance was pitiful, and his storage ring had been left behind in the secret realm, his entire fortune gone. Only a handful of Blood Soul sect survivors managed to escape. This is a grudge that will never be forgiven. Mo Luo clutched the wound on his chest, grinding his teeth in fury. Those two not only ruined our plans but also slaughtered so many disciples of our Demon Heaven sect. If I don't kill them, I, Mo Luo, swear I'm no longer human. I've already sent word to the sect's patriarch. A ruthless glint flashed in Maluo's eyes as urgency colored his voice. The patriarchs have secluded themselves for a century, reaching the pinnacle of the sovereign realm. Moreover, they wield the sect's sacred artifact, the demon-slaying cauldron. Once the patriarchs intervene personally, bolstered by the sacred weapon's power, even if those two can activate the heaven-piercing tower, they won't stand a chance. Blood Wushang's eyes burned with equal hatred. Our Blood Soul sect's patriarch is likewise at the peak of the sovereign realm. The Blood Soul banner in his hands is a sacred weapon left behind from ancient times, capable of gathering the power of countless vengeful spirits. If we can trap those two, we will surely grind them to dust. The two exchanged glances, each seeing greed and venom in the other's eyes. The spirit stones and herbs within the secret realm were already a colossal fortune. Add to that a peerless treasure like the Tower of Heavenly Ascension, and even without their prior grudges, they would never let Xiao Ruobai and his companion leave alive. Now, with fresh grievances piled upon old, they yearned to tear the pair limb from limb at once. As Mo Luo and Xuanhuang's threats echoed, the representatives of various sects who had already turned to leave halted in their tracks.
Lai Tianxiong of the Burning Heaven Palace stared toward the direction of Mo Luo and his companion, his face filled with hesitation. He wanted to witness the ensuing spectacle yet feared drawing further trouble upon himself. Members of Cold Moon Valley and Xuanhuang Sect quietly retreated to a distance, their eyes darting between Mo Luo, Xuanhuang, and the Qingxuan Sect's contingent, clearly eager for a spectacle. Xuanhuang stood at the front of the Qingxuan Sect's group. Hearing Mo Luo and his companion bellowing demands for the peak sovereign realm patriarch and the sacred weapon, his eyes suddenly turned cold. These two demon cultivators were truly courting death, refusing to back down even at the brink of their end. Having suffered such a crushing defeat, they still coveted Ruobai and Han Yu's inheritance from the Tower of Heaven and Earth. It was nothing short of suicide. His gaze swept unobtrusively over the Qingxuan Sect disciples' formation, settling on an unremarkable-looking youth at the rear of the group. He silently transmitted his voice, "Ancestor, these two demon cultivators demand the sect's ancestor and the sacred weapon. Are you confident you can handle this?" The youth wore ordinary Qingxuan Sect robes, his features unremarkable, his aura steady at the early stage of the condensing core realm. Blending seamlessly into the crowd, he was none other than the fifth patriarch of Qingxuan Sect disguised as a disciple. The fifth patriarch lifted his eyes slightly, a faint golden light flickering in their depths before vanishing as he resumed his simple, honest expression. His voice returned through the transmission. "A mere trifle. They're just two peak sovereign realm minor demons. Even with two sacred weapons, they won't stir up much trouble. Rest assured, with me here, Ruobai and Han Yu will be safe." Xuanhuang felt a wave of relief wash over him, his worries completely vanishing. Though he too had reached the peak of the sovereign realm, facing 5 peak sovereigns and 2 sacred weapons alone would still prove challenging. For this secret realm expedition, Xian Yangzi, fearing for his disciples' safety, had specifically arranged for the fifth patriarch to disguise himself as an ordinary disciple and accompany them. These disciples were the sect's most precious treasures. Whenever they undertook dangerous ventures like external training or secret realm exploration, high-level cultivators were always assigned to provide covert protection. This secret realm expedition was no exception. While Xuanhuang led the group outwardly, the fifth patriarch remained hidden within. Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu remained unaware of the events unfolding outside. Their focus was entirely on gathering treasures within the secret realm, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Before them lay over a dozen storage rings, each stuffed to the brim. That should be it. Most of the valuable items in the secret realm are here now. Xiao Ruobai brushed dust from his hands, about to stretch and catch his breath, when his brow suddenly furrowed. He could distinctly sense the mark connecting the Tower of Heaven to the secret realm weakening. The surrounding spiritual energy was rapidly dissipating like a receding tide, and even the ground beneath their feet trembled faintly, as if it might crack open at any moment. "What's wrong, senior brother?" Fang Hanyu also sensed something amiss and quickly dropped his smile to ask. "This secret realm won't hold much longer," Xiao Ruobai said gravely. The Tower of Heaven was the core of this secret realm. "Now that I've refined it, the realm feels like it's lost its backbone." Earlier, Senior Ling Xiong harnessed the realm's power to set up restrictions, suppressing so many cultivators' abilities and depleting a significant portion of its spiritual energy. Now the spiritual energy is rapidly dissipating. Within 2 hours, this place will sink into the spatial fissure. "We must get out quickly." Fang Hanyu's expression hardened as he gripped his sword hilt tightly. "Then let's go." "Hold on. Let me stow the Tower of Heavenly Passage first." Closing his eyes, he let his consciousness follow the markings within his sea of consciousness, slowly sinking into the interior of the Tower of Heavenly Passage. When he had previously refined the Tower of Heavenly Passage, he had only had time to sense its vast space and inherited knowledge, never thoroughly exploring every corner. But the moment his consciousness entered the tower this time, he froze in shock at the sight before him. Where the tower's core should have been empty, a wisp of translucent, lingering soul drifted. A faint golden halo shrouded the soul. Yet it was as fragile as a candle flickering in the wind, each flicker threatening to extinguish it. It was Ling Xiong, struggling even to maintain his soul form. Only upon sensing Xiao Ruobai's consciousness did he manage to lift his eyelids. His voice was hoarse and faint as a thread of breath. "You have returned." Xiao Ruobai's consciousness coalesced into human form and approached in astonishment. "Ha? Senior Ling Xiong, how are you still alive?" He had assumed Ling Xiong's soul had long since dissipated along with the secret realm's restrictions after handing over the Tower of Heaven and its inheritance. After all, in those old comic books he'd read, didn't all the great masters retire after accomplishing their mission and have their souls extinguished after passing down their legacies? This script was all wrong. Chapter 109, Tensions Run High. What? Why wouldn't I be alive? Ling Xiong's lingering soul swayed slightly. He'd been genuinely pleased to see Xiao Ruobai enter. Now that he'd finally waited for Xiao Ruobai's return, the first thing he asked was why he wasn't dead yet. "What? I gave you the most precious thing in the Tower of Heaven. In your eyes, am I that undeserving of life?" His voice carried a barely perceptible note of grievance, like an abandoned old man. Xiao Ruobai hastily waved his hand, his consciousness formed palm gesturing frantically. No. Senior, you've misunderstood. I never meant that.
He leaned closer, his eyes brimming with genuine gratitude as he gazed upon Ling Qian's faint, fragile remnant soul, so weak it seemed ready to dissipate at any moment. I owe my acquisition of the Tower of Heaven entirely to your generosity, senior.
How could I possibly wish for anything bad to happen to you?
As he spoke, Xiao Ruobai's consciousness scanned the interior of the Tower of Heaven. The tower was saturated with spiritual energy so dense it seemed almost tangible. Its layered chambers still held undiscovered secrets, making it an ideal sanctuary for nurturing a fragmented soul. He promptly offered, Senior, though the Tower of Heavenly Passage now belongs to me for refinement, its vast chambers and abundant spiritual energy make it a perfect place for you to recuperate if you're willing. Should I ever discover any rare treasures or divine herbs that could nourish and strengthen a soul body, I will certainly seek them out for you. Without Ling Qian's relinquishment, he would never have obtained the Tower of Heavenly Passage. Now that the other party's soul remained unresolved, offering him a place to stay was both a repayment of kindness and a natural gesture. As for whether Ling Qian might harbor ulterior motives in the future, Xiao Ruobai wasn't overly concerned. Even if Ling Qian did harbor such intentions, his master was there. With his master's unfathomable power, what could this wisp of a soul barely capable of sustaining itself possibly threaten? Upon hearing these words, Ling Qian's lingering soul glowed brighter, a warmth spreading across his weary features. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, his voice now devoid of the earlier resentment and instead tinged with acceptance. Knowing you think this way puts my mind at ease. Within the tower lie several hidden treasure vaults. Once your cultivation reaches a higher level, you will be able to unlock them. To find refuge here is already a blessing for me. I dare not ask for more. He drifted toward Xiao Ruobai's consciousness and gave it a gentle nudge. Quickly, seal the tower. The spiritual energy within the secret realm is dissipating faster. Any further delay, and we risk being caught in the spatial rift. Xiao Ruobai responded immediately, understood. Senior, please remain safely within the tower. I shall guide you out at once. Without further delay, he withdrew his consciousness from the Tower of Heavenly Ascension. As he did so, he reached out and grasped at the void. The mark within his sea of consciousness erupted with golden light, and the tower standing in the distance instantly transformed into a streak of light, whizzing into his palm. All set. Let's go. Xiao Ruobai opened his eyes, beckoning to Fang Hanyu who had been waiting. His footsteps grew light as he sprinted toward the secret realm's exit. Once we're out of the secret realm, we have one more thing to do. It's time to collect what the Great Yan Empire owes us. Fang Hanyu tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his tone unwavering. Rest assured, senior brother. I'm coming with you. At that very moment, the world beyond the secret realm's exit was shrouded in thick demonic energy and the stench of blood, the atmosphere so thick you could cut it with a knife. 5 overwhelming auras swept in from the distance, obscuring the sky. In the valley beyond the secret realm's exit, demonic energy and the stench of blood intertwined into a suffocating gloom. 3 venerable elders of the Demon Heaven Sect stood suspended in the air, the hems of their black robes trimmed with gold fluttering wildly in the swirling demonic energy. The central elder held the demon-slaying cauldron in his palm. As black as ink, its surface was engraved with twisted demonic patterns. With every breath, thick demonic energy spilled from the cauldron, staining the surrounding spiritual mist a dark purple. The 2 elders of the Blood Soul Sect followed closely behind. Soul patterns on their dark crimson robes glowed with an eerie red light amidst the blood-soaked air. The elder holding the Blood Soul banner gently waved its surface, causing countless shadowy specters of wronged souls to howl within its folds. The sound sent chills down the spines of distant observers. These venerable elders had lingered at the peak of the sovereign realm for far too long. Without another stroke of fortune in this lifetime, their cultivation would remain forever stagnant at this level. Upon hearing of a treasure like the Tower of Heaven, they glimpsed a chance to break through to the Saint Realm. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they had all rushed to this place. The palpable pressure emanating from the 5-peak sovereign realm cultivators enveloped the valley like a tangible force, shattering the rocks beneath their feet and seeming to freeze the very air. Over 200 elite disciples from the 2 sects fanned out in formation. Black-armored disciples of the Demon Heaven Sect wielded blades radiating demonic energy, while crimson-robed disciples of the Blood Soul Sect gathered blood droplets at their fingertips. Their blatant hostility surged toward the secret realm's entrance, clearly intending to ambush and eliminate Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu right here. Is this the true depth of these 2 demonic sects? At the front of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion's formation, Yun Sanghai's hands clenched tightly. Gazing at the fan-shaped formation of demonic cultivators in the valley, his brow furrowed deeply. The depth of the demonic sect's power was truly formidable. The 2 great demonic sects have mobilized so many elite forces this time. The Grand Elder beside Yun Sanghai murmured in a low voice, his tone heavy with gravity. Over 200 individuals, each at least at the condensing core realm, with 5-peak sovereign realm elders backing them up. This display is bound to draw the attention of the entire Xian province. Members of various sects retreated one after another, clearing the open ground around the valley's perimeter. They dared only to watch from afar, perched on hillsides several miles away. Some pulled out water mirrors to record the scene, while others murmured in hushed tones, their voices tinged with regret. What a pity for those two prodigies. So young yet already capable of commanding the heaven-piercing tower. Had they matured, they might have reshaped the eastern domain's landscape. Now they're to fall at the hands of these two demonic sects. Others felt a quiet relief. Thankfully we didn't get too close to those two. Otherwise, we might have been caught in the demonic energy's blast. These two demonic sects truly aren't to be trifled with. Within the Qingxuan Sect's ranks, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense as demonic energy churned violently throughout the valley. Li Xuanfeng's knuckles turned white as he gripped his sword hilt, his fingertips tingling from the intense pressure. Late condensation core stage spiritual energy circulated silently through his meridians, casting a faint azure glow around him. Even the hem of his robe fluttered slightly, stirred by the surging power. His gaze locked fixedly on the entrance to the secret realm, his Adam's apple involuntarily rolling. If junior brothers Ruabai and Hanyu were still inside, and if they were truly ambushed and killed by the demon cultivators, he would risk his own life to rush in and support them.
What's wrong with senior brother Xianfeng?
A Qingxuan Sect disciple standing nearby murmured in confusion, his eyes filled with astonishment. To them, the demon cultivators were targeting the mysterious figure within the secret realm. There was no direct conflict with Qingxuan Sect.
Li Xuanfeng's intense anxiety seemed utterly out of character.
Shen Jinghong suddenly tightened her grip on her long sword, a flicker of understanding passing through her cold eyes. She glanced discreetly at Shi Jingxian and Lin Machuan, noticing both were staring intently at the secret realm's entrance.
As their gazes met, a thought simultaneously flashed through all three minds. Could the new master of the Tower of Heaven within the secret realm be Xiao Ruabai and Fan Hanyu?
The thought barely formed before Shen Jinghong channeled her spiritual energy to its peak, causing the runes on her sword scabbard to glow faintly. She had once glimpsed the small bird perched on Xiao Ruabai's shoulder and thought it resembled the little blackbird kept by her uncle Gu. Now, linking that to Li Xuanfeng's unusual behavior, she found the possibility increasingly plausible. Shi Jingxian also quietly held his black iron sword horizontally before him, earth-yellow spiritual energy swirling along its blade. He exchanged a glance with Lin Maching, and the two silently took half a step back, creating distance from the other disciples to form a concealed defensive formation. Should hostilities erupt, they must shield their unsuspecting fellow disciples first while supporting Xiao Ruabai and Fan Hanyu.
Chapter 110, Xiao He steps in.
Shi Wanshan, standing at the front of the group with his hands behind his back, appeared calm, yet a cold light flickered in his eyes. His gaze fixed on the demon-slaying cauldron held by the Demon Heaven Sect Patriarch, then swept over the Blood Soul Sect Patriarch's swaying Blood Soul banner. His fingertips formed a subtle seal within his sleeves. He silently transmitted his voice to Li Xianfeng, "Don't panic. Hold your ground. The Patriarch has made arrangements. We must stabilize our position first and wait for Ruabai and the others to emerge before acting." Li Xuanfeng's tense shoulders relaxed slightly upon receiving the message, though he still held his spiritual energy in reserve. He couldn't help but worry 5 peak sovereign realm ancestors and 2 sacred weapons were involved. Even with the ancestors' protection, the risk remained immense. Meanwhile, within the dense forest on the valley's side peak, a figure stood silently. The 5th Patriarch had shed his Qingxuan Sect robes for a set of black combat attire. His once benign features now sharpened like blades, his aura completely concealed as he blended into the dense foliage. Gazing at the 5 demon sect elders flaunting their power in the valley below, a cold smile curled his lips. They're asking for death. Merely a few larger ants, yet they dare lay a finger on Qingxuan Sect disciples? Do they think our sect is without defenders? Within the bamboo pavilion on Purple Bamboo Peak, the water mirror clearly reflected the scene in the valley. Xuanhuang clenched the jade talisman, his beard trembling with rage. Those demon spawn have gone too far. 5 peak sovereign realm cultivators bullying 2 juniors, even using sacred weapons. This won't do. If the 5th Patriarch can't handle them, I must go and support him. Gu Changge gently pressed his hand against Xuanhuang's wrist, her fingertips carrying a faint chill of spiritual energy. Her tone remained as calm as ever. "Senior brother, please calm down. Let us observe the situation first." Xuanhuang paused, turning to look at Gu Changge. Seeing him holding his teacup, his gaze fixed on the water mirror, not a trace of urgency in his brow, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Right, Ruabai and Hanyu were his own direct disciples. How could a master remain seated like a fisherman on a rock while his disciples faced peril? His composure must mean he had a plan all along. "Ancestor." Mo Luo and Shui Wushang hurried forward, bowing deeply with utmost reverence. The Patriarch of the Demon Heaven Sect swept his gaze over their pitiful state, his voice as cold as ice. "Useless. You couldn't even handle 2 cultivators at the Heavenly Realm stage, forcing us old fools to intervene personally." The 2nd Patriarch of the Blood Soul Sect, however, had no interest in reprimanding them. His gaze was fixed intently on the entrance to the secret realm, his fingertips lightly trembling as he held the Blood Soul banner. "Don't waste time. The secret realm's spiritual energy is dissipating faster by the moment. Those 2 scoundrels could emerge at any second. Once we capture them, first force the method to control the heaven-piercing tower from them, then we'll torture them slowly.
Just then, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly shook violently. The faint golden light patterns began to dim, and the surrounding space twisted faintly. Clearly, the secret realm could no longer hold and was about to sink into a spatial fissure. Inside the secret realm, Xiao Ruobai and Fang Hanyu stood within the exit passageway. Feeling the overwhelming demonic energy and the peak sovereign realm pressure surging from outside, both their expressions darkened. Senior brother, there are at least 5 peak sovereign realm cultivators outside, along with the aura of a sacred weapon. Fang Hanyu gripped his frost sword tightly, his voice tinged with gravity. Xiao Ruobai nodded, golden light blossoming in his palm as the ethereal form of the Tower of Heavenly Passage slowly materialized before him. The secret realm won't hold much longer. Even if it's a den of dragons and tigers out there, we must escape. This Tower of Heaven can channel spatial energy, temporarily blocking the holy weapon's attacks. We'll figure out a solution once we're out. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the light gate at the passage's end began collapsing, showering them with cascading debris. Without hesitation, Xiao Ruobai shielded the Tower of Heavenly Ascension before him, with Fang Hanyu close behind. Together, they charged out of the secret realm's exit. We're out! Mo Luo shouted first, his voice brimming with excitement. A ruthless glint flashed in the eyes of the great patriarch of the Demon Heaven Sect. He raised his hand and hurled the demon-slaying cauldron forward. The pitch-black vessel swelled violently in midair, hurtling toward Xiao Ruobai with devastating force. You brat! Hand over the Tower of Heaven, and I'll spare your life. The Blood Soul Sect patriarch struck simultaneously, waving the Blood Soul banner to summon countless blood shadows that coalesced into a colossal blood-red claw, lunging straight for Xiao Ruobai's heart. The combined pressure of the two sacred weapons made the surrounding air freeze solid, causing even distant spectators to feel suffocated. Xiao Ruobai dared not take it lightly. He poured all his spiritual energy into the Tower of Heavenly Passage. The tower's golden radiance surged, transforming into a massive shield of light that forcibly blocked the combined attack of the two sacred weapons. Boom! The collision of golden light with demonic energy and blood shadows sent shockwaves rippling outward. Rocks within the valley instantly crumbled to dust, while over 200 demonic cultivators were sent reeling backward, many spitting blood. This Tower of Heaven truly harbors something strange. The second patriarch of the Demon Heaven Sect's eyes narrowed sharply. Hold nothing back. Channel your full power into the sacred weapon and shatter his defenses. Just as the fifth patriarch gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips, poised to strike, a sharp yet not jarring cry suddenly pierced the air. Xiao Ruobai's little black companion on his shoulder had stirred at that very moment. In an instant, Xiao He transformed into a colossal bird spanning 1,000 zhang. Time itself seemed to pause within and beyond the valley. The Grand Patriarch of the Demon Heaven Sect, his hand still clutching the demon-slaying cauldron, froze rigid. The pitch-black vessel still radiated a vicious demonic glow, yet his pupils held nothing but the shadow of the colossal bird, darkening the sky. He forgot even to steady his breath. Having lived nearly 2 millennia, he had risen from a lowly menial disciple in the Demon Heaven Sect to become its patriarch. He had witnessed the actions of saints from sacred lands and fought to the death against king realm powerhouses. Yet never before had he trembled so profoundly in his soul from sheer, overwhelming pressure. This terror far surpassed that of the saint realm, as if emanating from the primordial chaos itself. The mere wind stirred by its wings suffocated the demonic energy within him, freezing it solid inch by inch. This is a primordial fiend bird? The Blood Soul Sect patriarch's voice cracked, his hand gripping the Blood Soul banner trembling uncontrollably. The vengeful spirits on the banner, which had been howling as they charged toward the secret realm's entrance, now huddled together like rats encountering their natural predator, not daring to show even a shred of their vicious nature. He tried to activate his sacred weapon for defense, but the spiritual energy at his fingertips was forcibly pushed back into his dantian before it could fully gather, accompanied by a tearing pain in his meridians. The little black creature's crimson vertical pupils slowly swept across the 5 demon sect patriarchs. Without any unnecessary movement, the moment its sharp beak parted slightly, a faint black sonic wave spread out silently. The first to suffer was the demon-slaying cauldron. This sacred weapon, which had guarded the Demon Heaven Sect for thousands of years and once withstood a direct strike from a saint-level powerhouse, now trembled violently within the sound wave. The demonic runes on its surface visibly dimmed and cracked at a visible pace. Finally, with a crisp crack, it shattered into countless black fragments. The demonic soul sealed within was crushed by the sound wave, leaving not even a wisp of black smoke behind. The Demon Heaven Sect's patriarch, witnessing this, spat out a mouthful of black blood. Pointing at the giant bird, he tried to speak, but not a single coherent word emerged. Chapter 111, Total Annihilation. The demon-slaying cauldron was bound to the patriarch's soul. The instant the sacred weapon shattered, its backlash surged like a tsunami through his spiritual pathways. He felt a sudden crushing pain in his chest, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, his internal organs crushed as if by an invisible giant hand. Even his scream was choked off in his throat. Before he could collapse, Xiao Hei's crimson vertical pupils abruptly sharpened. A faint black aura shot from its beak, piercing precisely through the elder's brow. The last shred of ferocity in the elder's eyes instantly shattered.
His life flame, like a candle extinguished by a fierce wind, was completely snuffed out on scorched earth. The fate of the Blood Soul Sect Patriarch was even more gruesome. Xiaohe flapped his wings lightly. Pale black sonic waves sliced through the Blood Soul banner like blades. The vengeful spirits on the banner cloth, those that had once torn apart countless cultivators' souls, suddenly seemed to have their throats seized by an invisible giant hand. Before they could even emit twisted screams, they dissolved into wisps of black smoke. The dark red banner pole snapped in two, its broken surface scorched black by the sonic blast as a violent storm of spiritual energy erupted. Surrounding demonic cultivation disciples, unable to dodge in time, were torn to shreds by the tempest. Even the western cliff face of the valley was shaken, developing a crack hundreds of feet deep. Terrified, he spun to flee, channeling his spiritual energy. But before he could take a step, the lingering shockwave grazed his shoulder. Half his body dissolved like it had been corroded by acid, instantly reduced to ash. The remaining half crashed heavily to the ground, fingers futilely clawing at the dirt before finally losing all signs of life in utter despair. The remaining 3 elders were utterly petrified. The demonic robes of the 2 elders from the Demon Heaven sect were torn in half by their panic, their exposed skin still stained with their comrades' blood. They frantically charged toward the valley exit on their flying artifacts, unable to even discern their direction. But Xiaohe merely raised his bird claw slowly. With a single grab through the air, an invisible force instantly locked around the 2 figures, pinching these peak sovereign realm powerhouses in his palm like ants. A crisp crack echoed through the valley as bones shattered. Before they could utter a word of mercy, their bodies disintegrated between the claws. Even their souls were consumed by the black flames swirling around the claw tips, leaving not a single shred of spirit behind. The last elder of the Blood Soul Sect, seeing no escape, flashed a glint of madness in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, causing the crimson spiritual energy surging around him to boil uncontrollably. A searing heat, as if his dantian were about to explode, pulsed within him. But Xiaohe merely narrowed his eyes coldly. His beak parted slightly, and a condensed black beam shot forth, piercing precisely through the elder's dantian. The explosion triggered by the runaway spiritual energy flickered feebly like a candle flame before the beam, stirring not even a ripple, let alone harming a single feather on Xiaohe. Finally, the blood mist dispersed over the scorched earth, leaving only a blurred pool of blood to mark the spot where the ancient ancestor had once stood. Having dealt with the 5 elders, Xiaohe's crimson vertical pupils slowly shifted, locking onto the trembling figures of Mo Luo, Patriarch of the Demon Heaven Sect, and Xuanhuang, Patriarch of the Blood Soul Sect, amidst the crowd. Mo Luo's demonic energy was in disarray, his once arrogant aura completely vanquished. Surveying the corpses of elders and disciples strewn across the ground, and the scorched fragments of the Demon Heaven Sect's sacred weapon charred by black flames, his mind was filled with nothing but endless regret. Had he known their trump cards were so terrifying, he would never have dared provoke them. The sect's foundation's 5 sovereign realm elders accumulated over countless ages, over 100 elite warriors, and the sect's sacred weapon, the demon-slaying cauldron, had been utterly destroyed in the span of 3 breaths. The Demon Heaven Sect's roots were severed, and he, its master, had become a complete and utter sinner. Xuanhuang glared at Xiaohe, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. The Blood Soul Sect's banner was shattered, its elder dead, its elite forces gone. Now, stripped of all its foundations, the Blood Soul Sect was nothing but lambs awaiting slaughter. He wanted to flee, but his legs felt as heavy as lead. Xiaohe's gaze felt like tangible shackles, pinning him firmly to the spot. He couldn't even lift a finger. Just as fear consumed both of them, Xiaohe moved. Its wings beat violently, transforming its form into a black shadow streaking across the sky. Its speed was so blindingly fast that no one could discern its trajectory. Just as Maluo attempted to summon his last shred of demonic energy to flee, a chill touched his neck. A faint black claw mark instantly appeared. Before he could even utter a scream, his head rolled to the ground, eyes still frozen in undimmed regret. Blood Wuxian, witnessing this, completely broke down. He lost even the courage to detonate his dantian, turning to flee into the dense forest. But how could Xiaohe give him that chance? The sharp beak opened slightly, and another black beam shot out, striking him precisely in the back. Xuanhuang's body stiffened violently. His spiritual energy instantly dissipated as he crashed heavily to the ground, his life completely extinguished. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 breaths. The 5 peak sovereign realm elders, 2 sect masters, 2 sect guarding sacred weapons, and elite disciples who had once struck fear into every sect of Shenzhou were now utterly annihilated. After dispatching Maluo and Xuanhuang, Xiaohe's crimson vertical pupils slowly swept across the crowd gathered at the valley's perimeter. That gaze carried a soul-piercing pressure, like a primordial beast surveying ants. Every cultivator present froze instantly, not daring to breathe a single breath. Yung Songhai of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion instinctively held his breath, his green bamboo staff pressed firmly against the ground, knuckles turning white from the force. He had witnessed the might of great sage-level experts from the Central Domain's sacred lands, yet never felt such terrifying oppression. Xiaohe's casual glance alone caused the spiritual energy within him to nearly freeze, robbing him of even the thought to circulate his cultivation techniques. The senior elder beside him fared even worse, cold sweat pouring from his forehead as his legs trembled slightly.
Had he not forced himself to stand, he would have collapsed to his knees long ago. Lai Tianxiong of the Burning Heaven Palace, half supported by 2 disciples, still instinctively shrank behind them. The purplish blue swelling on his forehead stood out starkly in the sunlight. His gaze fixed on Xiao He, a bitter taste rising in his throat. The hatred he had once felt toward Xiao Ruobai and Fan Hanyu had long been replaced by sheer terror. Now, only one thought consumed him: whatever it took, he must not be targeted by this ancient, ferocious beast. If it did, not even a shred of his life would remain. The wandering cultivators were utterly petrified. Many collapsed to the ground, hands clamped tightly over their mouths, not daring to make even a whimper. One young wandering cultivator attempted to crawl backward stealthily, but the rustling of grass blades instantly drew Xiao Hei's attention. The cultivator froze stiff as a board, his face as white as paper. His body felt frozen solid, unable to move. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, and he couldn't even manage a word of plea. Xiao He merely gave him a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze, taking no further action. Yet that brief gaze felt like a pardon to the cultivator. He collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his back soaked through with cold sweat. The entire valley fell deathly silent, broken only by the whistling wind sweeping across scorched earth and the occasional distant roar of demonic beasts. Yet no one dared let their guard down. Every soul present understood, should Xiao He choose to act, none would survive. Not even the 5 sovereign-level elders or the 2 sect masters could withstand a single breath of his fury. As mere cultivators, they possess not even the right to resist before Xiao He. Chapter 112, Cut the Grass at the Root. The 5th patriarch quietly retracted his aura, his mid-saint realm spiritual energy circulating slowly within his body as he attempted to resist the faint, lingering pressure Xiao He had left behind. Yet that force felt like a deep-sea undertow, seemingly calm on the surface, yet causing even this mid-saint realm powerhouse's soul to tremble. His heart sank. This aura belongs to at least a Saint King. That brat Changge actually raised such a monstrous beast. His fingertips curled instinctively, his breath growing almost inaudible. He had assumed this secret realm journey would require him to protect Xiao Ruobai, but now it seemed he had underestimated Changge's strategic depth. This little black creature's combat prowess would likely overwhelm even a Saint King. But Changge had concealed it so deeply, all these years, he hadn't detected the true nature of this monstrous being. He recalled secretly observing purple bamboo peak in the past, occasionally catching glimpses of the little black creature nestled on Gu Changge's shoulder. Who could have imagined that seemingly docile little bird harbored such world-shattering power? Seeing no one dare stir, little black's crimson vertical pupils gradually calmed. With a gentle flap of its wings, it shrank back to the size of a fluffy ball, landing on Xiao Ruobai's shoulder. It nudged his fingertip with its sharp beak, as if the scene that had just shaken the entire crowd had been nothing but an illusion. Only then did the cultivators gathered at the valley's perimeter dare to slowly exhale. Yet they remained frozen in place, stealing glances at Xiao Ruobai and Fan Hanyu with eyes brimming with awe and apprehension. No one dared speculate on their origins, much less entertain thoughts of seizing the secret realm inheritance. To have such terrifying beings accompanying them, the backgrounds of these two were far beyond what they could afford to provoke. Xuanhuang, however, was now filled with a different emotion. His gaze fixed on Xiao He, his eyes gleaming with astonishing intensity. A smirk crept unconsciously to the corners of his mouth as his mind raced with scheming calculations. Holy moly! This little black is too powerful. Slicing through the sovereign realm is like crushing ants. I'll have to get closer to that kid Ruobai. Maybe I can piggyback on little black's protection. Who in Xianzhou would dare mess with my Qingxuan peak then? He even began scheming about what spiritual fruits or wines to bring next time he met Xiao Ruobai, something subtle enough to curry favor with this formidable little bird. His eagerness nearly spilled from his eyes. Li Xuanfeng's hand gripped the sword hilt, tightening and releasing repeatedly. A thin sheen of sweat beaded on his palm, dampening the scabbard. He stared at Xiao Hei's seemingly harmless fluffball appearance, yet his mind kept replaying the scene of it crushing an ancient ancestor of the sovereign realm with a single claw. His heart pounded violently, and even his breath grew scorching hot. This is the spirit bird Senior Gu raised? When I saw it on purple bamboo peak before, I thought it was just an ordinary little bird. Never imagined it could be so terrifying. A sudden realization struck him, sending a jolt through his body. His eyes widened with disbelief. To command such a ferocious creature to obey, how profound must senior disciple Gu's cultivation be? If Xiao He can effortlessly slay even sovereign realm cultivators, senior disciple Gu must have already stepped into the saint realm. How else could he have subdued such a great fiend? It must be. Senior disciple Gu never revealed his cultivation within the sect before he was hiding it this deeply all along. The more he thought about it, the more logical it seemed. His fingertips trembled slightly as his grip on the sword hilt tightened. Only one thought remained in his mind: our sect actually has a saint realm powerhouse. This is a leg to cling to for dear life. Within the bamboo pavilion on purple bamboo peak, Xian Yangzi watched the battle situation reverse in an instant through the water mirror. Startled, he leapt to his feet, his teacup clattering to the floor. Scorching tea spilled across the table, yet he remained utterly oblivious. Pointing at the little black figure in the mirror, his voice trembling, he stammered, "Junior brother Chang. Changge. What on earth is this little black thing? That aura just now was more terrifying than the sacred pressure of the Holy Land's ancient patriarch. Changge held another untouched cup of tea, taking a small sip. His tone remained as calm as ever. Just a little bird I picked up earlier. Kept it for a while. Xuanhuang's mouth opened and closed, speechless for a long moment. A little bird picked up? A little bird that could shatter sacred weapons with a single chirp and annihilate kings with a single claw? Observing Changge's serene demeanor, he suddenly realized that his junior disciple's reserves were never merely sufficient, they were overwhelmingly excessive, capable of crushing opponents beneath his feet. In the valley, Xuanhuang finally snapped back to reality. He raised his hand to gently stroke Xiaohei's feathers, his voice brimming with awe. Xiaohei, I never imagined you were this formidable. Xiaohei rubbed against his fingertips, emitting a crisp chirp as if seeking praise, yet also as if saying, this is nothing. Xuanhuang stroked Xiaohei's feathers, then swept his gaze across the crowd. The matter of the secret realm is settled. Everyone should depart as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd dispersed as if granted a pardon, retreating cautiously with barely audible footsteps, as if afraid to disturb the little blackbird perched on his shoulder. Changge's fingertips gently twirled the teacup, warm tea mist wafting upward. Her calm tone carried unwavering resolve. To uproot the weeds, one must cut to the roots. Just as Xuanhuang was about to press further, the scene in the water mirror abruptly shifted. Above the headquarters of the Demon Heaven Sect and Blood Soul Sect, the once clear sky was abruptly swallowed by clouds thick as ink. As the clouds churned, a pressure far surpassing the peak of the sovereign realm swept down like a tidal wave. So heavy it froze the very essence of heaven and earth, it crushed lower-tier disciples to their knees. They lacked even the strength to lift their heads, their throats emitting muffled groans of agony. Within the gates of the Demon Heaven Sect, the remaining disciples practiced their cultivation routines. Several elders gathered in the hall, sipping spirit wine as they shared their visions. Once the ancestors bring back the Tower of Heaven, our Demon Heaven Sect will dominate the surrounding provinces. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the air. The foundation of the mountain guarding formation, the 10,000 demons array, shattered. Black runes peeled off the array walls like shards of broken glass. The elders rushed outside, instantly stunned by the sight before them. A massive azure hand, spanning half the sky, slowly descended from the clouds. Its palm lines were as distinct as mountain ranges, and its knuckles glowed with a faint spiritual light. Before it even touched the mountain gate, the demonic runes on the array wall began to melt at a visible speed, like snow encountering a raging fire. Enemy attack. Activate the Grand Formation. The senior elder in charge roared as he lunged toward the array's core. Yet the mere pressure of the blue palm crushed the 10,000 demons array like paper, its violent spiritual energy backfiring and shattering the meridians of dozens of demon cultivators. Wails of agony echoed in rapid succession. Disciples attempted to flee through the secret passage to the rear mountains, only to find the azure palm already enveloping the entire sect's skies. Wherever its wind swept, halls and pagodas collapsed like stacked blocks. The hard blue stone ground boarpalm prints several zhang deep. Even the demon core veins buried underground for millennia were shattered by the palm force, leaving only a patch of scorched earth billowing black smoke. Not a trace of the sect remained. At that very moment, the Blood Soul Sect headquarters remained a scene of bustling activity. Disciples cultivated the Blood Soul Great Art beside the blood pool, shrouded in crimson mist. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an oppressive force identical to that enveloping the Demon Heaven Sect descended upon the land. Even the boiling blood in the pool ceased, rippling with fine, tremulous waves. All looked up to see a massive azure palm slowly descending from the clouds. Its surface glowed faintly with spiritual light, and within its intricate patterns flowed a power that made souls tremble. The Blood Soul Sect's Blood Soul Great Array activated autonomously in an instant. Countless vengeful spirits coalesced within the array, howling as they charged toward the giant palm. Yet the moment they touched its wind, they dissolved like melting ice and snow, vanishing without even a scream. The crimson crystal at the array's core cracked with a sharp snap. The entire formation instantly lost its luster, shattering into a sky filled with scattered light. The remaining elder turned pale, turning to detonate the blood soul orb within the treasure vault. Yet the azure palm merely pressed down from the sky. Its force, like a mountain crushing down, instantly collapsed the entire Blood Soul Sect compound. Halls, blood pools, treasure vaults, and every demonic cultivator were buried deep beneath scorched earth. When the palm force dissipated, only a colossal palm print remained. The scorched earth billowed with greenish smoke, not even a trace of blood mist lingering. The once fearsome Blood Soul Sect had vanished completely from the map of Xinzhou. Xuanhuang stared dumbfounded at the water mirror, his teacup long since cold in his hands. This was clearly Changge's doing. He looked at Changge, who continued to sip his tea leisurely, as if the annihilation of two great sects had been no more than casually brushing dust from his teacup. Xuanhuang swallowed hard, suddenly realizing, from the very beginning, Changge had left no room for survival for either the Demon Heaven Sect or the Blood Soul Sect. Chapter 113, Overwhelming the Eastern Realm. The valley winds gradually subsided. As Xuanhuang watched the panic retreat of the crowd, the small blackbird perched on his shoulder suddenly grew restless. The once docile, fluffy ball tensed abruptly, its pupils narrowing slightly as a cold, piercing light shone from its eyes. Its gaze seemed to penetrate the valley walls, fixing directly on the direction of Yunzhou where the Demon Heaven Sect and Blood Soul Sect resided. Then, the little blackbird suddenly raised its head. A faint golden halo shimmered in its eyes as an ethereal image slowly unfolded before it. Within the vision, the mountain gates of the Demon Heaven Sect in Yunzhou were engulfed by a colossal azure palm that obscured the sky. Spiritual energy surged through the palm's veins like raging rivers and seas. The sect's grand hall collapsed beneath the palm as easily as paper, its black demonic energy instantly purged. The nearby Blood Soul Sect fared even worse. The sect, perpetually shrouded in crimson mist, along with the blood pool beneath it, was smashed to pieces by the palm. Only a charred, blackened crater remained, not a single intact brick or stone left behind. The next instant, a suffocatingly immense surge of spiritual energy swept over like a tidal wave. Its overwhelming majesty purged everything in its path, instantly cleansing even the lingering impurities of demonic cultivation from the air. The grass beneath their feet seemed to grow greener under the sheer force of this aura. Is this Master intervening? Fang Hanyu was the first to react, his voice tinged with awe. Back in the Great Yin Holy Land, he had witnessed Changge raise a hand to suppress the entire sanctuary. That mastery, capable of turning clouds with a flick of the wrist and overturning rain with a turn of the palm, still sent shivers down his spine whenever he recalled it. Though this pressure lacked the world-shattering intensity of that day, it carried an effortless mastery, clearly the result of Changge deliberately restraining his power. Master has actually taken direct action against the Demon Heaven Sect and the Blood Soul Sect? Xiao Ruobai's pupils contracted sharply as his grip on the Nine Heavens Dragon Soul Spear tightened slightly. His Adam's apple bobbed as his gaze toward Yunzhou brimmed with complexity. Though he had long suspected his master's immense power, he had never witnessed Changge's true might. Now, seeing the horrific scenes reflected in the little blackbird and feeling the spiritual energy ripples spanning multiple provinces, a profound shock surged through him. This was the first time he had truly witnessed his master's combat prowess. That spiritual pressure, spanning multiple provinces, carried an irresistible, overbearing force that had uprooted two great demonic sects and reduced them to scorched earth. It was a stark contrast to the serene figure who usually leisurely brewed tea before the bamboo hut or dozed off on the recliner. Is this really my master, the one who cared about nothing, only slept, and occasionally smiled foolishly? Master was clearly this powerful all along. How could he have ever claimed to be only at mid-Dan condensation realm before? That was outrageous. The little blackbird tilted its head, flapping its wings in displeasure twice. Its claws unconsciously scratched at Xiao Ruobai's shoulder as it grumbled inwardly. Oomph, beaten to the punch by his master again. Earlier, when crushing those sovereign realm elders, the sensation had been thrilling. It had planned to have some fun at the Demon Heaven Sect after handling matters in the valley. But now look at this mess. His master had flattened both sects into scorched earth with a single swipe, leaving not even a crumb for it. At that moment, the crowd hastily retreating along the valley path sensed an overwhelming aura of power rising in the distance from the direction of the Demon Heaven Sect and Blood Soul Sect. That force felt like mountains crushing down from the heavens, so immense it instantly froze the spiritual energy of the land. Many cultivators felt as though boulders had lodged in their chests, making even breathing difficult. The disciple of the 10,000 Laws Pavilion leading the retreat stumbled, instinctively quickening his pace. What kind of pressure is that? A wandering cultivator's voice trembled as he couldn't resist glancing back toward Yunzhou. Yet all he saw was the distant horizon churning with dark, inky clouds. That aura emanated from beneath the clouds, carrying a world-shattering, apocalyptic menace. Don't look back. Keep moving. Yun Sunhai's expression darkened instantly. He gripped his green bamboo staff so tightly his knuckles turned white. This force is even more terrifying than the previous pressure. A powerful being must have intervened. If we don't leave now, we'll be obliterated without a trace if caught in the crossfire. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the crowd descended into complete chaos. Lai Tianxiong of the Burning Heaven Palace muttered incessantly, "Holy crap, this is terrifying." His feet moved so fast they seemed to float, desperate to return to his sect, activate its grand formation, and hide away forever. This world was far too dangerous. This journey into the secret realm had dealt him a crushing blow, leaving him questioning the very meaning of existence. Was this still the Xianzhou I knew? The young wandering cultivator who had caught Xiao Hei's glance earlier was so terrified his legs went weak. He scrambled forward, rolling and crawling, with only one thought: hurry up and get out of here. The farther away from this place of calamity, the better. What had been an orderly retreat had devolved into a chaotic stampede. Everyone wished their parents had given them 2 fewer legs. They didn't even have the courage to glance back. With the ancient beast Sanchi annihilating 7 powerful cultivators before them and an unknown powerhouse obliterating 2 major sects with a single gesture behind them, such terrifying combat prowess utterly shattered their understanding of cultivation. Xin Province, it's going to be a whole new world from now on. An elderly cultivator muttered as he fled, his voice thick with dread and bewilderment. For such a powerhouse to intervene, those two must have backgrounds beyond our wildest imaginations. Best to keep our distance if we ever cross paths again. The others echoed his words, their pace quickening further. They cursed their own insufficient cultivation, wishing they could traverse thousands of miles in an instant like flying artifacts. The mountain path echoed only with the chaotic clatter of footsteps and heavy panting. Even the wind carried a sense of panic. No one dared linger a moment longer. None knew whether that terrifying pressure might suddenly shift, dragging these bystanders into the same catastrophic doom. Meanwhile, in the neighboring province of Yunzhou, a silent panic had already begun to stir. Within the Haoran sect in eastern Yunzhou, the sect master and elders were in council when they suddenly froze. All eyes snapped toward Xinzhou, faces instantly draining of color. The oppressive force, crossing provincial borders, struck their minds like a tangible hammer. Breathing itself stung, and the spiritual energy within their bodies froze, utterly stagnant. What is happening? What is this pressure? An elder's voice trembled as he clutched the stone pillar beside him, barely preventing himself from collapsing. The grand elder beside him wore a grave expression, gazing toward the horizon of Xinzhou. Though no unusual phenomena were visible, an oppressive, suffocating stillness hung over the sky. This power. At least at the Saint Realm. What on earth is happening in Xinzhou? Master, should we send scouts to the Xinzhou border? An elder's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with terror. This pressure is terrifying. It seems to emanate from near the two great demonic sections. Could it be that one of their ancient ancestors has broken through to the Saint Realm? The sect master slowly shook his head, his eyes filled with apprehension. We cannot go. When such a formidable being acts, the borders will be saturated with residual spiritual energy. Sending anyone there is suicide. And haven't you noticed? This oppressive aura descended from the heavens, enveloping only the two great demonic sections. It seems as though it's targeting them. Not only the Haoran sect, but all major sects and gathering places of solitary cultivators across Yunzhou were enveloped by this oppressive aura. Meanwhile, the sacred lands of the Eastern Realm were plunged into an unprecedented gravity. No one knew what had transpired in Xinzhou, nor could anyone identify the formidable being who had effortlessly annihilated two major sects and obscured the heaven's will. For a time, the major sacred lands of the eastern region completely retracted their sharp edges and curled their wings. The usual air of lofty superiority vanished, replaced by tightly sealed mountain gates, strict travel restrictions, and repeated warnings to never underestimate anyone. Chapter 114, Entering the Great Yan Empire. Soon, news of the two demonic sects' annihilation spread like wildfire across the eastern domain's provinces. Sect disciples and wandering cultivators who had suffered oppression under the Demon Heaven sect and Blood Soul sect initially found the news hard to believe. But once it was confirmed that both sects' strongholds had been reduced to scorched earth, with not a trace of demonic energy remaining, the entire eastern region erupted in long-suppressed celebration. Some sects hung festive decorations and hosted banquets as if celebrating a holiday, rejoicing that the nightmare that had weighed upon them for years had finally vanished. Wandering cultivators gathered in taverns, raising cups in drunken revelry. They recounted tales of past plunder by the demonic sects and the brutal deaths of loved ones, tears mingling with their drinks as they swallowed a mix of sorrow and profound relief. Those scum from the Demon Heaven sect. They stole our sect's spirit vein mines and killed my master back then. Today, they finally got their just deserts. And the Blood Soul sect. How many cultivators did they capture to refine blood soul pearls? How many families were destroyed? Now look at them, their entire sect and foundation wiped out. It's truly satisfying. A white-haired wandering cultivator slammed his fist on the table, his eyes burning with vengeance. His granddaughter had been abducted by the Blood Soul sect years ago, never to be heard from again. Now, with both sects destroyed, he could finally offer solace to her spirit in the afterlife. Amidst the jubilant celebrations, many hearts stirred with covetous desire. The Demon Heaven sect and Blood Soul sect had dominated Yunzhou and Xinzhou for years, amassing vast wealth, cultivation techniques, and spiritual veins in mineral deposits. Even with their destruction, hidden treasures might still be found among the ruins. Thus, many cultivators, hoping to snag bargains, boldly made their way to the sect's former strongholds. Some smaller sects even organized expeditions, dreaming of discovering scattered scrolls or spirit crystals to bolster their own strength. The first to reach the ruins of the Demon Heaven sect were a group of seasoned independent cultivators. They halted hundreds of miles away, daring not to advance further. At the center of the scorched earth stood a colossal, azure palm print that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth. Its ridges were carved with chilling precision, the surrounding rocks still radiating a searing heat. Even the air itself warped slightly, saturated with lingering spiritual energy. From afar, the imprint seemed bottomless, like a dormant ancient beast that had swallowed the entire sect into the earth, leaving not even a trace of its outline. What terrifying power! A wandering cultivator couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Just as he attempted to release his divine sense to probe the depths of the imprint, an invisible pressure repelled him, sending waves of stinging pain through his sea of consciousness. Only then did the crowd realize a faint greenish aura swirled around the palm print, the lingering essence of Tao left behind when Changge struck. Though seemingly gentle, it carried an aura of inviolable majesty. Any cultivator below the Purple Palace realm couldn't even approach it. When a few profoundly powerful cultivators finally forced their way near the ruins of the mountain gate, the sight before them left them utterly speechless. The once towering halls and sturdy city walls had long since been reduced to swirling dust, not a single intact brick or stone remaining. Beneath the earth, the spiritual veins and mineral deposits had been shattered by the palm strike, collapsing completely. Only a bottomless black hole remained. Gazing into it revealed nothing but endless darkness, as if even light itself had been swallowed. This can't be possible. A powerful figure crouched down in disbelief, reaching out to touch the scorched earth. The moment his fingertips neared the surface, they were repelled by searing spiritual energy, the intense heat forcing him to jerk his hand back. Even a holy weapon's bombardment should leave shards behind. How could nothing remain? His companion's face drained of color as he stared at the barren, scorched earth and the monstrous palm print. Greed instantly gave way to terror. The power of that being is terrifying. This isn't just destroying a sect, it's erasing this place entirely from the map of Xinzhou. Not even leaving a shred for anyone to covet. Cultivators rushing to the ruins of the Blood Soul sect encountered the same sight. The same azure palm print was imprinted everywhere. Within the bone-deep fissures, faint traces of purifying energy lingered, washing away every last vestige of the former bloodshed. Upon receiving the news, cultivators who had harbored hopes of picking up scraps abandoned their ambitions entirely. Yet within days, daring cultivators discovered that the azure aura surrounding the palm print held faint traces of Tao essence. A purple palace realm cultivator tried sitting cross-legged at the outer edge of the glow. Within half a day, he was thrilled to find that his cultivation, long stuck at a bottleneck, had begun to show signs of loosening. Others sensed the brutal and overbearing intent within the palm print, instantly deepening their understanding of their own combat techniques. Tao essence is here. It's the Tao essence left behind by that mighty being. The news spread like wildfire across the entire eastern domain, drawing ever more cultivators to the ruins of the twin sects. Daring not to approach the palm print's core, they sought out corners at the halo's periphery to sit cross-legged. Feeling the spiritual energy and Tao essence flowing through the air, their cultivation advanced at a pace far surpassing their usual arduous training. Even major sacred lands sent disciples to this place for enlightenment. The former forbidden land of the demon sect gradually transformed into a coveted cultivation treasure trove within the eastern realm. Each dawn, cultivators filled the area around the colossal palm print. Gazing upon the azure imprint plunging deep into the earth, their eyes brimmed with reverence. This imprint was not only a testament to the downfall of the two great demon sects, but also held the profound truth of the Tao from that mysterious powerhouse. It served as a constant reminder to all what absolute power truly meant, and what unassailable majesty could not be desecrated. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruobai and Fan Hanyu had long since departed the secret realm's vicinity. Xiao He curled up on Xiao Ruobai's shoulder, its sharp beak occasionally nudging his fingertips with a crisp chirp, as if urging him on. Employing the can't catch me technique, their figures streaked through the mountains and forests like two afterimages, reaching the border of the Great Yan Empire in just half a day. Standing beneath the towering, dark blue city gate, Xiao Ruobai gazed at the crimson gold banner bearing the character Yan fluttering atop the gate. A blood-red killing intent instantly flared in his eyes. The banner's color mirrored the vivid memory of his parents lying in a pool of blood years ago, making even his breath feel scorching hot. Fan Hanyu quietly pressed down on his tightly clenched spear shaft, his voice hushed, "Senior brother, calm yourself first." Xiao Ruobai drew a deep breath, his fingernails digging deep into his palms to suppress the surging emotions. The imperial capital bustled with prosperity. Along the cobblestone streets, shops lined up densely, their vendors' cries rising and falling in a continuous chorus. Yet beneath this bustle lay a suffocating oppression. Every 100 meters, squads of heavily armored soldiers patrolled, their long swords gleaming coldly at their waists. Their gazes swept over passers-by with unmasked scrutiny. Dozens of wanted posters for cultivators plastered the street corner notice boards, offering staggering bounties, a clear tactic by the imperial court to suppress dissent and consolidate its rule. Same as ever, treating human lives like weeds. Xiao Ruobai muttered under his breath, his fingertips quietly gathering a thread of battle energy. His gaze swept over the soldiers conducting inspections at the city gate, then toward the faint outline of the imperial palace visible at the street's end. The crimson in his eyes gradually settled into a cold, sharp glint. The god of war physique trembled faintly within him, as if resonating with this hatred. Golden battle energy flowed slowly through his meridians, compressing the surging emotions into the pent-up power before a blade leaves its scabbard.